Chapter 1 Hellish Start. Blue Star. Lin Fan suddenly woke up from his desk, his forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. Before me was a desk piled high with textbooks and test papers, surrounded by boys and girls in blue and white school uniforms, heads buried in their studies. On the podium, a bald teacher with black-rimmed glasses was explaining the methods of combat skills with great enthusiasm. A wave of memories, both strange and familiar, surged forth. He, Lin Fan, a 30-year-old Chinese office worker, was taking a phone call under a tree on a rainy day after working late. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, and he was transported to another world. He transmigrated into the body of Lin Fan, a senior high school student in a parallel world. This world's technology development is a bit off track, or rather, it's been completely led astray by superpowers. A century ago, the world underwent a dramatic change, and an energy tide known as source matter swept across the globe, causing the old order to collapse. In the struggle for survival, some individuals unlocked their genetic potential and embarked on the martial arts path of developing their own potential and pursuing individual power. Of course, some strange abilities also emerged during this process, collectively known as superpowers, but the true foundation is a physique forged through countless trials and a source power as solid as steel. The original owner had just completed a crucial awakening ritual in her life, but the result was a universally acknowledged useless superpower F rank, weak self-healing. As the name suggests, it means that minor injuries, such as scrapes or small cuts, heal a little faster than normal people. As for limb regeneration or recovery from fatal injuries? Dream on. In combat, this self-healing ability is almost negligible. Superpowers are not only a special ability, but their level is also closely related to one's cultivation speed. The higher the level, the faster one can absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth, and the faster one's cultivation speed. Therefore, one's special talent determines their upper limit. Damn it, this is too hellish. Lin Fan cursed inwardly, feeling the faint, almost imperceptible warm current within his body, which was the manifestation of his weak self-healing ability. The original owner's family was just an ordinary working class. His parents had high hopes for him, but he awakened an F-level superpower and almost had a heart attack on the spot. The original owner of this body was also deeply affected and was in a daze in class, which allowed Lin Fan from another world to take advantage of her vulnerability. There are still 3 months until the National Unified Martial Arts College entrance examination. Lin Fan was processing his memories, his brows furrowed. This college entrance examination is a single plank bridge that determines one's fate. Academic performance only accounts for a small part. The real highlight is the martial arts assessment. With his F-level superpower, unless he has an extraordinary academic record, he will basically have no chance of attending a top university. In the future, he will most likely go to an ordinary university, find an ordinary job, and repeat the same path as the corporate slave he took in his previous life. No. Absolutely not. Lin Fan roared inwardly. I've finally been given a second chance at life, especially in this extraordinary world. How can I continue to be at the bottom? But, an F-level ability, weak self-healing. This hand is terrible. How am I supposed to play this? Lin Fan. The teacher on the podium, who was also their homeroom teacher, Li Jianquo, suddenly called his name, his tone clearly impatient. What are you daydreaming about? Did you understand what I said about the theory of solidified supernatural ability ranks? For someone like you who has just awakened, especially at a lower level of awakening, you need to focus even more on the theoretical foundation. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you've awakened. With an F-level ability, if you don't work hard, even graduating will be a problem. A suppressed snicker rippled through the classroom. In particular, there was a tall, strong boy named Zhao Gang sitting in the front row. He had awakened the D-level, brute force, and was the class's sports committee member. He had always disliked Lin Fan, who was introverted and came from an ordinary family. He turned his head and mouthed to Lin Fan, useless. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, but he quickly suppressed his anger. After 30 years of being a corporate slave, he might not have many other skills, but forbearance and the ability to read people's expressions were his basic abilities. Jumping up to refute now will only bring shame upon yourself and do you no good. He took a deep breath and calmly replied, I understand, Teacher Li. I will try my best. Li Jianguo snorted, ignored him, and continued lecturing. In his eyes, a student like Lin Fan was basically beyond saving. When the school bell rang, the students left the classroom in small groups, like birds released from their cages. Brother Fan, don't be discouraged. So what if you have an F-level ability? Maybe you'll have a chance to mutate it in the future. A skinny boy came over. He was Lin Fan's deskmate and only friend, Wang Hao. He had awakened an E-level, rapid memory, ability, which gave him an advantage in academic subjects, but he was still struggling in combat assessments. Lin Fan patted his shoulder and smiled, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You go first, I'm going to the martial arts gym to train." Wang Hao sighed, "Well, okay, brother Fan, don't push yourself too hard." Watching Wang Hao's departing figure, Lin Fan's smile faded. Mutation? It's not that easy. His only hope now is what the original owner of this body had always insisted on, going to a martial arts school for physical and combat training, hoping to make up for the lack of his superpowers through hard work. Although the hope is slim, it's better than doing nothing. Tenglong Martial Arts School is one of the larger chain martial arts schools in Jiangcheng, and it is also a place where many students improve their practical combat skills in their spare time. Lin Fan changed into inexpensive sportswear and walked into the noisy martial arts gym. The air was filled with the mixed smell of sweat and energy potions. Various shouts, hitting sounds, and the sounds of colliding equipment could be heard incessantly. He habitually walked to the basic physical training area in the corner, which was usually where students like him with weaker abilities or from poor families stayed. The advanced equipment area and the special training area for special abilities in the center of the martial arts school are the exclusive domain of students from wealthy families with outstanding special abilities. For example, that beautiful figure surrounded by admirers, Lung Yuning. She wore a well-fitting white martial arts uniform, her posture was upright, her skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was aloof and stunning. She was training in front of a force measuring machine. Each punch she threw carried a sharp, chilling force, and the numbers on the machine jumped wildly, eliciting gasps from those around her. The A-level ability, Ice Skin Jade Bone, is not only a powerful enhancement ability that makes her physical attributes far superior to ordinary people, but it also comes with ice attribute attacks. In addition, she has extremely high martial arts talent, making her the undisputed star of Tinglong Martial Arts School and the dream goddess of countless boys in the school. Lin Fan glanced at her briefly before looking away. He knew very well that he and the other person were from completely different worlds. "Hey, isn't this our class's self-healing guy? Here to work hard again?" A sarcastic voice rang out from the side. Lin Fan didn't need to turn around to know who it was, Zhao Gang. This guy also came to the martial arts school, and it was obviously to get close to Lung Yuaning. Zhao Gang, accompanied by two henchmen, strolled over to Lin Fan's side. Watching him struggle with weighted squats, he sneered, "What's the point of practicing this? With your F-level self-healing, are you hoping to withstand more hits and recover faster when you get beaten up?" Ha ha ha. The henchman next to him also burst into laughter. Lin Fan remained expressionless and continued his training. There was no point in arguing with this kind of person, it would only be a waste of his time and energy. Seeing that Lin Fan ignored him, Zhao Gang felt a little bored, but still wanted to show off in front of Lang Yuaning, so he deliberately raised his voice. "Some people just can't see reality. Superpowers determine the upper limit, hard work? If hard work was useful, what would be the point of having geniuses? Lang, you agree, right?" Lang Yuaning had just finished a training session. She picked up a towel to wipe her sweat and heard this. Her cold gaze swept over, lingering on Lin Fan for less than half a second before indifferently looking away, as if she had only seen an insignificant piece of equipment. She frowned slightly at Zhao Gang, seemingly annoyed by his noise, and then walked towards the more advanced training area. Zhao Gang was rebuffed and felt embarrassed, so he vented his anger on Lin Fan, muttering under his breath, "Pa, you piece of trash, you're an eyesore." Lin Fan ignored him and only left the martial arts gym silently, dragging his tired and sore body, after completing today's training plan. He remembered the ridicule and contempt behind his back. The maturity of a 30-year-old soul prevents him from acting impulsively like a young lad, but this humiliation will become his motivation to move forward. When I returned to that small but tidy home, my parents hadn't come home from get off work yet. Lin Fan took a cold shower, looked at his young but tired and confused face in the mirror, and sighed heavily. Is there really no hope? Ding. The host's strong unwillingness to accept defeat and their will to become stronger have been detected, meeting the binding conditions. The infinite slaughter and plunder system is activating. 10%. 50%. 100%. Activation successful. Chapter 2 Infinite Plunder System, Newbie Gift Pack. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan was startled, his eyes widened as he looked at himself in the mirror, almost unable to believe his ears. A system? Is it that cheat system that's a staple in online novels? System? Do you really exist? Lin Fan tried to ask in his mind. Yes, host. The infinite deprivation system is at your service. What are your functions? Tell me quickly. Lin Fan's heart pounded wildly, feeling his blood boiling. Seeing a glimmer of hope and despair, this was the ultimate moment. Core function of this system, deprivation. The host can deprive a creature, including humans, monsters, etc., of its core supernatural abilities or life essence by contacting it that has died within the last 10 minutes. Current permissions, daily deprivation limit. 2. The number of deprivation attempts may increase with system upgrades or the host's strength. The stolen abilities will be stored in a personal ability vault, which the host can call upon and replace at any time. Current ability slots. 2 can increase as strength improves. Additional function, ability fusion. By consuming life essence or similar abilities, a lower level ability can be fused and strengthened into a higher level ability. New player gift pack has been sent. Please check your account. A series of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind, making him instantly understand the power of the system. 2 chances to deprive someone of their abilities daily. Unlimited storage of superpowers. Fusion and upgrade capabilities are also possible. Most importantly, the system description emphasizes that superpowers loaded through the system have no cooldown time, no additional energy consumption, only consume the host's physical or mental energy, and can be switched freely. What does this mean? It means that Lin Fan can possess countless superpowers. Although only one ability can be used at a time, you can instantly switch to the most suitable ability depending on the situation. This is simply an unconventional, the king's avatar, or all-rounder. Moreover, there are no fancy consumption restrictions. This is far superior to the single superpowers of many so-called geniuses. No matter how strong those geniuses' superpowers are, they will eventually run out of energy and be restrained. But he, theoretically, possesses unlimited potential. Ha ha ha. There's always a way out. I'm not here to be a useless bum. Lin Fan was so excited he almost jumped up, but thankfully his last shred of reason kept his voice down so his neighbors wouldn't think he was crazy. Open the newbie gift pack, he commanded impatiently. New player gift pack unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have obtained rank B ability, Flame Control. Life Essence 10 units. Grade B superpower. Flame Control. A surge of intense heat instantly flowed into Lin Fan's body, creating a stark contrast to his original, faint self-healing warmth. He felt as if a flame was brewing in the palm of his right hand, which he could summon with a thought. Rank B, it's actually rank B. Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement as he felt the surging power within him. This was a rank B ability. In the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 high school, only a handful of students could awaken rank B abilities. They were absolute geniuses. Lang Yuning's A level is extremely rare, and her B level is already a height that ordinary people can only look up to. And this is just the new B gift pack. He also has the ability to steal 10 units of life essence. What is this? Lin Fan calmed down and checked the system description. Life essence, obtainable through deprivation, it is the essence of life in living beings. Uses: 1. Direct absorption to enhance cultivation. 2. Used for strengthening and fusing supernatural abilities. To improve cultivation? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He immediately tried to absorb the 10 units of life essence. A surge of pure energy flowed through his limbs and bones, and the bottleneck that had been preventing him from breaking through the second level of the awakening stage instantly loosened. Buzz. A significantly stronger aura emanated from Lin Fan. Awakening stage, level 3. So, I've broken through? Lin Fan felt a dreamlike sensation as he experienced the significantly enhanced power within his body and the flame ability that he could control as if it were his own arm. In just a few minutes, he went from a hopeless student with an F-level useless superpower to a cheat-like guy with a B-level attack superpower, a breakthrough in cultivation, and unlimited potential. After the initial shock, Lin Fan quickly calmed down. His 30-year-old soul taught him the lesson that possessing a treasure can be a crime. The system is my biggest trump card, it absolutely cannot be exposed. The B-level, Flame Control, is too conspicuous, I can't use it now. At least not until I have enough power to protect myself. On the surface, I still need to maintain the F-level, weak self-healing, loser persona. The most urgent task is to test the stripping ability, accumulate more superpowers and life essence as soon as possible, and improve our strength. His gaze fell on the darkening sky outside the window and the faint outline of the city walls in the distance. Beyond the walls lies a desolate wasteland overrun by monsters. Recently dead creatures in the city are hard to find, and they can easily cause trouble. The best target location is outside the city. A clear and bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. The next day was the weekend. Lin Fan got up early as usual, greeted his parents, and said he was going to the martial arts gym for training. His parents looked at him with complicated emotions, a mixture of heartache and helplessness. They simply told him to be careful and not to overwork himself. Lin Fan felt a pang of sadness, which strengthened his resolve to become stronger. Not only for ourselves, but also for this ordinary yet warm home. Instead of going to the martial arts school, he took the public rail transit to exit 3 of Jianchang. This is one of the passages leading to dangerous areas outside the city. It is guarded by the military, and you need to register and pay a fee to leave. Many low-level ability users, mercenaries, and adventurers come and go from here to hunt monsters and gather resources. Chapter 3: The First Raid. Lin Fan used his savings to pay the exit fee and received a temporary identity card. His student-like appearance and faint breath caught the attention of the guards, who kindly reminded him, "Kid, is this your first time leaving the city? Stay on the edge of the safe zone and don't go too far. If you encounter danger, immediately send out a signal flare for help." "Thank you, brother, I understand." Lin Fan nodded, took the identity token, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the tall steel city gate. Inside and outside the city gates are two different worlds. Although there is competition and pressure within the city, at least it is orderly. Outside the city, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and the humus of the wilderness. The vegetation was noticeably denser and wilder, and the distant roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. The so-called safe zone edge refers to the area within 5 kilometers of the city wall, which is patrolled regularly by the army. Powerful monsters are relatively rare there, but it is not without danger. This place is home to many low-level awakened beings like Lin Fan, as well as some small demonic beasts. Lin Fan didn't wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. He was prepared. According to the original owner's memories and the information she looked up last night, there is a common low-level monster on the edge of the safe zone, the sharp-toothed rat. These monsters are weak individually, roughly equivalent to a 3rd or 4th level of awakened ability users, but they reproduce quickly, like to live in groups, and are a common target for newbies to farm experience. His target was a lone, sharp-toothed rat. With caution and rudimentary tracking skills learned online, Lin Fan discovered a sharp-toothed rat gnawing on the carcass of an unknown animal near a dry riverbed. This creature was the size of a domestic dog, with gray-black fur, sharp incisors, and an aura of ferocity. Facing a demonic beast for the first time, Lin Fan's heart raced, but he was mostly excited. He surveyed his surroundings to make sure there were no other sharp-toothed rats. "I'll make an example of you." Lin Fan did not use B-level flames, as that would cause too much noise. He activated his weak supernatural energy, picked up a sharp rock from the ground, and used the rocks by the riverbed as cover to quietly approach. When he was still 5 or 6 meters away from the sharp-toothed rat, Lin Fan suddenly darted out, channeling all his strength into his arm, and smashed the rock hard into the sharp-toothed rat's head. Squeak! The sharp-toothed rat reacted extremely quickly. Although it was hit, it only staggered. Its thick skin and flesh prevented it from suffering a fatal injury. Instead, it was enraged. Its scarlet eyes stared at Lin Fan, and it pounced over with lightning speed, pushing off the ground with its limbs. A foul stench filled the air. Lin Fan could even see the bits of meat clinging to its teeth. So fast! Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he subconsciously wanted to use his flames, but he forcibly restrained himself. He rolled over like a lazy donkey and narrowly avoided the attack, but his arm was cut open by the sharp claws, and it burned with pain. At the same time, he felt the weak self-healing ability in his body begin to take effect, and he felt a tingling and itchy sensation at the wound site, and the blood flow slowed down. F-level superpowers aren't completely useless, are they? Lin Fan said with a self-deprecating smile, but his eyes became even more focused. He realized that he lacked combat experience and that mere strength was not enough. He stopped fighting head-on and instead used the terrain to his advantage and maneuver around the sharp-toothed rats. Although the sharp-toothed rats were ferocious, their attack methods were limited. Relying on the calm judgment brought by his 30-year-old soul, Lin Fan constantly dodged and looked for an opportunity. Finally, just as the sharp-toothed rat missed its target and its old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, Lin Fan seized the opportunity, took a step forward, concentrated all his strength in his right foot, and kicked the sharp-toothed rat hard in its relatively soft abdomen. Ack! The sharp-toothed rat let out a shrill scream, was kicked away, crashed into a rock, twitched a few times, and then lay still. "I did it!" Lin Fan gasped for breath, the wound on his arm still throbbing, but his heart was filled with joy. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had killed a demonic beast on his own. He didn't dare delay and immediately stepped forward, reaching out to touch the still warm corpse of the sharp-toothed rat. Target to be deprived detected, sharp-toothed rat deceased. Deprive? Disqualify. Lin Fan silently chanted in his heart. Successfully stripped. Gained 1 unit of life essence. No strippable abilities detected. Only the origin of life? Lin Fan was slightly disappointed, but then he felt relieved. It's normal for a low-level monster like the sharp-toothed rat to not have any special abilities. Its life essence is also a good thing. He immediately absorbed this 1 unit of life essence. A faint but real warm current flowed into his body, and his cultivation level improved by an almost imperceptible amount. It's better than nothing. Besides, we have another chance to deprive you of your rights today. Having tasted success, Lin Fan's confidence soared, and he began to actively seek out targets. After most of the day had passed, Lin Fan found and painstakingly killed a lone sharp-toothed rat and an even weaker hedgehog-shaped monster which also only provided life essence. During this time, he also encountered a small group of sharp-toothed rats, but luckily he ran fast enough to avoid being ganged up on. As the sun set, Lin Fan prepared to return. Today I killed 3 low-level monsters and gained 3 units of life essence. Although I didn't gain any new abilities, I accumulated valuable combat experience and became much more proficient in controlling my own strength and combat rhythm. Just as he approached the city wall and passed by a cluster of abandoned building ruins, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting and cursing coming from inside. Black dog. You fucking dare to double-cross me. Humph, this batch of goods is quite valuable. I'll have enough to live a carefree life for half a year by keeping it all for myself. Die. Then came the sounds of even more intense fighting, the muffled thuds of colliding powers, and a short, painful scream. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately held his breath, hid behind a broken wall, and quietly peeked out. Amidst the ruins, 2 men dressed in mercenary uniforms lay on the ground. One had a bloody hole in his chest and was already lifeless. Another person was critically injured in the abdomen and was on the verge of death, still clutching a metal box tightly in their hand. It was clearly a dispute over the spoils that led to a shootout. Lin Fan's heart started racing uncontrollably. Human, a recently deceased superhuman. The system's ability to deprive even recently deceased creatures is effective. Doesn't that mean? He looked at the mercenary who had just died and whose chest was still bleeding, and then at the mercenary who was seriously injured and dying and whose eyes were beginning to glaze over. An idea popped into his head uncontrollably. Strip them of their powers. Lin Fan's breathing became somewhat rapid. Murder for treasure? No, this is just picking up a bargain. Besides, these 2 guys killed each other. It has nothing to do with him. Morality? 30 years of experience as a corporate slave in his previous life had long ago taught him that in the face of self-interest, especially in this dog-eat-dog world of superpowers, excessive kindness is foolish. The system is his only chance to defy fate, and he must seize every opportunity to become stronger. System, strip the target who just died. Lin Fan locked onto the mercenary with a bloody hole in his chest. Successfully stripped. Gained E-rank ability, dynamic vision. Life essence 2 units. E-level superpower. It's out. Chapter 4 Plan. A cool energy flowed into Lin Fan's eyes, and he felt his vision become clearer, and his ability to detect moving objects improved. Great stuff! Lin Fan exclaimed with delight. Although this ability was only E-rank, it was extremely helpful in combat for detecting the opponent's movements and predicting attacks. He immediately turned his gaze to the heavily wounded mercenary. The mercenary seemed to sense something, his unfocused eyes looking in the direction where Lin Fan was hiding, his lips moving as if he wanted to ask for help or make a threat. Without hesitation, Lin Fan stepped out from behind the broken wall and quickly walked to his side. A glimmer of hope flashed in the mercenary's eyes, but upon seeing Lin Fan's youthful face and calm gaze, that hope turned into despair. Lin Fan crouched down, seemingly checking the injury, but his right hand pressed against the mercenary's forehead. It was ice cold to the touch. Target eligible for deprivation detected dying. Deprive them of their life? Deprivation. Stripped successfully. Gained E-rank ability, strength enhancement. Life essence 3 units. Another E-level ability. A warm current flowed into his limbs, and Lin Fan felt his strength increase slightly out of nowhere. Although it was only an E-level enhancement, the effect was immediate. At the same time, 5 units of life essence were credited. The moment the severed mercenary was stripped of his life force, his eyes went completely vacant, his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. Lin Fan quickly searched the two mercenaries and found some cash, several bottles of low-level healing and energy potions, as well as the metal box that had sparked the fight. He didn't have time to look closely and stuffed everything into the backpack he had brought. Having done all this, he immediately left this place of trouble and quickly headed towards the city gate. The check upon returning to the city was slightly stricter than when leaving, but apart from some low-level monster materials, Lin Fan had also taken some valuable claws and teeth, and the things he had just looted, there were no contraband items on him. The guards, seeing that he was just a student at the second level of the awakening stage, his cultivation level was only superficial, didn't question him further and let him pass. When I got home, the city lights were already on. When his parents saw him return, looking disheveled and with an injury on his arm, they felt sorry for him and started nagging him again. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, saying that he had accidentally fallen at the martial arts gym. The traces of his weak self-healing ability also explained why his wound healed faster than that of an ordinary person. After dinner, Lin Fan returned to his room, locked the door, and finally relaxed completely, his heart filled with excitement. Access the system interface. Host, Lin Fan. Cultivation level, Awakening Stage 3 breakthrough. After absorbing 10 units of life essence, the 6 units obtained today have not yet been absorbed. Currently equipped superpowers: F rank weak self-healing disguise, B rank flame control hidden. Special ability library: E level dynamic vision, E level strength enhancement. The origin of life, 16 units. Daily deprivation attempts, 0-2 exhausted. Looking at his panel, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. One day. Just one day. His cultivation level improved from the second level to the third level, and he accumulated 16 units of life essence, so he could break through to the fourth level at any time. He possessed 1 B-level superpower and 2 practical E-level superpowers. His combat power underwent a qualitative leap. This is just the beginning. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed. With 2 opportunities to deprive me every day, as long as I plan well, my strength will grow at a snowball rate. He didn't rush to absorb today's life essence to improve his cultivation. Instead, he planned to consolidate his strength first and wait until his body adapted to his current power. He understands the principle of don't bite off more than you can chew. He took out the metal box, examined it, and found that it required a password or special means to open, so he put it aside for the time being. The cash and medicine solved his immediate problem. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the cost of leaving the city or buying some basic equipment. Lying in bed, Lin Fan began to plan his next route. The training at the martial arts school can't stop, it's just a cover for the legitimate improvement of strength on the surface. Moreover, practical combat training is indeed very important. Hunting outside the city must be persisted, as it is the main way to acquire resources and deprive others of opportunities. The targets for deprivation can't just focus on low-level monsters like the sharp-toothed rat, that's too inefficient. We need to find something stronger, or, like today, try our luck and snag a bargain? Thinking of the 2 mercenaries from today, Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly. It seems there are plenty of opportunities in this gray area outside the city. That Lu Feifei, as an information broker, might be able to provide some useful information? But it's too early to contact her now. The most urgent task is to raise my cultivation level to the mid to high level of the awakening stage as soon as possible, and accumulate more practical low-level superpowers. Before the college entrance examination, I must at least break through to the first level. With a clear goal in mind, Lin Fan felt completely at peace. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, he fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the city lights flickered, but for Lin Fan, this night was just an ordinary night where a legend began. The real road to a comeback has only just begun. Over the next few days, Lin Fan's life became routine. During the day, he went to school on time, not daring to fall behind in his academic studies, since he still had to take the college entrance examination. However, in the theory and practice classes on superpowers, he still maintained the persona of an F-level loser, performing mediocrely during training, even somewhat clumsy, which drew sighs from teacherly and undisguised ridicule from people like Zhao Gang. Lin Fan, your punches are so weak, did you not eat? At this rate, you won't even pass the ability test in 3 months. During the sparring session, Zhao Gang deliberately approached Lin Fan, easily blocking Lin Fan's weak attack with his D-level, brute force. With a backhand push, he made Lin Fan stagger backward, drawing laughter from those around him. Lin Fan lowered his head, concealing the coldness in his eyes. His current true strength, if he used E-level, strength enhancement, while still not as great as Zhao Gang who focused on physical strength, would certainly not be this weak. But he held back. A small act of impatience could ruin a great plan. I'm sorry, Xiao, I will try my best, Lin Fan said in the slightly timid tone of the original owner of the body. Effort? Humph, no matter how hard a piece of trash tries, it's still trash. Zhao Gang curled his lip in disdain, looking smugly at Lung Yuaning not far away, only to find that she wasn't paying attention to the chicken fight at all, but was instead engaged in high-difficulty movement training on her own, as if everything around her was irrelevant to her. Lin Fan sneered inwardly, a clown. I hope you can still smile on the day of the college entrance exam. Chapter 5 Shadow Cat. After school, Lin Fan would go to Tinglong Martial Arts School without fail. He was no longer confined to the basic area in the corner and began to try using some basic equipment that required payment, reasoning that he wanted to see if there was any possibility of a breakthrough. This small amount of money was more than enough from the funds he obtained by hunting monsters and picking up scraps. At the martial arts school, he remained low-key, but the intensity of his training was secretly increased. With the help of dynamic vision and strength enhancement, which he can switch between when no one is watching, his progress in power generation techniques and body control is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Occasionally, he would unintentionally demonstrate accurate prediction of attack trajectories, or his recovery speed after being hit seemed to be slightly faster than that of ordinary people, but all of these were kept within the range of barely improved, but still at the F level and did not attract much attention. Only one experienced old coach in the martial arts school would occasionally glance at this silent but exceptionally hard-working boy, feeling that his movements seemed to have gained a bit more of an inexplicable spirit than before. The real transformation happened outside the city. Almost every weekend and after school, Lin Fan would go to the edge of the safe zone outside the city whenever he had the chance. With his first experience, he became more and more skilled at hunting low-level monsters like the sharp-toothed rat. Dynamic vision allows him to spot prey in danger earlier, while strength enhancement improves his kill efficiency. Although these low-level monsters can mostly only provide 1-2 units of life essence and rarely exhibit supernatural abilities, the cumulative effect is quite stable. More importantly, he began to consciously seek out stronger goals. After spending some money to buy rough intelligence from some low-level mercenaries, he set his sights on a first-tier, low-level demonic beast called Shadow Cat. The Shadow Cat is not large in size, but it is extremely fast, with sharp claws and teeth. It is good at sneak attacks and its strength is equivalent to that of a 5th or 6th level of awakening ability user. It is quite a challenge for Lin Fan in his current state. Lin Fan almost suffered a loss when he first encountered the Shadow Cat. The creature leaped out of the shadows, moving so fast that it left only a blur. Fortunately, Lin Fan remained vigilant, activating his dynamic vision at full power, barely managing to catch a glimpse of its trajectory. He managed a clumsy side roll to dodge, but a deep, bone-revealing gash was still slashed across his shoulder, causing a searing pain. Such speed! Lin Fan was shocked and immediately switched to power enhancement to deal with it with all his might. The Shadow Cat missed its attack and landed silently. Its green eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. It crouched low and then transformed into a black shadow to pounce again. This time, Lin Fan was prepared. He locked onto his opponent with dynamic vision, seized the opportunity, and unleashed a powerful punch imbued with power enhancement. Bang! As their fists clashed, Lin Fan felt a tingling sensation in his fist and staggered back 3 steps. The Shadow Cat was also knocked back, letting out a sharp screech, clearly having gained no advantage either. Its strength isn't much weaker, but its speed is a major weakness. Lin Fan instantly assessed the situation. With a thought, he tried to focus his attention on both his eyes and legs simultaneously. A strange thing happened. He felt that his dynamic vision could capture the Shadow Cat's movements more clearly, and his legs seemed to have become a little lighter. Although he couldn't reach the Shadow Cat's speed, his reaction and dodging abilities were significantly improved. Can superpowers be used simultaneously? No, it's more like a passive amplification effect? Or is it my development of my physical potential? A realization flashed through Lin Fan's mind. The system only provides superpowers. How to use them and whether they can be combined to create amazing effects depends on the host. Discovering this, Lin Fan's confidence soared. He stopped fighting head-on and instead used dynamic vision to anticipate attacks, combined with his enhanced reflexes to dodge, and then looked for opportunities to counterattack with strength enhancement. The battle became difficult and dangerous, and Lin Fan sustained several more wounds, with his weak self-healing ability continuing to exert a minor effect. However, his eyes grew brighter, and he gradually adapted to this battle that teetered on the edge of danger. Finally, just as the Shadow Cat was about to pounce and run out of strength, Lin Fan slid in and narrowly avoided the claws. At the same time, his right hand shot out like a venomous snake, his index and middle fingers infused with power enhancement, and he plunged them hard into the shadow cat's relatively soft abdomen. Put! With a muffled thud, the shadow cat let out an extremely shrill scream, fell from mid-air, struggled a few times, and then lay still. Target to be stripped, shadow cat deceased. Strip it? Deprive him. Lin Fan gasped for breath, enduring the pain, and stepped forward to touch him. Stripped successfully. Gained E rank ability, agility enhancement. Life essence 5 units. Rank E, agility enhancement. A light, nimble power flowed into his legs, and Lin Fan felt his body become much more agile. Although it was only E rank, it was undoubtedly a godsend for him, given his current lack of speed. Great! Finally, a speed type boost. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Combined with dynamic vision, his survivability and pursuit capabilities would be greatly enhanced. He immediately absorbed 5 units of life essence, and his cultivation steadily advanced to the 4th level of the awakening stage. With increasing hunting experience and the growth of his supernatural abilities, Lin Fan's journey outside the city became more and more efficient. He was like a greedy spider, meticulously weaving a web of predation. Dynamic vision plus agility enhancement are used to track and avoid danger, while strength enhancement is used for fatal blows. Occasionally, when encountering tough-skinned monsters, he might even risk using a sliver of the power of his B rank, flame control, to imbue his attack with it for a quick kill, but he would always carefully remove any traces to avoid leaving any obvious marks. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on his bed in his room and brought up the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Cultivation level, Awakening Stage 3 peak. Currently equipped superpowers, F rank weak self-healing disguise, B rank flame control hidden. Special ability library, E level dynamic vision, E level strength enhancement, E level agility enhancement. The origin of life, 35 units. Daily deprivation count, 0.2. After these days of accumulation, he has stored 35 units of life essence, and his cultivation has reached the bottleneck of the 3rd level. It's time to break through. With a thought, Lin Fan began to guide the source of his life force into his limbs and bones. The pure energy, like a warm current, washed over his meridians and muscles, and the original bottleneck shattered like thin ice under the impact of the powerful energy. Buzz! An aura nearly twice as powerful as before emanated from Lin Fan's body. His muscles became more solid, and his senses became more acute. Awakening Stage, Level 4. Chapter 6 Fiancé Su Qinghan. I've broken through. Lin Fan felt the surging power within his body and was filled with excitement. From the 2nd to the 4th level of the awakening stage, it might take an ordinary student half a year or even longer, but he only took less than 2 weeks. This is the incredible power of the system. With his cultivation breakthrough and his ability bank reaching a considerable size, Lin Fan began to consider his next step. Besides enhancing cultivation, the essence of life can also upgrade supernatural abilities. The system explains that 10 units of the essence of life can upgrade an E-level supernatural ability to D-level. He glanced at the 3 E-rank abilities in the ability library: dynamic vision, strength enhancement, and agility enhancement. All were very practical basic abilities. Which one should I upgrade first? Lin Fan thought for a moment and then made a decision. Agility enhancement. Speed is crucial in combat and survival, especially in hunting outside the city. If you can't win, you can still run away. Moreover, higher agility can also better utilize the effects of dynamic vision. System, consuming 10 units of life essence, upgrade E-level ability, agility enhancement. Command confirmed. Consuming 10 units of life essence to begin upgrading the E-rank ability, agility enhancement. Upgrade successful. Obtained the D-rank ability, swiftness. A feeling of lightness far greater than before surged into Lin Fan's legs, and he felt a qualitative leap in his body's coordination and explosive speed. If the previous, agility enhancement, only made him more agile, then the current, swiftness, truly gave him speed that surpassed that of others of the same level. D-level ability, swiftness. That's great. Lin Fan couldn't wait to go out and run a couple of laps to test its effects. He suppressed his impulse and looked at the remaining 25 units of life essence. To advance from the 4th to the 5th level of cultivation, you will definitely need more life essence, so don't rush to upgrade. Keep the remaining life essence as a backup, or see if we can upgrade another ability. With his strength surging once again, Lin Fan was filled with unprecedented confidence for the college entrance examination 3 months later. Lin Fan went out of the city again over the weekend. After reaching the 4th level of the awakening stage and possessing the D level, swift movement, he was even more at ease at the edge of the safe zone. Hunting the Tier 1 beginner monster Shadow Cat is no longer so difficult, and I've even started trying to challenge the Tier 1 intermediate iron-skinned wild boar. This monster has extremely strong defense and immense strength, but its speed is relatively slow. Lin Fan used swift movement and dynamic vision to maneuver around it, avoiding collisions, and then looked for opportunities to attack its relatively weak points such as the eyes and anus. Although it took a long time, it was safer. Successfully deprived. Gained 8 units of life essence. After defeating a boar, Lin Fan obtained the highest amount of life essence in a single instance to date. At this rate, I'll soon have enough life essence to upgrade my next ability or break through to the 5th level of the awakening stage, Lin Fan thought to himself as he processed the monster materials. Just then, he frowned slightly. With his enhanced senses from the combination of dynamic vision, he noticed a faint feeling of being watched. Is someone following me? Lin Fan became wary. He was always cautious when moving around outside the city, trying to avoid crowds. How could he be being watched? Had he flaunted his wealth during the hunt? Or? He remained calm and continued walking towards a more secluded area, while simultaneously focusing all his attention on sensing the movements behind him. The feeling of being watched was ever present, and it wasn't just one aura. Lin Fan quickened his pace, using the terrain to his advantage, and suddenly slipped into a dense thicket of bushes, holding his breath. Soon, 2 young men dressed in black combat uniforms, with menacing expressions, appeared where he had just been standing, looking around. Damn it, where did that kid run off to? He's clearly coming this way. He's a kid at the 4th level of the awakening stage, and he's pretty fast. Both of them possessed considerable power, appearing to be at the 5th level of the awakening stage. Moreover, judging from their attire and demeanor, they were definitely not benevolent individuals, but rather resembled thugs or mercenaries trained by certain families. Lin Fan's heart sank. 5 levels of awakening stage, and 2 of them at that. He had absolutely no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Are you looking for me? Lin Fan emerged from behind the bushes, feigning composure, but secretly he had already prepared swiftness and strength enhancement, ready to unleash them at any moment to escape or counterattack. The 2 youths were stunned when they saw Lin Fan, then grinned maliciously. Kid, you're pretty alert. Too bad, we still found you. Who are you? Why are you following me? Lin Fan asked calmly. You don't need to know who we are. One of the tall young men stepped forward, looking Lin Fan up and down with disdain. You just need to know that someone doesn't want you to appear in front of Miss Su Qinghan again. Su Qinghan. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly, and he instantly understood. He is the suitor of his fiancée, the S-level genius girl Su Qinghan. The original owner of this body was timid and weak-willed. Because of his useless superpowers, he felt unworthy of Su Qinghan and rarely dared to approach her, even intentionally avoiding her. Unexpectedly, even so, someone still wouldn't let him go. Which coward sent you? You didn't even dare to show your face? Lin Fan sneered, trying to get information out of you. In his memory, Su Qinghan had many suitors, including several from prominent families and with formidable strength. Still being stubborn even when death is imminent, another short, stocky youth said impatiently. Kid, be smart and go to the Su family to break off the engagement, and swear never to bother Miss Su Qinghan again. Otherwise, no one will investigate the death of a few low-level awakened individuals outside the city. Break off the engagement? Stay away from Su Qinghan? Lin Fan felt a surge of anger. Is his life going to be ruined just because of an engagement? I've had enough of swallowing my pride in my past life, and now that I have a system, do I still have to put up with this kind of humiliation? What if I say no? Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. No? The tall youth seemed to have heard a joke. Then I'll just have to let you disappear accidentally. A mere 4th level of awakening, an F-level ability, no one will care if you die. Before he could finish speaking, the tall youth suddenly attacked, his 5 fingers forming claws, whistling through the air as he aimed straight for Lin Fan's throat. His attack was ruthless, clearly indicating his intention to finish the fight quickly. Another short, stocky young man tacitly blocked Lin Fan's possible escape route. If it were Lin Fan a few days ago, facing an attack from 2 5th-level awakening cultivators, his chances of survival would have been slim. But now, just as the tall young man's claws were about to strike, Lin Fan moved. Chapter 7 Trouble is brewing. His D-level ability, swiftness, was unleashed at full power. His body seemed weightless as he slid backward several meters, narrowly avoiding the fatal claw strike. What? Such speed! The tall youth's claw missed its mark, his face showing astonishment. This speed was definitely not what one at the 4th level of the awakening stage should possess. Taking advantage of the moment he was stunned, Lin Fan turned around without hesitation and activated swiftness to its maximum, running wildly in the direction of the more dangerous wilderness, opposite to the city wall. Don't run back. Running back would be like walking into a trap the enemy might be lying in ambush on the way back to town. Only by running into the danger zone and utilizing the complex terrain can one have a chance of survival. Chase him. Don't let him get away. The two youths reacted, both shocked and furious, and immediately used their movement techniques to give chase. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Fan's speed was no slower than theirs, and in some complex terrains, he was even able to create a slight distance by changing direction more flexibly. This kid is weird. His ability is definitely not F-level self-healing. The short, stocky youth gritted his teeth. Nonsense. He must be hiding his strength. We have to kill him, or we won't be able to explain ourselves. The tall youth's eyes flashed with even more murderous intent. The three of them, one in front and two behind, engaged in a desperate chase through the wilderness. Lin Fan maximized his dynamic vision, constantly searching for the most advantageous escape route, avoiding obstacles, while also keeping an eye on the movements behind him. The two pursuers were, after all, at the 5th level of the awakening stage, with long breaths and considerable speed, keeping close behind. This can't go on. Lin Fan's mind raced. His physical strength is inferior to his opponent's, and he will undoubtedly lose in a protracted battle. We must find a way to break this deadlock. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he suddenly noticed a swampy area shrouded in a light mist to his right. According to the wilderness danger map he had seen, there seemed to be a kind of first-tier high-level monster that liked to live in groups and had a fierce temperament, the poison water crocodile. Danger, but it could also be an opportunity. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, changed direction, and rushed straight towards the swamp. He wants to go into the poisonous swamp? Is he courting death? The pursuers behind him also noticed Lin Fan's intentions and hesitated. The poisonous crocodiles were not to be trifled with. Once they got entangled with them, it would be very troublesome. What are you afraid of? It's no different than him going to his death. Follow him in, and we'll leave once we've confirmed he's dead, the tall young man said fiercely. Lin Fan plunged headfirst into the swamp, which reeked of decay. The muddy ground greatly affected his speed, but thanks to his dynamic vision and swiftness, he always managed to narrowly make his way onto the relatively firm meadow. Hiss! Soon, the residents of the swamp were alerted. Several venomous crocodiles, each over 3 meters long and covered in thick scales, emerged from the murky puddle, their cold, vertical pupils locking onto the intruder. Lin Fan's heart pounded, and he was highly focused as he weaved among the crocodiles, eliciting threatening growls from them. The two pursuers behind them also came in, and their commotion was even greater, immediately attracting the attention of more poisonous crocodiles. Damn it! Deal with these beasts first, the tall young man cursed, forced to divert his attention to a poisonous crocodile that lunged at him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Fan suddenly accelerated and rushed into the depths of the swamp. He saw a relatively dry highland ahead, and on the highland there seemed to be an inconspicuous cave. Just then, something unexpected happened. A gigantic, venomous crocodile king, over 5 meters long, lurked beneath the muddy water, its aura reaching the peak of the first tier, equivalent to the 9th level of the awakening stage. It suddenly pounced from Lin Fan's flank, its blood-red maw wide open, a stench filling the air. This sneak attack was incredibly precise and cunning. Although Lin Fan's dynamic vision caught the bite, his body was somewhat unbalanced in the mud, and he was about to be bitten. At the critical moment of life and death, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. We can't use low-level superpowers anymore. The scorching energy that had been suppressed within him erupted instantly. Grade B ability, Flame Control. Boom! A ball of blazing flame appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Lin Fan's right fist. With terrifying heat, it slammed into the upper and lower jaws of the poisonous crocodile king without dodging or avoiding. Attribute advantage. Fire has a natural advantage over aquatic animals. Roar! The fiery fist collided with the crocodile's snout, producing a hissing, scorching sound and a dull thud. The poisonous water crocodile king let out a painful and furious roar, its mouth charred black, and its attack faltered instantly. Lin Fan used the momentum to fly backward, and although his blood and chi surged, he successfully averted a fatal crisis. Without pausing, he turned and rushed up the high ground, then slipped into the cave. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two youths who were fighting with the ordinary poisonous water crocodiles behind them only saw a burst of fire suddenly erupt from Lin Fan's side, followed by the painful roar of the poisonous water crocodile king, and Lin Fan's figure darting into the cave. They were both stunned. Fire ability? Isn't he an F-rank self-healing ability? How can it be an offensive fire ability? Judging by its power, it's at least a C rank. No, it might be a B rank, the tall youth exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Damn it! We've been tricked. This kid has been hiding his true strength. The short, stocky youth exclaimed in shock and anger. What do we do now? The tall young man looked at the group of poisonous crocodiles, who were completely enraged by Lin Fan's flames and fighting, and began to surround them, especially the crocodile king with a terrifying aura and bloodshot eyes staring at them. His face turned extremely ugly. Let's retreat. This kid went into that cave, who knows what dangers are inside, he might be dead. Even if he doesn't die, if he angers the crocodiles, we won't be able to get in. Let's go back and report to the young master first. The two dared not linger in the fight, desperately fighting off the poisonous crocodiles around them, and fled in a sorry state towards the edge of the swamp. The cave wasn't deep, and it was a bit damp, but there didn't seem to be any other creatures there. Lin Fan leaned against the cold cave wall, breathing heavily. Listening to the roars of the poisonous crocodiles and the sounds of the pursuers moving away, his tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. Phew, that was close. In the heat of the moment, I used a Class B flame, which resolved the crisis but also exposed my trump card. Once those two return, their young master will definitely find out. Trouble is coming. Lin Fan's eyes were grave. But then, a fierce look replaced his worry. Chapter 8: A Narrow Escape. You want to kill me? Then let's see who ends up dying. He sat down cross-legged and examined himself. Although he had used fire as a trick when he withstood the Crocodile King's attack, the recoil had still caused him some internal injuries, but fortunately, they weren't serious. Weak self-healing was slowly taking effect. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. The 4th level of the awakening stage is still too weak. He looked at the remaining 25 units of life essence on the system panel, and then at the ability library. Power enhancement is currently the main attack method. Upgrading it to D rank should significantly increase its power. System, consuming 10 units of life essence, upgrade E level ability, strength enhancement. Command confirmed. Consuming 10 units of life essence to begin upgrading the E rank ability, strength enhancement. Upgrade successful. Obtained the D rank ability, crushing fist. A powerful surge of strength coursed through Lin Fan's arms, making him feel as if his fists could shatter stone. The D rank, crushing fist, not only amplified his power but also seemed to come with a unique power generating technique, making his attacks even more explosive. There are 15 units of life essence remaining. Judging from my feeling, it would take at least 30 units to go from the 4th to the 5th level of awakening, which is still not enough. We need to find a way to hunt down more monsters as soon as possible, or find new opportunities to scavenger. Lin Fan's gaze turned to the swamp outside the cave, which was gradually calming down, his eyes sharp. A crisis can also mean an opportunity. Those two pursuers fled in panic. Perhaps they left him something behind? He rested for a while, and once he had regained some strength, he cautiously peered out of the cave. The swamp had returned to some calm, but the Crocodile King was still lurking nearby, clearly holding a grudge. Lin Fan did not act rashly, but waited patiently. It wasn't until nightfall that the Crocodile King seemed to reluctantly retreat to the deep water. Lin Fan slipped out of the cave like a ghost, using his dynamic vision and swift movement to make his way towards the direction of the previous fight under the cover of night. Sure enough, at the spot where he had been besieged by the poisonous water crocodiles, he found a short blade that the short, stocky youth had dropped, as well as a small bag of scattered energy crystals. A good haul. Lin Fan put away the items and, not daring to linger, immediately stealthily made his way towards the city wall. This time, although it was thrilling, our strength has improved once again, and we have a clearer understanding of the potential enemies. Su Qinghan's suitors, no matter who you are, this feud is now in the making. Lin Fan's figure disappeared into the vast night, and an undercurrent surrounding him began to surge. And the college entrance examination is drawing ever closer. Inside the training room of a luxurious villa in Jiangcheng, North District, a handsome young man with a somewhat sinister face, dressed in expensive training clothes, was unleashing a barrage of attacks on a specially made alloy doll. His fists and feet were enveloped in a pale blue whirlwind, each strike accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, leaving deep marks on the puppet. B rank superpower, Wind Blade Fist. It can enhance both fist and foot attacks and release sharp wind blades, making it extremely powerful in both offense and defense. The young man's name was Zhou Feng. The Zhou family was one of the most powerful families in Jiangcheng, with a third-level expert in charge. He was a prominent figure at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, with his cultivation reaching the 7th level of the awakening stage. He was a recognized top genius and one of Su Qinghan's most ardent suitors. Bang! The final heavy punch dented the alloy doll before Zhou Feng slowly stopped, took the towel handed to him by the servant, and wiped his sweat. Young master. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler stood respectfully at the door. Speak, Zhou Feng said indifferently. Ah Long and Ah Hu are back. The mission failed, the butler reported in a low voice, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. What? Zhou Feng paused in wiping his sweat, his eyes instantly turning sharp as he swept them over the butler. Failed? 2 level 5 awakening cultivators trying to deal with a level 4 waste, how could they fail? The butler forced a smile and said, they reported that Lin Fan was hiding his strength. He's not an F-level self-healing ability at all, but, at least is C-level, and very likely a B-level fire ability. A rank B fire ability? Zhou Feng turned around abruptly, an expression of disbelief appearing on his face for the first time. Impossible. The awakening ceremony can't be faked. The whole school knows he has rank F self-healing. Ah Long and Ah Hu witnessed it with their own eyes, there's no mistake. When Lin Fan was cornered in the poisonous swamp, he suddenly unleashed a powerful flame, forcing back the peak-level first-tier poisonous Crocodile King with a single punch, thus escaping. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast, far exceeding the 4th level of the awakening stage, suggesting he may also possess speed-type abilities. The butler recounted the news the two had brought back in detail. The more Zhou Feng listened, the gloomier his face became. Hidden strength? Dual superpowers? Or even multiple superpowers? How is that possible? How could a kid from an ordinary working-class family have such an opportunity? Where are the two of them? Zhou Feng asked coldly. They all suffered minor injuries and are waiting outside for their fate. 2 useless pieces of trash. They can't even handle this simple matter. A murderous glint flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes, but he ultimately suppressed it. Tell them to get out of the solitary confinement room and reflect on their actions. They are not to come out without my order. Yes, the butler quickly replied and withdrew. Zhou Feng was the only one left in the training room, and his expression kept changing. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. You fooled everyone. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth. A B-level fire ability. No wonder that bitch Su Qinghan, despite being indifferent to you, her good-for-nothing fiancé, never explicitly refused the engagement. Did she already know all along? A strong sense of jealousy and crisis welled up in my heart. If Lin Fan truly possesses a B-level superpower and has been hiding it, then his potential is far greater than previously assessed. If he achieves outstanding results in the college entrance examination, coupled with his engagement to Su Qinghan, the consequences will be unimaginable. No. Absolutely not. Su Qinghan can only be mine. Zhou Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. Lin Fan, you must die. You must disappear completely before the college entrance examination. He walked to the window, looked at the bustling night view of Jiangcheng outside, and quickly made a decision in his mind. The ability to conceal supernatural powers, is it some kind of rare item? Or a special cultivation technique? Whatever it is, we must get our hands on it. As for killing, it's too risky to do it in the city. It seems we'll have to find an opportunity outside the city. Next time, we must send more reliable people to ensure everything goes smoothly. When Lin Fan dragged his slightly tired but excited body home, it was already late at night. My parents were still awake, sitting on the sofa in the living room. The TV was on, but no one was watching it. Their faces were full of worry. Seeing him return, even though he had changed into clean clothes, the weariness between his brows and the faint smell of blood, despite his careful cleaning, immediately brought tears to Lin's mother's eyes. Xiao Fan, you went to the martial arts gym to train so late again? And you're injured? Lin's mother stepped forward, took Lin Fan's hand, and looked him up and down. Chapter 9 Zhou Feng. Lin Fan's father, Lin Zhangwo, a middle-aged man with a simple face and the marks of time, also sighed and said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan, we know you're unwilling to accept this and want to give it your all. But, some things can't be forced. Your special talent is predetermined, and being an F rank doesn't mean you can't survive. Your parents don't expect you to be rich and powerful, we just hope you'll be safe and sound. Looking at his parents' concerned and worried eyes, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth and sorrow in his heart. This is his family. No matter how powerful he becomes, they will always be his strongest support. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. It's just a bit of a workout from training, some minor injuries, but they've all healed. Lin Fan gave a relaxed smile, showing off his arm. The slight scratches from the hunt were almost invisible thanks to weak self-healing and his deliberate control. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll definitely give you a surprise during the martial arts exam. Surprise? What surprise could we have? We'd be perfectly content if you passed the exam safely and got into a decent ordinary university. Lin's mother wiped her eyes. Just then, Lin Fan's phone, which was on the table, rang with a video call notification. He picked it up and saw it was his sister, Lin Shui. When the video call connected, a girl with a ponytail, pretty face, and a touch of heroism appeared on the screen. She was Lin Fan's older sister, Lin Shui. She attends a prestigious university in another city that specializes in supernatural abilities. She has awakened an A-level supernatural ability, telekinesis, and is the pride of her entire family. Xiaofan. Dad, Mom. Lin Shui's voice was full of energy. I just finished evening training and came to see you. Xiaofan, you don't look too good. Did you train too hard again? Sister, I'm fine. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. You still say it's nothing. Lin Shui said, feigning anger. How many times have I told you to be careful? So what if you have an F-level ability? Your sister is an A-level now, and I'll definitely find a good job after graduation. I can support you for the rest of your life. Just be happy and don't put too much pressure on yourself. At worst, I'll protect you. Hearing her sister's seemingly domineering but actually caring words, Lin Fan felt a lump in her throat. In his previous life, he was an only child and had never experienced the kind of sibling affection he had. In this life, he has parents and an older sister who truly love him. Thank you, sis. But I really can do it, just you wait and see, Lin Fan said firmly. Lin Shui was slightly taken aback when she saw the unusually confident look in her younger brother's eyes. She then smiled and said, well done, kid. Looks like you've adjusted your mindset quite well. It's good that you have this spirit. But you still need to be careful, understand? Okay, sis. After chatting for a few more minutes, Lin Shui turned off her lights and ended the call. After the video call ended, there was a moment of silence in the living room. Lin's mother hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiaofan, today, the Su family sent someone over to ask about your engagement with Qinghan. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The Su family? What did they say? Lin Zhengluo chimed in. He didn't say it outright, but he implied that Qinghan is a very talented child with a limitless future. He was afraid that the engagement had affected you and delayed her. His words were rather subtle, but the meaning was clear. The Su family had the idea of breaking off the engagement, but they didn't bring it up directly out of consideration for face. Lin's mother sighed. Xiaofan, the Su family, has too high a threshold. Qinghan is a good child, with S-level superpowers, she's beautiful, and her family background is good. But, our family is just an ordinary family, and you are now, Mom knows you might have feelings for Qinghan, after all, you grew up together. But, the gap is too big. Even if Qinghan herself doesn't care, her family, and, ultimately, you two are from different worlds. My parents' words were realistic, but also expressed their helplessness. In this world where superpowers reign supreme, the concept of marrying someone of equal social standing is even more blatant. An S-class prodigy and an F-class loser, their futures do indeed seem like two parallel lines. If it were the Lin Fan of the past, hearing these words would probably have made him feel even more inferior and desperate. But Lin Fan was calm at the moment, and even felt like laughing. S-class superpower? Is that so amazing? My system grants me countless superpowers. How can a mere S-class title limit future achievements? He looked at his parents calmly, his tone steady and confident. Dad, Mom, I understand what you mean. However, regarding the engagement, my stance is that unless Qinghan takes the initiative to break it off, I will not. This is my promise and responsibility as a man. He paused, then continued, as for your concerns about the gap in strength and sectarian bias, believe me, these are not problems. I will prove everything in the college entrance examination 3 months from now. Your son is not that simple. Looking into their son's deep and confident eyes, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were momentarily dazed. The son before me seemed completely different from the somewhat introverted and self-conscious boy I used to be. This composure and confidence that emanates from within cannot be faked. Xiao Fan, you. Lin's mother wanted to say something more. Lin Fan smiled slightly and interrupted, Mom, don't worry. I know what to do. It's getting late, you should get some rest too. After saying that, he got up and went back to his room. Lin's parents were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Old Lin, don't you think? Xiao Fan seems like a completely different person? Lin's mother asked hesitantly. Lin Jiangwo was silent for a moment, then nodded, he is a little different. His eyes are particularly bright, and he speaks with more confidence. Could it be that he really had some kind of extraordinary encounter at the martial arts school? Well, no matter what, as long as he's safe and sound, that's all that matters. Inside the room, Lin Fan locked the door, his eyes sharpening once more. The Zhou family Zhou Feng, from the few words spoken by the two pursuers and the characteristics of the wind-based superpowers they used, he basically locked onto the mastermind behind the scenes. Among the younger generation in Zhangqiang, Zhou Feng is the prime suspect, known for his wind-based superpowers and his arrogant and domineering nature. Sending someone to kill me. I'll remember this debt. The most urgent task remains to enhance our strength. He checked the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Cultivation level, Awakening Stage 4. Currently equipped superpowers, F rank weak self-healing disguise, B rank flame control hidden. Special ability library, D level swiftness, D level crushing fist, E level dynamic vision. The origin of life, 15 units. Daily deprivation count, 02. I only have 15 units of life essence left, not enough to upgrade my cultivation level, nor enough to upgrade dynamic vision to level D, which requires 10 units. Lin Fan pondered. Although dynamic vision is only level E, its effects are very practical, and its effect is significant when combined with swift movement. If I can upgrade it to level D, my observation and reaction abilities will reach a new level. We'll continue heading out of the city tomorrow. We must gather enough life-sustaining energy as soon as possible. Chapter 10 Class Competition. The next day, Lin Fan left the city again. Having learned from his previous experience, he became even more cautious, not only watching out for monsters but also being wary of other superhumans who might appear. He no longer confined himself to the very edge of the safe zone and began to explore deeper. His D rank, swiftness, and crushing fist, combined with his E rank, dynamic vision, and the B rank flames he had secretly prepared, made him strong enough to deal with most mid-tier first-order demonic beasts, and even pose a threat to high-tier first-order demonic beasts. Hunting efficiency greatly improved. In one day, he successfully hunted down 2 mid-level first-tier demonic beasts and several low-level first-tier demonic beasts, obtaining 20 units of life essence. Although he still didn't obtain any new abilities, he was very satisfied with the harvest of life essence. The origin of life, 35 units. Enough. Upgrade 2, dynamic vision. Command confirmed. Consuming 10 units of life essence to begin upgrading the E rank ability, dynamic vision. Upgrade successful. Obtained the D rank ability, Eagle Eye. A cool energy surged into his eyes, and Lin Fan felt his vision instantly become incredibly clear. The textures of distant leaves, the winged trails of flying insects, and even the subtle energy flows in the air seemed to be magnified several times over, all within sight. The dynamic capture capability has been improved by more than one level. D rank, Eagle Eye. That's incredible. Lin Fan was overjoyed. This is practically a human-shaped telescope combined with a high-speed camera. It's incredibly helpful for tracking, reconnaissance, and battle prediction. There are 25 units of life essence remaining. It seems I need around 30 units to go from level 4 to level 5 of the awakening stage. I'm still a little short. Keep up the good work. Strive to break through to the 5th level as soon as possible. In the days that followed, Lin Fan entered a frenzied rhythm of cultivation and hunting. His life revolved around 3 points: school, martial arts school, and the outskirts of the city. At the martial arts school, he continued to play the role of a hardworking but talentless loser, while secretly using equipment to solidify his newly acquired strength and speed. Outside the city, he transforms into a ruthless and efficient hunter, constantly challenging stronger monsters to accumulate life essence and experience. A week later, in a dense forest, Lin Fan fought a fierce battle with a ferocious first-tier high-level demon beast, the bloodthirsty wolf, for a long time. In the end, he managed to kill the wolf by predicting its attack trajectory with his eagle eye, dodging with swift movement, and striking its weak point in the waist with crushing fist. Successfully deprived. Gain 12 units of life essence. After absorbing these 12 units of life essence, plus the previous accumulation, Lin Fan's energy finally reached the critical point. Boom! An even stronger aura erupted, and the surrounding fallen leaves were pushed aside by an invisible wave of air. Awakening stage, level 5. Feeling the surging power within him, and the powerful sensations brought by the 3D level superpowers, Eagle Eye, Swift Movement, and Crushing Fist, Lin Fan stood beside the corpse of the bloodthirsty wolf, his heart brimming with heroic spirit. Awakening stage 5. 3D level abilities. An AB level trump card. Right now, even if I faced Zhou Feng, who was at the 7th level of awakening stage, I might not be without a fighting chance. There are less than 2 months left until the National Unified College Entrance Examination for people with supernatural abilities. Lin Fan's gaze seemed to pierce through the dense forest, looking towards Jiangcheng and towards the upcoming assessment that would determine the fate of countless people. The college entrance exam. I really look forward to it. A confident smile curved his lips, and with a flash, he disappeared into the depths of the jungle. His next goal was to reach the 6th level of the awakening stage, and to prepare more trump cards for the college entrance examination. After Lin Fan broke through to the 5th level of the awakening stage, his aura became even more restrained. He deliberately suppressed his cultivation level to around the middle of the 4th level of the awakening stage, which was the limit that he could control perfectly without arousing suspicion. His 3 major D-level superpowers are kept hidden as trump cards, and on the surface he is still the same Lin Fan who barely survives by relying on F-level self-healing and acquired efforts. That day, during a practical supernatural ability class, homeroom teacher Li Jianguo announced some news. In order to improve everyone's practical experience and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination for supernatural abilities, next week, our grade will hold an intra-class competition. The matches will be one-on-one by drawing lots, and will stop when the opponent is satisfied. The aim is to test everyone's training results during this period. The news caused an uproar in the classroom. Some are eager to try, while others are worried. For many students with low-level superpowers and average family backgrounds, such open confrontations are undoubtedly an opportunity to expose their weaknesses and even embarrass themselves in public. Lin Fan remained calm. A competition? It would be a good opportunity to test his control over his power, and incidentally, to give some people a little surprise. The draw results came out quickly. When Lin Fan saw his opponent, his eyes flickered slightly. Zhao Gang. What a small world. Zhao Gang also saw the draw results. He was stunned for a moment, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. He clenched his fist hard in Lin Fan's direction, and his knuckles made a cracking sound, which was full of provocation. Ha, Lin Fan, you're really lucky. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you and won't beat you too badly. Zhao Gang said loudly on purpose, which drew laughter from the surrounding crowd. Brother Gang is awesome. Lin Fan is in big trouble this time. F class versus D class, there's no suspense at all. Almost no one had a good chance of winning against Lin Fan. To most people, the D level, brute force, against the F level, weak self-healing, was like a strong adult bullying a child. Wang Hao tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve worriedly. Brother Fan, how about you talk to Teacher Li and see if you can get a different one? Or you could just admit defeat, it's not shameful anyway. Lin Fan patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, smiled, and said in a calm but undeniable tone, it's alright, it's a good opportunity to test the results of my recent training. His calm reaction surprised some of those who were waiting to see him panic. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Zhao Gang sneered, increasingly convinced that Lin Fan was putting on a brave face. A week passed quickly, and the class competition officially began in the school's indoor training hall. Students and teachers from other classes also came to watch, making the scene quite lively. Lin Fan even caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures in the corner of the stands, Zhou Feng and Su Qinghan, who was as aloof and dazzling as an ice lotus. Zhou Feng was clearly there to see him make a fool of himself, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and anticipation. Su Qinghan's gaze seemed to fall on Lin Fan, who was about to take the stage, her cool eyes carrying a hint of complex emotions that were hard to detect. First match, Lin Fan vs. Zhao Gang. Both players, enter the arena, the referee announced loudly. Lin Fan and Zhao Gang walked onto the designated competition area at the same time. Lin Fan, it's not too late to admit defeat now, so you don't end up with a black eye and a swollen face, making a fool of yourself in front of so many people. Zhao Gang twisted his neck, his muscles bulging, his D-level, brute force, ability already activated, his aura imposing. Lin Fan didn't speak, but calmly assumed a basic fighting stance. This weak yet stubborn appearance garnered some sympathy from onlookers. The match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Zhao Gang roared like a mad bull and charged towards Lin Fan with heavy steps. His right fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, aimed straight for Lin Fan's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, showing no mercy. If it landed, an ordinary student at the third level of the awakening stage would probably end up in the hospital. A gasp rang out from the sidelines, and even the referee frowned, ready to intervene at any moment. Facing this fierce punch, Lin Fan focused his gaze and quietly activated Eagle Eye. The effect was controlled to an extremely subtle degree, making it difficult for outsiders to detect. In his vision, Zhao Gang's movements seemed to have slowed down slightly, and the trajectory of his fist was clearly visible. Instead of taking the punch head-on, he seemingly slipped in a panic, tilting his body slightly to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. The force of the punch stung his cheek. "Ha!" He dodged it, someone in the audience exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Gang missed his punch and was slightly taken aback, but he reacted quickly, following up with his left fist and sweeping it towards Lin Fan's ribs. Lin Fan seemed to have no way to avoid it, so he could only cross his arms and forcefully block the attack. Chapter 11 Su Qinghan's Concern. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Lin Fan stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before barely managing to steady himself, his arms feeling sore and numb. He deliberately controlled his strength, making it appear as if he was completely suppressed and barely resisting. As expected, the difference in strength is too great. It's good enough if we can even block it. Zhao Gang hasn't even used his full strength yet. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Seeing Lin Fan so easily defeated, Zhao Gang became even more confident and lunged forward again with a sinister grin. "Let's see how many hits you can take." The ensuing battle was completely one-sided. Zhao Gang launched a relentless offensive, using both fists and feet, relying on his brute force ability to fight with tremendous force. Lin Fan, on the other hand, appeared extremely disheveled, constantly dodging and parrying, only occasionally managing to find an opening to launch a counterattack. However, his attacks on Zhao Gang were like tickling, only provoking the opponent to launch even more ferocious attacks. Lin Fan quickly developed several bruises, and his mouth was cracked and bleeding, making him look extremely miserable. But his eyes remained determined, and every time he was knocked back, he stubbornly got up and continued fighting. His indomitable tenacity gradually inspired the audience. "Lin Fan, he's so tenacious." Yes, despite the huge gap in strength, they still persisted. His fighting skills seem to have improved a lot. Although he is not strong, his dodging and blocking are very good. I heard he goes to the martial arts gym to practice until very late every day. It seems his hard work has paid off. Some people who had initially looked down on him began to show more respect in their eyes. Especially the girls in the class, looking at Lin Fan's disheveled yet exceptionally determined profile, and the stubbornness with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, couldn't help but feel sympathy and a strange sense of goodwill. Just a death throes. Zhou Feng, who was in the stands, initially had a mocking smile, but as he watched Lin Fan fall and get up again and again, his eyes gradually became somewhat gloomy. This unyielding, cockroach-like resilience made him feel very uncomfortable. However, he was more relaxed. Looks like Ah Long and Ah Hu were just making excuses after all. How could trash like them possibly possess B-level superpowers? They must have just happened to use the swamp terrain to escape. Trash is trash. Su Qinghan's cold eyes remained fixed on the figure constantly being attacked in the arena, her slender fingers unconsciously clenching slightly. Zhao Gang, unable to break through Lin Fan's defenses, became increasingly frustrated by Lin Fan's persistent and tenacious style of play. He also suffered a few minor but effective counterattacks from Lin Fan, which only fueled his anger. "Damn it! Lie down!" Zhao Gang roared, channeling all his supernatural power into his right leg, unleashing a powerful side kick straight for Lin Fan's chest. If this kick landed, it would be enough to break Lin Fan's ribs. At the critical moment, a glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Eagle Eye focused its full attention on capturing the trajectory, and swiftness erupted instantly beneath his feet, controlled to an extremely subtle degree, as if it were just a burst of all-out effort. He no longer blocked, but instead leaned his body back sharply, and at the same time, his right foot, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, precisely kicked the inside of Zhao Gang's left knee joint, which was his supporting leg. This sudden change of tactics was incredibly fast and the angle was extremely tricky. Zhao Gang kicked forward with all his might, but his center of gravity was already unstable. Lin Fan's toe struck his left knee hard, causing a sharp pain and numbness. His supporting leg went weak, and he lost his balance, falling to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan, due to leaning back too far and being exhausted, staggered back a few steps, knelt on one knee, and gasped for breath.
The entire room fell silent instantly.
Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at what was happening on the field in disbelief.
Zhao Gang fell down? And Lin Fan, though he looked like he was about to collapse, was still standing?
The referee was also taken aback for a moment before quickly stepping forward to check. Zhao Gang clutched his left knee, wincing in pain, and couldn't stand up for a while. Lin Fan wins, the referee announced loudly, his tone tinged with disbelief.
After a moment of silence, a huge commotion erupted in the training hall. He won? Lin Fan won? My God! An F-level ability beat a D-level ability? How did he do that? That last move was absolutely brilliant. The timing was perfect. Is this really something that can be achieved through hard work?
Lin Fan is just too strong. Applause and gasps of amazement rose and fell. Wan Hao was so excited he almost jumped up. The way many classmates looked at Lin Fan changed completely, from their previous contempt and sympathy to shock and admiration. Looking at the boy on the field, who was covered in bruises but stood tall, Coach Li Jiangwo's eyes were filled with complex emotions, which eventually turned into a soft sigh, which seemed to contain a hint of relief.
Perhaps, this child isn't as bad as he imagines?
Lin Fan slowly stood up, feeling the injuries inside his body, which were actually not serious, mostly superficial wounds and faking, and the astonished gazes around him. His heart remained calm. This victory was entirely under his control. He precisely controlled his strength, speed, and reaction, creating the illusion of overcoming the strong with unwavering will and precise skills. They won the match without revealing their true strength, a perfect result. However, at that moment, a graceful figure slowly walked onto the competition field amidst everyone's astonished gazes.
It's Su Qinghan.
She ignored Zhao Gang, who was still groaning on the ground, and walked straight up to Lin Fan. Under the sunlight, her stunning face seemed to be bathed in a halo, and her cool and aloof demeanor instantly silenced the noisy training hall. She took out a clean, simple handkerchief from her pocket and gently and carefully wiped the blood from Lin Fan's mouth and the dust from his face. Her movements were so natural and focused, as if she were doing something very important.
The usual aloofness was gone from his eyes, and its place was an indescribable tenderness and heartache. Don't push yourself so hard anymore.
Su Qinghan's voice was soft, but it clearly echoed throughout the quiet venue.
I told you, I would protect you.
At that moment, time seemed to stand still.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene. Su Qinghan, the pride of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, an S-level awakened superpower user, has already been recommended to a top university. In full view of everyone, he actually wiped Lin Fan's wounds, who had just won the competition by luck but was still only an F-level superpower. She even said she would protect him? This is a lot of information.
Lin Fan was also stunned. Looking closely at Su Qinghan's exquisite face, so close to his own, and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her, memories of their innocent childhood friendship involuntarily surfaced in his mind. When he was a child, she would do the same thing when he got hurt due to his mischief, complaining while carefully treating his wounds. Touched by the softest spot in his heart, Lin Fan's deliberately maintained resolute and calm expression faded, revealing a long-lost, slightly tired but incredibly genuine gentle smile.
He said softly, "Qinghan, I'm fine." That laugh, that cry of Qinghan, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up towering waves. Do they know each other? You're more than just acquaintances. Look at Su Qinghan. Lin Fan calls her Qinghan? So intimate? My goddess. Just who is this Lin Fan? Countless gazes were focused on the two people in the center of the arena, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Zhou Feng, standing in the stands, instantly turned ashen-faced, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and the resentment in his eyes was almost bursting forth. He stared intently at Lin Fan, wishing he could rush up and tear him to pieces. Lin Fan, you're asking for death. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, and the surrounding air seemed to turn several degrees colder. The other boys who secretly loved Su Qinghan were also heartbroken, and their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with hostility. Su Qinghan seemed unconcerned about the stares around her. She carefully wiped Lin Fan's face clean, then handed him a handkerchief and said softly, "Rest well, don't push yourself anymore." After saying that, she gave Lin Fan a deep look, turned around and left gracefully, leaving behind a cool and beautiful back view and the endless discussion in the training hall. Undoubtedly, the bombshell news, useless guy makes a comeback? Ice Queen protects him in public, instantly ignited the campus forum and became the absolute headline of the day. Chapter 12 Marriage Contract. Lin Fan held the handkerchief, still faintly fragrant and warm, and looked in the direction Su Qinghan had left. He felt the countless burning gazes around him,
especially Zhou Feng's almost murderous stare. He sighed softly in his heart.
It seems that keeping a low profile is impossible. But that's fine too.
He raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over Zhou Feng, whose face was pale in the stands, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Trouble is something only the weak need to avoid.
For him, who was about to soar to great heights, these were merely some scenery along the way to the summit. The interaction between Lin Fan and Su Qinghan in front of everyone was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, the ripples of which quickly spread throughout Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. The campus forum was in complete chaos.
Breaking news! Confirmed. F-rank loser Lin Fan and S-rank goddess Su Qinghan have a close relationship.
Live from the scene, the ice-cold school beauty gently wipes Lin Fan's sweat, and they speak intimately to each other.
In-depth analysis, Lin Fan and Su Qinghan are suspected to be childhood sweethearts, or possibly engaged?
Various clickbait posts emerged one after another, with accompanying photos and short videos that vividly recreated the scene.
Su Qinghan's rare gentle expression and Lin Fan's instantaneous lowering of guard in his response became irrefutable evidence.
In an instant, Lin Fan's name went from being an unknown and occasionally ridiculed F-level self-healing guy to becoming the public enemy of all the boys in the school and the center of gossip among the girls.
Why should he? Why should Lin Fan?
She just got lucky and beat Zhao Gang, so why would Su Qinghan be interested in him? Lin Fan must have used some despicable means to pester goddess Su.
I don't believe it.
This must be a misunderstanding. The boys were furious, especially those who considered themselves to be of good standing and had feelings for Su Qinghan. They were so jealous that their eyes were filled with undisguised hostility and envy when they looked at Lin Fan.
The girls' attitudes were much more complex.
Some found Lin Fan's perseverance and hard work very attractive, especially after he overcame the odds against the odds. Su Qinghan's actions added a layer of mystery to him, which in turn aroused the curiosity and goodwill of some girls. Another group felt that Lin Fan was not good enough for Su Qinghan and felt sorry for the goddess. As the other person at the center of the incident, Zhao Gang was filled with shame and indignation. He not only lost to the good-for-nothing he had always looked down on in front of the whole class, but also became the background figure for the scandal between Lin Fan and Su Qinghan. These past few days he's been avoiding people almost constantly, his hatred for Lin Fan reaching its peak. But touching his still aching knees, he feels a bit apprehensive and doesn't dare to provoke him any further for the time being.
The atmosphere in the classroom became subtle.
The classmates who used to ignore Lin Fan now look at him with curiosity and complexity. Wang Hao became Lin Fan's most steadfast supporter, walking with his head held high and chest out, as if he himself had won the game.
Fan Ge, you're amazing. The whole school is talking about you now. Wang Hao whispered excitedly, you and goddess Su, is it for real?
Lin Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, don't ask too many questions, train more.
He remained low-key.
He attended classes on time every day, went to the martial arts school after school, and went hunting out of town every weekend without fail. He selectively ignored the surrounding discussions and stares. His 30-year-old soul made him indifferent to the envy, jealousy, and hatred he felt towards these young men and women. The real threat is never on campus, but in those dark corners. Class teacher Li Jianguo had a talk with Lin Fan, his tone much gentler than before, no longer one of disappointment but with a hint of admonition. Lin Fan, you and Su Qinghan.
I won't interfere in your private affairs. However, you need to be clear about your own position. Some gaps cannot be bridged by hard work alone.
Don't waste your energy on unrealistic fantasies. Preparing for the college entrance examination with a down-to-earth attitude is the right path. Lin Fan listened respectfully without refuting, and calmly replied, thank you for your concern, teacher.
I know what to do. His composure surprised Li Jianguo, who ultimately just waved him away. The real undercurrents were surging where Lin Fan couldn't see. Inside Zhou Feng's villa. Bang!
An expensive crystal ashtray was smashed to the ground, shards flying everywhere.
Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhou Feng roared at the trembling butler and two newly transferred subordinates, his face contorted with rage. You've been investigating for days, and all you found is a childhood sweetheart? I need solid evidence. Something that can kill that kid.
The butler forced a smile and said, young master, the Su family is keeping a tight rein on the matter, and they are very secretive about the engagement.
Lin Fan's parents are just ordinary workers, so we can't find anything wrong with them.
As for Lin Fan himself, he only goes to school and martial arts school, and occasionally leaves the city. His whereabouts are very regular, but there's nothing unusual about him.
Nothing unusual? Zhou Feng's eyes turned sinister. Last time, Along and Ah who said he might have a B-level ability. Although it was just an excuse they made up, don't you think his victory in this class competition was too suspicious? Zhao Gang's D-level, brute force, is real. Even if Lin Fan has good skills, without the corresponding physical qualities and reaction speed, how could he possibly win? A new subordinate hesitated and said, "Young master, could it be that he's just incredibly hardworking and lucky?" Bullshit. Zhou Feng roared. If hard work were all it took, there would be no geniuses in this world. I have a feeling this kid is weird. Keep a close eye on him. Especially when he leaves the city. Next time, I'll personally lead a team. I want to see what's so strange about him. Yes, the subordinate replied quickly. Zhou Feng walked to the window, looked towards the campus, and gritted his teeth. Lin Fan, whether you're a real good for nothing or just pretending, if you dare touch the woman I've set my sights on, you must disappear. Su Qinghan can only be mine. On the other side, the Su family. In an elegantly furnished study, Su Qinghan stood quietly by the window, gazing at the courtyard scenery outside. A middle-aged woman with an elegant demeanor and a face somewhat resembling Su Qinghan sat on the sofa. She was Su Qinghan's mother, Lu Ruyan. Qinghan, the rumors at school are going around. What exactly is going on between you and that Lin Fan? Lu Ruyan's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable air of authority. Su Qinghan turned around, her cold face expressionless. It's nothing, I just saw he was injured and, as a classmate, I helped him out. Classmates? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. Just classmates? I heard that you two were very close when you were little, and even, your grandfather and his grandfather were betrothed as children? Su Qinghan remained silent for a moment, but did not deny it. Chapter 13 The Assassin Returns. Lu Ruyan sighed, walked to her daughter's side, and said softly, "Qinghan, Mom knows you might be sentimental. But you need to understand that you have an S-level ability and are destined to stand at a higher level." Lin Fan. Mom isn't saying he's bad, but he only has an F-level ability. Your future paths are completely different. If this marriage agreement exists, it might not be a good thing for our Su family, for you, or even for him. Su Qinghan raised her head and looked at her mother. Mom, I will walk my own path. As for the engagement, that was Grandpa's decision, and I will not go against it. But in the end, it depends on Lin Fan's own choice and whether he has the ability to bear the consequences of this engagement. Her tone remained calm, but a barely perceptible hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Looking at her daughter, Lu Ruyan knew that although her daughter appeared aloof, she was very opinionated. She could only say helplessly, "All right, Mom is just reminding you. Zhou Feng is determined to have you. His father even subtly inquired about the marriage a few days ago. You, be careful." I know. Su Qinghan nodded, her gaze turning back to the window, lost in thought. Lin Fan was well aware of the turmoil and unrest in the outside world, but he had no time to pay attention to it. He devoted all his energy to improving his strength. Hunting outside the city became more cautious. He no longer stayed in one area, but constantly changed locations, using the advantages of eagle eye and swiftness to avoid potential spies. Hunting targets are mainly solitary or weak first-tier mid-level and high-level monsters. As the life essence steadily accumulates, although no new superpowers are added to the superpower pool, the use of existing superpowers becomes increasingly proficient. He even began experimenting with simple combinations of Eagle Eye, Swift Movement, and Crushing Fist. For example, the moment Eagle Eye locked onto a weak point, he would dash forward with Swift Movement and unleash Crushing Fist, aiming for a one-hit kill, and his efficiency was getting higher and higher. His cultivation level is also steadily improving, moving towards the 6th level of the awakening stage. That day, Lin Fan encountered some trouble while hunting a high-level Tier 1 armored rhinoceros. This beast has extremely strong defense, with thick skin and flesh, so the Crushing Fist has little effect on it. During the struggle, Lin Fan was accidentally scratched on the arm by its horn, and the wound was quite deep. After dealing with the armored rhinoceros, Lin Fan hid in a concealed spot to tend to his wounds. He frowned as he watched the deep, bone-revealing wounds slowly heal under the effect of weak self-healing. The F-rank self-healing effect was indeed too useless in actual combat. If only I could strip someone of their healing abilities. Lin Fan thought to himself. Unfortunately, healing abilities are relatively rare, and even rarer among low-level monsters. Just as he finished bandaging his wound and was about to leave, Eagle Eye suddenly caught sight of several blurry figures rapidly approaching from the distance, seemingly heading in his direction. Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he immediately concealed his aura, hiding himself in the dense bushes. Soon, 3 figures appeared at the spot where he had just fought.
They were 3 men dressed in matching black outfits, exuding a sharp aura. The leader was clearly at the 7th level of the awakening stage. The other 2 were at the 6th level of the awakening stage. They carefully examined the signs of battle on the ground and the carcass of the armored rhinoceros. He died recently, and the method was clean and efficient. He must have been a veteran. Judging from these footprints and the lingering aura, the target is likely a person whose cultivation level is probably between the 5th and 6th levels of the awakening stage.
Chase him. He can't have gone far.
The young master ordered that we must find him alive or dead. Lin Fan heard everything clearly from the shadows, his heart turning cold.
Young master? He wanted him alive or dead? The target was undoubtedly him. It was someone Zhou Feng had sent. And this time, their strength far surpassed the last. 3 of them are at level 6 or higher in the awakening stage, and 1 of them is at level 7. There's absolutely no chance of winning in a direct confrontation.
He held his breath, pushing swiftness to its limit without making a sound, retreating silently like a raccoon, disappearing into the deeper shadows of the jungle.
A dangerous hunt is about to unfold once again in the wilderness outside the city.
This time, the roles of hunter and prey seem even more blurred. Lin Fan knew that the real test had arrived. He had to use all the terrain and his wisdom to shake off these pursuers, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The wind in the wilderness, carrying a chilling aura, blew the wisps of hair on the boy's forehead and also stirred the increasingly resolute, cold light in his eyes. Lin Fan's heart was pounding like a drum, but he kept his breathing very low. The D-rank, eagle eye, took in the subtle movements of the 3 assassins in the distance. Like well-trained hunting dogs, they were tracking the scent of blood and signs of battle. The leader, an assassin at the 7th level of the awakening stage, had sharp, eagle-like eyes that brought Lin Fan a tremendous sense of pressure. I can't run in a straight line, or I'll be easily caught. Lin Fan calculated rapidly in his mind. Using the lightness of swiftness, he deliberately chose to traverse areas with dense thorns and complex terrain, while carefully concealing his footprints and scent with mud and leaves. Fortunately, the battle with the armored rhinoceros hadn't taken a heavy toll, and I still had plenty of energy.
However, the gap in strength cannot be completely bridged by skill alone.
The 7th level assassin was clearly experienced and quickly saw through Lin Fan's intentions. He led his men to surround Lin Fan in a fan shape, constantly compressing Lin Fan's space to move.
Kid, stop hiding.
Surrender obediently and you'll suffer less, a level 6 assassin shouted with a cold laugh, his voice echoing in the silent forest. Lin Fan ignored him, his gaze fixed on a swampy depression to his right, filled with thick miasma. The vegetation there was rotting, poisonous insects bred, and even monsters rarely approached it. It was an extremely dangerous place, but it was also his only chance of survival.
I'll risk it all.
Lin Fan gritted his teeth and pushed swiftness to its limit, his figure shooting towards the swamp like an arrow.
Want to enter the poisonous swamp? You're courting death.
The 7th level assassin sneered, his speed suddenly increasing, and a sharp wind blade flew out of his hand, slashing towards Lin Fan's back. Sensing the murderous intent approaching from behind, Lin Fan used Eagle Eye to track the trajectory. He suddenly slid to the side, and a wind blade grazed his shoulder, slicing a small tree in half. The sharp wind stung his skin. Taking advantage of the lull, Lin Fan plunged into the thick miasma. Instantly, a nauseating stench and dizziness overwhelmed him, and his vision blurred.
He immediately held his breath to minimize inhaling the toxic miasma. Chase him. He won't last long. The 7th level assassin didn't hesitate, leading his men into the miasma.
They seemed to have taken antidotes beforehand, their resistance to the miasma being significantly stronger than Lin Fan's. The swamp was muddy and treacherous, fraught with hidden dangers. Lin Fan stumbled along, relying entirely on his eagle eye to identify relatively safe landing spots. But the pursuers were getting closer and closer, especially the 7th level assassin, whose speed far exceeded his.
Boy, where do you think you're going?
A fierce shout came from behind, and the 7th level assassin had already closed in, his 5 fingers forming a claw, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, aiming straight for Lin Fan's back. If this claw landed, it would be enough to pierce through metal and stone.
There was no way to avoid it.
A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He knew that if he continued to hide his strength, he would surely die today.
Grade B ability, Flame Control. Unleash. Chapter 14-3 New Superpowers. Boom.
Instantly, scorching flames erupted from Lin Fan's body, enveloping his entire body. The terrifying heat caused the surrounding miasma to sizzle.
He whirled around, his fists burning with flames, neither dodging nor avoiding, directly confronting the opponent's sharp claws. Fire beats wind. A tribute advantage. What? B-grade flames? The 7th level assassin's pupils shrank, his face filled with horror and disbelief. The intelligence was wrong. This kid is not an F-grade waste at all. Fists and claws clashed. Laugh. Flames and wind blades clashed violently, creating ear-piercing explosions. The 7th level assassin screamed as his wind energy rapidly dissipated in the face of the raging flames, leaving his entire palm charred black and racked with excruciating pain. But he was, after all, a 7th level awakening cultivator with rich combat experience. He endured the excruciating pain, used the force to fly backward, and shouted fiercely, "He has a B-level fire ability. Attack him together and kill him." The other 2 level 6 assassins also snapped out of their shock and launched attacks simultaneously from the left and right. One threw a powerful punch, while the other flung out several poison darts. Lin Fan landed a successful blow, but dared not relax for a moment. Facing 3 powerful enemies at the same time, including an injured 7th level cultivator, the pressure was immense. He had to finish the battle quickly, otherwise he would be finished once he was exhausted or attracted even more powerful monsters. Take care of the weak ones first. Lin Fan's mind raced, and he unleashed swift movement. With a strange twist of his body, he dodged the dart, while at the same time, Eagle Eye locked onto the 6th level assassin on his left with a fierce punch. Rank D, Crushing Fist. Flame Enchantment. His fists flew like dragons, flames roared. The 6th level assassin clearly hadn't expected Lin Fan to dare to counterattack while under siege, let alone that his strength and flames were so violent. In haste, he crossed his arms to block. Bang! Crack! With the sound of bones shattering, the assassin flew backward like a broken sack, his arms twisted, his chest charred black, and he lay on the ground, his fate unknown. 5th brother. Another assassin wielding darts was furious, and more poisoned darts rained down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet been generated. He was about to be engulfed by the darts. At the critical moment, he forcibly twisted his body, simultaneously forming a thin wall of fire in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. Most of the darts were melted by the flames, but a few still pierced through the wall of fire and struck his shoulder and thigh. A wave of numbness washed over him instantly. Poisonous. Lin Fan's heart sank, and his movements froze. A perfect opportunity. Upon seeing this, the wounded 7th level assassin's eyes flashed with ferocity. Ignoring his hand injury, he gathered all his strength, and an even more condensed and enormous wind blade appeared out of thin air, carrying the momentum to tear everything apart, and slashed towards Lin Fan's head. This was his ultimate killing move. A matter of life and death. Lin Fan's pupils contracted, and a strong will to survive and an unyielding spirit within him erupted. He felt that the bottleneck he was stuck at the peak of the 5th level was actually showing signs of loosening at this moment. Not enough. We need more power. Without hesitation, he absorbed all the remaining life essence stored in the system, along with the life essence he had just obtained from the 6th level assassin he had killed. Absorbed 25 units of life essence. Boom! An aura far more powerful than when he broke through before erupted from Lin Fan's body. It was as if some kind of shackle had been broken, and his strength, speed, reaction, and mental power were all enhanced in every aspect. Awakening stage, level 6. At the same time, he felt that the weak self-healing ability that had been slowly working in his body had undergone a strange change and become much more active under the stimulation of his cultivation breakthrough and the energy of his life source. But there was no time to investigate further. A massive wind blade was already upon them. Break! Lin Fan roared, channeling the power he gained from his breakthrough into his right fist without reservation. His B-grade flames burned to their peak as he unleashed a powerful punch. This time, the flames were no longer scattered but condensed into a crimson pillar of fire, slamming into the wind blade. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the swamp. Flames and raging winds scattered and blasted the surrounding mud into countless fragments. After a brief stalemate, the wind blade shattered inch by inch. Although the pillar of fire dimmed considerably, its momentum remained undiminished, slamming heavily into the chest of the 7th level assassin. No! The 7th level assassin let out a desperate roar. A charred hole was instantly pierced through his chest. His eyes widened, filled with resentment and terror, and he fell straight down. The last assassin from the 6th floor who used darts was terrified when he saw his 2 companions, especially the captain from the 7th floor, die in the blink of an eye. he turned around and tried to run away. Trying to run?
Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold.
He endured the numbing sensation brought by the poison, activated swiftness, and instantly caught up.
His palm, still burning with embers, was like the scythe of death, imprinted on Lin Fan's back.
The assassin froze, collapsed to the ground, and died instantly.
The battle ended, and the swamp returned to its deathly silence, save for Lin Fan's heavy breathing and the crackling of flames burning the corpses. He staggered, nearly falling. The wounds on his thigh and shoulder throbbed with pain and numbness. The toxins were spreading. The battle, though brief, had exhausted his physical and mental strength, especially the forced breakthrough and burst of power at the end, which had taken a heavy toll. We must treat the wounds and toxins as soon as possible. Lin Fan didn't dare to delay and immediately went forward to touch the 3 corpses.
3 targets that can be stripped have been detected. Strip them? Deprivation. Stripping successful. Obtained from Target 1 Awakening Stage 7, C rank ability, Wind Blade Enhancement, Life Essence 15 units. Successfully deprived. Obtained from Target 2 Awakening Stage 6, E rank ability, Hard Skin, Life Essence 10 units. Successfully deprived.
Obtained from Target 3 Awakening Stage 6, D rank ability, Precision Throw, Life Essence 10 units. Lin Fan was overjoyed with his fruitful harvest. While his C rank, Wind Blade Enhancement, is not as good as his B rank Flame, it is still a decent offensive ability that can enrich his attack methods. The D level, Precision Throw, combined with Eagle Eye, is simply a god tier skill for long range sniping. As for the E grade, Hard Skin, it's better than nothing and can be used as a backup defensive measure. However, he currently has limited ability slots and can only equip 3 abilities. Wind Blade Enhancement and Precision Throw are very useful and should be kept. The hard crust becomes somewhat of a gimmick. System, can you decompose the unwanted supernatural abilities? Chapter 15 Shadow Fox. Yes. Decomposing supernatural abilities yields a portion of life essence. Decomposing an E-grade supernatural ability yields 10 units of life essence, a D-grade yields 20 units, a C-grade yields 40 units, and so on.
Disintegrate the E-level superpower, Hard Skin. Decomposition successful.
Obtain 10 units of life essence. He now possesses Wind Blade Enhancement, rank C, Precision Throw, rank D, and the life essence he just obtained from stripping and dismantling. 15 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 is equal to 45 units. Including the remaining ones, the total life essence has reached 50 units. The immense gains allowed Lin Fan to temporarily forget his pain. He immediately absorbed some of the life essence energy to suppress the toxins in his body and activated his special ability to repair his injuries. Just then, he was surprised to find that the weak self-healing that was originally only F level had become significantly more effective after his cultivation level broke through to the 6th level. The numbness and itching at the wound site became more intense, the bleeding stopped quickly, and the spread of the toxins also slowed down. Although it doesn't heal instantly, it's several times faster than before. Is this the improvement in cultivation leading to the evolution of my superpower? Or is it stimulation from the source of life? Lin Fan was both surprised and delighted. He tried to concentrate his mind and guide the energy of the source of life into his weak self-healing superpower.
Consume life essence to enhance the ability slight self-healing?
10 units are required to upgrade to rank E, and 20 units are required to upgrade to rank D.
Upgrade to rank D.
Lin Fan said without hesitation.
A powerful healing ability is like a second life in a critical moment. Command confirmed. Consuming 20 units of life essence to begin upgrading the F rank ability, weak self-healing. Upgrade successful. Gained the D rank ability, rapid healing. A surge of vital energy instantly coursed through his body. The wounds on his thighs and shoulders began to heal at a visible speed, the black toxins were rapidly expelled from his body, and the numbness quickly subsided. In just a few minutes, the deep wound that exposed the bone scabbed over and healed, leaving only a faint red mark. Rank D, rapid healing. That's incredible. Lin Fan moved his hands and feet, feeling that he had recovered most of his strength. The effect was even better than he had expected. Looking at the remaining 30 units of life essence on the system panel, as well as the 2 newly acquired powerful abilities, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of relief mixed with a cold killing intent on his face. Zhou Feng. I'll accept this generous gift. Next time we meet, it'll be my turn to surprise you. He quickly cleaned up the traces of the battle, sank the 3 corpses deep into the swamp, and then disappeared into the miasma like a ghost. This desperate counterattack, though perilous, resulted in a qualitative leap in his strength.
He now possesses the 6th level of the Awakening stage, D rank, Rapid Healing, C rank, Wind Blade Enhancement, D rank, Precision Throwing, and the B rank, Flame Control, as his trump card. With some time still until the college entrance exam, he was confident that he would make all those who underestimated him pay the price. The crisis in the wilderness became his best whetstone. And the sharpened blade is about to be pointed at the real enemies.
Zhou Feng paced back and forth restlessly in the villa's training room.
The sky outside the window had completely darkened, but there was still no news of the 3 men sent out to hunt down Lin Fan.
What's going on?
3 awakened cultivators at level 6 or above are taking this long to deal with a piece of trash at most level 5?
Zhou Feng's unease grew stronger.
He tried to contact them using a communicator, but only got a busy signal. An ominous premonition, like a cold, venomous snake, coiled around his heart.
Impossible.
Ah Long and Ah whose failures last time could be attributed to carelessness and terrain. This time, they've sent out the family's elite, and 7th brother is about to break through to the 8th level.
Could it be?
A chilling thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Lin Fan really does possess B-level superpowers.
Moreover, his strength far exceeds their expectations. He might even have killed his 3 subordinates. Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Based on Lin Fan's suspicious victory in the class competition and Su Qinghan's unusual protection, Zhou Feng was almost certain that Lin Fan had been hiding his strength all along. He was not some F-level good for nothing at all, but a potential genius with at least B-level superpowers. Damn it! Everyone's been fooled by him.
Zhou Feng slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a clear fist mark, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He felt a sense of anger at being fooled, and a hint of fear that he himself was unwilling to admit. If Lin Fan truly possesses a B-level superpower and his growth rate is so astonishing, then his potential is incredibly terrifying.
If he excels in the college entrance examination and is engaged to Su Qinghan, Zhou Feng will completely lose his chance. He might even face Lin Fan's revenge. No. Absolutely not.
We must nip him in the bud before he fully matures.
Zhou Feng's eyes flashed with a crazed light. Conventional methods were no longer effective, he had to go all out.
He strode to his desk, turned on an encrypted communicator, and connected to a number he rarely contacted.
Shadow Fox, there's a mission. I'll send you the target information. Zhou Feng's voice was cold and resolute. A hoarse, languid voice came from the other end of the communicator. Oh? Young Master Zhou actually came to me? Looks like your target isn't simple. What's the price?
Target, Lin Fan, a senior high school student at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. His apparent strength is at the 4th level of the Awakening stage, but his actual strength may be hidden.
He is estimated to possess a B-level attack ability.
His true cultivation level is unknown, but it is highly likely not exceeding the 7th level of the Awakening stage, Zhou Feng said quickly. I want him dead, the sooner the better, cleanly and efficiently, leaving no trace. Price, 5 million alliance coins, plus a portion of the essence blood of a 2nd-tier wind-type demon beast.
This price is enough to tempt many first-tier ability users.
Especially the blood essence of a 2nd-tier wind-type demon beast, which is of great use to Zhou Feng's own wind-type ability cultivation, showing that he has gone all out this time and is determined to get it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, as if they were also assessing the risks of the price and the target.
A grade B ability? Interesting. Cultivation level no more than 7? Heh, young Master Zhou, are you sure your information is accurate? Don't end up kicking a hornet's nest. I'm sure. It's at least a B-level ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought out you, Shadow Fox. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth. He must die. Alright, for the sake of this essence blood, I'll take the mission. Shadow Fox's voice carried a hint of amusement. A potential genius with what appears to be a B-level ability. Hunting him down should be quite rewarding. Send me the information, and wait for my reply.
After the call ended, Zhou Feng slumped into his chair, letting out a long breath, but the sinister look in his eyes did not diminish.
Shadow Fox is a lone assassin active in the gray area.
His cultivation level is at the peak of the Awakening stage, just 1 step away from the 1st tier. He is also extremely skilled in assassination and stealth, and has a record of successfully assassinating a 1st-tier ability user. With him making the move, Lin Fan is certain to die. Lin Fan, blame yourself for provoking me, and even more so for touching the woman I've set my sights on. Zhou Feng revealed a ferocious smile.
Chapter 16, Taking the Initiative.
Meanwhile, Lin Fan has safely returned home. He carefully checked his body and made sure there were no traces of tracking before he finally relaxed. His parents were concerned when they saw that he came home later than usual and that he seemed to have a faint smell of blood on him. Lin Fan tried to brush it off by saying that the training at the martial arts school was tough, but seeing the worried look in his parents' eyes, his killing intent toward Zhou Feng deepened. Back in his room, Lin Fan locked the door, sat cross-legged, and began to consolidate his newly achieved 6th level of awakening cultivation while digesting his gains.
Zhou Feng has sent men to kill me time and again. This is an irreconcilable feud.
Lin Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but since others wanted his life, he would show no mercy.
Zhou Feng was already on his kill list. However, he remained calm.
The Zhou family was a powerful and deeply entrenched clan in Jiangcheng, so a direct confrontation was out of the question. He had to find an opportunity, or perhaps use someone else to do the dirty work. The entire team we sent this time was wiped out. If Zhou Feng isn't stupid, he'll definitely guess that I have a problem. Next, he will either temporarily cease hostilities, or he will send out even more powerful assassins. Lin Fan analyzed the current situation. An even more powerful assassin could very well be at the 9th level of the awakening stage, or even at the 1st level. With Lin Fan's current strength, even if he uses all his trump cards, he might be able to barely contend with or even defeat an ordinary 9th level awakening cultivator, but against someone of the next level, his chances of winning are extremely low. The first stage is a qualitative change, with a leap in both the strength of one's superpowers and physical functions.
We can't take any more risks.
Lin Fan made a decision immediately.
For the next period of time, we will not go out of the city to hunt.
Outside the city walls lies a lawless land, the perfect place to commit murder. Within the city, the Superpowered Individuals Association and the city guard maintain order. No matter how arrogant Zhou Feng is, he wouldn't dare to openly send assassins to commit crimes within the city, as that would bring enormous trouble.
Perfect timing.
I'll use this time to consolidate my cultivation, familiarize myself with the 2 new superpowers I've acquired, and at the same time, go to the martial arts gym for more intensive training, striving to break through to the 7th level of the awakening stage as soon as possible.
The higher one's cultivation level, the weaker the effect of the life essence on improving cultivation.
Lin Fan estimated that he would need at least 50 units of life essence to go from the 6th to the 7th floor.
He only has 30 units left, which is not enough.
If you can improve quickly through hunting, then rely on hard work and the equipment from the martial arts school. Starting the next day, Lin Fan's life rhythm was readjusted again. He visited Tinglong Martial Arts School more frequently and no longer limited himself to the beginner area. He began to pay for intermediate and even advanced training equipment that could simulate various environments and exert extremely high pressure. At the martial arts school, he still maintained the illusion of being at the 4th level of awakening, but the endurance, resilience, and precise control of power he displayed during training amazed even the old coach who had been watching him closely.
This kid is interesting.
Despite his low level of superpower, his tenacity and control over his body far surpassed those of his peers.
Could he really be exceptionally talented?
The old coach stroked his chin, paying even more attention to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was immersed in cultivation. He constantly honed the power generation techniques of the crushing fist and tried to combine the wind blade enhancement with his fist technique. Although he could not yet achieve a perfect fusion, he could occasionally unleash fist force with a wind blade cutting effect, greatly increasing its power. He mastered the art of precision throwing, practicing on the dartboards at the martial arts school. With the help of Eagle Eye, he quickly became able to hit the target every time, aiming precisely where he wanted to hit. His D-level, rapid healing, ability became the guarantee for his intensive training. No matter how tired he was or how serious his training injuries were, as long as he rested for one night, he could basically recover to about 70-80% by the next day, which made his training efficiency far exceed that of ordinary people. Time passed day by day, and only 1 month remained until the college entrance examination. On campus, the gossip about Lin Fan and Su Qinghan gradually subsided, but Lin Fan's tenacity in the class competition and his hard work at the martial arts gym earned him the respect of many. Even people like Zhao Gang, though still hostile, dare not provoke him easily anymore. Su Qinghan would occasionally run into Lin Fan on campus. When their eyes met, she would nod slightly as a greeting, but she never took the initiative to approach him like she did last time. Lin Fan could sense that she seemed to be deliberately keeping her distance, perhaps due to family pressure, or perhaps for other reasons. Lin Fan didn't care. All he wanted to do now was become stronger. That day, Lin Fan was practicing the swift movement footwork in the advanced gravity training room of the martial arts school, enduring 3 times the gravity and sweating profusely. Under immense pressure, every step is exceptionally difficult, but it is extremely effective in honing one's agility. Suddenly, the energy that had been accumulating within him for a long time exploded after reaching a certain critical point. Buzz! A powerful aura emanated from his body, even temporarily diluting the effects of the gravitational field. Awakening Stage, Level 7. He made a breakthrough a month before the college entrance examination. Feeling the surging power within him and his heightened senses, Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes gleaming with confidence. 7th level of awakening, plus my many trump cards, even against a fully awakened ability user, I might not be without a fighting chance. He stepped out of the gravity training room, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls of the martial arts school, looking towards the unknown distance. Zhou Feng, and that potential assassin, come on, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. After breaking through to the 7th level of the awakening stage, Lin Fan felt that his strength had improved in all aspects. His internal energy became more abundant, his mental strength also increased significantly, and his control over his superpowers became more precise and nuanced. He was confident that if he encountered those 3 assassins again, he would not lose so miserably. But he did not let his guard down because of this. Zhou Feng is like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. That potentially more powerful killer is always a sword hanging over our heads. It's time to take the initiative. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Passive defense wasn't his style, and besides, he needed more life essence to enhance his strength. Reaching the 7th or 8th level of awakening requires an excessive amount of life essence. Relying solely on arduous cultivation is too slow. He carefully planned a route out of the city, choosing a relatively remote area with decent monster resources. This time, he not only wants to hunt, but also to lure the snake out of its hole. As he left the city, Lin Fan activated Eagle Eye's perception to its maximum, carefully observing the surrounding movements. Sure enough, after leaving the city gate for a distance, he vaguely sensed a very faint, almost imperceptible sense of being watched, like a persistent, lingering presence, hanging far behind him. They're here. Lin Fan sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm, continuing to advance towards the target area according to plan. He deliberately created a few openings, such as pausing briefly in complex terrain or accidentally making some noise to give the pursuers an opportunity, but they were extremely cautious and did not approach easily. He's a master, Lin Fan judged. The opponent's concealment skills were extremely impressive. If it weren't for his enhanced mental strength and the keenness of his eagle eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect him. This further confirmed his guess that the person Zhou Feng sent this time was definitely a tough nut to crack. Chapter 17 C Rank Superpower, Shadow Affinity. Upon entering the target area, a hilly region with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation, Lin Fan began hunting monsters as usual. He deliberately controlled his strength, mainly using Crushing Fist and Swift Movement, and occasionally using Wind Blade Enhancement to finish off enemies from a distance. His combat strength was roughly at the mid-level of the 7th level of the awakening stage, which was neither too weak to arouse suspicion, nor did it mean he had to keep enough trump cards up his sleeve. Throughout the day, he successfully hunted down several first-tier high-level demonic beasts and gained more than 20 units of life essence, but the stalker did not make a move, as if patiently waiting for the best opportunity. As the sun sets, the sky gradually darkens. Lin Fan chose to rest in a place with a huge rock wall behind him and a relatively open view. He lit a small campfire and roasted the beast meat, seemingly letting his guard down. He knew that nighttime was often the killer's favorite time to strike. Sure enough, when the moonlight was obscured by thin clouds and the light became dim, a blurry figure that was almost blending into the shadows approached Lin Fan's temporary camp silently, like a ghost. It was the assassin Shadow Fox. He looked at Lin Fan, who seemed completely unaware by the campfire, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, blame yourself for offending the wrong person." Shadow Fox thought to himself, as 2 thin, black short blades appeared in his hands. His special ability is C-level, Shadow Affinity, which greatly enhances his stealth and speed in the shadows. Combined with his perfected awakening cultivation and superb assassination skills, he has killed many targets in their sleep. He stealthily approached Lin Fan from a few meters behind, a distance from which he was absolutely certain he could kill him with a single blow. However, just as he made a slight movement, about to launch a sudden attack, Lin Fan, standing by the campfire, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and his body suddenly lunged forward to the side without warning. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp whooshing sounds rang out. It was the pebble that Lin Fan had been holding in his hand, infused with the hidden force of the crushing fist, that shot like a bullet toward the spot where Shadow Fox was originally about to pounce. What? Shadow Fox was shocked. The other party was prepared. He forcibly turned his body and narrowly avoided the stone, but his concealment was also broken. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan turned around, his eyes icy cold, showing no sign of relaxation whatsoever. His D-rank, eagle eye, allowed him to see clearly even in the darkness. He had already locked onto Shadow Fox's aura. Interesting. It seems Zhou Feng's intelligence was quite inaccurate. Shadow Fox, though startled, remained calm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hunting down a genius always brought a greater sense of accomplishment. He blurred into several afterimages, lunging at Lin Fan from different directions with astonishing speed. The C-rank, Shadow Affinity, provides a significant boost under the cover of night. Lin Fan's eagle eyes flashed rapidly, capturing the true form. His swift movement burst forth, allowing him to dodge and weave within a small space. At the same time, he unleashed a crushing fist, clashing head-on with the opponent's short blade. Jingle bells! Sparks flew. The two fought with lightning speed, exchanging more than 10 blows in an instant. Shadow Fox's cultivation was a level higher than Lin Fan's, and its speed was even more unpredictable. With each swing of its short blade, it carried a chilling killing intent and nearly struck Lin Fan's vitals several times. If Lin Fan hadn't possessed eagle eye to foresee the situation, swift movement to dodge with agility, and rapid healing to promptly repair minor wounds, he would likely have already been defeated. We can't prolong this battle. Lin Fan knew that the difference in cultivation level was a fatal flaw, and he had to find a way to win. He feigned an opening, leaving his chest wide open. Shadow Fox fell for it, thrusting his short blade straight at him. Now! B-level superpower, flame control. Unleash! Boom! Blazing flames surged forth from Lin Fan's body once more, illuminating him as if a fire god had descended to earth. Without dodging or avoiding, he slammed his fist, burning with flames, into the incoming short blade. A rank B flame. Just as I expected. Although Shadow Fox had guessed it, personally experiencing this violent flame power still shocked him greatly. The short blade collided with the fiery fist, and the terrifying heat instantly turned the steel-forged short blade red-hot. The immense force also made his arm go numb, and he staggered backward. The wind fuels the fire. Wind blade enhancement. Lin Fan pressed his advantage, throwing out his left fist. Several fiery wind blades, imbued with wind power, roared out, blocking Shadow Fox's retreat. Shadow Fox's expression changed drastically. He pushed Shadow Affinity to its limit, his figure flashing like a ghost in the narrow area. However, he was still grazed on the shoulder by a fiery wind blade, leaving it charred black and causing excruciating pain. Boy, you're asking for death. Shadow Fox was completely enraged. He never expected to be forced to this point by a mere 7th-level awakening cultivator. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he no longer held back. His full awakening stage cultivation erupted, and his speed increased once again. His short blade was like a venomous snake, each move aimed at Lin Fan's vitals. Lin Fan felt the pressure increase sharply, and could only spread flames all over his body to form a defense. At the same time, he combined the crushing fist and wine blade with the flames to fight his opponent head-on. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, with flames and shadows intertwining and shattering the surrounding rocks. Lin Fan, relying on the power of his B-level ability and the combination of his various abilities, barely managed to fight Shadow Fox to a draw, but his physical strength was greatly depleted, and his mental power was also rapidly declining. Although Shadow Fox was injured, his cultivation was profound, and his resilience was extremely strong. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, each trying to find an opening to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Fan's powerful perception and the peripheral vision of his eagle eye suddenly detected an extremely faint fluctuation of energy behind a boulder in the distance. There are still people. Moreover, that aura carried obvious greed and killing intent, like a lurking venomous snake, waiting for them to both be severely injured. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that his battle with Shadow Fox had attracted another guy who wanted to reap the benefits. Judging from the strength of that aura, he was probably also at the peak of the awakening stage. We must deal with Shadow Fox as soon as possible. Otherwise, being attacked from both sides, we will surely die. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and his attacks became even more ferocious, a fight to the death. Shadow Fox was also enraged, ignoring its injuries and launching a frenzied counterattack against Lin Fan. Finally, in a head-on clash, Lin Fan, despite having a deep, bone-revealing wound slashed open on his chest by a short blade, slammed his right fist, burning with flames, into Shadow Fox's heart. Puff! Shadow Fox coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with resentment and disbelief. His heart was instantly incinerated by the terrifying flames, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. Target eligible for deprivation detected already dead. Deprive? Strip him. Lin Fan endured the excruciating pain and weakness, and immediately touched the Shadow Fox's corpse. Stripped successfully. Gained, C rank ability, Shadow Affinity. Life Essence 35 units. Rank C, Shadow Affinity. This is the stealthy assassination ability that made Shadow Fox famous. And it also grants 35 units of Life Essence. Chapter 18 Superpower Fusion. The huge harvest invigorated Lin Fan, but he dared not delay for a moment, because the hidden Oriole had made its move. A burly figure burst out from behind the boulder like a cannonball, grinning maliciously as he threw a punch at Lin Fan, who appeared to be exhausted. This man was a strong, muscular man with a face full of scars, exuding a fierce aura, and his cultivation was clearly at the peak of the awakening stage. Kid, thank you. I, Black Wolf, will accept your life and your spoils. The fist whistled through the air, its power astonishing. If hit, given Lin Fan's current condition, he would be crippled or killed. In that critical moment, an astonishing light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Trying to get a bargain? Dream on. Without hesitation, he instantly absorbed the 25 units of life essence he had just obtained, along with the dozens of units he had left from the previous hunt, and the nearly 60 units of life essence he had accumulated before. At the same time, he guided this vast energy to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level of the awakening stage. Originally at the peak of the 7th level, his bottleneck shattered like paper under the impact of this powerful energy. Boom! An even more powerful aura than when he broke through to the 7th level soared into the sky. Under the nourishment of the life force from the breakthrough and the effect of rapid healing, his injuries recovered rapidly, and his physical and mental energy was instantly replenished by more than half. Awakening stage, level 8. What? A breakthrough in the heat of battle? The burly man who called himself Black Wolf's expression changed drastically, and his punch was a beat too slow. He never expected that Lin Fan could break through at such a time. Now, it's my turn. Lin Fan's eyes were icy, and the power he gained after breaking through filled his entire body. He held back, unleashing his swiftness ability, making him significantly faster than before. He dodged the Black Wolf's fist, and for the first time, he attempted to fuse his 3 elemental abilities, Crushing Fist, Windblade, and Blazing Flame, unleashing a powerful punch. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire gained power from the wind. A crimson pillar of fire, wreathed in wind blades and carrying an aura of destruction, hurtled straight toward the Black Wolf. Black Wolf felt the terror of the punch and was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits. He activated his defensive ability with all his might and crossed his arms to block. Boom! An even more violent explosion erupted. Black Wolf screamed in agony. His earth-based defenses were as fragile as paper against the fused power. Both his arms were instantly broken, his chest was charred black, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the rock wall. Blood gushed out, and he was clearly beyond saving. Target eligible for deprivation detected dying. Deprive them of their life? Lin Fan stepped forward, coldly stripping away his dignity. Successfully stripped. Gained, D rank ability, Rock Skin. Life Essence 20 units. Another 20 units of Life Essence have been gained. D rank, Rock Skin, which is a decent defensive ability. Killing 2 powerful enemies in succession, especially the breakthrough in the midst of battle, left Lin Fan feeling exhausted. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield, removing the 2 corpses and traces, and then, not daring to linger, immediately fled towards the city wall. This time, although extremely dangerous, the gains were immense. My cultivation broke through to the 8th level of the awakening stage. I acquired 2 useful superpowers, C rank, Shadow Affinity, and D rank, Rock Skin. My life essence has become abundant once again. Zhou Feng. I'll remember this generous gift. We'll settle the score after the college entrance exam. Lin Fan's figure disappeared into the night, and no one knew about this fierce battle that took place deep in the wilderness except for the parties involved. Late at night, Lin Fan returned home safely. His parents were already asleep.
He quietly went back to his room, locked the door, and only then did a trace of fatigue appear on his face, but more than anything, he was excited. Tonight's experience was thrilling, but the rewards far exceeded my expectations. His cultivation at the 8th level of the awakening stage officially placed him among the top of the younger generation in Jiangcheng. More importantly, the talent pool has been expanded once again. Bring up the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Cultivation level, Awakening Stage 8. Currently equipped abilities: B rank Flame Control Primary Combat, D rank Rapid Healing Support, C rank Shadow Affinity Support. Special Ability Library: C level Wind Blade Enhancement, D level Precision Throwing, D level Rock Skin, D level Swiftness, D level Eagle Eye, D level Crushing Fist. The Origin of Life, 65 units. Daily Deprivation Count, 1-3. Looking at the dazzling array of superpowers in the library, most of which were only at the C or D level, Lin Fan fell into thought. Having more superpowers is certainly a good thing, but switching between them during combat requires mental focus, and being too complicated may actually reduce efficiency. Moreover, some of the superpowers have overlapping effects. System: the ability fusion function, can it fuse different types of abilities with similar effects? For example, Swiftness, which increases speed, and Eagle Eye, which increases reaction and evasion. Yes. Fusion of abilities has a chance to produce a higher level similar or mutated ability, but the specific outcome is unknown and there is a risk of failure. Fusion consumes life essence. The higher the level and the more abilities fused, the greater the consumption. Unknown? Risky? Lin Fan stroked his chin. But it's worth a try. Fusing some low-level abilities into a more powerful core ability is more valuable than simply piling up quantities. He first focused on speed and insight. Chapter 19: Acquiring a rank superpower. System: fuse the D-level ability, Swiftness, and the D-level ability, Eagle Eye. Command confirmed. Fusing the D-rank ability, Swiftness, and the D-rank ability, Eagle Eye, requires 15 units of life essence. Fuse now? Merge. The fusion begins. On the system interface, two orbs of light representing Swiftness and Eagle Eye slowly approached each other, intertwined, and emitted a hazy glow. Lin Fan could feel a strange energy surging within him. A moment later, the light faded. Fusion successful. Acquired C-level ability, Windwalking Thunder Vision. A completely new understanding flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Wind and Thunder Vision not only inherits the speed bonus of Swiftness and the supervision of Eagle Eye, but also gives it a keen sense of airflow and danger, greatly enhancing its ability to dodge and predict while moving at high speeds. A perfect combination of speed and insight. Grade C, Windwalking Thunder Vision. Its effect is far superior to a simple Grade D. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Those 15 units of life essence were well worth the money. Having tasted success, he continued to try. Fusing the D-rank attack ability, Crushing Fist, and the C-rank ability, Wind Blade Enhancement. Command confirmed. Fusing the D-rank ability, Crushing Fist, and the C-rank ability, Wind Blade Enhancement, requires 20 units of life essence. Fuse now? Merge. The fusion begins. This time, the Earth Yellow Light Cluster representing Crushing Fist and the Cyan Light Cluster representing Wind Blade Enhancement collided and merged violently, and the process seemed to be more intense. Fusion successful. Obtained B-level ability, Gale Crushing Fist. B rank. They actually fused a B rank attack ability. A violent and fierce intent surged into Lin Fan's body. The Gale Crushing Fist perfectly combines the instantaneous explosive power of the Crushing Fist with the cutting and tearing properties of the Wind Blade. When the fist is thrown, not only is the power unparalleled, but it is also accompanied by strong wind pressure and invisible wind blades. Its penetrating power and destructive power far exceed that of a single Crushing Fist or Wind Blade Enhancement. That's great! Lin Fan exclaimed excitedly. In this way, he can openly use this B rank, Gale Crushing Fist, as his main attack method, which is powerful and reasonable since he has effort and enlightenment as excuses, while his true trump card, the B rank, Flame Control, can be hidden even more deeply. Next, he tried to fuse the D-level defensive ability, Rock Skin, and the D-level auxiliary ability, Precision Throw, but this time his luck was not good. He only fused a C-level ability, Heart of Solid Rock, which had a more comprehensive effect, improving his overall defense and control over projectiles. It was better than nothing. After some integration, his ability pool was greatly simplified. Rank B Flame Control, Hidden Trump Card. Rank B Gale Crushing Fist Main Fighter. Class C Wind Speed Thunder Vision, Speed Insight. Rank C Shadow Affinity, Stealth. Rank C, Heart of Solid Rock, Defense Support. Grade D Rapid Healing, Treatment. All core abilities have been upgraded to C level or higher, with more powerful and specialized effects. 30 units of life essence remain. My strength has surged once again. Lin Fan felt the power surging within him and was filled with confidence for the upcoming college entrance examination. He is now a true all-rounder, not just a simple mage. This is the benefit of having multiple superpowers. For the next 2 weeks, Lin Fan's life returned to a regular routine of going to work, home, and back. The atmosphere on campus is becoming increasingly tense, with all senior high school students making their final push, and the training hall and library are packed with people. Lin Fan maintained his disguise as being at the 4th level of awakening, but the exquisite control of his power that he occasionally unintentionally revealed still made some observant teachers nod in approval. There are only 3 days left until the college entrance examination. Lin Fan decided to leave the city one last time before the exam to conduct a high-intensity practical exercise and get himself into peak condition. He chose an area that was a little far from the city and where powerful first-tier peak monsters were known to be active. With the help of Windwalking Thunder Vision and Shadow Affinity, he moved through the forest like a ghost and quickly locked onto a target, the lone Howling Moon Wolf. This is a monster known for its speed and ferocity, with a strength reaching the peak of the first tier, equivalent to the 9th level of the awakening stage, or even stronger. Lin Fan chose it to test his current maximum combat power. The battle erupted. Lin Fan didn't use Blazing Flame Control, but instead focused on Gale Crushing Fist, combined with the speed and insight of Wind and Thunder Vision, engaging in fierce combat with the Howling Moon Wolf. After breaking through to the 8th level, his basic strength far exceeded that of an ordinary 8th level cultivator. Coupled with the power of his B-level ability, he was able to fight the ferocious Howling Moon Wolf to a standstill. The wind from his punches howled, and the wolf howled repeatedly, making the battle extremely intense. Finally, Lin Fan seized an opening during one of the Howling Moon Wolf's pounces and unleashed his full power with the Gale Crushing Fist, on its weak point in the waist and abdomen. Click! With the sound of bones shattering, the Howling Moon Wolf howled and fell to the ground, dying instantly. Target detectable for removal, Howling Moon Wolf deceased. Remove target? Strip him. Lin Fan gasped for breath as he stepped forward to touch him. Fighting such a formidable enemy was a tremendous test for him. Stripped successfully. Gained a level ability, Werewolf Transformation. Life Essence 30 units. A level superpower? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually been stripped of an A-level ability. And it was an extremely rare transformation type ability, Werewolf Transformation. A surge of violent, wild, and powerful information flooded into his mind. Werewolf Transformation, once activated, allows him to transform into a half-werewolf form for a short period of time, with a significant increase in all aspects of his physical attributes: strength, speed, defense, self-healing. The specific increase depends on the host's foundation and mastery of abilities, but it is initially estimated to be at least 5 times greater. It also comes with a certain wild fighting instinct. The side effect is that the user is easily angered during the transformation and requires strong mental strength to control it. A 5-fold increase in all aspects? Lin Fan's heart pounded. This was simply an incredible burst skill. Combined with his existing superpowers, just how much would his strength increase once he transformed? This is probably enough to withstand or even kill an ordinary Tier 1 ability user. This is definitely a trump card that's been kept under wraps. The overwhelming surprise made him temporarily forget his fatigue. Today was incredibly fruitful. Composing himself, Lin Fan prepared to return. However, just as he approached a patch of scorched earth forest burning with sparse flames at the edge of the city wall, a place said to have been inhabited by a powerful fire-type monster, a series of urgent cries for help and sounds of fierce fighting reached his ears, enhanced by his Wind and Thunder Vision. Help! Is anyone there? It was a female voice, cold yet tinged with fear, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Lin Fan's heart stirred, and he silently crept over, hiding behind a charred boulder to look out. Chapter 20: Fiery Tiger. In the middle of the woods, a slender white figure was struggling against a giant beast. The woman was stunningly beautiful and had a cool and aloof demeanor. She was none other than Lang Yuning, the school's ice queen and a level A superpower, ice skin and jade bones. Her opponent was a massive tiger engulfed in crimson flames. This giant tiger possessed a fierce and violent aura, reaching the level of the perfect awakening stage.
Moreover, it was by no means an ordinary perfected demon beast. Its flame energy was extremely pure, and its pressure was astonishing.
Flaming Tiger.
Lin Fan recognized this beast as a top-tier fire-type monster, virtually unmatched among its peers.
Lang Yuaning's situation was extremely dire.
Although her Ice Skin Jade Bone was an A-level enhancement ability that amplified her resistance to ice attacks, it was completely countered by the fiery tiger in terms of attributes. Her ice crystal attacks were much less effective when they landed on the tiger, and every pounce and fire breath from the tiger put her in grave danger. Her white martial arts uniform was charred in many places, revealing her fair but scalded skin underneath. Blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth, and her breathing was disordered, clearly indicating that she was at her last gasp.
How could she have provoked such a monster all by herself? Lin Fan frowned. A hero saves the damsel in distress?
The object of affection is a beauty and genius of Lang Yuaning's caliber. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted.
But the opponent is a fully awakened, perfect condition flaming tiger with an attribute advantage. Its strength is probably even more troublesome than Shadow Fox and Black Wolf combined. What are my chances of winning?
Lin Fan quickly assessed his condition. He had just gone through a fierce battle, his stamina was more than half depleted, but his injuries were not serious. Werewolf transformation was his trump card, but he couldn't use it lightly. Under normal circumstances, with his B rank, Gale Crushing Fist, and numerous C rank abilities, he might be able to deal with an ordinary fully awakened being, but against this flame overlord, his elemental advantage was countered, and his Gale Crushing Fist also possessed wind properties, using the wind to fuel the fire.
His cultivation level was one notch lower, and his opponent was a genius among demonic beasts.
The odds of winning are no more than 30%.
And the risk is extremely high.
As the fiery tiger roared and its massive fiery claws descended, Lang Yuaning had nowhere to dodge, and a hint of despair flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. A 30% chance of winning is enough.
It's not in his nature to stand by and watch someone die.
Moreover, if we can save Lang Yuaning, we might gain a great favor.
You beast!
Stop hurting people! With a clear shout, Lin Fan shot out from behind the boulder like lightning.
He unleashed the full power of the Gale Crushing Fist, a fist force wrapped in wind blades, not aimed at the tiger, but precisely at the side of its fiery claws that were about to fall.
Boom!
The force of the fist collided with the claw shadow, producing a muffled thud. Although Lin Fan's attack failed to completely shatter the claw shadow, it successfully deflected it by half a foot.
Boom!
The fiery claws grazed Lang Yuaning's body as they fell, blasting a large, scorched crater into the ground.
A narrow escape.
Lang Yuaning stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Lin Fan. When she recognized him, her cold eyes filled with disbelief.
Lin Fan? How is it you? Run! This beast is too strong.
She never expected that at this critical moment, the one who would save her would be Lin Fan, the class's acknowledged F-level good for nothing. Enraged by Lin Fan's interference, the fiery tiger instantly locked onto the reckless human youth with its crimson eyes.
Abandoning the heavily injured Lang Yuaning, it roared and pounced on Lin Fan. The terrifying flames distorted the air. Perfect timing.
Lin Fan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I'll use you as my final whetstone before the college entrance exam. The fiery tiger's pounce carried the power to incinerate everything, and the heat wave hit him in the face. Lin Fan could even smell the burning fur. He dared not be careless in the slightest, pushing wind and thunder vision to its limit. His figure moved like a willow catkin in the wind, narrowly avoiding the core area of the tiger pounce, but the scorching airwaves still made his skin sting. Such powerful flames! Lin Fan was shocked. The quality of this tiger's flames was extremely high, far surpassing any fire-type demon beast or superhuman he had encountered before. Enraged by its missed attack, the tiger unleashed its massive tail, which swept across the area like a burning steel whip. The speed was astonishing, and the area covered was enormous. Lin Fan slammed his Gale Crushing Fist into the ground, using the force to propel himself backward. At the same time, he swung his left and right hands, releasing several bursts of Gale Crushing Fist energy. These attacks were not aimed at the tiger's body, but rather precisely at its vulnerable limbs, joints, and eyes. This is a ranged attack method he developed by combining the technique of precision throwing. Although it is not as powerful as a close-range punch, it is more flexible and is intended to interfere with and weaken the opponent.
Bang bang bang!
The force of the wind blade punch struck the tiger's tough fur and armor, creating bursts of air. Although it did not cause a fatal injury, it still made the tiger feel pain and its movements were momentarily slowed down. In particular, the strike aimed at its eyes forced it to subconsciously close its eyes and turn its head. It works! Lin Fan's spirits lifted. This tiger's defenses were extremely strong, but not invincible. Roar! The tiger was completely enraged, opening its mouth to spew out a condensed crimson pillar of fire that shot towards Lin Fan like a laser beam. Its speed far exceeded that of its previous attacks. Watch out! Lang Yuning, enduring her injuries, cried out in alarm from afar. Lin Fan's wind-walking thunder vision issued a frantic warning, and his body instinctively dodged to the side at the last possible distance. Laugh! The pillar of fire grazed his arm, instantly melting several charred rocks behind him into lava. The clothes on my arms turned to ashes, and a burning pain shot through my skin. Hiss! Lin Fan gasped. The temperature of the flames was terrifying. The D-level, rapid healing, immediately took effect. A tingling sensation came from the burned area, and it began to slowly repair itself. You can't withstand the flames head-on. You must get close and use the explosive power of the Gale-Crushing Fist to attack its vitals. Lin Fan's mind raced, and he quietly activated Shadow Affinity. Using the shadows of the rocks and trees on the ground, his figure became elusive as he charged towards the tiger once more. The tiger had clearly never encountered such a slippery opponent. Its fiery breath and claw attacks missed one after another. Enraged, its entire body flamed, forming a huge fire domain. The temperature within the domain rose sharply, and even the air became thin. Domain type ability? Lin Fan's expression changed slightly. Within the fire domain, his speed was suppressed, his stamina was depleted, and the effect of Shadow Affinity was greatly reduced. This won't do. Lin Fan felt the pressure mounting. This tiger's overall strength had definitely reached the level of a near first-tier beast. His strength in his normal state was still a step below that. As the tiger pounced again, the flame domain contracted, blocking most of Lin Fan's escape space. Just then, a clear and cold shout rang out. 1,000 miles frozen over. Chapter 21 taken. Not far away, Lang Yuaning had somehow managed to stand up, forming hand seals and unleashing her full level ability, Ice Skin Jade Bone. The extreme cold spread out from her center. Although it could not completely counteract the flame domain, it formed a relatively cool area around Lin Fan, temporarily relieving the high temperature suppression. At the same time, several sharp ice crystal spears materialized out of thin air, carrying a chilling aura, and shot towards the tiger's eyes and open mouth. A great opportunity. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Lang Yuaning's support was just in time. Although her ice-type abilities are countered by fire, her level ability foundation remains. This brief disruption in regional cooling created an excellent window of opportunity for him to attack. Gale Force Crushing Fist. Unleash your full power. Lin Fan channeled all his strength into his right fist, the power of wind and fire intertwining on his fist. Taking advantage of the moment when the tiger's vision and reaction were obstructed by the ice crystals, he blasted it like a cannonball towards the tiger's relatively soft abdomen. This time, he held nothing back. Boom! The fist slammed solidly into the tiger's abdomen. The violent force penetrated its body. Wind blades tore through its internal tissues, and the explosive force erupted violently. Awah! The fiery tiger let out a deafening roar of pain, its massive body slammed into the air, leaving a clear fist-shaped mark on its abdomen, and the surrounding flames dimmed considerably. It crashed heavily to the ground, rolled several times, and struggled to its feet, but its aura was clearly much weaker, and its eyes were filled with fear and savagery as it looked at Lin Fan. Success! Lin Fan was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to relax. Although the punch had severely injured the tiger, it didn't seem to be fatal. Its core is in its forehead. That's where the flame energy is most concentrated. Lang Yuaning reminded him again, forcing herself to endure her weakness. Her full force attack had aggravated her injuries. Her face was as pale as paper, and she could barely stand. Forehead. Lin Fan focused his wind and thunder vision, and indeed saw a rhombus-shaped crystal on the tiger's forehead, which was faintly glowing and emitting pure flame energy. Then let's settle this with one decisive blow. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Conventional methods wouldn't be enough for a quick kill. It seemed he had no choice but to use some of his trump cards. He took a deep breath, and a wisp of his original power from the B-grade, flame control, ability that had been suppressed within him quietly merged into the Gale-Crushing Fist he was about to unleash. He wanted to create the illusion that the Gale-Crushing Fist had unexpectedly erupted with extraordinary firepower. Roar! The wounded tiger seemed to realize the life or death crisis. The crystal on its forehead shone brightly as it gathered the last of its fiery energy, preparing to launch its final attack.
At this critical moment,
Lin Fan moved. He combined the speed of wind and thunder vision and the unpredictability of shadow affinity to the extreme, his figure becoming an almost transparent afterimage, instantly circling around to the tiger's side and rear a blind spot for its vision and attack. The gale-crushing fist, infused with a trace of B-grade flame essence, carried a terrifyingly high temperature and destructive aura far exceeding its previous form. No longer surrounded by wind blades, it transformed into an extremely condensed crimson fist aura, like a drill, piercing straight at the junction of the tiger's head and neck. This was also a relatively vulnerable vital point. This punch was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It also contained the true power of a B-grade flame. The tiger sensed the deadly danger behind it, but it was too late to turn around. It could only manage to turn its head slightly. Put! The crimson fist energy, like a red-hot knife cutting into butter, instantly pierced through the tiger's tough fur and muscles, and slammed into its cervical vertebrae. Click! A sickening cracking sound rang out. The tiger's massive body stiffened abruptly, the condensed flame energy instantly dissipated, it let out a mournful cry of unwillingness, collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell completely silent. Target detectable for removal, flaming tiger deceased.
Remove target?
Strip him. Lin Fan endured the weakness caused by the sudden burst of B-level flames and excessive consumption, and stepped forward to touch it.
Stripping successful. Acquired, Grade B ability, Flame Core. Life Essence 50 units. Rank B, Flame Core. This is a passive ability that greatly enhances the power, recovery speed, and fire resistance of fire-based abilities. While not as comprehensive as Flame Control, it is extremely valuable as a support bonus. Especially for Lin Fan, it allows him to use Flame Control more powerfully and for longer. There are still 50 units of Life Essence left. No wonder it's a near second-tier Overlord-level monster. The huge gains invigorated Lin Fan. He immediately absorbed some of the life essence to restore his strength and recover from his injuries. At this moment, Long Yuaning finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed softly. Lin Fan reacted quickly, stepping forward to support her. It felt icy cold to the touch, yet its texture was unusually supple, a characteristic of the ice skin and jade bones ability. At this moment, however, she was weak and pale, clearly severely injured in having overdrawn her powers. Long Yuaning? How are you?
Lin Fan asked, while simultaneously activating the D-level, rapid healing, to gently channel healing energy into her body. Feeling a warm current flow into her body, relieving some of the pain, Long Yuning's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Lin Fan's face so close to hers, a complex and unfathomable look flashed in her clear and cold eyes. There was relief at surviving a disaster, shock at Lin Fan's strength, and a hint of barely perceptible shyness. She struggled to stand up, but her body was too weak.
Thank you for saving me.
Her voice was still cold, but much gentler than usual.
It was nothing.
Lin Fan smiled and helped her to sit down on a relatively clean rock.
Why did you come here alone? And how did you manage to provoke this fiery tiger?
Long Yuaning, slightly out of breath, explained, I heard that this scorched earth forest might contain fire crystal grass, which is the main ingredient in a potion that can help break through bottlenecks. I didn't expect the guardian beast to be so powerful. She paused, her gaze towards Lin Fan filled with scrutiny. But you, Lin Fan, your strength isn't just some F-rank self-healing ability, is it? That last punch just now, that fiery power. Lin Fan was already prepared and said without changing his expression, I did not awaken F-level self-healing. Instead, I awakened a rather special B-level ability called Gale Crushing Fist, which can only be gradually activated after birth. The reason why my strength was not obvious before was because I was still in the growth stage. It's perfectly reasonable for him to directly use the name of his newly acquired B-level ability. After all, superpowers come in all shapes and sizes. While it is rare to have a superpower that is either developing or hidden, it is not without precedent. Rank B, Gale Crushing Fist, Long Yuning murmured, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes, but then astonishment appeared. No wonder you've been hiding it so well. In the battle just now, your speed, reaction, and healing ability, you probably have more than one superpower, right? Lin Fan inwardly praised the woman's meticulousness, but outwardly he said frankly, I have indeed had some fortuitous encounters and gained some auxiliary abilities. However, these are all my trump cards, and I hope you can keep them a secret, Lang.
He looked at Lang Yuaning with sincerity.
Lang Yuaning met his gaze for a moment, then nodded gently, don't worry, I will never forget your life-saving grace.
I will not mention today's events to anyone.
She was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment.
Thank you very much then.
Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Gaining Lang Yuaning's promise was more valuable than saving her herself.
This aloof academic genius was trustworthy.
He glanced at the sky and said, "Your injuries are quite serious.
Let me take you back to the city." Chapter 22 Crimson Flame Blade.
Lang Yuaning did not refuse, and with Lin Fan's help, the two walked towards the city wall. What Lin Fan didn't know was that his heroic rescue not only gained him a powerful potential ally, but also planted a seed in Lang Yuaning's frozen heart. Helping Lang Yuaning back to the entrance of the city wall, it was already getting dark. When the guards saw Lin Fan helping a beautiful, injured girl back, and especially when they recognized the girl as Lang Yuaning, the famous student from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, they all showed expressions of surprise and ambiguity. Lin Fan ignored the stares and handed Lang Yuaning over to the Lang family members who had rushed over upon hearing the news.
The Lang family clearly had their own informants as well. The person from the Lang family was a middle-aged woman with a serious face.
When she saw Lang Yuaning's injuries, her expression changed, but when she saw that it was Lin Fan who brought her back, and noticed that Lang Yuaning's attitude towards Lin Fan seemed unusual, she did not ask any further questions. She simply thanked Lin Fan solemnly and then hurriedly left with Lang Yuaning. Before leaving, Lang Yuaning turned back to look at Lin Fan with a complicated expression, and whispered, "Lin Fan, good luck on the college entrance exam. You too, take good care of your injury."
Lin Fan nodded.
Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief after watching the Lang family carriage leave. Saving Lang Yuaning had created a good relationship that might be useful in the future. Instead of going home immediately, he turned to the city's famous gathering place for mythical beast material acquisition and weapon shops, the 100 Crafts Workshop. The hunt was very successful, especially the carcass of the flaming tiger, which is quite valuable and needs to be disposed of as soon as possible to be converted into tangible resources. Upon entering a rather large shop with a sign that reads Chiwu Pavilion, a shop assistant immediately greeted me.
"Guest, is there anything you need?"
Lin Fan poured out all the materials from the demonic beasts except for the flaming tiger from his storage bag, piling them into a small mountain. Among them are the claws, fur, and bones of first-tier high-level and peak-level demonic beasts, which are of considerable value. The waiter's eyes lit up, and his attitude became even more respectful. "Please wait a moment, sir, while I ask the manager to come and appraise the price." Soon, a still charming woman in a cheongsam, with captivating eyes, emerged from the back room. She was the proprietress of Chiwu Pavilion, known as Sister Hong. Her gaze swept over the materials on the ground, finally landing on Lin Fan, a hint of surprise and admiration flashing in her eyes.
"Young man, did you hunt all of these by yourself?"
Sister Hong's voice was languid and magnetic as she looked at Lin Fan with great interest. Having seen countless people, she could tell at a glance that Lin Fan, though young, possessed a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, and was no ordinary student. To be able to hunt down so many high-level monsters on his own, his strength is probably at least at the late stage of awakening, or he might even be a hidden genius. "Yes," Lin Fan replied succinctly.
Without asking any further questions, Sister Hong personally stepped forward to inventory and appraise the items, her methods professional.
The Howling Moon Wolf's claws and heart are well preserved, and the Shadow Cat's fur is intact. These materials are valued at a total of 3.5 million alliance coins.
What do you think, young man?
This price was considered quite fair, even slightly higher than the market price.
Lin Fan nodded, "Okay."
Sister Hong smiled sweetly, told the shop assistant to get the money, and then leaned closer to Lin Fan. A faint fragrance wafted over as she whispered, "Young brother, you're so talented at such a young age. You're sure to have a bright future. In my shop, besides buying materials, I also sell some good stuff, especially weapons.
Would you be interested in taking a look? I'll give you a 20% discount."
Her words carried a subtle allure, clearly indicating her desire to befriend Lin Fan, a potential catch. Lin Fan remained calm, took a half step back to create some distance, and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking.
I need a good knife." Seeing his lukewarm reaction, Sister Hong didn't mind.
Instead, she admired his composure in the face of beauty even more and said with a smile, "All right, come with me." She led Lin Fan to the armory in the back hall. The place gleams with a cold light, displaying all kinds of weapons, from ordinary steel swords to psionic weapons that shimmer with supernatural light.
Lin Fan's goal was clear: the knife.
He had previously relied on his fists and superpowers in battles, lacking a suitable weapon. Having a good knife can not only increase attack power, but also save energy consumption and help deal with certain special situations. His gaze swept over the rows of long swords, finally settling on a straight-bladed long sword with an ancient design, a slender blade, and subtle dark red patterns. Even before the sword was drawn, one could already sense a faint heat and a sharp edge.
"What a fine knife!" Lin Fan exclaimed.
Sister Hong introduced, "Young man, you have a good eye. This crimson flame is forged primarily from crimson flame iron, with a small amount of fire-type demon beast crystal core powder added. It can amplify the power of fire-type abilities and is extremely sharp, enough to break through the defense of a first-tier demon beast. It can be considered a top-quality quasi-first-tier spiritual energy weapon. The original price was 5 million, but I'll give you a 20% discount, so it's 4 million.
4 million.
That's almost equivalent to the income he just made from selling all the ordinary materials." But Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all. He had just killed the flaming tiger and hadn't dealt with it yet. That was the real problem.
"I'll take it.
Also, I have another main material here, please appraise it as well, Sister Hong," Lin Fan said, taking out the corpse of the flaming tiger from his storage bag. The moment the enormous tiger carcass appeared, the temperature in the entire backroom seemed to rise several degrees. Its crimson fur, sharp claws and teeth, and especially the rhomboid crystal on its forehead that hadn't completely faded, all testified to its immense power in life.
Chapter 23: Awakening to the 9th level. Sister Hong's pupils suddenly contracted, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared on her face. "Flaming tiger?" And it was a near first-tier peak demon core that was about to condense.
"Young brother, did you kill it?" Lin Fan nodded slightly. Sister Hong took a deep breath, and her gaze towards Lin Fan completely changed, filled with solemnity and a hint of awe. The fact that this young man could single-handedly kill a monster of this level meant his strength far exceeded her expectations.
He was definitely a monstrous genius.
She carefully examined the tiger's corpse, especially the flame crystal. After a moment's thought, she solemnly said, "Young brother, this fiery tiger is extremely valuable, especially this pseudo-demon core, tiger bones, and tiger whip. I won't rip you off, it's a package deal, 10 million alliance coins. Adding the previous 3.5 million, and deducting the 4 million for the crimson flame blade, I'll give you another 9.5 million in change.
How about that?
This price is very reasonable." Lin Fan knew that if the tiger carcass were disassembled and sold slowly, it might fetch around 12 million, but that would be too time-consuming and would easily attract envy. The price Sister Hong offered was time-saving and effortless, and it also counted as doing her a favor.
"Okay, thank you, Sister Hong," Lin Fan agreed.
The transaction was completed, and Lin Fan's account instantly gained a huge sum of 9.5 million yuan, and he also gained a heavy crimson flame blade in his hand, which subtly matched his aura. He casually swung his sword a few times, the wind from it sharp and fierce, with a faint aura of flame flowing through it. It was very easy for him to wield. "Young man, if you ever need anything good or anything else, just come to me." Sister Hong handed Lin Fan a gold-embossed business card, her smile alluring.
"I really admire a young man as outstanding as you."
Her words carried a clear implication. Lin Fan accepted the business card, his expression remaining calm. "Thank you, Sister Hong. I hope we can cooperate again sometime." After saying that, he nodded slightly and turned to leave the Chiwu Pavilion. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Sister Hong leaned against the doorframe, lit a slender cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and murmured, "An interesting little fellow, so composed for a young man. Jiangchang, it seems, is about to produce a true dragon." After leaving the treasure pavilion, Lin Fan purchased a large amount of high-energy compressed food and water, as well as some spare healing and recovery potions. Only after doing all this did he return home. His parents were concerned when they saw him return. Lin Fan only said that the training at the martial arts school was tough, and showed off his newly bought crimson flame blade, saying it was a reward from the school for outstanding students. Although his parents were skeptical, they didn't ask any more questions when they saw that their son was in high spirits. The next day was the last day before the college entrance examination. Lin Fan left the city again. This time, he made no attempt to test the waters or hold back. His goal was clear: to hunt demonic beasts, accumulate life essence, and break through to the 9th level of the awakening stage. Equipped with the crimson flame blade, his combat power increased to another level. Combined with the explosive power of the gale-crushing fist, and the insight of the wind-riding thunder vision, hunting down first-tier high-level monsters was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Even when encountering a first-tier peak demonic beast, it can still defeat it with its powerful overall abilities. Successfully deprived. Gained 18 units of life essence. Successfully deprived. Gained 22 units of life essence. Successfully deprived.
Gained 15 units of life essence.
The system notifications kept ringing. Lin Fan, like a tireless killing machine, traversed the wilderness, his crimson flame blade drinking blood, invincible in its path. His combat skills became increasingly refined in life or death battles, and he achieved a state of perfect harmony in coordinating his various superpowers.
Lin Fan didn't stop until sunset.
He found a safe water source, washed off the blood and grime, and changed into clean clothes.
Bring up the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Cultivation level, Awakening Stage 8 peak. The origin of life, 185 units. After a day of frantic hunting, he accumulated a massive amount of life essence. It's time.
Lin Fan sat down cross-legged, guiding the vast life force energy, which surged like a tide against the bottleneck of the 8th level of the awakening stage.
Boom! 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 The energy within his body surged and expanded, and the energy vortex within his dantian rapidly spun and solidified. The barrier between the 8th and 9th layers shattered under the impact of this immense energy.
A far more powerful aura than before erupted from Lin Fan's body, causing the surrounding vegetation to be suppressed by invisible shockwaves. His muscles became even more muscular, his bones emitted slight crackling sounds, and his mental power surged like a tidal wave, more than doubling his perception range.
Awakening stage, level 9.
Only one step away from the first level. Feeling the seemingly endless power within his body, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming like a sword being drawn from its sheath. 9th level of awakening stage, plus my many trump cards and the crimson flame blade. Lin Fan clenched his fist, a powerful confidence welling up within him. This time in the college entrance examination, my goal is not just to be the top scorer.
What he wanted was to announce his rise in a way that would shock everyone.
To make all those who had once looked down on him and wanted to kill him pay the price. The setting sun cast its last rays upon him, elongating his shadow. The young man stood with his sword in hand, his gaze fixed resolutely on the direction of Jiangcheng. Tomorrow will mark the beginning of a turning point in my destiny.
The National College Entrance Examination Gokao has finally arrived.
The entire city seemed to be enveloped in an atmosphere of both tension and excitement. Banners wishing the test takers success in their exams were hung on the streets, and media vehicles from various media outlets had already occupied advantageous positions near Bincheng No. 1 Middle School, with their cameras and microphones aimed at the school gate.
Chapter 24: The College Entrance Examination Day.
The National Unified College Entrance Examination for people with supernatural abilities consists of 2 parts, a written test on academic subjects and a practical assessment of their supernatural abilities. For the vast majority of students aspiring to become powerful superhumans, their martial arts exam results are the key to determining their future. This year's martial arts exam in Bincheng is particularly noteworthy. The reason is simple: this year, 2S level awakened superpowers have appeared in Bincheng. One is Su Qinghan, the daughter of the Su family from Bincheng No. 1 Middle School, and the other is Lei Hao, a dark horse from Bincheng Experimental Middle School, who is said to be from a poor family but has extraordinary talent.
S-class superpowers. That's a peerless genius, 1 in a million. In previous years, it was considered remarkable if the entire province produced even one S-level candidate.
This year, Bincheng has produced 2, instantly raising the level of attention Bincheng's martial arts exam to the highest in the entire province. Even admissions officers from some of the top supernatural academies in Kyoto and Shanghai came to Bincheng to witness the ceremony. The playground of Bincheng No. 1 Middle School was packed with people. The senior students who were about to take the martial arts exam stood in rows according to their classes, each with a solemn expression, some nervous, some excited, and some full of anticipation. The stands were filled with students' parents, media reporters, and admissions officers from various universities. Lin Fan's parents and Lin Shui also arrived at the stands early and found seats. Today is Lin Fan's college entrance examination day, so Lin Shui came back specially. Lin's mother held Lin Shui's hand tightly, her eyes filled with both pride and worry as she looked at the tall figure in the line below. Lin Jiangwo silently smoked his cigarette, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly also unsettled. Lin Shui waved her fist and whispered encouragement to her younger brother, Xiaofan, "You can do it.
I believe in you. Look. It's Su Qinghan. And Lei Hao from Experimental Middle School.
My God, it really has the aura of an S rank, it feels so strong." A series of gasps of surprise rang out from the crowd. At the front of the line, Su Qinghan, dressed in a light blue outfit, was slender and exquisitely beautiful. Her expression was calm, and she was surrounded by a faint icy breeze.
Her temperament was as aloof as a snow lotus, attracting countless gazes.
At the front of the experimental middle school's line, a tall, muscular boy with a buzz cut stood out. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and he exuded a violent aura like thunder. It was Lei Hao. The two shone like two bright stars, becoming the absolute focus of the entire event. In contrast, Lin Fan, standing at the back of his class's line, seemed quite ordinary. He was dressed in ordinary sportswear, with a reserved demeanor, and was inconspicuous in the crowd. His gaze, occasionally sweeping across the room, was deep and calm, revealing a composure beyond his years.
Humph, that piece of trash Lin Fan actually dares to participate in the martial arts exam? Isn't he afraid of being torn to pieces by the monsters as soon as he enters?
Not far away, Zhao Gang said sarcastically to his henchman. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for people nearby to hear. His gaze toward Lin Fan was filled with jealousy and resentment because of their defeat in the class competition. Some students around who knew Lin Fan's background also cast sympathetic or gloating glances at him. In their view, Lin Fan's F-level superpower would be nothing short of humiliating to participate in the martial arts exam, and might even be in mortal danger. Lin Fan ignored this, focusing his attention more on contemplating the rules of the secret realm and observing potential opponents. On the dais, the director of the Bincheng Education Bureau and several other important figures sat upright. A sprightly elderly man stood up, his loud voice carrying throughout the hall through the loudspeaker.
Students, parents, and distinguished guests. Welcome to the Bincheng Martial Arts Entrance Examination. Today, you will enter the Dark Forest Secret Realm for a 3-day practical assessment. The assessment rules are simple: hunt down monsters in the secret realm to earn points. Different levels and strengths of monsters will earn different amounts of points. Ultimately, the ranking will be determined by the points. The assessment process will be transmitted back in real time by monitoring arrays throughout the secret realm for everyone to observe and supervise. Remember, although the secret realm has been cleared, it is still dangerous. Act according to your ability, and safety first. If you encounter a danger that you cannot overcome, you can crush the distress talisman, but this will also mean the end of the assessment. Now, all candidates, follow the instructions and enter the teleportation array. At the old man's command, a huge light gate in the center of the playground, engraved with complex runes, slowly lit up, emitting an aura of spatial fluctuations. This is the portal to the secret realm of the Dark Forest. The students began to walk towards the portal in an orderly fashion. Many started to form teams spontaneously, since teamwork increases both the chances of survival and efficiency. Qinghan, shall we go together? Zhou Feng walked quickly to Su Qinghan's side, a smile he thought was charming on his face. His Zhou family was quite powerful, and he himself possessed B-level superpowers, so he felt qualified to team up with Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan didn't even glance at him, and said coldly, "No need, I'm used to being alone."
After saying that, she walked straight towards the portal and disappeared into the light.
Zhou Feng was rebuffed and looked disgruntled.
He had no choice but to team up with a few members of his family's collateral branches. Before going in, he glared fiercely at Lin Fan.
Lei Hao from Experimental Middle School was a lone wolf, striding into the portal with imposing presence.
Most of the other A-level and B-level geniuses also chose to act alone or form elite teams with others of similar strength to demonstrate their confidence. Just as Lin Fan was about to enter alone, a slightly cool yet playful voice rang out beside him.
"Lin Fan, want to team up?"
Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and a commotion immediately broke out. The one who spoke was none other than another A-level genius, the icy school beauty Lang Yuaning. Today, Lang Yuaning was wearing a white, form-fitting combat suit that perfectly accentuated her tall and graceful figure. A faint smile graced her beautiful face as she gazed at Lin Fan with sparkling eyes.
Holy crap! Lang Yuaning took the initiative to team up with Lin Fan? Did I hear that right? What makes Lin Fan so special? Could it be because of the last class competition? Impossible. That was just luck. How could the cold goddess possibly take a liking to him?
Countless gazes instantly focused on Lin Fan, filled with shock, confusion, and intense jealousy. Zhao Gang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He wished he could take Zhao Gang's place. In the stands, Lin's parents and Lin Shui were also stunned. Lin Shui covered her mouth and looked at her younger brother with a strange expression. Lin Fan himself was somewhat surprised. He looked at Lang Yuaning, whose eyes were clear, filled with sincerity and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. He understood that Lang Yuaning knew his true strength, and that teaming up would indeed allow them to support each other and be more efficient. However, after a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan shook his head, a gentle yet distant smile on his face. "Thank you for your kindness, Lang, but I still prefer to act alone."
I wish you success in your assessment. He refused. He actually refused the team invitation from the A-level goddess Lang Yuning. The audience erupted in uproar once again. Is he insane? Stop pretending. You're not happy that someone's teaming up with you? You really don't know what's good for you.
Upon hearing this, Lang Yuaning's eyes flashed with obvious disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. She seemed to understand Lin Fan's thoughts. He didn't want to reveal his strength, or perhaps he preferred to hone his skills alone.
She nodded gently. Okay, then, be careful.
After saying that, she turned and walked into the portal.
Chapter 25. Whose subordinate is this?
This scene was witnessed by many people in the stands. Although Su Qinghan had already entered the secret realm, a huge light screen outside was projecting the scene at the entrance. When Su Qinghan saw Lang Yuaning take the initiative to walk towards Lin Fan and extend an invitation, her cold eyes flickered slightly. When Lin Fan refused, for some reason, the frustration she felt due to the engagement and family pressure seemed to dissipate a little.
But then, a strange, unnoticed sour feeling quietly arose within her. When did he become so familiar with Lang Yuaning? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped into the portal. After a slight dizziness, he found himself in an unfamiliar primeval forest.
Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the air was filled with the damp scent of earth and vegetation.
In the distance, the faint roars of unknown monsters could be heard. This is the secret realm of the dark forest.
On Lin Fan's wrist, there was a bracelet-like scorer that displayed his initial score, 0.
Dark forest. The hunt begins.
A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
He quietly activated Windwalking Thunder Vision, sensing his surroundings. With a swift movement, he silently disappeared into the depths of the dense forest like a cheetah. His college entrance exam journey has officially begun.
Meanwhile, countless eyes outside, through a giant light screen, are watching the movements of every examinee in the secret realm.
A fierce battle is about to unfold.
Deep within the dark forest, Lin Fan moved like a ghost. The D rank, Wind and Thunder Vision, grants him complete knowledge of his surroundings, while the C rank, Shadow Affinity, allows him to blend perfectly into the shadows, making his presence almost invisible. Instead of rushing to hunt the monsters, he moved quickly to familiarize himself with the environment of the secret realm and deliberately avoided the activity areas of other examinees. His goal was clear the high-scoring monsters in the core area, and possible unexpected gains. Outside, the enormous circular light screen was divided into dozens of smaller screens, displaying real-time footage of different areas within the secret realm. Viewers could choose to watch the performances of specific candidates based on their interests. Undoubtedly, the screens of Su Qinghan and Lei Hao attracted the largest audiences. The area where Su Qinghan was located was a frozen lake. Her figure was graceful, and she activated her S-level ability, Ice Phoenix. It seemed that there were illusory images of ice crystal phoenixes surrounding her, and the cold air was chilling. Wherever she passed, everything was frozen. A giant ice crocodile at the 8th level of the awakening stage attempted to attack, but she lightly waved her jade hand, and an extreme ice ring swept past, instantly turning the giant crocodile into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into countless ice crystals. The movement was elegant yet deadly, and the numbers on the integrator soared, drawing gasps of amazement. S-rank Ice Phoenix. Too powerful. Instantly killed an 8th level demonic beast. This is truly a chosen one of heaven. The admissions officers from top universities were immediately impressed and took notes. On the other screen, Lei Hao displayed a completely different, berserk style. He was in a forest of lightning-struck trees, and his S-level superpower, Raging Thunder Battle Body, erupted in full force, making him look like a thunder god descending to earth, with electric snakes dancing wildly around him. A level 9 awakened thunder giant ape, renowned for its defense and strength, had its chest shattered by his ferocious thunderous fist imprint, with lightning flashing everywhere, creating a visually stunning scene. Thunderous Battle Body. A domineering S-rank strength type. This Lei Hao was simply a fighting machine. His power drew cheers from many viewers who admired strength. Other A-level and B-level geniuses, such as Lang Yuaning A-level Ice Skin Jade Bone and Zhou Feng B-level Windblade Fist, also demonstrated their remarkable strength, hunting down monsters on the 6th, 7th, and even 8th levels, and their points steadily increased. Zhou Feng's B-level Wind Blade Fist was quite effective at cutting through monsters, but it was also rather conventional. In contrast, Lin Fan's screen was almost completely ignored. Occasionally, a glance would sweep across his screen, only to see him seemingly sneaking around cautiously, having to spare some effort to defeat a sharp-toothed rat at the 4th level of the awakening stage using basic fist and foot techniques, and his points were increasing at a pitifully slow pace. Look at Lin Fan, he's really struggling with his F-level superpower. It's a miracle we even got and will probably be crushing the SOS talisman soon. In the stands, Lin's mother nervously held Lin Shue's hand, while Lin Jiangwo frowned. Looking at Lin Fan's difficult state on the screen, teacher Li Jianguo sighed, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart faded. However, they didn't know that Lin Fan's clumsiness was a complete disguise. He deliberately suppressed his strength and speed. He was waiting for the right time and place to make a name for himself. Time passed, and the assessment proceeded to the afternoon of the first day. Competition is becoming increasingly fierce. At this moment, Lin Fan had already silently arrived at the central area of the secret realm, at the entrance of a dark valley. A small pack of shadow wolves was entrenched there, with the alpha wolf possessing the strength of the 8th level of the awakening realm. He observed for a moment, confirming that no one was around. It was time. He no longer concealed his speed, activating wind and thunder vision at full power, his figure as fast as lightning, rushing straight into the valley. Look! It's Lin Fan! He's charging towards the shadow wolves. A spectator caught a glimpse of him and exclaimed in surprise. In the scene, facing the 2 7-layered shadow wolves pouncing at him, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, his right fist clenched, and a sharp aura erupted. Grade B superpower, Gale Force Crushing Fist. Boom! Boom! 2 punches. Just 2 punches. The 2 level 7 shadow wolves were instantly killed. Instant kill. Quiet. The spectator plaza fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed. AB level ability? Isn't he F level? This fist technique, it's incredibly powerful. Gasps erupted. The plot twist was absolutely stunning. In the stands, Lin's parents and Lin Shui stood there dumbfounded. Li Jianguo suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Gale Force Crushing Fist? B rank? How is this possible? The principal and admissions officers were also drawn in, their eyes fixed intently. Lin Fan from Binchang No. 1 High School? His file is grade F? The Kyoto admissions officer quickly flipped through the file. Hidden strength? Dual superpowers? The admissions officer from Shanghai became increasingly interested. Inside the secret realm, Lin Fan had already rushed into the valley. The wolf pack swarmed in and attacked. Wind and thunder vision, foresight, shadow affinity, for unpredictable evasion, gale crushing fist, for a thunderous counterattack. His movements were fluid and violent, a complete departure from his previous self. Speed, reaction, and power, he utterly overwhelmed everyone. Bang! 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 The shadow wolves fell one after another. In the end, the 8th level peak alpha wolf was caught off guard by Lin Fan's exquisite footwork, who broke its spine with a heavy punch and killed it instantly. The wolf pack was wiped out. Points skyrocketed. Chapter 26: The Dark Horse. Lin Fan stood alone amidst the wolf carcasses, his breathing steady. Sunlight streamed in, and his eyes shone with confidence and composure. The outside world was in an uproar. Lin Fan's screen became the focus of attention. A dark horse. An absolute dark horse. This strength is definitely at the 8th or even 9th level of awakening. He hit it too well. Lin Fan's outburst was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. For the next half day, he completely let loose. No longer confined to the central region, they began to actively advance towards the core area of the secret realm. The monsters he encountered along the way, whether they were lone monsters at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level of awakening, were almost all unable to withstand the sharpness of his gale crushing fist. His fighting style is efficient and fierce. Wind and thunder vision allows him to always strike first. Shadow affinity, combined with his excellent movement, makes him difficult to hit, while gale crushing fist provides indestructible attack power. He no longer needed to pretend, displaying his 9th level awakening cultivation and the power of his B-level superpower to the fullest. On the leaderboard, Lin Fan's name rose rapidly like a rocket. From the bottom of the pack, they surpassed numerous B-level and A-level geniuses, directly breaking into the top 10. And their upward momentum shows no signs of slowing down. Outside, almost all viewers' eyes were focused on Lin Fan's screen. Every move he made drew gasps of amazement. Look! Another level 9 Ironback Bear. Lin Fan took it down with 3 punches. His boxing style is too domineering. His control of power is also exquisite. Is this really a high school senior? He seems stronger than many first-tier ability users.
The principal was so excited that his face turned red. He kept introducing Lin Fan to the admissions officer next to him. "This is a student from our #1 high school. He is usually very hardworking. I never expected that he would have such hidden talent." Although he didn't know the specific reason, it didn't stop him from being proud that the school had produced such a genius. Class teacher Li Jianguo had mixed feelings, from shock and doubt to immense relief and excitement. "Good lad. It turns out you've been working hard all along, giving us all a huge surprise." In the stands, Mr. and Mrs. Lin had recovered from their initial shock, replaced by unparalleled pride and joy, their eyes welling up with tears. Lin Shui jumped up excitedly and cheered loudly for her younger brother. Teachers and students from other schools were filled with envy and jealousy. What good luck did Bincheng #1 high school have this year? Not only did they have an S-level Su Qinghan, but Lin Fan also appeared. Lin Fan's B-level ability seems even more powerful than many A-level abilities. Inside the secret realm, the other examinees also noticed Lin Fan, this dark horse who had suddenly emerged, through the dramatic changes in the points rankings. Su Qinghan had just easily dealt with a level 9 peak ice-type demon beast. She glanced at the leaderboard and noticed that Lin Fan's name was ranked below hers. A rare flicker of emotion flashed in her beautiful eyes. It was surprise, but there seemed to be also a hint of barely perceptible relief and curiosity. The calm and confident look in Lin Fan's eyes when he refused Lang Yuaning's offer to join his team flashed through her mind. "So, that's where your confidence comes from." Lang Yuaning looked at the two names standing side by side on the leaderboard, a slight smile curving her lips. She thought to herself, "I knew it, you're not simple." Zhou Feng, who was locked in battle with an 8th-level demonic beast, glanced at the leaderboard and was stunned to find that Lin Fan's ranking was far higher than his own. His expression turned extremely ugly, and a storm of shock surged within him. A rank B ability? Late stage of awakening? How is this possible? How could he have improved so quickly? After the initial shock came overwhelming jealousy and murderous intent. Damn it! I have to find a way to finish him off during the assessment. Otherwise. Elsewhere, Lei Hao, his body wreathed in lightning, pulverized a level 9 demon beast with a single punch, and also noticed Lin Fan's rapidly rising ranking on the leaderboard. A hint of interest appeared on his rugged face as he licked his lips. "Oh. That's interesting. Looks like this assessment won't be too boring." As an S-class genius, he craves worthy opponents. Lin Fan was unaware of the sensation he had caused. He was completely focused on hunting and leveling up. On his way to the core area, he encountered an extremely troublesome demonic beast, a ghost-faced demon spider, at the peak of its awakening stage. This demonic spider is not only incredibly strong and moves at an unpredictable speed, but it can also spew out tough webs and highly toxic mist, making it extremely troublesome. A fierce battle erupted. Lin Fan used Windwalk and Thunder Vision and Shadow Affinity to their fullest extent, weaving through the spider webs and poisonous mist, while Gale Crushing Fist continuously bombarded the demon spider's joints and compound eyes. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Lin Fan also suffered several wounds. But in the end, he seized an opening in the spider's attack and unleashed a powerful, gale-crushing fist that gathered all his strength into its relatively vulnerable mandibles. Put! The spider let out a sharp screech, and its massive body convulsed as it collapsed. Successfully deprived. Gained 35 units of life essence. He slayed a perfect level monster. His points skyrocketed again. Lin Fan's ranking instantly soared into the top 5. He was only a handful of people behind Su Qinghan, Lei Hao, and a few others. Outsiders were once again in an uproar upon seeing Lin Fan kill a perfected demon beast despite being of a higher level. A kill against a higher level opponent. And it's a troublesome one like the ghost-faced demon spider. His combat skills are terrifying. This Lin Fan is definitely a strong contender for the top score. Admissions officers from top universities were already restless, whispering among themselves, their eyes gleaming with determination. We're definitely going to have Lin Fan. Investigate. Find out everything about him immediately. Including why he's hiding his strength. We must win him over, no matter the cost. The name Lin Fan from Bincheng resounded throughout the entire spectator square on the first day of the college entrance examination, and quickly spread throughout the province and even further through the media. A dazzling new star is rising in the dark forest. And his legend has only just begun. Chapter 27, Quasi-Second Tier Beast. Lin Fan's powerful kill of the ghost-faced demon spider propelled his score into the top 5, like a bombshell that completely ignited the spectator plaza outside.
The cameras and eyes that were originally focused on the two S-level geniuses, Su Qinghan and Lei Hao, now turned more than half of them to the light screen that displayed Lin Fan's figure. Media reporters, like sharks smelling blood, pointed their cameras and microphones at Lin Fan's screen in the leadership area of Bincheng No. 1 Middle School.
Quick! Cover Lin Fan prominently. The biggest dark horse in Bincheng's martial arts exam. Contact Bincheng No. 1 High School immediately. We need all of Lin Fan's information. An unbelievable comeback. From an F-level loser to a near top scorer genius. Exclamations, whispers, and the clicking of camera shutters mingled together, and the center of the entire square seemed to shift to Lin Fan. Every move he made, every encounter with a monster, tugged at the heartstrings of countless people. He spotted another swarm of 8-layered stinger wasps. My God, they charged right up to them. Gale Force crushing fist is too domineering. One punch and a whole area is covered. His movement technique is too unpredictable. He managed to dodge so many poisonous thorns. On the leaderboard, Lin Fan's points were snowballing, narrowing the gap with third place and closing in on the top two. This terrifying hunting efficiency and ability to fight beyond one's level completely silenced all previous doubts and ridicule, replacing them with endless shock and admiration. So he had been hiding his true strength all along. This temperament, this forbearance, it's terrifying. No wonder Lan Yuaning took the initiative to team up with him. She must know something. Bincheng No. 1 High School is going to become famous this time. An S-level student, Su Qinghan, and a super dark horse, Lin Fan. The principal was beaming with excitement, his hands trembling slightly, as he received congratulations and inquiries from admissions officers and the media. Although he was extremely confused by Lin Fan's sudden outburst, it did not stop him from enjoying this great honor. Lin Fan is a promising student that our school is focusing on cultivating. He is usually low-key and hardworking, and today he has made a name for himself. He truly deserves the honor. He could only vaguely attribute it to hard work and accumulated knowledge and experience. Class teacher Li Jianguo was deeply moved. Looking at the spirited young man on the screen, he was overwhelmed with emotion as he recalled the quiet, unassuming boy who always trained silently in the corner. Lin Fan. Teacher. I misjudged you. You are the real hidden dragon. His heart was filled with guilt and immense pride. In the stands, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were too excited to speak. They just held each other's hands tightly, tears welling up in their eyes. They never imagined that their son, who was considered an F-level good-for-nothing and once caused them so much worry, could shine with such brilliance. Lin Shui jumped and shouted, wishing she could tell the whole world that it was her brother. However, in stark contrast to the boiling cheers and amazement, there was a deathly silent area in a corner of the audience. Su Qinghan's parents, Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan, were sitting stiffly in their seats, their expressions constantly changing, making for a truly fascinating scene. Lu Ruyan's well-maintained face could no longer maintain its usual elegance and grace. She stared intently at Lin Fan's agile figure on the light screen, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Her fiancé, whom she had previously looked down upon and thought would be a burden on her daughter's life, actually possessed such terrifying talent and strength? B-level attack ability, awakened to the late stage of cultivation, with combat capabilities comparable to S-level. This stark contrast was like a resounding slap across her face. How could this be? Lu Ruyan's voice was dry and filled with disbelief. His awakening ritual was F rank. Su Zhenghong was relatively calm, but his furrowed brows and slightly trembling teacup betrayed the intense turmoil within him. As an important figure in the Su family, he understood better than his wife what it meant to have such a young genius with such temperament and talent. This cannot be explained simply by good luck or hard work. He's hiding so well, his ambitions must be immense. Or perhaps he has a mastermind guiding him? He recalled the previous discussions within the family about breaking off the engagement, and how they had tacitly approved or even encouraged the various acts of contempt and suppression against Lin Fan. A chill instantly ran down his spine. If Lin Fan held a grudge, given his current potential and strength, he would be a huge threat to the Su family once he grew up. What's more, he still holds the marriage contract arranged by the older generation. We may have made a huge mistake. Su Zhenghong took a deep breath, his voice low. Lu Ruyan turned her head sharply, her eyes filled with panic and resentment. Mistake? What mistake? Even if he has some talent, he's only AB rank. How can he compare to Qinghan's S rank? And his family background? Shut up! Su Zhenghong interrupted her with a rare low shout. Can't you see the situation? The strength he's displaying right now is enough to cause a frenzy among the top universities. His future is limitless. More importantly, Xinghan.
He recalled the subtle, unusual changes in his daughter's tone when she occasionally mentioned Lin Fan, and the way she cleaned Lin Fan's wounds in public last time. Lu Ruyan was stunned, her face turning red and then white. She finally realized that the marriage she had always regarded as a burden, the good-for-nothing she had tried so hard to get rid of, had in the blink of an eye become a potential asset that the Su family might have to treat with caution and even actively befriend. This revolutionary understanding was almost unacceptable to her. People from other families around them also noticed the unusual behavior of Su Zhenghong and his wife, and cast meaningful glances at them, some with sympathy, some with mockery, and some with schadenfreude. The news that the Su family wanted to break off the engagement, only to discover that the other party was a hidden dragon, will probably soon spread throughout the upper echelons of Binchang. Su Zhenghong felt the gazes around him, and his expression turned even more unpleasant. He said in a deep voice, "Let's put this matter aside for now and talk about it after the assessment." Perhaps, this is not necessarily a bad thing. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he began to reassess the value of the engagement. Inside the secret realm, Lin Fan was completely unaware of all of this. He was completely focused on hunting and advancing towards the core area. As he went deeper, the monsters he encountered became increasingly powerful, and even near second-tier monsters began to appear. In a volcanic rocky area filled with the smell of sulfur, Lin Fan encountered a near second-tier lava giant lizard. This giant lizard is enormous, with hard scales and can spew molten lava from its mouth. Its strength far surpasses that of the previous ghost-faced demon spider. A fierce battle erupted. Lin Fan used Windwalk and Thunder Vision and Shadow Affinity to their fullest extent, weaving through the scorching lava attacks, while Gale Crushing Fist continuously bombarded the giant lizard's relatively vulnerable abdomen and joints. The battle was extremely fierce. Lin Fan's clothes were scratched by the lava and had scorch marks, but his eyes remained calm and sharp. Outside, everyone held their breath, watching this challenge that was beyond their level with bated breath. Near second tier. Can he handle it? This is too dangerous. This lava giant lizard is much stronger than the ghost-faced demon spider. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan also clenched their fists unconsciously, staring at the screen with complicated feelings. Chapter 28 Battle, Awesome. In the end, Lin Fan, with his superior speed and combat skills, seized the moment when the giant lizard was stunned after one of its breaths, closed in, and unleashed a powerful, gale-crushing fist that gathered all his strength, slamming it deep into the giant lizard's open maw. Boom! The force of the punch erupted within the giant lizard's body. The lava giant lizard let out a shrill wail, its massive body convulsing violently before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. Another near second-tier demonic beast was swiftly slain by Lin Fan. His points surged once again, instantly surpassing the original second place and closing in on Su Qinghan at the top. He won. He won again. Killing a near second-tier opponent while being of a higher level. This Lin Fan is defying the heavens. The entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Lin Fan's undeniable skill had captivated almost the entire audience. Su Zhenghong let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the boy on the screen wiping away sweat, his eyes growing sharper, with a complicated expression. He had already made up his mind. We must win over Lin Fan. The engagement should not only not be dissolved, but should be strengthened. Lu Ruyan, pale-faced, slumped back in her seat, muttering, "How could this happen?" Meanwhile, at the edge of the core area of the secret realm, Su Qinghan, who had just killed a powerful ice-type demon beast, also saw Lin Fan's name rapidly rising on the leaderboard in his astonishing achievements. Her cool eyes looked in the direction of Lin Fan, and for the first time, a clear smile appeared on her snow-white face, a smile that was a mixture of surprise, curiosity, and a hint of something she herself was unaware of. Lin Fan, you never disappoint. Under the dark forest sky, the boy stood with his fist raised, his figure magnified by the light screen, becoming the sole focus of the entire scene. His rise is unstoppable. And because of him, this college entrance examination has become even more unpredictable and exciting. The fall of the lava giant lizard seemed to sound the horn for Lin Fan's all-out offensive. Without pausing for a moment, like a tireless killing machine, he plunged headlong into the deeper core area of the secret realm. Here, the density and strength of the monsters have reached a new level. Awakening stage level 8 and 9 monsters are everywhere, and quasi-second-tier monsters also frequently appear. The air was thick with the stench of blood and violent energy fluctuations, making it too dangerous for ordinary test-takers to set foot there. But this place became Lin Fan's paradise. Roar! A splitter bear at the peak of the 9th level of the awakening stage stood upright and swung its giant paws, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, at Lin Fan. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, he met the attack head-on with the Yi Gale crushing fist. Boom! Fist and palm collided, creating a surge of energy. The massive body of the earth-splitting bear was actually forced to stagger backward by Lin Fan's punch, its palm bones groaning under the strain. Lin Fan pressed his advantage relentlessly. With his wind and thunder vision, he captured the moment the bear lost its balance and moved as fast as a ghost to get close. His second punch, his third punch, poured down on the bear's heart like a storm. Bang bang bang! A series of heavy blows. The earth-splitting bear let out a desperate howl, its chest caved in, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Successfully deprived. Gained 40 units of life essence. Hiss. From the shadows, a shadow python as thick as a bucket and at the peak of its awakening stage suddenly launched an attack, its fangs gleaming coldly. Lin Fan's eagle eye, which has been integrated into the wind and thunder vision part, had already seen through the snake. He activated shadow affinity, and his figure seemed to blend into the darkness, easily avoiding the fatal bite. With a backhand chop, he gathered the sharp energy of Gale crushing fist and precisely struck the python's vital spot. Laugh. Blood spurted out. The shadow python struggled violently, but eventually collapsed, powerless. Successfully deprived. Gained 45 units of life essence. He even actively sought out a pack of monsters. A pack of wolves, consisting of awakened 8th level wind wolves, attempted to overwhelm him by sheer numbers. As a result, Lin Fan was like a tiger among sheep. His Gale crushing fist was unstoppable wherever his fist passed. The wind wolves were either killed or seriously injured. Combined with the insight of Windwalk Thunder Vision and the unpredictable movement of Shadow Affinity, the wolf pack's encirclement and attack seemed utterly powerless. In just a few minutes, the wolf pack was annihilated. Stripping successful. Gained 180 units of life essence mass stripping. Slaughter. Frenzied slaughter. Lin Fan's figure transformed into a death whirlwind in the core area, and wherever he passed, demonic beasts perished. His fist techniques became increasingly ferocious, his eyes grew colder, and a faint aura of malevolent energy, formed from the blood of demonic beasts, began to linger around him. He was like a demon returned from hell, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Outside, in front of the light screen. Dead silence. A long, almost frozen, deathly silence. All the audience members, including the principal, admissions officers, media reporters, ordinary parents and students, stared wide-eyed at the screen, as if petrified. The figure of the boy on the screen had already exceeded their understanding of genius. This isn't an assessment, it's a one-sided massacre. A killing spree that belongs solely to Lin Fan. Is he even human? This bloodthirstiness, it's terrifying. Instantly killed a 9th level awakened demonic beast. Nearly fought a near second-tier demonic beast. The wolf pack was wiped out in an instant. Is his stamina limitless? Is his superpower inexhaustible? Look at the bloodlust on his body, how many demonic beasts must he have killed? The gasps of surprise had long been replaced by utter shock. People stared blankly at the astronomical points that were jumping wildly behind Lin Fan's name on the leaderboard, and at his terrifying data that far surpassed that of second-place Su Qinghan. A monster, this is the real monster. Su Qinghan and Lei Hao both seemed normal in his presence. All previous discussions about Lin Fan's luck or outburst completely disappeared, replaced by deep awe and fear. This method of accumulating points purely through killing is domineering, direct, and incredibly shocking. The principal of Bincheng No. 1 Middle School was so excited that he couldn't speak and could only slap his thigh vigorously. Teacher Li Jiangluo's eyes filled with tears as he murmured, "They fought their way out." This child, he literally fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Mr. and Mrs. Lin hugged each other tightly, feeling both proud and heartbroken. They could see the cold killing intent and weariness in their son's eyes honed through countless life and death battles outside the city. Chapter 29 Breakthrough to the First Tier. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan's expressions had become extremely solemn, even a little pale. Lin Fan's almost savage and cruel growth ethos, along with his unfathomable strength, instilled an unprecedented pressure in them. He was definitely not just an ordinary genius. In the secret realm, the continuous high-intensity killings caused even Lin Fan, with his 9th level awakening cultivation and powerful abilities, to feel a tremendous drain on his strength. His internal energy and mental strength were approaching a critical point. Just then, he happened to be clearing out a small monster's nest and killing the last monster. Successfully deprived. Gained 50 units of life essence. Current life essence, 1025 units.
It's over 1,000.
Lin Fan was startled, and an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart.
Thousands of units of the essence of life. This is an unprecedented and enormous treasure. He looked around. It was a relatively open gravel beach.
There had just been a massacre, and no monsters should be able to approach it for a while.
It's time.
Lin Fan did not continue forward, but instead did something that left all the onlookers dumbfounded. He sat down cross-legged on a huge rock, closed his eyes, and seemed to begin resting and regulating his breathing.
He sat down? In the core area? Just resting like this? My God. That's insane.
There might be powerful monsters around.
Isn't he afraid of being ambushed? Everyone was stunned. In the perilous core of the secret realm, while others were cautiously hunting or recovering, Lin Fan was simply sitting down and meditating without a care in the world? How much confidence must one have in their own abilities and the surrounding environment? Or rather, how arrogant must one be? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant, someone couldn't help but exclaim.
But many others held their breath, staring intently at the screen. They had a premonition that this young man, who had repeatedly created miracles, wouldn't speak without reason. Inside the secret realm, Lin Fan remained completely oblivious to the discussions outside. He appeared to be meditating, but in reality, his entire mind was immersed in the vast ocean of life essence within the system interface. 1,025 units. That's enough for me to make a huge upgrade. He suppressed his excitement and began to plan rapidly. First and foremost, survival is the most important thing.
The D-level, rapid healing, skill must be upgraded.
System, upgrade the D-level ability, rapid healing, to C-level.
Command confirmed. Consuming 50 units of life essence. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Gain C rank ability, high-speed regeneration. A surge of vital energy instantly coursed through his body.
Lin Fan could clearly feel a qualitative leap in the activity of his cells. Wounds that previously took several minutes to heal, even those deep enough to expose bone, could now heal in just tens of seconds. His recovery ability had increased dramatically.
Significant results. Keep it up. Upgrade to level B. Command confirmed. Consuming 100 units of life essence. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Gained rank B ability, extraordinary self-healing. Boom. An even more terrifying burst of vitality erupted.
Lin Fan even felt that his lifespan limit had suddenly increased. While limb regeneration might not be possible yet, any serious injury that isn't immediately fatal will recover at an astonishing speed thanks to the self-healing ability.
It's practically a second life. Great.
My survival ability has greatly increased. Lin Fan felt relieved. He had consumed 150 units, leaving him with 875 units.
Next, attack power. Gale Crushing Fist is already at B rank, which is sufficient for now. But my trump card, Flame Control, is only B rank. Perhaps I could try fusing it to improve it? Or upgrade my support ability to comprehensively enhance my combat power?
His gaze swept over the list of superpowers.
Wind and Thunder Vision level C, speed and insight into the core are of paramount importance.
Shadow Affinity rank C, a powerful tool for stealth, assassination, and evasion. Heart of Solid Rock rank C, defensive support. Both Wind Walk and Thunder Vision and Shadow Affinity are related to speed and stealth.
Can they be fused together?
Lin Fan suddenly had a thought. System, attempt to fuse the C-level ability, Windwalking Thunder Vision, and the C-level ability, Shadow Affinity.
Command confirmed.
Fusing a C-level ability requires 200 units of life essence.
Fusion initiation.
Two forces representing extreme speed and stealth intertwined, collided, and merged within Lin Fan's body.
The process was several times more intense than fusing a D-level superpower.
Lin Fan felt as if his body was being torn apart and reassembled, but he gritted his teeth and persevered.
After an unknown amount of time, the fusion was complete. Fusion successful.
Obtained B-level ability, Wind Shadow Illusion.
Grade B. Yet another Grade B superpower. A profound realization flooded his mind.
Wind Shadow Illusion not only perfectly inherits speed and stealth, but also develops powerful abilities such as short-range teleportation and creating afterimages to confuse opponents.
A perfect combination of speed and mystery. This is amazing.
Lin Fan exclaimed with joy.
This is absolutely a divine skill for both survival and surprise attacks. Consuming 200 units is worth it. There are 675 units remaining.
Heart of Solid Rock is a defensive skill, and C rank is sufficient for now.
Life essence is precious, so perhaps I should improve my cultivation. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed.
Reaching the first level from the 9th level of the awakening stage is a huge hurdle, requiring a massive amount of life essence.
But now, perhaps he could try to break through to the peak of the 9th level, or break through directly?
He checked his internal condition. After a series of killings and the upgrade of his superpower just now, his realm had been completely stabilized at the 9th level, and he was faintly touching the barrier to the peak. System, guide the source of life and help me break through to the peak of the 9th level of the awakening stage.
Command confirmed. Begin infusing life essence.
A vast amount of pure energy surged into Lin Fan's limbs, bones, meridians, and dantian like rivers flowing into the sea. The already powerful energy began to compress and condense wildly. Under the impact of this force, the barrier of the 9th level peak began to tremble violently. Outside, around Lin Fan's seated figure, invisible energy began to gather, forming a subtle vortex that stirred his hair and the hem of his clothes. His aura began to rise at a visible speed.
He's breaking through. My God! Breaking through in place in the core area of the secret realm? This guy is incredibly audacious.
The audience was once again completely shocked by Lin Fan's crazy actions.
Chapter 31 Order Power.
Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the figure enveloped in an energy vortex.
What kind of surprise will this young man, who has repeatedly overturned their understanding, bring with this breakthrough? Lin Fan's foundation is soaring at an unbelievable speed.
When he opens his eyes again, he will surely shock the entire examination hall with a completely new demeanor. In the core area of the secret realm, around the boulder where Lin Fan sat cross-legged, an invisible energy vortex grew stronger and stronger, stirring up the gravel and dust on the ground and emitting a low whistling sound. The energy within his body was like a boiling river, and with the frenzied infusion of the source of life, it launched a final assault on the barrier of the 9th level of the awakening stage.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The muffled rumbling sound seemed to originate from within Lin Fan's body, or perhaps it was drawing upon the energy of the outside world. Centered on him, a powerful energy wave spread out like ripples, sweeping across a radius of several miles.
This fluctuation. Someone broke through? Such a powerful aura.
At the same time, several top geniuses in different locations in the core area of the secret realm almost simultaneously sensed the change, stopped what they were doing, and looked in the direction from which the fluctuation came with surprise and uncertainty.
Having just frozen a powerful ice-type demon beast, Su Qinghan sensed the immense aura emanating from this breakthrough, far exceeding that of an ordinary awakening stage cultivator.
Her cool eyes narrowed slightly. This energy is profound and domineering, carrying a sharp killing intent.
It doesn't seem like Lei Hao's lightning power, nor does it resemble a typical elemental breakthrough. Who is it?
For the first time, she felt a strong curiosity about this unknown breakthrough, and even a faint, inexplicable flutter in her heart. In another valley filled with scorched marks from lightning strikes, Lei Hao blasted a lightning beast into a charred corpse with a single punch. Sensing the shockwave, an excited yet solemn expression appeared on his rugged face. Good heavens!
This background is ridiculously deep. Who is this guy? Besides me and Su Qinghan, is there anyone like this in Bincheng? Interesting. Very interesting.
Far from being afraid, he was filled with fighting spirit and eager to fight this breakthrough. Lun Yuaning, Zhou Feng, and the others were even more shocked. They could clearly feel that the quality of this breakthrough aura far exceeded any awakening stage breakthrough they knew, and it even brought them a faint sense of oppression.
Could it be Tier 1?
An absurd and terrifying thought involuntarily arose in the minds of several geniuses, but they were immediately suppressed.
Breaking through a level 1 barrier before the college entrance exam? That's incredible. It's one of the few such cases in the entire province's history.
Outside, at the viewing plaza. When Lin Fan unleashed that earth-shattering energy fluctuation, triggering a small-scale resonance of heaven and earth energy, the entire plaza was momentarily silent before erupting into a thunderous roar and uproar.
The energy of heaven and earth is resonating. This is a sign of breaking through to the first rank? My God! I broke through to the next level in the college entrance examination secret realm? How is this possible? He's only a senior in high school. Those who have achieved this in history, which one wasn't a giant who was famous in his youth?
The principal suddenly jumped up from his seat, his whole body trembling with excitement, his lips quivering, but he couldn't utter a single word. Teacher Li Jianguo was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he pounded his chest, as if only in this way could he release the overwhelming joy and shock in his heart. Lin's parents hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Although they didn't quite understand what first level meant, they knew from the reactions of those around them and the volcanic aura emanating from their son that their son had accomplished an earth-shattering feat. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan completely lost their composure. They abruptly stood up, their faces deathly pale, their eyes filled with extreme shock and disbelief, and a hint of fear? First level. That's the true threshold for superhumans. Once you cross that line, your entire life level will undergo a transformation. Lin Fan, he actually took this step in the college entrance examination? This isn't just a genius, this is a prodigy. A monster. All their previous scheming and contempt seems so laughable and insignificant now. First here he actually Lu Ruyan slumped back down, utterly dejected, muttering to herself, her heart filled with regret and panic. Every single camera in the room was fixed intently on the figure enveloped in the energy storm on the light screen. This was a historic moment. A moment worthy of being recorded in the educational history of Binchang and even the entire province. Inside the secret realm, Lin Fan's breakthrough has reached its most crucial moment. Within his dantian, the originally gaseous energy vortex spun and compressed wildly, eventually condensing into a liquid crystal core the size of a grain of rice, yet containing terrifying energy. A ranked core. Buzz. With the successful condensation of the rank core, a vast power more than 10 times stronger than before surged through every inch of Lin Fan's flesh, bones, and meridians like a flood bursting its banks. His body was crackling and popping, as if undergoing a complete transformation. His muscles became more condensed, his bone density increased significantly, his meridians widened several times over, and his mental power surged like a tidal wave, instantly covering a radius of several thousand meters. Their 5 senses became incredibly sharp, and they could even clearly perceive the flow of energy particles in the air. An unprecedented sense of power and control filled his mind and body. Is this the power of the first tier? Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils gleaming like 2 tangible bolts of lightning. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the endless, seemingly boundless power flowing within his body, and a surge of boundless pride welled up in his heart. Compared to before the breakthrough, it's like night and day. If the awakening period is about accumulating energy, then the first stage is a qualitative leap, an initial sublimation of one's life level. No wonder it's said that only by stepping into the first stage can one truly enter the hall of power of superhumans. He released a slight amount of his aura. Boom! A powerful pressure emanated from him, instantly shattering the rubble within a radius of tens of meters into dust. Some low-level demonic beasts that had been watching from afar were terrified and fled in panic. Strength, speed, defense, mental power, supernatural power, all improved. Lin Fan carefully experienced the changes in himself. Now, if I faced the lava giant lizard again, I could probably kill it with a single punch. Even if I encountered a true early-stage second-tier demonic beast, I would have the strength to fight it. He glanced at the scorer on his wrist. Because the energy generated during his breakthrough was so immense that it indirectly killed many low-level demonic beasts around him, his score had automatically increased slightly. At this moment, his total score has reached an astonishing number, far ahead of second-place Lei Hao, by more than 5,000 points. This is an almost insurmountable gap. With a huge lead in points, I can be more relaxed now. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. He now had enough confidence and strength to explore the deepest part of the secret realm, and even meet the possible second-tier demonic beasts. At the same time, he also had more leeway to deal with any possible unexpected events. Chapter 31: The Battle for the Top Scholar. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and his joints cracked like popping beans. He was in better shape than ever before. At this moment, the audience outside could clearly see the terrifying glint in Lin Fan's eyes when he opened them, as well as the powerful, unfathomable aura that he exuded when he stood up. He succeeded. He really broke through to the first tier. An 18-year-old Tier 1 ability user. My God! A dragon is about to emerge from Binchang. Is there any suspense left regarding who will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Cheers, gasps of amazement, and screams of disbelief filled the air. Everyone knew that a legend was being born before their very eyes. At almost the same time, Su Qinghan and Lei Hao confirmed the identity of the breakthrough user Lin Fan through the overwhelming lead in points on the leaderboard and a sense of unseen connection. It was him.
For the first time, an incredibly complex expression appeared on Su Qinghan's usually cold face. There was shock, realization, relief, and even a faint smile and pride that she herself hadn't noticed. Lei Hao was taken aback at first, then threw his head back and burst into wild laughter. Ha ha! Good! Lin Fan, you've been hiding your strength well. Now you're worthy to be my opponent. The last day of the college entrance examination, the core area, I'll be waiting for your battle. Far from being discouraged, he was instead ignited with unprecedented fighting spirit. The other candidates were collectively speechless. That F-grade loser they had previously mocked, looked down upon, or pitted had quietly become a first-tier being they now looked up to? This huge contrast has caused many people to lose their composure. From this moment on, Lin Fan's name was no longer just that of a dark horse, but a true king. He declared his absolute dominance over this Binchang martial arts examination with an overwhelming momentum. After breaking through to the first level, Lin Fan felt that the whole world became clearer and slower. The flow of energy in the air, the low roars of distant monsters, and even the wriggling of microorganisms in the soil beneath his feet were all clearly visible to his powerful senses. This is a sense of control I've never felt before. He did not rush to the deepest part of the secret realm, but instead strolled around the core area in an almost leisurely manner. Wherever he went, neither the ninth-level awakened demon beasts nor the quasi-second-tier overlords could withstand a single move from him. Driven by first-tier energy, the power of the Gale-Crushing Fist underwent a qualitative change. Wherever the fist passed, the monsters disintegrated, and the score continued to widen the gap with the second place at a desperate speed. Outside, the audience had become numb. Watching Lin Fan hunt down the demonic beasts that had caused other geniuses so much suffering, as if harvesting straw, they were filled with deep awe. The competition for the top scorer has long been a foregone conclusion. Now people are more concerned about where Lin Fan's limits are. Will he challenge that legendary second-tier demonic beast? Look! Lin Fan's direction of movement seems to intersect with Lei Hao's trajectory. Some observant individuals noticed a clue by observing the movement of the light spots representing the candidates' positions on the screen. Lei Hao. S-rank thunderous battle body. He seems to have sensed Lin Fan as well, and is actively moving closer. My god! Two top geniuses are about to meet? Lei Hao is a battle maniac. He's definitely not happy that Lin Fan stole his thunder. A fierce battle is about to begin. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited. Although Lin Fan had broken through to the first level and his strength was overwhelming, Lei Hao was, after all, an S-class ability user with exceptional talent and extremely ferocious combat power. Who would win or lose was still unknown. This was undoubtedly the most anticipated showdown since the college entrance examination began. In the secret realm, there is a desolate valley filled with jagged rocks and scorched earth. Lin Fan seemed to sense something, stopped in his tracks, and calmly looked towards the entrance of the valley. Rumble. Accompanied by a muffled rumble of thunder and a slight tremor in the ground, a tall, burly figure, crackling with blinding lightning, charged forward like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, blocking Lin Fan's path. It was Lei Hao. His muscles bulged, lightning crackled around him, and his S-rank, Berserk Thunder battle body, was operating at full power, radiating a wild and violent aura. His eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan, filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Lin Fan. It really is you. Lei Hao's voice boomed like a bell, echoing like thunder. I never expected that Binchang would hide such a true dragon as you. Breaking through to the first level? Good. Very good. It'll be more interesting to defeat you like this. Lin Fan looked at Lei Hao, whose fighting spirit was boiling, with a calm and unwavering expression, as if he were looking at a noisy child. Lei Hao, you are no match for me. Get out of my way, I don't want to waste my time. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable confidence and a hint of barely perceptible pity? As if stating a simple, unambiguous fact. This attitude completely enraged the proud and arrogant Lei Hao. Arrogant. You think you're invincible just because you've broken through to the first rank? I'm an S-rank ability user. Today I'll show you that the difference in talent can't be bridged by a mere rank. Take this. Wrath of Thor. Lei Hao roared, and the lightning all over his body gathered on his right fist, transforming into a dazzling lightning ball containing destructive energy. This was his trump card, a move he had used to severely injure a near second-tier demon beast. He believed that even if Lin Fan was only a first-tier demon, he would not fare well if he took this move head-on. Boom! The lightning ball, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, hurtled towards Lin Fan like a meteor.
Wherever it passed, it carved a scorched trench into the ground.
Outside, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to this decisive moment. Lei Hao is going all out. This is his strongest attack. Will Lin Fan take the hit head on?
A Tier 1 versus a Peak S rank, the outcome hinges on this. Su Qinghan also stopped, her cool eyes peering through the dense forest towards the valley, her fingertips slightly clenched. Zhou Feng, hidden in the shadows, wore a gloating grin, hoping the two would both suffer heavy losses. Faced with this ferocious attack, Lin Fan finally moved. He did not choose to confront it head-on, nor did he even use the Gale Force Collapse Fist. He simply lifted his right foot. Then, he took a small step to the side and forward. Chapter 32. One punch and he was done for. What's there to say? This step, seemingly casual, is actually extremely profound. It is the ultimate technique of the B-level superpower, Wind Shadow Illusion, the Phantom Step. His figure blurred instantly, as if merging into the gap between light and shadow, leaving behind an almost realistic afterimage in place. Lei Hao's Wrath of the Thunder God, which gathered all his strength, struck Lin Fan's afterimage precisely. Rumble! A huge explosion rang out, lightning flashed, and a charred crater several meters in diameter was blasted out of the spot where Lin Fan had just stood, with debris flying everywhere. However, Lin Fan's true form appeared like a ghost less than a meter behind Lei Hao, completely unharmed. What? Lei Hao's pupils shrank sharply, and the smug expression on his face froze instantly, turning into extreme shock and disbelief. He unleashed a full-force attack, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes? How is that possible? What kind of speed is that? What kind of movement technique is that? Just as his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet arisen, and his mind was in a great shock. Lin Fan made his move. There was no dazzling light, no earth-shattering momentum. It was just a simple straight punch. The right fist seemed to break through the limitations of space, striking Lei Hao's chest acupoint silently and without warning. There wasn't even any obvious supernatural light attached to his fist, it was just a perfect combination of a pure, refined physical strength and first-order energy. Bang! A dull thud, like the sound of leather being struck. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Lei Hao's horrified expression froze completely. He felt an indescribable, terrifying force, like a primordial torrent, instantly pierce through his proud lightning protection and surge into his limbs and bones. His internal organs felt as if they were being gripped and crushed by an invisible hand. Puff! Before he could even scream, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out, and the violent lightning around him vanished instantly, like flames being extinguished. His tall and robust body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, flying more than 10 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but found that his meridians were in disarray due to the strange power, and he could not gather energy at all. He even found it extremely difficult to move a finger. He could only lie there like a lump of mud, his eyes filled with endless fear, confusion, and despair. One punch. Just one punch. Lei Hao, the owner of the S-level superpower, Thunderous Battle Body, and one of the biggest favorites to win the Bincheng martial arts exam, has been defeated. And it was an absolute, crushing, instant kill. The entire process, from Lei Hao's initial move to Lin Fan taking a step and then throwing a punch, happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that many viewers didn't even have time to react. Quiet. A deathly silence. In the spectator plaza, tens of thousands of people were frozen in place, utterly silent. Everyone's mouths were agape, their eyes wide like saucers, staring intently at the unbelievable scene on the screen. Instant kill? Lei Hao, an S-rank hero, was instantly killed by Lin Fan with a single punch? How is this possible? That's an S-class superpower. It's a symbol of being invincible among those of the same rank. Even if Lin Fan broke through to the next level, the gap shouldn't be this large, right? This is completely beyond their comprehension. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a volcanic eruption. My God! What am I seeing? One punch. Just one punch. And Lei Hao is down. This is not even in the same league. Just how terrifying is Lin Fan's strength? What movement technique did he use just now? I couldn't see it clearly. His punch, it didn't seem like he used any force at all. Shock. Horrification. Unbelievable. A mix of emotions surged through the crowd. Lin Fan's image had been completely deified in their minds. The principal of Bincheng No. 1 Middle School was so excited that he almost fainted, and was quickly supported by the people next to him. Teacher Li Jianguo was in tears, murmuring, we won just like that. In the stands, Lin's parents embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Lin Shui jumped up and shouted wildly, Xiao Fan! You're amazing! You're the best! Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan were completely petrified, their faces ashen, and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They still held onto a sliver of hope, thinking that Lin Fan might just have gotten lucky and broken through to the next level, and that he might not be stronger than the S-rank Lei Hao in actual combat. But now, this cruel reality has shattered even their last shred of hope. Lin Fan's strength has reached a level that they need to look up to. That marriage agreement, now it seems, it wasn't Lin Fan marrying above his station, but rather an opportunity that the Su family needed to seize. Lu Ruyan was filled with regret. Inside the secret realm, the other geniuses who had sensed the changes in the leaderboard and the subtle fluctuations of the battle were also stunned. Su Qinghan lightly covered her lips, her cool eyes filled with shock, which then transformed into a complex understanding and a faint sense of relief and comfort washed over her. So, you've already come this far. She finally understood that Lin Fan's rejection of her protection wasn't out of bravado, but because he truly possessed the power to look down on everyone else. Lung Ye's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a charming smile curved her lips. I knew it, you never disappoint. Zhou Feng, hiding in the shadows, was terrified, his body drenched in cold sweat. Monster! He's a monster. We absolutely mustn't mess with him. Absolutely not. His murderous intent toward Lin Fan was instantly replaced by boundless fear. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his fist, not even glancing at Lei Hao, who was slumped on the ground with a blank look in his eyes, as if he had just casually swatted away a fly. He sensed the almost depleted energy within his body and nodded slightly. After reaching the first level, his control over power became even more refined, allowing him to defeat Lei Hao without even needing to use his true supernatural killing moves. My points must have increased a lot again. He glanced at the scoreboard and sure enough, defeating Lei Hao had earned him a huge number of points, and his lead had reached a hopeless level. Without lingering, he flickered and unleashed the Lu Wind Shadow Illusion technique, disappearing like wisps of smoke into the depths of the desolate valley, continuing his journey towards the core area of the secret realm. There, perhaps, there are opponents that can pique his interest, for example, that legendary second-tier demon beast. Lei Hao, limp as a rag doll, lay on the cold earth, his eyes unfocused, his Dao heart on the verge of collapse. His prized talent and strength became a complete joke in front of Lin Fan. The news that Lin Fan had instantly killed Lei Hao with a single punch spread like wildfire through the light screen and communicators, instantly reaching the entire viewing plaza and then rapidly spreading throughout the province and even the whole country through the media. Chapter 33 Second-Tier Beast, Crimson Gold Violent Bear. Lin Fan of Bincheng, this name, along with the two astonishing achievements of reaching the first rank at 18 years old and instantly killing an S rank, has truly become famous throughout the world. Lin Fan's figure darted swiftly through the dense forest in the core area. His wind shadow illusion made his movements as ghostly and unpredictable. After breaking through to the first level, his perception range expanded greatly, and he could clearly see the flow of energy within a radius of several thousand meters. The energy fluctuations emitted by those awakened or even quasi-second-tier demonic beasts were like fireflies to him, completely failing to arouse his interest. His goal was singular: the deepest part of the secret realm. The source of energy is vast, violent, and terrifying as a blazing torch in the night. That was the oppressive aura of a second-tier demonic beast. As expected, there is a second-tier demonic beast. Instead of fear, Lin Fan's eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. The swift defeat of Lei Hao hadn't satisfied him. He needed a true, evenly matched battle to test his limits after reaching the first rank and to hone his skills. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding vegetation thinned, the ground took on an eerie dark red hue, and the air was thick with the scorching aura of sulfur and metal. This was already a forbidden zone within the secret realm, one that ordinary examinees dared not tread. Finally, in the center of a huge circular valley that looked as if it had been struck by a meteorite, Lin Fan sought his target. That was a colossal creature. It stood over 5 meters tall, like a moving mountain. Its entire body was covered in thick, dark gold scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Each time its enormous paws struck the ground, the earth trembled slightly. It lay there, like a sleeping ancient behemoth, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. A second-tier early-stage demonic beast, the Crimson Gold Violent Bear. Known for its absolute power and almost monstrous defensive capabilities, it is one of the most difficult monsters to deal with among its peers. Such a powerful aura. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression turned serious. The pressure from this Crimson Gold Bear far exceeded that of any of his previous opponents.
He could sense that the terrifying power contained within the other party's body had definitely reached the mid-stage of the first tier, or even approached the level of a late-stage superhuman. The innate advantages of the demonic beasts were on full display at this moment. This is more interesting. Lin Fan licked his dry lips, his heart pounding with excitement. He slowly drew his crimson flame blade from behind his back. Facing an opponent of this caliber, fighting bare-handed would be far too risky. Outside, when Lin Fan's figure appeared in that iconic Crimson Valley, and the light screen clearly captured the crimson gold bear that was as big as a small mountain, the entire viewing plaza instantly erupted in chaos. My God! He really went to find a second-tier demonic beast. The Crimson Gold Berserker Bear. It's the Crimson Gold Berserker Bear. The strongest being in the secret realm according to the records. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. He just broke through to the first rank and dares to challenge a second-ranked demonic beast? And it's the Crimson Gold Violent Bear, known for its defense and strength? He's gotten cocky. Lin Fan has definitely gotten cocky. Killing Lei Hao in an instant has made him too confident. It's over. It's all over. The Crimson Gold Berserker Bear can kill an ordinary early-stage Tier 1 cultivator with a single slap. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, he's only just broken through. Exclamations, doubts, and worries rose and fell. Almost no one was optimistic about Lin Fan. After all, the difference in rank was a hard truth, especially when facing a demon beast that was inherently stronger than humans of the same rank. The principal and teacher Li Jiangwo's hearts jumped into their throats, and their faces turned ashen. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were so nervous that they closed their eyes and dared not look anymore. Su Qinghan clenched her fists, her cool eyes filled with worry, and even a hint of heartache that she herself didn't realize. Lu Ruyan and Su Zhenghong had mixed feelings. They hoped Lin Fan would suffer a bit, but they were also afraid that he would really be defeated here, causing the Su family to lose a huge potential asset. Roar! In the valley, the Crimson Gold Bear seemed to be awakened by Lin Fan, this uninvited guest. It raised its huge head, its scarlet eyes locked onto Lin Fan, and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves spread out as if they were tangible, causing rocks to fall from the valley walls. Battle is imminent. Without hesitation, Lin Fan activated Wind Shadow Illusion at full power, his figure transforming into a blur as he launched an attack. He knew that against an opponent far stronger than himself, he had to utilize his speed and agility. Whoosh! The crimson blade sliced through the air, its blazing flames aimed at the bear's relatively vulnerable eyes. However, the Crimson Gold Bear reacted incredibly quickly. It merely tilted its head slightly, using its forehead, covered in thick scales, to take the blow head-on. Clang! Sparks flew. The clang of metal clashing was deafening. Lin Fan felt a jolt in his hand. The crimson flame blade seemed to have struck the hardest alloy, leaving only a shallow white mark. The recoil made his arm go numb. Such a tough defense. Lin Fan thought with awe. Enraged, the bear unleashed its massive paws, tearing through the air, crashing down on Lin Fan like a mountain collapsing. Surprisingly, its speed was remarkable. Lin Fan, with his keen insight, retreated swiftly. Boom! The bear's paw slammed into the ground, leaving a crater several meters in diameter, sending debris flying everywhere. The terrifying shockwaves sent Lin Fan's blood churning. The power is terrifying. We absolutely cannot take it head-on. Lin Fan moved at high speed around the bear, unleashing the full power of his Wind Shadow Illusion technique, launching attacks from various tricky angles. Blade flashes and fist shadows rained down on the bear like a storm. Clang! Clang! Bang! Bang! However, the Crimson Gold Bear's defense is simply too strong. Apart from a few vital areas such as its eyes and throat, which it protects with great care, the scales on the rest of its body are so hard that it's almost hopeless. Lin Fan's attacks mostly left only minor, insignificant marks, failing to cause any real damage. On the contrary, he himself needed to constantly concentrate to dodge the Berserk Bear's furious counterattacks, resulting in a huge drain on his stamina. The audience outside was terrified. It's completely unbreakable. The Crimson Gold Bear's defense is insane. Although Lin Fan is fast, he will eventually lose if he holds out for too long. This is too dangerous. Everyone held their breath in suspense for Lin Fan. The situation seemed to have reached a stalemate. Lin Fan appeared to have the upper hand, but in reality, he was in grave danger. Attack only vital points. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as he locked onto the bear's eyes once more. He took a deep breath, incorporating the power generation techniques of the Gale Crushing Fist into his swordsmanship.
The flames on the crimson flame blade suddenly condensed and compressed, becoming almost tangible.
Grade B ability, Flame Control, Partial Enhancement. Flame Slash.
A condensed crimson blade of energy shot towards the bear's left eye like a laser beam.
This strike, in terms of speed, power, and penetrating force, reached Lin Fan's current peak.
The crimson gold bear seemed to sense the threat as well, letting out a roar. It didn't dodge or evade, but instead abruptly closed its heavy eyelids.
Laugh.
The blade's energy slashed at his eyelid, producing a teeth-grinding scraping sound.
Surprisingly, it still couldn't completely penetrate.
Only a charred wound remained, oozing a small amount of blood.
Chapter 34 Indestructible Body. Roar.
The bear went completely berserk.
Its injury drove it into a frenzy. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its dark gold scales seemed to glow. It stopped passively defending and began to relentlessly pursue Lin Fan.
The bear swung its paws, tore at the ground with its claws, and even spewed out scorching metallic breath.
The attack was like a storm, engulfing the entire valley.
Lin Fan's pressure increased sharply. He pushed his wind shadow illusion to its limit, struggling to dodge amidst the countless claw shadows and breath attacks, like a small boat in a storm, which could capsize at any moment. Several times, sharp claws grazed his body, tearing his combat suit and leaving bloodstains.
If it weren't for his extraordinary self-healing, timely repairs, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No. Conventional attacks are ineffective.
I must use even greater power. Lin Fan thought fiercely.
He knew he couldn't hold back any longer.
He leaped backward a considerable distance, temporarily escaping the bear's attack range. With both hands gripping the crimson flame blade tightly, the first-tier crystal core within his body spun wildly, and all his energy, including the primal power of the B rank, flame control, began to be poured into the blade without reservation. The crimson flame blade emitted a groan of unbearable strain, its blade turning a deep, translucent red. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air. A destructive aura emanated from Lin Fan.
What is he going to do? Such a powerful energy fluctuation. Is this a desperate attempt?
The audience held their breath, their hearts almost stopping. The crimson gold bear also sensed a deadly threat. It let out an uneasy growl, its scales gleaming brightly as it assumed a defensive stance.
Take this strike. Flame Dragon. Break.
Lin Fan roared and unleashed his strongest strike to date, using all his strength.
Boom.
A massive, dragon-shaped blade aura, composed entirely of condensed flames, roared forth from the crimson flame blade. Wherever it passed, deep furrows were plowed into the ground, and rocks instantly vaporized. The blade's energy locked onto the crimson gold bear and slashed down with unstoppable force. The crimson gold bear crossed its arms to block, and dark golden light condensed into a thick energy shield.
The next moment,
the fiery dragon blade energy collided fiercely with the energy shield.
Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron plunged into ice water. A blinding white light and a terrifying energy shockwave swept across the entire valley.
The spectator screen instantly turned completely white, obscuring everything. Everyone was so shocked by this earth-shattering attack that they were speechless. The light and smoke slowly dissipated. Right in the center of the valley, a huge, charred crater suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, as if it had been smashed out by some terrifying force. The once majestic crimson gold bear was still standing in the same spot, but the hard scales on its arms that it used to block had all shattered, revealing a bloody mess of flesh and even the bare bones. What's even more shocking is that there is an extremely terrible charred wound between the chest and abdomen of the crimson gold bear. This wound is so deep that the bone can be seen, and it almost splits its body in two, as if its internal organs are about to flow out from this wound. The massive body of the crimson gold bear swayed precariously in the wind, as if it might collapse at any moment. Its once scarlet eyes had lost their luster and become dull and lifeless. Finally, with a muffled thud, the second-tier demonic beast, the crimson gold bear, collapsed to the ground as if all its life force had been drained away, and there was no more breath left. Not far away, Lin Fan knelt on one knee, gripping the crimson flame blade tightly in his hand, using it to support his body. His face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, and his lips trembled slightly from the exertion. He was panting heavily, as if each breath required all his strength. Lin Fan's clothes, which were originally quite neat, were now tattered and worn. Clearly, that breathtaking attack had not only exhausted almost all of his strength, but also greatly impacted his mind. For a moment, the entire valley fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke, and even breathing became barely audible. However, after this suffocating silence, a deafening, frenzied cheer suddenly erupted.
The cheers were like a flood bursting its banks, surging and roaring, seemingly about to lift the roof off the square. He won. Lin Fan won. He killed a second-tier demonic beast. My God. This is a miracle. An absolute miracle. A first-tier early-stage demon beast slaying a second-tier early-stage demon beast. This feat is incredible. The principal and Li Jianguo embraced each other in excitement. Lin's parents wept with joy. Su Qinghan let out a long sigh of relief, and the corners of her tightly closed lips unconsciously curved upwards into a slight smile. The entire city of Binchang was abuzz with excitement over Lin Fan's earth-shattering battle. Inside the secret realm, Lin Fan forced himself to stand up and walk to the corpse of the Crimson Gold Bear. Target detectable for removal, Crimson Gold Bear early stage 2, already dead. Remove target? Disqualify. Lin Fan's heart was filled with anticipation. What will a second-tier monster bring? Stripping successful. Acquired, a level superpower, indestructible body. Life essence 200 units. Grade A superpower. Indestructible body. A powerful flow of information, containing ultimate power and defensive rules, surged into Lin Fan's mind. This is a top-tier physical enhancement ability. Once mastered, physical strength, power, and defense will experience a qualitative leap, comparable to top-tier defensive monsters of the same level. It is a manifestation of the Crimson Gold Bear's talent. A level defensive ability. That's fantastic. Lin Fan was overjoyed. This was like a godsend. It made up for his current weakness of having a powerful attack but a relatively fragile body. Combined with extraordinary self-healing, his survivability would reach a terrifying level. At the same time, the 200 units of life essence he received instantly replenished most of his previous consumption. Feeling the powerful new abilities and restorative strength within his body, Lin Fan's gaze towards the deeper parts of the secret realm became even more profound and confident. A level superpower, indestructible body. This martial arts exam was incredibly rewarding. After this battle, Lin Fan's name will no longer be just a legend in Bincheng, but will truly shake the entire province and even reach the attention of higher levels, an unparalleled genius. Lin Fan had just finished absorbing the supernatural insights of the indestructible body, and was feeling the surging power and unprecedented sense of security within his body when suddenly, a strong sense of unease washed over his entire body like ice water. Buzz. The entire secret realm began to tremble violently without warning. The sky seemed to be covered with a blood-red filter, and the light became dim and eerie. The previously stable energy flow in the air instantly became violent and chaotic, filled with a destructive aura. What's going on? Lin Fan's expression changed drastically, and he looked up at the sky. His powerful mental energy allowed him to clearly sense that the rules of the entire secret realm were being forcibly distorted and destroyed by some external force. A sense of impending doom enveloped his heart. Almost simultaneously, the integrator on his wrist emitted a piercing alarm, the screen flickered a few times, and then went completely black, losing all functionality. Even more terrifying, the SOS talisman he kept close to his body instantly lost all energy fluctuations and turned into an ordinary wooden plaque. The distress talisman failed? Lin Fan's heart sank. This meant that they, the examinees, had lost their last guarantee of safety. Chapter 35: The Riot in the Secret Realm. Roar. A whoa. Hiss. An even more chilling change has occurred. Throughout the secret realm, the demonic beasts that originally inhabited different areas and were restricted by the rules seem to have simultaneously fallen into a state of frenzy. Their eyes turned blood red, their aura surged wildly, and they were filled with a bloodthirsty killing desire. Even more terrifying, deep within the secret realm and in some places with unusually intense spatial fluctuations, a large number of figures exuding a terrifying aura, which did not originally belong to the secret realm, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, hordes of second-tier demonic beasts. Lin Fan even vaguely sensed that in the far distance, an even more terrifying third-tier aura flashed by. Spatial disorder? Beast invasion? Lin Fan instantly realized the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary accident, but rather a deliberate act of sabotage, or an extremely terrifying anomaly had occurred within the secret realm itself. This has gone beyond the scope of the martial arts exam and turned into a massacre targeting all candidates. Help! Run! The monster has gone mad. The distress talisman didn't work. Ah! The screams of agony, the roars of monsters, and the explosions of colliding energy instantly came from all directions of the secret realm.
On the screen, the dots that originally displayed the candidate's status began to dim and go out at an alarming rate.
The disappearance of each dot represented the passing of a young life.
Outside, at the viewing plaza, when the sky over the secret realm turned red and began to tremble violently, everyone was stunned. When the integrator and the distress signal both stopped, and a large number of light spots on the light screen went out, panic and despair spread like a plague.
No! My child! What happened? What's wrong with the secret realm? SOS talisman. Why isn't the SOS talisman working? Quickly, save them. Open the secret realm. Parents rushed frantically towards the stage, their cries and shouts filling the air. The scene was completely out of control. The principal and all the examiners were deathly pale, their bodies ice cold. They understood this far better than anyone else. The core rules of the secret realm have been broken. The spatial barrier has become unstable. A high-level being has forcibly intervened. The principal's voice trembled as he roared into the communicator, "Quick! Immediately request assistance from the provincial capital. Request the intervention of an adult of the 5th rank or higher. Hurry! It's too late. Even if we send a 5th-tier expert from the provincial capital to tear through space, it will take at least 8 minutes," the person in charge of the secret realm's security shouted in despair. 8 minutes. For the students in the secret realm whose average strength was only at the awakening stage, it was an eternal hell. Someone was dying every second. "It's all over." Teacher Li Jiangguo collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, watching the light spots on the screen disappear rapidly, his heart breaking. There are his students there, whom he has taught for 3 years. Su Zhenhong and Lu Ruyan were also completely panicked, staring intently at the point of light representing Su Qinghan, praying that it could hold on. At this moment, all thoughts of family interests and marriage schemes were thrown to the back of their minds, leaving only worry for their daughter's life. The entire square was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair and sorrow. The most outstanding generation of young people in Binchang was suffering a devastating blow. In this hidden realm, a hellish scene is unfolding. Hordes of monsters chased after the panicked students. The monsters, which normally required a team to barely fight, were now greatly stronger in their berserk state. The students had no way to call for help and could only desperately run and fight back before being mercilessly torn apart. Lei Hao had just barely recovered from the blow of being defeated by Lin Fan when he encountered a Gale Wolf at the early stage of the 2nd tier. He roared and unleashed his Berserk Thunder battle body, lightning raging, but under the absolute difference in speed and power, he only lasted for less than 10 seconds before the demonic wolf shattered his sternum with a single claw, sending him flying backward, coughing up blood, critically injured and on the verge of death. If it weren't for his powerful S-rank physique, he would probably be dead already. Su Qinghan's situation is equally precarious. With the power of her S-rank, Ice Phoenix, she froze several first-tier peak demonic beasts that were attacking her, but she was soon targeted by 3 second-tier early-stage frost demon spiders. Their attributes are mutually exclusive, but their cultivation levels are vastly different. Her extreme ice could only barely slow down the spider's speed, but could not cause fatal damage. Soon, her defenses were breached, and a deep, bone-revealing wound was torn open on her shoulder by a spider's leg. The chill seeped in, slowing her movements and putting her in grave danger. Long Yuaning was separated from her teammates during her escape and faced a ferocious second-tier cave rock python alone. She struggled to hold on with her grade, ice skin jade bone, defense and agile movements, but defeat was only a matter of time. Death happens every moment. Standing in the valley, Lin Fan's powerful senses allowed him to hear the devastation within a radius of several thousand meters. The cries, pleas for help, and roars of monsters pierced his nerves like needles. He was not a savior, nor could he save everyone. However, there are 2 people he absolutely cannot give up on. Su Qinghan. His fiancée. He couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Long Yuaning. The girl who showed him care and kindness when he was weak. He will always remember that kindness. We must find them. Lin Fan's eyes instantly became incredibly sharp and determined. Combining wind and thunder vision with his powerful mental strength, he scanned the chaotic energy field like a radar, quickly locking onto the directions of 2 familiar and rapidly weakening auras, the approximate area where Su Qinghan and Lung Yuaning were located. Hold on. Wait for me. Lin Fan let out a low shout, activating the wind shadow illusion technique to its limit. His figure transformed into a streak of light that tore through the air, and he rushed out of the valley without hesitation, heading towards the direction from which Su Qinghan's aura was coming, resolutely plunging into that bloody killing hell. Wherever he went, raging monsters tried to stop him,
but whether they were near second tier or first tier, they were all blasted apart by his casual punch or slash. The domineering power of the gale-crushing fist, the defense of the indestructible body, and the recovery of the extraordinary self-healing made him like a highly efficient killing machine, tearing a bloody path through the beast tide. Chapter 36, using the trump card. His goal was clear, and his speed was astonishing. He had to save the lives of the most important people before rescue arrived. This is a race against death. Every second counts. Outside the secret realm, a desperate wait inside, a fierce struggle and a resolute figure piercing the darkness. Lin Fan's figure was like lightning tearing through the darkness, carving a bloody path through the raging beast tide. He pushed the speed of wind shadow illusion to its limit, and all the low-level demonic beasts that tried to stop him were either smashed to pieces with a single punch or cut in two with a single slash. His target was crystal clear, the direction where Su Qinghan was. With his powerful senses and a mysterious connection, Lin Fan quickly locked onto Su Qinghan's aura. The breath was weak and disordered at that moment, like a candle flickering in the wind. In a woodland covered with frost and spider webs, Lin Fan saw Su Qinghan in dire straits. Her face was as pale as paper, and a deep, bone-revealing wound on her left shoulder was constantly oozing blood. The cold air and spider venom intertwined, making her movements stiff. 3 enormous, dark blue ice spiders slowly approached from 3 directions, their mouths opening and closing, dripping deadly venom. Qinghan! Lin Fan shouted, instantly appearing in front of Su Qinghan and protecting her behind him. Su Qinghan's previously cold and despairing eyes suddenly lit up with disbelief when she saw that familiar and upright figure, then turned into deep worry. Lin Fan? What are you doing here? Let's go. It's dangerous here. Don't speak, come with me. Lin Fan didn't turn around, his cold gaze sweeping over the 3-headed demonic spider. He wasn't afraid of these early-stage second-tier demonic beasts one-on-one, but 3 of them together, and with the added burden of protecting the injured Su Qinghan, were a bit tricky. Roar! One of the demonic spiders seemed to be enraged by Lin Fan's intrusion, and opened its mouth to spew out a spider web filled with bone-chilling cold air, which covered everything. Break! Lin Fan swung his crimson flame blade, and with the enhancement of flame control, the fiery blade energy instantly incinerated the spider web. But the other 2 demonic spiders seized the opportunity to launch an attack from the flanks, their sharp spider legs stabbing like javelins. Lin Fan instantly activated his indestructible body, his skin glowing with a faint dark golden light. Without dodging or avoiding, he unleashed his gale-crushing fist to one side with his left fist and parried the other side with his right sword. Bang! Clang! Lin Fan withstood the attacks of 2 second-tier demonic beasts head-on. His figure swayed slightly, and his blood surged, but the defense of the indestructible body was indeed formidable, and he was unharmed. With a single punch, he sent the demonic spider staggering backward. Go! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Fan grabbed Su Qinghan's icy hand, activated wind shadow illusion, and sped away in another direction. He had to find a relatively easy to defend and difficult to attack place as soon as possible. The 3-headed spider hissed angrily and gave chase. Along the way, Lin Fan encountered Lung Yuaning, who was being chased by a second-tier cave rock python. Her condition was slightly better, but she was still in grave danger. Without hesitation, Lin Fan flashed his blade, forcing back the rock python and rescuing Lung Yuaning as well. Brother Fan! When Lung Yuaning saw Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with surprise and relief, as if she had found her pillar of support. Keep up! Lin Fan said nothing more, one in each hand, carrying the 2 women, pushing his speed to the limit. He fully extended his senses, searching for a suitable refuge. Finally, after running for several minutes, Lin Fan discovered a natural cave located at the bottom of a cliff. The entrance was narrow, but the interior was quite spacious, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Go in! Lin Fan pushed the 2 women into the cave, then turned around and blocked the entrance like a gatekeeper. Almost simultaneously, the pursuers arrived. Not only the 3 frost spiders and the cave rock pythons, but also many more ferocious beasts attracted by the smell of blood and the commotion. Among them was even a second-tier beast, a netherworld leopard engulfed in eerie green flames. The dense horde of beasts completely surrounded the cave entrance. Inside the cave, besides Su Qinghan and Lung Yuaning, there were 7 or 8 other students who had managed to escape to the vicinity and were rescued by Lin Fan. Looking at the surging tide of monsters outside the cave, especially the few second-tier beings exuding a terrifying aura, they all turned pale and trembled with fear. It's over, we're doomed. So many demonic beasts, even the great godlin can't stop them. An atmosphere of despair permeated the cave. Su Qinghan endured the pain and struggled to stand up and fight alongside Lin Fan, but Lin Fan stopped her with a stern look.
Stay inside, don't come out.
His voice left no room for argument. Lang Yuaning bit her lip and silently activated her special ability, ready to provide support at any time. Outside the cave, Lin Fan faced the beast tied alone, the pressure immense. He could handle one second-tier demonic beast with ease, two with barely enough strength, but three, plus the frenzied attacks of countless first-tier and near-second-tier beasts, he felt a sense of powerlessness. The crimson flame blade danced wildly, and his fists flashed. He unleashed his three extraordinary abilities, Gale Crushing Fist, Blazing Flame Control, and Indestructible Body, to their fullest potential. The severed limbs of demonic beasts flew up continuously, and blood stained the ground at the cave entrance. However, the number of wounds on his body began to increase, and the repair speed of his extraordinary self-healing began to be unable to keep up with the speed of injury. Especially that elusive nether leopard, which was incredibly fast, and every sneak attack left Lin Fan in grave danger. A ghostly green claw flashed past, and another deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on Lin Fan's back, burning with pain. No! I can't hold on much longer at this rate. Lin Fan thought anxiously. A rescue would take at least 7 or 8 minutes, and at this rate, he wouldn't even last 3 minutes. We have to use our trump card. My only trump card, the A-level superpower, Werewolf Transformation. Roar! Lin Fan let out a low, inhuman roar as he looked up at the sky, a resolute crimson glint in his eyes. A level superpower Werewolf Transformation. Activate! Boom! His body swelled rapidly like an inflating balloon. His muscles bulged, his bones stretched, and thick, silvery gray fur instantly sprouted from his skin. His hands transformed into sharp claws, and fangs protruded from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a werewolf, nearly 3 meters tall, half human and half wolf, brimming with primal wildness and ferocious power, appeared at the cave entrance. Lin Fan, now in werewolf form, experienced a surge in power. His strength, speed, defense, and recovery all improved dramatically. With a powerful swipe of his claw, he tore a near-second-tier demonic beast that lunged at him in two. Roar! The werewolf Lin Fan let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests, charging into the beast horde. His sharp claws swung like the scythe of death, unstoppable, instantly suppressing the beast's offensive. The students inside the cave screamed in terror at the sight, then erupted in cheers of relief. Werewolf! Master Lin has turned into a werewolf. So strong. Absolutely amazing. Su Qinghan and Lang Yuaning's beautiful eyes widened in shock. They hadn't expected Lin Fan to possess such a powerful transformation ability. Chapter 37 S-Rank Superpower, Ancient Wolf King Transformation. However, this good fortune didn't last long. Although the werewolf transformation was powerful, it still struggled against the combined attack of several second-tier demonic beasts. Especially the nether leopard, which was even slightly faster than Lin Fan in his werewolf form, constantly leaving wounds on his body. The werewolf transformation consumes a tremendous amount of mental and physical energy. Lin Fan felt his rationality being gradually eroded by his violent bestiality, and he could not maintain the transformed state for long. Not enough. Still not enough. Lin Fan roared inwardly. The boost from the A-level, werewolf transformation, was still insufficient to crush the current predicament. In his desperate situation, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. Upgrade, werewolf transformation, to S rank. The system warned that the success rate of upgrading from a rank to S rank is only 10%. Failure will result in the destruction of one's superpower. This is a gamble. But it's also the only chance. Damn it. I'll fight to the death. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Rather than die from exhaustion, he'd rather fight for a sliver of life. System. Consume all life essence to upgrade the A rank ability, werewolf transformation, to S rank. Command confirmed. Upgrading an A rank ability to S rank requires 500 units of life essence, with a 10% success rate. Confirm? Confirmed. Lin Fan roared inwardly. Life essence being deducted. Upgrade begins. An indescribable, violent energy, seemingly from the ancient primordial era, instantly surged into Lin Fan's limbs and bones. This force far surpassed any previous upgrade, frantically washing over and transforming his werewolf body. Excruciating pain. A tearing, agonizing pain shot through every cell. Blood began to seep from his body, and his bones emitted a sickening, grating sound as they dislocated. The success rate is only 10%.
Failure means death. Lin Fan desperately held onto the last vestige of clarity in his mind, forcefully guiding this violent energy with his unwavering will. Outside, everyone saw that the werewolf Lin Fan suddenly froze on the spot, his body trembling violently as if he were enduring great pain, and his breathing became extremely unstable. What happened to Master Lin? He seems to be in a lot of pain. Su Qinghan and Lin Yuaning's hearts clenched instantly, their palms sweating profusely. Just as Lin Fan felt his consciousness was about to be devoured by pain and bestiality, and his upgrade was about to fail. Buzz! It was as if some kind of shackle within him had been broken. The violet energy suddenly became docile, flowing like 100 rivers into the sea, perfectly merging into the depths of his bloodline. A completely new, more ancient, more noble, and more terrifying power awakened. Upgrade successful. Obtained S-rank ability, Ancient Wolf King Transformation. He succeeded. With a 10% chance, he won his gamble. Boom! A ferocious aura, 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than his previous werewolf transformation, erupted from Lin Fan's body like a volcanic eruption. The blood-red clouds in the sky were somewhat dispersed by this aura. His size increased dramatically again. He was nearly 5 meters tall. His hair changed from silver gray to a deeper, dark silver that seemed to absorb light, with faint ancient runes appearing on it. The claws and fangs became even more ferocious and terrifying, gleaming with a metallic cold light. The pair of wolf eyes were no longer scarlet and ferocious, but had turned into a cold, majestic, and endlessly murderous dark gold. S-Class Superpower Ancient Wolf King Transformation. His strength, speed, defense, recovery ability, and a natural aura of dominance over low-level demonic beasts have all been enhanced to an unbelievable level. He now feels like he could crush his former self with a single punch. Roar! Lin Fan, who had transformed into the Ancient Wolf King, let out a roar that shook the entire secret realm. The kingly pressure contained in the roar caused all the demonic beasts outside the cave, including those few second-tier beings, to freeze instantly, their eyes revealing instinctive fear and submission. The Wolf King's cold, dark golden eyes swept across the herd of beasts, as if looking at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. He moved. Without a trace, without a sound. As if teleported, it appeared in front of the fastest ghost leopard. The claws rose, and with a simple, direct strike. Put! The dark leopard didn't even have time to react before its head was smashed to pieces like a watermelon. Instantly kill a second-tier monster. Immediately afterwards, the Wolf King's figure flashed again, weaving through the beast horde like a ghost. Snap! Thud! Boom! The frost spider, the cave rock python, and the other second-tier demonic beasts were utterly powerless against the Wolf King, easily torn apart like clay chickens and earthenware dogs. The remaining low-level demonic beasts were so terrified by the Wolf King's aura that they scattered and fled in all directions, whimpering. In just a few breaths, the crisis at the cave entrance was completely resolved. Wolf King Lin Fan stood amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his dark golden pupils gazing into the depths of the secret realm at those even more powerful auras, filled with chilling battle intent. He slowly turned around and looked at the students inside the cave who were completely petrified and staring at him with eyes that looked at a god. As his gaze swept over Su Qinghan and Lin Yuaning's astonished and pale faces, a barely perceptible tenderness flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. He then suppressed his aura, and his massive body began to slowly shrink, returning to human form. His face was pale and his breathing was weak, indicating that the S-rank transformation had taken a huge toll. He walked to the cave entrance, turned his back to the crowd, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's safe for now. Hold the cave entrance and wait for rescue." Sunlight pierced through the blood-red clouds, illuminating his tall yet slightly weary back. In the eyes of all the survivors behind him, it left an eternal mark as reliable as a mountain, as powerful as a god. Lin Fan from Bincheng transforms into a Wolf King in a desperate situation, achieving godhood in one battle. Lin Fan returned to human form, turned his back to everyone, and seemingly calmly uttered the words, "We're safe for now." However, his slightly trembling fingertips and somewhat rapid breathing revealed the enormous burden brought about by the S-rank, Ancient Wolf King transformation. Each transformation, especially the full power burst, is like burning his life essence and spiritual power. Inside the cave, the students who had narrowly escaped death gazed at the tall yet weary figure at the cave entrance, and at the monster corpses that had been instantly cleared outside, falling into a brief, almost worshipful silence. Immediately, a feeling of relief at surviving the ordeal and an indescribable sense of gratitude welled up in my heart. Master Lin, a student's voice choked up, unable to utter a complete sentence. Thank you for saving us." Several girls began to sob softly.
Despite the excruciating pain in her shoulder and the corrosive effects of the spider venom, Su Qinghan struggled to walk to a spot not far behind Lin Fan. Her cool eyes were filled with complex emotions, concern, worry, and an indescribable flutter of excitement. She looked at the deep, bone-revealing wounds on Lin Fan's back, slowly being healed by his extraordinary self-healing, and her heart ached slightly. Lin Fan, your injuries. Lang Yuaning also stepped forward quickly, tearing off a clean piece of fabric from her clothes without hesitation, intending to bandage Lin Fan's wound. However, seeing the astonishing speed at which his wound was healing, her hand stopped in mid-air, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration, but even more so with heartache. Chapter 38 Fight to the Death. Lin Fan waved his hand, his voice hoarse but firm, I'm fine. Conserve your energy and recover quickly. The crisis isn't over yet. His words had barely left his mouth, as if to confirm his judgment. Roar! A whoa! More intense and ferocious roars came from all directions of the cave. The earth began to tremble once more. Clearly, the terrifying aura and intense stench of blood emanating from the S-rank Wolf King transformation had acted like a beacon in the darkness, attracting even more powerful beings from within the secret realm. The tension that had just eased instantly tightened again. Panic began to spread. Lin Fan took a deep breath and looked sharply out of the cave. In the distance, billowing dust rose as a massive, dark horde of beasts surged forth once more. This time, their numbers were even greater, and they exuded a second-tier aura. There were 7 or 8 of them. There was even a hidden but even more chilling pressure slowly approaching from behind the beast tide that was the aura of a mid-stage second-tier beast. Or even the aura of a late-stage demon beast. Oh no! Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. The instant kill of several early-stage Tier 2 beasts was already the limit of the ancient Wolf King transformation, S-power. Faced with such a massive beast tide, especially the possibility of even more powerful monsters, even if he transforms again, the time he can hold out is extremely limited. And the rescue will take at least 5 or 6 minutes. These 5 or 6 minutes will be hellish torture. Everyone! Retreat to the deepest part of the cave. No one is allowed to come out without my order. Lin Fan shouted sternly, his unquestionable tone causing the panicked students to instinctively obey. He turned to look at Su Qinghan and Lang Yuaning, his eyes grave. Qinghan, Yuaning, you are both seriously injured. You should retreat as well. If I can't hold them off any longer, try to find a possible crevice at the back of the cave to escape. This was the last thing he could do for them. Su Qinghan stubbornly shook her head, her icy blue eyes staring directly at Lin Fan. I won't leave. My superpower can still fight. She forcefully gathered the little remaining cold energy and condensed it into an ice crystal short blade in her palm. Lang Yuaning stood firmly beside Lin Fan. Brother Fan, let's go together. Seeing the resolute look in the two women's eyes, Lin Fan knew he couldn't persuade them otherwise. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, but more so a heavy one. He nodded, all right. But prioritize self-preservation, don't fight head-on. Rumble. The vanguard of the beast tide has already reached the cave entrance. Dozens of ferocious first-tier and near second-tier demonic beasts, their blood-red eyes glaring, surged forward madly. They're here. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he no longer hesitated. S-rank ability, Ancient Wolf King transformation. Activated again. Boom. The giant, dark silver Wolf King has descended once more. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the cave entrance, causing the leading monster to pause in its tracks. Kill. Wolf King Lin Fan roared and charged into the beast horde. His sharp claws swept across the land like a storm of death, and wherever he went, monsters fell in droves. Su Qinghan and Lang Yuaning followed closely behind, ice crystals flying and flashing with cold light, barely managing to clear out the stragglers and enemies on the flanks. The battle instantly intensified. Wolf King Lin Fan stood like a rock, firmly rooted to the cave entrance, resisting the tidal wave of attacks. Each swing of his claws claimed several lives. His massive body withstood countless attacks, the dark golden luster of his indestructible body constantly flashing, blocking most of the attacks, but many more still landed on him, leaving streaks of blood. Extraordinary self-healing is operating at full speed, repairing the injuries, but the repair speed is gradually falling behind the speed of injury. 1 minute passed. The pile of monster corpses at the cave entrance had formed a low wall. But the beast tide was still endless. Those few second-tier demonic beasts began to join the battle, launching fierce attacks from different directions. Wolf King Lin Fan is under immense pressure. He needs to deal with attacks from multiple directions simultaneously while also protecting Su Qinghan and Lang Yuaning behind him.
Thud. The sharp horn of a second-tier ironclad earth dragon pierced through his ribs. Blood spurted out. Lin Fan! Su Qinghan exclaimed, releasing her ice phoenix chill at all costs to temporarily freeze the earth dragon's movements. Lin Fan roared and smashed the earth dragon's head with a backhand claw. But his injuries made his movements noticeably slower. Immediately afterwards, the corrosive venom spewed by another second-tier two-headed demon hound splashed onto his back, making a sizzling sound and causing excruciating pain. 2 minutes. The Wolf King's transformation time is about to reach its limit. Lin Fan felt the power within his body receding like a tide, his consciousness beginning to blur, and the beastly roars constantly assaulting his rational defenses. His body was covered in crisscrossing wounds, and his dark silver fur was stained dark red with blood. But he continued to fight like a madman, never retreating an inch. Deep within the cave, the students peered through the cracks at the hellish scene outside, at the blood-soaked, wounded yet unyielding giant wolf. Tears streamed down their faces as they covered their mouths, refusing to sob aloud. That was their guardian angel, giving its life to buy them time. Outside, at the viewing plaza, the images on the screen had become extremely unstable, sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, but the fierce battle to defend the city could still be barely seen. When everyone saw Lin Fan transform into the Wolf King, repelling the beast tide time and time again, while sustaining more and more wounds on his body, their hearts clenched. When people saw Lin Fan's ribs pierced by the ironclad earth dragon and his back corroded by venom, countless people gasped and wept. Hold on, Lin Fan. You have to hold on. Help! When will the rescue arrive? God! Please bless this child. Lin's parents were already in tears, and Lin Shui bit her lip hard, her nails digging into her palms. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan were also pale-faced, their hearts filled with unprecedented regret and prayer. The principal and teacher Li Jianguo were moved to tears, wishing they could rush into the secret realm to help. Time, every second felt like an eternity. 3 minutes. Lin Fan's Wolf King transformation finally reached its limit. His massive body began to tremble violently, unable to maintain its form, and rapidly shrank back to human shape. Thump! Lin Fan, now back in human form, was covered in blood. He knelt on one knee, barely supporting himself with the crimson flame blade. He was panting heavily, his face as pale as paper, and his eyes were beginning to glaze over. He was on the verge of exhaustion. Although the beast tide outside the cave had been temporarily driven back several waves, there were still a large number of demonic beasts, especially those few second-tier beasts and that hidden powerful being, which were still eyeing the cave covetously. Brother Fan! Lin Fan! Su Qinghan and Leng Yuaning rushed forward in alarm, supporting him on either side, tears finally streaming down their faces. They could feel that Lin Fan's body was ice-cold and his breath was extremely weak. He. Lin Fan struggled to lift his head, looking at the two beautiful faces before him, their cheeks streaked with tears, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. It's nothing, I can still fight. He tried to gather his strength again, but his body was empty, and he could barely stand. The beast tide seemed to sense the guardian's weakness and roared again, slowly approaching. The shadow demon tiger, which had been hiding in the back and exuding a terrifying late-stage second-tier aura, finally revealed its ferocious figure, its cold vertical pupils locking onto the three weakened figures at the cave entrance. Chapter 39: A Close Call. Despair, like an icy tide, engulfed everyone in the cave. It seems, this is the end. Lin Fan looked at the powerful demonic tiger, his heart calm. He had done his best, truly done his best. At this critical moment. Buzz. Suddenly, a clear, crisp sword cry, seemingly capable of cleansing away all filth, rang out throughout the entire secret realm. A dazzling, massive sword aura, seemingly composed of pure light, cleaved through the crimson clouds from the highest point of the secret realm's sky, descending with overwhelming force. Sorchi's target was none other than that late-stage second-tier shadow demon tiger. The demonic tiger let out a terrified roar, trying to hide in the shadows, but under the dazzling sword power, all concealment was exposed. Laugh. Like a hot knife through butter. The sword energy swept across, and the shadow demon tiger's massive body was instantly cleaved in two, along with a large number of demonic beasts around it, all turning to ashes. Immediately afterwards, a vast, majestic, and godlike powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. All the ferocious beasts, under this oppressive force, were as if frozen in place, trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground, daring not to make the slightest move. In the sky, a figure clad in a white robe, with an indistinct face and surrounded by a shimmering white light, descended slowly like an immortal.
Wherever he passed, the chaotic spatial fluctuations were calmed, and the violent energy was suppressed. A fifth-tier powerhouse. Humanity's pinnacle of combat strength. Rescue has finally arrived. Sensing this familiar yet powerful aura, all the surviving students in the cave, including Lin Fan, Su Qinghan, and Lang Yuaning, felt as if all their strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground, their tears of relief finally flowing freely. They survived. Thanks to Lin Fan's desperate protection, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Outside, in the spectator plaza, the sight of that earth-shattering sword strike and the descending white-robed figure erupted into a deafening frenzy, a mix of weeping and cheering. They're saved. The children are saved. A fifth-tier master. It's a fifth-tier master who has made a move. Lin Fan. He is a hero. He is the hero of Binchang. Countless people embraced and wept for this narrow escape, and even more so for the young hero Lin Fan who bravely stepped forward in the face of adversity and fought to protect the lives of so many classmates. Sunlight streamed into the cave entrance, illuminating Lin Fan's pale yet resolute profile, and the survivors behind him who looked at him with eyes full of endless gratitude and reverence. At this moment, he was not only the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but also the guardian light in the hearts of everyone in Binchang. When the magnificent sword energy tore through the blood-red sky and instantly annihilated the arrogant shadow demon tiger, and when the white-robed powerhouse descended like a god, his vast power subduing all beasts, time seemed to freeze inside and outside the cave. There was a deathly silence, save for the heavy, trembling breaths of the survivors. Thump, thump. Deep inside the cave, the tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and the surviving students collapsed to the ground as if all their bones had been removed. Many of them even broke down in tears. It wasn't a cry of fear, but rather the release of overwhelming joy, lingering fear, and boundless gratitude for the blood-soaked figure blocking the cave entrance after being suppressed to the extreme. I'm saved. We survived. Wa'ada. It's God Lin. It's God Lin who guarded the cave entrance. All eyes were focused on the three figures supporting each other and swaying precariously at the cave entrance, especially the boy in the middle who was covered in blood and could barely stand. Lin Fan felt as if his consciousness was floating on clouds, and his body was as heavy as if it were filled with lead. The immense strain of the S-class transformation and the excruciating pain from his numerous wounds washed over him like waves, causing his vision to blur. Only his unwavering will and the support of the crimson flame blade kept him from collapsing. Just then, a pair of cold but slightly trembling hands gently supported his almost exhausted arms. Immediately afterwards, a pure and gentle chill, like a trickle, carefully flowed into his burning and stinging body. This chill was not an attack, but rather had a calming and soothing effect, greatly relieving the heat and pain in his body caused by the excessive outburst and the backlash of his bestial nature. Lin Fan turned his head slightly and met Su Qinghan's eyes, which were still cold and aloof, but now filled with tears, and were filled with indescribable concern and heartache. Her own shoulder was still bleeding, and she was pale, but all her attention was on him. Those eyes, usually as cold as ice and snow, now melted into spring water, reflecting his disheveled yet resolute face. Don't move. I'll help stabilize your injuries. Su Qinghan's voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible sob and hoarseness. Ignoring her own injuries, she transformed her remaining S-rank, Ice Phoenix, ability into a healing cold current, focusing on channeling the raging and chaotic energy within Lin Fan's body and freezing the constantly bleeding wounds. Her movements were as gentle as if she were handling a rare treasure. As her fingertips traced the deep, bone-revealing wound on Lin Fan's back, torn by the nether leopard, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 40 Heroes. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. The icy flow not only soothed his physical wounds but also seemed to calm his tense mind. He didn't speak, but simply closed his eyes slightly, letting this rare tranquility and care envelop him. The bond of childhood sweethearts and the status of betrothed transcended all worldly considerations at this moment, transforming into the purest support and protection. On the other side, Lang Yuaning also held Lin Fan's other arm tightly, her beautiful eyes red, and tears falling like beads from a broken string. But she bit her lip, refusing to cry out, and used her warm body to support Lin Fan while cautiously observing her surroundings, even though the beast tide had been suppressed. Brother Fan, thank you for saving us. She choked up, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, ultimately turning into the simplest gratitude. The other students inside the cave struggled to gather around, and seeing Lin Fan's horrific state, tears streamed down their faces. Someone took the lead, and they all bowed deeply to Lin Fan, their voices choked with emotion yet utterly sincere. Master Lin. Thank you. Without you, we would have died long ago. You are our savior. Their gratitude was palpable. At this moment, Lin Fan was no longer just a classmate or a genius in their hearts, but a true hero and guardian angel. Even Lei Hao, who had been defeated and seriously injured by Lin Fan, was supported by his companions. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he looked at Lin Fan. There was shock and shame, but in the end, it turned into a trace of imperceptible respect and gratitude. In the face of true life and death, personal victory, defeat, honor, and disgrace seemed so insignificant. At that moment, the white-robed figure descended, appearing silently at the cave entrance as if by teleportation. The oppressive aura subsided, revealing his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man with a refined face and gentle, jade-like eyes. His gaze swept over the horrific scene at the cave entrance, and when it fell on Lin Fan, who was being supported by Su Qinghan and Lun Yuaning, covered in blood but with his spine straight, his eyes flashed with undisguised amazement and admiration. "Good lad," the middle-aged man said, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable power that instantly soothed the lingering fear in everyone's hearts. "With only a nascent first-tier cultivation level, you skillfully combine multiple abilities to hold the cave entrance for nearly 5 minutes under such a massive beast tide, protecting dozens of people. Remarkable. Truly remarkable." His gaze seemed to pierce through illusions, clearly seeing the complex yet exceptionally powerful supernatural abilities within Lin Fan's body, as well as his incredibly tenacious willpower. "You flatter me, senior." Lin Fan struggled to bow, but was held up by a gentle force. "No need for formalities." The middle-aged man waved his hand and released a stream of pure life energy, which fell like sweet rain on Lin Fan, Su Qinghan, and all the injured students. Immediately, everyone felt their injuries begin to heal at a visible speed, and their exhausted spirits were refreshed. "You've done enough. Leave the rest to me," the middle-aged man said with a hint of emotion. "The anomaly in the secret realm has a reason. I will investigate it thoroughly later. Now, I'll send you out first." With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force enveloped all the survivors inside the cave. The space rippled slightly, and the next moment, everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and they had already left the bloody secret realm and appeared next to the teleportation array on the playground of Bincheng No. 1 Middle School. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the air was filled with the sounds of people. When Lin Fan, Su Qinghan, and other survivors appeared on the teleportation array, the entire viewing plaza fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a thunderous roar of cheers and applause. "They're out! They're out! Lin Fan! Su Qinghan! They're still alive! Heroes! They are heroes!" Parents rushed forward frantically, searching for their children, their cries, laughter, and shouts mingling together. Lin's parents and Lin Shui rushed to Lin Fan's side immediately. Seeing their son's blood-stained, pale, and exhausted face, yet with a smile on his face, the three of them hugged each other, weeping with joy. "Xiao Fan! My son!" Lin's mother stroked Lin Fan's face, tears streaming down her face. "Well done, son. You are my pride." Lin Jiangwo patted his son's shoulder hard, his eyes red. "Little brother. You scared your sister to death." Lin Shui cried and laughed at the same time. Su Zhanghong and Lu Ruyan also quickly came to Su Qinghan's side. Looking at their daughter's shoulder wound and pale face, they felt heartbroken, but more than that, they felt a sense of relief at having lost her again and a complex gratitude towards the boy surrounded by his family not far away. "Qinghan, I'm so glad you're alright, I'm so glad you're alright." Lu Ruyan hugged her daughter, her voice trembling. Su Zhanghong looked in Lin Fan's direction, opened his mouth, and finally let out a long sigh. His eyes no longer held any contempt, but only deep admiration and a trace of unspeakable relief. The principal, teacher Li Jiangguo, all the examiners, and media reporters surrounded Lin Fan. Applause, flashes of light, and words of praise poured in like a tide. "Lin Fan, you are the pride of Bincheng. What a heroic act it is to save the lives of dozens of classmates single-handedly. Quickly! Medical staff! Prioritize treatment for Lin Fan and all the injured." Faced with all this, Lin Fan simply smiled calmly and, supported by his family and medical staff, walked towards the makeshift medical station. His gaze quietly met that of Su Qinghan, who was receiving care from her parents not far away. Su Qinghan nodded slightly, a faint yet genuine smile appearing on her cool face, like the first melting of ice and snow. Lun Yuaning stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Lin Fan surrounded by his entourage. A relieved smile played on her lips as she silently turned to find her family. She knew that after this battle, Lin Fan would surely soar to great heights, and she would forever remember this act of protection. The fifth-tier white-robed expert hovered in mid-air, watching the lively yet touching scene below. His gaze finally settled on Lin Fan's back, and he murmured to himself, His temperament, talent, perseverance, sense of responsibility are all top-notch. As long as this child doesn't die young, his future achievements are limitless. China has gained another prodigy. Chapter 41 Provincial Top Scholar. The playground was in complete chaos. Cries, laughter, calls of names, the hurried footsteps of medical staff, reporters trying to squeeze into the crowd to ask questions. A cacophony of sounds assaulted the eardrums of the students who had just escaped from a hellish secret realm. Lin Fan was held tightly by his parents and sister, feeling as if his bones were about to be crushed. But he didn't struggle. This real embrace, filled with warmth and tears, made him truly feel that he had survived and returned to this warm world. Dad, Mom, sister, I'm fine, really fine, I'm just a little exhausted. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse as he tried to comfort his family members who were crying their eyes out. You're all right. Look at all this blood. Lin's mother held Lin Fan's face in her hands trembling violently, tears streaming down her face. If anything had happened to you, how could I live with myself? Lin Jiangwo, a man who usually doesn't smile, now had red eyes, wiped his face hard, and choked up. Good lad. You're a real man. You've brought honor to the Lin family. But next time you're not allowed to work so hard. Do you hear me? As soon as he said it, he realized it wasn't quite right. In that situation, could he not work hard? Lin Shui cried as she examined Lin Fan's wounds. Seeing the gruesome wounds that were beginning to heal, she gasped, "How much pain must your injuries have caused you?" Pain? Of course it hurts terribly. Lin Fan thought to himself, transforming into a werewolf and fighting monsters hand-to-hand was like being thrown into a meat grinder. But now, having survived the ordeal and surrounded by the warmth of his family, the pain seems to have lessened considerably. He forced a somewhat awkward smile. "Sis, I'm thick-skinned, I'll be fine after a while." At that moment, several medical staff in white coats squeezed through with a stretcher. "Student, lie down quickly, we need to examine and treat your wound immediately." The doctor's tone left no room for argument. Lin Fan was indeed nearing his limit, and obediently allowed his family and medical staff to help him lie down on a stretcher. Before being carried away, his eyes subconsciously searched through the crowd. Not far away, Su Qinghan was also surrounded by her parents. Su Zhenhong and Lu Ruyan looked distressed and frightened as they helped Su Qinghan toward another stretcher. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Su Qinghan turned her head slightly, looked at him with her clear eyes, nodded gently, and silently mouthed, "Get some rest." Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. He then caught a glimpse of Lang Yuaning standing alone a little further away. It seemed her family hadn't yet squeezed over. She looked at Lin Fan with a complex expression, a mixture of gratitude, concern, and a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. When she saw Lin Fan looking over, she quickly looked away, pretending to look elsewhere. This aloof academic genius is quite awkward. Lin Fan smiled inwardly, then was carried on a stretcher through the surging crowd. The sirens of ambulances wailed as the injured students were taken in batches to the best hospital in Binchang. Lin Fan, as the most seriously injured but also the most meritorious hero, received the highest level of treatment and care. The smell of disinfectant in the private hospital room was a bit pungent. Lin Fan's wounds had been carefully cleaned, stitched up, and bandaged, and he had changed into a clean hospital gown. A deep sense of exhaustion washed over him, but his mind remained unusually clear as he recalled everything that had happened in the secret realm. That was too close. We were so close, we almost lost our lives there. If that fifth-tier expert had arrived a few minutes later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He subconsciously touched his chest, where the lingering shock of being intimidated by the demonic tiger's aura still seemed to remain. Their strength is still not strong enough. If I were stronger, perhaps I wouldn't have had to fight to that extent. He thought of the system. During this secret realm hunt, along with the large number of monsters killed while guarding the cave entrance, although there was no opportunity to strip them at the time, mainly because there were too many monsters that had just died and the scene was chaotic, and stripping required touching, which he simply didn't have the time for, the accumulated life essence should be quite considerable. Once I recover, I need to take stock of my gains and see if I can upgrade any of my special abilities. With a creak, the ward door was gently pushed open. Lin Fan looked up and saw his homeroom teacher, Li Jianguo, the principal, Wang Qiming, and a middle-aged man in a suit with a solemn expression walk in together. Lin Fan recognized him. He was Director Zhou from the Bincheng City Education Bureau. "Lin Fan, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" Principal Wan walked quickly to the bedside with a kind smile that couldn't hide his excitement. "Principal, Teacher Li, Director Zhou." Lin Fan tried to sit up, but Principal Wang quickly pressed him down.
Don't move, lie still.
Principal Wang looked at Lin Fan, his eyes full of praise and gratitude.
Lin Fan, this time, it's all thanks to you. On behalf of the school and all the parents of the rescued students, thank you. You are the pride of Binchang number 1 middle school.
Teacher Li Jiangwo's eyes were also slightly red.
He patted Lin Fan's uninjured shoulder lightly and said, "Good lad. You really made me proud. When you said you wanted to get into a top university, I thought you were being a bit too ambitious.
Now it seems that I, your teacher, was short-sighted." Director Zhou stepped forward, his expression solemn. "Lin Fan, your heroic act not only saved dozens of young lives but also brought great honor to our Binchang education system. I have already reported your situation to higher authorities, and the leaders of the Provincial Department of Education also attach great importance to it. Rest assured and recover from your injuries. The city will definitely strive to secure all subsequent honors and awards for you." Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed by the commotion, mainly because he was in pain and didn't have the energy for pleasantries. He simply said, "Principal, teachers, director, you're too kind." In that situation, anyone with the ability would have stepped forward.
"I just did what I was supposed to do."
He spoke calmly, but to the 3 educators, it made them feel that the child had remarkable character, was neither arrogant nor impatient, and had the demeanor of a great leader.
Director Zhou sighed, his tone becoming heavy. "Alas, although I don't want to say this now, but this sudden change in the secret realm has resulted in the deaths of 40 students. This is a huge tragedy, and we are deeply saddened."
The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became somewhat oppressive. Lin Fan also fell silent for a moment.
40 vibrant lives.
Although he had done his best in the secret realm, hearing this exact number still felt like a stone was lodged in his heart. Among those classmates who died, there may have been those who mocked him, but in any case, they should not have ended their young lives in this way. The cause of the accident has been thoroughly investigated by a team of experts in conjunction with that 5th-tier expert, Director Zhou continued. However, Lin Fan, it is precisely because of students like you that the losses have been minimized.
Your points have already been tallied.
At this point, Principal Wang and Teacher Li's eyes lit up again. Principal Wang's voice trembled with excitement. "Lin Fan,
do you know how many points you got? More than 58,000 points. A crushing victory.
Not only is he the top scorer in Bincheng City, but with this score, he has a very good chance of becoming the top scorer in Tianhai Province. For many years, Bincheng has not produced a student who ranks in the top 100 in the province, let alone the top scorer."
Teacher Li excitedly added, "Yes.
Although the rankings from the Provincial Department of Education haven't been fully released yet, your score is absolutely in a league of its own. Xinghan seems to have over 19,000 points, Lei Hao a little over 10,000, Long Yuaning over 8,000.
Their combined scores aren't even as high as yours."
Lin Fan himself was also taken aback. He knew his score would be high. After all, he had killed quite a few late-stage first-tier and even second-tier monsters, but he didn't expect it to be this high.
58,000, the provincial champion? This feels a bit unreal.
3 months ago, he was a useless loser with only an F-level self-healing ability, looked down upon by everyone.
Now, he might actually become the top scorer in a province? Director Zhou rarely smiled. "That's right.
Lin Fan, you've really made a name for yourself this time. No, you've truly made a name for yourself. Our Bincheng education system has finally achieved something great. Take good care of yourself and recover well.
Once you're fully recovered, you'll definitely receive commendations from the province and the city."
After offering a few more words of concern and advice, the 3 leaders left satisfied, reminding Lin Fan to take absolute care of himself. They had barely left when there was another knock on the ward door. This time, a group of men and women with different temperaments entered, but all with shrewd eyes. They all had enthusiastic smiles on their faces and held beautifully made brochures in their hands. Lin Fan understood 7 or 8 parts of the situation as soon as he saw it.
Goodness, are the admissions officers in such a hurry? Chapter 42: The Battle for Lin Fan.
Sure enough, the first to speak was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who appeared refined and gentle, his tone both mild and powerful.
"Lin Fan, I apologize for bothering you. We are admissions officers from Huaxia Superpower University. My surname is Zhang.
First of all, congratulations on your outstanding achievements in this year's Superpower College entrance examination. Our Huaxia Superpower University, as the top superpower academy in the country, boasts the strongest faculty, the most advanced training resources, and the broadest development platform." Before he could finish speaking, a female teacher in a smart suit with a strong presence smiled and took over the conversation. Teacher Zhang is right, but when it comes to the training of top geniuses, our Imperial University of Superpowers is second to none. Lin Fan, our Imperial Capital Superpower University, not only offers the highest genius scholarship, but also promises to assign a 7th level academician as a mentor upon enrollment.
Our resource allocation is absolutely the best in the country.
Lin Fan, consider our Donghai Superpower University. Another chubby, smiling teacher squeezed forward. Our school is located in Donghai City, the most economically developed city.
There are many opportunities and a great environment. Moreover, we focus on practical application and personalized development, guaranteeing that your network and skills will grow simultaneously.
Although our Southwest Special Abilities Military University is located in a somewhat remote area, it has a military background, abundant resources, and graduates are directly awarded military ranks, ensuring a bright future.
Our Bachan Supernatural Abilities Academy. Good heavens!
Admissions officers from 7 or 8 of the nation's top universities specializing in superpowers filled the ward to capacity, chattering away and frantically selling their schools, throwing out all sorts of generous offers as if they were free. Full scholarships, top-tier mentors, rare cultivation resources, custom-made divine weapons, and even promises to arrange jobs for family members. Lin Fan felt a little dizzy listening to this. These names were things that were out of reach for him just 3 months ago. Now, the admissions officers from these schools are swarming around him like they're snapping up discounted items. This feeling is kind of great, but also a bit bewildering. Lin Fan thought to himself, I used to be the one being picked and chosen when I was looking for a job, but now it's my turn to choose schools? Life is truly unpredictable. He knew these conditions were very tempting, but he also knew that choosing a university was a big deal, concerning his future career path, and he couldn't just listen to their hype. Just then, a familiar voice rang out at the door, Teachers, Lin Fan has just been through a major battle and is still injured.
He needs to rest. Regarding the important matter of choosing a school, perhaps we could wait until he has recovered somewhat and has a more detailed understanding of the different schools before making a decision?
Everyone turned around and saw that teacher Li Jianguo had returned, with a polite but unquestionable smile on his face.
The admissions officers realized they had been a bit too hasty and quickly apologized. Yes, teacher Li is right. We were too impatient.
Lin Fan, please get some rest.
Here is our admission brochure and contact information. Please feel free to contact us if you have any questions. Getting well is the most important thing. We'll come see you another day.
The teachers left behind beautifully designed brochures and their contact information, offered words of concern, and then gradually departed.
The ward finally quieted down again.
Li Jianguo walked to the bedside, looked at Lin Fan who looked helpless, and smiled. How about it, were you scared? Lin Fan nodded honestly. I didn't expect such enthusiasm.
How could I not be enthusiastic?
Your performance this time cannot be simply described as genius.
He turned the tide and saved dozens of classmates. His character, ability, and sense of responsibility are all top-notch. Which school wouldn't want to compete?
Li Jianguo lowered his voice and said seriously, but Lin Fan, listen to your teacher's advice, don't be blinded by the conditions they offer. Choosing a university is related to your future path. Each school has a different focus, atmosphere, and resource allocation. For example, Huaxia Superpower University emphasizes research and comprehensive development, Imperial Capital Superpower University is highly competitive with concentrated resources, Donghai Superpower University has a strong business atmosphere and many opportunities, and Southwest Military University has strict discipline and a stable future.
You need to figure out clearly what you really want. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. I understand, teacher Li. Thank you. Yes, it's good that you're aware of this. A lot of people will definitely come looking for you in the next few days, including the media.
The hospital, the school, and the education bureau have already spoken to them. They'll try their best to shield you and let you rest peacefully.
Just focus on getting some rest, and put everything else aside for now. Li Jianguo gave a few more instructions before leaving.
The ward finally fell completely quiet. Sunlight streamed in through the window, warm and inviting. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, looked at the azure sky outside the window, and let out a long sigh of relief.
Provincial top scorers? Top universities vie for them.
These dreams that were once out of reach are now within reach. But he didn't feel much ecstasy. Instead, he felt an unusual calm. Having faced life or death trials in the secret realm, he realized even more clearly that external honors and adulation are illusory, and the true foundation of one's standing is always one's own strength. The system is his biggest trump card, but the key is how to use it effectively and continuously become stronger. University is a new beginning, but it is by no means the end. This world seems to be more vast and dangerous than I imagined. The entity that triggered the anomaly in the secret realm, the devastating sword strike from a fifth-tier powerhouse. Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body, the weak, still present.
The road ahead is still long. First, I need to recover from my injury, and then I need to plan my next steps carefully.
He closed his eyes and began to examine his own body, while also thinking that when no one would disturb him at night, he should take stock of the spoils from this trip to the secret realm.
How can we maximize the benefits of using those vast sources of life?
Also, how do I explain to Qinghan and my parents the powerful superpowers I suddenly gained? Sigh, even happiness has its share of troubles. After lying in the hospital for a day, Lin Fan felt that the aches and pains that felt like his body was falling apart had lessened considerably. The B-grade, supernatural self-healing, combined with the special recovery medicine used in hospitals truly delivers amazing results. Although it's still a long way from a full recovery, at least I can slowly get up and move around on my own. The nurse had just finished changing his dressing when there was another knock on the ward door. Lin Fan assumed it was a doctor coming to check on patients and casually said, "Please come in."
When the door opened, it was Su Zhanghong and his wife Lu Ruyan who walked in.
Su Zhanghong was carrying a fruit basket and nutritional supplements that looked quite expensive.
Lu Ruyan smiled gently and asked with concern as soon as she entered the door, "Xiao Fan, are you feeling better? Your aunt and uncle Su have come to see you."
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then quickly tried to sit up straight. "Uncle Su, Aunt Lu, what brings you here?"
"Qinghan, Qinghan is having a checkup in the next room and will be here soon."
Lu Ruyan smiled as she put down her things and walked to the bedside. Her eyes were full of affection, even with a warmth she hadn't shown before.
"This time, we really owe you a lot, Xiao Fan."
"If it weren't for you risking your life to protect her, Qinghan, sigh, just thinking about it makes me shudder." Su Zhenghong cleared his throat, forced a somewhat unnatural, amiable smile, and placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. "Yes, Lin Fan, this time, you did very well, very well. Uncle used to, cough cough, I may have misunderstood you a little before, don't take it to heart."
Lin Fan understood perfectly well.
This change in attitude was a complete 180-degree turn. Previously, these two, especially Su Zhenghong, looked at him as if he were a dirty pebble on the roadside. They didn't directly turn against him because of the engagement, but that condescending and aloof feeling was very real.
Now, his enthusiasm is giving him goosebumps. Indeed, strength is the only true measure of success.
Lin Fan mentally scoffed, but maintained a polite smile on his face. "Uncle and Aunt, you're too kind.
Protecting Qinghan is the right thing to do. Anyone would have done their best in that situation." Chapter 43 Wherever Qinghan goes, I will go. "Hey, you can't say that."
Lu Ruyan took over the conversation, pulled up a chair and sat down, her tone as warm as Lin Fan's own mother.
"Not everyone has your ability and sense of responsibility.
Qinghan from our family said when he came back that if it weren't for you standing in front of them time and time again, they wouldn't have been able to hold out until the rescue arrived. Xiao Fan, you have no idea how much my heart has finally settled down." As they were talking, the ward door was pushed open again, and Lin Fan's parents, Lin Jiangwo, Li Xiuping, and sister, Lin Shui, arrived.
They had obviously planned to come together. "Brother Zhanghong, Sister Ruyan, you've come too."
Lin Jiangwo's face immediately lit up with a smile when he saw the Su couple, a smile that was much more natural than the cautious enthusiasm he used to show.
"Brother Jiangwo, Sister Xiuping, Xiao Shui is here too."
Su Zhenghong greeted them with a smile, his tone more polite and warm than ever before. Li Xiuping went straight up and took Lu Ruyan's hand. "Ruyan, you're too kind, bringing so many things."
"Xiao Fan is a tough kid, he'll be fine after a while."
The two families instantly transformed the ward into a living room, creating an atmosphere of great harmony and congeniality. Lin Fan lay in bed, looking at the unprecedentedly harmonious scene between both sets of parents, feeling a little strange, yet also wanting to laugh. In the past, when Su's parents came to our house, although they were polite, there was always a slight sense of distance between them. When their parents spoke to them, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible, attempt to please them.
Now, things have completely reversed. Uncle Su's smile is practically reaching his ears.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, the topic naturally turned to Lin Fan and Su Qinghan. Lu Ruyan patted Li Xiuping's hand, her voice filled with endless emotion and relief. "Sister Xiuping, I really didn't expect Xiao Fan to be so promising.
We used to worry. Alas, now it seems we were short-sighted. Qinghan is so lucky to have this engagement with Xiao Fan."
Li Xiuping was overjoyed, but she remained modest. "Oh, Ruyan, don't praise him. This kid is just lucky, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse.
Xinghan is the better one, beautiful, sensible, and talented.
Our Xiaofan is the one who's lucky to be with him.
Not at all.
They're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Su Zhenghong quickly waved his hand, then changed the subject and tentatively said, Brother Zhangwo, Sister Xiaoping, look at these two young people, they're not young anymore, and they have such a good relationship.
After going through this life or death experience, they're even closer. What I mean is, why don't we find a time to formally arrange their marriage?
If we get it done sooner, we can put our minds at ease.
Lin Zhangwo and Li Xiaoping exchanged a glance, both seeing the interest in each other's eyes.
In the past, although they hoped that their son could marry a good girl like Su Qinghan, they always felt that they were climbing above their station and were not confident. Now that their son has soared to great heights and become a prodigy admired throughout the province, the Su family has taken the initiative to offer their services, which the Su family is naturally more than willing to accept. Li Xiaoping said with a smile, Of course we have no objections.
We just don't know about the children.
What could they possibly have to say? Lu Ruyan chimed in, her voice lowered, carrying a hint of sincerity.
Sister Xiaoping, to be honest, countless families are eyeing Xiaofan, this hot commodity.
I've heard that several families have already sent people to inquire, wanting to introduce their daughters to Xiaofan.
We'd better hurry, we can't let someone else snatch such a good son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhangwo and Li Xiaoping immediately tensed up. Yes, their son was so outstanding now he was bound to attract unwanted attention.
Yes, Ruyan, you're right.
Lin Zhangwo nodded repeatedly. We need to hurry. Once Xiaofan is healed, we'll discuss this matter properly.
Lin Fan lay on the hospital bed, his lips twitching as he listened.
So they've already set a wedding date? And they want to get things done and have a healthy baby boy soon? I'm still lying here, and nobody's even asking for my opinion?
He felt a little sweat on his forehead. Especially when he thought about the part about having a big, healthy son, he realized that after being single for 27 years in his previous life, he had never even properly held a girl's hand.
Was the progress bar being moved a bit too fast? Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open a crack.
Su Qinghan, who had finished her examination, stood at the door. She had obviously heard the conversation inside. Her pretty face flushed red instantly, like a ripe apple. She didn't know whether to go in or back, and stood there helplessly, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Lin Fan at all. Seeing her embarrassed state, Lin Fan felt so awkward that he wanted to dig his toes into the ground and disappear into it.
Oh no, she heard everything. What kind of mess is this?
Standing behind her parents, Lin Shui saw her younger brother's bewildered and embarrassed expression, and then glanced at Su Qinghan, whose face was flushed red as if it were about to bleed, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered teasingly,
Wow, bro, your future in-laws can't wait to hold their grandson?
With Su Qinghan's qualities an S-level superpower and looks like a celestial being, you're living the dream, kid. Keep up the good work and find such a beautiful daughter-in-law for mom and dad as soon as possible.
Lin Fan rolled his eyes at his sister speechlessly, his eyes conveying, Can you please stop causing trouble?
He opened his mouth, wanting to interrupt his four parents who were enthusiastically discussing the marriage, but he didn't know how to start.
Would it be too disappointing to just say, I'm not ready? Moreover, he does indeed have feelings for Su Qinghan.
However, for him, a complete novice in matters of the heart who has lived two lives, falling in love and getting married seemed to be even more difficult than fighting a second-tier monster.
What should I do? I need help urgently, I'm waiting online.
Lin Fan inwardly groaned. Just as the atmosphere in the ward was both lively and slightly awkward, another knock on the door saved him. This time, the same familiar admissions office teachers came again, but the things they carried were obviously more valuable, such as exquisitely packaged top-grade supplements, limited edition energy crystals, and one teacher even carried a high-end looking intelligent medical testing device.
Lin Fan, did we disturb your rest?
Teacher Zhang from Huaxia Superpower University said with a smile.
We heard you're recovering well, so we came to visit you again. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, hello. The female teacher from the Capital University of Superpowers was even more shrewd.
She went straight to Lin Zhangwo and Li Xiaoping and shook hands with them warmly.
We are from the Capital University of Superpowers. Your son's performance this time was simply amazing.
This is a small token of our school's appreciation to help Lin Fan improve his health. Other teachers also came forward, not only showing concern for Lin Fan, but also turning their attention to Lin Fan's parents, stuffing all sorts of praise, promises and gifts into Lin Zhangwo and Li Xiaoping's hands, leaving the honest couple dizzy and unable to get a word in edgewise. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan watched from the side, their faces showing understanding smiles, but there was also a hint of tension in their eyes. They knew that the conditions offered by these top universities were all incredibly tempting. Lin Fan watched the talent war unfold before him and felt surprisingly calm. He didn't actually have a strong preference for which university to attend. Just as he had thought, with the system at his fingertips, many of the school's traditional resources, such as cultivation techniques and mentor guidance, were not as appealing to him. What he needs more is a relatively free platform that allows him to develop steadily, and the opportunity to access higher-level information and opportunities. Just as the admissions officers were arguing heatedly, almost revealing all the secrets of their respective schools, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire ward. "Thank you for your kindness, teachers." Lin Fan's gaze calmly swept over everyone, finally landing on Su Qinghan, who stood at the doorway, her cheeks still flushed. He smiled slightly and uttered words that stunned everyone. "Actually, it doesn't matter which school I go to. If I had to choose, I'll go wherever Qinghan goes." Chapter 44 Imperial Capital Superpower University. Lin Fan's words, "Wherever Qinghan goes, I will go," were even more powerful than the pressure of a fifth-tier expert. The ward instantly became so quiet that the dripping of the four fluid could be heard. A few seconds later, Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan's smiles blossomed completely, a radiant mixture of immense surprise, relief, and the joy of finding a treasure. Lu Ruyan excitedly grabbed Li Xiuping's hand, her voice trembling slightly. "Sister Xiuping, look at this child, how genuine, how sentimental." After a moment of surprise, Lin Jiangwo and Li Xiuping were filled with relief and pride. Their son was loyal and righteous, which was a good thing. Moreover, this further solidified the in-law relationship between the Su family, making them feel more at ease. The most bewildered were the admissions officers. They had prepared a whole host of arguments, from the school's history and faculty to its resources and future employment, even secretly comparing who could offer the most benefits. But the top student didn't play by the rules at all. His school selection criteria were simple and brutal. He'd go with his fiancée. This rendered all their carefully prepared plans useless in an instant. Now the key point has suddenly shifted from Lin Fan to Su Qinghan. Teacher Zhang from Huaxia University of Supernatural Abilities reacted the fastest, immediately adjusting his strategy. He put on his most amiable smile and turned to Su Qinghan, who was still standing at the door, her cheeks flushed, caught in a dilemma. "Su Qinghan, your talent is also top-notch. Our Huaxia Superpower University sincerely welcomes you to join us. If you and Lin Fan can come together, we guarantee to provide the best double training room, choose your own tutor, and double all resources. Our Imperial Capital University of Superpowers is the same." The capable female teacher retorted, speaking rapidly. "We can even apply to have you two directly admitted to the genius class, where you'll be personally mentored by a 7th-tier peak expert at the principal's level. Moreover, there are more opportunities in the Imperial Capital, which will definitely benefit your future development. Donghai Superpower University boasts the best environment and convenient living conditions. Moreover, we have close cooperation with major enterprises and mercenary groups, providing numerous opportunities for practical combat and making money. Our Southwest Military Academy." In an instant, Su Qinghan became the new center of the storm. Several teachers surrounded her, chattering away, raising the bar for what they could offer, as if she were the only provincial champion. Where had Su Qinghan ever experienced anything like this? She has a rather aloof personality and dislikes socializing. Surrounded by a group of overly enthusiastic admissions officers and listening to their dazzling array of requirements, she felt dizzy and subconsciously looked at Lin Fan on the hospital bed, casting a pleading glance at him. Lin Fan received the signal, feeling a mix of amusement and guilt, as if he had pushed her into a trap. He cleared his throat and said, "Teachers, Qinghan has just gone through a major battle and needs rest. Choosing a school is a big decision. Could you perhaps let her postpone it and discuss it with her family before making a decision?" This made perfect sense, and although the admissions officers were anxious, they had no choice but to hold back. They said many more words of concern, left even more generous gifts and contact information, and repeatedly urged that their school be given priority before leaving the ward, turning back every few steps. With the other people gone, the ward suddenly felt much more spacious, but the atmosphere became even more subtle. Now, all that remains are Lin Fan's family, Su Qinghan's family, the protagonist Lin Fan, and Su Qinghan, who has just been thrust into the spotlight. Su Zhenghong rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. "Qinghan, look, even Xiaofan said so, you." Lu Ruyan also took her daughter's hand and whispered, "Daughter, this is a big deal, you need to think it over carefully." "But Mom thinks that Xiaofan is a loyal and righteous child, and his talent is so extraordinary, you won't go wrong by being with him. Lin Jiangwo and Li Xioping also looked at Su Qinghan expectantly.
Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were full of anticipation.
Su Qinghan felt extremely uncomfortable under the gazes of both sets of parents, especially with Lin Fan lying in bed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at her, making her heart race even faster.
She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down.
This was indeed a crucial decision in her life. She glanced at her parents, then at Lin Fan and his family, before finally looking out the window, where she hesitated for a moment. She wasn't an indecisive person, she already had a preference in mind. Dad, Mom, Uncle Lin, Aunt Li, Su Qinghan's voice returned to its usual cool tone, but with a hint of determination. I choose the Capital University of Superpowers.
Oh? Why the capital? Su Zhenghong asked.
Although he would support his daughter no matter which choice she made, he still wanted to hear her reasons. Su Qinghan organized her thoughts and said, first of all, the Imperial Capital University of Superpowers and the China University of Superpowers are tied for first place, with top-notch faculty and resources, that's undeniable. However, the Imperial Capital University of Superpowers places more emphasis on elite training. Although the competition mechanism of the genius class is brutal, it can better stimulate potential. Moreover, the capital is, after all, the political and cultural center, with better access to information and potentially higher-level people and events. For future development, it may offer a broader perspective. She paused, glanced at Lin Fan, and softened her voice. Moreover, that teacher just said that we can apply to enter the genius class and be guided by a peak 7th tier expert.
This opportunity is very rare.
What she didn't say was that Lin Fan's growth rate was terrifying, and she didn't want to fall too far behind. The high-pressure competitive environment of the Imperial University of Superpowers might force her to improve even faster, so she could barely keep up with his pace.
Great! The Capital University of Superpowers is great.
Su Zhenghong slapped his thigh, his face full of agreement.
Competition brings pressure. Qinghan, your idea is right. It's settled then. Lu Ruyan and Lin Fan's parents nodded in agreement, expressing their satisfaction with the choice. To them, the name of the Imperial Capital Superpower University was a prestigious one. The matter was settled.
Su Zhenghong eagerly took out his phone. I'll send a message to Teacher Lu at the Imperial University of Supernatural Abilities right now and tell her the good news.
His fingers flew across the keyboard, his face beaming.
One could imagine how excited Teacher Lu must have been upon receiving this news.
Sure enough, a few minutes later, Su Zhenghong's phone rang.
It was Teacher Lu calling back, her tone full of excitement and gratitude. She repeatedly assured him that she would immediately report to the school's higher-ups to secure the best possible treatment for Lin Fan and Su Qinghan, and said that she would soon send over the preliminary admission intentions and benefit list. With the important matter settled, the atmosphere in the ward became even more relaxed and warm. The two sets of parents chatted for a while longer, mainly about the future of their two children. The more they talked, the more they clicked, as if they could already see their grandchildren beckoning to them. Hearing this, Lin Fan could only pretend to be weak and close his eyes to rest, while his toes continued to dig into the ground. Su Qinghan was even more restless, and the blush on her cheeks never completely faded. Fortunately, Lin Jiangwo and Li Xioping noticed the two young people's unease, and since Lin Fan really needed to rest, they took the initiative to say, Brother Zhenghong, Sister Ruyan, it's getting late, we should go back and let Xiao Fan get some rest. Qinghan was also frightened and needs to rest.
Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan quickly agreed, yes, let the children rest. We'll come see Xiao Fan another day.
The four parents gave Lin Fan and Su Qinghan a few more words of advice, mainly telling Lin Fan to take good care of his injuries and Su Qinghan to get more rest. Then they left the ward together, leaving the two young people alone. The ward door slammed shut. The world is finally quiet. Only Lin Fan and Su Qinghan remained. The smell of disinfectant seemed stronger, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the clean floor. The room was so quiet that you could hear each other's soft breathing. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, while Su Qinghan sat on a chair beside the bed.
Neither of them knew what to say for a moment. The atmosphere was subtly awkward, tinged with a hint of ambiguity.
They were childhood sweethearts, but after entering high school, because Lin Fan was mediocre in talent while Su Qinghan was a highly anticipated S-level genius, although they were still engaged, they didn't have much interaction and were more like familiar strangers. Spending time alone together like this, especially after just going through the school selection controversy and the almost forced marriage discussions between both sets of parents, a strange feeling is quietly growing.
Chapter 45 Pinky Promise.
Lin Fan stole a glance at Su Qinghan. She lowered her head slightly, her profile was beautiful, and her long eyelashes drooped down like small fans, casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. The sunlight shone on her face, making her skin appear almost translucent and fair, with a lingering blush that seemed particularly alluring. TSK, looking at it this way, this fiancée is indeed quite beautiful. Lin Fan muttered to himself, then quickly looked away, feeling his ears burning. Having been single for 27 years in his previous life, he had virtually no experience of being alone with a beautiful girl. At this moment, he felt completely lost, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. Su Qinghan's heart was also pounding. Just as the silence and awkwardness were about to reach their peak, Su Qinghan suddenly remembered something, abruptly raised her head, her originally shy face instantly tightened, and her eyes became somewhat sharp as she stared straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was startled by her sudden change of expression.
Qinghan, what's wrong?
Su Qinghan pursed her lips, her tone carrying a hint of bitterness she herself didn't realize, and questioned, Lin Fan, what's going on between you and that Long Yuaning?
Huh?
Lin Fan was taken aback, completely not expecting her to ask this.
Long Yuaning? Well, a classmate. A classmate? Su Qinghan's handsome eyebrows furrowed, clearly disbelieving. Just a classmate? In the secret realm, I saw that she cooperated with you very well. And the way she looked at you. A woman's intuition can sometimes be frighteningly accurate.
Su Qinghan clearly remembered that in the most desperate moment in the cave, Long Yuaning's gaze towards Lin Fan seemed to hold something more than gratitude and trust.
Moreover, after they came out, Long Yuaning would always look at Lin Fan, intentionally or unintentionally.
Lin Fan inwardly groaned.
What was all this about? He quickly explained, we really are classmates. We met while training at the martial arts gym. She's very strong, and I often observed how she trained in order to improve myself. The situation in the secret realm was critical, so everyone naturally had to cooperate, otherwise, no one would survive. My relationship with her was truly just a normal, mutually supportive revolutionary friendship. Seeing Lin Fan's anxious expression as he tried to explain, Su Qinghan's jealousy subsided slightly, but she still wouldn't let it go. She raised her chin slightly, with a hint of arrogance, but her voice unconsciously lowered, carrying a touch of coquettish threat. That's for the best. Let me tell you, Lin Fan, you're my fiancé now, and you're not allowed to get too close to other girls. Especially that Long Yuning.
After saying the last sentence, 2 more red clouds rose on her cheeks. She seemed to realize that her words were a bit too domineering, but she forced herself to put on a serious expression. Looking at her adorable appearance, where she was clearly jealous but pretending to be fierce, Lin Fan felt relieved and wanted to laugh. He quickly raised 3 fingers as if swearing, don't worry. I, Lin Fan, am definitely not the kind of person who's fickle. I know very well who I have in my heart. Besides you, I can't have any other woman in my eyes. I swear. These words were a bit cheesy, but they were incredibly effective. Su Qinghan, though still keeping a straight face, couldn't help but let a smile slip from her eyes and brows, giving Lin Fan a playful glare. You smooth talker.
Who asked you to swear an oath?
That's what they said, but the awkward atmosphere in the ward instantly dissipated, replaced by a sweet and sticky feeling. Seeing her smile, Lin Fan felt relieved, scratched his head, and grinned foolishly. After this little incident, the distance between the two seemed to have been broken down considerably. Su Qinghan relaxed and looked at Lin Fan with curiosity, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and inquiry. Lin Fan, how many superpowers do you have right now? I know this might be a bit presumptuous, but I'm just so curious. She paused for a moment, then explained, S-level ability is already considered top-tier genius, but there is an even rarer existence in the world, namely, multi-ability users. People with dual or triple superpowers are even rarer than S-level superpowered individuals. There are no more than 20 officially recognized examples in the entire country of China. This is why universities are so fiercely competitive for them. Theoretically, the potential for multi-powered individuals is extremely high. Facing his fiancée, with whom he had just pledged his loyalty, Lin Fan felt there was no need to hide too much. Of course, he still needed to keep some cards up his sleeve. After thinking for a moment, he decided to reveal a portion. Well, currently, there are probably 3 types. 3? Although Su Qinghan was somewhat prepared, she was still so shocked by the number that she covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. It really is 3 superpowers. Oh my god. This is simply legendary talent. No wonder he's so strong. Then, what level is your werewolf transformation ability? It seems really powerful.
Su Qinghan continued to ask, like a little fan.
That SS rank, Lin Fan answered truthfully.
S-rank transformation ability. Su Qinghan was shocked once again.
S-rank abilities are already extremely rare, and S-rank transformation abilities are even rarer.
No wonder Lin Fan was able to fight against a second-tier monster after transforming.
After the initial shock, Su Qinghan looked at Lin Fan, her eyes suddenly becoming somewhat complicated, carrying a hint of barely perceptible sadness and inferiority.
She lowered her head, her voice softening. Lin Fan, you're so powerful now, a multi-talented individual with an S-rank transformation. You'll meet even more outstanding girls in the future. You won't.
She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. She was afraid that once Lin Fan broadened his horizons, he would meet someone better than her, and then, he wouldn't want her anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became anxious. Ignoring his injuries, he quickly sat up and gently took Su Qinghan's hand, which was placed by the bedside.
Su Qinghan's hand trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away.
She just looked up at him, her eyes seeming a little red.
Qinghan, what are you thinking?
Lin Fan looked into her eyes, his tone extremely serious.
I, Lin Fan, am absolutely not the kind of person who is ungrateful or fickle.
Yes, I wasn't very capable before, but you were so outstanding, yet you never looked down on me and always protected me.
I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Now I have some ability, but that doesn't conflict with liking you and wanting to be with you at all.
On the contrary, it gives me more confidence to stand by your side, protect you, and not let you suffer any more grievances. Lin Fan spoke a little urgently, his face turning red.
In my heart, you are the best, no one can compare to you. Don't say such silly things again, understand?
Looking into Lin Fan's eager and sincere eyes, and listening to his unpretentious yet resounding promise, Su Qinghan felt her unease and inferiority instantly dissipate with a surge of warmth. She nodded vigorously, and tears finally streamed down her face, but this time they were tears of joy. I believe you, she said, her voice nasal, before bursting into laughter through her tears. Then, she extended her little finger, just like when she was a child, with a touch of childish charm. Let's pinky swear.
Seeing her childlike behavior, Lin Fan's heart melted completely.
He smiled and reached out his little finger to hook her slender, fair fingers.
Pinky promise, 100 years from now.
They smiled at each other, the sunlight bathing them in warmth and beauty. All the previous awkwardness and distance seemed to vanish in that moment.
However, this heartwarming moment did not last long. Knock, knock, knock.
A soft knocking sound rang out again. Su Qinghan, like a startled deer, quickly withdrew her hand, wiped her eyes, adjusted her expression, and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, standing outside was Leng Yuning, dressed in an elegant dress and holding a bouquet of flowers.
Su Qinghan's smile vanished instantly, her eyes hardening with wariness. She instinctively blocked the doorway, her tone carrying a hint of aloofness and barely perceptible hostility. Leng Yuning? Is there something you need?
Leng Yuning was surprised that Su Qinghan would open the door, and that the other party's attitude was clearly not very friendly. She paused for a moment, then lowered her head somewhat awkwardly and said softly, Su, I came to see Lin Fan to thank him for saving my life. Su Qinghan glanced at her, especially noticing the bouquet of flowers in her hand that was clearly carefully chosen, and her alarm bells went off immediately. She took a small step forward, almost completely blocking the doorway, her voice not loud, but carrying a sense of asserting dominance. Lin Fan needs to rest and recuperate, so it's not convenient for him to see too many people. I will convey your feelings. Also, Lin Fan is my fiancé, so I hope you can keep an appropriate distance. This was quite blunt.
Leng Yuning's face turned pale instantly.
She bit her lip, a hint of sadness and inferiority flashing in her eyes.
She knew that she could not compare to Su Qinghan in terms of family background, talent, or relationship with Lin Fan.
She just wanted to express her gratitude.
I understand. I'm sorry for bothering you.
Leng Yuning said softly, stuffed the flowers into Su Qinghan's hand, turned around and left quickly, her back view appearing somewhat hurried and lonely.
Chapter 46 has been upgraded to level A.
Su Qinghan watched her figure disappear at the end of the corridor, then looked down at the bouquet of brightly blooming flowers in her hand, pursed her lips, casually placed the flowers on the cabinet by the door, closed the door, put on a gentle smile again, and walked back to the ward.
Who is it?
Lin Fan asked curiously, as he thought he had heard voices at the door.
Oh, it's nothing.
A medical worker who went to the wrong room asked if I needed help changing my dressing, and I said no. Su Qinghan replied without changing her expression, walked to the bedside, and naturally picked up an apple to start peeling it.
Here, have some fruit. Oh, okay. Lin Fan didn't suspect anything. He was still immersed in the warm atmosphere of making a pinky promise with Su Qinghan.
Looking at his fiancée's profile as she carefully peeled an apple, he felt that the injury was worth it. After staying in the hospital for 2 more days, Lin Fan felt that he had recovered to about 70–80%. Grade B, extraordinary self-healing, combined with the hospital's special medicine has terrifying effects. The wounds on the body have basically healed, and even the scars have faded to the point of being almost invisible. However, it will take some time for the vital energy to fully recover. On the day he was discharged from the hospital, Lin Jiangwo and Li Xiaoping came to pick him up early, their faces beaming with smiles. Su Qinghan also came. Her shoulder injury was less severe, and she had already been discharged from the hospital. Today, she specially accompanied Lin Fan home.
Xiao Fan, how are you feeling? Is there anything else that's bothering you?
Li Xiaoping held her son's hand, looking him up and down, her eyes filled with heartache and pride.
Mom, I'm fine, I'm perfectly alright.
Lin Fan smiled and stretched his arms.
Look, I'm full of energy.
Lin Jiangwo patted his son on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Good lad, you've really brought honor to our Lin family this time.
Come on, let's go home.
Your mother made a lot of your favorite dishes, and Qinghan is staying for dinner too." Su Qinghan blushed slightly, but still nodded obediently. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." The group returned to the familiar yet slightly old neighborhood. As soon as they entered the house, the aroma of food wafted through the air. The table was already laden with a sumptuous feast, including braised pork, steamed fish, and braised prawns, all of which were Lin Fan's favorite dishes.
"Come on, wash your hands, dinner's ready."
Li Xiaoping greeted warmly.
The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and lively.
Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Jiangwo took a sip of wine and said with a ruddy face, "Xiao Fan, you have no idea, these past 2 days, our doorstep has been practically worn down by visitors."
"Oh? What's wrong, Dad?"
Lin Fan picked up a piece of braised pork and asked casually.
"What's going on?" "Great news." Lin Jiangwo's voice rose 8 octaves. "The Municipal Education Bureau and the provincial government have sent people here. They said they're recognizing your outstanding performance and heroic deeds in the martial arts exam, and they've awarded our family a detached villa in the city center's Bishuiyuan. And a bonus of 500 million alliance coins." Pft, cough cough. Lin Fan almost choked on his food. "How much? 500 million? And a villa?"
He knew he had done a great service this time and the reward would be substantial, but this was just too outrageous.
A villa plus 500 million yuan that would make him financially independent. Yes. 500 million.
I saw the check, it's already been deposited in the bank. Li Xiaoping was also very excited.
And the villa, they've given us the keys, it's fully furnished, we can move in any time.
They said it's to thank us for raising such a good son. Lin Fan digested this astonishing news, feeling happy for his parents. Before, their family was poor, and his parents had worried a lot to support him and his sister's education. Now, with this money and the villa, his parents could live comfortably for the rest of their lives, no longer having to struggle for a living. "That's wonderful, Dad, Mom. You can finally enjoy your retirement," Lin Fan said sincerely.
"Enjoy your good fortune, enjoy your good fortune."
Lin Jiangwo chuckled, then looked at Su Qinghan, who was eating quietly, and said in an even more amiable tone, "Qinghan, come to our house often from now on, make yourself at home. If Xiaofan dares to bully you, tell your uncle, and your uncle will teach him a lesson for you." Su Qinghan blushed even more and whispered, "Thank you, uncle. Lin Fan, he's been very good to me." Li Xiaoping also served food to Su Qinghan, becoming more and more satisfied with her daughter-in-law. "Qinghan, eat more, look how thin you are.
From now on, we're family." After dinner, Lin's mother went to the kitchen to clean up.
Lin's father pulled Lin Fan to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and his tone became somewhat serious. "Xiao Fan, Dad knows you've grown up and become capable. Your future will definitely be broader than Dad imagines. Dad just wants to remind you, Qinghan is a good girl, kind-hearted, and sincere towards you.
Our Lin family can't do anything ungrateful. No matter how successful you become in the future, you must treat her well, understand?"
Looking at his father's serious yet expectant eyes, Lin Fan understood that his parents were afraid he would become too independent and look down on Su Qinghan. He nodded earnestly, "Dad, don't worry.
I know what I'm doing.
I remember all the good Qinghan has done for me. I, Lin Fan, am not that kind of person."
Okay. Dad believes in you. Lin Jiangwo patted his son's shoulder hard, a relieved smile on his face. After chatting for a while longer, as it grew late, Su Qinghan got up to say goodbye. Lin Fan naturally offered to take her home. The two walked side by side on the street as the streetlights came on. A gentle evening breeze, carrying the warmth of early summer, caressed their faces. Having gone through life and death and spent the past few days together, the barrier between them seemed to have thinned considerably. Although a subtle shyness remained, they were now able to converse naturally. "Uncle and aunt are so kind," Su Qinghan said softly. "Yeah, they're just too happy." Lin Fan smiled and turned to look at her. "Thank you for your help today, you even came to pick me up from the hospital." "Of course." Su Qinghan lowered her head, the glow of the streetlight casting shadows on her long eyelashes. When are you going to the capital to report for duty?" "The notification says that we'll all take a military special train from Bincheng to the capital a week later." "We'll go together then," Lin Fan said. "Okay." Su Qinghan nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness about the unknown university life. They soon arrived at the entrance of the villa area where the Su family lived. Su Qinghan stopped and said, "I'll leave you here. You've just been discharged from the hospital, so go home and rest early." "Yes, you too." Lin Fan looked at her. "Go in, I'll watch you go in." Su Qinghan felt a sweet warmth in her heart, softly hummed in agreement, turned and took a few steps, then turned back, her eyes sparkling in the night. "Lin Fan, goodbye." "Goodbye." After watching Su Qinghan's figure disappear through the villa gate, Lin Fan turned and walked back. Returning to his familiar little room, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Finally, I can quietly check my gains." With a thought, he immersed his consciousness into the system interface. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, early stage of first rank. The origin of life, 1587 points. Special abilities, S rank Ancient Wolf King Transformation, A rank Indestructible Body, B rank Wind Shadow Illusion, BN rank Extraordinary Self-Healing, B rank Gale Crushing Fist, B rank Blazing Flame. Looking at the life essence of 1587 points, Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich this time. This is all from slaughtering so many late-stage Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters. Although it's a pity he couldn't strip away the abilities of those high-level demonic beasts, so much life essence is enough for him to make a good improvement. Going to a university in Beijing means facing fierce competition from countless top students who can't get by without solid skills. I need to use these next few days to further solidify my abilities. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan began the operation. First, upgrade all abilities except for the S-rank Wolf King transformation to a rank. This is the most cost-effective option. A-level superpowers are powerful enough, and the consumption of life essence is relatively controllable. Consuming 580 points of life essence, B-grade Blaze has been upgraded to a grade. Consuming 260 points of life essence, the B-rank Wind Shadow Illusion has been upgraded to a rank. Consuming 250 points of life essence, B-level Extraordinary Self-Healing has been upgraded to a level. Consuming 270 points of life essence, the B-rank Gale Crushing Fist has been upgraded to a rank. After this series of actions, the life essence was reduced by 1360 points, leaving only 227 points. The energy reservoir, however, had a completely new look. Special abilities, S-rank Ancient Wolf King Transformation, A rank Indestructible Body, A rank Wind Shadow Illusion, A rank Extraordinary Self-Healing, A rank Gale Crushing Fist, A rank Blazing Flame. All of them possessed high-level superpowers. Although, apart from the Wolf King transformation, the others were still in the A-level category. A level was already a very top-tier level, and their power was much stronger than before. Feeling exhilarated. As he felt the even more powerful supernatural energy surging within him, Lin Fan felt his entire body brimming with strength. Chapter 47 Results announced, Big Celebrity. If we were to face the late-stage second-tier Shadow Tiger again, although we would still be no match for it, at least we would have much more room to maneuver and wouldn't be completely crushed like before. Lin Fan doesn't plan to use the remaining 200 or so points of life essence for the time being. Firstly, it can be used for emergency recovery. Secondly, he had a feeling that the system might have other functions waiting to be unlocked, or that his superpowers could continue to be upgraded after his cultivation level was raised to a certain point, so he needed to keep some reserves. After dealing with the superpower, a strong sense of fatigue washed over me. The continuous mental concentration and power enhancement had taken a toll on his mental strength. Lin Fan quickly washed up, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep almost instantly.
The following day, the overall results and rankings of the Tianhai Provincial Martial Arts Examination were officially released to the public. Without a doubt, Lin Fan topped the list with a terrifying score of 58,421, becoming the champion of Tianhai Province's martial arts exam this year. This news was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire Tianhai province and even attracting the attention of neighboring provinces. The front pages of major news outlets all featured photos of Lin Fan, covered in blood but with a resolute gaze, after the trial in the secret realm, accompanied by sensational headlines. A dark horse emerges in the Tianhai province martial arts exam. Lin Fan from Binchang makes a comeback and tops the list. 58,000 points. The strongest provincial champion in history is born? Heroic scholar. Lin Fan sacrifices himself to save classmate in secret realm, demonstrating both strength and responsibility. Unveiling Lin Fan, his path to success from F-rank self-healing to provincial top scorer. The internet exploded with discussion. Holy crap! 58,000 points? Is this even human? I only got a little over 500 points in last year's martial arts exam. Lin Fan? Never heard of him before. Isn't Binchang always at the bottom? Has he suddenly become a star this year? I heard he has multiple superpowers? We don't know the exact level yet, but it's definitely incredibly awesome. I know. I'm his classmate. He originally awakened F-level self-healing, but somehow he suddenly became overpowered. Stop bragging, upstairs. An F-level self-healing ability makes you the top scorer in the province? Do you think the admissions office is stupid? He must be hiding his talent. Xiao Chun from that powerful family who came in second place has dual abilities S rank plus A rank and is at the early stage of tier 1. I thought he had it in the bag, but he was completely crushed. Su Qinghan is only ranked 15th? She's an S rank ice phoenix. This year's candidates are too freakish. Just as Lin Fan had predicted, his name resounded throughout the entire Tianhai province overnight. Countless people were curiously inquiring about who this Lin Fan, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, really was. Binchang No. 1 Middle School was in a frenzy of celebration. A huge red banner was hung at the school gate. Warmest congratulations to our student Lin Fan for winning the top score in the Tianhai Provincial Martial Arts Examination. School leaders walked with a swagger, smiling at everyone they met. At the graduation ceremony, Lin Fan undoubtedly became the absolute protagonist. Amidst thunderous applause and cheers from the entire school, he accepted the top scorer certificate and trophy personally presented by leaders from the Provincial Department of Education and the mayor. The principal was so excited that he was incoherent, praising Lin Fan as a monument in the history of education in Binchang. Su Qinghan also went on stage to receive the award. She ranked 15th in the province and was also a source of pride for Binchang No. 1 High School. When she stood on the stage, accepting the honor alongside Lin Fan, the audience erupted in even more enthusiastic applause and good-natured cheers. A perfect couple, a match made in heaven, this scene is simply too pleasing to the eye. The former classmates looked at Lin Fan with envy, admiration, and even a hint of disbelief in their eyes. 3 months ago, who could have imagined that this unknown, even ridiculed, classmate would rise to such heights? Those boys who previously thought Lin Fan was not good enough for Su Qinghan could only shake their heads and sigh, completely convinced of his superiority. The current situation is that Lin Fan's talent seems even more dazzling than Su Qinghan's, so it's really hard to say who is unworthy of whom. As soon as Lin Fan and Su Qinghan stepped out of the school gate after the graduation ceremony, they were immediately surrounded by a large number of media reporters who had been waiting outside. Lin Fan, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the province. How are you feeling right now? Lin Fan, could you reveal your specific abilities? There are rumors that you have multiple abilities, is that true? Why are you so good at this? Do you have any secrets you can share with your juniors? Are you and Su Qinghan really engaged? Will you be going to the same university? The cameras and microphones were practically shoved in my face, and questions came one after another. Lin Fan was a little dizzy from the light, and Su Qinghan also frowned slightly, subconsciously moving closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a deep breath, maintained a polite smile, and began his first ever official response. Of course, I'm very excited. I'm grateful for the school's nurturing and the teacher's guidance. As for my special ability, it's a bit unusual, but I can't reveal the specifics. Please understand. The secret? I think it's just hard work. That's right, hard work is the most important thing. Inner monologue, can using the system be called cheating? That's called hard work.
Qinghan and I have indeed chosen the same university, but I'll keep that a secret for now. His answer was watertight, satisfying the media's curiosity without revealing too much substantive information. Su Qinghan listened from the side and watched his calm demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking that this guy could be quite good at fooling people sometimes. Having finally escaped the enthusiastic media, Lin Fan grabbed Su Qinghan and practically fled. They ran for a block before stopping, exchanging smiles, both feeling as if they had escaped a disaster. These reporters are terrifying. Su Qinghan patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid we'll see this kind of scene quite often in the future. Lin Fan smiled. Nothing much going on today, right? Let's go for a walk instead of cultivating? I'll treat you to dinner and a movie? Su Qinghan's eyes lit up, a blush rose on her face, and she nodded gently, okay. The technological level of this world is not much different from that of Earth and Lin Fan's previous life, with smartphones, the internet, and all kinds of entertainment facilities readily available. As long as you stay within the safe urban protection zone, life in the city is still very convenient and comfortable. Only cities near the border and frequently threatened by animal tides have a harsher living environment. The two found a well-reviewed restaurant and had a leisurely lunch. Then he went to see a new holographic movie. The film was an epic tale of human heroes fighting against a beast horde, and it was exhilarating to watch. In the darkness, Lin Fan could feel Su Qinghan occasionally glancing at his profile, her eyes sparkling. After watching the movie, I strolled along the shopping street and bought some trinkets. As the sun set, the two strolled home, their shadows stretched long. I'm very happy today, Su Qinghan said softly, a faint smile on her lips. Yes, I'm very happy too. Lin Fan looked at her profile, which was gilded by the setting sun, and felt a sense of calm satisfaction. This kind of date, like that of an ordinary couple, was a novel and heartwarming experience for him, a man who had been single for 2 lifetimes. We'll work hard together when we get to university. Su Qinghan turned her head and looked at him earnestly. Of course, Lin Fan nodded, let's get stronger together. He dropped Su Qinghan off near her home, but this time he didn't stay long. He watched her walk into her house and then turned and left. Back home, his parents greeted him with concern. Lin Fan gave a few perfunctory replies and then returned to his room. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day. The glory of being the top provincial scorer, the media frenzy, and the first official date with Su Qinghan, it all felt like a dream. But Lin Fan knew very well that this was just the beginning. The Imperial Capital University of Superpowers is a gathering place for top geniuses from all over the country, where the competition will only become more intense. Moreover, the secrets and dangers hidden in this world are far more complex than he currently perceives. He closed his eyes and began to plan the preparations for the next few days, as well as how to use the advantages of the system to carve out his own niche in the vast world once he arrived in the capital. Lin Fan had been cooped up at home for 2 days and couldn't stand it anymore. With his departure for the capital tomorrow, he figured he needed to get himself some new gear, mainly weapons. That standard longsword that got chipped and dulled in the secret realm should have been retired long ago. Moreover, after his strength increased, ordinary weapons could not withstand the infusion of his supernatural power. Mom, I'm going out to buy some things, Lin Fan said to Li Xiaoping. Chapter 48 A qualitative change in strength, invincible below the second tier. Hey, go on, go on. Do you have enough money? I've saved your bonus for you. How much do you need? Li Xiaoping now finds her son pleasing to the eye no matter what. That's enough, I took some earlier. Lin Fan smiled, put a baseball cap on his head, pulled up the hood of his hoodie, looked in the mirror, and felt that he was disguised enough before sneaking out the door. He took a taxi directly to Beibing, the largest mall for superhuman supplies in Binchang. He used to only dare to peek at this place from the outside. Any one item inside could cost his family half a year's living expenses. Now, with hundreds of millions in my pocket, I feel like I can walk with my back straighter. The mall was decorated in a magnificent and opulent style, displaying a dazzling array of weapons gleaming with a cold light, armor radiating energy fluctuations, and potions in exquisite bottles. Many well-dressed superhumans strolled around inside, their auras quite formidable. Lin Fan had a clear goal and headed straight for the melee weapons section. He was used to using knives. The sales assistant was a perceptive young man. Seeing Lin Fan's unassuming attire, he didn't neglect him and greeted him warmly. Sir, would you like to look at knives? What type do you need? We have everything from standard combat knives to custom-made knives from famous designers. Take a look at the longsword. It needs to be sturdy enough to withstand high-intensity infusion of supernatural power, Lin Fan said in a low voice. Okay, this way please. The sales assistant led him to a display case showcasing various long swords. These are all high-quality pieces, made of at least high-grade alloy, and have simple energy-conducting runes. Prices range from several million to tens of millions. Lin Fan glanced over and his gaze fell on one of the long, straight-bladed swords, which was dark in color and had smooth lines. The blade has subtle cloud-like patterns, and the handle is wrapped in non-slip black animal hide, giving it a low-key yet dangerous look. Can I take a look at this one? Sir, you have excellent taste. The sales assistant's eyes lit up. This is Flowing Cloud, forged from meteorite iron alloy. Our store's rune master personally inscribed the sharpness and toughness runes on it. It's a top-tier first-tier weapon, enough to be used until you reach the first-tier perfection realm. It's just a bit pricey, though, at 50 million alliance coins. 50 million. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. That was enough to buy several ordinary houses in Binchang. But thinking about his current net worth and looking at the appearance of the knife, he gritted his teeth and said, "Take it out and let me try it out." The sales assistant carefully took the knife out. Lin Fan took it. It felt slightly heavy, about 30 or 40 pounds, which was just right for his current strength. He swung the blade gently, the blade slicing through the air with a faint hum, and it felt excellent to hold. He tried to inject a tiny bit of supernatural power, and the flowing cloud patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, with a faint radiance flowing through them, and a sharp aura emanating from it. Great knife! Lin Fan thought to himself. It was a bit pricey, but worth it. This is it, wrap it up. Lin Fan said decisively. The sales assistant was overjoyed. She hadn't expected this seemingly young customer to be so agreeable. Yes, sir. Is there anything else you'd like to see? Like armor? Or cultivation potions? We have a newly arrived soul-strengthening liquid, which has miraculous effects on enhancing mental power. Lin Fan waved his hand. No need, this knife is fine. Armor? He has an A-level indestructible body, which is much more reliable than ordinary armor. Potions? Cultivation techniques? With the system, those things are useless to him, a pure waste of money. Okay, this way please, I'll process your paperwork. The sales assistant led Lin Fan to the cashier. Just as Lin Fan took out his anonymous black card to swipe it, a middle-aged man next to him, who was also looking at knives, seemed to recognize him. He stared at Lin Fan's profile under the brim of his hat for a few moments, then suddenly exclaimed excitedly, You're Lin Fan? This year's provincial champion, Lin Fan? His shout immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. Lin Fan? Where is he? It really is him. I saw it on the news, it's him. Wow. The top provincial scorer is buying a knife. He's so young. Even more handsome than on TV. In an instant, Lin Fan was surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd. People wanted autographs, photos, and asked him how he cultivated his skills. It was driving him crazy. The sales assistant was dumbfounded, but then became even more excited. This was a live advertisement. Lin Fan was inwardly groaning, but he could only grit his teeth, try his best to keep smiling, quickly sign a few names, take a few photos, and then say to the sales assistant, "Please hurry up and pay." After finally swiping his card and grabbing the packaged flowing cloud sword, Lin Fan practically fled from the 100 Weapons Pavilion. Behind them, they could still hear people talking and exclaiming in amazement. That was a mistake. Wearing a hat alone won't do. I'll have to get a mask next time I go out. Lin Fan wiped his sweat, finding the feeling of being watched by everyone quite unpleasant. He is essentially a quiet homebody. Holding his newly bought knife, Lin Fan had nowhere else to go. He has no shortage of cultivation resources, and hunting low-level beasts outside the city is too inefficient. It's better to conserve his energy. I'm going to Beijing tomorrow, so I might as well relax today. But as he walked, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If I don't use the ancient Wolf King transformation now, what level of strength do I have? The situation was chaotic during the martial arts exam, and the opponents were mainly monsters. It was a different feeling to fight against human superhumans. Moreover, at that time, his superpowers had not yet been fully upgraded to level A. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he is very curious about where his limits are. With that thought in mind, he turned and headed toward the largest chain martial arts school in the city center, Extreme Martial Arts School. These large martial arts gyms usually have paid virtual training rooms where you can simulate battles against opponents of varying strengths. They are great places to test your skills and also offer excellent security.
Upon entering the martial arts school, the receptionist was a young girl dressed in training clothes, whose aura was around the 7th or 8th level of the awakening stage. "Hello, sir, are you here to register for a membership or to use the training room?" the girl asked with a smile. "Use the virtual battle room."
What level of opponent can it simulate?
Lin Fan asked, pulling down his hat brim.
Our battle room can simulate opponents from the awakening stage to the first tier peak.
Second-tier simulations require advance booking and are very expensive, the girl explained.
First level perfection is enough. Open one room, 1 hour.
Lin Fan handed over his martial artist badge issued uniformly after the martial arts exam, recording basic information and bank card. The girl swiped the badge, and the system automatically displayed basic information hiding the martial arts exam results and ranking. When she saw Lin Fan's age and cultivation level, she was slightly taken aback.
So young, just starting out in the first tier?
But she was very professional and didn't ask any more questions, quickly completing the formalities. Battle Room 17, Area A, the fee is 100,000 Alliance coins per hour.
Have a pleasant training session. So expensive.
Lin Fan thought to himself. As expected, it's true that scholars are poor while martial arts are rich. It would hurt to send a child from an ordinary family to train in a place like this even once.
Locate the battle room, close the door.
Inside is a spacious room of about 10 square meters, surrounded by special energy-absorbing materials.
There is a sensor platform in the center.
Lin Fan stepped onto the platform and put on the connecting helmet. The scene before him changed, and he appeared in a standard arena setting. Please select the opponent's strength level, Awakening Stage 1-9, Tier 1 early, mid, late, and perfect. Let's start with a late stage Tier 1 character to test the waters, Lin Fan thought to himself. A flash of light appeared, and a virtual figure dressed in a fighting suit with an expressionless face appeared, its aura being that of a late-stage first-tier cultivator.
Start.
The virtual figure moved instantly, incredibly fast, and a punch, accompanied by a whooshing sound, aimed straight at Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan neither dodged nor evaded, wanting to test the defense of his A+ level Vajra indestructible body. He also threw a punch, striking first despite being slower.
Bang!
The two fists collided, and the virtual figure's fist instantly twisted and deformed. Its entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the light wall at the edge of the arena. It flickered a few times and then disappeared.
Opponent defeated, time 0.8 seconds. Lin Fan. So easily defeated? He felt like he hadn't even used any force. Change to the next level of perfection.
The virtual figure that appeared this time had a much stronger aura, and its eyes were more lively. He let out a low shout, and his body glowed with an earthy yellow light, clearly indicating some kind of defensive ability. Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the entire arena to shake, and delivered a powerful whip kick towards Lin Fan's waist.
Chapter 49 Farewell. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. This time, he didn't take the kick head-on.
He activated his A-level wind shadow illusion body, and his figure flashed like a ghost, easily dodging the whip kick. At the same time, with fingers pointing like knives, the power generation technique of the A-level Gale Crushing Fist is contained in the fingertips, bringing a sharp wind pressure and pointing towards the opponent's ribs. The virtual human figure reacted extremely quickly, crossing its arms to block.
Sizzle!
The wind pressure was like a tangible blade, instantly tearing through his protective ability and leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his arm.
He was also pulled backward by the immense force.
Lin Fan pressed his advantage, flashing forward once more and delivering a simple, direct straight punch to his opponent's hastily raised arms.
Crack!
The sound of bone breaking was clearly audible. The virtual figure flew backwards again and disintegrated.
Opponent defeated, time 3.2 seconds.
Lin Fan stood there, somewhat bewildered. He knew he was strong now, but he didn't expect to be this strong.
A first-level perfect opponent couldn't last 3 moves against him?
This was without using any offensive superpowers, relying solely on physical strength, speed, and basic power generation techniques. My physical abilities have far surpassed those of an ordinary first-tier perfected cultivator? Is it the cumulative effect of A-level superpowers, or a hidden enhancement of the body by the source of life? Lin Fan was both surprised and delighted. This meant that within the first tier, he could practically do whatever he wanted. Unless you encounter a genius who also possesses advanced superpowers or special methods.
It seems that even without using the Wolf King transformation, my normal combat strength is barely enough to reach the threshold of the second tier?
Lin Fan made a rough judgment in his mind. Of course, a true second-tier powerhouse is not easy to deal with, but at least we have the means to maneuver. He then tried to simulate two first-tier perfect opponents at the same time, and it took him about 20 seconds to defeat them one by using speed and attack power. It was quite difficult to deal with 3 level 1 perfect beings. We needed to use our level flame ability to disrupt them with area attacks, and it took us almost a minute to resolve the situation.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. As soon as Lin Fan took off his helmet after the battle ended, he heard a voice of admiration from the side.
A middle-aged man dressed as a martial arts school steward, whose aura was around the late stage of the first level, was standing at the door, looking at him with a shocked expression.
This, sir?
The steward looked at Lin Fan's youthful face. Although he was wearing a hat and couldn't see his whole face, he was a little unsure how to address him. Your combat stats just now are truly astonishing. With the cultivation of the early stage of the first rank, you easily defeated a virtual opponent who was at the peak of the first rank.
This, in my more than 50 years of life, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Lin Fan's heart tightened.
Oh no, he'd been so focused on the test that he'd forgotten to hide his strength.
He chuckled dryly and lowered his voice.
Ahem, you flatter me, steward.
It was just luck, nothing more. This is no fluke.
The deacon's gaze was intense. Your technique, speed, and the explosive power you unleash far surpass those of others of the same level.
May I ask your name, sir? Which family's genius are you from?
Perhaps you are from the provincial capital or the capital? Lin Fan dared not reveal his real name, so he made up a lie. My name is
Wang Taiju, just a rogue cultivator, nothing to mention, nothing to mention.
After saying that, he quickly jumped off the sensing platform, trying to make a run for it.
Wang Taiju?
The steward was taken aback. This name didn't seem to match his strength at all. But seeing that Lin Fan was in a hurry to leave, he couldn't force him to stay. He could only sigh. Mr. Wang is truly a man of great talent. I hope to have the opportunity to witness your brilliance in the future.
No problem, no problem. See you again sometime.
Lin Fan waved his hand, slipped away quickly, and left the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He only breathed a sigh of relief after walking quite a distance, took off his hat, and wiped away non-existent cold sweat. It seems we'll have to find a more secluded place to test our abilities in the future. This title of provincial champion is really troublesome. However, he was very satisfied with the test results. I feel more confident about my upcoming university life. Within the first tier, there shouldn't be any major problems. Once I arrive in the capital, my goal is to break through to the second tier as soon as possible, and then find a way to acquire more life essence and supernatural abilities. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting.
Go home and get some rest. Tomorrow,
I'll be embarking on a new journey with Su Qinghan. The capital university of superpowers, a place where geniuses gather. I, Lin Fan, have arrived. The next morning, the military-owned train platform in Binchang was packed with people. Most of the attendees were freshmen about to embark on their journeys to universities across the country, along with their parents who came to see them off. The atmosphere was both exciting and tinged with the sadness of parting. When Lin Fan and Su Qinghan arrived, Lin Zhangwo, Li Xiuping, Su Zhenghong, and Lu Ruyan were already waiting there. Lin Fan was dressed casually as usual, wearing a baseball cap. Su Qinghan wore a light blue dress with a light jacket, looking fresh and elegant. She also wore a pink baseball cap, the same style as Lin Fan but in a different color. Lin Fan had bought it on a whim yesterday, saying it was to keep a low profile and avoid being stared at.
It looked like they were wearing matching outfits.
Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt. Lin Fan and Su Qinghan walked over to greet them.
Oh, it's good that you're here.
Li Xiuping held Lin Fan's hand, then looked at Su Qinghan, her eyes a little red.
Going to the capital will be far from home.
You two need to take care of each other, okay? Lin Zhangwo patted Lin Fan heavily on the shoulder. Kid, don't cause trouble in college, but don't be afraid of trouble either.
Study hard and practice hard.
Also, take good care of Qinghan. As he spoke, he turned to Su Qinghan, his tone exceptionally kind.
Qinghan, if Xiaofan dares to bully you or make you suffer, call us immediately.
Uncle will take the fastest high-speed train to the capital and teach him a lesson. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan chimed in with smiles. Yes, Qinghan, if anything happens, just tell us or Xiaofan. Don't bear it all by yourself.
Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated. He muttered to Su Qinghan, why do I feel like I've married into your family? Who's their real child anyway?
Su Qinghan covered her mouth and chuckled, a blush rising on her fair cheeks. She nodded obediently. Uncle and Auntie, don't worry, we'll take care of each other.
Lin Fan, he won't bully me.
Lu Ruiyan smiled with satisfaction, then lowered her voice and said to Lin Fan, Xia Fan, we understand that you young people have a good relationship, but you still need to focus on your studies and be careful, be careful. The meaning behind her words was self-evident. Lin Fan blushed instantly, and Su Qinghan was so embarrassed that she hid behind Lin Fan, her ears turning red.
Mom! What are you saying?
Lin Fan quickly interrupted the dangerous topic. You all need to take good care of yourselves at home.
Dad, if your job is too tiring, you should quit. We're not short of money right now. Mom, you too, don't be so frugal, spend what you need to spend.
We know, don't worry. Lin Jiangwo and Li Shouping agreed repeatedly. After giving a few more instructions, the station's public address system announced that the Z001 special train for supernatural beings, bound for the capital, was beginning its ticket check and boarding process. Hurry up, don't miss the bus, the parents urged.
Chapter 50. What kind of top scholar are you, and what kind of top scholar am I?
Lin Fan and Su Qinghan dragged their suitcases and followed the flow of people toward the ticket gate. Looking back, the four parents were still waving vigorously, and Li Shouping and Lu Ruiyan had already started wiping away tears. Lin Fan felt a pang of sadness. He waved his hand forcefully, then turned around and boarded the train to the capital with Su Qinghan. This special train with supernatural abilities is clearly much more advanced than ordinary trains. It has a spacious interior, comfortable seats, and is even equipped with a simple protective magic array. However, it still felt a bit crowded because there were so many passengers. Lin Fan and Su Qinghan's tickets were for adjacent seats, one by the window and the other in the middle. After putting down their luggage and sitting down, Su Qinghan sat by the window, and Lin Fan sat next to her. The train slowly started moving, and the scenery outside the window began to recede, the familiar coastal city gradually fading into the distance.
Finally, we're off.
Su Qinghan looked out the window and said softly, her tone filled with anticipation for the future and a hint of melancholy at leaving home.
Yes, a new beginning. Lin Fan adjusted his posture, feeling the train smoothly accelerate.
It's over 2,000 kilometers from here to the capital, and it takes about 6 hours. It was quite a long journey. The train sped along, stopping at several major stations along the way, where many students got on and off. The carriage was constantly buzzing with the chatter and laughter of young students. Many people were excitedly discussing their upcoming university life, showing off their special abilities and martial arts exam results, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Fan had no interest in participating in the discussion. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and pretended to doze off. Su Qinghan took out a book about the customs and culture of the capital and read it quietly. Occasionally, she would turn her head to look at Lin Fan, who seemed to be asleep next to her, and the corners of her mouth would unconsciously turn up slightly.
Time ticked by.
The train's announcement said they were about to arrive at Red Maple City Station. Hongfeng City is a fairly strong city in Tianhai Province, and there should be quite a few candidates taking the test this time. The train slowly pulled into the station and came to a stop. After a brief commotion, new passengers flooded into the carriages. While Lin Fan was still half asleep, he felt someone push his shoulder forcefully, and a slightly arrogant voice rang in his ear, "Hey!
Get up, I want this position."
Startled awake, Lin Fan frowned and opened his eyes. He saw a young man in designer sportswear, with slicked back hair and an arrogant expression, standing next to him, looking down at him. The boy was followed by two students who looked like his followers.
What do you mean?
Lin Fan was in a bad mood. No one would be happy to be woken up. The boy chuckled and casually pulled a small, fingernail-sized crystal that shimmered with a pale blue light from his pocket, then tossed it onto the small table in front of Lin Fan with a thud.
This power crystal is enough to buy your seat, right? Take it and go find an empty seat in the back.
The boy's tone was impatient, as if he were dismissing a beggar.
Wow!
A special ability crystal.
Really? One of them must be worth at least 1 million alliance coins, right? It's Zhou Kuan, the top martial arts candidate in Red Maple City.
He awakened the A-level ability, Explosive Flame, and his personality is notoriously flamboyant. TSK, they're really rich, just throwing superpower crystals at people to get a seat. The surrounding students were immediately drawn to the crystal, their eyes fixed on it, and they exclaimed and discussed it.
The special energy crystal contains pure energy and can assist in cultivation, making it quite valuable. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhou Kuan's smug expression deepened.
A tall, thin follower next to him chimed in, "Kid, you're lucky.
Our brother Kuan is generous.
Hurry up and offer him your seat with the crystals."
Don't be ungrateful.
Lin Fan looked at the crystal on the table, then glanced at Zhou Kuan's arrogant expression, and felt a wave of disgust. He was too lazy to waste words with this spoiled genius, so he simply extended 2 fingers and flicked the cigarette ash lightly. Thud. The $1 million supernatural crystal fell to the ground and rolled under the seat. Quiet. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned. He flicked the superpower crystal onto the ground? $1 million. He just threw it away like that? Zhou Kuan's smug expression froze, then turned to anger. He felt deeply humiliated. Damn it. You're asking for it, aren't you? Do you know who I am? Zhou Kuan, the top scholar in Hongfeng City. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fan was annoyed by this idiot's noise, and it seemed that his plan to arrive in the capital quietly was doomed. He slowly raised his head, his eyes already turning cold. He first glanced at Su Qinghan, who seemed a little nervous and about to speak, and gestured with his eyes that she was all right. Then, he reached out and took off his baseball cap, revealing his face, which had recently been frequently appearing in the headlines of Tianhai Province news. He glanced coldly at Zhou Kuan, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. You're welcome? How exactly do you intend to be impolite? When Lin Fan's face was fully exposed to the light, a collective gasp filled the carriage. It's him. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the top scholar of Tianhai Province. My God. I didn't even recognize him. He was actually on this train too. And he even ran into Zhou Kuan. The tall, thin follower behind Zhou Kuan was even more terrified, his face turning deathly pale and his legs trembling. He stammered and whispered to Zhou Kuan, Kuan. Brother Kuan. He's Lin Fan. That 3 elemental ability user. The provincial champion. Zhou Kuan's arrogant demeanor froze instantly, as if someone had grabbed his neck. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan's calm yet cold face in disbelief. As a candidate in this year's exam, how could he not have heard of Lin Fan's name? That genius from Tianhai Province, whose points are ridiculously high, who supposedly possesses multiple powerful abilities, and who saved dozens of classmates in the secret realm. He just actually threatened the top scorer in the province? You even threw 1 million supernatural crystals at someone? And you even tried to steal their seat? Zhou Kuan's face turned a deep purplish red, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. His family does have some influence, and they can act with impunity in Red Maple City, but compared to a prodigy like Lin Fan, who is sought after by top universities across the province and even the country, his background and A-level superpowers are simply insignificant. Not to mention him, even if his father came, he would have to be very polite to Lin Fan. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Zhou Kuan's imposing manner collapsed instantly, and his voice trembled as he spoke. I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize you. I'll leave right now. I'll leave right now. As he spoke, he hurriedly bent down to pick up the supernatural crystal that had fallen to the ground. Get lost. Lin Fan said only one word. Chapter 51 Arrival. Zhou Kuan froze, no longer daring to pick up the crystals. Like a startled rabbit, he and his 2 equally ashen-faced followers slunk away through the crowd and ran towards the back of the carriage without looking back, afraid of being a step too slow. The carriage fell silent again, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Fan, filled with awe, curiosity, and a touch of fanaticism. Lin Fan ignored the stares, bent down to pick up the superpower crystal from the ground, and casually tossed it to a chubby boy who was watching the commotion with a dumbfounded look. Take it, consider it his treat for everyone in the carriage to drink water. The chubby boy hurriedly caught the crystal, stunned for a few seconds before reacting, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, Master Lin. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. He put his hat back on, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes, as if nothing had happened. Watching Lin Fan's smooth and skillful actions, especially his casual gesture of giving away the crystal at the end, Su Qinghan couldn't help but smile. She discovered that Lin Fan usually seemed easygoing, even a bit lazy, but once his bottom line was crossed, his sharpness and domineering aura were indeed very attractive. After this little incident, no one dared to bother Lin Fan again on the rest of the journey. Even the area around their seats automatically cleared out, and no one dared to get close. The whispers and murmurs subsided considerably, and when someone tried to take a picture secretly, their companions quickly stopped them. The train continued its journey, speeding across plains and traversing mountains. 6 hours later, accompanied by a long whistle, the train slowly slowed down, and the train attendant's sweet voice came over the loudspeaker. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Beijing East Railway Station. Please take your luggage and prepare to disembark. Thank you for taking this train, and we wish you a pleasant journey in Beijing. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked out the window. A vast, majestic city, brimming with a blend of ancient and modern atmosphere, came into view. The towering skyscrapers, the ancient and magnificent buildings, and the enormous energy shield that appears and disappears above the city all demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this city in the heart of China.
We've arrived in the capital.
Lin Fan took a deep breath, a glint of anticipation in his eyes.
He turned to Su Qinghan and smiled. Let's go, we're here.
The train came to a smooth stop at the east station of the capital. As soon as the car door opened, a more boisterous and vibrant atmosphere rushed out. The platform was packed with people, several times more crowded than Bincheng Station. Young people with various accents and different clothes, but all with strong presence, flocked to the exit under the guidance of their parents or staff.
The capital city, it's so big.
Su Qinghan sighed softly as she looked at the crowds of people shoulder to shoulder in front of her and the dome that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance.
Although Bincheng is also a large city, it is still several levels below an international metropolis like Beijing.
Yes, it truly lives up to its reputation as the capital. Lin Fan pulled down his hat brim, dragging his suitcase with one hand while naturally placing his other hand behind Su Qinghan, protecting her as she walked out with the crowd. Stay close to me, don't get separated.
The process of leaving the station was like a small battle.
After finally squeezing my way into the exit hall, I immediately saw many reception points holding signs for various universities. Among them, the sign for Imperial Capital Superpower University was the largest and most eye-catching, and a long queue had already formed in front of it. Lin Fan and Su Qinghan walked over and handed over the admission notice. When the senior students in charge of receiving them saw their names, especially Lin Fan, their eyes lit up instantly, and they became incredibly enthusiastic.
Junior brother Lin Fan. Junior sister Su Qinghan. Welcome, welcome.
This way, please, we'll have a car to take you to school. A bespectacled, capable-looking senior student quickly led them to a relatively VIP passage, where several luxury hover buses bearing the emblem of Beijing University were parked.
Is this the treatment given to provincial top scorers and S-level geniuses?
Lin Fan thought to himself that he felt the gazes of the other freshmen in line around him were practically staring holes through his back. The hover bus is very fast and travels on a dedicated elevated track, overlooking the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers below, offering a panoramic view of the capital's prosperity.
About 20 minutes later, the bus entered a vast and beautiful area.
The towering school gate is magnificent, and the 6 gilded characters Imperial Capital Superpower University shine brightly in the sunlight. Behind the school gate lies a spacious square, neatly manicured lawns, magnificent buildings of various styles, and distant mountains and training grounds that can be vaguely seen. A faint aura of energy permeated the air, indicating that a large-scale energy gathering array had been set up.
Truly worthy of being called the top university in China.
Lin Fan exclaimed again. Compared to this, Bincheng No. 1 High School is like comparing a small country hill to a 5-level scenic spot.
The bus stopped at the freshman registration area.
The place was equally bustling with activity, as outstanding talents from all over the country gathered here, each with sharp eyes and an extraordinary aura. Lin Fan sensed the surrounding new students and found that the weakest among them were at the 8th or 9th level of the awakening stage, and there were many at the early stage of the first rank.
Some even had a deep and obscure aura, which probably indicated that they had reached the middle stage of the first rank or even higher. Moreover, those who can get into Imperial University must have at least an A-level ability.
Geniuses are as common as dogs here, and prodigies are everywhere. Of course, even in the capital, S-level geniuses are rare, like among this year's 1,000 freshmen. There are only 20 or 30 S-class geniuses. The registration process was quick, information was verified, and students received their campus card, dormitory key, and a thick freshman handbook. Then, a male instructor who looked to be in his 30s, with a serious face and an aura that reached the 3rd level, walked over.
Hello, Lin Fan and Su Qinghan.
I am Chen, the mentor responsible for guiding this year's freshmen. Professor Chen succinctly stated, according to school regulations, different tutors are responsible for dormitories in different areas. Lin Fan, your dormitory is in the Tianshu area.
Please follow me.
Su Qinghan, your dormitory is in the Tianxian area.
Another female instructor will take you there. Huh? We're going to separate?
Su Qinghan subconsciously looked at Lin Fan, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Lin Fan was also a little surprised, not expecting to be separated so soon after arriving.
He smiled and comforted him. It's okay, we're in the same school anyway, we can see each other anytime. Go and settle in first, and text me when you're done. Su Qinghan nodded.
Let's go, Lin Fan, Professor Chen urged. Lin Fan waved to Su Qinghan and followed Instructor Chen in one direction. Su Qinghan was led to the other side by another female mentor.
Chapter 52 Elected Dormitory Head.
The Imperial University was so large that it took the two of them more than 10 minutes to walk through several groups of buildings and gardens before they arrived at an area with a more tranquil environment and obviously more exquisite and luxurious buildings. The sign at the entrance read Tianshu District. Tianshu District is one of the best dormitory areas in the school, and it is mainly allocated to freshmen with the highest comprehensive evaluation. As Professor Chen walked, he introduced the buildings and stopped in front of what looked like a high-end apartment building. Your dormitory is 308. He took out his key and opened the door. The dormitory is very spacious and decorated in a modern and exquisite style. It has a living room, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom, as well as 4 bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms. Each bedroom is spacious and bright, complete with a desk, wardrobe, and soft bed. The balcony offers a wide view, overlooking the training grounds and mountains in the distance.
Holy crap, is this really a dormitory? This is even better than the high-end apartments I've seen in my previous life. Lin Fan exclaimed inwardly, the conditions are simply amazing. This is the standard configuration for a 4-person dormitory. Professor Chen, seemingly used to Lin Fan's surprised expression, paused, then added.
Furthermore, Lin Fan, given your talent assessment level, the school can provide you with a private villa for your mentor, offering greater privacy and a better cultivation environment.
Would you like that? A detached villa?
Lin Fan was taken aback. This was indeed top-tier treatment. But he shook his head almost without thinking.
Thank you, Professor Chen, but no need. I think a 4-person dorm is fine, it's more lively.
Deep down, he still prefers places with a bit of human warmth. In his previous life, he was already lonely enough living in a small single room as a corporate slave. In this life, with the means, he would rather live with his peers and experience a normal university dormitory life. Villas are nice, but living alone can be too lonely. Professor Chen glanced at Lin Fan with some surprise, seemingly not expecting him to refuse such a good offer, and nodded.
Okay, I respect your choice.
Here is your dorm key and campus card, which already have some points preloaded on them, so you can use them on campus.
Today is mainly for registration and settling in. The opening ceremony will be held tomorrow morning in the central square, so please don't be late.
You can familiarize yourself with the campus environment first.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen.
After Professor Chen left, Lin Fan dragged his suitcase into an empty bedroom and began packing.
There weren't many things, so it was done quickly.
He stood on the balcony, watching the energetic freshmen coming and going below, feeling the strong academic atmosphere of Imperial University, and his heart was filled with anticipation for the future. My bracelet vibrated. It was a message from Su Qinghan. I'm in my dorm, the environment is super nice.
It's a 2-person room, my roommate hasn't arrived yet. How's it going on your end? Lin Fan smiled and replied, I'm all settled in. It's a 4-person dorm, the conditions are great.
I'll meet my roommates when they arrive. I had just finished replying to the message when I heard noises coming from the living room.
Looks like my roommate has arrived.
Lin Fan walked out of the bedroom and saw 3 boys coming into the living room one after another. The first person to come in was very tall, probably 1.9 meters, with a strong build like a calf, healthy wheat-colored skin, a buzz cut, and bright eyes. He looked like a strong type. He was dragging a huge suitcase, grinning and showing off his white teeth. Hey! You're here pretty early, buddy. My name is Zhao Mang, Mang is in strength.
I'm from Dongshan Province.
The second person to enter was a tall, thin man wearing black-rimmed glasses. He looked refined and cultured, but his eyes were very bright and clever. He didn't have much stuff, just a backpack and a suitcase, and greeted me with a smile. Hello, my name is Sun Xiaopang, although I'm not fat, that's what my family calls me. I'm from Jiangnan Province, and my special ability is more of a mental perception type. The third boy to enter was well-proportioned, with a sunny and handsome appearance. He was dressed fashionably and had the air of a wealthy young master, but his smile was cheerful and down-to-earth. Hello everyone, my name is Li Mufeng. Mufeng is in bathing in the spring breeze, and I'm from Beijing. We'll be roommates from now on, so please take care of me. These 3 people are all quite powerful. Zhao Mang and Li Mufeng are both at the early stage of the first rank, while Sun Xiaopang is at the peak of the 9th level of the awakening stage, just 1 step away from the first rank. Those who can live in the Tianshu district are indeed not simple.
Hello, my name is Lin Fan, and I come from Tianhai Province.
Lin Fan introduced himself with a smile, his tone calm.
Lin Fan?
Zhao Mang scratched his head, feeling that the name sounded familiar.
Sun Xiaopang adjusted his glasses, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, Lin Fan? Lin Fan, the top scholar from Tianhai Province? A 3-elemental ability user? Li Mufeng's expression also changed. He dropped his casual demeanor and looked at Lin Fan seriously. Is it really you? Wow.
I didn't expect to be assigned to the same dormitory as the provincial top scorer.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Zhao Mang then realized what was happening and slapped his thigh. Holy crap.
I remember now. That freak with 58,000 points. Boss. My apologies.
He was straightforward, and after the initial surprise, he was filled with excitement and curiosity. Lin Fan was a little embarrassed by their reaction and waved his hand. What, big shot or not, I was just lucky. We'll be roommates from now on, let's learn from each other.
Wow, 58,000 points. That can't be explained by luck alone. Sun Xiaopang exclaimed in amazement, circling around Lin Fan.
A living provincial champion.
Our dorm feels so honored. Li Mufeng laughed and said, looks like our 308 dormitory is going to become famous. By the way, now that everyone's here, shouldn't we elect a dormitory head according to the rules? We'll need someone to lead us when we're collecting utility bills or organizing activities. Is there even a choice?
Zhao Mang waved his hand and pointed at Lin Fan.
It's definitely Brother Fan. Whoever gets the higher score gets it.
I, Zhao Mang, am the first to agree.
Sun Xiaopang nodded in agreement, agreed. Fan Ge is the right person to be the dorm leader.
Li Mufeng naturally had no objections and smiled as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan hadn't expected this, but seeing that none of the three had any objections, he smiled and agreed, alright, then I'll be the dorm leader for now.
We can discuss anything together in the future.
Yes, sir.
Zhao Mang gave a funny salute, which made everyone laugh.
The 4 young people were all exceptionally talented and had good personalities.
They quickly became acquainted and started chatting.
They talked about their hometown customs, their experiences in the martial arts entrance exam, and their expectations for universities in Beijing. Lin Fan found that his 3 roommates were all quite interesting.
Zhao Mang is a forthright and righteous man, a bit stubborn, but very sincere.
Sun Xiaopang looks refined, but he is actually cunning, quick-witted, and knowledgeable.
Li Mufeng is a native of the capital city. She is well-informed and very considerate in her dealings with others, somewhat like a social butterfly. Chapter 53 Re-encounter with Lei Hao.
Moreover, it must be admitted that among the 4 people, Lin Fan is indeed the most outstanding in terms of both appearance and temperament. His clean-cut and handsome face, upright posture, and the composure and restraint that come from experiencing life and death give him a unique charm.
Brother Fan, to be honest, with your good looks and freakish talent, are you even leaving any way for us ordinary people to survive?
Li Mufeng said, half jokingly and half seriously.
Exactly. Zhao Mang chimed in.
I feel like it's going to be harder for me to find a girlfriend in the future. Sun Xiaopang pushed up his glasses and said quietly, you brute, even without Brother Fan, finding a girlfriend won't be easy.
Sun Xiaopang, you're asking for it.
Zhao Mang pretended to pounce, but Sun Xiaopang nimbly dodged behind Lin Fan. The dormitory was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Lin Fan watched his roommates joking around, a genuine smile spreading across his face.
This relaxed and cheerful dormitory atmosphere was exactly what he wanted. It seems my university life in the future won't be boring.
After a while of laughing and joking in the dorm, Zhao Mang was the first to get restless.
He rubbed his hands together and excitedly suggested, hey guys, let's not just sit here in the dorm. Let's go for a walk. Let's get familiar with the campus, and while we're at it, let's see if there are any high-quality girls among this year's freshmen.
Sun Xiaopang adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting an eerie light. From what I've observed, Tianqian district is a girls' dormitory area.
The scenery there, oh no, the architecture there is quite unique and worth a visit.
Even Li Mufeng, who seemed the most composed, smiled and didn't object, clearly showing his interest in the getting familiar with the campus activity.
Lin Fan looked at the 3 testosterone-fueled guys and smiled helplessly. You guys, you've only just arrived, is it really necessary to be so thirsty? Brother Fan, you just don't understand.
Zhao Mang put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder, speaking with the air of someone who'd been there all alone.
If you don't date in college, you've wasted your time.
And look at our universities in Beijing, they gather beauties and talented women from all over the country. With such resources and quality, if we don't do some research beforehand, all the good cabbages will end up being eaten by other pigs.
Sun Xiaopang nodded. What this rough fellow said is crude but reasonable.
Li Mufeng also laughed and said, let's go, dorm leader, let's just treat this as getting familiar with the environment. Imperial University is indeed very big, and there are many interesting places. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Lin Fan was pulled out the door. The four of them then began to wander aimlessly through the vast campus. Imperial Capital University is truly enormous, with buildings of all styles standing side by side.
It boasts training grounds, libraries, research institutes, commercial streets, and even artificial lakes and forests, making it feel like a small city.
The new students I met on the way were all exceptionally talented, with a very high proportion of handsome men and beautiful women. Zhao Mang and Sun Xiaopang could barely keep up with each other's pace, and they kept whispering to each other.
Look over there. That girl in the white dress has an amazing aura.
That guy over there in his training clothes has a great physique, he's obviously a trained fighter.
Wow, that looks like someone from the western regions? Such exotic charm.
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, feeling as if he had brought along two hungry wolves out to hunt for food. Li Mufeng, on the other hand, was much calmer, and would occasionally tell Lin Fan about the history of some famous buildings they passed by. As I was walking, a tall boy with short hair and sharp eyes came towards me. Lin Fan felt that the face looked somewhat familiar. The other person also saw Lin Fan, and was taken aback at first, then their face showed surprise and a hint of barely perceptible awe.
They quickly walked over and greeted him warmly. Brother Fan. You've come to Imperial University too? That's great.
Lin Fan remembered it was Lei Hao, the battle maniac who possessed the S-rank ability, Raging Thunder Battle Body, during the martial arts exam in Binchang. During the qualifying battle for the Secret Realm, he was instantly killed by his own Gale Force Crushing Fist, but later he was indirectly saved by himself during the Beast Tide.
Lei Hao? What a coincidence.
Lin Fan smiled, his impression of this straightforward battle maniac wasn't bad. Zhao Mang and the other two were slightly surprised when they saw Lei Hao. Lei Hao, an S-level genius, was well known among the freshmen. Unexpectedly, he was so polite to Lin Fan, even calling him Brother Fan with a bit of respect.
Brother Fan, who are these people?
Lei Hao asked, looking at Zhao Mang and the others. My roommates are Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopang, and Li Mufeng, Lin Fan introduced briefly. Lei Hao greeted the three of them politely, then said to Lin Fan, Brother Fan, please guide me at school.
Let's have a spar sometime.
His eyes flashed with fighting spirit, but he was mostly impressed. He was a battle maniac, but not a fool. He knew that Lin Fan's strength was unfathomable.
No problem, Lin Fan nodded. After chatting for a few more minutes, Lei Hao took his leave. As soon as he left, Zhao Mang couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Lin Fan on the back not too hard. Holy crap. Brother Fan. You're amazing. Even S-level geniuses call you brother.
We made the right choice in making you our dorm leader. Sun Xiaopang exclaimed, it seems our dorm will be able to do whatever we want at school from now on.
Li Mufeng smiled and shook his head. It seems we underestimated the dormitory head's abilities.
Lin Fan sighed helplessly, alright, stop flattering me.
We've only met before during the martial arts exam, we're not really close.
This little incident strengthened Zhao Mang, and his two companions resolved to closely follow in their dormitory leader's footsteps, and they became even more enthusiastic about their stroll. After wandering around for a while, and seeing the sun setting, it was dinner time. The four of them decided to have dinner at the nearest cafeteria. The canteens at Imperial Capital University are incredibly grand, resembling a large food court with a wide variety of cuisines. Moreover, the prices are very affordable for students, using an on-campus currency called credits, some of which are pre-loaded into freshmen's campus cards. The four of them got their food and found a seat by the window. Zhao Mang was still excitedly analyzing which girl he had just seen had the most potential to be elected school beauty. Sun Xiaopang was making sarcastic comments from the side. Li Mufeng occasionally chimed in, while Lin Fan ate quietly, thinking that the food was indeed quite delicious. Just then, a voice carrying a distinctly mocking tone rang out from the side. Oh, who do we have here?
Isn't this Li Mufeng, the genius of our Li family? What's wrong? Couldn't make it in a small place like Jiancheng, so you've come to Imperial University to embarrass yourself?
Lin Fan looked up and saw a richly dressed, arrogant, and frivolous-looking boy standing beside their table with two followers, looking down at Li Mufeng.
Chapter 54. I've got your back, understand? The smile on Li Mufeng's face vanished instantly, replaced by an ugly expression.
He put down his chopsticks and said coldly, "Wang Tong, it's none of your business where I go to school."
The boy named Wang Tang scoffed, "Why wouldn't it be my turn? Our Wang family and the Li family are old friends. I'm just concerned about you.
I'm afraid that if you come to Imperial University, you won't be able to keep up and will embarrass us Jiangqing students.
With your A-level ability, windwalking, you dare to apply to the same university as me?
Who gave you the courage?"
Lin Fan frowned.
It seemed to be an old acquaintance of Li Mufeng, and there was clearly some conflict between them.
Wang Tang's aura is not weak, he is already in the mid-stage of the first rank, and his superpower should be S rank, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant.
Zhao Mang and Sun Xiaopang also stopped chatting and joking, and looked at Wang Tang with unfriendly expressions. A follower behind Wang Tang chimed in sarcastically, "That's right, young Master Mufeng. In Jiangchang, you could still get a reputation as a genius by relying on the Li family.
But at Imperial University, even S level is not uncommon. You're only in A level, so you'd better keep a low profile."
Another follower chuckled, "Young Master Tang has awakened an S-level ability, the Dengjin body, and he ranked 5th in the entire province in this martial arts exam."
"Where did you, Li Mufeng, rank?"
Li Mufeng's face was ashen, his fists clenched, but he seemed somewhat hesitant and did not immediately lash out.
Seeing that he didn't speak, Wang Tang became even more smug and reached out to slap Li Mufeng's face. "What? Got scared? Weren't you pretty tough in Jiangchang?"
"Let me tell you, Li Mufeng, in my territory, if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up if you're a tiger." Before his hand could even touch Li Mufeng, his wrist was firmly grasped by another outstretched hand. Wang Tang was taken aback and turned his head to look. He saw the handsome boy sitting next to Li Mufeng, who hadn't said a word, looking at him calmly with no warmth in his eyes.
"Who are you? Are you looking for death? Let go."
Wang Tang tried to break free, but found that the other person's hand was like an iron clamp, not moving an inch.
He was shocked. This guy was so strong?
The one who grabbed his wrist was naturally Lin Fan. Lin Fan released his grip, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then slowly stood up, shielding Li Mufeng behind him. He looked at Wang Tang, his tone calm yet authoritative. "He's my roommate.
If there's anything, talk to me."
Looking at Lin Fan's back as he stood in front of him, Li Mufeng felt a warmth in his heart and whispered, "Brother Fan, his name is Wang Tang, an S rank, Gengjin body, mid-stage of the first rank, and his family has a lot of influence in Jiangchang."
Wang Tang was enraged by Lin Fan's dismissive attitude, especially after hearing Li Mufeng call him Brother Fan, which made him furious. "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you know who I am?"
Lin Fan was too lazy to waste words with him and said directly, "I don't care who you are or what grudges you have before.
Now, he's my roommate.
I have a suggestion for you, turn around and leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Wang Tang laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
"Ha ha ha. Advice? Who the hell do you think you are? Giving me advice?
Kid, let me tell you, you kneel down and apologize to me right now, and then make Li Mufeng crawl between my legs, and we'll call it even.
Otherwise, I'll take care of you too."
The other students eating in the cafeteria had already been drawn to the conflict and were all looking over, discussing it amongst themselves.
"It's Wang Tang. That S-level genius, I heard he's really arrogant. Who's that guy opposite him? I've never seen him before. He seems to be protecting Li Mufeng. This is going to be interesting. A fight on the very first day of school?"
Lin Fan's eyes turned completely cold. He hadn't wanted to cause trouble, but it seems some people wouldn't know the pain until they got a beating.
"It seems you've chosen the second path." Lin Fan sighed. "Let me remind you, when I take action, blood will be drawn." "Shut up." Wang Tang was completely enraged.
A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from his body, his skin instantly shone with a metallic luster, and an incomparably sharp aura spread out.
S-rank superpower, Gengjin body.
Allows the body to become metallic, greatly increasing strength, defense, and attack power. He roared, and his metallic fist, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, slammed directly into Lin Fan's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, enough to shatter stone tablets.
A gasp of surprise rang out from the crowd.
No one expected Wang Tang to make his move so suddenly, and to start with a deadly attack.
Li Mufeng's expression changed drastically. "Brother Fan, be careful." Zhao Mang and Sun Xiaopang also stood up nervously.
Faced with this swift punch, Lin Fan stood still without moving. Just as the fist was about to strike, he casually raised his right hand, striking first and accurately grabbing Wang Tang's wrist.
Bang!
With a muffled thud, Wang Tang's punch, powerful enough to pierce a steel plate, was effortlessly caught by Lin Fan with a single hand. The golden light on the fist made a teeth-grinding friction sound where it touched Lin Fan's palm, but it could not advance any further. The sinister smile on Wang Tang's face froze instantly, replaced by unbelievable horror. He felt as if his punch had struck an ancient, unchanging mountain, and the opponent's arm didn't even flinch. How is this possible? Wang Tang exclaimed in disbelief. Too slow, too scattered power, Lin Fan commented casually, tightening his grip on Wang Tang's wrist slightly. A soft cracking sound rang out. Ah! Wang Tang let out a shrill scream, feeling as if his wrist had been crushed by hydraulic shears. The golden light around his body fluctuated violently. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan unleashed a skillful force, and Wang Tang was swung around uncontrollably, slammed to the ground like a broken sack. Boom! The hard floor of the cafeteria even trembled slightly. Wang Tang was thrown around, feeling dizzy and seeing stars, and the golden light on his body dimmed considerably. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, the once arrogant and domineering Wang Tang was already lying on the ground like a dead dog, curled up in pain. Quiet. The cafeteria was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the handsome young man who remained standing calmly and composed. One move. Just one move. He instantly killed Wang Tang, a mid-stage Tier 1 fighter with S-level defense and strength abilities? What kind of monster is this? Wang Tang's two henchmen were already terrified and stood rooted to the spot, too scared to move. Lin Fan walked to Wang Tang's side, squatted down, and patted his face, which was contorted with pain. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire cafeteria. Remember, Li Mufeng is under my protection. From now on, I'll avoid him if I see him. Did you understand? Looking into Lin Fan's calm yet deep, icy eyes, Wang Tang felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, the other party would really strike hard. He endured the excruciating pain and humiliation and nodded with difficulty. Lin Fan stood up and said to Zhao Mang and the other two who were still in a daze, "Let's go, we haven't finished eating yet." After saying that, as if he had done something insignificant, he turned around, went back to his seat, and continued eating. Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopang, and Li Mufeng exchanged glances, all seeing immense shock and admiration in each other's eyes. Chapter 55, The Inner Workings? It doesn't exist. They quickly sat down, but looking at the food in front of them, they felt that it tasted different. The students around Lin Fan looked at him with awe and curiosity in their eyes. This news would probably spread throughout the entire freshman community very soon. Lin Fan, the dormitory head of Dormitory 308 in Tianshu District, announced his arrival in an extremely assertive manner on the first day of school. At that moment, Lin Fan was thinking, the braised pork in the cafeteria is really good. I'll order it again next time. On the way back to the dormitory from the cafeteria, the way Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopang, and Li Mufeng looked at Lin Fan had completely changed. If before it was admiration for the dorm leader's strength and achievements, now it's complete worship plus a determination to curry favor with him. Brother Fan. From today onwards, you're my real brother. Zhao Mang was so excited he wanted to pick Lin Fan up and spin him around twice. That was amazing. One move. Just one move. He took down that S-rank Wang Tang. You saw how pathetic he looked, ahaha. Sun Xiaopang pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness behind the lenses. After careful analysis, clinging to Brother Fan's coattails is the best strategy for us to survive and even achieve glory at Imperial University. From now on, anyone who dares to mess with us should just mention Brother Fan's name. Although Li Mufeng didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Lin Fan. He knew that if it weren't for Lin Fan today, he would have suffered humiliation at Wang Tang's hands. Brother Fan, thank you, he said solemnly. Lin Fan was amused by them and waved his hand. All right, we're all roommates, it's only right that we look out for each other. But let's forget about mentioning my name, let's keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. Understood. Brother Fan likes to keep a low profile. Zhao Mang patted his chest. From now on, we'll follow Brother Fan. If Brother Fan points east, I'll never go west. Sun Xiaopang nodded. That's right, our motto is, follow the dorm leader closely, and you'll get meat to eat, and, you'll have someone to protect you. Back in Dormitory 308, the atmosphere became even more lively. Zhao Mang and Sun Xiaopang began to enthusiastically plan how the fame of the 318 would resound throughout the Imperial University, while Li Mufeng, after calming down, also began to think about how to make good use of the relationships in the dormitory. After chatting for a while, the three of them went back to their rooms, took out the basic cultivation methods issued by the school, and began to sit cross-legged and diligently cultivate. None of those who get into universities in Beijing are truly lazy, they all know that ability is the key. Lin Fan watched them working hard, touched his nose, and returned to his room. However, he had no intention of cultivating. Sitting cross-legged and circulating that basic cultivation method? Too inefficient. With the system in place, hunting exotic beasts and absorbing their life essence is the only viable strategy. This kind of slow and painstaking training is extremely inefficient for him, it's a complete waste of time. He comfortably lay down on the soft bed, took out his phone, and opened Su Qinghan's chat interface. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan sent a message. She replied almost instantly, "I'm cultivating, just finished a full cycle." "How about you? Are you settling into the dorm?" Lin Fan smiled and replied, "It's a habit. My roommates are all quite interesting. I'm not cultivating, I'm just resting in bed." Su Qinghan sent a surprised emoji, "Huh? You don't cultivate? The competition at Imperial University is fierce. I heard that many geniuses cultivate all night long." Lin Fan typed rapidly, "There's no need to be so stressed. It's important to balance work and rest. Cultivation is about efficiency, not wasting time." Inner monologue, having a cheat code means you can do whatever you want. Su Qinghan sent a laughing emoji, "Okay, you're right. However, I feel a lot of pressure. There seem to be several S-level geniuses in our class, and one who's rumored to have dual superpowers." "Dual superpowers? That's impressive." Lin Fan agreed, but in his heart he was thinking, dual superpowers are nothing, I'm too embarrassed to even mention my A-level and S-level superpowers. "Yes, that's why we have to work hard, otherwise we'll fall behind," Su Qinghan replied, adding a cheering emoji. "Okay, don't overwork yourself, make sure you get some rest," Lin Fan advised. The two chatted for a while, sharing information about their respective classes and dormitories. Su Qinghan's roommate is also an S-level genius from the north. He seems a bit aloof, but he's still easy to get along with. After chatting with his fiancée, Lin Fan felt quite good. Lying on the bed, he listened to the faint, heavy breathing of Zhao Mang from the next room, caused by his exertion, and the subtle energy fluctuations from Sun Xiaopeng's side, and couldn't help but smile. Roll it up as much as you want. I have a system, I'm not playing this game with you guys." He yawned and decided to take a nap first. He needed to be well rested for the opening ceremony tomorrow. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Lin Fan got up feeling refreshed and finished washing up. Zhao Mang and the other two had dark circles under their eyes, clearly indicating they had been cultivating quite late the night before. "Good morning, brother Fan. You look great." Zhao Mang yawned widely. "Good morning." Lin Fan smiled. "Let's go have breakfast and then go to the opening ceremony." The central square was packed with people. Thousands of freshmen stood in square formations according to their departments and classes, creating a solemn yet enthusiastic atmosphere. Lin Fan's Tianjia Class 1 naturally had the best position at the very front. Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopeng, and Li Mufeng were also assigned to the same class as him, and the four of them stood together. Many of the freshmen around him were secretly glancing at Lin Fan and whispering among themselves. Clearly, the news of the cafeteria's swift defeat of Wang Tang yesterday has already spread. "Look, that's Lin Fan from room 308 in Tianshu District, the top scorer in Tianhai Province. Is this the guy who took down S-Class Wang Tang in a flash yesterday? He looks pretty handsome, and he doesn't seem that fierce. Don't judge a book by its cover. I've heard he has at least 3 different types of superpowers. This year's freshmen are really something." Various gazes were drawn, some with curiosity, some with awe, some with envy, and a few with a hint of resentment. Lin Fan was already used to this, keeping his eyes down and his mind at ease. Just then, school leaders entered the stage one after another. When an elderly man, dressed in a simple gray robe, with a lean face and gentle, jade-like eyes, walked onto the stage, the entire square fell silent instantly. An invisible, vast, and overwhelming pressure, like a tide, slowly spread out from the old man's center. A 7th-tier powerhouse. The president of Imperial Capital University, one of the top figures in China. Chapter 56: Terrifying Pressure, Half-Kneeling Posture. This oppressive force wasn't domineering, but it was incredibly heavy, as if the entire sky had pressed down on it. It directly affected everyone's mental consciousness and physical instincts. Splash! Splash! Ah! Almost the instant the oppressive force descended, a large swathe of people on the square collapsed like wheat that had been cut down. Many freshmen who were only at the 8th or 9th level of the awakening stage couldn't even last a second. They collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with fear. Just a breath later, fewer than 100 freshmen were still barely standing. And each of them was pale, trembling, and on the verge of collapse. Standing in the crowd, Lin Fan also felt immense pressure. This oppressive force seemed to crush all the bones in his body and break his will. However, his various A-level or higher superpowers operated on their own, especially the S-level ancient Wolf King bloodline, which emitted an indomitable pride that supported his body and spirit. His back remained ramrod straight, and his eyes were sharp as knives. Zhao Mang, standing next to him, let out a low roar. His muscles bulged, and his skin gleamed with a bronze sheen. He was holding on with his strong physique and willpower, but his legs were already trembling violently. Sun Xiaopong's face was as pale as paper, and he was struggling to stay alive by some kind of spiritual magic. His eyes behind his glasses were somewhat unfocused. Li Mufeng moved nimbly, trying to deflect the force, but with little effect, and a trace of blood had already spilled from the corner of his mouth. 2 breaths passed. There are fewer than 10 people left who can still stand. Each one of them is a true standout among the new students, possessing at least a mid-stage first-tier cultivation level or a special and powerful ability. 3 breaths. Thump. Thump. Several more people couldn't hold on and fell to their knees. At this moment, in the entire vast square, among thousands of freshmen, only 2 people were still able to maintain their standing posture. One of them was Lin Fan. He still stood as straight as a javelin, although his forehead was covered in sweat and his breathing had become heavy, the light in his eyes was even more intense. The other was a boy standing not far away, thin, with a cold expression and eyes like a hawk. A faint black aura swirled around him, seemingly a rare shadow-type ability that helped him resist most of the pressure, but he had also reached his limit, and his body swayed slightly. All eyes were fixed on the 2 figures who remained standing. A sense of disbelief and shock filled the air. The school leaders on the podium also showed expressions of surprise and admiration. The vice principal whispered to the principal, "This year's batch of promising students is of very high quality. That little guy from the Shadow Element is the 2nd highest scorer in Jiangbei province, named Shadow Blade. And the other one, isn't that Lin Fan, the one who defeated Wang Teng in one move yesterday? He truly lives up to his reputation." The principal nodded slightly, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. With a thought, he increased the pressure he exerted. Puff! The cold-faced boy named Shadowblade finally couldn't hold on any longer, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hands, panting heavily, his eyes filled with resentment and horror as he looked at Lin Fan. Now, only Lin Fan remained standing. Although his knees began to bend and his body trembled slightly from the immense pressure, he gritted his teeth, let out a low growl, and channeled his supernatural powers wildly, stubbornly refusing to kneel. In the end, he remained in a half-kneeling position, one hand supporting him on the ground, his head still held high, desperately resisting the mountain-like pressure. The entire room was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath as they watched the figure stubbornly refusing to completely collapse under the pressure of the 7th-level aura. Looking at Lin Fan's unyielding gaze, the principal finally revealed a faint smile, and then gently waved his sleeve. As the terrifying pressure dissipated, the square resembled a wheat field swept by a storm. The freshmen were scattered about, most of them slumped on the ground, panting heavily, their faces filled with lingering fear. Lin Fan, though also drenched in sweat and breathing rapidly, was the only one who managed to stand up steadily from his kneeling position using his own strength. At this moment, without needing to say a word, he had already become the absolute focus of the entire venue. Countless gazes focused on him, some with admiration, some with shock, some with jealousy, and even more with an indomitable fighting spirit. Which of those who can get into the capital university isn't a proud and arrogant genius? Lin Fan's performance weighed heavily on their minds, but it also ignited their strong desire to challenge him. If we could trample him underfoot, wouldn't we immediately become famous throughout the school? On the podium, the principal's gentle gaze swept over the freshmen below, who were gradually regaining order. His voice was calm yet carried a power that touched people's hearts. "How do you all feel?" The square was quiet, save for the heavy breathing. "The power of the 7th rank is to you as the sky is to ants," the principal said slowly. His words were not harsh, but they made every freshman feel a heavy pressure. "But this is not to intimidate you, but to make you understand that this world is far more vast and more dangerous than you imagine. You are geniuses, the best among your peers.
But geniuses are not immortal. In the face of true powerhouses, and the endless ferocious beasts outside the city, your current strength is far from sufficient. The principal's voice gradually became serious. Our China may seem to be a peaceful and prosperous nation, but in reality, war is constantly raging on our borders, and powerful alien beast tribes are always threatening our living space. Countless soldiers and warriors are fighting valiantly to protect your peace and tranquility. Your ability to study here today is built upon the sacrifices of countless predecessors and compatriots. Born in hardship, die in comfort. Imperial Capital University is not a place for you to enjoy yourself and gain prestige. This is a crucible for sharpening your swords and forging strong individuals. Here, you will face more brutal competition and more arduous training than ever before. Put away your laughable arrogance. Here, S-class abilities are nothing special, and dual ability users are not unique. Want resources? Want respect? Want to survive on the battlefield in the future? Then use your strength to fight. Fight. Fight to prove that you deserve the title of genius. Every word the principal spoke struck the hearts of the new students like a heavy hammer, instantly sobering up many of the previously complacent geniuses and making them feel the weight of responsibility and pressure. Lin Fan also took a deep breath. The principal's words resonated with his own sense of urgency. Having a system is fortunate, but it's by no means a reason to be complacent. This world harbors far too many dangers. At this moment, the principal revealed a meaningful smile. In order to inspire your spirits and allow the school to better understand your potential, a freshman competition will be held tomorrow. Whoosh! A commotion immediately erupted in the square. The freshman competition. It's starting so soon? The competition will be held in a ring format. The rules are simple: no intentional maiming or death is allowed. Otherwise, everyone must rely on their own abilities. The top 10 will receive generous rewards from the school. These include high-level cultivation resources, rare weapons, and even the qualification to enter the Star Tower for cultivation. Chapter 57: Su Qinghan gets hit by a girlfriend. Star Tower? Some knowledgeable freshmen in the audience exclaimed in surprise, their eyes instantly turning incredibly fervent. Even some of the mentors looked surprised. Clearly the reward exceeded their expectations. Although Lin Fan didn't know exactly what the Star Tower was, judging from the reactions of the people around him, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. I hope to see your true brilliance tomorrow. After saying this, the principal left the stage with the other school leaders. The freshman orientation ceremony has officially come to an end. The lingering fear of the oppressive atmosphere and the news of tomorrow's competition stirred the emotions of the freshmen, who began to discuss among themselves and gradually disperse. Brother Fan. You're amazing. Zhao Mang was the first to rush over, excitedly punching Lin Fan on the shoulder. You stood until the very end. Even the 7th level pressure couldn't break you. Did you see that? Even that shadow blade knelt down. Sun Xiaopang was also excited. Dormitory leader, you're definitely going to be the champion in this freshman competition. The Star Tower, I heard that 1 day of cultivation inside is equivalent to a month outside. Although Li Mufeng didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was clear: we're all following you. Lin Fan smiled, not paying much attention. Just do your best, there are many experts. He searched for Su Qinghan's figure in the dispersing crowd. Soon, he spotted Su Qinghan not far away. But she seemed to be in some trouble. A boy dressed in expensive casual clothes, fairly handsome, but with an air of arrogance about him, stood in front of Su Qinghan, a self-assured smile on his face, seemingly saying something. Behind him were several students who looked like his followers. Su Qinghan frowned slightly, her face cold, clearly not wanting to pay attention to the other person and wanting to walk around them, but the other person moved his feet with a grin and blocked his way again. Junior Qinghan, don't be so cold. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Chun, and I come from the Xiao family in the capital. My S-level ability is Purple Thunder Eye. I heard you're also an S-rank Ice Phoenix. We're a perfect match. How about we grab a bite to eat together? I know a good restaurant off campus. Xiao Chen's voice wasn't loud, but those who hadn't yet dispersed could hear him. Many freshmen stopped in their tracks, looking on with expressions of anticipation. It's Xiao Chen, the young master of the Xiao family in the capital, a true scion of a powerful family. He has an S-rank pupil type ability, very strong. He's harassing that Ice Phoenix Su Qinghan? TSK, this is going to be interesting. Su Qinghan seems to have a special relationship with that Lin Fan, right? Someone saw them coming together yesterday. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, can he compare to the Xiao family of the capital? Xiao Chen is one of the favorites to win this year's championship. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. He parted the crowd and strode over. Zhao Mang and the other two exchanged glances and immediately followed, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Qinghan. Lin Fan walked to Su Qinghan's side and naturally pulled her behind him, looking calmly at Xiao Chun. Is there something you need? Upon seeing Lin Fan, Su Qinghan's tense expression immediately relaxed, and she subconsciously moved closer to him. This small gesture instantly made Xiao Chen's eyes turn somewhat sinister. Xiao Chen looked Lin Fan up and down, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. You're Lin Fan? The top scholar from Tianhai province? I've heard you're quite capable. Whether I'm capable or not is none of your concern, Lin Fan said coldly. Please move aside, we're leaving. Xiao Chen scoffed, what if I don't allow it? Lin Fan, don't think you're so great just because you stood there a little longer under the principal's pressure. That was just a test of willpower, not a reflection of actual combat strength. A girl as exceptional as Su Qinghan is not someone a nouveau riche from a small town like you could ever be worthy of. Be smart and get out of here. His words were quite harsh, filled with a condescending sense of superiority. More people gathered around to watch the spectacle, and even some instructors crossed their arms and watched with great interest, making no attempt to stop them. That's the kind of school spirit at Imperial Capital University. It encourages competition, and as long as the bottom line isn't crossed, the school generally won't interfere in such conflicts. Zhao Mang couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, shouting, Hey! Xiao Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to our dorm leader like that? One of Xiao Chen's henchmen immediately stepped forward, pointing at Zhao Mang. Where did this brute come from? How dare he be so disrespectful to young Master Xiao? Sun Xiaopang pushed up his glasses and said in a sinister tone, the Xiao family of the capital, quite the prestige. I just wonder if the Xiao family's name will be of any use on the fighting stage? Li Mufeng also said coldly, Xiao Chen, this is a school, not your backyard. Xiao Chen's face darkened even more after being repeatedly confronted by the group. He stared at Lin Fan and said in a chilling tone, Lin Fan, is all you can do is hide behind your roommate? If you're a man, stand up and speak. Lin Fan patted Zhao Mang, who was about to speak, signaling him to calm down. He stepped forward and stood face to face with Xiao Chen. The two were of similar height, but Lin Fan had a more composed and reserved demeanor. Xiao Chen, right? Lin Fan looked at him, his eyes still calm, but his words carried an undeniable force. Whether I'm worthy of Qinghan or not isn't for you to decide. As for whether I'm a nouveau riche from a small town. Lin Fan paused, a faint yet confident smile curving his lips. You'll find out tomorrow on the stage. Now, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Otherwise, I don't mind stretching my muscles a bit beforehand. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This Lin Fan was too audacious. Giving Xiao Chen an ultimatum right off the bat? Xiao Chen was so angry that his face turned green. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that before. The S-rank, Purple Thunder Eye, faintly flickered with purple lightning, and a powerful aura emanated from it, locking onto Lin Fan. Lin Fan! You're asking for death! Xiao Chen roared. Lin Fan, however, seemed oblivious to his murderous aura and began counting down. 3. Xiao Chen's henchman nervously grabbed him. Young Master Xiao, calm down. School rules say that private fights will be punished. We can deal with him in the ring tomorrow. 2. Lin Fan's voice remained steady. Xiao Chen's chest heaved violently, his eyes blazing with fury. But he also knew the consequences of taking the initiative at school. More importantly, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura deep within Lin Fan's calm eyes, which instinctively made him feel a little uneasy. 1. Lin Fan finished counting, and seeing that Xiao Chen was still standing there, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Just as Lin Fan was about to make a move, Xiao Chen suddenly waved his hand, suppressing his anger, and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine. Lin Fan. You've got guts. Let's meet in the ring. I'll make you beg for mercy then. Let's go. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Lin Fan and Su Qinghan, then turned and squeezed through the crowd with his resentful followers. He ultimately didn't dare to make a move directly at the school. Chapter 58. A string of sweet words. As Xiao Chen's disheveled figure left, a burst of discussion erupted around them. Wow! Lin Fan scared Xiao Chen away? Awesome! That's a real master. Looks like tomorrow's competition will be interesting. Lin Fan versus Xiao Chen. Zhao Mang and the other two excitedly surrounded Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Brother Fan! So cool! Our dorm leader is awesome!" He scared that spoiled brat away with just one sentence. Su Qinghan looked at Lin Fan's profile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Thank you, Lin Fan." Lin Fan turned around and smiled at her. "Why are you being so polite with me? Let's go back and get ready, we have to fight tomorrow." He spoke casually, as if he had just shooed away an annoying fly. Not far away, at a high-rise window of the teaching building, the principal and several vice principals were watching the dispersing crowd below. "This kid is interesting," a vice principal chuckled. "He keeps a low profile, but he's absolutely ruthless when it comes to standing up for himself. That kid from the Xiao family has probably bitten off more than he can chew this time." The principal nodded slightly, his gaze profound. "Lin Fan. I can't see through him. He seems to possess several powerful forces hidden within him, and they are very well integrated. Tomorrow's competition might force him to reveal more of his trump cards. Observe him carefully." Yes. Even before the freshman competition began, the atmosphere of tension had already filled the entire campus. Xiao Chen slunk away with his followers, and the crowd gradually dispersed, but the discussions and the gazes cast at Lin Fan and Su Qinghan lingered for a long time. After the pressure test at the opening ceremony and the direct confrontation with Xiao Chen, Lin Fan's name has made a name for himself among the freshmen. "Let's go eat." Lin Fan acted as if nothing had happened, naturally taking Su Qinghan's hand and walking towards the cafeteria. Su Qinghan blushed slightly, softly hummed in agreement, and let him lead her, following beside him. Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopeng, and Li Mufeng exchanged glances, each seeing a burning desire for gossip and the sour feeling of being force-fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection in each other's eyes. Wow, so Brother Fan wasn't indifferent to women, he already had someone he liked. Zhao Mang looked at Lin Fan and Su Qinghan walking side by side, a truly handsome couple, making everyone envious. He couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder she doesn't even look at other girls. Senior Su Qinghan's looks and talent, sigh, I can't compare. Sun Xiaopeng pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a gleam of wisdom. Based on my analysis, Fan Ge and Senior Su must be childhood sweethearts with a deep bond. Just now, Fan Ji's protective attitude was wow, so domineering. Li Mufeng smiled, a hint of envy in his eyes, a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Looks like our dorm will be getting a lot of PDA from now on. Let's go, let's follow them, we can't disturb their time together. We'll sit at the next table. The three of them followed behind with good sense, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far, looking just like three professional third wheels and onlookers. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they got their food. Lin Fan and Su Qinghan naturally sat down at a four-person table by the window. Zhao Mang and his two companions sensibly sat at the table next to them, pricked up their ears, and secretly observed while eating their rice. Lin Fan placed a piece of sweet and sour pork, Su Qinghan's favorite, on his plate and asked, "Weren't you scared just now?" Su Qinghan shook her head, gently stirring the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. After hesitating for a moment, she looked up at Lin Fan with some concern. "Lin Fan, actually, you don't need to offend Xiao Chen like this for my sake. He's from the Xiao family in the capital, and the Xiao family has a lot of power and influence in the military, political and business circles. I can handle him myself." She didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Fan because of herself. The immense power of the Xiao family was too much for Lin Fan, who had just risen to prominence. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, looked up at Su Qinghan's clear eyes filled with worry, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, forming a confident yet slightly roguish arc. "Silly girl, what are you saying?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. "You're my fiancé, Lin Fan's fiancé. I swore to Uncle Lin, Aunt Lu, and my parents that I would protect you. If I can't even protect my own fiancé and just stand by and watch others harass you, what would I be? A coward?" He paused, leaned forward slightly, and gazed intently at Su Qinghan's blushing cheeks. His tone was both domineering and unmistakably tender. "Besides, as your man, what kind of man would I be if I hadn't uttered a single word just now?" What nonsense are you talking about? What manly stuff?" Su Qinghan's heart raced, her cheeks burned, and even her ears turned bright red from his blunt and domineering words. She was so embarrassed that she almost buried her face in the bowl. But inside, it felt like a jar of honey had been spilled, sweet and delightful. This feeling of being firmly chosen and protected made her feel incredibly at ease. Looking at her shy and adorable appearance, Lin Fan's heart softened.
He couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her smooth, slightly flushed cheeks, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear with a tender gesture. "Don't worry," Lin Fan's voice was lowered, but it was reassuringly magnetic.
Xiao Chen is nothing to me.
The Xiao family's power is their problem.
I, Lin Fan, only seek to act with a clear conscience. If he knows what's good for him, we'll all be fine.
But if he insists on making trouble for himself? Lin Fan's eyes turned slightly cold, then turned into a calm smile. Then I'll use my fists to tell him that some people are not to be trifled with.
Don't worry, eat well. You'll see me show off my prowess in the ring tomorrow.
This domineering declaration combined with gentle actions left Su Qinghan completely dizzy. She could only blush and whisper,
I know.
You have to be careful tomorrow too.
Don't worry.
Lin Fan smiled, withdrew his hand, and continued eating, as if he had only said, "The weather is nice today." At the next table, Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopang, and Li Mufan were barely able to eat. Zhao Mang clutched his chest, looking pained. "Ouch, this dog food is so sweet it's sickening, even more cloying than my mom's braised pork."
Fan Ji's sweet talk skills are maxed out, aren't they?
Sun Xiaopang took a bite of rice with a blank expression. According to the law of conservation of energy, the carbohydrates we ingest are being rapidly consumed by this high-intensity mental attack dog food.
This meal is a waste.
Li Mufeng shook his head with a wry smile. "It seems we need to get used to this kind of extra meal as soon as possible." But to be honest, Fangu was really cool just now. Chapter 59: The arena match begins. Not far from the cozy atmosphere at Lin Fan and Su Qinghan's table, in another corner, Xiao Chen was sitting with several followers. His face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He stabbed the food on his plate with his chopsticks, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Fan and Su Qinghan. He was especially interested in seeing Lin Fan affectionately serving food to Su Qinghan and touching her cheek. When Su Qinghan adopted an infinitely shy and bashful demeanor, he felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. When has the woman Xiao Chen has ever set his sights on ever been treated with such contempt? This Lin Fan is nothing but a nouveau riche from a small town who, relying on his limited talent, dares to disregard him like this.
And even humiliates him in public.
Lin Fan, you just wait. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his grip on the alloy chopstick slightly deformed. Tomorrow's arena match, I'm going to crush you under my feet in front of the entire freshman class. I'm going to show Su Qinghan who is the man worthy of her. I'm going to make you kneel down and beg for mercy, utterly humiliated. His henchman quickly echoed. Don't worry, young Master Xiao. Lin Fan is just strong-willed. His actual combat strength is definitely not as good as your S rank, Purple Sky Thunder Eye. That's right, young Master Xiao, you can easily beat him to tears on the stage tomorrow. Then senior sister Su Qinghan will naturally know who the real dragon is.
These flattering remarks did not improve Xiao Chen's mood. Instead, they made him even more irritable.
He wasn't stupid. Lin Fan's ability to withstand the pressure of the 7th level and stand until the end was no fluke.
But he has absolute confidence in his abilities.
His S-rank pupil technique is a strange and powerful attack. Combined with the unique lightning-based techniques of the Xiao family, he is confident that he can crush those of the same rank. Lin Fan, tomorrow is your death day. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He pushed his plate forward, unable to eat anymore, and left the cafeteria with a gloomy face. Lin Fan naturally felt the malicious gaze, but he didn't care at all. He'd deal with whatever came his way. Xiao Chen wasn't worth his time. He was more enjoying his quiet lunch with the person in front of him. After dinner, Lin Fan escorted Su Qinghan back to her dormitory in Tianxian district. Get some rest this afternoon and don't think too much, Lin Fan advised. Yes, you too. Su Qinghan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, be careful tomorrow. Okay. Lin Fan smiled, watched her walk into the dormitory building, and then turned to leave. Back in dormitory 308, Zhao Mang and his two companions immediately surrounded him.
Brother Fan, do you have any tactics for tomorrow's arena match?
Do you want us to help you gather information on that bastard Xiao Chen? Zhao Mang rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Sun Xiaopang adjusted his glasses. Based on the current information, Xiao Chen possesses the S-rank ability, Purple Sky Thunder Eye, possibly at the mid-stage of Tier 1. He excels at mental attacks and lightning strikes, and his speed is likely also very fast. His weakness might be relatively weak close-range defense. I suggest a quick battle to avoid being locked onto by his eye technique. Li Mufeng also said, the Xiao family is indeed powerful, but they don't dare to go too far in the school. On the stage, it's a fair fight. If you perform normally, Brother Fan, you have a very good chance of winning. Seeing his three roommates who cared even more than he did, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Thanks, brothers. But don't go to all that trouble. We'll deal with whatever comes our way, we'll only know after we've faced it. His composure infected the three of them. Zhao Mang slapped his thigh. That's right. Let's do it. Brother Fan, we'll cheer you on tomorrow. Let's crush that bastard Xiao Chen. The dormitory was filled with the excited atmosphere before the battle. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was already looking forward to tomorrow's arena. It wasn't just to meet Xiao Chen's challenge, but also for the generous rewards, especially the Star Tower cultivation qualification that sounded so impressive. Strength is the key to dealing with all troubles. The freshman competition is a great opportunity for him to quickly accumulate resources and improve his strength. As night fell, Imperial University was not quiet. Instead, it was filled with a tense and excited atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing, because of tomorrow's competition. Countless geniuses are eager to show their skills on tomorrow's stage. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone on Imperial Capital University, the central training ground was already bustling with activity. Hundreds of temporary alloy arenas were neatly arranged, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Thousands of new students gathered here, and the air was filled with tension, excitement, and a strong fighting spirit. The freshman competition has officially begun. Without a lengthy opening, all new students received randomly assigned match information and arena numbers on their campus cards. The rules are simple and straightforward, a single elimination system. Falling off the stage, losing the ability to fight, or voluntarily surrendering results in defeat. There are no referees. The outcome depends entirely on the individual's self-discipline and the monitoring array. Keep it up, Fan Gu. Dorm leader, it's up to you now. Lin Fan, be careful. After cheering Lin Fan on in front of their respective arena areas, Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopang, and Li Mufeng hurriedly headed to their own arenas. Su Qinghan and Lin Fan exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, and then went in different directions. Lin Fan's number is Arena 7. His opponent in the first round is a freshman named Lu Chuang, who has reached the peak of the awakening stage and has a B-level ability called Rock Body. When Lu Chuang saw that his opponent was Lin Fan, his face turned green and his mouth tasted bitter. A person's reputation precedes them. The news of Lin Fan withstanding the principal's pressure and forcing Xiao Chen to retreat yesterday has already spread far and wide. How can someone at the peak of the awakening stage fight him? But those who can get into Imperial University all have some backbone. Lu Chuang gritted his teeth, stepped onto the stage, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lin Fan, who was already standing opposite him, and said with a forced smile, "Student Lin, please enlighten me." Lin Fan returned the greeting, "Please." As the light screen at the edge of the ring rose, the match began. Lu Chuang dared not be careless. He roared, and his skin instantly turned grayish-brown, as if covered with a layer of rock, exuding a heavy aura. He pushed off with his feet and charged towards Lin Fan like a raging bull, throwing a punch that created a muffled gust of wind. The B-rank, Rock Body, not only has strong defense, but also a significant boost to strength. A large crowd gathered below the stage, eager to witness the prowess of Lin Fan, this influential figure. Faced with this powerful punch, Lin Fan stood still, without moving an inch. Just as the fist was about to strike, he casually raised his right hand, striking first and accurately grabbing Lu Chuang's wrist. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lu Chuang's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He felt as if he had crashed into an invisible wall, his fist unable to advance even an inch further. His face flushed red as he tried to break free, but he found that the other person's hand was as solid as steel and did not budge. Lin Fan looked at him and shook his head slightly. The difference in strength was too great. He flicked his wrist slightly, and a gentle force emanated from it. Lu Chuang felt an irresistible force surge towards him, and his whole body was uncontrollably lifted into the air, tracing an arc before landing steadily on the ground outside the arena with a thud, completely unharmed, though a little dazed. From start to finish, it took less than 3 seconds. Lin Fan didn't even move a step. Chapter 60, Light and Enjoyable. There was a moment of silence in the audience, followed by gasps of surprise. Holy crap! Instant kill. That was too fast. I didn't even see what happened. Is this the strength of the provincial top scorer? He can't even withstand a single move from the peak of the awakening stage? It didn't feel like he was using any force. Lu Chuang got up from the ground, his face flushed, but he was completely convinced of his defeat. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lin Fan on the stage again and said, "Thank you for your mercy, Lin. I lost." Lin Fan nodded and jumped off the stage. They advanced easily in the first round. The competition was in full swing. As victory cheered, others left dejectedly. Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopeng, and Li Mufeng fought with all their might, but their opponents were formidable, and they ultimately suffered a regrettable defeat, becoming mere spectators. Su Qinghan, relying on the power of her S-rank, Ice Phoenix, ability, defeated an opponent at the early stage of the first tier without any major incident, and successfully advanced to the next level. More than half an hour later, the first round was over. Nearly 1,000 new students, half of whom were eliminated. Those who remain are at least the best among the early stages of Tier 1, or possess special and powerful abilities. The second round then begins, with the competition for the top 500. Lin Fan's opponent was an early-stage Tier 1 elemental ability user, whose strength was much greater than Lu Chuang's, but he still couldn't last 5 moves against Lin Fan and was knocked off the stage by a simple straight punch.
Su Qinghan also advanced once again.
Her Ice Phoenix ability has extremely strong crowd control, and her combination of freezing restrictions and fierce attacks makes her opponents quite troubled. The competition proceeded round by round, with eliminations happening very quickly. By noon, the top 48 had been determined. Those who have reached this point are all elites among the new students, possessing at least a mid-stage first-order cultivation level or extremely troublesome supernatural abilities.
Lin Fan and Su Qinghan's names were prominently listed.
Zhao Mang and his 2 companions cheered wildly from the audience, even more excited than if they were on stage themselves. During their break, Lin Fan and Su Qinghan met up and ate something simple to replenish their energy.
"How are you feeling?" Lin Fan asked.
"It's all right, the exertion wasn't too great." Su Qinghan smiled, her eyes filled with excitement. "It's just that the opponents are getting stronger and stronger."
"Yes, the real battle has only just begun." Lin Fan nodded.
The first few rounds were just a warm-up for him, he hadn't even used his special abilities much. At this moment, Xiao Chun, accompanied by several followers, swaggered past not far away. He also easily defeated a mid-stage Tier 1 opponent and advanced to the top 48. Seeing Lin Fan and Su Qinghan, he snorted coldly and deliberately raised his voice. Not bad luck, you actually made it to the top 48.
Pray you don't run into me in the next round, otherwise
I'll show you what despair is." His voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of many people around him.
Lin Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard anything. Su Qinghan frowned and ignored him.
Zhao Mang, furious from the audience, yelled, "What are you so arrogant about? Brother Fan will take care of you in the next round."
Xiao Chen glanced at Zhao Mang disdainfully and strode away. In the afternoon, the battle for the top 24 began.
With only 24 seats remaining in the arena, the competition became even more captivating. Perhaps it was intentional on the part of the system, but Lin Fan and Xiao Chen did not meet in the round of 24. Xiao Chen's opponent was a formidable defensive genius, but he couldn't withstand the strange attacks of Xiao Chen's S-rank, Purple Thunder Eye, for long before being defeated.
Xiao Chen won easily, and as he left the arena, he deliberately gave Lin Fan a provocative look.
Lin Fan's opponent was a mid-stage first-tier genius from the northwest named Shifeng. This man was tall and robust, with bronze skin and a calm, mountain-like aura. His special ability is the top-tier level, Earth Power, a top-grade enhancement ability that can greatly increase strength, defense, and recovery, making him extremely difficult to deal with.
It's Shifeng.
His Earth Power has incredibly strong defense and terrifying power. It's said he can withstand the impact of a late-stage first-tier demonic beast. Lin Fan has met his match. Let's see how he breaks through his defenses. This match is going to be interesting.
Will the spear be sharp or the shield strong?
The audience was buzzing with excitement, eagerly anticipating the battle. Even many of the mentors in the stands were watching with keen interest. Lin Fan looked calmly at the stone peak opposite him, which resembled an iron tower. This opponent is a good opportunity to practice and get used to my improved physical strength and fighting rhythm. While instant kills are certainly satisfying, they make it difficult for him to control his own power. The arena's light screen rose. Shifeng let out a low roar and stomped his feet hard on the ground.
Boom! The entire arena trembled slightly.
His muscles instantly bulged, his bronze skin gleamed like rock, and a heavy, powerful aura spread out.
His rank, Earth Power, was fully activated. Lin Fan, I know you're strong.
But I, Shifeng, am no pushover either.
Take this punch.
Shifeng's voice was like muffled thunder. He strode forward, each step causing the arena to tremble slightly. His right fist was clenched tightly, carrying a terrifying aura that could crush everything, as he slammed it towards Lin Fan.
The wind from the punch howled, even generating a visible shockwave. This punch is enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Well done. A fighting spirit flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He neither dodged nor evaded, unleashing the powerful physical attributes brought by his multiple A-level abilities, and met the attack with a punch of his own. He didn't use any special abilities, it was purely a clash between his physical strength and the power of the earth. Thump! It was like two giant hammers colliding. The extremely dull and deafening sound made many people in the audience feel a pain in their eardrums. A violent shockwave exploded outwards from the center of the two men's fists. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Fan swayed and took half a step back, leaving a shallow footprint on the alloy ground beneath his feet. Shifeng stumbled back 3 steps before barely managing to steady himself, an expression of disbelief on his face. He felt as if his fist had struck a high-speed alloy mountain, his entire arm aching and numb. What? In a head-on clash, Shifeng actually lost? Lin Fan's power is actually stronger than Shifeng's, who is empowered by the earth power. A monster. It's a monster. The audience erupted in uproar. Everyone was stunned by the result of this pure clash of strength. Shifeng was both shocked and furious. With a roar, he pounced again, his fists raining down on Lin Fan like a storm. Each punch was powerful and heavy, enough to shatter boulders. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he controlled his power to be slightly higher than Shifeng's. He then unleashed exquisite fighting techniques, using punches and palm strikes, blocking and deflecting force as he fought against Shifeng. Bang! 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 Chapter 61 Dragon and Tiger Clash. Muffled thuds echoed across the arena, and energy surged everywhere. Two figures clashed rapidly, each collision sending chills down the spine. Lin Fan intentionally controlled the pace, using Shifeng as his best sparring partner to familiarize himself with his rapidly increasing strength and speed. He sometimes clashed head-on, and sometimes dodged and fought with superior speed, fighting with ease. Shifeng grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He felt as if he were facing not a person, but a humanoid beast. His strength, speed, reaction time, and defense were all being completely suppressed. The earth power that they were so proud of didn't seem to have much of an advantage against their opponent. The opponent's attacks seemed simple, but they always managed to find the most uncomfortable angles, causing his blood and chi to churn. That was great. Lin Fan laughed, feeling his whole body loosen up. He seized an opening, dodged Shifeng's heavy punch, and delivered a lightning-fast chop to Shifeng's wrist. Ugh! Shifeng felt a numbness in his wrist, and his attack faltered. Lin Fan pressed his advantage, closing in and slamming his shoulder into Shifeng's chest like a battering ram. 8 extremes, mountain-piercing lean. Boom! Shifeng's massive body was thrown backward as if hit by a high-speed train, crashing heavily onto the light screen at the edge of the arena. He bounced back, knelt on one knee, coughed violently, and was unable to stand up for a moment. The entire room fell silent. Everyone could see that Lin Fan had been holding back his strength from beginning to end. He was using Shifeng as a practice target. Thank you for your kind offer. Lin Fan finished his stance and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Shifeng. Shifeng struggled to his feet, his face turning pale and then flushed, before finally letting out a long sigh and bowing respectfully. Student Lin is incredibly strong. Shifeng has lost. I am completely convinced. Lin Fan wins this battle. He advances to the top 24. A burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Lin Fan, with his absolute strength, once again proved his status as the number 1 freshman. In the audience, Zhao Mang and his 2 companions cheered excitedly. Su Qinghan also breathed a sigh of relief, a proud smile spreading across her face. On the other side, Xiao Chen's face was terribly grim. Lin Fan's physical strength far exceeded his expectations. But he remained confident. Humph, just brute force. It's utterly useless before my purple heaven thunder eye. On the high platform, several school leaders were also exchanging words in hushed tones. This boy's control over power is becoming increasingly refined. It seems that yesterday's oppressive aura benefited him greatly, a vice principal praised. The principal nodded slightly. He's a promising talent. Let's see how much potential he can unleash next. The arena competition continued, and the matches were full of exciting moments. Su Qinghan, relying on her powerful Ice Phoenix ability, fought a hard battle and defeated an opponent who excelled in speed, successfully advancing to the top 24, causing quite a stir. As the final 24 teams were determined, the sun set. The day's fierce competition came to a temporary end. The real battle for supremacy will begin tomorrow. The inevitable battle between Lin Fan and Xiao Chen has become the focus of everyone's attention. As night deepened, Imperial University remained brightly lit. The joy of advancing, the regret of being eliminated, and the anticipation for tomorrow's ultimate showdown intertwine in every corner of the campus. When Lin Fan returned to his dormitory, Zhao Mang and the other two immediately surrounded him and showered him with compliments. Lin Fan just smiled, and after washing up, he sat cross-legged on the bed, seemingly cultivating, but actually reviewing today's battle in his mind and thinking about the various situations that might be encountered tomorrow. Xiao Chen's S rank, Purple Thundereye, should not be underestimated. Tomorrow's battle may not be as easy as today's. But so what? A confident smile curved Lin Fan's lips. Within the first rank, no one can defeat him. It's just a matter of whether it's simple or difficult. Night fades and the sun rises. The atmosphere at the Imperial University Central Training Ground was even more intense and solemn than yesterday. The top 24 are all the best among the new students. Every battle that follows will be a fierce competition that will captivate everyone. The matchup list slowly appeared on the giant light screen. When one of the matchups was revealed, the entire arena erupted in a huge roar. Here it comes. Lin Fan versus Xiao Chen. Finally, it matches up. I knew the system would arrange it. A collision between Mars and Earth. This is going to be interesting. S rank, Purple Heaven Thundereye versus mysterious multi-powered beings. Who is stronger? In the audience, Zhao Mang and his two companions were so excited they almost jumped up, shouting encouragement to Lin Fan. Su Qinghan clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of tension and worry. The Xiao family's reputation and the power of their S-level abilities made her unable to feel completely at ease. Xiao Chen looked at the match list, a cruel yet confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He cracked his neck, making a snapping sound, and his gaze, like that of a venomous snake, locked onto Lin Fan, who was warming up not far away. Lin Fan, your good luck is over. I will crush you in front of everyone. Lin Fan sensed the malicious gaze, but merely glanced at him indifferently before continuing to move his wrists and ankles, his expression calm, as if what was about to take place was just an ordinary sparring match. On the high platform, the principal and several vice principals also turned their gazes toward the arena. Clearly, this highly anticipated battle has also attracted their close attention. Both contestants, come to the stage, the electronic voice announced. Lin Fan and Xiao Chen leaped onto the arena almost simultaneously. A light screen rose, isolating the arena from the outside world. Lin Fan, it's not too late to kneel down and beg for mercy. Xiao Chen grinned maliciously, purple lightning flickering in his eyes, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste words with him, and simply beckoned with his finger. Enough with the nonsense, let's get started. You're courting death. Enraged by Lin Fan's contemptuous attitude, Xiao Chen roared, Purple Heaven Thundereye, activate. Buzz. His pupils instantly turned pure purple, and two dazzling purple bolts of lightning shot out as if they were real, carrying a destructive aura and moving at an astonishing speed, directly into Lin Fan's eyes. This is not only a physical attack, but also contains a powerful psychological impact. The power of the S-class ability was fully revealed. A gasp rippled through the audience. This technique attack was too bizarre and too fast. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he dared not be careless. The A-rank, Wind Shadow Illusion, was activated instantly, and the figure flashed to the side like a ghost, leaving a faint afterimage in place. Sizzle! The purple lightning struck the afterimage, instantly annihilating it. The shockwave even scorched two small, charred craters into the alloy arena floor. You can dodge it once, but can you dodge it 10 times? Xiao Chen laughed wildly, his purple eyes locking onto Lin Fan like searchlights, and streaks of purple lightning shot out continuously, weaving a deadly net of lightning that covered Lin Fan. Lin Fan pushed the Wind Shadow Illusion technique to its limit, leaving behind afterimages on the arena as he constantly dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding streaks of lightning. The arena floor was constantly struck by lightning, leaving behind charred craters that hissed and crackled. All you can do is dodge? Useless. Xiao Chen became impatient after failing to break through Xiao Chen's defenses, and his attacks became increasingly ferocious. While dodging, Lin Fan also observed carefully. The attack of Purple Thundereye was indeed strange and powerful, extremely fast, and also had mental interference. If it weren't for his mental strength being far superior to others of the same level, and his possession of a top-level movement technique like Wind Shadow Illusion, he probably would have been hit long ago. Chapter 62 Sudden Change. I can't keep hiding, I have to get close.
Lin Fan's mind raced. After dodging another bolt of lightning, he stomped his foot hard on the ground. Boom! The arena shook. The power generation technique of the A-level, Gale Crushing Fist, was integrated into the leg technique. The whole person was like an arrow released from a bow, charging fiercely towards Xiao Chen amidst dense lightning. Well done! Xiao Chen was not surprised but delighted. He was least afraid of close combat. Purple Thunder Eye not only has long-range attack capabilities, but its burst damage at close range is even stronger. His pupils blazed with intense purple light, and 2 bolts of purple lightning, as thick as a child's arm, slammed into Lin Fan as he charged forward. Their power was several times greater than the previous lightning bolts. Indestructible body! Lin Fan shouted, instantly activating his A-level defensive ability. His skin glowed with a faint bronze luster. Without dodging or evading, he threw a punch. The fist was imbued with the terrifying explosive power of the Gale Crushing Fist. Bang! Crack! Fists collided. A deafening roar and a blinding purple gold light erupted. A violet energy shockwave spread outwards, causing the arena's light screen to flicker violently. Lin Fan paused, a numbing and tingling sensation spreading across the surface of his fist, causing the light of his indestructible body to dim slightly. Xiao Chen was also shaken and took 2 steps back, his blood surging. You've got some skill. But it's not enough. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, which was then replaced by an even stronger ruthlessness. He bit his tongue sharply, and a subtle power fluctuation emanated from his body. His already powerful aura surged once more, faintly reaching the threshold of the late stage of the first rank. The purple lightning in his eyes almost overflowed from their sockets. An enhancement potion? Lin Fan frowned, noticing something amiss. This guy, cheating just to win? Some sharp-eyed people in the audience also noticed something was wrong. Why has Xiao Chen's aura suddenly become stronger? Could it be that they used a potion to temporarily boost their strength? That's against the rules, isn't it? Shoo! Keep your voice down. The Xiao family is powerful, the referee system hasn't even ruled yet, so let's not say anything. On the high platform, a vice principal looked at the principal. The principal remained calm and said indifferently, let's wait and see. With his strength surging, Xiao Chen's arrogance intensified. Lin Fan, you have every right to be proud of for forcing me to use the Thunderbolt potion. Now, defeat me. Purple Heaven Thunder Prison. He clasped his hands together abruptly, and his pupils burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling purple light. In an instant, countless violent purple lightning bolts surged forth from him, transforming into a small forest of lightning that covered almost half of the arena. The destructive aura made everyone below the stage feel suffocated. Oh no! Su Qinghan's face turned deathly pale. Zhao Mang and the other 2 also held their breath in tension. Faced with this terrifying lightning prison, Lin Fan's expression turned completely serious. He had no choice but to use his full strength. Wind Shadow Illusion, Ultimate. Indestructible Body, Full Power. Gale Force Crushing Fist, Break. Lin Fan let out a low shout, and multiple A+ level superpowers within his body activated simultaneously at an unprecedented intensity. His speed instantly soared to its limit, and his entire body transformed into a blurry shadow, actually charging into that raging lightning prison. Has he gone mad? The crowd exclaimed in shock. You're courting death. Xiao Chen grinned maliciously, unleashing the full power of Thunder Prison, as countless bolts of lightning devoured Lin Fan like raging pythons. Hiss! Boom! Lightning flashed and roared incessantly. Lin Fan struggled through the lightning prison. The light of his indestructible body flickered violently, constantly offsetting the bombardment of lightning, but he was still numb all over from the shock. His movements were slightly sluggish, and many parts of his clothes were charred. Now! Xiao Chen seized an opening in Lin Fan's defenses, gathering all his lightning power at his right fingertip, transforming it into a purple lightning spear refined to its extreme. With destructive power capable of piercing through everything, it pierced straight into Lin Fan's heart. This was his sure kill strike. However, at this critical moment, a glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and that momentary hesitation was actually a deliberate slip-up. His body twisted at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the lightning spear's edge. At the same time, his left hand shot out like lightning, not to attack, but to grab Xiao Chen's wrist where he had condensed the lightning spear. What? Xiao Chen was shocked and tried to break free, but found that Lin Fan's hand was like an iron clamp, and he couldn't break free at all. Moreover, an extremely scorching aura suddenly burst out from where Lin Fan was holding his wrist.
A rank superpower, blazing flames. Activate. Ah! Xiao Chen let out a shrill scream. He was skilled in lightning magic, and his resistance to fire was inherently weak. Although Lin Fan's A-level flame ability was not as high as his S-level Thunder Eye, the burning at such close range still caused him excruciating pain. The condensed lightning spear instantly dissipated. Lin Fan pressed his advantage, grabbing Xiao Chen's wrist and pulling him sharply in front of him, while his right knee slammed into Xiao Chen's abdomen like a cannonball. Put! Xiao Chen's eyes bulged out, and he spat out a mouthful of bitter water mixed with blood. He bent over like a boiled shrimp. Lin Fan released his grip and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. Xiao Chen's body stiffened, the purple light in his eyes completely dissipated, and he fell straight forward, crashing face down onto the arena and losing consciousness. Lei Yu vanished instantly. The arena was a mess, charred and blackened everywhere. Lin Fan stood in the center of the arena, slightly out of breath, with electric arcs still crackling around his body. His clothes were torn, making him look somewhat disheveled, but his posture remained upright. The audience was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this fierce battle that was reversed again and again. Moments later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. He won. Lin Fan won. Incredible. He withstood an S-class superpower and still won. What's with that fire ability at the end? He has a third ability? 3 elements. He's truly a genius with 3 elements. Awesome. Zhao Mang and the other two were so excited that they hugged each other, jumped and shouted. Su Qinghan also breathed a long sigh of relief, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. On the high platform, a look of satisfaction appeared in the principal's eyes. An electronic voice announced, "The winner is Lin Fan." The light curtain fell. Lin Fan took a deep breath, calming the churning blood and supernatural power within his body. It was indeed dangerous just now. Xiao Chen's purple Thunder Eye, after taking drugs, was extremely powerful. If it weren't for his many trump cards and rich combat experience, he probably would have really capsized in the ditch. Just as he was about to step off the stage, something unexpected happened. Without warning, Lin Fan suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. It was as if an invisible, cold, and vicious hand had gripped his heart tightly. A cold, obscure, and malicious energy instantly invaded his body, rushing straight to his internal organs and the core of his superpower. Ugh! Lin Fan groaned, his face turning deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he swayed, almost collapsing to his knees. Chapter 63 Principal Yi makes a move. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. What happened? What happened to Lin Fan? Were you injured just now? By Xiao Chen's last attack? Wait, that doesn't seem right. Everyone assumed he was exhausted or had been injured by Xiao Chen's lightning. But Lin Fan himself clearly felt that it was an extremely insidious external energy that was frantically destroying his life force. A curse. This is an extremely malevolent curse. Just as he felt his consciousness being frozen by that cold energy and his internal energy becoming sluggish, a gentle, vast, and sun-like power silently surged into his body. Wherever this force passed, the cold, cursed power melted and disintegrated as quickly as ice and snow meeting the sun. Almost in the blink of an eye, the deadly curse was completely eradicated. Lin Fan's body recovered instantly, but his face was still a little pale, a sign of the excessive exertion he had just experienced. He suddenly looked up at the high platform. Principal Yi was looking at him calmly and nodded almost imperceptibly. Lin Fan immediately understood. It was a master from the Xiao family who secretly did this. But the principal saved him. A surge of anger rose in Lin Fan's heart. How could a prestigious family in the capital be so despicable? When the younger generation couldn't defeat them, they sent an old man to secretly poison them? But he quickly suppressed his anger and solemnly clasped his hands in a salute towards the high platform. He remembered this kindness. Seeing that he was unharmed, the principal smiled faintly, and then his figure disappeared silently from the platform like a wisp of smoke. The next moment, deep within the Xiao family manor in the capital, outside the door of a secret room, the principal appeared like a ghost, expressionless, and pushed the door open to enter. Inside the secret chamber, an elderly man dressed in the robes of a Xiao family elder, with a sinister expression, sat cross-legged, a trace of weariness and a vicious smile still lingering on his lips after casting a spell. He was the one who had secretly cursed Lin Fan earlier. Upon seeing the principal appear as if by teleportation, the old man's expression changed drastically, filled with utter horror. Principal Yi. Principal? How could you?
Before he could finish speaking, an indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if the entire sky had collapsed, crashed down on the old man.
Thump!
The old man couldn't even muster a thought of resistance before he was pressed flat on the ground, his bones groaning under the weight, and blood gushing from his 7 orifices.
The Shao family, how dare they? The principal's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Just then, a powerful aura rapidly approached.
The head of the Shao family, a powerful expert whose aura had reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank, instantly appeared at the entrance of the secret chamber. Upon seeing the scene inside, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Principal Yi, please calm down.
I don't know how my Shao family has offended you.
Please show mercy." Principal Yi gave him a cold glance. The juniors compete fairly on the stage, and victory or defeat depends on their own abilities. But your Shao family has resorted to such underhanded tactics, attempting to destroy the foundation of the pride of our Imperial University.
Do you really think I wouldn't dare to wipe out your entire Shao family?
The last sentence was like a thunderclap, and the terrifying killing intent made the Shao family patriarch, who was at the late stage of the 6th rank, tremble all over, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He instantly understood what had happened, and cursed that stupid elder 1,000 times in his heart.
Principal Yi, please forgive me. It was my fault for not disciplining you properly.
My Shao family will definitely give you and Lin Fan a satisfactory explanation for this matter.
We will never dare to do it again.
The head of the Shao family quickly made a promise, adopting an extremely humble posture. He knew that although Principal Yi seemed calm, if he were to get truly angry, the destruction of the Shao family would be no exaggeration. Principal Yi snorted coldly, slightly reducing his oppressive aura, allowing the elder to catch his breath, but he was still lying on the ground unable to move.
Remember what you said.
Lin Fan is a promising talent that our Imperial University is focusing on developing.
If he dares to do it again.
Principal Yi didn't finish speaking, but his cold gaze said it all.
Yes, yes, yes. There will never be a next time.
The head of the Shao family repeatedly assured. Principal Yi said no more, his figure slowly fading away as if merging into the air and disappearing.
The terrifying pressure didn't completely dissipate until long after Principal Yi left.
The head of the Shao family breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that his hands were still trembling slightly.
He glanced at the elder lying on the ground like a dead dog, a fierce glint in his eyes. Useless trash. More trouble than he's worth. Guards! Drag him away and punish him according to family law.
At the edge of the arena, Lin Fan had caught his breath. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could guess that the principal must have stood up for him. At this moment, medical staff had already carried the unconscious Shao Chun off the stage. Zhao's several lackeys turned pale, not daring to look at Lin Fan even once, and slunk away after them. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and slowly walked off the stage amidst countless admiring, curious, and fearful gazes. As Lin Fan stepped down from the ring, he was greeted by deafening cheers and countless burning gazes. But his mood at this moment was far from as relaxed as it appeared. The faint, lingering chill in his chest, though promptly dispelled by Principal Yi, remained like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. The feeling of powerlessness, of having no control over life and death, sent chills down his spine. The Shao family, what a Shao family! A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Just because a junior was defeated on the stage, they resorted to such insidious methods, attempting to kill him. This was no longer a simple conflict, but an irreconcilable feud. He realized that although he stood out among the new generation, he was still as fragile as an ant in front of those old monsters who had cultivated for decades or even hundreds of years. If Principal Yi hadn't intervened today, he would probably be in grave danger. Strength. Still not enough strength. Lin Fan clenched his fist. I must become stronger faster. Not only do I need to improve my cultivation level, but I also need to master more powerful abilities as soon as possible to increase my trump cards for survival and counterattack. At the same time, a cold thought arose in his mind. Xiao Chen, this person is vindictive and narrow-minded. Keeping him around will only bring trouble. Since the Shao family has already broken off all pretense of civility, then don't blame me for being ruthless. We must find an opportunity to completely eliminate this hidden danger. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but having lived 2 lives, he understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots even more. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Lin Fan. A familiar voice, trembling with sobs, interrupted his thoughts. Lin Fan looked up and saw Su Qinghan with a face full of anxiety and worry. Ignoring the gazes of the people around her, she rushed over quickly, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly. How are you?
Where are you hurt? Your face was so pale just now, did that bastard Xiaochen use some dirty trick?
Su Qinghan's voice was choked with sobs as she lifted her head in his arms, her eyes filled with tears as she examined his body. With the warm, soft body of the young woman in his arms, feeling her gentle touch and delicate fragrance, Lin Fan's anger instantly dissipated. Chapter 64 Eating tofu was really delicious. His eyes darted around, a plan forming in his mind. He immediately put on a pained expression, his body swaying weakly, and then buried his head in Su Qinghan's neck, taking a deep breath. It smells so good.
Qinghan. I feel so tight in my chest and so dizzy.
Lin Fan's voice was weak, but his arms tightened quietly as he enjoyed this rare perk. Su Qinghan believed him and felt extremely distressed. She quickly supported him, her voice even gentler. Don't be afraid, I'll help you to the infirmary.
Hang in there.
Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopang, and Li Mufeng, standing nearby, stared in disbelief.
Zhao Mang, holy crap. Fan Ji's acting is amazing.
Sun Xiaopang, according to behavioral analysis, the dorm leader is taking advantage of the victim's identity to maximize the care he receives from the opposite sex, commonly known as taking advantage of her. Li Mufeng, TSK, in broad daylight, in front of everyone, this is such a public display of affection.
Is there no law at all? Even a young female instructor who was maintaining order nearby couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw the scene. She whispered to her colleague next to her, "It's so good to be young. Even when you're injured, you still can't forget about dating." Lin Fan leaned weakly against Su Qinghan's chest for a while, then felt that it was enough any longer and he would go too far. He looked up, the pained expression on his face vanishing instantly, replaced by a mischievous smile. He gently pinched Su Qinghan's cheek. "Okay, I was just kidding, I'm fine." Su Qinghan was stunned.
Seeing Lin Fan's eyes instantly regain their sparkle and his mischievous smile, she immediately realized she'd been tricked.
Her pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger.
She shoved Lin Fan away, scolding, "Lin Fan! You little pervert! You scared me to death." Lin Fan laughed and quickly bowed to admit his mistake. "It was just a joke, don't be angry. It's just that my Qinghan cares about me too much, and I couldn't help myself."
Who cares about you?
You're just being presumptuous." Su Qinghan stomped her foot angrily, turned away and ignored him, but her bright red ears betrayed her true feelings. Lin Fan leaned closer and coaxed in a low voice, Okay, I was wrong.
I won't do it again next time.
Look at me, I'm fine now, I beat Xiao Chen and got revenge for you." Su Qinghan then turned around, rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but smile slightly. "If you dare to scare me again, I won't talk to you anymore."
"Yes, Miss Su,"
Lin Fan replied with a grin. As the two flirted and teased each other, they were met with envious and jealous glances from those around them. Having just survived a fierce battle, he was now flirting with a campus beauty. Lin Fan was truly a winner in life. Just then, the electronic voice sounded again. "The battle for the top 12 is about to begin.
Contestants, please prepare."
Lin Fan's smile faded, and he said to Su Qinghan, "I have to go on stage." Su Qinghan nodded, her eyes regaining their seriousness. "Be careful."
Lin Fan walked towards the designated arena. His opponent was already standing on the stage.
She was a tall, aloof girl. She wore a simple white training uniform, her skin was as white as snow, and her features were as delicate as if sculpted from ice and snow, but there was a chilling aura between her brows that kept people at a distance. What is most striking is her long, silvery white hair, as white as moonlight, and her deep, icy blue eyes, as deep as a cold pool.
It's her. Bei Mingxue. The genius of the Bei Ming family. S-rank ability, Dark Moon Frostfire.
I've heard that her, Nether Moon Frostfire, is extremely domineering, possessing both extreme cold and extreme heat characteristics, making it even more terrifying than a typical S-rank fire-type ability. Lin Fan just finished fighting Xiao Chun, so he must be quite exhausted.
He's met his match now.
Bei Mingxue seems to be at the late stage of the first rank. Her cultivation level is also higher than Lin Fan's. The audience buzzed with discussion. Bei Mingxue was equally famous among the freshmen, and even had many admirers due to her mysterious and aloof demeanor. Lin Fan stepped onto the arena and sized up the icy beauty opposite him. It must be said that Bei Mingxue is indeed beautiful and has a unique temperament, but her aura of keeping strangers at bay is also quite strong. Bei Mingxue also looked at Lin Fan, her icy blue eyes calm and unwavering, as if she were looking at an object. Her lips parted slightly, her voice clear and melodious, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority.
Lin Fan, your strength is not bad. But compared to me, there is still a gap. Show me your full strength, otherwise, you will lose miserably.
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this.
This girl is direct and confident enough.
He smiled and replied with a hint of teasing.
Bei Ming, don't be so sure of yourself. Be careful, I don't hold back when I hit you, and it would be bad if I accidentally hit your pretty little face.
Bei Ming Xue frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Lin Fan's flippant tone, but she didn't get angry. She simply said coldly, glib talker.
Let's see who's more capable. The light screen rises, the competition begins.
Almost the instant the light screen rose, Bei Ming Xue moved. Her figure flashed, her speed astonishing, leaving a faint ice mark in her wake. At the same time, she joined her right fingers together like a sword, and a wisp of eerie blue flame leaped from her fingertips. The flame seemed cold, but it exuded a strange aura that was both chillingly hot and extremely cold.
S rank, Dark Moon Frostfire. Moon Finger.
A streak of dark blue flame shot towards Lin Fan with lightning speed, like an arrow released from a bow. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze and scorch, emitting a faint crackling sound.
Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. So fast.
Such a strange attack. He dared not be careless, and instantly activated his A+ level, Wind Shadow Illusion, to dodge to the side.
Laugh.
The fiery finger force grazed the hem of his clothes and struck the light screen behind him, causing ripples to spread across the screen and leaving a charred and frosty mark. Such powerful penetrating and destructive force. Lin Fan was secretly shocked. This, Nether Moon Frostfire, truly lived up to its name. Missing her first attack, Bei Ming Xue continued her offensive. Her movements were as agile as an ice and snow elf, and she used both hands simultaneously to unleash a continuous stream of dark blue fiery finger strikes and palm winds, attacking Lin Fan like a storm. These attacks are not only incredibly powerful, but also have tricky and ruthless angles, and their combination of ice and fire makes them extremely difficult to defend against. Lin Fan pushed the Yi Wind Shadow Illusion technique to its limit, leaving behind afterimages on the arena as he constantly dodged and blocked. He tried to use the Ji Gale Force Crushing Fist to meet the attack head-on, but when the fist wind collided with the Dark Moon Frostfire, he felt an extremely cold force spreading along his fist, trying to freeze his blood and chi, while at the same time a scorching force was trying to burn his meridians. If it weren't for his indestructible body, he would probably have been injured.
Impressive. Lin Fan was increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed.
This Bei Ming Xue not only possessed powerful supernatural abilities, but her movement techniques and combat skills were also extremely refined, clearly indicating that she had received guidance from a renowned master and undergone intensive training. Her cultivation level is definitely not just at the mid-stage of the first rank, it is very likely that she has reached the late stage of the first rank or even higher.
Chapter 65 Dark Moon Frostfire. The two moved at high speed on the arena, their figures intertwining, their fists clashing, and their energy surging.
The dark blue flames and Lin Fan's bronze fist shadows intertwined, bursting out with muffled sounds and energy fluctuations.
The audience was dazzled and exclaimed in amazement. It's too fast. I can't even see it clearly. Bei Ming Xue is so strong.
She completely suppressed Lin Fan.
Lin Fan seems to be at a disadvantage.
His attacks are having a hard time breaking through Bei Ming Xue's defenses. It seems Lin Fan only managed to beat Xiao Chun by luck before. When he encounters a true S-class genius, it's still not enough.
I knew it. How could a 3-element rank be comparable to a true S rank?
Some freshmen who were already resentful of Lin Fan began to gloat. Zhao Mang and the other two were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Su Qinghan also gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. On the high platform, the vice principals exchanged smiles, showing no signs of the tension that the audience below was experiencing. This little girl from the Bei Ming family is indeed a promising talent. Her mastery of the Mingyue Frostfire technique is already quite profound, a vice principal praised.
However, shouldn't Lin Fan show his true colors? Another vice principal looked at Principal Yi. His transformation ability is something even we can't fathom. Principal Yi looked calmly at the arena, a faint smile playing on his lips. That's about enough.
This little guy is quite composed. On the arena, Lin Fan and Bei Ming Xue had already exchanged more than a dozen blows. He used Wind Shadow Illusion, Indestructible Vajra Body, Gale Crushing Fist, and even occasionally mixed in the Blazing Flame ability, but he was still unable to gain the upper hand. Instead, he was forced into a somewhat disheveled state by Bei Ming Xue's exquisite Dark Moon Frostfire combat technique.
No!
These A-level abilities alone aren't enough to defeat her. Lin Fan's sense of crisis intensified. The difference in cultivation level and the difference in the quality of superpowers were fully demonstrated at this moment. Bei Mingxue's power far surpasses Xiao Chen's. Bei Mingxue unleashed another fierce, frostfire palm strike. Even before the palm wind arrived, the strange pressure of the combination of ice and fire made Lin Fan's breath catch in his throat. We can no longer hide our talents. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He let out a low roar, and a dormant, ancient, and violent power within him suddenly awakened. Ancient Wolf King transformation first stage, werewolf form. Boom! A fierce, violent aura, like that of a prehistoric beast, suddenly erupted from Lin Fan's body. His body crackled and popped, his muscles bulged, and he grew taller. His fingernails became sharp and pointed, his canines protruded slightly, and his pupils turned into cold, amber-colored vertical pupils. A thin layer of silvery hair, like moonlight, covered his body. Although he hadn't fully transformed into his wolf-headed, human-bodied form, his current half-werewolf state had already caused his aura to surge dramatically. Strength, speed, reaction time, defense, recovery, all aspects had increased several times over. What? He's transformed. Lin Fan has a transformation ability. This aura, it's terrifying. It feels more than twice as strong as before. What level of transformation ability is this? A rank? S rank? The audience erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned by Lin Fan's sudden change. For the first time, a look of solemnity appeared in Bei Mingxue's icy blue eyes. She felt a sense of pressure emanating from the level of her bloodline. Roar! Lin Fan let out a deep roar, and his figure vanished instantly. His speed was far greater than before. He stopped dodging and directly punched Bei Mingxue's frostfire palm. Bang! This collision was completely different from the previous ones. The violent power directly shattered the palm wind that intertwined ice and fire. Bei Mingxue felt an overwhelming force coming from her, her entire arm went numb and tingling, and her body flew backward uncontrollably. She was in mid-air, forcibly twisting her body and tapping her feet on the light screen to dissipate the force before barely landing, but her face was already somewhat pale. Lin Fan pressed his advantage relentlessly in his werewolf form, his fighting style became even more direct and ferocious. Like a true wolf king hunting, his figure flashed, his sharp claws tore through the air, leaving after images as he launched a fierce and relentless attack on Bei Mingxue. Bei Mingxue pushed the Mingxue Frostfire to its limit, the dark blue flames transforming into various forms to defend herself, but against Lin Fan's overwhelming strength and speed, her defense appeared precarious. Guardian of the Dark Moon! Bei Mingxue shouted, and a layer of dark blue flame shield condensed around her. Shatter! Lin Fan roared, unleashing a Wolf King claw imbued with the essence of the Gale-crushing fist, slamming it fiercely onto the shield. Crack! The shield shattered. Bei Mingxue groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her figure retreated once more. The outcome is decided. Lin Fan did not pursue further. He slowly suppressed his aura, exited his werewolf form, and returned to his original appearance, though his face was slightly pale. The first stage of transformation also consumes a significant amount of energy. Bei Mingxue steadied herself, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Lin Fan. Her icy blue eyes were filled with complex emotions, including shock and resentment, but in the end, they turned into a soft sigh. I lost. Your transformation ability is very strong. You flatter me. Lin Fan clasped his hands in a fist salute. He had no ill feelings towards this cold but powerful girl. An electronic voice announced, the winner is Lin Fan. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers once again. This time, there was no more doubt. Lin Fan proved his status as the #1 freshman with absolute strength, a title he truly deserved. On the spacious platform, Principal Yi sat upright in the center, a smile on his face and a slight nod, seemingly very satisfied with the result of the competition that had just ended. His gaze fell on Lin Fan in the arena, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, and he said softly, Ancient bloodline, truly extraordinary. This child is exceptionally talented and possesses outstanding strength. Given time, his achievements will be no less than mine. However, Lin Fan's gaze involuntarily swept towards the direction in which the Xiao family members had left. In that instant, a cold glint flashed in the depths of Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan knew that in this world where the strong are respected, only by constantly becoming stronger could he protect himself and those around him. The Xiao family was clearly a huge obstacle in his path forward. He secretly resolved to improve his strength as soon as possible and completely eliminate the Xiao family as a potential threat. With the system in place, he doesn't need more than a decade to grow. A year is more than enough time.
Chapter 66 I'm going to fight 10.
After a short break, new rules reappeared on the screen.
The final ranking battle will adopt a champion defense system.
The electronic voice echoed in the training field.
2 main arenas will rise in the center.
The top 2 players from the previous round will automatically become the reigning champions. The remaining 10 players can freely choose their opponents. The one who defeats the reigning champion becomes the new champion. Ultimately, the 2 players standing on the stage will be the champion and runner-up of this year's freshman competition.
The announcement of the rules caused an uproar. A title defense system.
This meant the reigning champion would face a series of challenges.
It would be a huge test of the champion's strength, stamina, and recovery ability. The points rankings are clearly displayed on the screen.
First place, Lin Fan, highest score, defeated strong opponents such as Xiao Chen, Shifeng, and Bai Mingxue. Second place, Qin Pujuan, whose points are second only to Lin Fan, and who also swept all the way without encountering any rivals.
The central arena split open, and 2 even larger alloy arenas, inscribed with complex defensive runes, rose up.
The names of Lin Fan and Qin Pujuan appeared on the light screens of the 2 arenas, respectively. Please welcome the reigning champion to the stage. Lin Fan took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Qin Pujuan, who was also looking over from a short distance away. Qin Pujuan was burly, with a resolute face and calm eyes, exuding an imposing aura. He nodded to Lin Fan as a greeting, then strode towards his own arena. Lin Fan also walked towards his own arena. Below the stage, the remaining 10 finalists glanced between the 2 arenas, their eyes darting around, clearly weighing the pros and cons and choosing the easier champion to defeat. Lin Fan stood in the center of the arena, surveying the 10 eager geniuses below. None of these 10 were weak. The weakest were at least mid-stage tier 1, and all possessed powerful S-rank or top-tier A-rank abilities. Among them were Bai Mingxue, whom he had just defeated, and several other students with powerful auras.
A war of attrition.
Although he has a system that allows him to recover quickly, he doesn't want to waste time on endless attrition. A thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind, and a wildly arrogant smile appeared on his lips. He raised his hand, pointing to the 10 geniuses below the stage. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue, exuding an undeniable air of dominance.
Stop dawdling. All 10 of you, come at me at once. I'm in a hurry. Quiet. A deathly silence.
Everyone doubted they had heard correctly.
All at once? Lin Fan is going to take on 10 of them? And the 10 strongest freshman geniuses of this year? After a brief silence, a volcanic eruption erupted. Is he insane? 1 against 10.
That's 10 S-class and top-tier A-class geniuses.
That's insane. That's fucking insane. Even if his transformation is powerful, he can't possibly take on 10 at the same time, can he? This is blatant humiliation.
The audience erupted in chaos.
Everyone was stunned by Lin Fan's earth-shattering declaration.
Zhao Mang and the other 2 stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground.
Brother Fan, this is going too far. My goodness. 1 against 10. Dorm leader is awesome. This isn't confidence anymore, it's.
Su Qinghan covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and worry.
She knew Lin Fan was strong, but this was far too risky.
Even Qin Pujuan on the adjacent arena, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, showed a hint of surprise on his resolute face, which quickly turned into a wry smile. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Brother Lin Fan, you're much more arrogant than me."
I admire you.
On the high platform, the vice principals looked at each other and then laughed.
Ha ha ha. What a lad.
You've got guts.
You've got the style I had back in the day. A hot-tempered vice principal exclaimed in admiration. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But isn't it a bit too overconfident?
Another vice principal said with some concern.
Principal Ye's eyes gleamed with admiration as he smiled and said, "It's all right. Young people should have this kind of vigor and ambition. Let him give it a try. I also want to see where his limits really lie."
Below the stage, the 10 newly selected geniuses were stunned at first, then their faces turned extremely ugly.
Anger instantly overwhelmed their reason. They are all proud and arrogant, how could they have ever been so slighted and humiliated? Lin Fan. You're too arrogant, a hot-tempered burly man roared. How dare you look down on us like this? You will pay the price for your arrogance. Let's all attack. Teach him a lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. A hint of anger flashed in Bei Mingshua's icy blue eyes, but she remained calm and said coldly, Lin Fan, are you sure you want to do this? This is not a wise move.
Lin Fan looked at her and smiled, don't worry, Bei Ming, I'll be careful not to hurt your pretty faces.
He used the same teasing tone as before. These words only added fuel to the fire. Even Bei Mingshue snorted coldly in anger and stopped trying to dissuade her.
Since you've chosen your own death, don't blame us.
A young man wielding a flaming longsword shouted and leaped onto the arena first. Count me in. Me too. Teach him a lesson. In an instant, figures flashed.
10 freshman geniuses, thoroughly enraged, leaped onto the arena where Lin Fan was, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water.
They surrounded Lin Fan in the center.
10 powerful auras erupted simultaneously, locking onto Lin Fan. The light of their supernatural abilities shone brightly, exuding killing intent. The air on the arena instantly became incredibly heavy, as if it were about to drip water. The audience watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding.
An unprecedented 1-against-10 super battle was about to erupt. Lin Fan, I'm giving you one last chance.
It's not too late to admit defeat now, the leading youth with the flaming longsword shouted sternly. Lin Fan looked around at the 10 menacing and powerful opponents around him. Instead of fear, his face revealed a hint of excited fighting spirit.
Admit defeat? Those two words don't exist in my dictionary. He let out a low roar, and the primordial, beast-like power within him awakened once more. Ancient Wolf King transformation first stage, activate. Boom!
A fierce and violent aura surged into the sky. Lin Fan's figure grew taller once more, his muscles bulged, his claws protruded, and his amber vertical pupils were cold and ruthless.
Half-werewolf form reappeared. This time, he held nothing back. The power of the first stage of transformation erupted completely. The strength of his aura even faintly surpassed that of an ordinary first-stage perfect cultivator, touching the threshold of the second stage. Such a powerful aura. Even stronger than when I fought Bei Mingshue earlier. Does he really have the combat power of a first-tier master, or even close to second-tier? A monster. It's a monster. The audience gasped in surprise.
On the high platform, Principal Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light, physical strength approaching the second tier.
This ancient bloodline is indeed domineering.
On the arena, the 10 geniuses felt the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Fan, and their expressions became extremely solemn, abandoning their last trace of contempt.
Attack together.
Don't give him a chance to pick them off one by one, the youth with the flaming longsword shouted, launching the first attack.
Flame slash.
A massive fiery blade of light tore through the air and slashed towards Lin Fan.
Mystic ice spikes.
Bei Mingshue also made her move. Countless sharp ice spikes condensed out of thin air and shot towards Lin Fan like a rainstorm.
Boulder impact. Wind blade flurry. Mental shock. Thunder spear.
In an instant, 10 different powerful abilities came from all directions, like a storm, and bombarded Lin Fan in the center. Faced with this terrifying concentrated fire that could instantly cripple or even kill an ordinary first-stage perfect cultivator, a hint of madness flashed in Lin Fan's amber vertical pupils.
Good timing. He roared and advanced instead of retreating.
He activated his A+ level, Wind Shadow Illusion, to its limit, leaving behind afterimages in the confined space. His indestructible body shone brightly, withstanding the unavoidable attack head-on. He dodged the fiery blades and thunderous spears like a ghost, his claws slashing and tearing through the wind blades. As for the dense ice spikes and boulders, he chose to withstand them head-on.
Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Chapter 67 You're no good.
Dense attacks rained down on Lin Fan and his surroundings, creating deafening explosions. Energy lights flashed wildly, air currents surged, and the entire arena shook violently. The defensive light barrier flickered frantically, as if it might shatter at any moment. The audience below the stage were stunned, their hearts in their throats.
Could Lin Fan really withstand such an attack?
Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a silver figure could be seen charging left and right like a madman.
First one. Lin Fan's icy voice rang out.
He withstood several attacks and instantly rushed in front of a superhuman skilled in mental attacks. The student's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to retreat, Lin Fan's claws slammed down with the force to tear everything apart.
Bang!
The protective aura shattered instantly. The student coughed up blood and was sent flying off the stage like a kite with a broken string.
One person was instantly lost. So fast. The others were shocked. The attacks became even more frenzied. Lin Fan's figure flashed again, appearing beside the youth with the flaming longsword as if by teleportation. The youth was shocked and swung his sword horizontally. Lin Fan's claws directly grabbed the flaming longsword. A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out. The flames couldn't even burn his wolf claws. Shatter! Lin Fan exerted his strength, and the flaming longsword snapped in two. He then kicked out. The fiery youth screamed as he flew off the stage. Another person has been lost. Surround him. Don't let him pick them off one by one, someone shouted. The remaining 8 people desperately tightened the encirclement, unleashing all sorts of supernatural abilities. Lin Fan, however, moved like a fish through the dense attacks. His speed, strength, and defense in werewolf form reached a terrifying level. He often avoided fatal attacks by the slightest margin, and then counterattacked in the most ferocious way. Bang! Another student was sent flying by his punch. Crack! The shield of a defensive genius was torn apart by the claws, and he collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Swoosh! The wind-type ability user was caught up by him and knocked unconscious with a single claw strike. He was like a tiger among sheep, invincible. Every dodge was extremely dangerous, and every strike inevitably resulted in someone falling. The battle was incredibly intense and spectacular. The audience was completely captivated, with cheers and screams erupting all around. The instructors on the high platform also held their breath, captivated by the ferocious battle. What exquisite combat instincts! The timing is impeccable. His physical body is too strong. He only suffered minor injuries after withstanding an S-class superpower. And so fast. This werewolf transformation is practically all-powerful. Principal Yi looked at Lin Fan, who was like a god of war amidst the siege, and his admiration grew stronger. His offense and defense are in perfect harmony, his speed is unparalleled, and his combat awareness is top-notch. This boy has unlimited potential. In just 2 or 3 minutes, only Lin Fan and Bei Mingxue remained standing on the stage. Bei Mingxue's face was pale and her breathing was disordered. She had just tried her best, but she still couldn't stop Lin Fan's advance. Lin Fan also had multiple wounds on his body, his wolf fur was scorched, and his skin had traces of frost and burns, but his amber vertical pupils still showed high fighting spirit and his aura was still strong. He looked at Bei Mingxue, shall we continue? Looking at Lin Fan, who resembled a god of war, and then at the other challengers lying haphazardly below the stage, Bei Mingxue's icy blue eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Finally, she shook her head and said, I concede. You win. She voluntarily jumped off the ring. Thus, all 10 geniuses who challenged the champion were wiped out. Lin Fan stood alone in the center of the arena, his silver wolf fur shimmering in the sunlight. His body was covered in wounds, yet he stood proudly upright. Like a true wolf king, he surveyed the surroundings with disdain. The entire training ground was initially deathly silent, then erupted into an unprecedented, frenzied cheer. Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Invincible! The #1 freshman. Well deserved. Incredible. 1 against 10. A legend. Zhao Mang and the other 2 were so excited that they hugged each other, jumped and shouted until their voices were almost hoarse. Su Qinghan finally felt relieved and looked at the dazzling figure on the stage, her beautiful eyes shining with pride. Qing Pijuan, standing on the adjacent arena, looked at Lin Fan with eyes filled with admiration and fighting spirit. He knew for himself that he could never have done that. On the high platform, Principal Yi clapped his hands and chuckled, good. Very good. An electronic sound confirmed Lin Fan's victory. Lin Fan slowly suppressed his aura, exiting his werewolf form. His face was somewhat pale, and his breathing became much heavier. Fighting against 10 geniuses simultaneously is extremely taxing. The final championship battle will take place later between him and Qin Pijuan. He suffered multiple abrasions from his supernatural powers, and the burden of transforming into a werewolf was considerable. But his eyes were bright, and his fighting spirit remained high. With a slight thought, his level, extraordinary self-healing ability quietly began to operate. A gentle and pure life energy flowed through my limbs and bones, repairing damaged muscles and skin. The surface wounds healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the physical strength consumed was also quickly restored. The audience below the stage gasped in amazement once again as they watched the faint green light shimmering on Lin Fan's body and the wounds disappearing rapidly. He even has healing abilities? Just how many abilities does he have? This thing is like an unkillable cockroach. How are we supposed to play like this? It's so well rounded. Attack, defense, speed, recovery, it has almost no weaknesses. A hint of surprise flashed in Principal Ye's eyes on the high platform. Oh? He even has healing abilities? And at a high level. This little guy is getting more and more interesting.
After a short while, Lin Fan's breathing had mostly recovered, and his complexion had regained its rosy hue.
He looked at Qin Pejuan on the adjacent arena. Chapter 68 Qin Padian.
Qin Pejuan was also looking at him, his eyes calm, filled with intense fighting spirit and a hint of respect. He took the initiative to clasp his hands in a fist and said, "Brother Lin Fan, your strength is astonishing, I admire you. Next, there will be a battle between us." Lin Fan returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you flatter me.
I also look forward to a battle with you."
The atmosphere between the two was not one of hostility and tension, but rather one of mutual respect and a desire for competition between top geniuses.
The final match begins.
"Please move to main arena number 1, the electronic voice announced. The central, largest arena screen lit up. Lin Fan and Qin Pejuan simultaneously leaped onto the arena.
At this moment, the atmosphere reached its peak. All eyes were focused on the largest arena.
The final battle of the freshman competition was about to begin. Moreover, the attention garnered for this final match has extended far beyond the campus of Imperial University. As the premier university in China, the freshman competition at Imperial Capital University is a grand event that attracts nationwide attention, especially with the emergence of unparalleled geniuses like Lin Fan and Qin Pejuan this year. The competition footage was transmitted in real time to television stations and online platforms across the country via a special magic array. The title was extremely eye-catching: Imperial Capital University Freshman Finals. A clash of two S-class transformation prodigies. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed at an alarming rate, instantly surpassing the 10 million mark.
And it continues to increase. Here it comes. The finals have begun. Which one is Lin Fan? Which one is Qin Pejuan? Holy crap! Is this an S-class transformation genius? His aura is incredible. I heard that Lin Fan can take on 10 S-level geniuses by himself. Is that true? Qin Pejuan is also very strong. It's said that his defense is invincible.
Countless viewers waited anxiously in front of their screens.
This includes Lin Fenyuan's parents, Lin Zhangwo and Li Xiaoping, who live in Bincheng.
They held each other's hands nervously, their eyes fixed on their son on the television screen, filled with both pride and worry.
"Xiao Fan, you must be careful," Li Xiaoping murmured. Su Qinghan's parents, Su Zhenhong and Lu Ruyan, were also sitting in the living room watching the livestream.
Su Zhenhong's expression was complicated, and he finally sighed, "This kid, he's definitely good enough for Qinghan. Keep it up, kid." Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was all smiles. "Look, this is my son-in-law.
Isn't he amazing?"
In Lin Fan's former class at Bincheng No. 1 Middle School, the students gathered together, watching the projection screen, and exclaimed and cheered.
"It's Brother Fan. It really is Brother Fan. That's incredible. They've made it to the nationally televised finals. I used to laugh at him, I was so blind."
On the arena, Lin Fan and Qin Pejuan stood facing each other. Both could feel countless gazes coming from all directions, as well as the deafening roar of the crowd. But their resolve remained firm, unmoved, their eyes fixed only on each other as their opponent.
"Brother Lin Fan, please. Brother Qin, please."
The two men clasped their hands in a fist salute at the same time. Qin Pejuan let out a low shout, and a thick, powerful force with a primordial aura erupted from his body. His body crackled and popped as his muscles swelled violently, and he grew a head taller. Dark red, scale-like patterns appeared on his skin. A scorching and violent aura spread out. His eyes turned crimson.
S-rank superpower, Dark Domain Qilin transformation.
First stage. Roar. Qin Pejuan let out a low roar that sounded like a Qilin's roar. His aura was astonishing. Without hesitation, Lin Fan activated the Ancient Wolf King transformation once more. Silver fur covered his body, sharp claws protruded, and his amber vertical pupils grew icy cold. The auras of the Wolf King and the Qilin collided in the center of the arena, stirring up an invisible wave of energy. Neither of them attacked immediately, but instead moved slowly, searching for an opening in the other's defenses. The powerful clash of their auras made the air in the center of the arena seem thick and viscous.
Amazing.
Just this aura alone far surpasses that of an ordinary first-stage perfect cultivator, an instructor exclaimed from the audience. Transformation-type abilities are indeed among the top-tier combat abilities.
The boost to combat power is terrifying.
Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time.
Qin Pujuan launched the first attack.
He didn't use a weapon, but instead threw a punch. His fist was covered with dark red scale phantoms, carrying a scorching shockwave and terrifying power. Lin Fan met the attack with a punch of his own. The Wolf King's claw tore through the air.
Boom! Fists collided. Like two high-speed trains colliding head-on. A terrifying, deafening roar.
A violent shockwave exploded outwards from the two men, sending the hair of the front row audience flying. Both of them swayed at the same time, each taking a step back. The two sides are evenly matched.
What power!
Qin Pujuan's fighting spirit intensified, and he pounced again, his fists, palms, elbows, knees, every part of his body transformed into a terrifying weapon, his attacks like a raging storm. His fighting style was expansive and unparalleled in its ferocity. Lin Fan also incorporated the Gale Crushing Fist into the werewolf's claws, using speed to fight speed and hardness to fight hardness.
The Wolf King's agility and ferocity were brought to their fullest extent. Bang 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 bang.
The muffled thuds on the arena were like a continuous drumbeat. Two figures clashed at high speed, each impact sending chills down the spine. The clash of pure physical strength against strength was full of violent aesthetics. In just over 10 seconds, the two had exchanged over 100 blows.
Deep footprints were left on the arena floor. That was great.
Qin Pujuan laughed loudly, forcing Lin Fan back with another punch, and then reached out and grabbed at the air. With a whoosh, a dark red spear, about 2.5 meters long, with a Qilin pattern carved on the shaft and a cold glint at the tip, appeared in his hand. The spear vibrated, emitting a clear and melodious hum, and an incomparably sharp killing intent spread out.
Brother Lin Fan, be careful.
This spear is called Burning Soul. Qin Pujuan stood holding the spear, his aura suddenly increasing by 3 points. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he drew the long sword, Flowing Cloud, from his back with a backhand. The blade was like a pool of autumn water, flowing with faint cloud patterns, combining lightness and sharpness.
My sword is named Flowing Clouds. Please enlighten me.
With weapons in hand, the two men became even more dangerous.
Kill!
Qin Pujuan roared, taking a step forward and channeling the power of the Dark Domain Qilin transformation into his spear. The Burning Soul spear transformed into a dark red lightning bolt, piercing straight for Lin Fan's throat.
Its speed was astonishing. The spear tip tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek.
Lin Fan activated Wind Shadow Illusion, dodging the spear tip with his sidestep, and his flowing cloud blade swept towards Qin Pujuan's wrist. The blade light was like clouds, elusive and unpredictable. Qin Pujuan flicked his wrist, and the Burning Soul spear spun like a living thing, its shaft precisely deflecting the flowing cloud blade. At the same time, a swift sweeping leg attack aimed at Lin Fan's lower body.
Chapter 69 The Strongest Move.
Lin Fan leaped into the air, his flowing cloud blade slashing down from mid-air. The blade's aura surged.
Qin Pujuan raised his spear to meet the attack. Clang!
Swords and spears clashed, sparks flew. The deafening sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. The two clashed, their weapons moving faster and their moves more ruthless. The spear moved like a dragon in flight, the blade like a startled swan. The crimson spear light and the silver blade light intertwined to create a breathtaking scene. The audience was so dazzled that they forgot to breathe. Such superb marksmanship. Qin Pujuan is not only a superhuman, but also a martial arts master. Lin Fan's swordsmanship is also amazing.
It's fast and tricky.
This is a true clash of geniuses.
It's absolutely spectacular.
The live stream chat was flooded with comments. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lin Fan, aided by various A-level abilities and his superior speed, gradually gained the upper hand. His blade flashed like flowing clouds, constantly eroding Qin Pujuan's defensive perimeter. Although Qin Pujuan was at a disadvantage, his defense was watertight, and his Fenji spear technique was impenetrable. Occasionally, he would launch a counterattack, which was extremely fierce, forcing Lin Fan to retreat and defend.
Brother Lin Fan, you are indeed powerful. But I haven't used my full strength yet.
Qin Pujuan suddenly shouted, and his aura surged again. The dark red scale patterns became clearer, and even the faint phantom of a Qilin horn appeared on his forehead.
Dark Domain Qilin Transformation, second stage.
His strength, speed, and defense have all increased to a new level. The dark red light on the burning soul spear intensified, and with a single thrust, its power was several times greater than before. Lin Fan suddenly felt immense pressure. His first werewolf form was proving difficult to withstand. He was forced to retreat several steps by the force of the gunshot. It seems I have no choice but to step up my efforts. Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly with amber light. Ancient Wolf King Transformation. Second Transformation, Wolf Battle Form. Boom! An even more violent and ferocious aura erupted from Lin Fan's body. His figure grew taller again, becoming even more robust and powerful. His silver fur stood up like steel needles, his claws became longer and sharper, and his fangs protruded, making his werewolf features even more obvious. His aura had also reached a new peak. Kill! Lin Fan's speed increased dramatically, and his flowing cloud blade transformed into streaks of silver lightning, clashing wildly with the burning soul spear once again. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks exploded like fireworks. The two fought with lightning speed, their figures blurred, the sounds of clashing swords and spears like popping beans. The arena floor was constantly carved with deep grooves by the dissipating energy. The second stage of the competition is even more intense and dangerous. The two sides are once again deadlocked. Neither side can gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha. That was exhilarating. So exhilarating. Qin Pejuan laughed wildly, caught up in the excitement of the fight. Brother Lin Fan, you are worth my full strength. Let's settle this with one last move. Lin Fan also felt unprecedented pressure and excitement, and said loudly, that's exactly what I wanted. The two simultaneously took a step back, standing facing each other. An incredibly terrifying aura began to gather, compress, and rise within their bodies. Bei Mingxue and all the other freshmen below the arena felt the terrifying pressure emanating from these two, which had completely surpassed the first order level. Their faces turned pale and their eyes were filled with horror. They didn't even use their full strength before. This aura, it's definitely second tier. Two freshmen possess second tier combat power? Monsters, they're all monsters. Some of the second-year students watching the game also dropped their relaxed expressions and became serious. These two freshmen, they're a bit outrageous. Are these freshmen that strong? They're already at tier 2 combat power right after enrolling? Damn it, I feel like I wasted my sophomore year. On the high platform, Principal Yi and several vice principals sat up straight, their eyes fixed on the arena. It's time to decide the winner. The third stage of the Dark Domain Qilin transformation and the Ancient Wolf King transformation. I haven't seen them in a long time. On the arena, Qin Pejuan let out a deafening roar like a Qilin. Dark red light shot into the sky from his body. A set of incredibly solid, dark red Qilin scale armor, covering his entire body, appeared as a phantom. Helmet, shoulder armor, breastplate, it was as if the Qilin war god had descended to earth. The burning sword in his hand hummed incessantly, its spear light flickering erratically. Dark Domain Qilin transformation, third stage, Qilin armor. Lin Fan also let out a wolf howl that ripped through the sky. Silver light completely enveloped him. His body expanded again, transforming into a giant werewolf, 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, covered in silver fur, and fangs and claws gleaming coldly. A terrifying aura of primordial savagery and domineering power swept across the entire area. Even the flowing cloud blade in his hand seemed unable to withstand his power, emitting a hum that seemed unable to bear the burden. Ancient Wolf King transformation, third stage, Purgatory Wolf King. To avoid repetition with subsequent higher forms, Purgatory Wolf King is used as the name for the third stage. Aside from the time he saved people in the secret realm, this was the first time Lin Fan had fully revealed the final form of the Ancient Wolf King transformation in front of everyone. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was so stunned by the terrifying power of this ultimate transformation that they were speechless. Take my final move. Qilin Burning World Shatter. Qin Pejuan roared, becoming one with his spear, transforming into a dark red Qilin phantom that tore through everything, charging towards Lin Fan. Wherever he passed, space seemed to twist and burn. Wolf King. Sky-splitting slash. The giant Wolf King that Lin Fan had transformed into let out a deep roar, raised the flowing cloud blade high above his head, concentrated all his power into a single point, and slashed down fiercely. A silver blade light that tore everything apart seemed to split the entire arena in two. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the dark red Qilin and the silver blade light collided like two meteors. Boom! Like two stars colliding violently. The dark red phantom of the Qilin and the silver blade light that tore through the sky clashed fiercely at the very center of the arena. There was no sound
Or rather, the sound was swallowed up by a sudden burst of energy that far exceeded the limits of human hearing. Instead, there is the ultimate light. A blinding beam of light, its color indescribable, shot skyward from the point of impact, instantly engulfing the entire arena. The defensive light barrier flickered and twisted violently like fragile glass, emitting a teeth-grinding groan, and was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately following was a devastating shockwave. A ring of air, almost tangible, with the force to crush everything, roared outwards and slammed into the crumbling defensive light barrier. Snap! Splash! The defensive light barrier, which was said to be able to withstand attacks from a third-tier powerhouse, finally succumbed to the pressure of the clash between these two forces that exceeded their limits, and completely collapsed. It dissipated into countless specks of light. The shockwave, now unleashed, swept towards the stands like a wild horse. Not good. Defend now. On the high platform, Principal Yi frowned slightly and waved his sleeve lightly. A gentle yet boundless power instantly enveloped the entire audience, silently dissolving the shockwave that was enough to tear awakened students to shreds. The audience felt a gust of wind hit them, making them stagger, but they were not actually hurt. They were just pale with fright and still felt lingering fear. All eyes were fixed on the center of the arena where the light was gradually fading. Chapter 70: A Narrow Victory. As the light faded, a scene of utter devastation came into view. The once incredibly sturdy alloy arena now has a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter at its center. The edges of the crater are covered in molten metal and charred marks. Almost half of the entire arena has been destroyed. On either side of the pit, two figures knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. On the left, the illusory image of the Qilin armor on Qin Pejuan's body had completely dissipated, and he had returned to human form. His face was as pale as paper, blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth, his right hand holding the gun trembled slightly, the tiger's mouth split open, and blood stained the gun barrel. His clothes were badly tattered, and he was extremely weak, but his eyes were still bright as he stared intently at the person opposite him. On the right, Lin Fan's Hellfire Wolf King form has also been deactivated, and he has returned to his original form. He knelt on one knee, using the flowing cloud blade to support his body so he wouldn't fall. His injuries appeared more severe. A gruesome wound tore through his chest by the spear's edge, deep enough to expose bone, its blood staining his clothes. His face was also deathly pale, and his breathing was rapid, but his eyes were like burning amber, his fighting spirit undiminished. A draw? No. Just when everyone thought it would be a fierce draw, Lin Fan used the flowing cloud blade to prop himself up with difficulty. He swayed, but finally, he stood up. On the other side, Qin Pejuan tried several times but ultimately failed to stand up. He could only smile bitterly, using the burning soul spear to support his body, and kneel on the spot. The difference in quality has been determined. Lin Fan, stand. Qin Pejuan, kneel. Although they were all at their last gasp, Lin Fan was the one who stood the last one standing. Silence. Deathly silence. Immediately, thunderous cheers and applause swept across the entire training ground like a tsunami, and even spread throughout the country via live broadcast. He won. Lin Fan won. Champion. Freshman champion. This is incredible. Is this really a freshman? Qilin versus Wolf King. That was amazing. I've never seen such a spectacular battle in my life. Zhao Mang and the other two were so excited that they hugged each other, jumped and shouted, and tears streamed down their faces. Su Qinghan covered her mouth, crying tears of joy, her beautiful eyes filled with proud tears. At their home in Binshan, Lin Jiangwo and Li Xiuping embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. We won. Our son won. He's the champion. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other and smiled, finally feeling relieved. Countless viewers across the country were thrilled. The name Lin Fan became known throughout the country overnight. On the arena, Lin Fan looked at Qin Pejuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and forced a smile, saying in a hoarse voice, "Brother Qin, you're too kind." Qin Pejuan raised his head, looking at Lin Fan, who, though swaying, still stood tall. His eyes held no resentment, only sincere admiration and a hint of relief. He smiled wryly, "Brother Lin Fan, your strength is astonishing. I am utterly convinced of my defeat. Congratulations." At this moment, Principal Yi appeared on the dilapidated arena as if by teleportation. He first waved his hand and released two streams of pure life energy, which were then injected into Lin Fan and Qin Pejuan. Instantly, the two felt a warm current flow through their bodies, and their severe injuries began to heal at a visible speed, while their physical and mental strength was also rapidly recovering. Thank you, Principal. The two quickly expressed their gratitude. Principal Yi looked at the two, especially at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration, and said loudly, "The final of this year's freshman competition was absolutely brilliant. Lin Fan and Qin Pejuan are both outstanding individuals. After this battle, the champion has been decided." His gaze swept across the entire venue, and his voice resounded in every corner. "I hereby declare that the champion of this year's freshman competition at Imperial Capital University is Lin Fan." Roar! The cheers grew even more frenzied and deafening. Countless eyes were focused on the young man on the stage, who stood proudly despite his numerous injuries. At this moment, he was the sole focus of attention. The undisputed king of newcomers. Principal Yi continued, "Runner-up, Qin Pejuan. Third place, Beiming Xue." The remaining top 10 are ranked in order. With a wave of his hand, streaks of light flew toward the corresponding students, which were badges representing rankings and lists of rewards. Lin Fan accepted the Golden Champion badge, representing the highest honor, feeling its weight and a surge of pride welling up inside him. This step he took was firm and dazzling. The freshman competition has now come to a successful conclusion. Principal Ye's voice boomed. "I hope all students will take Lin Fan, Qin Pejuan, and other students as role models, study diligently without ceasing, and strive to reach new heights. In the future, fight to protect China. Fight to protect China." Thousands of freshmen below the stage roared in unison, their blood boiling with fervor. The atmosphere reached its peak. The fervor of the freshman competition has not yet dissipated, but the strict order of Imperial University has already been restored. The next morning, Lin Fan was notified to go to the School Affairs Center to collect his competition reward. The School Administration Center is a magnificent classical building. The person in charge of distributing the awards was a middle-aged teacher with a serious face. When he saw Lin Fan, a rare smile appeared on his serious face. "Lin Fan, congratulations. This is your award list and voucher." Lin Fan accepted a jade slip that was shimmering with a faint light and a storage ring. As divine sense probed into the jade slip, a series of heart-pounding messages emerged. Freshman Competition Champion Reward. Star Tower Cultivation Qualification 10 days, allows you to enter the core area of the Star Tower for 10 days of cultivation. Choose one S-rank combat skill cultivation technique. You can go to the top floor of the Scripture Pavilion to select it. 50,000 credits can be directly used to redeem all resources on campus. The Mystic Rank Divine Weapon Flowing Light Wings grants temporary access to high-speed flight, useful for saving lives or pursuing enemies in critical moments. 1 Tier 3 Dragon Blood Foundation Building Pill strengthens the foundation and has a chance to enhance supernatural abilities. Even though Lin Fan was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by the generous rewards. A Star Tower, an S-rank combat skill, 50,000 credits, a divine weapon of Earth rank albeit a trial version, Tier 3 pills. Each item was priceless. The Imperial University's generosity was truly astonishing. "Thank you, mentor." Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and carefully put away the storage ring and the voucher. Even though Lin Fan was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the generous reward. Star Tower, S-rank combat skills, 50,000 academic credits, Xian rank divine weapons, 3rd tier pills, each one is priceless. The Imperial University's resources are truly astonishing. Chapter 71 Choosing an Academy. "Thank you, mentor." Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and carefully put away the storage ring and the voucher. The middle-aged mentor nodded, his tone carrying a hint of reminder. "Lin Fan, you are exceptionally talented, but you must know that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. The reward is good, but you must work hard to digest it and transform it into your own strength. Also, you must be careful about choosing an academy, as it will affect your future development path. In 3 days, all the academies will be open for visits and consultations, so you can learn more before making a decision." "I understand, thank you for your guidance, mentor." Lin Fan bowed respectfully. The mentor's words were very pertinent. After leaving the School Affairs Center, Lin Fan did not return to his dormitory, but went directly to the towering Star Tower, which could be seen from any corner of the campus and whose structure seemed to be made of stars. There were powerful guards at the entrance of the Star Tower. They only allowed Lin Fan to enter after verifying his credentials. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the tower, he felt a sense of lightness throughout his body, as if he had entered another world. The space inside the tower is much larger than it appears from the outside, and the air is filled with a dense energy of heaven and earth that is almost liquid. Even more amazing is that this energy is extremely pure and gentle, and can be easily absorbed by the body without the need for deliberate refining. What a peculiar feeling! Cultivating here is probably dozens or even hundreds of times more efficient than outside.
Lin Fan was shocked. Following the guidance, he arrived at a private cultivation room in the core area of the tower. The cultivation room was not large, but the walls, ceiling, and floor were engraved with mysterious energy-gathering runes, and there was a futon in the center. Lin Fan sat down cross-legged and immediately felt a massive amount of energy surging into his body like a tidal wave. Instead of rushing to improve his cultivation, he first activated Transcendent Self-Healing to repair the hidden injuries and internal organ tremors left from the battle with Qin Pijuan. Nourished by such pure energy, the injuries healed at an astonishing speed. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fan began to reflect on his own strength. His epic battle with Qin Pijuan gave him a deeper understanding of his own power and also exposed some weaknesses. Although he possesses many superpowers, apart from the Ancient Wolf King transformation as his core trump card, most of his other superpowers remain at the rudimentary stage of having and knowing how to use them, lacking systematic development and advanced application skills. Wind Shadow Illusion is fast enough in terms of speed and evasion, but it lacks a matching offensive movement technique. The indestructible body boasts strong defense, but how can this defense be converted into counterattack power? How can one deal with energy-eroding attacks? Gale Crushing Fist has great explosive power, but it has too few variations and is easy to predict. Blazing Flame is only of a great quality, which puts it at a disadvantage against high-level fire-type ability users. How can I increase its power or develop its special characteristics? These problems all require systematic learning and specialized guidance. The key to solving these problems lies in choosing the right institution. For 3 days, Lin Fan hardly left his house, immersing himself in cultivation within the Star Tower. He not only solidified his initial first-stage cultivation and faintly touched the threshold of the middle stage, but more importantly, he repeatedly honed his main superpowers and gained a deeper control over their characteristics. When the 10 days were up, he was sent out of the Star Tower by a gentle force. He felt like he had been reborn, and his energy and spirit had reached an unprecedented peak. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Mang and the other two immediately surrounded him, chattering away.
Brother Fan, you're finally out. What was it like inside the Star Tower? Is 1 day of cultivation equivalent to a year outside? Tell us quickly, which college did you choose? The whole school is guessing where you'll go.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "It really feels great."
The academy hasn't been decided yet. Isn't there a consultation meeting tomorrow? Let's go and take a look.
The next day, Imperial Capital University was bustling with unprecedented activity. In the central square, information booths from various colleges lined up one after another, flags waving, and the air was filled with the sounds of people. In order to attract top students, each college was using its own unique methods and strategies. In the Elemental Academy area, instructors from the fire, ice, and lightning branches were full of enthusiasm, demonstrating various dazzling and powerful elemental combat techniques. Flames soared into the sky, frost condensed, and lightning flashed, attracting a large number of new students. The style of the Body Refining Academy is much more rugged. A group of muscular instructors and senior students set up a stage to welcome freshmen to spar and prove the power of body refining with their strength. The Divine Sense Academy area appears mysterious and quiet, but the various mental illusions floating in the air and the sophisticated demonstrations of mental power manipulation are equally captivating. The Combat Skills Academy is all-encompassing, with branches for swordsmanship, knife skills, spear techniques, and hand-to-hand combat. The sounds of clashing weapons are incessant, filled with a fierce and murderous aura. The Superpower Research Institute, on the other hand, appears unfathomable, showcasing all sorts of strange and wonderful superpower gadgets and cutting-edge research results, attracting students who love exploration and innovation. In addition, there are Beast Taming Academy, Formation Academy, Alchemy Academy, and so on, each with its own unique characteristics. The moment Lin Fan appeared in the square, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The eyes of all the academy instructors were instantly focused on him like searchlights. This freshman champion with multiple powerful abilities was simply a walking hot commodity.
Lin Fan, come to our fire element department.
Your flame ability has enormous potential, and we have the top-tier 9 Revolutions Burning Heaven technique to help you develop it to its fullest potential.
Lin Fan, don't listen to him.
Your physical strength is so formidable, it would be a waste if you didn't come to the Body Refining Academy. We have the Supreme Body Refining Secret Technique, the Indestructible Golden Body.
Junior brother Lin Fan, your speed and agility are superb.
Our Wind Element branch has an S-rank movement technique called 9 Heavens Riding the Wind Technique, which can also integrate wind elemental abilities into attacks, killing people without them even realizing it. Lin Fan, your combat awareness is excellent, but your combat skills can still be improved. Come to our Combat Skills Academy and specialize in swordsmanship, which will allow you to take your strength to the next level. Lin Fan, the advantage of multiple ability users lies in cooperation and fusion. Our Ability Research Institute specializes in the research of ability combinations and evolution, and can help you forge a unique path.
In an instant, Lin Fan was surrounded by instructors from various academies.
Various generous conditions, promises of cultivation techniques, and preferential treatment of resources were thrown at him like snowflakes, leaving him dazzled and overwhelmed. Zhao Mang and his two companions watched in stunned silence from the outside.
Zhao Mang, my god, this is incredible, has Brother Fan fallen into a honeypot?
Sun Xiaopang, according to the theory of market supply and demand, Fan Gu is now a scarce resource with a serious premium. Li Mufeng, sigh, it's so frustrating to compare yourself to others. Lin Fan maintained a polite smile and listened patiently to the introductions from the various instructors, but did not make a decision immediately. He knew that choosing an academy was crucial and had to be based on his own circumstances.
Chapter 72, The Dean's Frenzy. He first went to the Body Refinement Academy. A vice dean, 2 meters tall with muscles like granite, personally greeted him, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder, almost knocking him apart, his voice booming, "Kid. With your physique, you're comparable to a first-level body refiner even without transforming. Come here, and we'll guarantee you'll develop an indestructible body. You'll be able to withstand divine weapons in the future."
Lin Fan tried out their basic body refining method and found that it did provide a slight enhancement to his indestructible body. However, he felt that the Body Refining Academy focused more on pure physical training, which might not be of much help in the coordinated development of his various supernatural abilities.
Next, he went to the Elemental Academy Fire Department.
The dean of the fire department was a still attractive and beautiful woman. After conducting a detailed examination of Lin Fan's blazing flame ability, she said regretfully, "Lin Fan, your fire ability has a very good foundation, but its essence is only a level, with limited potential. Although we have secret techniques that can enhance its power to some extent, reaching S level or even higher is extremely difficult. Unless you can find a rare fire from heaven and earth to fuse with, but that is far too dangerous." Lin Fan understood that the blazing flame ability was currently more for support and harassment, and it wasn't worth investing all his energy in mastering it for the time being. At the Combat Skills Academy Sword Techniques, an elderly man with a sharp, blade-like aura instructed Lin Fan on several basic sword techniques, nodding approvingly, "Good comprehension, excellent sword sense. Your swordsmanship is expansive and powerful, possessing a wolf-like ferocity, but lacks variation and resilience. If you specialize in the way of the sword, your future is promising." Lin Fan felt that the Combat Skills Academy could greatly enhance his close combat abilities, perfectly complementing the Ancient Wolf King transformation. Finally, he arrived at the relatively quiet but uniquely atmospheric Superpower Research Institute. He was greeted by a bespectacled, refined-looking middle-aged professor named Mo Yuan. Professor Mo didn't rush to sell him anything. Instead, he first had Lin Fan demonstrate several of his main superpowers besides transformation, and then used a peculiar instrument to scan and analyze them. After a moment, Professor Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with wisdom as he adjusted his glasses. "Lin Fan, your situation is very special. Your various superpowers are not completely independent. There is a subtle connection and resonance between them, especially the wind, fire, and power enhancement abilities. If I'm not mistaken, your transformation ability is the core, and it governs and enhances the other abilities to some extent." Lin Fan was shocked. This Professor Mo had a sharp eye. The superpowers stripped from him by the system were stored in the superpower database and uniformly accessed by his mental power. In the Ancient Wolf King transformation state, all superpowers would indeed be amplified. This almost hit his core secret. Mo Yuan continued, "While traditional academies may specialize in one skill and develop a single ability to its fullest potential, it might be a limitation for you. Our Ability Research Institute does not pursue the ultimate depth, but explores the infinite breadth and fusion. We study how to make different abilities produce a 1+1 greater than 2 chemical reaction, how to uncover the hidden characteristics of abilities, and even explore the possibility of ability evolution." He pointed to the complex energy graph displayed on the instrument. "For example, your wind-type ability and power burst ability, if you can find a suitable fusion point, might be able to create a combined combat technique similar to Storm Punch, with power far exceeding that of a single ability. If your fire-type ability could incorporate a trace of wind-type characteristics, it might be able to enhance its speed and penetrating power." Professor Mo Yuan's words opened a new door for Lin Fan. He had always been troubled by the fact that while he possessed many supernatural abilities, they were somewhat disorganized and lacked effective coordination. The Supernatural Ability Research Institute's philosophy perfectly addressed his needs. Seeing Lin Fan's interested expression, the other instructors from the academies became somewhat anxious. The fire department dean hurriedly said, "Lin Fan, don't listen to him. The fusion of superpowers is extremely risky. A slight mistake could lead to a conflict between the superpowers, destroying your cultivation. Specializing in one is the right path." The vice dean of body refinement also shouted, "Kid, physical strength is the foundation. All those fancy combinations of superpowers can't withstand a single punch." The elder from the Combat Skills Academy said in a deep voice, "Strength can overcome all techniques. Mastering one combat skill to its extreme is enough to break all spells." Standing in the center of the square, feeling the intense gazes from all directions and the olive branches extended by mentors from various academies, Lin Fan was indeed caught in a dilemma. The Body Refinement Academy can maximize his physical strength, which complements the indestructible body and the Wolf King in a way. The Combat Skills Academy can systematically improve his swordsmanship and close combat skills, making up for the lack of variation in his moves. The Elemental Academy Wind and Fire can deeply explore the potential of corresponding supernatural abilities. The concept of the Superpower Research Institute best aligns with his core strength of multiple superpowers, exploring the path of fusion and evolution. Each has its own merits, making it difficult to choose. If he could only choose one, it would indeed be a bit of a regret for him, since he didn't want to waste any of his talents. Just as he remained silent, and the debate among the mentors began to rise, a calm yet authoritative voice clearly entered everyone's ears, instantly silencing all the noise.
"All right, everyone, quiet down."
The sound wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy square. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Principal Yi standing on the edge of the platform, smiling as he looked down.
"Principal."
All the instructors and students bowed respectfully.
Principal Yi's gaze fell on Lin Fan. With a hint of understanding and appreciation, Lin Fan's situation is indeed special.
He possesses multiple powerful abilities, and confining him to a single academy might actually limit his development.
He paused, looked at the several eager deans, and smiled.
"Gentlemen, there's no point in arguing like this. I think we should do it this way. Lin Fan, as an exception, will be granted the qualification of cross-college study. He can freely choose to study the core courses of various colleges according to his own needs and enjoy the corresponding resources. Of course, the premise is that he can pass the assessment of each college and ensure that his major does not fall behind."
These words shocked everyone present. Interdisciplinary study. This is a top-tier privilege rarely granted by Imperial University.
It means you can learn from many different institutions and are not restricted by the barriers between colleges.
Throughout history, every student who has obtained this qualification has been an exceptionally talented individual who has ultimately achieved remarkable success.
The deans were taken aback at first, then looked at each other, and soon showed expressions of relief and agreement.
Although they all wanted to monopolize Lin Fan, such a promising talent, they also understood that traditional training methods were indeed unsuitable for an unprecedented multi-talented genius like Lin Fan.
Principal Yi's suggestion was undoubtedly the best solution. The vice dean of the Body Refining Academy was the first to declare in a booming voice, "The principal is wise.
I have no objection.
If this kid doesn't come to the Body Refining Academy, I'll personally go and catch him." The old man from the Combat Technology Academy stroked his beard and nodded. "Teaching according to aptitude is the right way." The beautiful woman from the Elemental Academy smiled and said, "As long as Lin Fan is willing to attend my fire-based courses, he is welcome anytime." Professor Mo Yuan of the Supernatural Abilities Research Institute smiled and nodded. "Only by being inclusive can one achieve the great Tao."
The principal's suggestion is excellent. Seeing that none of the deans had any objections, Principal Yi looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Lin Fan, what do you think?" Lin Fan was overjoyed. This was practically a tailor-made solution. He immediately bowed deeply, his tone firm. "Thank you, Principal." "Thank you, deans.
I will certainly work hard and live up to the school's cultivation and high expectations."
"Good."
Principal Yi nodded in satisfaction.
"The relevant colleges will coordinate with you on the specifics.
Remember, don't try to do too much at once. You need to plan carefully and find the path that best suits you."
Chapter 73 Global Prodigy Competition. The student understands. The commotion subsided.
Lin Fan gained unprecedented freedom to study, making countless new students green with envy. Zhao Mang and his two companions surrounded Lin Fan, feeling immense pride.
Brother Fan. That's awesome. Studying in a different department. Now he's truly the school's darling.
You'll have to look out for us from now on, dorm leader. Over the next few days, Lin Fan's life became exceptionally fulfilling and regular. During the day, he shuttled between various colleges as if attending a performance. In the early morning, he would hone his physical body in the gravity chamber and lightning waterfall of the Body Refining Academy, forging the indestructible body and experiencing the pain and improvement of muscle fibers tearing and reorganizing under extreme pressure. In the morning, he spent his time in the drill ground of the Combat Skills Academy, learning the advanced sword technique 9 slashes of flowing clouds from a master instructor who had been wielding a sword for many years. This sword technique emphasizes artistic conception and variation, which is quite compatible with his flowing clouds blade and the Wolf King's agility and ferocity. In the afternoons, he would sometimes go to the Elemental Academy to listen to the fire-type instructors explain the fire control techniques and explosive characteristics of blazing flames, or ask the wind-type instructors for advice on combining wind-shadow illusion with attacks, and think about how to integrate the power of wind into swordsmanship or fist techniques. In the evenings, he mostly stayed in the private quiet room or laboratory of the Superpower Research Institute, discussing with Professor Mo Yuan the possibility of energy resonance and fusion between superpowers. Professor Mo Yuan is knowledgeable and has a broad perspective, which often brings unexpected inspiration to him. For example, try incorporating a trace of the explosive properties of blazing flame into gale crushing fist to create a more powerful exploding wind fist, or research how to use the shockwave power of indestructible body to passively reflect damage. The cultivation of combat skills and supernatural abilities is divided into 4 realms based on proficiency: beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Beyond perfection, there is a legendary realm of transformation, which refers to a thorough understanding and mastery of the ability, even to the point of innovation, reaching a level of complete freedom and almost reaching the Tao. However, the transcendent realm is extremely difficult to reach, requiring exceptional talent and a long period of time to cultivate, making it unattainable for anyone but an unparalleled genius. With his extraordinary comprehension brought by various high-level superpowers, as well as the implicit support of the system's precise control over energy, Lin Fan's learning speed is terrifying. 9 slashes of flowing clouds. 3 basic techniques, learn in 3 days. The initial concept of the explosive wind fist was mastered in just 5 days, allowing him to step into the beginner level. I've also gained some initial insights into the application of the indestructible body's shock and counter damage effect. Even Professor Mo Yuan was amazed by his comprehension, calling him a genius born for the fusion of superpowers. Of course, this kind of high-intensity training is extremely taxing on both mental and physical strength. Whenever he felt tired, Lin Fan would go to Su Qinghan. The two would stroll along the tree-lined paths on campus, sit in the quiet lakeside pavilions, or simply look up information together in the library. Su Qinghan will also share her experiences and cultivation insights at the Ice Academy. Seeing that Lin Fan's strength had improved significantly in just a few days, and his aura had become more refined and profound, Zhao Mang and the other two were numb to it. Comparison is the thief of joy. Brother Fan's cultivation speed is like a rocket. I feel like Brother Fan's training in 1 day is equivalent to mine in a month. The key point is, he still has time to date. How can you argue with that? Lin Fan simply smiled at this. Only the weak are distracted by external things. The truly strong know how to regulate and balance their minds. Spending time with Su Qinghan was a form of relaxation and nourishment for his soul, allowing him to better focus on his upcoming cultivation. About a week passed peacefully and fulfillingly. That evening, Lin Fan had just finished his discussion with Professor Mo Yuan and was preparing to have dinner with Su Qinghan when a gentle voice transmission sounded in his ear. Lin Fan, come to my office. Yi Qing Tian. Principal Yi was looking for him? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He bid farewell to Professor Mo Yuan and immediately headed to the principal's office. The principal's office is located on the top floor of the main teaching building. It is simply and rustically furnished, exuding a scholarly atmosphere. Principal Yi is sitting in front of a tea set, leisurely brewing tea. Principal, you wanted to see me? Lin Fan bowed respectfully. Sit down. Principal Yi pointed to the futon opposite him and handed him a cup of fragrant tea. Try it, it's a calming tea, good for stabilizing your mind. After thanking him, Lin Fan sat down, took a sip, and felt a cool sensation penetrate his heart and soul, which dispelled much of the fatigue from days of cultivation. How have you been feeling these past few days? Principal Yi asked casually, as if making a casual conversation. I have learned a lot. Thank you to the principal and all the mentors for your guidance, Lin Fan said sincerely.
Principal Yi nodded, put down his teacup, and his expression became slightly serious. I called you here today because there's something I need to tell you, which can also be considered as an expectation I have for you. Lin Fan sat up straight. Please speak, Principal. 3 months from now, the annual Global Prodigy Competition will be held at the headquarters of the Global Superpower Alliance in Geneva, Switzerland, Principal Yi said slowly. Participants must be under the age of 20. At that time, top geniuses from major powers and superpower organizations around the world will gather together to compete. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. The Global Prodigy Competition? Principal Yi continued, this is not just a simple competition, it is also related to the face of each country, the allocation of resources, and the voice of the younger generation on the international stage. China is a vast and resource-rich land, blessed with outstanding people, but in the past few competitions, the results have been less than ideal. Especially in the previous session, there was a lack of promising young talents in China. The best result was only one person achieving 9th place. His tone was heavy. Even some small countries, such as Japan and South Korea, have openly or covertly mocked China for having no capable young people. This is a thorn in our side. Lin Fan could sense the sense of national responsibility and unwillingness in Principal Yi's words. Principal Yi looked at Lin Fan with expectation in his eyes. Lin Fan, you are one of the most outstanding young people I have seen in recent years in terms of talent, temperament, and potential. Although you are only 18 years old this year, compared with those top geniuses from various countries who are 19 or 20 years old, you are at a disadvantage in terms of age and cultivation time. But I hope you can participate in this competition as a member of our Chinese national team. Chapter 74 Heavenly Martial Battlefield. I don't expect you to win the championship, that's too difficult. I only hope you can show the spirit of the Chinese people and let the world see that China's younger generation is not without talent. If you can break into the top 5, that will be a great achievement. If you can, wash away the shame of last year's 9th place, that will be an even greater achievement for China. Bring glory to the country. A surge of patriotic fervor welled up within Lin Fan. As a son of China, this sense of national honor was ingrained in his very bones. To be mocked by a small country? To have no one among the younger generation? How could he tolerate this? He immediately stood up, straightened his back, and said in a strong voice, rest assured, Principal. Lin Fan will do his utmost to train diligently, and 3 months later, he will surely bring glory to our country at the Geneva Games and live up to the expectations of the Principal and the nation. Seeing the burning fighting spirit and unwavering confidence in Lin Fan's eyes, Principal Yi smiled with satisfaction. Good. That's ambitious. However, you should also be prepared. There are many hidden talents and hidden masters around the world. Genetically modified warriors from the United States, divine bloodlines from Northern Europe, ancient knightly traditions from Europe, and even some small and medium-sized countries may produce prodigies with unique and powerful supernatural abilities. Every one of your opponents is no weaker than Qin Pijuan, and may even be stronger. The students understand. Lin Fan nodded emphatically. The greater the pressure, the stronger the motivation. The students will never slack off. Principal Yi nodded and handed him a jade slip. This contains some basic information about past competitions and well-known young powerhouses from various countries. Take a look and have a general understanding. The school will provide you with resources during these 3 months. If you have any cultivation needs, you can directly ask Professor Mo Yuan or me. Yes. Thank you, Principal. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Fan held the warm jade slip in his hand, feeling a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, but even more so, a boiling fighting spirit and boundless motivation. A global competition for top talents. A stage for the strongest under 20. Although Principal Yi said he didn't place all his hopes on him, Lin Fan was not one to be content with being second best. 3 months? That's enough. He wants the whole world to know that the Dragon of China has awakened. Those who have mocked China will pay the price. But simply meditating in seclusion isn't enough. Lin Fan knew exactly where his advantage lay: the system. Slaughter. Life. The essence of life. This is the key to his rapid leveling up. Meditation and cultivation? That's too slow and doesn't fit his style. I need to find a place where I can legally kill monsters. Oh no, I mean legally train and level up quickly. Lin Fan pondered, stroking his chin. The school does have training grounds and simulated combat cabins, but can you really obtain the essence of life by fighting dummies or virtual monsters in those places? It's obvious that it won't work. He remembered that when he read the freshman handbook before, it seemed to mention a place, the Tianwu battlefield. Yes. This is it. The manual says that Tianwu Star was an unlucky guy who failed to invade Blue Star many years ago and was instead raped.
Now it has become a training ground and resource collection site for elites from various countries. That place is teeming with strange beasts and has the resistance forces of the natives of Tianwu Star. It's definitely a great place to gain experience, to undergo life and death trials and acquire resources. However, the manual also emphasizes that the Tianwu battlefield is a harsh and dangerous environment. The edge areas are inhabited by at least Tier 2 beasts or enemies, and it is generally recommended that only students who are in their second year or above and whose strength has reached Tier 2 are allowed to enter.
Second tier combat power?
I'm already at second tier combat power with my werewolf transformation.
Second transformation, second tier invincible, third transformation, hee.
Lin Fan felt confident.
Let's go to the heavenly martial battlefield. Do what you want to do.
Lin Fan returned to his dormitory, greeted Zhao Mang and the others, and told them that he was going to a special place to train for a while. When Zhao Mang and the other two heard the words Tianwu battlefield, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Brother Fan. You're not kidding, are you? That's a place only second-year senior students dare to go. Zhao Mang exclaimed in astonishment.
I heard there's bloodshed every day over there, and people dying is commonplace. Sun Xiaopang pushed up his glasses, looking serious. Li Mufeng also advised, Brother Fan, although you are strong, you are only at the early stage of the first rank.
Shouldn't you play it safe a little longer?
Lin Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
If I can't beat them, I can at least run away.
He was confident in his ability to survive. He also spoke with Su Qinghan. Although Su Qinghan was worried, she knew that it was difficult to change Lin Fan's decision. She just repeatedly told him to be careful and that safety should be the top priority. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and promised to make time every day to let others know he was safe via the communicator. Having prepared the necessary supplies, mainly high-energy food and water, Lin Fan followed the directions on the campus map and arrived at a heavily guarded ancient hall located deep in the back mountain of the school. The entrance to the main hall was deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling areas. This was the teleportation point leading to the heavenly martial battlefield. At the entrance of the main hall, there was a reclining chair. An old man with gray hair, wearing a gray cloth jacket and looking listless, was dozing on the chair. Next to him was an enamel mug filled with strong tea. He looks like a retired senior official who works as a gatekeeper. Lin Fan stepped forward and said politely, Grandpa, hello. I would like to apply to use the teleportation array to go to the Tianwu battlefield. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, and waved his hand weakly. Go away, where did this little brat come from? He's not even fully grown yet and he wants to go to the battlefield to die? Go play somewhere else, don't bother this old man who's sunbathing. Lin Fan, Grandpa, I'm serious. I have Tier 2 combat power, which meets the entry requirements. The old man lazily opened one eye, glanced at Lin Fan, and sneered, a little brat at the early stage of the first rank, bragging without even thinking. Second rank combat power? You think second rank is as easy as cabbage? Get out of here, or I'll throw you out if you cause any more trouble. Lin Fan was a little helpless. Why didn't this old man believe him? He had no choice but to reveal his identity. Grandpa, I am Lin Fan, the champion of this year's freshman competition. Principal, ye can testify to my strength. Lin Fan? Upon hearing this name, the old man opened his other eye, a glint of light flashing in his cloudy old eye. Chapter 75 Blood Demon Blade. He sat up and carefully examined Lin Fan from head to toe. His gaze was not that of someone looking at a person, but rather that of someone examining a rare treasure. Oh, so the precious darling ye was talking about is you? The old man revealed a meaningful smile, circled Lin Fan twice, and even reached out to pinch his arm. Your bones and muscles are quite good, and your blood and energy are as vigorous as a little ferocious beast. With this foundation at the early stage of the first rank, it's no wonder you were able to win the championship. Lin Fan felt a little uneasy under the old man's gaze. The old man's eyes were too sharp, as if he could see right through him. He felt as if he had no secrets from this old man. Kid, the heavenly martial battlefield isn't a playground. The people there don't care if you're a genius or not, they're ruthless. And the beasts only care about flesh and blood. You really want to go? The old man's smile faded, and he asked seriously. I'm going. Lin Fan answered decisively. I need real combat experience and resources to improve my strength. I have important things to do in 3 months. The old man stared into Lin Fan's eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Good. You've got guts. I like that. He turned around, rummaged around behind the recliner for a while, pulled out a sheath-long sword, and casually tossed it to Lin Fan. Here, I like you, kid, this sword is for you. Lin Fan caught it instinctively. The moment the knife touched his hand, he was shocked. Such a heavy killing intent. The scabbard was dark red, made of an unknown material, and covered with strange patterns. It was cold to the touch. He gripped the hilt and slowly drew the blade 3 inches out. Buzz! A soft clang of a blade, carrying with it a bloodthirsty desire, entered Lin Fan's mind. The blade was also dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood countless times. As the blade gleamed, faint streaks of blood could be seen, exuding a strong bloody stench and a murderous intent. This was definitely a deadly blade that had drunk countless lives. This sword is called Blood Demon, the old man said slowly. As for its grade, it's currently a second-tier high-grade sword. But it has a unique characteristic: it can continuously grow and evolve by absorbing the blood and energy of living beings. The more it kills and drinks the more blood, the stronger it becomes. Of course, there are risks in using this sword. Its murderous aura is too strong, and those with weak wills are easily controlled by the sword and turned into demons who only know how to kill. The old man looked at Lin Fan meaningfully. However, this old man thinks that you should be able to handle it. So, do you dare to take it? Lin Fan looked at the blood demon blade in his hand, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This knife is just what he wants. Getting stronger through killing? This is a perfect match for his system's path. As for the backlash? Lin Fan was confident in his willpower, and besides, he possessed a system. How could he be controlled by a mere knife? I dare. Thank you for the sword, senior. Lin Fan clasped his hands in a respectful bow. This gift was no small matter. Ha, good. That's bold. The old man laughed heartily, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Go, kid. Let those guys from Tianwu Star taste the power of our rising star. The teleportation array is inside. Go in yourself. Remember, come back alive. Yes. This junior will certainly not fail in my mission. Lin Fan slung the blood demon blade behind his back, feeling its heavy weight and the faint murderous aura emanating from it, and a surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. He strode into the main hall. The interior of the main hall was spacious, with a huge and complex teleportation array engraved on the floor, emitting a faint glow. Several energy-rich crystals were embedded at the core of the array. Lin Fan stood at the center of the teleportation array. A stern-faced military officer guarded the array. After confirming Lin Fan's identity and permission, he activated the array. Buzz! A strong spatial fluctuation came, and Lin Fan felt a blur before his eyes as his body was pulled and twisted by a tremendous force. A moment later, the feeling of solid ground came over me, and at the same time, a hot, dry air carrying a faint smell of sulfur and blood rushed into my nostrils. Lin Fan opened his eyes and found himself in a completely different world. The sky was dark red, as if it had been stained with blood. 2 suns of different sizes, emitting a dim yellow light, hung on the horizon. The earth was reddish-brown, riddled with cracks and strange rocks, with sparse and oddly shaped vegetation, exuding a desolate and lifeless atmosphere. In the distance, the faint roars of unknown creatures and the sounds of energy explosions could be heard. This is the heavenly martial battlefield. The borderland where humans and otherworldly creatures clash. Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling the faint energy and killing intent permeating the air. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, he felt a sense of excitement, like a fish entering water. Blood Demon Blade. Heavenly Martial Battlefield. Origin of Life. Lin Fan licked his slightly dry lips, a battle-hungry glint in his eyes. I'm here. Don't disappoint me. He determined his direction and, based on the basic map he had obtained before entering, stealthily made his way towards the area marked low risk. Behind them, the Blood Demon Blade seemed to sense the impending slaughter, emitting a barely perceptible hum. As Lin Fan stepped into the Tianwu battlefield, a hot wind mixed with sulfur, blood, and a faint baleful aura rushed towards him, invigorating him. This place feels a bit like the dungeons he used to run in games in his previous life, but it's more realistic and more exciting. Instead of running around recklessly like a fool, he first found a secluded spot behind a boulder and crouched down to carefully observe his surroundings. A dark red sky, a desolate land, distant roars of beasts and energy fluctuations, everything exudes an aura of danger. Even in low-risk areas, we still need to be careful. Lin Fan muttered to himself, then took out the rudimentary map and gestured with it. Let's head east first. It's said that low-grade spiritual materials occasionally appear there. He concealed his aura and pushed the Yi Wind Shadow Illusion technique to its limit, his entire body moving like a ghost among the jagged rocks and withered trees, fast and quiet. This is a new skill he has learned in the Wind Academy these past few days, to use wind-based abilities more for concealment and eliminating footsteps, rather than simply pursuing speed. After sneaking around for about an hour, they could vaguely hear the roar of colliding energy and a few urgent shouts in an unintelligible language ahead. Something's up. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately slowed down, silently reaching a high boulder, crouching low, and cautiously peering out. Below, near a dry riverbed, 5 or 6 superhumans dressed in various styles of clothing, clearly not in the Chinese style, were locked in a fierce battle. Energy beams flashed wildly, and fireballs, ice spikes, earthen walls, and wind blades flew everywhere, creating a truly spectacular scene. Their target was a lone flower growing in the middle of the riverbed, its petals like flowing blood, emitting a faint red glow and strange energy fluctuations. Crimson Datura? Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he recalled seeing it in the illustrated guide at the Superpower Research Institute. This is a relatively rare second-tier spiritual material, which is the main ingredient for refining various pills that strengthen qi and blood and treat internal injuries. It can also slightly improve physical strength when swallowed directly, making it quite valuable. This is good stuff. Lin Fan licked his lips, but didn't act immediately. The 5 or 6 people below were all quite powerful, mostly at the early stage of the second tier, and their fighting style was fierce, clearly seasoned veterans who had spent years on the battlefield. If he rushes out now, he'll be a sitting duck. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. We must heed the wisdom of our ancestors. Lin Fan chuckled, deciding to remain calm and collected. He lay like a rock behind a boulder, patiently observing the battle below. The group consisted of 3 people, all dressed in matching khaki uniforms, and worked together seamlessly, demonstrating excellent coordination in both offense and defense. Chapter 76: A Good Start. The other group consisted of a burly man engulfed in flames and a skinny man moving with lightning speed. They were likely a group of rogue cultivators who had formed a temporary team. Another person lay in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. He was probably the unlucky guy who was the first to discover the spiritual material but was then surrounded and attacked. The battle was extremely fierce. The trio in khaki uniforms gradually gained the upper hand through defense and teamwork. The fire-type giant was being beaten and howling in pain, while the wind-type skinny guy was also being forced to defend himself. Go ahead and hit them harder. Lin Fan silently cheered them on in his heart. Finally, the fire elemental giant was caught off guard and had his thigh pierced by a stab from the ground, collapsing to the ground with a scream. Seeing that things were not going well, the skinny guy with the wind element tried to run away after making a feint, but he was surrounded by the trio in the khaki uniform and attacked them all at once, and ended up in the same situation. The 3 men in khaki uniforms also paid the price. They were all injured and weak, one of them even had his arm broken, hanging limply. Seeing that their opponents were all defeated, the 3 breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with joy, and they helped each other toward the blood-red Datura. Now! A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He emerged silently from behind the boulder like a cheetah. He pushed the Yi Wind Shadow Illusion technique to its limit, transforming himself into an almost invisible shadow, darting across the ground. His speed was so great that only a gust of wind remained. The 3 superhumans in khaki uniforms had just reached the blood-red Datura and were about to pick it when they suddenly saw a blur. A gust of wind blew by, and when they looked again, where are the flowers? The crimson Datura that was just swaying in the wind is gone. The 3 of them froze for a second, then flew into a rage. They turned their heads sharply and saw a young man wearing the uniform of the Capital University of China standing a dozen meters away, holding the blood-red Datura in his hand and slowly stuffing it into his storage ring. At #%amp. The 3 of them were so angry that they were practically spitting fire. They babbled out a string of gibberish that Lin Fan couldn't understand at all, but judging from their distorted expressions and murderous eyes, the curses they were cursing must have been extremely offensive. Lin Fan carefully put the flowers away, picked at his ear, and looked at them innocently. What's all the noise about? This is a public area, a treasure trove of natural resources. Only the virtuous should reside here. Haven't you heard? Although he couldn't understand, the 3 were clearly even angrier. The one-armed guy roared and slammed his remaining intact hand on the ground. Boom! A sharp stone spear suddenly pierced out from under Lin Fan's feet. Lin Fan was prepared. He easily dodged the stone spear with Wind Shadow Illusion, and at the same time drew the blood demon blade from his back. The dark red blade was drawn, and a chilling aura instantly spread out. The three men in khaki uniforms were shocked by this aura, their expressions changing, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes.
Damn it, you won't listen to me when I talk to you nicely, you just have to resort to violence, huh?
Lin Fan curled his lip.
Perfect, I'll use you to test my knife.
He hadn't wanted to cause any trouble, but since they'd made the first move, he wasn't going to hold back. These guys were in terrible shape, it was the perfect time to finish them off. Lin Fan took a step forward, his figure shooting like an arrow, charging towards the three. The blood demon blade drew a strange dark red arc, aiming straight for the throat of the man with the severed arm. So fast. The three hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so fast and his swordsmanship so ruthless. The one-armed man hurriedly conjured an earthen shield to defend himself. Sizzle! The blood demon blade struck the earth shield as easily as cutting tofu, tearing it apart effortlessly.
The blade's momentum remained undiminished.
Ugh! The man with the severed arm stared in disbelief as his throat was slit open, blood gushing out. Third brother. The other two were furious. One roared and pushed a huge fireball with both hands towards Lin Fan, while the other tried to use an earthen wall to block Lin Fan's pursuit. Lin Fan didn't dodge at all. He slightly activated his indestructible body and withstood the fireball head-on. Bang! The fireball exploded, but Lin Fan's figure only swayed slightly, his speed not decreasing at all. The blood demon blade followed up with a horizontal slash. Swish! The earthen wall that tried to block them and the fire-type ability user behind it were cut in half at the waist. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. The last earth elemental ability user was terrified. He turned to run, shouting in broken Chinese, "Monster! First tier, monster!" Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold. He pushed off with his feet and caught up in an instant. The blood demon blade pierced through his heart from behind. Thump! The last person fell to the ground, dead. The battle ended with lightning speed. From the moment Lin Fan made his move to the deaths of the three, only a few breaths had passed. Lin Fan flicked the blood off the blood demon blade, looked at the 5 corpses on the ground including the one that had been knocked down earlier, and remained calm. In the Tianwu battlefield, mercy is cruelty to yourself. If you don't kill others, they will kill you. The blood demon blade emitted a cheerful chirp, and the dark red light on its blade seemed to intensify. Wisps of pale red blood energy, visible to the naked eye, emanated from the corpse and were greedily absorbed by the blade. Lin Fan could clearly feel that the blood demon blade's baleful aura had intensified, and its power had increased slightly. It is indeed a fine knife. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, system notifications rang in his mind one after another. Target detectable, 2nd tier Earth type ability rank B. Successfully removed. Target detected, 2nd tier Fire type ability rank B. Successfully removed. Target detectable, 2nd tier Earth type ability rank B. Successfully removed. Target detectable, 2nd tier Wind based ability rank B. Successfully removed. Target detectable, 2nd tier Psychic shock ability rank B. Successfully removed. Gain 500 units of life essence. 5B level superpowers acquired, plus 500 points of life essence. A great harvest. Lin Fan glanced at the ability database. Apart from the mental shock ability, which was somewhat interesting and could be used to ambush people or interrupt spellcasting, the other earth, fire, and wind abilities were of ordinary quality and could not compare to his A-level abilities. Keep them to save space, decompose them to exchange for the source. Lin Fan did not hesitate and directly decomposed the 4 elemental abilities. Decompose 2B grade earth type abilities to obtain 200 life essence. Decompose a rank B fire type ability to obtain 100 units of life essence. Decompose a grade B wind type ability to obtain 100 units of life essence. Adding the 500 points he gained from the kill, he now has a whopping 900 points of life essence. It's absolutely amazing. Murder and arson bring wealth and honor. The ancients were right. Lin Fan was in high spirits. This heavenly martial battlefield truly was a treasure trove. He stored the mental shock ability in his ability storage for later use, then quickly cleaned up the battlefield, looting all the valuables from the people, mainly energy crystals and a small amount of potions, and burning the corpses to ashes with fireballs to destroy the evidence. Having done all this, Lin Fan didn't linger at all. He immediately used his movement technique to get away from this dangerous place. Having found a new secluded spot, Lin Fan took stock of his gains. A valuable Crimson Datura, 900 points of life essence, a practical B-grade mental ability, and a slight increase in the Blood Demon Blade's power.
A great start. Lin Fan grinned. At this rate, the global competition in 3 months? Humph, I'll just chop up whoever I don't like then.
He rested for a moment to recover his physical and mental strength, then got up again, like an experienced hunter, silently blending into this cruel yet opportunistic battlefield, searching for his next target.
Chapter 77 Dean Su's Daughter.
Having tasted success, Lin Fan, like a shark that has smelled blood, became even more active on this reddish-brown land. Instead of waiting passively like he did the first time, he began to take the initiative. With the stealth and speed of Wind Shadow Illusion, coupled with the keen intuition brought by Extraordinary Perception, he gave that B-level mental shock ability a more fitting name. He can always spot his prey one step ahead, or avoid those big guys he can't afford to mess with for the time being. Over the next few days, Lin Fan completely transformed into the sixth brother, no, the tactical mastermind. He mastered the use of strategies such as sneak attack, picking up the scraps, and using one enemy to devour another. For example, when he discovered 2 mid-stage Tier 2 lava giant lizards fighting to the death for territory, he patiently waited until they were both severely injured before leisurely appearing and easily finishing them off with the Blood Demon Blade, gaining 200 points of life essence and 2 decent fire-type beast cores.
For example, he followed a small team of superhumans from a small country who didn't seem very bright.
After they had spent a lot of effort to kill a troublesome Shadow Panther, he suddenly appeared and used Mental Shock to knock down the fragile mage on guard. Then, he used Blood Demon Blade to cut through the exhausted team like vegetables. This time the harvest was even greater, with a full 5 second-tier ability users who contributed another 500 points of life essence and several C-level and D-level abilities that were not very useful, all of which were decomposed. The Blood Demon Blade had drunk its fill of blood, and the dark red luster on its blade grew increasingly intense.
Its baleful aura was almost tangible, and faint sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard when it was swung.
Its power had clearly increased, and it was estimated that it was not far from being promoted to a third-tier divine weapon. Lin Fan could feel the bloodlust emanating from the blade, but his will was firm, and he maintained control of the blade, using it only as a tool and not letting it affect his mind. Of course, the Tianwu battlefield is fraught with danger, and things don't always go so smoothly. On one occasion, he attempted to ambush a lone man dressed in ornate armor who looked like a Western knight. As it turned out, that guy had amazing perception, and with a backhand strike of his greatsword imbued with holy light, he almost cleaved Lin Fan in two. If it weren't for his indestructible body and werewolf form providing strong defense, plus his fast-moving ability with the Wind Shadow Illusion, he might have perished there. Later he learned that the guy was a direct descendant of an ancient knightly family in Europe, possessing a special divine perception that was particularly effective against concealment. On another occasion, he stumbled into a seemingly peaceful swamp and was nearly sucked dry by a group of elusive, poisonous leeches. In the end, he only managed to escape by burning a sea of fire with his Blazing Flames ability. These experiences made Lin Fan more cautious. He understood that here, the slightest mistake could lead to utter ruin. Skill, luck, and keen insight are all indispensable. Over the course of a few days, his gains were enormous. The essence of life has accumulated more than 5,000 points. His cultivation level also broke through to the mid-stage of the first rank through a series of life and death battles and the infusion of his source, and his strength reached a new level. The proficiency of several major superpowers has also improved rapidly in actual combat, and the first 3 moves of 9 slashes of flowing clouds are already close to the minor mastery level. That day, following the map, Lin Fan arrived at a place called Black Wind Canyon. It is said that this place is rich in a mineral called obsidian, which is a high-quality material for forging and enchanting, and is quite valuable. Of course, the danger level is also higher. A kind of gregarious beast called Black Wind Bat lives in the canyon. Individually, they are not strong, but their numbers are extremely terrifying. Lin Fan planned to try his luck on the outskirts to see if there were any lone or small groups of prey. He silently slipped into the canyon, where the light was dim, the rocks were jagged, and a chilling wind blew. Not long after entering, a faint warning came from Extraordinary Perception. Something's up. Lin Fan immediately concealed his presence and hid behind a boulder. Not far ahead, 3 people dressed in matching black outfits and wearing masks were attacking a young girl. The girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed in a light purple outfit, her movements were agile, and she held a thin sword. Her swordsmanship was exquisite, and she clearly had the cultivation level of the early stage of the second rank. But she was clearly at a disadvantage at this moment, with several wounds on her body and her breathing disordered. The 3 men in black worked together seamlessly, their moves ruthless. They were clearly professional assassins or members of some organization, with a clear objective: to kill the girl.
Tisk, murder and robbery? Or a revenge killing?
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, not making a move immediately. In the heavenly martial battlefield, meddling in other people's business often leads to the quickest death. He carefully sensed them and found that the three men in black were all at the mid-stage of the second tier, and their strength was not weak. Although the girl's swordsmanship was exquisite, she seemed to lack practical combat experience, and it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. He had originally planned to wait until both sides were severely injured before seeing if there was anything he could gain. But just then, as the girl was blocking a tricky attack, her veil was swept off by a sharp gust of wind, revealing a delicate but pale face. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment when he saw that face. It wasn't because the girl was particularly beautiful, although she was indeed very pretty, but she looked familiar. Where had he seen her before? He quickly searched his memory, and suddenly, a beautiful woman with a gentle temperament and a resemblance to this girl flashed into his mind on the day of the opening ceremony, standing next to Principal Yi. That was Professor Su Wanrong, the Dean of the School of Life Sciences. This girl, could she be Dean Su's daughter? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Dean Su Wanrong had a high reputation at Imperial University. She was gentle and kind to her students. If this really is her daughter, and she just stood by and watched her die, it will be hard to explain to others if they find out later. Moreover, Dean Su seemed to take good care of him. In those few seconds of hesitation, the situation on the field took a dramatic turn for the worse. A man in black found an opening and slashed a poisoned dagger toward the girl's back. The girl managed to twist her body to avoid a fatal wound, but her left shoulder was still slashed open with a deep gash that exposed the bone, and blood instantly stained her clothes. She groaned and staggered. "Miss, I'm sorry. I've taken their money, so I'm obligated to do their bidding." The leader of the men in black sneered, his long sword flashing with a sharp light as he aimed straight for the girl's face. If this strike landed, she would surely die. A flicker of despair crossed the girl's eyes. "Damn it, looks like I can't ignore this." Lin Fan cursed under his breath, then stopped, hesitating. Just as the blade's edge was about to strike. "Call out." A sharp whistling sound rang out. A pebble imbued with the power of the gale-crushing fist shot towards the black-clad man's wrist at astonishing speed. The man in black's expression changed as he sensed the terrifying force contained in the stone, forcing him to parry with his sword. Clang! The stone shattered, but the man in black's wrist went numb, and his attack faltered. Who? The three men in black were both shocked and furious, and they all looked in the direction from which the stones had been shot. Lin Fan slowly emerged from behind the boulder, holding another pebble in his hand, a harmless smile on his face. "Gentlemen, isn't it a bit inappropriate for three grown men to bully a little girl? How about, you give me some face and let it go?" The girl who had escaped from her desperate situation looked at Lin Fan in surprise. When she saw the familiar Imperial Capital University badge on Lin Fan's body, a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. A kid from the Imperial University? The leader of the men in black glared menacingly. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Otherwise, we'll kill you too." Sigh, why won't they listen to reason? Lin Fan sighed, his eyes instantly turning cold. Since they won't give us face, then, leave them all here. Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred as he activated Wind Shadow Illusion, rushing towards the nearest man in black like a ghost. The Blood Demon blade was drawn, its dark red light carrying a terrifying aura, aimed straight for the opponent's throat. Mid-stage first rank? You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Fan's cultivation level was not high, the man in black sneered and swung his sword to meet him. However, the moment the two swords clashed, his expression changed drastically. When an indescribable force struck, the long sword in his hand was knocked away. Then, a dark red blade flashed across his neck. Puff! A head flew into the air. The face still bore the look of disbelief and terror. Chapter 78: Cutting Melons and Vegetables. Sold out instantly. The remaining two men in black and the girl were stunned. A mid-stage tier 1 character instantly kills a mid-stage tier 2 character? How is that possible? This is a tough one. Attack together. The leader of the men in black was both shocked and furious. He and another man pounced on Lin Fan at the same time, their moves ruthless and their teamwork impeccable. Lin Fan was not afraid at all. He swung the Blood Demon blade and unleashed the 9 slashes of flowing clouds. The blade light was like clouds and mist, yet it also carried the ferocity and domineering power of a wolf king. Indestructible body withstands attacks head-on, while wind shadow illusion provides ultimate speed and evasion.
Occasionally, it's also interspersed with a sneaky mental shock.
The two men in black grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. This kid was a monster. Strength, speed, defense, mental attacks, he had virtually no weaknesses.
Their prized combined attack technique was riddled with flaws in his face.
In less than 10 moves, another man in black was cut in half at the waist by Lin Fan's cunning spinning slash. The leader of the men in black was terrified.
He made a feint and then tried to run away. Trying to run now? Too late.
Lin Fan sneered, the blood demon blade flying out of his hand like a crimson lightning bolt, instantly piercing the man's back.
The battle is over.
All three mid-stage tier 2 professional assassins are wiped out. Lin Fan sheathed the blood demon blade, feeling the satisfying hum emanating from the blade and the additional 500 points of life essence, his expression calm.
He walked up to the still shaken girl and extended his hand. Are you alright, Junior Sue?
The girl looked at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, gratitude, and a hint of curiosity. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and used the support to stand up, whispering, "Thank you for saving me."
You know my mother?
As expected, you are Dean Sue's daughter.
Lin Fan smiled. I met Dean Sue once at the opening ceremony.
You look a lot like her.
My name is Lin Fan, a freshman. Lin Fan? You're the freshman champion, Lin Fan?
The girl's eyes lit up. She had clearly heard of Lin Fan before.
My name is Sue Wanning. This time, I really owe you a lot, otherwise It was nothing.
Lin Fan waved his hand, looked at the wound on her shoulder, took out a bottle of high-quality wound medicine that Su Qinghan had prepared for him from his storage ring and handed it to her. Take care of the wound first, it's not safe here. Su Wanning took the powder, thanked him, and while applying the medicine, said with lingering fear, these people are assassins from the Shadow Tower.
I don't know who hired them to kill me. Senior brother Lin, you are so strong. Are you really only at the mid-stage of the first rank?
Maybe I'm better at fighting, Lin Fan replied vaguely, changing the subject. Junior Su, why did you come to such a dangerous place alone? I came to find moonlight grass to make medicine for my mother. Su Wanning said somewhat embarrassedly, I didn't expect to be targeted.
Lin Fan nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets and reasons.
After giving Su Wanning a quick bandage, Lin Fan said, it's not safe to stay here any longer.
Shall I take you back to the camp?
Su Wanning shook her head, her eyes resolute. No, I must find the moonlight grass.
Senior brother Lin, you can help me? I can pay you.
Or tell my mother, she will definitely reward you handsomely. Looking at the girl's stubborn yet expectant eyes, and thinking of the favor he owed the dean of the School of Life Sciences, Lin Fan stroked his chin.
Help me find herbs? That doesn't seem like a bad idea.
I need to train anyway, so doing a quest while I'm at it and earning a favor is a win-win situation. Okay, Lin Fan smiled, but it'll cost extra. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, it costs more money. Su Wanning was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing, regaining some color in her pale face. She discovered that this supposedly cold and tough freshman champion was actually quite interesting.
No problem. Su Wanning readily agreed. As long as you find the moonlight grass, name your reward. My mother will definitely thank you handsomely. Lin Fan nodded.
It wasn't that he was really short of the reward, he mainly wanted to make his stance clear. He was willing to help, but not to engage in unpaid sycophantic behavior. This can save a lot of unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings.
What does moonflower look like? What are its characteristics? Where does it usually grow?
Lin Fan got down to business, his tone as professional as a mercenary accepting a mission. Su Wanning took out a finely drawn scroll from her storage bracelet. It depicted a small grass that was pure white, with leaves shaped like crescent moons and radiating a soft glow.
This is moonlight grass, a third-tier spiritual herb, extremely rare.
It only absorbs moonlight at night to grow, and during the day it will conceal its light, becoming no different from ordinary weeds. According to the information I found, deep in Black Wind Canyon, there is a moon shadow pool, where the Yin energy is heavy and moonlight gathers, making it the most likely place for moonlight grass to grow.
Moon shadow pool? Deep in the canyon? Lin Fan frowned. The deeper you go into Black Wind Canyon, the more dangerous it becomes. It's said that even near Tier 3 beasts roam the core area. Are you sure the information is accurate? It should be correct.
This information was purchased from Bai Xiaoga at a high price, Su Wanning said confidently.
Bai Xiaoga.
Lin Fan knew about this organization, a mysterious force known for selling information. The information was usually quite reliable, but the price was exorbitant. It seems that Su Wanning went to great lengths to find medicine for her mother.
Alright, let's go check out Moon's Shadow Pool then.
Lin Fan made his decision. Risk and opportunity coexist, there might be even better prey deeper inside.
After a short rest, Su Wanning took some healing pills, and her injuries stabilized considerably.
Lin Fan, on the other hand, skillfully disposed of the 3 assassins' corpses, destroying all evidence. His practiced methods left Su Wanning secretly amazed.
Senior brother Lin, do you do this often? Su Wanning couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lin Fan remained expressionless, battlefield survival, basic operation.
Thinking to himself, I saw this in a movie in my past life. After making preparations, the two began to venture deeper into the canyon. Lin Fan led the way, with Su Wanning close behind. Lin Fan pushed his extraordinary perception to its limit, his mental energy spreading out like a spider web, alerting him to every rustle and movement around him.
Su Wanning also gripped the slender sword tightly, her expression tense.
The deeper one goes, the dimmer the light becomes, and the more intense the malevolent energy and fluctuations in the air become.
The jagged rocks, their shapes increasingly bizarre, resembled menacing demons. Occasionally, chilling roars could be heard echoing from the depths.
They encountered several problems along the way.
Chapter 79 Moonlight Grass.
First, they were attacked by a swarm of hundreds of black wind bats. These bats are only level 1 in strength individually, but when they gather together, they form a dark, dense mass, and the sound waves they emit can disturb the mind, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Fan had Su Wanning hide behind him, while he wielded the blood demon blade.
The blade's light was like a blood-red storm, annihilating the approaching bats.
At the same time, he used mental shock to pinpoint and eliminate the head bats emitting sonic waves, thus averting the crisis. The blood demon blade then drank its fill of blood, its murderous aura growing even stronger. Next, they almost stepped into a well-camouflaged quicksand trap, but fortunately Lin Fan had keen senses and noticed the abnormal energy in advance, pulling Su Wanning to avoid it. On another occasion, they were targeted by a late-stage Tier 2 Shadow Panther lurking in the shadows.
This beast was extremely fast and its attacks were tricky.
Lin Fan spent a lot of effort, and even got several claw marks on his body, before finally killing it with the combination of 9 flowing cloud slashes and mental impact. This battle left Su Wanning breathless, giving her a more direct understanding of Lin Fan's strength. During this process, Lin Fan's calmness, decisiveness, strong strength, and protection at critical moments greatly increased Su Wanning's sense of security. Her gaze towards Lin Fan gradually changed, from initial gratitude and curiosity to a touch of dependence and barely perceptible admiration. Especially when Lin Fan was injured, she would rush over and use her precious ointment to treat his wounds gently, with concerned eyes.
Senior brother Lin, are you alright? Does it hurt?
Su Wanning asked softly, her voice filled with concern.
Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, it's just a minor injury, I'm used to it.
Take care of yourself and stay close to me. His unintentional toughness and sense of responsibility were fatally attractive to Su Wanning, a girl who had grown up under her mother's protection and had not experienced much hardship. After a long and arduous journey and several close calls, the two finally arrived near Moon's Shadow Pool, which was marked on the map. It was nearly dusk, and the canyon was even darker. The sound of flowing water could be heard ahead, and a cold, damp atmosphere filled the air. Lin Fan gestured for Su Wanning to stop, and then quietly crept forward to investigate. Pushing aside the dense, fluorescent, strange bushes, a small pool of water came into view.
The pool was as black as ink, its bottom unseen.
The surface was calm and still, yet it exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine.
Some shade-loving plants grow around the pool.
Most strikingly, on a protruding, smooth, mirror-like black boulder in the center of the pool, grow 3 small grasses that are entirely white, with leaves shaped like crescent moons, emitting a soft, moon-white glow.
Moonflower. And there are 3 of them.
Lin Fan was overjoyed, but his eyes narrowed immediately.
He sensed an extremely powerful aura lurking deep within the pool.
Cold and ferocious, it was at least at the peak of the 2nd tier, and might even have touched the threshold of the 3rd tier.
There's a guardian beast. Lin Fan stepped back to Su Wanning's side and lowered his voice. It's very strong. It's probably a water-type or an attribute beast, hiding at the bottom of the pool. Su Wanning also became nervous. What should we do then?
Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, it's unwise to fight head-on.
Moonlight grass only becomes visible at night when it absorbs moonlight.
It's still early, so let's wait until night and take advantage of the time when it's absorbing moonlight and might be less vigilant before making our move.
Let me make some arrangements first.
He took out a few low-grade energy crystals and carefully set up a simple concealment array in a place far from the pool but where he could still see the moonlight grass. This was a rough sketch he had learned from a senior student at the Array Academy.
Although it was crude, it should be able to provide some concealment effect when combined with the environment.
The two hid inside the formation and patiently waited for night to fall.
Night falls exceptionally quickly and is exceptionally dark in the canyon.
Only the otherworldly blood moon in the sky casts an eerie light. As the blood moon rose to a certain height, a strange scene unfolded. The moonlight seemed to be drawn, gathering in strands at the center of Moon Shadow Pool. The 3 moonlight grasses suddenly lit up, like 3 small moons, frantically absorbing the moonlight.
The halos on their leaves swirled, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight.
At the same time, bubbles began to rise from the pool, and a huge shadow covered with dark blue scales slowly rose from the bottom of the pool.
It's coming out.
Lin Fan was completely focused.
Splash!
Water splashes everywhere. A strange beast, over 5 meters long, resembling a giant lizard but with a single horn on its head, covered in dark blue scales, and exuding a chilling aura, emerges from the water. Its cold, vertical pupils scanned its surroundings warily, lingering particularly near the moongrass for a long time. It's a frostwater dragon lizard.
It possesses a rare dragon bloodline and is a peak second-tier beast.
It has thick skin and is skilled in water and ice magic, making it extremely troublesome.
Su Wanning recognized the strange beast, her voice trembling.
After confirming that the surroundings were safe, the cold water dragon lizard lay down beside the black boulder to guard the moonlight grass, while also opening its mouth to absorb the moonlight. The single horn on its forehead shimmered with a ghostly blue light, as if it were cultivating.
A good opportunity.
Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Although this beast was cultivating, it was still very vigilant. Forcibly taking it was definitely out of the question.
He thought for a moment and then had an idea.
He whispered to Su Wanning, "I'll lure it away, and you take the opportunity to gather the herbs. Once you've got them, send a signal immediately, and then we'll retreat along the same route and meet up at the mouth of the canyon."
It's too dangerous.
Su Wanning grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her eyes filled with worry.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Lin Fan patted her hand, which felt cool and soft. He withdrew his hand without making a sound.
Remember, be quick.
Pick the herbs and leave immediately, don't worry about me. After saying that, before Su Wanning could object again, Lin Fan darted out of the concealment formation like a cheetah. Instead of attacking the cold water dragon lizard directly, he went around to the other side of the pool, gathered his strength, and smashed a stone containing fire energy hard into the cold water dragon lizard's head.
Boom!
The stone shattered on the hard scales of the cold water dragon lizard, sparks flying everywhere.
Roar!
The cold water dragon lizard was enraged when its cultivation was interrupted. Its cold, vertical pupils instantly locked onto Lin Fan, this audacious intruder. It roared and slammed its huge tail against the water, creating a spray of water that instantly condensed into countless sharp ice spikes in the air, shooting towards Lin Fan like a rainstorm.
Chapter 80 Taking the Limit.
Lin Fan was prepared. He pushed the Yi Wind Shadow Illusion technique to its limit, dodging left and right in the rain of ice spikes, while constantly provoking the cold water dragon lizard with pebbles to attract its attention. As expected, the frostwater lizard was enraged. Its massive body leaped out of the pool, bringing with it a foul stench, and it frantically chased after Lin Fan. Wherever it passed, a layer of frost formed on the ground.
An opportunity. Su Wanning's heart pounded.
Suppressing her worry for Lin Fan, she gritted her teeth, used her movement technique, and darted towards the black boulder in the center of the pool like a nimble swallow. She carefully avoided the icy areas left by the cold water dragon lizard and quickly approached the moonlight grass. Sensing the pure moonlight energy emanating from the moonlight grass, she was excited and reached out to pick it. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the moonflower, a strange thing happened. Beside the black boulder, the calm water suddenly erupted. A slightly smaller but equally ferocious frostwater lizard leaped out, opening its blood-red maw to bite at Su Wanning. They're actually a pair. The one that was lurking at the bottom of the pool was the female, while the one guarding the edge of the grass was the male. Lin Fan only lured away the males. Watch out! Lin Fan, who was being chased and humiliated by a male lizard in the distance, spotted this scene through his extraordinary perception and shouted in alarm. Su Wanning was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly raised her sword to block. Clang! The rapier was caught in the lizard's sharp teeth. The immense force caused Su Wanning's tiger's mouth to split open, and the rapier flew out of her hand. The female lizard then swept her tail across the area. Put! Su Wanning was hit hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. She fell to the edge of the pool like a kite with a broken string, and her life force instantly weakened. Damn it! Lin Fan's eyes widened in fury. He hadn't expected there to be another one. Ignoring the male lizard relentlessly pursuing him, he turned sharply, increased his speed to the limit, and charged towards the pool. Roar! Seeing Lin Fan trying to run away, the male lizard roared and spewed out a thick, icy blue breath that froze the air wherever it passed. Sensing the deadly chill behind him, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He couldn't dodge. If he dodged, Su Wanning would surely die. Ancient Wolf King Transformation. First transformation. Boom! Lin Fan instantly transformed into a half-werewolf, his strength and speed increasing dramatically. He neither dodged nor evaded, pushing his indestructible body to its limit and withstood the icy breath head-on. Crack! Ice covered his back, and the biting cold penetrated his body, making him freeze and blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. But he used the impact to become even faster, like a blood-red meteor, and pounced on the female lizard that was about to deliver a fatal blow to Su Wanning. You beast! You're asking for death. Sensing its master's overwhelming rage, the blood demon blade emitted an excited hum, and its dark red blade light surged. Lin Fan poured all his strength into it, unleashing the most explosive cloud-breaking strike from the 9 slashes of flowing clouds, fiercely slashing towards the female lizard's neck. The female lizard sensed the danger, abandoned Su Wanning, and turned to spew out icy breath to defend herself. But in his rage, Lin Fan concentrated all his energy and spirit in this strike, making it far more powerful than usual. Laugh! The blade's edge tore through the icy breath, striking the lizard's hard scales. Sparks flew. The scales shattered. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared, and dark blue blood gushed out. Roar! The female lizard roared in pain. At this moment, the male lizard caught up in its huge claws, accompanied by a cold wind, slapped towards Lin Fan's back. A pincer attack. A perilous situation. Lin Fan remained calm under pressure, unleashing the full power of his wind shadow illusion technique in werewolf form. He narrowly avoided the male dragon's claws while simultaneously slashing at the female dragon's injured neck with a backhand strike. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. The female dragon was slow to move after being injured, and Lin Fan slashed her wound again, making her even more injured. She screamed and fell into the pool. But attacks from the male lizards followed immediately. Lin Fan's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated. He was about to be struck by the sharp claws. Just then, Su Wanning, having caught her breath, mustered her last bit of mental energy and unleashed her most proficient mental ability, bewitching illusionary sound, on the male lizard. Although the power was not enough to seriously injure the lizard, the sudden mental interference caused the male lizard's movements to slow down for a moment. It's this very moment. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, slashing horizontally with his blood demon blade, clashing head-on with the flood dragon's claws. Boom! A shockwave rippled through the air. Lin Fan used the force to fly backward, landing next to Su Wanning and scooping her up in his arms. Walk! Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the edge of the canyon, pushing his speed to the limit. 2 wounded frostwater lizards chased after him relentlessly, spewing icy breaths, but Lin Fan, with his extraordinary speed and agility, darted through the strange rock forest, gradually leaving them behind. Lin Fan ran until they reached a relatively safe outer area, making sure the lizard wasn't chasing them, before stopping and putting Su Wanning down. He was exhausted himself. The ice on his back was slowly melting, but the chill seeped into his body, making his face turn somewhat pale. Senior brother Lin. Are you all right? Su Wanning looked at the bloodstains at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth and his bluish face, and tears welled up in her eyes. She hurriedly took out healing pills and cold-dispelling medicine. It's all right, I won't die. Lin Fan panted heavily, took the pill, swallowed it, and used his special ability to dispel the cold. He looked at Su Wanning's pale face and injuries, and frowned. You didn't get the moonlight grass, and you almost lost your life. Su Wanning shook her head, carefully took out a jade box from her bosom, and opened it. Inside lay a perfectly intact moonflower, radiating a soft glow. I grabbed one before I was swept away. Su Wanning said somewhat embarrassedly. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Well done. It wasn't a waste of time after all. Looking at Lin Fan's smile, Su Wanning's heart was filled with complex emotions. Gratitude, guilt, admiration, and that quietly growing affection reached their peak at this moment. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, hugging him tightly, and choked out, "Senior brother Lin, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I..." Lin Fan's body stiffened as the warm, soft body entered his arms. He could feel the girl's trembling body and her burning emotions. But he quickly calmed down, gently patted her back, and then subtly pushed her away, his tone calm and gentle. "All right, it's all over. Mission accomplished, we should head back. Your mother is still waiting for her medicine." Chapter 81 Breakthrough to the Second Tier. His actions were polite yet distant, which made Su Wanning feel a slight pang of sadness, but she also understood something. She wiped away her tears, nodded, and regained the composure of a well-bred young lady. "Yes, let's go back." After catching their breath, the two set off back to the camp. Along the way, Su Wanning was much quieter, only occasionally glancing at Lin Fan's resolute profile with complicated emotions. Lin Fan was mentally calculating what he had gained and what lessons he had learned this time. Their strength is still insufficient facing truly formidable opponents, they remain in grave danger. 3 months, time is of the essence. After safely escorting Su Wanning back to the camp, Lin Fan politely declined Su Wanning and her mother's warm invitation to stay and their generous reward, and then once again stepped into the Tianwu battlefield alone. Meanwhile, deep within the Shao family mansion. "Father, the news is confirmed. That brat Lin Fan has indeed entered the Tianwu battlefield again." Shao Chen's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement and resentment. "He hasn't shown his face in public for several days. Our spies at the entrance to the battlefield saw it clearly." The head of the Shao family, a middle-aged man with a sinister face, sat at the head of the table. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Good. He chooses the path to hell over the path to heaven. In a place like the Tianwu battlefield, it's perfectly normal for 1 or 2 people to die." "Father, what do you mean?" Shao Chen's heart raced. "Have your eldest brother go there," the Shao family head said coldly. "Make sure it's done cleanly and neatly, leaving no trace. Although it's not good to openly show favoritism towards that old fellow Yi Hanyun, if he leaves any evidence, it will still be troublesome." Shao Chen was overjoyed. With Big Brother's help, there's no chance of failure. Even if that kid Lin Fan can transform, he's at most at the peak of the second tier. Compared to Big Brother's late-stage third tier strength, he's nothing but a chicken and a dog. The head of the Shao family nodded slightly, but his eyes remained cautious. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Lin Fan is somewhat unorthodox and cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Go and activate the heavenly mirror to deduce his approximate location so your elder brother can find him as soon as possible and avoid any unforeseen complications. "Yes, father." Shao Chen excitedly stepped back to make the arrangements. A moment later, in the forbidden area of the Shao family, an ancient bronze mirror floated in mid-air, its surface rippling like water, exuding a mysterious aura. The Shao family head and an elder worked together to activate the mirror, and a blurry image began to appear on the surface the terrain of the Tianwu battlefield. A faint point of light flickered in a certain area near the Black Wind Canyon. "The location has been determined. Although we can't pinpoint the exact location, the general area is within this region." The Shao family head handed a jade slip containing the coordinates to his eldest son, Shaoli, who had been waiting nearby. Shaoli was tall and his face resembled Shao Chen's, but his eyes were sharper and colder. He exuded a powerful energy fluctuation, which was the mark of a third-level ability user. He took the jade slip, scanned it with his divine sense, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. "Father, rest assured, I will bring back Lin Fan's head. A freshman who doesn't know the immensity of the sky and the earth dares to provoke my Shao family repeatedly. He deserves to die. Go and return quickly, and proceed with caution," the Shao family head instructed. Shaoli nodded, and with a flicker of his body, he transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for the Tianwu battlefield. Deep within the Tianwu battlefield, Lin Fan, like a tireless killing machine, spent several more days. The blood demon blade's malevolent aura grew stronger, its blade turning a dark red as if it were about to drip blood, showing faint signs of transforming into a third-tier divine weapon. Through constantly hunting second-tier alien beasts and occasionally encountering unlucky individuals, mainly those reckless rogue cultivators who wanted to steal from him, he accumulated an astonishing amount of life essence, more than 10,000 points. It's time to improve. Lin Fan found a relatively secluded cave, set up a few simple warning barriers, and prepared to digest the gains he had made during this period. He sat down cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the system interface. System, increase your cultivation level. Consuming 5,000 points of life essence, beginning to enhance host's cultivation. Boom! A surge of pure and powerful energy instantly flooded into Lin Fan's limbs and bones, cleansing his meridians and nourishing his flesh and bones. The supernatural core within his dantian spun wildly, greedily absorbing this energy, its volume expanding and solidifying at a visible speed.
Late stage of Tier 1. Perfect stage of Tier 1. The bottleneck was easily pierced, like a piece of thin paper. Early stage of Tier 2. A powerful sense of strength filled his entire body.
Lin Fan felt that his energy and spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. His mental energy became more refined, and his perception range doubled. The quantity and quality of the supernatural abilities within his body have also increased several times over. If it was a pond before, it is now a rushing river.
Is this the power of the second tier?
Lin Fan clenched his fist, and the air was so strong that it exploded with a sonic boom. He felt that even without transforming, his indestructible body and Gale Force Fist in their normal state were enough to overpower an ordinary early-stage third-tier ability user. If he were to use the Wolf King transformation, he would likely be unmatched within the third tier.
There are still more than 6,000 points of life essence left.
Lin Fan's gaze turned to the ability library and combat skills section.
In addition to rigorous training, the proficiency of combat skills can be accelerated by consuming life essence to achieve enlightenment.
He upgraded the 9 slashes of flowing clouds from intermediate to advanced, making his swordsmanship more fluid and powerful. Gale Crushing Fist and Wind Shadow Illusion have also been upgraded to the great perfection. The indestructible body has been upgraded to the mid-level peak, making its defensive capabilities even stronger. As for upgrading his abilities, he looked at the A-level abilities Indestructible Body, Illusionary Wind Shadow, Gale Crushing Fist, Extraordinary Self-Healing, and Blazing Flame and tried to choose Blazing Flame to upgrade.
Would you like to consume 3,000 points of life essence to attempt to upgrade the A-rank ability Blazing Flame to S-rank? Success rate, 10%. 10%? That's so low?
Lin Fan frowned, but still decided to take the gamble.
The gap between S-level and A-level abilities was huge, so it was worth the risk. Upgrade. Life essence 3,000 points. Upgrading. The system interface flashed, and a few seconds later, upgrade failed. Proficiency in the ability Blazing Flames has slightly increased. Damn it! Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. 3,000 points of life essence gone down the drain. The odds are just too awful.
It seems that relying on the system to directly upgrade to higher level abilities is too costly and uncertain. It's more reliable to find an opportunity to strip away S-class superpowers, or to find rare and extraordinary objects to fuse and evolve with.
Reserving the remaining life essence for later use, Lin Fan ended this enhancement.
Feeling the surging power within him, his confidence grew. It's time to find a big guy of the third tier to test my skills. Lin Fan stood up, stretched his limbs, and his whole body crackled and popped. He removed the restraints and prepared to leave the cave. However, just as he reached the cave entrance, he suddenly stopped.
His pupils contracted slightly.
Outside the cave, a figure stood quietly, seemingly out of nowhere. The man was wearing a well-tailored black trench coat. He was tall and slender, and his face resembled Xiao Chen's by 6 or 7 points, but he was more mature and aloof. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and a faint, condescending sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. The aura emanating from him was as obscure and powerful as an abyss, clearly reaching the late stage of the third rank.
Chapter 82: The Finger of Annihilation.
What made Lin Fan's heart sink the most was that this person also had a badge of Imperial University pinned to his chest, but the color was dark blue, which represented the third year of university. A member of the Xiao family. A third-year student. A third-tier expert. Lin Fan instantly understood the other party's intentions.
A deadly trap. The Xiao family finally couldn't resist and used the power of their higher-ups to eliminate him.
And they chose the heavenly martial battlefield, a lawless place.
Junior brother Lin Fan, I've been looking for you for ages.
The young man in black spoke, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Yun, the eldest brother of Xiao Chun from the Xiao family. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and put on a seemingly relaxed smile. So it's Senior Xiao Yun.
I've heard so much about you. What, are you also here to train in the heavenly martial battlefield? What a coincidence.
Xiao Yun chuckled, his eyes fixed on a lamb to the slaughter. Coincidence? No, I came here specifically for you. Lin Fan, you are very talented, but unfortunately, you don't know how to restrain yourself and have offended people you shouldn't have. The scenery on this heavenly martial battlefield is quite nice as your final resting place, it's worthy of your title as a freshman champion. His words were so blunt, and his murderous intent was completely undisguised.
Lin Fan knew this battle was unavoidable.
While secretly activating his supernatural abilities, he sneered, the Shao family really can't afford to lose.
They can't beat the younger ones, so they send the older ones? Aren't they afraid of being exposed and incurring Principal Ye's wrath? Expose? Xiaoyun seemed to have heard a joke. In the heavenly martial battlefield, it's perfectly normal for a freshman of the first rank to die. Who can prove that I killed him?
No matter how powerful Principal Yi is, he still needs evidence. If you have anyone to blame, blame your own bad luck for blocking the Shao family's path and even injuring my brother. Before he could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed in Xiaoyun's eyes, and he attacked without warning. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and pointed at the air.
Laugh.
A highly condensed, dark purple finger beam, radiating an aura of destruction, ripped through the night sky like lightning, instantly traversing dozens of meters and striking Lin Fan's brow.
Its speed was unbelievable. Its power far surpassed any attack Lin Fan had ever encountered before. S-rank superpower, Finger of Annihilation. Xiaoyun's signature killing move.
This single finger gesture already possessed the power of a third-tier expert. If it were Lin Fan a few days ago, even if he used the Wolf King's second transformation, he might not have been able to escape unscathed. But Lin Fan now is a completely different person.
Good timing.
Lin Fan let out a low shout, advancing instead of retreating. He instantly activated the indestructible body to its limit, his skin glowing with a bronze metallic sheen. At the same time, he activated Wind Shadow Illusion, his figure blurring as he attempted to shift to the side to avoid the attack. However, the Nirvana finger was not only fast, but also carried a strange aura that locked onto Lin Fan, making it extremely difficult for him to dodge. There's no way to avoid it. We have no choice but to tough it out. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and the blood demon blade was unleashed with a fierce roar. The dark red blade emitted an excited hum as the 9 slashes of flowing clouds wave severing style was unleashed with full force. The sword technique, at the pinnacle of its mastery, carried an unwavering momentum capable of cleaving rivers, meeting the annihilating finger beam head-on.
Boom!
The blade and finger beams collided violently.
A deafening roar erupted.
The violent energy shockwave spread out in a ring, instantly pulverizing the surrounding rocks. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming force surge through the blade, his hand split open, blood gushing out. He felt as if he'd been hit by a high-speed train, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the cave wall and creating a human-shaped crater.
Debris rained down.
Wow, that's powerful. Is this just a casual strike from a late-stage Tier 3 expert? It's definitely more than a level stronger than a Tier 2 expert. Lin Fan felt a sweet taste in his throat and forcefully suppressed the surging blood and qi. If his cultivation hadn't advanced to the second tier, and his indestructible body and swordsmanship hadn't greatly improved, that finger strike just now would probably have seriously injured him.
Oh? You actually survived one of my finger strikes?
A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoyun's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger killing intent.
It seems the intelligence was wrong. You're a bit more troublesome than I thought. But that's all. The next move will take your life.
He no longer held back, unleashing the full power of a late-stage third-tier expert. A dark purple light shone brightly around him as he formed hand seals, and an even more terrifying wave of destruction began to gather.
Clearly, he was about to unleash an even stronger killing move.
Lin Fan broke free from the rock wall, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became extremely solemn and cold. In his normal state, he was definitely no match for Xiaoyun.
He had to transform. Want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability.
Lin Fan let out a low roar, no longer suppressing the primordial, beast-like power within his body.
Ancient Wolf King Transformation. First transformation. Activate. Boom.
A ferocious and savage aura soared into the sky. Covered in silver fur, with protruding claws, and with cold, merciless amber vertical pupils.
Strength, speed, and defense surged instantly. A transformation-type ability? It's quite something.
Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed, but he remained confident.
Unfortunately, the difference in cultivation level can't be bridged by a mere transformation. Annihilation Great Handprint.
He thrust out both palms. A massive energy handprint, formed from countless dark purple runes and measuring over 10 feet in size, descended upon Lin Fan with a terrifying, all-crushing force. Even before the handprint arrived, the immense pressure had already caused the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet to crack.
Roar! Lin Fan, now in werewolf form, roared, and the blood demon blade erupted with unprecedented crimson light.
9 slashes of flowing clouds, cloud-breaking style. He poured all his power into it, becoming one with the blade, transforming into a crimson blade of light that tore through the sky, rising against the heavens and fiercely slashing towards the annihilation handprint.
Rumble!
An explosion 10 times more powerful than before rang out.
The entire cave entrance collapsed completely.
Smoke and dust filled the air, and turbulent energy currents raged.
Thump, thump, thump.
Lin Fan was sent flying backward again through the dust and smoke. In his werewolf form, he was even more disheveled, with several deep, bone-revealing wounds on his body, dripping with blood. The blood demon blade groaned incessantly, clearly also under immense pressure. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, merely swayed slightly and took half a step back. The difference in skill was immediately apparent.
Second transformation. Still not enough.
A glint of madness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
The opponent was too strong.
He had to use even greater power.
Ancient Wolf King transformation. Second transformation. Wolf battle form. Boom! An even more violent power awakened within Lin Fan.
His figure grew taller once more, his muscles swelled further, his silver hair stood on end like steel needles, his werewolf features became even more pronounced, and his aura suddenly surged to a level comparable to the early stage of the third tier.
A ferocious aura permeated the air, causing hearts to tremble. What? It can even make you stronger? Xiao Yun's composure vanished, replaced by shock and solemnity. What level of transformation ability is this? Kill your superpower.
Lin Fan's voice was hoarse and deep, filled with killing intent. He pushed off with his foot, creating a deep crater in the ground, and his figure vanished instantly. His speed was nearly twice as fast as during his first transformation. The blood demon blade, accompanied by an ear-ripping shriek, slashed towards Xiao Yun.
Annihilation Chi.
Xiao Yun dared not be negligent and fully activated his cultivation technique, causing a layer of solid dark purple protective chi to appear around his body.
Clang. Sizzle.
The blood demon blade struck the protective aura, producing a piercing scraping sound.
This time, the aura fluctuated violently, and a deep gash was cleaved in its path. The blade almost touched Xiao Yun's skin.
Xiao Yun broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly used his movement technique to retreat, while simultaneously unleashing several annihilation finger strikes in a counterattack.
The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Blades flashed and fingers pointed, explosions resounded everywhere. Wherever they passed, rocks crumbled and the ground was left in ruins.
After his second stage transformation, Lin Fan, who was comparable to a third stage cultivator, finally had the ability to confront Xiao Yun head-on. The power of the 9 slashes of flowing clouds, at its peak, is fully displayed. The sword technique is as smooth as flowing clouds in water, and it also carries the fierce and domineering nature of the Wolf King. The indestructible body provides powerful defense, while the shadow body provides ultimate speed and evasion.
Xiao Yun grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. This kid was too bizarre.
His strength, speed, defense, and recovery were all ridiculously powerful.
His swordsmanship was exquisite and ruthless. Was this really a freshman who had just enrolled?
He felt like he wasn't dealing with a second-tier junior, but rather facing a battle maniac of the same tier.
We can't drag this out any longer. We must finish this quickly.
A ruthless glint flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. He still had a trump card up his sleeve. If the battle dragged on, it would attract the attention of others, which would be troublesome. He suddenly feinted, creating distance, and quickly formed a complex hand seal with both hands, gathering a terrifying energy far exceeding the previous one in his palms.
It even stirred up the surrounding heaven and earth energy. The sky itself seemed to darken slightly. Lin Fan.
To die under the secret near S-rank combat technique of my Xiao family, you can be considered to have died a worthy death.
Great annihilation technique. Annihilation light.
A highly condensed beam of light, only the thickness of a finger, yet radiating a dark light that made Lin Fan's soul tremble, locked onto him like the gaze of death. That jet black light of annihilation wasn't fast, but it carried a terrifying aura that could lock onto souls and annihilate everything, making Lin Fan's hair stand on end and the shadow of death instantly loom over his heart.
I can't take this head on. Alarm bells rang in Lin Fan's mind.
This was definitely Xiao Yun's trump card, its power probably already touching the threshold of the mid-stage of the third tier. In his current state, taking it head-on would be certain death.
Roar! In the face of life and death, a glint of madness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He held nothing back anymore. Ancient Wolf King Transformation, Third Transformation. Purgatory Wolf King. Chapter 83, Pleasant. Rumble. An aura far stronger, more violent, and more ferocious than the second one erupted from Lin Fan's body like a sleeping ancient beast awakening. His body swelled again, reaching a terrifying height of nearly 3 meters. Every single strand of silver hair on his body stood on end, like burning silver flames. Its amber vertical pupils turned crimson. Fangs protruded from its mouth, and sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light that could tear everything apart. A primordial, savage, and domineering pressure swept out, even temporarily breaking the lock of the annihilation light. Purgatory Wolf King form. Lin Fan's strongest trump card at the moment. What? This is impossible. Xiaoyun felt the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Fan, which was almost comparable to that of a mid-stage third-tier expert. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his face was filled with disbelief and horror. Third-tier transformation? What kind of monster are you? He couldn't understand how a first-tier freshman could possess such an incredible transformation ability. This was completely beyond his comprehension. The main problem is that his information was wrong. Lin Fan is no longer at the early stage of the first rank. It's actually the early stage of the second tier. Naturally, his combat power has skyrocketed. Break! Lin Fan roared, his voice like thunder. Sensing its master's overwhelming fighting spirit and killing intent, the blood demon blade erupted with unprecedented bloodlight, its blade trembling violently as if it were about to come alive. He poured all his power in his infernal Wolf King form, along with the explosive techniques of the Gale Crushing Fist and the sword intent of the 9 slashes of flowing clouds, into it without reservation. 9 slashes of flowing clouds ultimate technique. Wolf King. Annihilation Slash. A dark red blade of light, stretching across the heavens and earth, carrying the will to tear through the void and annihilate everything, fiercely slashed towards the pitch-black light of annihilation. There was no sound. At the center of the collision between the two extremely destructive energies, space itself seemed to distort. Light was swallowed up, leaving only a pure interplay of darkness and crimson. The next moment. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion occurred. It was as if hundreds of tons of explosives had been detonated simultaneously. Blinding light instantly engulfed everything. The violet energy shockwave spread out in a spherical shape, leveling everything within a radius of hundreds of meters: rocks, soil, vegetation into dust. Lin Fan and Xiaoyun were thrown out like leaves in a storm. Puff! Lin Fan was in mid-air when he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His chest felt as if it had been hit by a giant hammer, and his internal organs had shifted. The Hellfire Wolf King form instantly dissipated, reverting to human form. His clothes were torn and covered with deep, bone-revealing wounds, with blood gushing out like a fountain. His aura was extremely weak, and he fell heavily to the ground. He struggled a few times but was unable to get up for a while. The blood demon blade also flew out of his hand and landed not far away, its blood red light dimming considerably. On the other side, Xiaoyun fared even worse. He was the first to be hit, struck head-on by the backlash of his own great annihilation technique, and the aftershock of Lin Fan's earth-shattering strike. His protective aura shattered instantly, and the defensive magical artifacts on his body exploded one after another. He flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing into several boulders before coming to a stop. Countless bones in his body were broken, and a gruesome knife wound on his chest almost cleaved him in two, staining the earth red with blood. He lay on the ground, only exhaling, not inhaling, his eyes unfocused, filled with resentment, fear, and disbelief. He could not believe until his death that he, a genius of the Xiao family and a powerful expert at the late stage of the third rank, would die at the hands of a freshman who had just entered the school. The aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, and the smoke-filled ruins were deathly silent. Lin Fan endured the excruciating pain, struggled to sit up, and quickly activated his extraordinary self-healing ability, while simultaneously taking out a handful of healing pills and stuffing them into his mouth. The pure life energy and medicinal power quickly repaired his damaged body, but the injuries were too severe this time, and it would take several days for him to recover. Cough cough. Damn it. Late stage of Tier 3. It's really tough. Lin Fan coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, still feeling lingering fear. If he hadn't broken through to the second tier and decisively used the third transformation, he would have been the one to die. He looked in Xiaoyun's direction, his eyes cold. He'll remember this debt with the Xiao family. Just then, the system notification sounded.
Target that can be stripped away, Xiao Yun, a late-stage Tier 3 ability user.
Removable ability, S-rank Annihilation Finger. Should it be deprived? Disenfranchise. S-rank Annihilation Finger.
Lin Fan said without hesitation.
This was Xiao Yun's signature killing move, incredibly powerful. Successfully obtained. Acquired S-rank ability Finger of Annihilation. Already stored in the ability database.
Gain 1000 life essence, an additional reward for Tier 3 powerhouses.
S-rank attack ability. Awesome. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Although this battle was dangerous, the gains were enormous. Not only did his cultivation level break through, but he also obtained a powerful S-class attack ability. This Xiao Yun is practically a free gift delivered right to my door. He struggled to his feet and staggered to Xiao Yun's body. The blood demon blade seemed to sense the dense blood energy and emitted a faint hum.
Lin Fan drew his knife and plunged it into Xiao Yun's body. The blood demon blade greedily absorbed the essence and blood of the third-tier powerhouse. The dim blood light on the blade recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even became deeper, and the baleful aura became even stronger.
Thanks, buddy. I'll accept your supernatural abilities and essence.
Lin Fan said to Xiao Yun, who was still staring blankly in death, and then began to skillfully destroy the evidence. He looted all of Xiao Yun's valuables, then used a fireball spell to burn the corpse to ashes and scattered them into the wind. After doing all this, Lin Fan could no longer hold on and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. He had to leave as soon as possible. The commotion he made earlier was too great and would definitely attract other powerful individuals or strange beasts. He mustered his strength, discerned the direction, and dragged his battered body toward a more remote area. I need to find an absolutely safe place to heal my wounds. Several hours later, Lin Fan finally found an extremely well-hidden underground fissure, the entrance of which was covered by dense, glowing moss. He went inside, carved out a temporary cave deep inside, set up a concealment array, and only then could he completely relax. He checked his haul. Xiao Yun's storage ring contained quite a few good things: a large number of energy crystals, some third-tier healing and recovery pills, several copies of the Xiao family's cultivation techniques and combat skills, and a detailed map of the central area of the Tianwu battlefield, much more detailed than the one the school had given him. I'm rich. Lin Fan grinned, but the movement aggravated his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. He swallowed the pill and fully activated his extraordinary self-healing and cultivation techniques to begin the long healing process. 3 days later, Lin Fan's injuries had finally recovered to about 70–80%. Although I narrowly escaped death in this life or death struggle, the gains were enormous. His cultivation level is stable at the early stage of the second tier, and he has mastered the S-rank, Nirvana Finger. His proficiency in several combat skills has also improved in actual combat. After absorbing the essence blood of the third tier, the blood demon blade has significantly improved in quality and is only one step away from becoming a third-tier divine weapon. A blessing in disguise. Lin Fan felt the even stronger power within him, his eyes sharpening. The assassination attempt by the Xiao family not only failed to kill him, but instead became a stepping stone for his growth. Xiao family, you just wait, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. However, now is not the time. He needs greater strength. He left his hiding place and once again threw himself into the killing and training on the Tianwu battlefield. After his cultivation level improved, his hunting targets shifted to more powerful late-stage and peak-stage second-tier alien beasts, and he even began to actively seek out some notorious alien races or human villain squads. With the S-rank, Finger of Annihilation, his attack methods became more diverse, making him unstoppable in long-range sniping and penetrating defenses. Combined with the Wolf King transformation and the Blood Demon Blade, he gradually made a name for himself in the central area of the heavenly martial battlefield. Time flew by amidst the intense and exciting training. Lin Fan's strength increased at a rocket-like pace. Meanwhile, the Xiao family in the capital, after waiting in vain and being unable to contact Xiao Yun, finally realized something was wrong and fell into a state of great panic and anger. They couldn't understand how a late-stage third-tier genius could disappear without a trace while chasing a first-tier freshman. An undercurrent began to surge in the capital. Chapter 84: Shanghai Students. Lin Fan cautiously operated in the central area of the Tianwu battlefield for about a week. During this period, he hunted down several lone late-stage and peak-stage Tier 2 alien beasts and also avoided some large-scale alien race squads. The Blood Demon Blade continued to drink blood, and its malevolent aura became increasingly solid. With the nourishment of actual combat and the life essence, his cultivation steadily progressed towards the peak of the early stage of the second tier. Proficiency in several key combat skills also slowly improved through life or death battles. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Fan specially made a dark silver wolf head mask that covered the upper half of his face, paired with a black outfit that concealed his aura, codenamed Blood Wolf. This name gradually gained a certain frightening reputation in the central region of the Tianwu battlefield. That day, Lin Fan was searching for a mineral called obsidian in an area known as the Black Stone Forest when he suddenly sensed energy fluctuations and voices ahead. He stealthily approached and hid behind a huge black stone pillar to observe. Ahead, on a relatively flat open space, stood a small team of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. They were all wearing uniform combat suits bearing the emblem of Shanghai University, and their cultivation levels were quite impressive. Among the 3 boys, the leader was a tall, handsome young man with a cold expression, whose aura had clearly reached the early stage of the 3rd rank. The other 2 boys are also at the late stage of Tier 2. 2 girls, one with a cool and aloof demeanor, holding a staff, is a late-stage 2nd tier water-type ability user. The other one is sweet and cute, but has lively eyes. She is a late-stage Tier 2 wood-type support and healer. A sophomore elite team from Shanghai University? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. This team was quite well equipped, with offensive, defensive, ranged magic, and support healing abilities, a standard 5-person adventure team template. Those who can train in the central area of the Tianwu battlefield are not lacking in strength or courage. Lin Fan had no intention of disturbing them. Although killing them might yield some decent superpowers and life essence, they were, after all, fellow Chinese citizens with no grudges against each other, and he wasn't that cold-blooded. He was preparing to leave quietly to hunt elsewhere. However, just as he turned around, an extremely violent and ferocious aura, like a storm, rapidly approached from afar. This aura was far stronger than that of an ordinary peak 2nd tier cultivator, and even more terrifying than the frostwater dragon lizard that Lin Fan had encountered before. Not good. It's a 3rd tier ferocious beast. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately stopped, concealing himself once more. He wasn't trying to rescue anyone, but rather to assess the situation and, incidentally, see if there was any chance to pick up the pieces. Rumble. The earth shook violently. A colossal beast, as large as a small mountain, charged into the black stone forest. It resembles a fierce tiger, but its entire body is covered with dark red scales, its tail is like a burning flame whip, it has a spiral horn on its forehead, and its fangs are exposed in its mouth, exuding a suffocating ferocity and scorching aura. A Tier 3 early-stage ferocious beast, the Demon Flame War Tiger, someone in the Demon City team exclaimed, their face instantly turning deathly pale. Form ranks. Defend. The 3rd tier youth in the lead reacted quickly and shouted sharply. The 5 immediately stood back to back. The Earth-type boy instantly erected a thick rock barrier, the Water-type girl set up a water curtain barrier, the Wood-type girl sprinkled life radiance to enhance her teammate's status, and the leader and another offensive-type boy were ready to attack. Their response was undeniably swift and professional. However, the terror of the 3rd tier ferocious beast far exceeded their expectations. Roar! The Demon Flame War Tiger roared, and the sound waves crashed down as if they were tangible. The water barrier rippled violently, and cracks appeared in the rock walls. It lunged forward, its giant claws, burning with demonic flames, slamming hard against the rocky wall. Boom! Debris flew everywhere. The thick rock barrier was shattered by a single claw. The earth elemental boy groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ice Seal, the water elemental girl shouted, waving her staff and spreading cold air in an attempt to freeze the limbs of the Demon Flame War Tiger. But the Demon Flame War Tiger was surrounded by demonic flames, and any cold air that approached it was evaporated. With a flick of its tail, its fiery whip lashed out at the team like a venomous snake. Sky-splitting slash, the young leader roared, his longsword bursting with dazzling light as he met the flaming whip head-on. Bang! The sword light collided with the flaming whip, and the young leader was forced back several steps, his hands split open. The difference in strength was obvious. The Demon Flame War Tiger unleashed its ferocity, spewing demonic flames and tearing with its sharp claws, launching an attack like a raging storm. The 5 members of the Shanghai team fought desperately, using all sorts of supernatural combat skills, but they could only barely hold on, facing constant danger. In less than 3 minutes, the Earth-type boy and the Water-type girl were injured one after another, and the Wood-type girl's healing was almost unable to keep up with the consumption. The young team leader was also covered in wounds and breathing heavily. Captain! We can't hold on. Let's retreat, the aggressive male student shouted anxiously. We can't retreat. It's locked on. The young team leader's face was grim. Just as the squad was about to be wiped out, Lin Fan was considering whether to intervene when another unexpected event occurred.
TSK, so this is the genius from Shanghai University? What a disappointment.
A voice with a distinctly mocking and sarcastic accent rang out from the other side. Lin Fan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man dressed in a black ninja outfit, masked, with two katana at his waist, slowly walking out from behind a boulder. His eyes were sinister, filled with undisguised contempt.
An island nation? Lin Fan frowned. That accent was too distinctive.
The island nation ninja looked at the struggling Shanghai team, especially the sweet-looking wood elemental girl, and a lewd glint flashed in his eyes. What a pity for these beautiful young ladies, about to perish so young.
But before they die, I can have some fun with them.
Upon hearing this, the members of the Shanghai team were both shocked and furious. The young leader shouted sternly, "You little devil!
You're asking for death. Looking for death?" The Japanese ninja scoffed. You bunch of trash?
Just then, the demon flame tiger, which had been frantically attacking the squad, suddenly stopped, let out a low growl, and obediently walked to the side of the Japanese ninja, rubbing its huge head against his leg. This scene stunned both the Shanghai team and Lin Fan.
A ferocious beast obeying humans? How is that possible?
Ferocious beasts are inherently violent and extremely difficult to tame, unless they are battle pets raised from a young age. But this demon flame war tiger is clearly a wild, ferocious beast.
Chapter 85 Summoning Abilities.
A sudden thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind as he recalled some records of rare superpowers he had read at the Superpower Research Institute.
He immediately understood, summoning ability. This guy is a rare summoner. Summoning abilities are even rarer than transformation abilities.
They allow you to form contracts with otherworldly creatures and summon them to fight in the present world.
A powerful summoner can even summon an entire legion. No wonder the demon flame war tiger is so obedient it was summoned by the island nation's ninjas.
So it was you who did this.
The young leader realized what was going on and was furious. That's right.
The island nation ninja admitted smugly, "It's your honor to die under my demon flame claws."
Demon flame, charge.
Kill the man, but leave the wood-type flower girl alive.
The demon flame tiger roared and pounced on the demon city team again.
This time, with the summoner directing it, its attacks were even more cunning and deadly. The Shanghai team, already on its last legs, collapsed instantly. The earth elemental boy was swatted away by a claw, his sternum collapsed, and his fate is unknown. The water-type girl was burned by the demonic flames and collapsed. The offensive-type boy was struck by the tiger's tail and coughed up blood, falling unconscious. The young leader desperately blocked the direct impact of the demon flame war tiger, but was also severely injured and fell to the ground, losing his fighting ability. Only the wood elemental girl remained, her face pale with fright, collapsing to the ground, watching in despair as the demon flame war tiger and the lewd-looking Japanese ninja approached.
Hee, pretty girl, don't be afraid, I'll take good care of you.
The Japanese ninja rubbed his hands together and walked towards the wood-type girl.
You beast! How dare you!
The young leader's eyes were bloodshot, but he was too weak to get up. Lin Fan watched this scene from the shadows, his eyes turning completely cold. As fellow citizens of China, he could not stand idly by and watch his compatriots be bullied and slaughtered by a foreign race. What's more, it was the island nation he hated the most.
You little devil, you're fucking asking for it.
A cold, angry shout exploded like a thunderclap.
Call out.
A dark red blade of light, like a blood-red lightning bolt, shot out from the side, its target aimed directly at the throat of the Japanese ninja. The island nation ninja's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected there to be someone hiding nearby. He reacted extremely quickly, his body swaying as he retreated like a ghost, while simultaneously drawing his katana to parry.
Clang!
The blade's edge was blocked, but the immense force still made the Japanese ninja's arm go numb. He looked in horror at the direction from which the blade's edge had come. A figure wearing a wolf head mask, dressed in black, and wielding a dark red longsword exuding overwhelming murderous aura emerged from the shadows like the Grim Reaper. The newcomer's aura was restrained, but the chilling killing intent emanating from him sent chills down the spines of the Japanese ninja. "Who are you?" the Japanese ninja demanded sharply, his eyes wary.
He sensed a tremendous threat emanating from the masked man. The one who will kill you.
Lin Fan didn't bother with any more words, his gaze sweeping over the demonic flame war tiger that was warily staring at him. "I'll kill you first, you beast." His figure moved swiftly, unleashing the wind shadow illusion technique to its fullest extent, transforming into a blur as he pounced straight at the demon flame war tiger.
To capture the thief, first capture the king?
No, to deal with a summoner, it's more effective to kill their summoned creatures first.
Roar!
Sensing Lin Fan's killing intent, the demon flame war tiger roared, spewing out demonic flames and tearing the air with its claws.
Nirvana finger.
Lin Fan's left hand formed a sword shape with his fingers together, activating his S-rank ability. A highly refined dark purple finger beam, launched later but arriving first, struck the core of the demonic flames spewed out by the demon flame war tiger.
Poof! The finger beam pierced through the demonic flames and precisely struck the demonic flame war tiger's forehead.
Although it failed to break through the hard scales, the contained power of annihilation caused the demon flame war tiger to let out a painful roar and its movements to falter.
Now!
Blood Demon Blade Technique Blood Slaughter. Lin Fan raised the Blood Demon Blade high, merging the baleful aura with the blade's intent, transforming it into a blood-red blade aura that tore through the heavens and earth, fiercely slashing towards the neck of the demon flame war tiger. Sensing the terror of this strike, a flicker of fear flashed in the demon flame war tiger's eyes as it desperately tried to dodge. But Lin Fan's speed was too fast.
Laugh!
The blade flashed. Scales shattered. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The demon flame war tiger let out an extremely shrill scream, its massive body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. The third-tier early-stage ferocious beast, the demon flame war tiger, was instantly killed by Lin Fan in 2 moves.
What?
The Japanese ninja was stunned, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. His demon flame war tiger, whose strength was comparable to a mid-stage third-tier human expert, was actually killed by this mysterious masked man in just 2 strikes? How is this possible? Even the heavily injured members of the Shanghai team were stunned. This masked man who suddenly appeared was ridiculously strong. Lin Fan flicked the blood off the blood demon blade, the blade absorbing the essence of the demon flame war tiger, emitting a pleasant hum. His icy gaze turned to the terrified Japanese ninja. Now it's your turn, you little devil. The island nation ninja's face turned ashen. He knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. His strongest summoned beast was instantly killed. He himself was only a 2nd-level perfected ninja, skilled in sneak attacks and assassinations. He was no match for this terrifying masked man in a head-on battle.
Baka!
You just wait. He threw down a harsh threat and turned to try and escape using ninjutsu.
Trying to run? Did you ask my knife first?
Lin Fan sneered, and his wind shadow illusion technique instantly caught up. The blood demon blade, carrying a deathly howl, slashed towards the Japanese ninja's back. The island nation's ninjas are in a terrible panic, desperately using the substitution technique.
Bang!
A section of wooden stake was shattered. The true form of the Japanese ninja appeared a dozen meters away, running away without looking back.
Humph!
A mere trick. Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he locked onto his opponent with his mental power.
Mental shock.
An invisible mental wave instantly struck the Japanese ninja. He screamed in agony, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, his ninjutsu interrupted. Lin Fan took a step forward, and the blood demon blade slashed down without hesitation.
No!
The island nation ninja cried out in despair. A flash of light. A head flew off. The island nation ninja was dead. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground. He walked to the body of the demon flame war tiger, plunged the blood demon blade in, and drained its life essence. He then skillfully disposed of the body to cover his tracks. After doing all this, he turned around and looked at the group of still shaken students from Shanghai University. The young leader struggled to sit up, enduring the excruciating pain, and clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you so much for saving my life, senior."
May I ask your honorable name?
We are students from Shanghai University, and we will certainly repay your kindness in the future. He thought Lin Fan was some senior master who had hidden his cultivation level. Lin Fan said in his altered, hoarse voice, "I was just passing by, no need for thanks. This place is not safe to stay any longer, you should leave as soon as possible." He made no attempt to reveal his identity. After speaking, he turned and disappeared into the depths of the black stone forest in a few leaps. Looking in the direction where Lin Fan disappeared, the members of the Shanghai team exchanged glances, their hearts filled with gratitude and shock. So powerful. 2 strikes and he killed a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Chapter 86, Gaining S-rank superpowers again. Who exactly is he? When did such a mysterious young man who wields a knife emerge in China? Blood Wolf. I think I've heard of that name before. He's a lone powerhouse who has recently risen to prominence on the heavenly martial battlefield.
We really owe a debt to Senior Blood Wolf this time.
The wood elemental girl who was rescued stared in the direction where Lin Fan disappeared, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder, her pretty face slightly flushed, lost in thought. Lin Fan left the black stone forest and found a safe place before he began to take stock of his spoils. Killed a tier 3 demon flame war tiger and gained 1500 life essence. Defeat a tier 2 perfected island summoner to gain 500 life essence. Target detectable, second tier perfected ability user deceased. Can be stripped of superpowers, S rank interdimensional summoning, a rank shadow escape. Should it be deprived? Take them both. I want them both. Lin Fan was overjoyed. S rank summoning ability. This was an unexpected bonus. Stripping successful. Obtained S rank ability interdimensional summoning. Obtained a rank ability shadow escape. Already stored in the ability database. Otherworld summoning S rank can form a contract with otherworldly creatures and summon them to fight in the present world. Current available contract slots, 1 increases with increasing mental strength. Current maximum number of summonable creatures, early tier 3. Shadow Cloak rank A, advanced stealth and invisibility ability blends into the shadows, greatly reducing presence and leaving faint traces when moving. Great! Lin Fan excitedly pumped his fist. An S rank summoning ability with immense potential. Although he could only contract 1 early stage tier 3 summon beast for now, it would definitely be a huge help in crucial moments. The A rank, Shadow Cloak, is also very useful, greatly enhancing his stealth and ambush abilities. This is a huge windfall. Not only did they save lives, but they also gained 2 top-tier superpowers. He did some research on interdimensional summoning and found that he needed to find a suitable interdimensional creature that was willing to sign a contract or subdue it with power. There are no suitable targets at the moment, so we have to put it on hold for now. After nearly a week of fierce fighting deep within the Tianwu battlefield, Lin Fan felt that the murderous aura of the blood demon blade had accumulated to a critical point. The blade was dark red like blood, and as he swung it, one could even hear the faint wails of wronged souls. That bloodthirsty desire constantly assaulted his mind. Although he had a strong will and a stable mind, being immersed in this environment for a long time inevitably made him feel mentally exhausted and depressed. It's been half a month. It's time to go back. Lin Fan looked at the blood demon blade in his hand, which was still buzzing, and decided to leave for the time being. Firstly, he needed to calm his killing intent, cultivate his mind and character, and avoid letting the demonic blade affect his temperament. Secondly, Su Qinghan must be extremely worried after not hearing from him for so long. Thirdly, I also need to go back to school to digest what I've gained during this period and thoroughly solidify my rapidly increasing strength. He determined the direction and hurried back to the teleportation point he had come from. After passing through the heavily guarded ancient hall once again, Lin Fan arrived at the teleportation array leading to Blue Star. The same old man in the gray cloth jacket, looking listless, was still guarding the position. He was lying on a chair, swaying idly, with steam rising from the enamel mug next to him. Lin Fan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Senior, I'm back." The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, only letting out a soft hum through his nose as a response. Lin Fan didn't mind, stood on the teleportation array, and waited for it to activate. Just as the officer guarding the formation was about to activate it, the old man suddenly exclaimed "eh," and sat up abruptly from his recliner. His cloudy old eyes instantly turned sharp as an eagle's as he stared intently at Lin Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Kid, you." The old man's voice held a hint of disbelief and surprise. "You've broken through to the second tier? And it's only been half a month." Lin Fan felt a slight chill. This old man was indeed unfathomable, seeing through his secrets at a glance. He nodded frankly. "I've made a breakthrough by chance." The old man's gaze fell on the blood demon blade behind him again, his eyes widening in astonishment. "The blood demon blade's murderous aura, it's actually reached the 3rd level? You brat, just how many animals have you slaughtered in the past 2 weeks?" He could clearly feel that the blood demon blade was emitting a much stronger baleful aura than ordinary 3rd-tier divine weapons, clearly having drunk its fill of the blood of powerful warriors and ferocious beasts. This kid was actually able to control this murderous aura. His eyes were clear, his aura was steady, and there was no sign of his mind being corrupted. This is simply unbelievable. Even back then, at this stage, he wouldn't have dared to use the blood demon blade so recklessly. Lin Fan touched his nose and mumbled, not much, just normal training." "Normal training?" The old man's lips twitched, clearly disbelieving. He carefully sensed Lin Fan's aura again. Although surrounded by baleful energy, Lin Fan's blood and chi were as vigorous as a dragon, his spirit as condensed as iron, and his foundation was terrifyingly solid. There was no sense of instability caused by rapid improvement. What shocked him even more was that he sensed a faint, underlying power emanating from Lin Fan that even made him feel uneasy. That was definitely not the power one would expect from a simple early-stage second-tier cultivator. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. The old man muttered to himself, his gaze towards Lin Fan completely changing, from initial casualness to later appreciation, and now, shock and a hint of indescribable anticipation. In just half a month, he has gone from the early stage of the first tier to the early stage of the second tier. His actual combat strength is probably enough to rival that of a third tier. He can also perfectly wield the advanced blood demon blade. This speed of growth, this willpower, even that little madman who was known as #1 in a century 30 years ago, is far inferior to you at your age. The old man sighed deeply, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Lin Fan felt a little uneasy under the old man's gaze and chuckled dryly, "Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky." "Luck?" The old man shook his head, looking at him meaningfully. "Young man, excessive humility is arrogance. Make the most of your talent in the future. Perhaps you really do have a chance to accomplish that. Well, never mind, it's too early to talk about that now." He stopped mid-sentence, then waved his hand and said, go on, go back and get some rest, sharpen the edge of your blade, don't let it affect your mind." Lin Fan's heart stirred, knowing that the old man's words had a hidden meaning, as if he was hiding some important secret or expectation, but now was clearly not the time to ask. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for the knife and your guidance, Senior. I will take my leave now." The teleportation array lit up, and Lin Fan's figure disappeared from the main hall. The old man lay back in his chair, squinting as he stared in the direction Lin Fan had disappeared. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest as he muttered to himself, "This time, ye boy, he's probably stumbled upon a truly unparalleled treasure. Perhaps, after so many years of silence, China is finally about to produce a true dragon? That matter, maybe there really is hope." Chapter 87 Return. A long dormant fervor flashed in his eyes. In a flash, Lin Fan was back in the teleportation hall on the back mountain of Imperial Capital University. Feeling the familiar aura of Earth and the relatively thin energy, he let out a long sigh of relief. The nerves that had been constantly on edge on the Tianwu battlefield could finally relax a little. Without lingering, he went straight back to dormitory 308 in Tianshu district. I pushed open the dormitory door, and it was empty. Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopang, and Li Mufeng are probably still diligently cultivating in their respective academies. Lin Fan was happy to have some peace and quiet. He took out the blood demon blade, carefully wrapped it in a specially made sealing cloth, and placed it in a hidden compartment under the bed to isolate its evil energy. This blade is currently too sharp, it needs to be nurtured and matured. He took a nice, hot bath, washing away the blood and exhaustion, changed into clean clothes, and then lay down on the soft bed for a good night's sleep. He slept exceptionally soundly until evening when he naturally woke up, full of energy and feeling refreshed. The murderous aura accumulated over the days dissipated most of it during his sleep. He took out his phone, and as soon as he turned it on, a series of message notification sounds started ringing incessantly. Most of the messages were sent by Su Qinghan, and the tone changed from initial concern to later worry, and finally to a slightly aggrieved complaint. Lin Fan smiled and quickly replied to her message, "I'm back, just woke up. Want to have dinner together tonight?" The message was replied to almost instantly. "You're finally back. I was so scared. I thought you. Are you in the dorm? I'm coming right away." Looking at the string of exclamation marks, Lin Fan could imagine the other person's surprised and delighted expression, and his heart warmed. Not long after, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Lin Fan opened the door, and a beautiful figure, carrying a fragrance scent, rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Lin Fan! You bastard! You haven't said a single word in so long. Do you know how worried I was about you?" Su Qinghan's voice was choked with tears as she gently pounded his back with her fist. Lin Fan hugged her back, feeling her warmth and genuine worry in his arms, his heart filled with apology. "I'm sorry for making you worry. The signal is bad over there, and when you're training, you lose track of time." Su Qinghan looked up, her eyes red-rimmed, and carefully examined him. "Are you all right? Are you injured? The Tianwu battlefield is very dangerous." "I'm fine, I'm perfectly all right." Lin Fan spun around, showing that he was unharmed. "Not only am I all right, but my strength has also improved quite a bit."
Su Qinghan then stopped crying and smiled, giving him a reproachful look. Don't do that again. If you're going to be gone for so long, you have to tell me in advance, and you have to let me know you're safe every day, or at least every 3 days. Yes, Miss Su. Lin Fan replied with a smile. After cuddling together for a while, Lin Fan finally took Su Qinghan's hand and they went to the cafeteria for lunch. Along the way, it naturally attracted countless glances. The news of Lin Fan's return spread quickly, especially the aura emanating from him, which, though restrained, was still palpable and far more powerful than it had been half a month ago, causing many who knew him to be secretly alarmed. Brother Fan. You're back. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they ran into Zhao Mang and his 2 companions who had just finished their training. The 3 of them were overjoyed to see Lin Fan and surrounded him. Holy crap! Brother Fan, you seem to have gotten stronger again? This aura, it feels even scarier than some of the senior students. Zhao Mang exclaimed in astonishment. Li Mufeng also sighed. It seems that the Tianwu battlefield is indeed a good place, but it's too dangerous. I'm glad you're alright, Brother Fan. Lin Fan greeted them with a smile, chatted briefly, and didn't go into details about his training process. After getting their food, Lin Fan and Su Qinghan sat at one table, while Zhao Mang and the other 2 tactfully sat at the next table, secretly observing and whispering as they ate. TSK, look at Brother Fan and his wife, they're such a perfect match. I'm full from all this dog food. Brother Fan is awesome. He's got both talent and love. Lin Fan ignored them, served food to Su Qinghan, and listened to her softly recount some interesting things that had happened at school in the past 2 weeks, which teacher had made a fool of themselves, which classmate had made a breakthrough, and some problems she had encountered in her cultivation. Lin Fan listened patiently, occasionally offering his own insights. This simple yet heartwarming daily routine completely relaxed his tense mind, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. This is what he wants to protect. After dinner, the 2 took a walk on campus. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, casting long shadows. Qinghan, Lin Fan suddenly spoke, I will participate in the Global Prodigy competition 3 months from now. Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes shone with admiration and pride. I knew you would participate. You're sure to get a good ranking. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, his eyes resolute. I will do my best. Not only for myself, but also for the glory of China. Su Qinghan squeezed his hand, I believe in you. You can do it. The 2 exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. After escorting Su Qinghan back to her dormitory in Tianxian district, Lin Fan returned to his room. He stopped cultivating and instead took out paper and pen to organize his gains over the past 2 weeks and plan for the future. Cultivation level, peak of the early stage of the 2nd tier. Superpowers, added S rank, interdimensional summoning, and a rank, shadow escape, and increased proficiency in other major superpowers. Combat skills, 9 slashes of flowing clouds, mastered, Gale Force collapsing fist, mastered, wind shadow illusion, mastered, indestructible Vajra body, intermediate to peak, Nirvana finger, entry-level consolidation. Weapon, Blood Demon Blade Tier 3, low grade, requires nurturing. Life Essence, approximately 4,000 points remaining. A large amount of Life Essence was consumed in improving cultivation and combat skills. For the next period of time, we will focus on consolidation and refinement, Lin Fan planned. We will take time each day to nurture the Blood Demon Blade, temper our character, and avoid being affected by the evil energy. At the same time, we need to start researching interdimensional summoning and find suitable contracted beasts. In terms of combat skills, strive to achieve minor mastery of the Nirvana finger and breakthrough to major mastery of the indestructible Vajra body. Let cultivation proceed naturally, there's no rush for breakthroughs. I also need to take time to attend classes at various universities, especially those on supernatural ability fusion, mental power cultivation, international affairs, and the characteristics of geniuses from different countries, in order to prepare for the global competition. After making the plan, Lin Fan felt his thoughts became much clearer. He sat down cross-legged, not practicing any techniques, but instead began to silently recite a mind-calming and spirit-concentrating mantra that he had found in the sutra repository, in order to calm his mind and dispel the remaining evil energy. The road ahead is long, but he is full of confidence. In the global competition of prodigies, he will let the world hear the roar of the Chinese dragon. Chapter 88 Mid-Second Stage. After returning to school, Lin Fan's pace of life slowed down in the few days that followed.
Instead of rushing to fight on the Tianwu battlefield, he followed his plan and spent his days auditing courses at various academies, especially Professor Mo Yuan's course on supernatural power fusion and energy coordination at the Supernatural Power Research Institute, and the explanation of advanced combat techniques and artistic conception at the Combat Technology Academy. In the evenings, he would return to his dormitory to nurture the blood demon blade, silently recite the mind-calming and spirit-concentrating mantra to hone his character and consolidate his cultivation. This kind of precipitating cultivation had surprisingly good results. The murderous aura and resentment accumulated from days of killing were gradually dissipated, and the mind became peaceful and clear. His control over his rapidly increasing power has become increasingly refined and sophisticated, and he has gained new insights into the application of various combat techniques and superpowers. Water overflows when it is full. Great things are achieved through accumulation. On the morning of the 5th day after returning to school, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on his bed as usual, circulating his energy through his body, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. The superpower core in his dantian trembled slightly, and the speed of energy absorption suddenly accelerated. His pores opened up, and the free energy in the air seemed to be drawn in, rushing into his body. A feeling of things falling into place naturally welled up inside me. We're about to break through. Lin Fan remained calm, neither surprised nor pleased, and focused all his efforts on guiding this energy to break through the barrier of the early stage of the second tier. Buzz! A slight rumble seemed to come from within his body, and the bottleneck broke through. His aura surged instantly, becoming even more profound and solid. The energy fluctuations around him gradually subsided. Mid-stage Tier 2. Feeling the surging power and the wider, more resilient meridians within his body, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. This breakthrough was natural and solid, without the slightest hint of weakness. With the improvement in my cultivation, my physical attributes should also have increased. I'll go to the martial arts school to test myself and see just how strong my current combat power is, Lin Fan thought to himself. He was curious about his limits without using the Ancient Wolf King transformation trump card. The Martial Arts Hall at Imperial Capital University boasts extremely advanced facilities, including various professional instruments for testing strength, speed, defense, and reaction time. It also features puppet rooms for testing combat prowess at different levels, allowing for the simulation of opponents of varying strengths for real-world evaluation. When Lin Fan arrived at the martial arts school, many students were already diligently practicing. He discreetly found a corner and began with a basic test. Strength testing area. Lin Fan didn't use any special abilities or combat techniques. He relied purely on his physical strength to punch the strength testing device. Bang! The numbers on the force gauge jumped wildly, finally settling on an astonishing figure: 5,126 kilograms. More than 5 tons. Lin Fan himself was somewhat surprised. This had firmly reached the threshold of a third-tier early-stage strength-type ability user. It's important to know that his main skill wasn't a pure strength-based ability. It was the subtle, gradual enhancement of his body from multiple high-level abilities. The advantages of multiple superpowered individuals are fully demonstrated in their basic qualities. Speed test: 100-meter sprint, stopwatch reads 1.2 seconds. Far exceeding the speed of sound. This speed is comparable to a third-tier agility-type ability user. Reaction test: easily dodged the simulated initial energy barrage attack of the third stage, rating S. The physical strength test showed that it withstood an energy impact equivalent to a mid-stage Tier 3 attack without sustaining any damage. After a series of basic tests, Lin Fan gained a clear understanding of his body, purely in terms of physical attributes: strength, speed, defense, reaction. He had completely surpassed ordinary early-stage third-tier ability users, and was even approaching the mid-stage of third tier. This doesn't even take into account the boost from his ability. A solid foundation is essential for a stable building, Lin Fan said with satisfaction. Now, it was time to test their practical skills. He entered an advanced combat capability testing room and selected the puppet combat mode. Options appear on the screen. Please select opponent level Tier 1 to Tier 4, ability configuration random specified, and combat style balanced aggressive defensive agile. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided to start with opponents at the early stage of the third tier. Opponent's level, early stage of Tier 3. Ability configuration, random rank B, a combat style, balanced. Buzz. Light converged in the center of the room, and an energy puppet dressed in standard armor and holding a long spear took shape, emitting energy fluctuations of the early stage of the third tier. Battle begins. The puppet spear twitched, whistling through the air, and pierced straight at Lin Fan's face. The move was standard, and its speed and strength had reached the average level of the early stage of the third rank. Lin Fan neither dodged nor evaded, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he brought his right index and middle fingers together, activating the S-rank, Annihilation Finger. Laugh. A highly refined dark purple finger beam arrived faster than the puppet could react, striking the tip of the spear with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The energy spear instantly collapsed. The beam of light continued its momentum, piercing directly through the core of the puppet's chest. The puppet froze, then vanished into specks of light. Sold out instantly. Early stage of Tier 3, utterly vulnerable. Lin Fan shook his head. This standard Tier 3 early stage B-level ability posed no threat to him whatsoever. Next up, mid-stage 3rd tier. The new puppet materialized, its aura significantly stronger. This time, Lin Fan used 3 moves: a Gale Force Crushing Fist to repel the puppet, and 9 slashes of Flowing Clouds to break its defense, and finally a Finger of Annihilation to finish it off. Late stage of Tier 3. The puppet was stronger and its attacks were fierce. Lin Fan combined Wind Shadow Illusion and Indestructible Vajra Body, fought for about 10 moves, found an opening, and finished it off with a 9 slashes of Flowing Clouds, combined with Finger of Annihilation. 3rd stage perfection. This level of puppet possesses abundant energy and combines offense and defense, already putting some pressure on Lin Fan. Lin Fan used his Shadow Escape ability to launch a surprise attack and disrupt him. Combined with his mastered 9 slashes of Flowing Clouds and Finger of Annihilation, it took him more than 20 moves to finally defeat him. Within the 3rd tier, unless one is a genius with S-level superpowers or special combat skills, no one should be my match. Lin Fan had a clear understanding of his regular combat strength invincible at the 3rd tier. So, what about the 4th order? A glint of challenge flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The 4th tier was a qualitative leap, condensing a superpower core, with energy quality and total amount far exceeding the 3rd tier, and the ability to initially mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, resulting in a world of difference in strength. Give it a try. Opponent level, early stage of 4th tier. Ability configuration, random rank B, a combat style, balanced. Buzz. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire testing room. A more solid puppet, its energy fluctuations like an abyss, materialized, its cold eyes locking onto Lin Fan. 4th rank. Just standing there, he exudes an aura of invincibility. Kill. The 4th tier puppet roared, taking a step forward with ghostly speed, and unleashed a punch. The force of the punch compressed the air, creating a loud bang. Lin Fan's pupils contracted as he pushed the Yi-Wind Shadow Illusion technique to its limit, narrowly avoiding the punch. But the fierce wind from the punch still stung his cheek. So fast. So strong. Not daring to be careless, Lin Fan went all out. He used the indestructible Vajra Body for protection, and met the attack head-on with the Gale Crushing Fist. He unleashed a furious barrage of Flowing Cloud 9 slashes. And then used the Annihilation Finger for a single, deadly strike. However, the gap is too big. Chapter 89 Young People. The 4th tier puppet's energy quality far surpassed Lin Fan's, and its defense was astonishing. Lin Fan's attacks had little effect on it. And each of its attacks contained terrifying power, causing Lin Fan's blood and chi to churn. The light of the indestructible body flickered violently, on the verge of shattering at any moment. The 3rd move. The 4th tier puppet seized a tiny opening in Lin Fan's defenses, and with a punch that broke through the net of blades, it slammed into Lin Fan's chest. Bang! Lin Fan was sent flying as if hit by a high-speed train, crashing heavily into the energy barrier. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost vomited blood. His simulated armor shattered instantly. Warning! Severe damage. Test failed. A cold, electronic voice echoed in the room. The 4th tier puppet vanished, turning into specks of light. Lin Fan got up from the ground, rubbed his chest which felt stuffy, and gave a wry smile. 4th rank, indeed powerful. Without transforming, I can't even last 3 moves. This was only at the early stage of the 4th level of a B-grade superpower. If it were a 4th level genius with an A-grade or even S-grade superpower, they could probably kill him in his normal state with a single move. The gap in cultivation level is still difficult to overcome. Lin Fan sighed, but he was not discouraged. He's only at the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, yet his regular combat strength is enough to withstand a perfect 3rd tier and force out 3 moves from the early stage of the 4th tier. That's already incredibly powerful. If he were to use the Ancient Wolf King transformation, he was confident he could fight against an ordinary early-stage 4th tier opponent. Having gained a clear understanding of his own abilities, Lin Fan felt relieved and walked out of the testing room. Just as he stepped out of the martial arts gym, a familiar voice called out to him.
Lin Fan.
Lin Fan turned his head and saw Qin Padian standing not far away, staring at him with burning eyes. Half a month has passed, and Qin Potion's aura has become much stronger, having broken through to the early stage of the second tier. Moreover, his foundation is solid, indicating that he has also had a fortuitous encounter. Brother Qin, it's been a long time, Lin Fan greeted with a smile.
Lin Fan, fight me again.
Qin Padian got straight to the point, his fighting spirit soaring.
I've broken through to the second tier and consumed a dragon blood fruit given to me by my family, greatly increasing my strength. This time, I'm determined to defeat you.
Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. He could sense that Qin Padian had indeed become much stronger, and estimated that after using the Dark Domain Qilin transformation, he would possess combat power approaching the mid-stage of the third tier, making him absolutely top tier among the new generation.
But, compared to myself? Lin Fan's current combat strength is already at the third tier invincible level.
If he were to fight, and not controlling his strength properly, he might accidentally injure Qin Padian. After all, they are classmates, and Qin Padian is a genius favored by Principal Yi. It would be difficult to explain if he were injured. Brother Qin, congratulations on your breakthrough. However, let's skip the sparring. I'm currently recuperating and it's not advisable for me to engage in combat, Lin Fan politely declined, offering an excuse.
Qin Padian frowned, clearly disbelieving. Recuperation?
I saw you come out of the martial arts gym's testing room just now. Your breathing was steady. How could you look like you needed to recuperate?
Lin Fan, are you looking down on me? Do you think that even if I break through, I'm still no match for you?
Lin Fan said helplessly, Brother Qin, you've misunderstood.
It's just. But what? Qin Padian stepped forward, his aura imposing. Half a month ago, we were evenly matched. Now my strength has greatly improved. Are you afraid?
If you don't fight me today, I will seek you out every day until you agree. Seeing Qin Potion's relentless determination to achieve his goal, Lin Fan knew that a fight was inevitable. This kid was clearly overconfident after his breakthrough and needed a harsh reality check to bring him back to his senses.
All right. Lin Fan sighed. Since Brother Qin insists, then let's have a quick exchange of blows.
But let's agree that we'll stop when we've made our point.
Great. That's awesome. Qin Padian was overjoyed and immediately got into a fighting stance. It's not convenient here, let's go to the combat arena over there. The two arrived at an empty combat arena.
Seeing Lin Fan and Qin Padian about to duel, a large crowd of students swarmed around to watch the spectacle.
Look! It's Lin Fan and Qin Padian. Will the champions and runners-up of the freshman competition face off again? Qin Padian seems to have broken through. His aura is much stronger now. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if Lin Fan can still win.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two stepped onto the ring.
Lin Fan, watch out. I won't hold back this time. Qin Padian roared, unleashing his full power.
Dark purple Qilin patterns instantly covered his entire body, and his aura surged to the third level.
Dark Domain Qilin transformation.
He stomped his foot, causing the arena to tremble, and shot towards Lin Fan like a cannonball. His fist, burning with dark purple Qilin fire, carried the power to incinerate everything as it slammed into Lin Fan. This punch was more than twice as strong as the one he used in the freshman competition.
The audience gasped in surprise.
They all felt that Lin Fan was about to face a tough battle. However, facing this incredibly ferocious punch, Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Only when the fist was about to strike did he casually raise his right hand, striking first and precisely grabbing Qin Potion's wrist.
Bang!
With a muffled thud, Qin Potion's punch, powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, was effortlessly caught by Lin Fan with a single hand. The raging Qilin flames on his fist seemed to have met their nemesis the moment they touched Lin Fan's palm, instantly extinguishing. Qin Potion's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, feeling as if he had crashed into an ancient, indestructible mountain, unable to budge an inch.
What? Qin Potion's sinister smile froze instantly, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. His full-force Qilin transformation attack was actually caught so easily? How could this be? The audience fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned.
Lin Fan looked at Qin Padian, shook his head, and said calmly, Brother Qin, you've made great progress.
But,
with a slight flick of his wrist, an irresistible force surged forth. Qin Padian felt an overwhelming force coming from his wrist, his entire arm went numb instantly, and he was uncontrollably swung up and slammed onto the arena floor like a broken sack.
Boom! The arena shook violently.
Qin Padian was thrown around, completely disoriented, seeing stars, and his Qilin transformation state was shattered.
He lay on the ground, his mind blank, utterly unable to accept this fact. One move. Just one move. He didn't even see how Lin Fan made his move before he was defeated. Defeated so thoroughly. So decisively.
Lin Fan released his grip, looked at the distraught Qin Padian, and said calmly, "The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey. Temporary victories and defeats mean nothing. Recognizing yourself and finding your direction are more important."
After saying that, he jumped off the stage and drifted away under the gazes of countless people filled with awe, shock, and disbelief.
Only Qin Padian remained, lying on the arena, gazing at the sky. His eyes gradually shifted from initial confusion and resentment to deep bitterness and a hint of enlightenment. Perhaps
Lin Fan is right.
After this battle, Qin Padian finally became completely obedient.
He probably won't dare to challenge Lin Fan again. Chapter 90. Who is Xiao Yun? I don't know.
The news that Lin Fan had defeated Qin Padian in one move spread like wildfire, reaching the entire Imperial Capital University campus network forum in half a day.
The post titles are varied. Shocking.
Rookie champion Lin Fan appears to have broken through to the second tier, instantly defeating Qilin transformation Qin Padian in one move.
Live from the scene.
Lin Fan's strength is unfathomable. He may already possess the combat power of a third-year university student. On Lin Fan's true strength, is he human or ghost?
Is this leveling up speed scientific?
Qin Padian became withdrawn after the competition, seemingly suffering from a broken Dao heart.
Did Lin Fan go too far?
The comments section below exploded with discussion.
Holy crap! Really? One move? Didn't Qin Padian also break through to the second tier? And he even used the Qilin transformation. I was there.
Lin Fan just reached out one hand and pinned Qin Padian to the ground like he was catching a chick.
It was outrageous. Is Lin Fan cheating? How long has it been since he awakened? Even a rocket couldn't have made him this fast. Hey upstairs, is it so hard to admit someone is good?
My brother Fan is just incredibly talented. Oh no, I feel like Lin Fan is going to do something big at this year's global competition. As Lin Fan walked down the street, he could clearly feel that the gazes directed at him from all around him were now more intense and awe-inspiring. In the past, some people would have been unconvinced and wanted to challenge him, but now they would basically take a detour and look at him as if he were a monster. Lin Fan remained quite calm about this, even finding it somewhat amusing. He had originally intended to keep a low profile, but his strength simply wouldn't allow it. The tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. He had barely had a couple of days of peace and quiet when trouble came knocking. That afternoon, Lin Fan had just finished listening to Professor Mo Yuan's lecture on conflicts and harmony of multiple psychic energy circuits and was pondering how to combine the ruthlessness of the Nirvana finger with the fierceness of the Hegel crushing fist to create a new trick when he was blocked by 3 people at the entrance of the teaching building. The leader was an acquaintance, Xiao Chen. The boy's face was so gloomy it could drip water, and the resentment in his eyes was almost tangible. Beside him were 2 middle-aged men dressed in Xiao family attire, exuding a calm and composed aura. They were clearly experts sent by the Xiao family, probably Xiao Chen's uncles, with cultivation levels around the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. Quite a show of force, Lin Fan thought to himself, but remained outwardly calm.
Lin Fan! Xiao Chen roared through gritted teeth, "Where is my brother? Where did Xiao Yun go?" Lin Fan looked completely bewildered, his acting skills instantly kicking in as he scratched his head. "Xiao Yun? Who's that?" "Oh. I remember now, your older brother from your junior year of college? He's gone missing? Why are you asking me? Am I that close to him?"
Xiao Chen was so angry at his feigned ignorance that he almost vomited blood. "Stop playing dumb. My brother went to the Tianwu battlefield to look for you before he disappeared."
"Was it you who did this?" Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, Xiao." Lin Fan immediately put on a wronged expression. "The Tianwu battlefield is so big and so dangerous, isn't it normal for a few people to die? Perhaps Senior Xiao Yun encountered some powerful alien beast, or accidentally stepped into a trap set by some alien race? How can you slander me out of thin air? I'm a law-abiding student." He paused, then gave a look of sudden realization. "Oh, I see. Did your Xiao family offend someone, and they're retaliating against your brother?" You should call the police. No, I mean report it to the school security office. What good will it do you to come to me? You.
Xiao Chen was speechless, his face flushed red, after being hit with Lin Fan's series of punches.
He really had no evidence.
In a place like the Tianwu battlefield, it was common for the dead to have no witnesses. His Xiao family used their connections to check the teleportation records. Xiao Yun had indeed entered, and Lin Fan had also entered, but the areas and times they entered did not match perfectly, making it impossible to prove that Xiao Yun's disappearance was directly related to Lin Fan. Their biggest reliance was Xiao Yun's early stage of the third rank, and they felt that Lin Fan couldn't possibly kill him, which is why they dared to question him. But the strength Lin Fan is showing now, he instantly killed Qin Padian, a second-tier Qilin transformation cultivator, in one move.
Is this something a first-tier freshman could do? What if he was hiding his strength back then?
A stern-faced middle-aged man next to Xiao Chen pressed down on his shoulder, stepped forward, and scrutinized Lin Fan with sharp eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Lin Fan, we have no conclusive evidence. But it is a fact that Xiao Yun entered the Tianwu battlefield and disappeared after you. We hope you can provide some clues about what you saw or heard at the time, which might help us in finding Xiao Yun." That was much more sophisticated than Xiao Chen's words. It was both gentle and firm.
Lin Fan knew perfectly well that this was just a ploy. He continued to play dumb. "Uncle, I really didn't see Senior Xiao Yun.
I killed a few Tier 1 beasts in the outer area and quickly ran away, afraid of losing my life.
How could I dare to go deeper into the area? Perhaps Senior Xiao Yun, with his exceptional skills and daring, ventured into the core area?
I've heard that even 4th-tier experts can perish there." His words were half true and half false, which absolved him of all responsibility and placed Xiao Yun's disappearance in the most dangerous area, making it all seem reasonable. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Fan for a few seconds, seemingly trying to find a flaw in his expression. But Lin Fan's eyes were clear, his expression natural, completely innocent, as if to say, "I'm a newbie, I don't know anything." Finally, the middle-aged man took a deep breath, knowing he wouldn't get any more information, and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then we won't bother you any longer, Lin. However, I hope you're telling the truth. Let's go." After saying that, he pulled Xiao Chen, whose face was full of resentment, and turned to leave. Watching their departing figures, Lin Fan curled his lips into a cold smile.
Trying to trick me into revealing anything?
You'll have to train for a few more years.
As for the Xiao family, just wait, in 6 months at most, we'll see who comes after whom.
After this incident, Lin Fan knew that the Xiao family wouldn't dare to openly harm him for the time being, but they would definitely intensify their investigation and surveillance behind the scenes. He needed to improve his strength even faster. Just as he was pondering whether to wander around the edge of the Tianwu battlefield again, or take on a few challenging off-campus missions, a sudden phone call disrupted all his plans.
Caller ID, Mom.
Lin Fan had just answered the phone and hadn't even spoken when his mother, Li Xiuping, came through the line, her voice trembling with tears and urgency.
Xiao Fan. Something terrible has happened.
Your sister is in trouble.
Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, the ease on his face vanished instantly, and his heart jumped. "Mom, don't rush, tell me slowly. What happened to my sister?"
Xiao Xue.
Xiao Xue has gone missing.
Li Xiuping's voice trembled. She hasn't called or messaged home for 3 days.
She's never done this before.
I called her phone but it's off. I asked her classmates at Shanghai University, and they said they haven't seen her for several days either. When I asked the school teachers, they only said that Lin Shui had taken leave to go out for training, but they didn't know where she went.
Xiao Fan, Mom is really worried. Could something have happened to your sister?
Lin Jiangluo's heavy voice came from the side. "Xiao Fan, your sister isn't an unreasonable child. Even if she's away on training, she wouldn't go this long without contacting home. I asked a friend in Shanghai, and it seems things have been a bit unsettled at Shanghai University lately. Several students have gone missing while on missions." Lin Fan frowned deeply, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart.
Chapter 91. My older sister is in trouble.
His older sister, Lin Shui, is 2 years older than him.
She has good talent and has awakened an A-level ice-type mutated ability called Frost Arrow.
She was admitted to Shanghai University. The older sister is independent and strong-willed, but she is very family-oriented, and she is especially devoted to her younger brother, Lin Fan. Just as Mom and Dad said, my sister would never have disappeared for so long without a reason. Shanghai University, students missing, out on training trips. These keywords, strung together, made Lin Fan's heart sink. This world is far from peaceful. Strange beasts roam outside the city, and various evil organizations lurk in the shadows.
There are precedents for genius students being assassinated or kidnapped.
Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll go to Shanghai to find my sister right away. Lin Fan made the decision immediately, his tone resolute.
Xiao Fan, are you sure you can go alone?
Shanghai is so far away. Li Xiaoping was worried about both her daughter and her son. Mom, don't worry, I'm still strong enough to protect myself. You all wait for news at home, and I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything about my sister. Lin Fan reassured her. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
Panic solves nothing.
He first sent messages to his counselor and Principal Yi, briefly explaining the situation and requesting leave. Then he quickly packed his things, several sets of clothes, commonly used healing and recovery pills, energy crystals, and most importantly the blood demon blade. He concealed the murderous aura of the knife with a specially made scabbard and carried it on his back.
Brother Fan, what happened? You seem to be in a hurry.
Zhao Mang and the other two returned to the dormitory and saw Lin Fan packing his luggage, so they asked curiously. My sister might have run into some trouble at Shanghai University. I can't get in touch with her, so I have to go check on her, Lin Fan said succinctly.
What? Something happened to Sister Shui?
The three of them were shocked. They had met Lin Shui a few times and had a good impression of the beautiful and dashing senior.
Brother Fan, do you want us to come with you? Zhao Mang patted his chest. That's right, more people means more help. Sun Xiaopang added.
Although Li Mufeng didn't say anything, his eyes showed that he was willing to help. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart, but still shook his head, no need. The situation is unclear, and having too many people would only make things more difficult. You all focus on your cultivation at school. Just keep an eye on the Xiao family's movements for me.
I'll be right back.
He knew his brothers meant well, but the situation in Shanghai was unknown and potentially dangerous, and he didn't want to implicate them. He called Su Qinghan again, briefly explained the situation, and told her not to worry. Although Su Qinghan was worried, she knew she couldn't stop him. She just repeatedly told him to be careful and to stay in touch. With everything arranged, Lin Fan immediately used a mobile app to book a ticket for the next psionic hovering super fast train to Shanghai. This type of train is extremely fast, taking only half an hour to travel from Beijing to Shanghai, a distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers. It is also extremely safe, making it the preferred choice for intercity travel. Picking up his simple luggage, Lin Fan rushed out of the dormitory, his figure as swift as the wind, heading straight for the Beijing East Railway Station. His ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger.
Sis, please don't let anything happen to you. Wait for me.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan didn't waste a minute. He slung a backpack containing the blood demon blade and a few simple belongings over his shoulder and rushed out of the dormitory. He also sent a message to Principal Yi. Almost instantly, Principal Yi replied with just 4 concise words, "Be careful, contact me if you need anything." Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that Principal Yi was endorsing him. He didn't have time to think much and went straight to the hovercar dock at the school gate, then took a taxi to Beijing East Railway Station. Shortly after Lin Fan's flying car merged into the traffic, at the entrance of the inconspicuous teleportation hall on the back mountain of Imperial Capital University, the gray-robed old man lying on the recliner slowly opened his eyes, looked in the direction Lin Fan had left, and a glint of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. This kid, rushing around, his killing intent is restrained.
What happened this time?
He muttered to himself, then, as if receiving some instruction, he pursed his lips and said, Old Ji really treasures this kid.
All right, this old man will run an errand for you.
Before he finished speaking, the recliner beneath him, along with himself, rippled like water and vanished without a trace. Only a barely perceptible spatial fluctuation remained in the air. The East Railway Station in Beijing was teeming with people. Lin Fan swiped his ID card to pass through security and strode towards the exclusive waiting hall of the psionic hovering super-fast train. These trains are expensive, but their speed and safety are top-notch, making them the preferred choice for people with superpowers to travel long distances. Half an hour later, Lin Fan was already sitting in the spacious and comfortable carriage. The train started silently, and the scenery outside the window rushed past, quickly increasing to a terrifying speed, leaving only blurry streaks of light outside the window. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest, but his brain was working at a rapid pace. My older sister has been missing for 5 days. The university in Shanghai only said she was out on training. My classmate said she accepted a mission. She should be back in 3 days.
Encountering danger during training outside the city? It's possible, but my sister isn't reckless. With her A-level frost arrow ability, she's quite capable of protecting herself. Even if she encountered danger, she should be able to escape or send out a distress signal. Going missing for 5 days is too unusual. The more likely explanation is that it was deliberate. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He recalled his previous experience. There may very well be similar sordid acts happening in Shanghai. My older sister, Lin Shui, is outstanding in appearance and has great talent, which inevitably attracts some covetousness and trouble. Chen Nan Lin Fan remembered the name the female classmate mentioned. Holding a grudge after being rejected? That's quite possible. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch my sister, I'll make them regret ever being born. A chilling killing intent spread through Lin Fan's heart. His family is his Achilles heel, to touch them is to die. He instinctively gripped the scabbard on his back, the blood demon blade sending a slightly cool sensation through him, as if responding to his killing intent. In the corner of the carriage, a middle-aged man dressed plainly, who looked like a businessman on a business trip, appeared to be dozing off, but his eyes kept glancing at Lin Fan out of the corner of his eye. Sensing the fleeting, sharp aura emanating from Lin Fan, he raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, "Good lad, this killing intent. Old man ye sent me to protect him, is it just to clean up his mess? But this personality is to my liking." The half-hour journey passed in the blink of an eye. The train smoothly came to a stop at Shanghai South Station. Lin Fan was the first to rush out of the train car. Without stopping at all, he took a taxi directly to Shanghai University. Shanghai University is located in the bustling Pudong New area, and its gate is magnificent, no less impressive than that of Beijing University. Lin Fan strode to the door, but was stopped by security personnel. "Student, please show your ID or visit appointment." The security personnel were very polite, but the procedure was rigorous. Chapter 92 Chen Nan. Lin Fan directly showed his Imperial University student ID and superhuman badge. "Hello, I am Lin Fan, a student at Imperial University. I am here to see my sister, Lin Shui. She is a sophomore at your university, majoring in the School of Life Sciences. She's been missing for several days, and her family is very worried. I need to go in and find out what's going on." Lin Fan? The security guard was taken aback when he saw the name on the student ID and the badge of Imperial Capital University. Then, as if he remembered something, his expression changed slightly, and his attitude instantly became more respectful, even with a hint of flattery. You are Lin Fan, the champion of this year's Imperial Capital Freshman Competition?" Lin Fan's fame has clearly spread to Shanghai. "It's me." Lin Fan nodded. "Oh dear. My apologies. Please come in, Lin. I'll take you to the School of Life Sciences right away." The security personnel immediately let you in and even offered to lead the way. He couldn't be happier to befriend such a genius who was destined to become a great man in the future. "No need for that, just tell me how to get to the School of Life Sciences." Lin Fan didn't want to waste any time. Okay, go straight along this road, and turn right when you see the blue tree of life sculpture." The security personnel gave detailed directions. Lin Fan thanked him, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost, his speed leaving the security personnel speechless. My goodness, that speed, no wonder he's a champion. Following the directions, Lin Fan quickly found the girls' dormitory building of the School of Life Sciences. He went directly to the dormitory manager and reiterated his identity and purpose. The dormitory manager, a middle-aged woman, was very cooperative after hearing Lin Fan's identity and purpose, and helped him contact Lin Shui's roommate. A moment later, a quiet girl wearing glasses rushed downstairs. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she asked somewhat nervously, You're Lin Shui's younger brother, Lin Fan?" "It's me, senior. I'd like to ask where my sister Lin Shui went for training? Why have we been out of contact for so long?" Lin Fan asked directly, trying to keep his tone calm, but the urgency in his eyes was unmistakable. The girl with glasses pushed up her glasses and recalled, Xiaoxua accepted a collecting moonlight moss quest 5 days ago. The location was outside the city, on the outskirts of Misty Valley. The quest wasn't difficult, and she should have been able to return in 3 days at most. But it's been 5 days, and she still hasn't come back. We can't get through to her, and we're very worried. Misty Valley? Gathering moonlight moss? Lin Fan noted down the key information and asked, Senior, has my sister offended anyone at school recently? Or is anyone harassing her? The girl with glasses thought for a moment and shook her head. Xiaoxua has a good personality and gets along well with her classmates. I haven't heard of her offending anyone.
She frowned and pondered for a while, then suddenly seemed to remember something and said hesitantly, however, a while ago, Chen Nan, that senior in college, seemed to have pursued Xiaoxue, but Xiaoxue clearly rejected him.
Chen Nan's expression wasn't good at the time, but that's been a while, so, surely not? Chen Nan. That name again. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Rejected after confessing his feelings, harboring resentment. The timing also matches. He's highly suspicious. Chen Nan, who is he?
Lin Fan's voice turned cold. The girl with glasses seemed a little scared and lowered her voice, saying, Senior Chen Nan, his family is the Chen family, the #1 family in Shanghai.
He is also very talented.
He is a genius in his senior year, and I heard that he is almost at the 3rd level of perfection.
In the school, very few people dare to mess with him. The most powerful family in Shanghai. 3rd tier perfected. Deep background, formidable strength. No wonder they dare to be so arrogant.
Lin Fan was almost certain that his sister's disappearance was 99% related to Chen Nan.
The claim of encountering danger during an expedition is likely just a pretext. Senior, thank you. Do you know where Chen Nan usually hangs out? Or where he lives?
Lin Fan asked, barely suppressing his anger. I don't know where he lives. He seems to often cultivate at the War God Hall. The girl with glasses was startled by the sudden chill emanating from Lin Fan and said timidly,
War God Hall. Thank you.
Lin Fan noted down the name, thanked the girl with glasses, turned around and left, his figure disappearing instantly downstairs from the dormitory building. The girl with glasses looked in the direction Lin Fan had disappeared, patted her chest, and said with lingering fear, Lin Shue's younger brother, his aura is so scary, is he going to cause trouble for Senior Chen Nan?
Oh my god, please don't let anything happen to him.
Lin Fan left the dormitory area, his mind racing.
Should he go directly to the Hall of War Gods to find Chen Nan? If the other party insists on denying it, he cannot use force at school. Making a scene and alerting the enemy is not a good idea.
We must first find evidence, or go directly to where my sister is being held. The Chen family, the #1 family in Shanghai, has immense power. If it really was Chen Nan who did it, he probably hid his sister somewhere in the Chen family or in his private residence off campus. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Conventional methods were too slow. He couldn't afford to wait. Every extra minute meant greater danger for his sister. He needed a faster, more direct method to find Chen Nan and get him to talk.
But how do we find Chen Nan in such a huge city like Shanghai?
The school is so big, and the Aries Hall is no small place either. Just then, Lin Fan thought of someone, the person Principal Yi had sent to protect him on the train. Although the other party was well hidden, Lin Fan's extraordinary senses still vaguely detected a powerful aura that was always following behind him. The only ones who could put pressure on him were at least 5th-tier experts. Principal Yi sending people here is not only for protection, but also as a form of support and a source of resources.
Now, this is just the right time to use it.
Lin Fan stopped and, facing the empty space behind him, said in a deep voice, Senior, I know you are here. Junior Lin Fan humbly requests your assistance, Senior, to help me locate the current location of Chen Nan, a senior student. My older sister has gone missing, and I suspect it's related to him. Time is of the essence, and Lin Fan is extremely grateful. The air was still for a few seconds. Immediately, a slightly hoarse voice seemed to ring out directly in his ear, Kid, your senses are pretty sharp. That brat from the Chen family in Shanghai, he's a bit of a problem. But Olji said he'll try his best to cooperate.
Just wait and see.
The sound disappeared. Lin Fan felt relieved. With the help of a powerful figure, the efficiency would be much higher.
He waited patiently for about 5 minutes.
The voice sounded again, found it. That kid Chen Nan left the school half an hour ago and went to his private villa in Bibo Garden, but
the address is number 17 Bibo Road.
The villa has basic protective formations, and inside,
Interesting. Even though the array conceals it, there's a faint fluctuation of ice-type energy, seemingly suppressed. That should be your sister. Bibo Garden. A private villa. Ice-type supernatural energy fluctuations are suppressed.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
It really was him.
Thank you so much, Senior.
Lin Fan said sincerely, then his figure flashed and he sped towards the school gate. Destination number 17, Bibo Garden. Chapter 93. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is to die. Kid, don't be impulsive. Bibo Garden is a high-end villa area with tight security.
Chen Nan himself is at the peak of the third tier, and there are probably guards in the villa.
Should I take action?
The voice reminded him.
No need. Senior, please just hold off any potential high-ranking reinforcements from the Chun family that might appear. Chun Nan.
I'll handle it myself. Lin Fan's voice was icy cold, filled with absolute confidence and killing intent.
Third tier perfection?
Even if she's fourth tier, if she dares to touch his sister, he'll kill her without hesitation. With a figure as swift as lightning, Lin Fan blended into the bustling nightscape of Shanghai, like a lone wolf locking onto its prey and pouncing straight at its target.
As night deepens, the neon lights of Shanghai become dazzling, and the streets are bustling with traffic.
Bibo Garden is a high-end villa area located on the banks of the Huangpu River.
It boasts a tranquil environment and tight security.
Lin Fan's figure moved like a ghost, silently avoiding the security guards and patrolling guards at the entrance, and arrived at number 17 Bibo Road according to the address given by the mysterious senior.
This is a detached 3-story European-style villa with a garden and swimming pool.
A faint energy fluctuation surrounded the villa, indicating that basic protective and soundproofing arrays had been set up. Lin Fan stood in the shadows outside the villa, his eyes as cold as knives. His powerful mental energy, extraordinary perception, spread out like mercury, penetrating the not-so-strong protective array and instantly sensing the situation inside the villa.
The living room on the first floor was empty.
In the bedroom on the second floor, a young man with an aura of around the third level of perfection was wearing a bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine, and lewdly walking towards a young woman who was tied to a chair, had a rag stuffed in her mouth, and whose eyes were filled with terror and despair. That woman, who else could it be but his sister, Lin Shui? Lin Shui's clothes were somewhat disheveled, but she didn't seem to have been physically assaulted. Her powers had simply been suppressed, rendering her unable to move.
Seeing this, Lin Fan's anger erupted like a volcano.
A chilling killing intent soared into the sky, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees.
Chen Nan. You're asking for it. Boom.
Lin Fan no longer concealed anything, and the power within his body erupted.
Ancient Wolf King Transformation Second Transformation, Wolf Battle Form, was activated instantly.
Its body grew taller, covered in silver fur, with protruding claws, and its amber vertical pupils burned with boundless rage. Like a ferocious beast, he smashed through the villa's protective array and heavy wooden door, bursting inside.
Wood chips flew everywhere, and the alarm blared shrilly. Who?
Chen Nan, who was in the bedroom on the second floor, was startled by the sudden loud noise and spilled red wine all over himself. He rushed to the stairwell in a fit of shock and rage, only to see a silver werewolf exuding a terrifying aura staring intently at him with its cold, vertical pupils.
A monster, a monster.
Chen Nan was terrified. He had never felt such a terrifying killing intent before.
Dare to touch my sister. I'll kill you.
Lin Fan's voice was hoarse and filled with killing intent, as if it came from the deepest hell. He took a step forward, the floor beneath his feet cracked, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot.
Protect the young master.
A sharp shout came from the corner of the villa. A middle-aged guard dressed in black, with a powerful aura and having reached the early stage of the fourth rank, pounced like a cheetah, his short knife flashing with a sharp light, slashing towards Lin Fan's back. He was Chen Nan's personal bodyguard, always hiding in the shadows.
Get out of my way.
Lin Fan didn't even turn his head, and with a backhand strike, he unleashed the annihilation finger. The dark purple finger beam arrived first, striking precisely the side of the short sword.
Clang! Sparks flew.
The fourth-tier guard felt a strange, chilling power spread along his arm, instantly numbing it and nearly causing him to drop his dagger.
He was horrified. What kind of finger technique is this?
Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Fan rushed up to the second floor.
Stop him. Stop him now.
Chen Nan was so scared that he wet himself and scrambled to hide in the room.
You little beast. Stop being so arrogant. The fourth-level guard, enduring the numbness in his arm, lunged forward again, unleashing his full power as a fourth-level early-stage guard.
His short sword transformed into countless blade shadows, enveloping Lin Fan's entire body.
You can't stop me.
A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
He knew that he couldn't deal with Chen Nan without first eliminating this guard.
He turned around abruptly, and the blood demon blade was unsheathed. The dark red blade erupted with terrifying killing intent.
Wolf King. Annihilation Slash.
Facing a fourth-tier early-stage powerhouse, Lin Fan dared not hold back in the slightest and directly unleashed the strongest killing move under the second transformation of the Ancient Wolf King transformation. The blood demon blade transformed into a dark red blood moon that tore everything apart, carrying Lin Fan's boundless rage and killing intent, and fiercely slashed towards the fourth tier guard. This strike contained the essence of the 9 slashes of flowing clouds, the explosive power of the Gale Force crushing fist, the penetrating power of the Finger of Annihilation, and the ferocious aura of the Blood Demon Blade itself. Its power had already surpassed the ordinary 3rd tier level and touched the threshold of the 4th tier. What? The 4th tier guard's expression changed drastically. He sensed a deadly threat from this strike. He roared, channeling all his energy into the short sword and unleashing his strongest defensive combat technique. Guardian Tortoise. A thick, earthen yellow energy shield instantly materialized. Boom! The dark red blade struck the energy shield with a deafening explosion. The energy shield trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. It only lasted for a second before shattering. The blade's momentum remained undiminished, slashing down on the 4th tier guard's short sword. Snap! The steel dagger snapped in two. The blade grazed the guard's chest. Puff! A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared, and blood gushed out. The 4th tier guard was sent flying as if hit by a high-speed train, crashing through the wall and landing in the first-floor living room, his fate unknown. One strike. Severely injuring a Tier 4 early-stage guardian. Although he had the advantage of his opponent underestimating him and being distracted by the Nirvana finger, the power of Lin Fan's strike was still terrifying. Ah! Chen Nan was terrified when he saw his strongest guard defeated in a single strike. His crotch was instantly soaked, and a foul stench filled the air. He collapsed to the ground, watching Lin Fan approach like a demon, begging for mercy with tears streaming down his face. No! Don't kill me! I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I'm the eldest son of the Chen family. If you kill me, the Chen family will never let you off. I'll give you anything you want. Money. Resources. Women. You can have it all. Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold, unwavering in the slightest. Family was his Achilles heel. To touch it meant certain death. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, let alone the Chen family, he couldn't save Chen Nan today. In your next life, remember, don't mess with the people you shouldn't. Without uttering a single word, Lin Fan drew a cold arc with his blood demon blade. Laugh. Ahead, its face contorted in terror and disbelief, flew off. Chen Nan was dead. Chapter 94's rank superpower, Gengjin Body. Lin Fan didn't even glance at Chen Nan's corpse. He rushed into the bedroom, cut the ropes binding Lin Shui with a single stroke, and ripped the gag out of her mouth. Xiao Fan? Lin Shui was startled when she saw Lin Fan's werewolf-like appearance, but when she felt his familiar aura and the concern in his eyes, she instantly understood. Overwhelmed by the immense grievance and lingering fear of surviving the ordeal, she threw herself into Lin Fan's arms and burst into tears. Xiao Fan. Wa'ada. You scared me to death. Lin Fan deactivated his transformation and returned to human form. He gently patted his sister's back, his voice softening. Sister, it's all right, it's all right. I'm here. No one can hurt you anymore. He checked on Lin Shui and found that she was just frightened and her superpowers were temporarily suppressed by the drug, but her body was fine. Only then was he completely relieved. After the anger subsided, a strong sense of exhaustion from the battle washed over him. Just then, the system notification sounded. Target detectable, Chen Nan, a Tier 3 perfected ability user deceased. Can be stripped of superpower, S-rank Gengjin Body. Should it be deprived? Strip him of his S-rank Gengjin Body. Lin Fan said without hesitation. Chen Nan's S-rank ability is the enhancement type, Gengjin Body, which focuses on defense and attack. It can make up for his lack of defense and complements the indestructible body. Successfully obtained. Acquired S-rank ability Gengjin Body. Already stored in the ability database. Gained 800 points of life essence. A sharp and indestructible energy surged into Lin Fan's body, resonating faintly with his original, indestructible body, seemingly enhancing his defense and physical strength. Just then, Lin Fan keenly sensed that the faint aura of the powerful figure sent by Principal Yi outside the villa fluctuated slightly. Immediately, an even stronger, gentler yet undeniable force quietly enveloped the entire villa area, completely isolating and smoothing out the energy fluctuations and sounds generated by the battle just now. It was that senior who stepped in. He's helping me cover up the traces. Otherwise, such a commotion would have alerted the Chun family and the Shanghai security forces long ago. Lin Fan was grateful and nodded slightly towards the void. Xiao Fan, just now, you killed Chen Nan?
And that guard too. Lin Shui recovered her senses, looked at the corpses on the ground in the messy scene, her face turned pale, and she said worriedly, "The Chen family is powerful, let's leave quickly." "Leave Shanghai."
"Sister, don't be afraid," Lin Fan comforted her, his eyes calm.
"What's done is done, so don't regret it. The Chen family is powerful, but we're not pushovers either. With Principal Yi and Imperial University behind us, the Chen family won't dare to act openly. As for underhanded tactics, humph, who's afraid of who?"
As he spoke, he quickly cleaned up the battlefield.
The bodies of Chen Nan and the unconscious fourth-level guard were disposed of with corpse-dissolving powder to destroy all evidence.
Then, they quickly looted all the valuable items in the villa, such as energy crystals, pills, and some confidential documents, and put them into their storage rings. After doing all this, he pulled the still-shaken Lin Shui and quickly left the villa. Less than 10 minutes after they left, several powerful auras swiftly descended upon number 17 Bibbo Garden, clearly indicating that the Chen family had noticed something amiss. However, the villa was already empty, with only traces of battle and faint energy remnants remaining. The clues were blurred due to interference from the mysterious senior's power.
"Damn it! Who dares to touch anyone from my Chen family?"
A majestic roar echoed through the night sky, filled with anger and astonishment. But it's destined that they won't be able to trace it back to Lin Fan anytime soon. Lin Fan and his sister did not return to Shanghai University, but went directly to Shanghai Railway Station and bought 2 tickets back to Beijing as quickly as possible. Sitting on the train back to the capital, Lin Shui nestled beside Lin Fan, gradually calming down. Looking at her younger brother's resolute profile, she felt a mix of lingering fear, relief, and pride. She never expected that in just over half a year, her younger brother had grown to such a terrifying level, daring to directly kill the eldest son of the number 1 family in Shanghai for her sake.
"Xiao Fan, thank you," Lin Shui said softly.
Lin Fan smiled and squeezed his sister's hand. "Sis, don't be so polite with me. Be careful when you go out in the future, and contact me immediately if anything happens." Lin Shui nodded vigorously, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. Lin Fan gazed at the rapidly receding night view outside the window, his eyes deep and thoughtful.
Killing Chen Nan was tantamount to completely offending the Chen family of Shanghai. There will definitely be a lot of trouble ahead.
But he doesn't regret it. Strength is the key to dealing with all troubles. With the global competition for top talents just around the corner, he must become stronger even faster.
The Chen family. I hope you know what's good for you.
If you insist on courting death, I don't mind removing your Chen family from the list of famous families in Shanghai. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. After that night, Lin Fan's temperament became even more decisive and ruthless. Protecting those you care about requires sufficient power and ruthless methods. The train roared along, carrying the siblings towards the capital, and towards an even more magnificent future. The psionic levitation train sped through the night, the city lights outside the window like a flowing river of light. Inside the carriage, Lin Fan and Lin Shui, siblings, sat side by side. The atmosphere gradually shifted from initial shock to a silence and reflection born of relief. Lin Shui leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, her face still somewhat pale, but her eyes had regained their former liveliness. She turned her head to look at her brother's sharply defined, somewhat aloof profile, and felt a mix of emotions. "Xiao Fan," she said softly, breaking the silence, "this time we really owe you a lot.
If it weren't for you..."
Her voice choked with emotion, unable to imagine what the consequences would have been if Lin Fan hadn't arrived in time. Lin Fan patted his sister's hand, his tone gentle yet firm. "Sis, we're family, no need for formalities.
I'm just glad you're alright.
If something like this happens again, be sure to tell me immediately, don't try to handle it all by yourself." Lin Shui nodded, then frowned with worry. "But
Xiao Fan, you killed Chen Nan, the Chen family will definitely not let this go.
They wield immense power in Shanghai, their influence is absolute."
Can I still go back to university in Shanghai? Chapter 95, Transferring Schools.
She knew very well that the Chen family would definitely investigate Chen Nan's death thoroughly. As the person involved in the catalyst, she is bound to bear the brunt of the blame. Even if she returned to school, the Chen family had a million ways to make her accidentally disappear. The thought of returning to that place that terrified her sent a chill down her spine.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Go back to Shanghai University? Of course not. It's too dangerous there.
He hesitated for a moment, then decisively said, "Sister, why don't you just transfer to another school?
Transfer to Imperial University and be with me. I can take care of you then." With President Yi at Imperial University, no matter how powerful the Chen family is, they wouldn't dare to act blatantly on Imperial University's turf. Transfer schools? Lin Shui was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile. Xiao Fan, you're thinking too simply. I'm already a sophomore, and I'm transferring from Shanghai University to Beijing University. Both of these schools are top-tier institutions, and the transfer procedures are extremely complicated, almost impossible. It requires the consent of both school principals, special approval from the Ministry of Education, and rigorous qualification and competence testing. It's too difficult. She knew her brother meant well, but transferring schools wasn't something that could be done just by ability and talent. It involved complicated procedures and interpersonal relationships. How could an ordinary student like her have such great power? Hee, little girl, you've underestimated your little brother. Just then, a slightly hoarse and teasing voice seemed to ring out directly in the sibling's ears. Lin Shui was startled and sat bolt upright, looking around nervously. Who? Lin Fan remained calm, nodding slightly to the air. Senior. He knew it was the mysterious expert sent by Principal Yi speaking. The expert had clearly been concealing himself and following nearby. The voice continued with a laugh. Little girl, don't worry about transferring schools. For your little brother, transferring from Shanghai University to Beijing University is just a matter of a word. Olji treasures him dearly. He'd love to have a chance to curry favor over something so trivial. As for the Ministry of Education, Olji can just give them a heads up. Qualification review? A strength test? His older sister, a top contender in the global prodigy competition, how could she lack talent? She can just go through the motions. Lin Shui was stunned, her cherry-like mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief. Principal Yi? The Ministry of Education intervened? Just going through the motions? There's a lot of information in those words. Her brother is at a university in Beijing, how could he have such influence? Even the school principal values him so much? He can even influence the Ministry of Education's decisions? She abruptly turned to look at Lin Fan, her eyes as if she were looking at a stranger. Xiao Fan, what's going on with you? Why is Principal Yi being so nice to you? And your strength, just now, you. Only now, after her initial shock subsided, did Lin Shui begin to carefully recall the brief but thrilling events that had just transpired in the villa. Lin Fan transforms into a werewolf, his murderous aura soaring to the heavens. A single strike severely wounded a Tier 4 early-stage guardian. He casually killed Chen Nan, who was at the peak of the 3rd rank. The whole process was clean, efficient, ruthless, and decisive. The strength and aura he displayed were hardly those of a freshman who had only been in college for half a year. He is clearly a seasoned and decisive warrior. Her younger brother, when they spoke on the phone more than half a month ago, was clearly only at the early stage of the 1st level. How long has it been? He's already able to directly kill a 4th-tier opponent? This cultivation speed, even a spaceship couldn't keep up with it. And then there's this mysterious senior figure lurking in the shadows, capable of telepathic communication, boasting enough to arrange school transfers, and whom Principal Yi is eager to curry favor with. Who is this person? Why would they specifically come to protect Lin Fan? Lin Shui felt like her brain wasn't working properly. What exactly did her younger brother experience during the 2 weeks he spent studying at university in Beijing? This growth rate and network of connections are just outrageous. Seeing the shock, confusion, and a mix of admiration and bewilderment in his sister's eyes, Lin Fan smiled and explained in a relaxed tone, Sis, don't overthink it. I'm just lucky the special ability I awakened is a bit unusual, which makes my cultivation speed a little faster. I won 1st place in the recent freshman competition, and Principal Yi valued me highly, giving me some preferential treatment in terms of resources. As for the senior, he was sent by Principal Yi to protect my safety. He spoke lightly, downplaying the seriousness of the matter. He doesn't plan to tell his family about the core secrets of the system, the stripping of superpowers, and the frenzied killing on the Tianwu battlefield for the time being. It's not that he doesn't trust them, but rather that the less he knows, the safer he is. Even so, it was enough to shock Lin Shui. 1st place in the freshman competition? Principal Yi values her? He even sent a 5th-tier senior to protect her? Lin Shui muttered to herself, each word shocking her understanding. She herself was considered a minor genius at Shanghai University, possessing an A-level ability and reaching the 2nd-tier perfection in her sophomore year, which was quite impressive. But compared to his brother's terrifying achievements, it's utterly insignificant. She finally understood why her brother dared to kill Chen Nan without hesitation and why he had the confidence to let her transfer schools.
It turns out that her younger brother is no longer the little boy who needed her protection, but has grown into a hidden dragon with the capital and power to stir up trouble. You brat, you're not just fast, you're going on a rocket. Lin Shui couldn't help but punch Lin Fan, her eyes welling up with tears again, this time from joy and pride.
If mom and dad knew, they'd be ecstatic.
Lin Fan smiled and held his sister's hand, so, don't worry about transferring schools, leave it to me.
Once I get back to the capital, I'll go find Principal Yi to complete the formalities.
You should stay in the capital for now and get familiar with the environment. The universities in the capital have better facilities and more resources than those in Shanghai, which will benefit your cultivation.
Okay.
I'll do whatever you say. Lin Shui nodded vigorously, feeling completely at ease and filled with anticipation for the future.
With such a capable younger brother protecting her, what was there to be afraid of? The mysterious voice rang out again, tinged with amusement. Little girl, are you relieved now? Stay put in the capital.
The Chen family will naturally be kept in check, and they won't dare to openly cause trouble. As for the demons and monsters lurking in the shadows, humph, with your brother around, no matter how many come, they're just easy prey. These words exuded an air of dominance, making Lin Shui feel incredibly safe. The train sped along, and the sky outside the window gradually turned a pale white. The harrowing night has finally passed, and a new dawn has broken. By the time they arrived at the East Railway Station in the capital, it was already broad daylight. Lin Fan got off the train with his sister, and the mysterious senior's aura remained elusive nearby, like the most reliable shadow guard. After leaving the station, Lin Fan took a taxi directly back to Imperial University. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he booked a room for his sister at a hotel near the school so she could rest and calm down. After settling his sister in, Lin Fan immediately sent a message to Principal Yi, briefly explaining the situation, omitting the details of killing Chen Nan, only saying that his sister had been kidnapped by Chen Nan of the Chen family in Shanghai, that he had rescued his sister but offended the Chen family, and that he hoped his sister could transfer to Imperial University for protection, and requesting a meeting.
Less than a minute after the message was sent, Principal Yi replied, "Come to my office."
Lin Fan took a deep breath, knowing that the crucial moment had arrived. Whether he can save his sister depends heavily on Principal Yi's attitude. He walked quickly to the principal's office door and knocked. "Come in," came Principal Yi's calm voice. Lin Fan pushed open the door and entered, only to see Principal Yi sitting calmly in front of the tea set, brewing tea. Seeing Lin Fan, he gestured to the seat opposite him. "Sit. I've heard about it and confirmed it with Old Shadow.
Tell me, what exactly happened? How is Chen Nan?"
Principal Yi's gaze was deep, as if he could see right through people. Lin Fan did not hide anything and recounted the whole story, including how he killed Chen Nan and his guards in a fit of rage. There's no point in trying to be clever in front of someone like Principal Yi.
Chapter 96 Settling Down.
After listening to Lin Fan's account, Principal Yi remained silent for a moment, took a sip of tea, and then said, "Decisive in killing, brave and resourceful, and loyal and righteous."
Not bad.
He didn't blame Lin Fan for being ruthless. Instead, he expressed his appreciation.
The Chen family of Shanghai is indeed a problem. Principal Yi put down his teacup. Chen Nan is the direct descendant that the Chen family is focusing on cultivating this generation. Killing him is like stirring up a hornet's nest. The Chen family may not dare to act recklessly in the capital openly, but their covert retaliation will certainly not be lacking. Lin Fan's heart tightened. Principal Yi glanced at him, then changed the subject. "However, you are a student of my Imperial University, and more importantly, a future pillar of society that I value. Your family is naturally within the school's protection zone. If the Chen family dares to overstep their bounds, I will handle the situation with them." These words, spoken in a calm tone, carried an undeniable air of dominance and a protectiveness of one's own. Lin Fan was overjoyed and quickly stood up to bow, saying, "Thank you, Principal." Principal Yi waved his hand. "Sit down. I've already had my secretary handle the transfer. Just arrange a simple aptitude test for your sister as a formality, and the paperwork will be done quickly.
She will transfer directly to the second year of the School of Life Sciences, and her dormitory will be arranged. You don't need to worry about these things."
As for the pressure from the Chen family, a glint of wisdom flashed in Principal Yi's eyes. "I will personally give the Chen family patriarch a talking.
By the way, I will show them the evidence of Chen Nan kidnapping his classmate and his malicious intentions.
I'm sure the Chen family will be reasonable."
Lin Fan immediately understood that Principal Yi was trying to turn the tables on them, using Chen Nan's scandalous affair to control the Chen family and make them suffer in silence, afraid to retaliate openly. The old fox is still the most cunning.
I understand. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness, Principal. Lin Fan was sincerely grateful. With Principal Ye's intervention, his sister's safety and transfer were basically secured. Principal Yi nodded, his tone becoming more serious. However, Lin Fan, you must remember this. Strength is the fundamental guarantee. Improve yourself as soon as possible and achieve good results in global competitions. At that time, not only the Chen family, but the entire city of Shanghai will be utterly incapable of harming you or your family. Yes. I will do my best. Lin Fan solemnly promised. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Fan breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. With Principal Yi backing her up, her sister's transfer to another school is practically a done deal, and the threat from the Chen family has been temporarily averted. He returned to the hotel and told Lin Shui the good news. Lin Shui was so happy she almost jumped for joy, and she was extremely grateful to Principal Yi and Imperial University. Over the next few days, Lin Fan accompanied his sister through the transfer procedures, aptitude tests, dormitory arrangements, and familiarization with the campus environment. Lin Shui's transfer procedures went exceptionally smoothly, almost without any obstacles. The dean of the School of Life Sciences personally received Lin Shui and took good care of her. Clearly, this was all due to Principal Ye's influence. Lin Fan also took the time to introduce his sister to Su Qinghan, Zhao Mang, Sun Xiaopeng, and Li Mufeng. Everyone liked this beautiful and cheerful senior student and said they would take care of her in Beijing. Seeing his sister quickly adapt to the new environment and her bright smile return, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. Having dealt with his sister's matter, Lin Fan was finally able to focus his attention back on his own cultivation. With the global competition of prodigies drawing ever closer, he must seize every minute and second to become even stronger. After his older sister Lin Shui successfully transferred to Imperial University and settled in, the first thing Lin Fan did was to make a video call to his parents, who were far away in Binchang. As soon as the call connected, Lin Jiangwo and Li Xiuping's anxious and worried faces appeared on the screen. Xiao Fan. How is it? Have you found your sister? Is she all right? Li Xiuping asked anxiously, her voice trembling with tears. Dad, Mom, don't worry. My sister is fine. I've found her. She's right here with me, and she's doing great. Lin Fan turned the camera to Lin Shui, who was sitting next to him. Dad. Mom. Lin Shui leaned closer to the camera, trying to put on a bright smile. I'm fine. I was just doing a small, isolated mission earlier, and the signal was bad, so I made you worry. Seeing that their daughter was safe and sound, Lin Jiangwo and Li Xiuping finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right. It's all right. You scared your mother to death. Li Xiuping patted her chest, her eyes still red. Xiao Xue, you mustn't do that again. You have to tell the family about any missions you take. Okay, Mom, I won't do it again. Lin Shui replied obediently. Lin Fan picked up the conversation, saying in a relaxed tone, Dad, Mom, I have some good news to tell you. My sister didn't adapt well to the climate in Shanghai, and since I was doing quite well at Beijing University, she applied to the president, who made a special exception and agreed to let her transfer there. Now my sister and I are in the same school, so we can look after each other. You can all rest assured. He deliberately concealed the harrowing details of Chen Nan's kidnapping, only mentioning the result of transferring schools. There are some things that are better left unsaid by parents, so they don't have to worry about them day and night. You transferred to Beijing University? Lin Jiangwo and Li Xiuping were both surprised and delighted. Is this really possible? Beijing University is a top-tier university. Transferring here isn't easy, is it? Dad, Mom, don't worry. I won the championship in the freshman competition this time. The school attaches great importance to this, so I have some faith. Lin Fan said with a smile, his tone carrying just the right amount of confidence. From now on, my sister will be in the capital. I'll keep an eye on her, and I guarantee no one will dare to bully her. Good. Good. Xiao Fan, you've really made something of yourself. You can even take care of your sister now. Lin Jiangwo's face beamed with pride. Li Xiuping also wiped her eyes with satisfaction. You two siblings taking care of each other and staying safe and sound makes your parents the happiest. After chatting for a while about everyday things and telling them to take care of themselves and not to worry about money, Lin Fan hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan and Lin Shui exchanged a smile and breathed a sigh of relief. The greatest happiness is having family safe and sound.
After settling into his home, Lin Fan's focus returned to his intense cultivation. The global prodigy is like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, urging him not to relax in the slightest. Inside the cultivation room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the system interface. He first turned his attention to his newly acquired S-level ability, Gengjin Body, and his existing A+ level ability, Indestructible Vajra Body. Both of these are top-tier defensive and physical enhancement abilities with similar attributes. If they can be fused, their power will undoubtedly increase exponentially. Chapter 97: The Indestructible Vajra Body. System: how much life essence is needed to fuse the Gigung Metal Body and the Indestructible Vajra Body? What is the success rate? Detectable fusion abilities: S rank Gengjin Body, A+ rank Indestructible Vajra Body. Attribute compatibility: high. Fusion requires 5,000 life essence points. Fusion success rate: 85% success rate is increased due to high attribute compatibility. Potential products of fusion: S+ level superpower low probability, top tier S level superpower high probability. 5,000 points. 85% success rate. Worth a gamble. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, looking at the more than 10,000 points of life essence he had accumulated. Defense is the foundation of survival, it's worth the investment. Merge. Consuming 5,000 points of life essence. Initiating fusion. The system interface shone brightly, and the golden light representing the Gigung Metal Body and the bronze light representing the Indestructible Vajra Body slowly approached, rotated, and finally merged together like water and milk. The process lasted about 10 minutes. Fusion successful. Obtained S+ level superpower Indestructible Vajra Body. It's a success. And it's a low probability S+ grade. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He immediately experienced the effects of his new superpower. A surge of energy, far more powerful and profound than any defensive ability before, carrying an aura of immortality and indestructibility, flowed through his entire body. His bones crackled softly as their density increased dramatically. His muscle fibers became even tougher, and his skin shimmered with a faint golden sheen, as if covered by an invisible, diamond-like armor. Lin Fan tried to circulate the Indestructible Vajra Body, and a pale golden light emanated from his body, forming an extremely solid light shield. He felt that his defense was several times stronger than before. Moreover, this power is balanced and peaceful, carrying an immortal aura, and has extremely strong resistance to evil spirits, curses, energy erosion, etc. What a powerful, indestructible Vajra Body! This defense is so strong that even an attack from the early stage of the 4th rank would have difficulty breaking through it. Lin Fan was extremely excited. 5,000 points of life essence worth it. With defense greatly enhanced, the next step is to develop offensive and support measures. Lin Fan turned his attention to the S-rank ability, Interdimensional Summoning. This ability has enormous potential, but a suitable contracted beast has yet to be found. He left the training room and went once again to Mount 10,000 Beasts inside the Imperial University. This is an alternate world environment area specially set aside by the school, where various exotic beasts are kept for teaching, research, and contracts. Lin Fan released the unique mental fluctuations of otherworld summoning, like casting an invisible net, sensing the powerful creatures that might exist in the 10,000 Beasts mountain and be suitable for a contract. Most of the strange beasts sensed this fluctuation and either fled in terror or prostrated themselves on the ground in submission. But Lin Fan didn't think much of their potential or attributes. Just as he was about to venture deeper into the core area, suddenly, an unruly mental fluctuation filled with sharp killing intent returned from a dark valley. There's something big here. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he dashed off towards the valley. Deep in the valley, a giant wolf, enormous in size, entirely silver-white except for a tuft of crescent-shaped golden fur on its forehead, stared at Lin Fan with its cold and wary amber vertical pupils. Its aura was formidable, reaching the early stage of the 4th rank. It exuded a chilling aura and an indomitable fighting spirit. A howling moon wolf at the early stage of the 4th tier. Possessing a diluted sacred beast bloodline. Good potential. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is it. Humans, get out of my territory. A hostile mental message entered Lin Fan's mind. This howling moon wolf is extremely intelligent and can already communicate mentally. Sign a contract with me, and I'll show you a wider world. Lin Fan directly released his powerful mental pressure and a trace of the original aura of the ancient Wolf King transformation, attempting to intimidate and communicate. Roar. Delusion. I am the king of Howling Moon, how could I submit to humans?
The howling moon wolf roared, shaking the valley.
It pounced on Lin Fan, its claws tearing through the air with icy chill.
You're not convinced? Then I'll beat you until you are.
Lin Fan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit.
He would use this wolf to test the power of the undying Vajra body.
He neither dodged nor evaded, a pale golden light enveloping his entire body as he unleashed a punch.
Boom!
Fist and claw clashed, sending shockwaves surging. Lin Fan swayed, but didn't retreat a single step. The howling moon wolf, however, was forced back, its claws throbbing with pain, its eyes filled with horror.
This human's physical strength was actually stronger than its own? How is this possible?
The howling moon wolf refused to believe it and unleashed a terrifying frost breath, instantly freezing Lin Fan in the air.
Crack! The ice shattered instantly.
Lin Fan was bathed in golden light, completely unharmed. The defensive power of the undying Vajra body far exceeded expectations.
My turn.
Lin Fan laughed, activating Wind Shadow Illusion and instantly closing in.
Gale Crushing Fist rained down like raindrops. Bang 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 bang. The howling moon wolf howled as it was beaten. Its proud claws and frost attacks could not break through Lin Fan's defenses at all.
Every punch from Lin Fan was powerful and heavy, making its blood churn and its bones almost break.
This is an absolute crushing of strength and superpowers.
A ferocious beast at the early stage of the 4th tier is no match for Lin Fan in his normal state. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes before Howling Moon Wolf was beaten black and blue, lying on the ground, looking at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression, his previous arrogance completely gone. It is highly intelligent and knows how to assess the situation. It knows that if the fight continues, it may be beaten to death.
Do you submit?
Lin Fan asked, standing on its head and looking down at it.
I submit, boss.
Howling Moon Wolf conveyed its submission through mental communication and even wagged its tail ingratiatingly, although the way the wolf's tail wagged was a bit strange.
Very good.
Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and cast the contract array of Otherworld Summoning to sign a master-servant contract with Howling Moon Wolf. The moment the contract was established, he felt a mysterious connection between his spiritual power and the Howling Moon Wolf, allowing him to summon it at any time and perceive its state and thoughts.
From now on, you'll be called Little White Dot.
Lin Fan looked at its silvery white fur and casually gave it a name.
Howling Moon Wolf. Thinking to itself, I am the majestic Howling Moon Wolf.
Why is he called Little White? But it dared not refute, and could only let out a wronged whimper.
Chapter 98 Beast Tide.
What surprised Lin Fan even more was that Xiaobai seemed to have mastered a talent for changing its size. At Lin Fan's request, its body rapidly shrank, eventually becoming a fluffy, small silver wolfhound with golden hair on its forehead, only the size of a puppy.
It looked harmless and extremely cute. This shape is good.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately had an idea. He took the shrunken Xiaobai back to the dormitory area and found his sister Lin Shui, who was looking at materials in the library of the School of Life Sciences.
Sis, I have a gift for you.
Lin Fan put the little white dog, which had turned into a puppy, into Lin Shui's arms.
Wow! What an adorable puppy! Where did it come from?
Lin Shui was immediately overwhelmed with love when she saw the fluffy little white dog, and she hugged it tightly, unable to put it down. Xiaobai was also very good at getting along with people, rubbing its head against Lin Shui's hand and making cute, whimpering noises.
Its name is Xiaobai. It's, well, a spiritual beast. It's very intelligent and has good strength.
From now on, let it follow you, protect you, and keep you company. Lin Fan said with a smile, without revealing that Xiaobai's true strength was at the 4th level, for fear of scaring his sister. Lin Shui was very clever. Seeing her younger brother's serious look and sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from the little guy in her arms, she immediately realized that this was no ordinary pet. She was touched, knowing that her brother was worried about her safety.
Xiao Fan, thank you.
Lin Shui hugged Xiaobai tightly, her eyes slightly red. With such a moment when she thinks of her younger brother, she feels like the happiest sister in the world.
Don't be so polite with me.
Lin Fan ruffled his sister's hair.
With Xiaobai here, we can usually handle things.
If you really encounter a problem you can't solve, contact me immediately.
Yes.
Lin Shui nodded vigorously. Seeing his sister so happy, Lin Fan felt very content. As for Su Qinghan, he certainly hadn't forgotten about her either. However, it's not easy to find a suitable contracted beast that can change form, and Su Qinghan herself is an S-class ice phoenix, which is quite powerful and provides greater safety. He planned to wait until he found someone more suitable before giving Su Qinghan a surprise. In his heart, the safety of his loved ones always comes first. For the next 2 weeks, Lin Fan settled into a regular cultivation routine. During the day, he attends classes at various colleges, spends time in the library, and studies the fusion of combat techniques. At night, he cultivates intensively to consolidate his cultivation and master the newly acquired, undying Vajrabhati, and otherworld summoning. After consuming a large amount of life essence and through diligent cultivation, his cultivation level naturally broke through to the late stage of the second tier. His strength has increased dramatically once again. His proficiency in several major combat techniques has also steadily improved. His Nirvana finger is nearing completion, and his 9 slashes of flowing clouds is even approaching perfection. Everything is moving in a positive direction. That afternoon, Lin Fan and Su Qinghan were strolling along the campus lake, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, when their bracelets suddenly received an urgent message from Principal Yi. Lin Fan, come to my office immediately. Something big has happened in Jiangnan province. Lin Fan's expression turned serious, and he said to Su Qinghan, Qinghan, the principal wants to see me. It might be urgent. I'll go over there first. Su Qinghan nodded obediently. Okay, go ahead, be careful. Lin Fan strode to the principal's office and pushed the door open. Principal Yi stood in front of a huge holographic map with a furrowed brow. The map showed the region of Jiangnan province in China, and the location of the provincial capital, Linen City, was flashing a glaring red warning sign. Principal, what happened? Lin Fan asked. Principal Yi turned around, his face grave. I just received an urgent notification. A massive spatial rift suddenly appeared in the suburbs of Linen City, Jiangnan province. A large number of ferocious beasts from another world poured in, including a suspected 7th-tier Beast King level being leading the charge. The garrison of Linen City and the Supernatural Ability Association suffered heavy losses. The city's outskirts had fallen, and the situation was extremely critical. A 7th-tier Beast King? Lin Fan gasped. A 7th-tier Beast King, that's a terrifying existence capable of destroying a large city. No wonder Principal Yi was so serious. The Azure Dragon envoy stationed in Jiangnan province is doing his best to stop that 7th-tier Beast King, but he is overwhelmed. Other high-level ferocious beasts are rampaging through the city, and ordinary troops and low-level ability users are simply no match for them. Reinforcements from surrounding provinces are on their way, but it will take time. Principal Yi said in a deep voice, we need to immediately dispatch high-level combat forces to support the capital. I plan to go there personally. Lin Fan was shocked. Principal Yi was going to take action personally? Principal, you. Lin Fan said with some worry. Principal Yi was the pillar of Imperial University if he left. Principal Yi waved his hand, a sharp glint in his eyes. It's all right. There are still a few old guys in the capital, so things won't get chaotic. Besides, the invasion of a 7th-tier Beast King concerns the lives of millions of people, and I can't just sit idly by. He looked at Lin Fan, then changed the subject. Lin Fan, besides telling you the situation, I have another task for you. Please speak, Principal. Although this beast tide is dangerous, it is also a rare opportunity for training. True strength is forged in blood and fire. I plan to lead a rapid response team composed of elite junior and senior students to Linen to provide support. You're on the list too. Principal Yi looked intently at Lin Fan. Do you dare to go? Lin Fan hesitated almost without the slightest hesitation, his eyes firm and resolute. Yes. The students are willing to go. Protecting our homeland and safeguarding our compatriots is the responsibility of every Chinese person with supernatural abilities. Moreover, such a massive beast tide is the perfect opportunity for him to rapidly increase his strength and accumulate life essence. How could he possibly miss it? Principal Yi's eyes revealed admiration. Good. As expected of the person I've chosen. Go back and prepare immediately. Meet at the school gate in 1 hour and we'll depart. Yes, sir. Lin Fan gave a crisp military salute, turned and strode out of the office, his eyes filled with fighting spirit and determination. Chapter 99, Holding Back? Lin Fan returned to his dormitory and quickly organized his equipment. Blood Demon Blade, healing pills, energy crystals, simple array plates, all the items that might be needed were stuffed into the storage ring. He changed into a black combat uniform specially made by Imperial Capital University, with a gold school emblem embroidered on the back, making him look capable and stern.
1 hour later, at the main gate plaza of Imperial University. A small team of about 20 people has been assembled. The team consisted entirely of elite senior students, each with a powerful aura. The lowest level was late stage 3rd rank, most were early or mid stage 4th rank, and there were even 2 top geniuses with calm auras who had reached late stage 4th rank. They were dressed in uniform combat gear, their expressions solemn, their eyes sharp, exuding an aura of battle-hardened veterans. This is the true trump card of Imperial University, the chosen ones who have been tempered by countless life and death experiences. Lin Fan's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ha! Lin Fan? What's he doing here? A burly boy with an aura at the early stage of the 4th rank frowned and whispered to his companion. A freshman? Why would Principal Yi let him join this operation? There's a 7th tier beast tied in linen. It's no joke. Another girl with a ponytail and a dashing appearance, who was in the early stages of the 4th tier, also looked puzzled. Are you kidding me? Are you taking a 2nd tier burden to your death? Isn't that just making things worse for us? A young man with an arrogant look and a mid-stage 4th rank snorted coldly without any politeness. His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. A murmur of discussion arose in the group, and their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with doubt, confusion, and even a hint of disdain. In their view, no matter how talented Lin Fan is, he is only a freshman after all, and his cultivation level is what it is. It is child's play for him to participate in an operation of this level. Not only are they not helpful, but they also require their attention to protect them, making them a complete burden. Lin Fan felt the gazes and whispers, but his expression remained calm and unwavering. He had expected this to happen. In a world where strength reigns supreme, without corresponding strength, one cannot expect to gain respect. He was too lazy to explain, nor did he need to. Just then, a vast and boundless aura descended. Principal Yi appeared in front of the square. He had changed into a simple gray robe, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle as he scanned the entire area. Silence. Principal Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, instantly silencing all the discussion. Linen is in grave danger, as you all know. Without further ado, let's set off immediately. Principal Yi said succinctly. I will personally lead this operation. Lin Fan will accompany the team. He specifically called out Lin Fan's name, his gaze sweeping over the students with questioning expressions, his tone calm yet carrying a deeper meaning. I know my own strength. You don't need to question it, and you don't need to worry about taking care of him. Mind your own business, or you'll end up needing him to save you. These words shocked everyone present. All the senior students were stunned, looking at each other in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. What did Principal Yi say? He doesn't need to take care of Lin Fan? Even Lin Fan might need to save them? How is this possible? A late-stage Tier 2 newbie can save these Tier 4 elites? The arrogant young man at the mid-stage of the 4th rank couldn't help but speak up. Principal, junior brother Lin Fan's cultivation is still shallow, and the battlefield of linen is extremely dangerous, isn't it? Principal Yi glanced at him indifferently, his eyes calm and unwavering, yet the young man instantly felt immense pressure, and swallowed back the words he was about to say. I won't repeat myself. Principal Yi's tone remained calm, but his undeniable authority silenced all dissent. Set off. Principal Yi said no more, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful spatial force instantly enveloped the entire team. Buzz. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and their bodies were enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible force. The next moment, they had left Imperial University and appeared on a huge military teleportation array platform. This is a secret teleportation point for the military in the capital, which can quickly deploy personnel to major war zones across the country. Spatial teleportation. The principal himself performed it, someone in the group exclaimed in a low voice, their eyes filled with awe. The methods of a 7th-tier expert are unpredictable and beyond human comprehension. The teleportation array glowed again. Target the outer safe zone of Linen City, Jiangnan Province. A violent spatial fluctuation came, and after a brief moment of dizziness, everyone felt their feet firmly on the ground. The sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. They were in a makeshift military base, but outside the base, flames were raging and thick smoke was billowing. The deafening explosions, the roars of ferocious beasts, the shouts and screams of humans mingled together, creating a tragic and devastating symphony. The air was thick with the smell of blood and burning. In the distance, towards the city of Linen, energy lights flashed wildly, and huge explosions occurred intermittently, clearly indicating a fierce street battle was underway. The situation is worse than we imagined. Principal Ye's eyes were grave. The beast tide has already entered the city. The Azure Dragon envoy is currently engaged in a fierce battle with that 7th tier beast king in the east of the city and has no time to attend to anything else. Our mission is to clear out the low and mid-level beast hordes pouring in through the breach in the south of the city, establish a defensive line, and cover the evacuation of civilians. He quickly issued the order. The team will split into 2 groups. One group will be led by Zhao Qingtian, the young man in the late stage of the 4th rank, and will be responsible for clearing out the beast hordes on the main road. Group 2, led by Su Muyu, another late-stage Tier 4 girl with a cool and aloof demeanor, is responsible for flank cover and rescuing trapped civilians. Lin Fan, you will accompany Group 2. Yes, everyone responded in unison, immediately taking action according to their assigned groups. The situation was urgent, allowing no room for hesitation. Group 2 has 10 people. Besides the team leader Su Muyu, who is in the late stage of the 4th rank, there are 3 people in the middle stage of the 4th rank and 6 people in the early stage of the 4th rank. Lin Fan, a late-stage 2nd-tier cultivator, stood out conspicuously among them. Although the group members dared not openly question Principal Yi anymore, their gazes toward Lin Fan still carried a sense of distance and indifference. Clearly, they still regarded Lin Fan as a connected individual who needed protection. A girl with a sunny and handsome appearance, a high ponytail, a tall figure, and an aura at the early stage of the 4th rank walked up to Lin Fan, patted his shoulder, and gave him a hearty smile. "Junior, don't be nervous. Stick close to me. My name is Lu Ruyan, I have wind-type abilities, and my speed is pretty good. If things get bad later, I'll help you run away." She was cheerful and had no ill intention. She simply felt that Lin Fan was young and had low cultivation, and was afraid that he would be scared on his first time on such a cruel battlefield. Looking at her sincere smile, Lin Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, but also a sense of warmth. He nodded and said politely, "Thank you, Senior Sister Lu. I will take good care of myself." The real action begins in chapter 100. "Hey, you're pretty competitive." Lu Ruyan smiled, not minding at all. "Alright, then you stay behind me and don't rush around." Su Muyu's cold voice rang out, "Stop chatting." 3 kilometers ahead, a large number of 2nd and 3rd tier ferocious beasts have been spotted gathering and are attacking a residential building. There's a survivor's signal inside. Lu Ruyan, you take 2 people and flank from the side to draw fire. Li Mang, launch a frontal assault. The rest of you provide support. Lin Fan, you stay behind and keep watch, be careful. Her arrangement was clear. She entrusted the relatively safe guarding task to Lin Fan. "Yes," the crowd replied. Lu Ruyan winked at Lin Fan. "Junior, stay here obediently, I'll be right back." After saying that, she vanished like a gust of wind, disappearing from her spot, and rushed to the flank with the other 2 team members. Li Meng, the arrogant 4th tier mid-stage youth, roared, his muscles bulging, and his earthy yellow light shone brightly. Like a human tank, he crashed directly into the horde of beasts. The other team members each used their own methods, attacking, controlling, and healing from a distance, cooperating seamlessly. The battle erupted instantly. The roars of ferocious beasts, the explosions of colliding supernatural powers, and the sounds of collapsing buildings were incessant. Lin Fan stood still, his mental energy extraordinary perception spreading out like a spider web as he calmly observed the battlefield. The herd was quite large, numbering around 100, mainly consisting of 2nd-tier ironback wolves and 3rd-tier flame lizards, interspersed with a few peak 3rd-tier thunderhorn rhinoceroses. This poses little threat to the team composed of 4th-tier geniuses. Lu Ruyan's wind blades were agile and swift, Li Mang's charge was unstoppable, and Su Muyu's ice-type control had a huge range. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner. However, Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly. His senses far surpassed those of ordinary people, and he detected several even more subtle yet powerful auras hidden in an abandoned shopping mall further away. One of them had reached the late stage of the 4th rank. And it carried a chilling killing intent. Its target seemed to be the squad that was engaged in fierce combat. An ambush. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. But he didn't immediately warn them. First, he had no evidence, and relying solely on his senses wouldn't convince anyone. Second, he needed to confirm the exact location and intentions of the ambushers. The battle lasted about 10 minutes, and most of the beasts were cleared out. The survivors in the residential building were successfully rescued and escorted to a safe zone by 2 team members. Lu Ruyan wiped the sweat from her forehead, returned to Lin Fan's side, and laughed, "Done. Junior, were you stunned? This is the real battlefield. You'll get used to it after experiencing it a few more times." Just then, something unexpected happened. Boom! 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 Several extremely sharp and lightning-fast attacks shot out from the abandoned shopping mall behind them without warning. The target was the second team members who had just finished a battle and were slightly relaxed. A jet black arrow, exuding a corrosive aura, shot towards Su Muyu's back. A blazing, intensely concentrated spear of fire shot toward Li Mang's temple. Several wind blades and ground spikes also attacked the other team members. A sneak attack. And the timing was incredibly precise. The attacks were ruthless, all deadly. Watch out! Su Muyu reacted the fastest, sensing the deadly threat behind her, and instantly raised an ice crystal shield. But in the rush, the shield was not strong enough. Li Mang and the others also changed their expressions drastically, wanting to dodge or defend, but it was too late. Tragedy was about to happen. Lin Fan, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally made a move. His figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. His speed was even faster than that of Lu Ruyan, a wind-type ability user. Wind Shadow Illusion plus Shadow Escape. Double acceleration. Whoosh! He instantly appeared behind Su Muyu, and the pale golden light of the indestructible Vajra body flashed and disappeared. He stretched out his right hand, fingers spread, and precisely grasped the corrosive arrow. The terrifying corrosive energy attached to the arrow vanished the moment it touched his palm, easily neutralized by the indestructible Vajra body. At the same time, he drew his blood demon blade from its sheath in his left hand. Without even looking, he slashed out with a backhand strike. A condensed crimson blade of light arrived first, precisely striking the flaming spear. Boom! The flaming spear was cleaved in two with a single strike. Sparks flew everywhere. As for the other attacks aimed at his teammates, Lin Fan flashed again, appearing in several key positions as if by teleportation, either using his body to block them or deflecting them with the back of his blade. He blocked all the sneak attacks. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Su Muyu, Li Mang, Lu Ruyan, and the others reacted, the sneak attack had been neutralized. Lin Fan had already sheathed his sword and stood there as if he had never moved. Only the slight cracks in the ground beneath his feet proved the terrifying speed he had just unleashed. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, and stammered, You, Junior, you. Su Muyu looked at the black arrow in Lin Fan's hand that was still trembling slightly, and then at the scattered embers of the fire on the ground. Her cold eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Li Mang's face turned deathly pale. He was certain he couldn't have dodged that flaming spear. Lin Fan had saved his life? This second-tier junior that always looked down on, thinking he was a burden, actually, was this strong? That speed, that reaction, the defense, that swordsmanship, is this the strength of a late-stage second-tier cultivator? Even a late-stage fourth-tier cultivator wouldn't be this strong. Enemy attack. Be on guard. Su Muyu was the first to come to her senses, shouting sharply as she unleashed her full ice-type abilities, warily looking in the direction of the attack. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening and assumed a fighting stance, but their eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan, who had a calm expression, and their hearts were filled with shock. Only now did they truly understand what Principal Yi meant by saying, "Don't wait until you need him to save you." This isn't a burden at all, this is clearly a hidden killing machine. Lin Fan casually tossed away the corrosive arrow in his hand, his gaze calmly fixed on the abandoned shopping mall in the distance. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. "Hey, you inside, hiding like this, is that fun? Come out." Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold, penetrating quality, echoing clearly through the smoke-filled streets. After a brief silence, a chilling laugh echoed through the abandoned shopping mall. He. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a tough one among the brats at Imperial University. As soon as the words were spoken, 5 figures emerged slowly from the shadows of the mall like ghosts. Chapter 101. This is Rank 2. The leader was tall and thin, wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit, and had a hideous ghost mask on his face, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes. He was toying with 2 short, jet-black blades that gleamed with an eerie light in his hands. His aura was cold and dangerous, clearly indicating that he had reached the late stage of the 4th rank. Behind him were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, all dressed in matching black combat uniforms and wearing masks, obscuring their faces. Their auras were also quite strong, with 2 at the mid-stage of the 4th rank and 2 at the peak of the early stage of the 4th rank. As soon as these 5 people appeared, a strong killing intent and bloody smell hit the air. They were clearly seasoned veterans and ruthless desperados. The Black Fiend Squad.
Su Muyu's expression changed, and she exclaimed in a low voice, her eyes instantly becoming extremely serious. They are a notorious mercenary squad active in the Jiangnan area, ruthless and unscrupulous in achieving their goals. How could they be here? Mercenaries? Lin Fan frowned slightly. It's not surprising that mercenaries would appear on the battlefield when the beast tide broke out, but their sneak attack just now, with its clear target the students of Imperial University, is quite intriguing. Haha, little girl, you've got some sense. The masked leader chuckled sinisterly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan with a hint of surprise and greed. Kid, those moves you made just now were quite impressive. Your speed, strength, and defense far exceed your cultivation level. You have some treasure on you, don't you? Hand it over, and maybe I'll consider leaving you a whole corpse. He clearly attributed Lin Fan's sudden burst of power to some powerful secret treasure or special medicine. After all, how could a student at the late stage of the second tier possibly possess combat power comparable to that of a fourth tier? This is completely beyond common sense. Before Lin Fan could speak, Li Meng, the arrogant young man in the mid-stage of the fourth rank, roared furiously. Bullshit! You cowardly scum! How dare you ambush people from Imperial Capital University? You're asking for death. He was nearly killed in a sneak attack, which shocked and enraged him. Now that he saw the person in question, his anger exploded instantly. He roared, his entire body radiating a brilliant earthy yellow light as he activated his Earth Power ability. His body instantly swelled to a size larger, transforming him into a rock giant. Wielding enormous alloy gauntlets, he charged towards the masked man. The wind howled as he punched, his force immense. Li Meng! Don't be impulsive! Su Muyu shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. Fool! The masked man sneered, his figure flashing like a ghost as he easily dodged Li Meng's heavy punch. The black short blade in his hand, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, silently stabbed towards Li Meng's ribs. The speed was astonishing. Li Meng's expression changed, and he tried to defend, but the opponent was too fast. The short blade was about to pierce him. Just then. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. A dark red longsword, striking first despite being delayed, precisely parried the masked man's fatal blow. Sparks flew. Lin Fan's figure had appeared beside Li Meng at some point, holding the blood demon blade horizontally, his eyes coldly fixed on the masked man. I saved his life. Now, it's time to settle accounts for your sneak attack. Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of dominance. Li Meng broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Lin Fan, who had stepped in front of him, his emotions a complex mix of feelings. Lin Fan had saved him again. This junior he had previously looked down upon. The masked man's eyes narrowed as he felt the recoil from the blade, and he was slightly startled, such strong power. This kid is definitely strange. He took a step back and sneered, interesting. Looks like I can't deal with these trash without taking care of you first. He waved his hand, fourth brother, fifth brother, go and hold off the others. Second brother, third brother, come with me, let's kill this kid first. At the command, the Black Fiend squad sprang into action. Two early stage fourth tier members grinned as they lunged at Su Muyu, Lu Ruyan, and the others. The other two mid-stage fourth tier team members, one on the left and one on the right, worked together with the masked man to surround Lin Fan in the middle. The battle erupted again. Su Muyu, Lu Ruyan, and the others immediately engaged in fierce combat with the two early stage fourth tier mercenaries. Despite having a numerical advantage, the mercenaries were clearly more experienced in combat and used ruthless techniques, so they were temporarily entangled. Lin Fan, on the other hand, had to face the combined attack of a late-stage fourth-tier fighter and two mid-stage fourth-tier fighters all by himself. Kid, remember not to be too arrogant in your next life, the masked man hissed, his figure vanishing instantly. Shadow Step, ability. The next moment, he appeared behind Lin Fan like a shadow, and two poisoned short blades silently pierced towards the back of Lin Fan's head and spine. The angle was tricky and the attack was extremely vicious. At the same time, the two mid-stage fourth-tier mercenaries on the left and right launched their attacks simultaneously. One wielded a flaming longsword, unleashing a scorching blade of light. The other formed hand seals, and countless sharp spikes instantly sprang up from the ground, blocking Lin Fan's escape route. The three worked together seamlessly, their attacks forming a tight net that instantly blocked all of Lin Fan's escape routes. Junior, watch out. Lu Ruyan was shocked to see this and tried to help, but she was held back by her opponent. Su Muyu was also extremely anxious, but she was entangled with another person and couldn't break free at all. Faced with this seemingly hopeless situation, Lin Fan's eyes remained calm and composed.
That's it?
He snorted coldly, instantly activating the indestructible Vajra body to its limit. Pale golden light emanated from his body, forming an incredibly solid light shield.
Ding! Ding!
The masked man's two poison blades struck the light shield, producing a metallic clang, unable to advance an inch. The highly poisonous energy dissipated instantly upon contact with the golden light, like ice and snow meeting the sun.
Indestructible Vajra body immune to all evil.
At the same time, Lin Fan activated the Wind Shadow Illusion technique, making his body feel weightless as it twisted at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the ground spikes and the fiery blades from the side.
What? Such strong defense.
Such fast movement. The masked man was shocked.
His all-out sneak attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? My turn.
The instant Lin Fan dodged the attack, the blood demon blade was already unleashed. 9 slashes of flowing clouds broke in waves. The blade flashed like a blood-red ribbon, carrying a sharp edge that could tear everything apart, sweeping across the battlefield.
Its target was the two mid-stage 4th-tier mercenaries on the left and right. The two men's expressions changed drastically.
Sensing the terrifying power contained in the blade's edge, they dared not take it head-on and retreated to block.
Boom! Boom! The blade's edge struck the flaming longsword and an earthen shield, unleashing a deafening roar.
The two mid-stage 4th-tier mercenaries were jolted back, their blood churning, their eyes filled with horror.
Such immense power. This is fucking 2nd tier?
Lin Fan pressed his advantage relentlessly, giving his opponent no chance to breathe. He instantly unleashed the Annihilation Finger. Target the mid-stage 4th-tier fighter on the left, wielding a flaming longsword.
Laugh. The dark purple finger beam moved with lightning speed, ignoring distance and striking instantly.
The man had just blocked the blade's edge when his old strength was exhausted and he hadn't yet generated new strength, so he had no time to react.
Puff!
The fingertip struck his wrist precisely. The power of annihilation erupted.
Ah!
He screamed in agony as his wrist was instantly pierced, and the flaming longsword flew out of his hand. His entire arm withered and died at a visible speed. The insidious power of the Annihilation Finger was terrifying indeed.
One person crippled. Lin Fan didn't stop moving.
The blood demon blade spun around, and the power generation technique of the Gale Crushing Fist was integrated into the sword technique. A simple and brutal straight slash was delivered towards another mid-stage 4th-tier opponent. The man had just raised his earthen shield when he saw his companion crippled, and he was utterly shocked. Faced with this powerful and heavy blow, he could only grit his teeth and endure it.
Chapter 102: Trying to run away?
Click. The blood demon blade was incredibly sharp, and combined with Lin Fan's terrifying power, it shattered the earthen shield. The blade swept across, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest. Blood gushed out.
Another one.
Severely injured and unable to fight. In the blink of an eye, the two mid-stage 4th-tier fighters were left one crippled and the other severely injured.
It all happened so fast.
So fast that the masked man didn't even have time to come to the rescue.
Bastard!
I'll kill you. The masked man's eyes were bloodshot with rage and shock. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so powerful. He roared, and his inner power erupted wildly. Shadow Avatar. His body instantly split into 3 identical black shadows, which simultaneously pounced on Lin Fan from 3 different directions. Each black shadow exuded a realistic aura, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The short blade in his hand burst forth with a dark light, its power multiplied. This is his trump card. The ultimate technique of his S-rank superpower, Shadow Avatar. A mere trick. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and his extraordinary perception instantly locked onto the masked man's true form. Wind Shadow Illusion bursts with speed, advancing instead of retreating, directly charging towards the dark figure on the left. The blood demon blade, carrying an indomitable and tragic momentum, thrusts straight out. Flowing Cloud 9 slashes Cloudbreaker. Break through the surface with a single point. Ignore the illusion. The masked man was terrified. His opponent had seen through his true form in an instant? He hurriedly changed his attack, crossing his twin blades to parry. Clang! The blade tip struck precisely at the point where the two blades intersected. An incredibly terrifying force erupted from it. The masked man felt an irresistible force surge towards him, his arms throbbing with pain, and his twin blades nearly slipped from his grasp. He was thrown backward by the shock, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood.
His shock was beyond measure. This power. This vision. This combat awareness. It's definitely more than just the early stage of the 4th rank. This kid has been hiding his strength all along? Impossible. What kind of monster are you? The masked man steadied himself and roared in shock and anger. Lin Fan stood holding his sword, the blood demon blade swirling with murderous aura, a pale golden light shield slowly flowing around it, his eyes as cold as knives, the one who will kill you. On the other side, Sumuyu, Lu Ruyan, and the others were stunned to see Lin Fan instantly injure 2 mid-stage 4th tier cultivators as if cutting melons and vegetables, and even repel the masked man who was in the late stage of 4th tier. Their movements slowed down a bit. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Lin Fan, he took on 3 people by himself? And he won? Lu Ruyan's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit a fist. Even Sumuyu's icy face was filled with shock, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. His strength has definitely reached the 4th rank. And not just any ordinary 4th rank. Li Meng's face flushed crimson with shame. Recalling his previous disdain and mockery of Lin Fan, he felt utterly like a clown. Boss. The other 2 early stage 4th tier mercenaries, who were locked in combat with Sumuyu and his group, were terrified when they saw what was happening and wanted to break away to help. Your opponents are us. Sumuyu snapped back to reality, her eyes turning cold, and her Ice Phoenix ability erupted in full force. A barrage of ice spikes rained down on her opponents. Lu Ruyan and the others were greatly encouraged, and their offensive became even more ferocious. The masked man watched Lin Fan relentlessly advance, then glanced at his severely injured teammates and his men locked in a fierce battle, his expression shifting rapidly. He knew he'd bitten off more than he could chew. The seemingly harmless kid was nothing but a monster, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Kid. You're ruthless. I'll remember this. Let's go. The masked man made a quick decision, uttering a harsh threat before disappearing into the shadows. Trying to leave? Did you ask my knife first? Lin Fan sneered. How could he let a tiger return to the mountain? Shadow Escape, activated, his speed exploded instantly, catching up to the masked man like a persistent leech. The blood demon blade transformed into a streak of crimson light, slashing straight at his heart. The masked man sensed the deadly blade behind him and was terrified, desperately activating his shadow step to dodge. Sizzle! A flash of light. Although it didn't kill him, it severed one of his arms at the shoulder. Blood gushed out. Ah! The masked man let out a shrill scream. Enduring the excruciating pain, he used the impact of his severed arm to increase his speed once again. He transformed into a wisp of black smoke and instantly vanished into the distant ruins. His escape was incredibly decisive. With their leader gone, the remaining 2 early-stage Tier 4 mercenaries lost all fighting spirit and were severely injured by Sumuyu and the others, collapsing to the ground. The battle is over. On the street, only the students from Imperial Capital University and 4 seriously injured and unconscious members of the Black Fiend Squad lay on the ground. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were focused on the calm-looking young man in black who stood with a knife in his hand. Sunlight shone through the smoke and fell upon him, the blood demon blade swirling with a dark red light, and the pale golden aura slowly receding. He single-handedly reversed the tide of battle and defeated a notorious mercenary squad. This strength and this record shocked everyone present. Lu Ruyan was the first to react. She cheered and rushed over to hug Lin Fan's arm, jumping and skipping excitedly. Wow! Junior! You're so amazing! So cool! You've been hiding your strength for so long. You even chased away a late-stage 4th tier enemy. From now on, I'll follow you. Sumuyu also walked over, a rare, sincere smile appearing on her cold face. She said solemnly, Lin Fan, thank you. Just now, we owe you everything. We all owe you our lives. Li Meng's face was flushed. He walked up to Lin Fan, bowed deeply, and said in a dry voice, Lin Fan. I'm sorry. I was blind before. Thank you for saving me twice. He was completely convinced at this moment and had no more arrogance. The other team members also stepped forward, their gazes towards Lin Fan filled with gratitude, admiration, and a hint of awe. Lin Fan sheathed the blood demon blade, smiled, and said in a calm tone, We're all classmates, it's only right that we help each other. Now is not the time to talk, let's treat the wounded first, and then continue with the mission. Chapter 103 Lava Giant Lizard. Soon, the group secured the seriously wounded mercenary with specially made shackles, leaving 2 men to guard him. The others continued to advance deeper into Linen City.
This time, no one dared to treat Lin Fan as a burden who needed protection. Without realizing it, he had become the true core and strongest force of this team. Lin Fan walked in the middle of the group, feeling the considerable energy being consumed within him, while he was making plans in his mind. With his standard combat strength, combined with the defense of the undying Vajra body, and the sharpness of the blood demon blade, he is probably around the mid-stage of the 4th tier. I can put up a fight against an ordinary late-stage 4th tier cultivator, but killing them would be quite difficult. It seems I need to improve my cultivation level as soon as possible. However, after this battle, the life essence should have been gained quite a bit. He glanced at the system interface. The mercenaries he had just killed had indeed provided a considerable amount of life essence. Linen, beast-tide, this place might be a treasure trove for me to level up quickly. A glint of anticipation flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. After dealing with the prisoners of the Black Fiend squad, Lin Fan and his group continued to advance deeper into the city of Linen. The streets were a scene of devastation, with collapsed buildings, burning vehicles, and scattered limbs. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, a scene resembling hell on earth. Occasionally, a few ferocious beasts would rush out from the ruins, but they were quickly dealt with by the team members. But everyone's expressions grew even more solemn, because the closer they got to the city center, the more intense and terrifying the roars of the ferocious beasts and the explosions of colliding energy became. 2 kilometers ahead, Linen Central Hospital. The distress signals are extremely frequent. A large number of survivors are trapped. Sumuyu looked at the tactical terminal on her wrist, her voice urgent. But the hospital is surrounded by a large number of ferocious beasts, including at least 5 that are at least at the early stage of the 4th tier. And there's also a lava giant lizard that is suspected to be at the late stage of the 4th tier. A late stage tier 4 lava giant lizard? Everyone's expression changed. Lava giant lizards have thick hides and incredible defense, and can spew high temperature lava, making them extremely troublesome beasts. Saving lives is the priority, Lin Fan said without hesitation. I'll deal with that lava giant lizard. You guys clear out the other beasts and get to the hospital as quickly as possible. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. After the battle just now, no one doubted his strength anymore. All right. Su Muyu nodded emphatically. Lu Ruyan, Li Mang, you two will be in charge of the left flank with me. The rest of you on the right flank. Lin Fan, the front line is yours. Be careful. Action. The squad shot towards the central hospital like a sharp sword. From afar, you could see the hospital's main building completely surrounded by a dark mass of beasts. Ferocious flying beasts circled in the sky, while on the ground, massive rhinoceroses, swift wolves, and all sorts of bizarre otherworldly creatures frantically attacked the fragile defenses surrounding the hospital, which were composed of the army and low-level superhumans. The defense line was already on the verge of collapse, and screams could be heard from time to time. Behind the horde of beasts, a giant lava lizard, the size of a small mountain, covered in dark red scales and radiating a scorching aura, lay lazily, its cold, vertical pupils watching the struggling human defenses with a mocking gaze, as if enjoying an amusing game. It was the commander of this beast-tide. Kill! Lin Fan let out a low shout and took the lead. He activated the Wind Shadow Illusion technique to its maximum, his figure transforming into a blurry afterimage as he charged directly towards the beast horde. The blood demon blade was unsheathed, its dark red blade light surging forth. 9 slashes of flowing clouds blood slaughter. The blade flashed like a blood red storm. Wherever it passed, first and second tier ferocious beasts fell like wheat being harvested. Even a third tier ferocious beast couldn't withstand the power of his single strike. He carved a bloody path through the dense horde of beasts, charging straight towards the lava giant lizard behind him. Roar! Sensing the threat posed by this tiny human, the lava giant lizard let out a deafening roar. It abruptly stood up, its massive body radiating immense pressure. With a single breath, a blazing pillar of lava erupted like a volcanic eruption, hurtling towards Lin Fan. Wherever it passed, the air distorted and the ground melted. Good timing. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, neither flinching nor dodging. He activated the undying Vajra body, at full power, the pale golden light solidifying like armor. He was actually going to withstand this pillar of lava fire head-on. Boom! The pillar of lava slammed into the golden light shield. A deafening roar and blinding light erupted. The terrifying heat instantly melted the surrounding ground. But Lin Fan remained unmoved within the lava. The golden light shield flickered violently, yet it withstood the attack powerful enough to melt steel. What? Withstood the lava breath? Sumuyu and the others, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the beast horde in the distance, were once again utterly shocked by this scene. That was the full force breath of a late-stage 4th tier lava giant lizard. The lava giant lizard was also taken aback, seemingly not expecting that this human could block its attack. In that instant of its moment of surprise, Lin Fan moved. He braved the impact of the lava, going against the current. He raised the blood demon blade high, concentrating all his power into a single point. The power generation techniques of the Gale Crushing Fist were integrated into his swordsmanship, and the penetrating intent of the Annihilation Finger was contained within it. Break! A dark red blade of light, condensed to its extreme and seemingly capable of tearing through space, cleaved through the lava and slashed fiercely at the relatively vulnerable neck of the lava giant lizard with lightning speed. Sensing a deadly threat, the lava giant lizard writhed wildly, its thick scales instantly covering its neck. Sizzle! The blade struck the scales, producing a piercing screeching sound. Sparks flew everywhere. A deep wound was cut into the tough scales, and dark red blood gushed out. Roar! The lava giant lizard roared in pain, its eyes filled with rage and disbelief. It had actually been injured by a tiny human. The defense is indeed strong. Lin Fan, having landed a successful blow, retreated rapidly without lingering. He knew that it would be difficult to kill the thick-skinned lava giant lizard with a single strike. He had to fight on the move and find its weaknesses. The lava giant lizard was completely enraged. Its massive body charged madly at Lin Fan, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a storm, including its claws, tail, and lava breath. Lin Fan pushed the Yi Wind Shadow Illusion and Undying Vajra body to their limits, dodging and weaving amidst the lava giant lizard's ferocious attacks, like a petrel in a storm, facing perilous situations yet always managing to escape unscathed. He would occasionally seize an opportunity to deliver a ruthless Annihilation Finger to the lava giant lizard's eyes, joints, or other vulnerable spots, or use the blood demon blade to inflict new wounds on it. A fierce battle erupted between the man and the beast in the center of the battlefield. Although Lin Fan was at a disadvantage, he managed to hold off the late-stage 4th tier Beast King with his superior defense and agile movements. At the same time, Sumuyu and the others were under much less pressure and focused on eliminating the other ferocious beasts, advancing step by step toward the hospital's defenses. Ice Phoenix soars! Sumuyu shouted, and a huge Ice Phoenix phantom appeared behind her. With a flap of its wings, countless ice spikes shot towards the beast horde like a torrential rain, instantly clearing out the area. Earth-splitting slash! Li Mang roared, and his giant axe cleaved down, splitting the earth and swallowing several ferocious beasts. Lu Ruyan moved like the wind, her wind blades precisely slicing through the beast's throat. With Lin Fan holding back the strongest combat force, the elites of Imperial Capital University demonstrated their formidable fighting prowess, quickly breaking through the encirclement of the beast horde and joining up with the defenders of the hospital's defensive line. It's reinforcements from Imperial University. Brothers! Hold on! We're saved! The morale of the defenders on the front line soared upon seeing the reinforcements. Quickly! Organize the survivors to evacuate. We'll cover their retreat. Sumuyu commanded decisively. Chapter 104 Invincible. In the center of the battlefield, the battle between Lin Fan and the lava giant lizard had reached a fever pitch. Unable to gain the upper hand after a prolonged assault, the lava giant lizard was riddled with wounds and grew increasingly frenzied. Lin Fan was also severely exhausted. Even the light from his Undying Vajra body had dimmed considerably. We can't delay any longer. Lin Fan's eyes hardened. He knew he had to use his trump card. Otherwise, once the energy was depleted, it would be dangerous. He suddenly stepped back a distance, took a deep breath, and a flash of crazed bloodlust appeared in his eyes. Ancient Wolf King Transformation. Second Transformation. Wolf Battle Form. Boom! An even more ferocious and violent aura surged into the sky. Lin Fan's figure grew taller once more, his silver fur stood on end like steel needles, his claws became even longer and sharper, and his fangs protruded from his mouth. His strength, speed, and defense soared once more. His aura had clearly reached the peak of the mid-stage of the 4th rank, touching the threshold of the late stage of the 4th rank. Roar! Lin Fan, now in werewolf form, let out a roar that tore through the sky. Sensing its master's fighting spirit, the blood demon blade erupted with an unprecedented bloodthirsty light. Die! His figure vanished in an instant. His speed was nearly twice as fast as before. The blood demon blade, carrying the will to tear everything apart, slashed towards the lava giant lizard. The lava giant lizard sensed the surge in Lin Fan's aura and fear appeared in its eyes for the first time.
It desperately spewed lava and brandished its sharp claws. But after transforming, Lin Fan's strength underwent a qualitative change. Sizzle! A flash of light. One of the lava giant lizard's forelegs was severed at the root. Blood gushed out like a fountain. A whoa! The lava giant lizard let out a shrill scream, its massive body losing its balance and crashing to the ground. Lin Fan pressed his advantage relentlessly, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. In an instant, he rushed to the head of the lava giant lizard, his blood demon blade, filled with boundless killing intent, fiercely stabbing towards its eyes. Put! The blade pierced through the eyeball and went straight to the brain. The giant lava lizard's massive body convulsed violently a few times before finally becoming completely still. The late-stage Tier 4 ferocious beast, the lava giant lizard, is dead. Lin Fan deactivated his transformation, slightly out of breath, his face a little pale. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially using his second transformation, had taken a heavy toll. But his eyes remained bright, filled with the joy of victory. He walked to the corpse of the lava giant lizard, plunged the blood demon blade into it, and greedily absorbed the essence and blood of this powerful beast king. The baleful aura on the blade grew even stronger, showing a faint tendency to advance to the middle-grade 3rd tier. Defeat the late-stage Tier 4 ferocious beast lava giant lizard and obtain 2,500 life essence. Successfully stripped. Obtained a rank ability Lava Breath. Decomposable. Decompose. Lin Fan said without hesitation. This single attribute attack ability was not very useful to him, so it was better to exchange it for his original source. Decompose the A-level ability Lava Breath to obtain 800 points of life essence. This battle was very fruitful. By this time, Sumuyu and the others had basically cleared the beast horde around the hospital and were organizing the survivors to evacuate. Seeing Lin Fan single-handedly kill the lava giant lizard, everyone once again looked at him with awe. Lin Fan, are you alright? Sumuyu walked over quickly and asked with concern. Lu Ruyan also came over, her big eyes filled with admiration. It's nothing, I just expended a lot of energy, I'll be fine after a rest. Lin Fan smiled. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the eastern part of the city. An indescribable, terrifying pressure swept across the entire city. Even the sky seemed to dim slightly. It's the aura of a 7th-tier Beast King. The battle between the Azure Dragon Envoy and the Beast King has escalated. Sumuyu's expression changed. Immediately afterward, a streak of azure light shot into the sky from the east of the city, streaking across the heavens like a meteor and heading towards the outskirts of the city. At the same time, a dignified yet weary voice resounded throughout the city. The Beast King has been severely wounded and has fled. The remaining beasts are to be wiped out by you. You must protect the safety of the people. It was the voice of the 7th-tier powerhouse Azure Dragon Envoy who was stationed in Jiangnan Province. His battle with the 7th-tier Beast King seemed to have come to a conclusion, with the Beast King fleeing in defeat. However, the Azure Dragon Envoy also seemed to have exhausted himself and was unable to continue the pursuit. The Beast King has escaped. The remaining ferocious beasts are leaderless. Everyone's spirits lifted. The opportunity has arrived. A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Now is the time to wipe out the remaining enemies. For the next half-day, Lin Fan and his team worked with the Linen garrison to sweep away the remaining ferocious beasts in the city. Without the Beast King's command, the ferocious beasts became a disorganized mess. Although they remained fierce, they were no longer able to put up an effective resistance. Lin Fan was like a tireless war god. His indestructible Vajra body provided unparalleled defense, his Nirvana finger could kill high-level enemies, and his blood demon blade was invincible. He specifically sought out and hunted down 3rd and 4th tier ferocious beast leaders, accumulating a large amount of life essence and experience. By nightfall, the main battles within the city had largely ended, leaving only sporadic mopping-up operations. Inside the temporary command post, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, circulating his cultivation technique to recover from his depletion. He checked the system interface. He had gained tens of thousands of points of life essence that day. His cultivation had also faintly touched the bottleneck of the 3rd tier. The trip to Linen, though dangerous, was incredibly rewarding. Lin Fan thought with satisfaction. At this rate, he had a very good chance of breaking through to the 3rd tier before the global competition. At that moment, Principal Yi appeared at the command post. He looked travel-worn, but his aura remained as deep and profound as the sea. He had obviously been involved in a battle elsewhere as well. Principal. Everyone quickly stood up and bowed. Principal Ye's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Lin Fan.
He nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. Well done. Especially Lin Fan, who remained calm in the face of danger and displayed outstanding combat prowess. He deserves the greatest credit. With such high praise from Principal Yi, everyone looked at Lin Fan with even greater admiration.
You flatter me, Principal.
This is what students should do, Lin Fan said humbly.
Principal Yi nodded and said solemnly, the siege of Linen has been lifted, but the follow-up work is arduous. You have worked hard. Come back to the capital with me to rest. Other teams will come to take over later. Yes. Chapter 105 Reigning Supreme. It was late at night when the transport plane landed at the private airport of Taito University. But the campus remained brightly lit, with many teachers and students still awake, anxiously awaiting news from Linen.
When Lin Fan, Su Muyu, and the others stepped off the gangway, they were immediately given a hero's welcome.
School officials and students who had already received the initial battle report surrounded the airport. They're back. It's Senior Su. Senior Lu. Senior Li Mang. They're all right. That's Lin Fan? My god, is he really just a freshman? He single-handedly killed a late-stage Tier 4 lava giant lizard and routed the Black Fiend squad. This record is terrifying.
I heard his true combat strength has reached the 4th tier.
That's simply a monster.
A tidal wave of discussion, exclamations, and applause swept in. Countless eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, filled with curiosity, admiration, and even a hint of awe. This time, it's no longer just a rumor among freshmen or a small group of people, but a real and impressive achievement that has been preliminarily confirmed by the school. Lin Fan's name spread like wildfire throughout the entire Imperial Capital University overnight. From freshmen to seniors who were about to graduate, everyone knew him. Principal Yi gave a brief summary, highly praising all the students who participated in the rescue mission, especially commending Lin Fan for his outstanding performance and courage in the face of danger, and announcing that the school would award him corresponding contribution points. After everyone left, Lin Fan returned to his villa. Although physically exhausted, I was in a state of high spirits. This trip to Linen was not only a test and enhancement of our strength, but also a transformation of our mindset. A real life or death struggle is far more effective in honing one's skills than sparring on campus. In the following days, details about Lin Fan's battle in Linen were further revealed and amplified, causing a huge sensation. He withstood a sneak attack from a late-stage Tier 4 mercenary leader without sustaining any injuries? Instantly crippling a mid-stage 4th tier cultivator with bizarre finger techniques? Finally, he transforms into a werewolf and forcefully kills the lava giant lizard, known for its defense? His defense is probably close to the peak of the 4th tier. His attack power is also extremely terrifying. Discussions raged across the campus forums, training grounds, and cafeteria. The stark contrast between Lin Fan's cultivation level and his terrifying combat prowess shrouded him in a mysterious and powerful aura. Even some senior students, especially those equally gifted and proud graduating students, began to compare Lin Fan with that legendary name. What do you think of Lin Fan compared to that person? Someone posted anonymously on the school forum. Are you talking about that king of the world senior upstairs? Watch your words. You can't just casually mention that senior's name. But speaking of which, junior brother Lin Fan does have the style of that person back then. They're both unconventional. It's different, isn't it? That senior has an unprecedented talent, a 3S level superpower, and his cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. It's a pure talent-crushing victory. Junior brother Lin Fan seems to lean more towards practical combat and some kind of unknown inner strength. But in any case, with the combat power that junior brother Lin Fan has shown so far, he is probably qualified to challenge for the Earthly Fiend Prodigies ranking, right? The list of the Earthly Fiends Prodigies. The appearance of this term has caused the discussion to surge again. This is the ultimate ranking list for geniuses aged 20 to 25 worldwide, officially released by the Global Alliance of Superpowered Individuals. Only the top 1,000 will be selected. Those who make the list are all exceptional talents, one in a million, and candidates for the future pillars of humanity. Every name carries immense weight. For a top university like Imperial Capital University, having a student make it onto the Earthly Fiends list is an immense honor. Currently, the only student at Imperial Capital University to be listed on the Earthly Fiends list is the legendary senior student, Qin Wushuang, who possesses 3S level superpowers and is known as the Emperor of the World. Qin Wushuang, 22 years old, with a cultivation level of late stage of the 4th rank, has unfathomable true combat strength and is generally recognized as reaching the mid-stage of the 5th rank. Since shocking the nation with his unprecedented talent 4 years ago, he has swept aside his peers and met no match. He is hailed as the #1 young person in China, and his brilliance shines throughout the era. Now, people are starting to talk that Lin Fan, a freshman, may become the second monster from Imperial Capital University to be able to make it onto the list of the most outstanding talents of the earth while still in school. Although he is only at the late stage of the second tier, he can fight against opponents 2 tiers higher, even confronting and killing those at the late stage of the 4th tier. This terrifying ability to surpass one's level is precisely the potential that the earthly fiend ranking values most. As is customary, as long as one demonstrates the corresponding strength in the upcoming global prodigy competition and gains the alliance's recognition, being listed is almost a certainty. Despite the overwhelming discussion and adulation from the outside world, Lin Fan remained remarkably calm. He knew that fame was just an illusion, while strength was the only thing that mattered. Qin Wuxuan was indeed a formidable figure, but he also ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within him. Qin Wuxuan, late stage 4th rank, mid stage 5th rank combat power, truly formidable. Lin Fan clenched his fist in the villa's training room, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. But in the global competition, I will let you, and the whole world, know who is the strongest prodigy of this era. The most urgent task is to further enhance our strength. He checked his haul. Thanks to his trip to Linen and the large number of contribution points awarded by the school, he was now quite wealthy. Contribution points are enough to exchange for a top-tier combat skill, and he has also accumulated tens of thousands of life essence points, enough for him to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 2nd tier, or even break through the bottleneck of the 3rd tier. Cultivation is the foundation, but powerful combat skills can bring basic strength to its limit. Lin Fan pondered, my 9 flowing cloud slashes is still a bit low grade. Against stronger opponents, its lethality is slightly insufficient. I need a more domineering sword technique that better suits my fighting style. He logged into the school's intranet tactical skills database and began to carefully filter through them. The Imperial University's collection is vast, encompassing all types of combat techniques, from yellow rank to earth rank. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a combat technique called Thunder Prison Mad Blade. Thunder Prison Mad Blade, low-grade earth rank combat skill fragment. This sword technique is domineering and unparalleled, drawing upon the power of thunder to infuse the blade's momentum. When mastered, the blade strikes like a thunderous hell, descending, violent and swift, possessing extremely strong destructive power and paralyzing effects. It is also particularly effective against evil spirits and in-attribute techniques. Note, this sword technique demands extremely high physical strength and energy control from the practitioner. Furthermore, as it is an incomplete scroll containing only the first 3 moves, it is extremely difficult to master and can easily injure the practitioner. Choose with caution. Exchanging for this technique requires a huge amount of contribution points. Low-grade earth rank. And it's a fragment. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Chapter 106 Earth Rank Combat Techniques. Earth rank combat techniques are considered the most prized possessions of the entire Imperial Capital University, typically only accessible to professors and a very few graduates with exceptionally high GPAs. Even incomplete copies possess immense power. High physical strength required? Perfectly, my undying Vajra body excels at defense. Energy control? Transcendent perception and life essence points can perfectly solve that. Fragment? No problem, the first 3 forms are enough for me up to the 5th tier. This is it. Without hesitation, Lin Fan paid with his contribution points, which had almost emptied his savings, to exchange for the first 3 forms of the Thunder Prison Mad Blade, Manual the Jade Slip Inheritance. The moment he received the Inheritance Jade Slip, a vast and violent intent surged into Lin Fan's mind. Countless insights into lightning, complex sword techniques, and violent energy circulation methods surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. The destructive intent contained within them made his mind tremble. Truly domineering. The difficulty of this cultivation is such that an ordinary person probably couldn't even get past the basics, and forcing cultivation might even shatter their meridians. Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling not fear but even more excited. He sat down cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the system space. System, deduce and upgrade the first move of Thunder Prison Mad Blade, Thunder Flash. Ding. Detected a low-grade earth rank combat skill, Thunder Prison Mad Blade Fragment. To refine and upgrade the first move, Thunder Flash, to the entry level, requires 4,000 points of life essence. Upgrade? Promote. Boom. Lin Fan felt as if all the mysteries of Thunder Flash in his mind had been instantly integrated, as if he had practiced it a million times.
At the same time, muscle memory is also generated in the body. How to exert force, how to draw energy, and how to strike the knife all become instinctive. He opened his eyes, picked up the long sword he was practicing with, and instinctively swung it. Sizzle! A faint, almost invisible silver lightning flashed across the blade, leaving a slight crackling sound in the air. Although its power was still small, the sharp and swift aura it embodied was already beginning to take shape. You've mastered it. So fast? Even Lin Fan himself was somewhat surprised by the effect of the life essence points. This was practically cheating. But he didn't stop. System, continue to upgrade. Upgrade Thunder Flash to the lesser completion level. Upgrading to minor mastery requires 8,000 points of life essence. Promote. A deeper understanding welled up within him, and the many variations and power techniques in his swordsmanship became even more refined. Lin Fan swung his sword again, the lightning on the blade becoming more pronounced, and his speed increased. Deshang Realm. Upgrading to the Great Perfection requires 16,000 points of life essence. Promote. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Lin Fan's mind. His understanding of Thunder Flash had reached a whole new level. He had completely mastered the essence of this strike, extremely compressing all his strength and energy and unleashing it in an instant, pursuing ultimate speed and penetrating power. He felt that the Thunder Flash he was now unleashing was far more powerful than the strongest strike of the 9 slashes of flowing clouds. Perfect Realm. Lin Fan shouted in one breath. Upgrading to perfection requires 30,000 points of life essence. Warning, host's current life essence balance is insufficient. Lin Fan looked at the data and saw that the tens of thousands of life essence points he had previously gained had dwindled to only 4,500 points after these 3 upgrades. The energy consumption of Earth-rank combat skills is indeed terrifying. That's enough for now. We'll talk about reaching perfection later when we have enough source energy. Let's test its power first. He arrived at the private force testing room in the basement of the villa. After activating the highest level protective array, Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharp as knives. He gripped the long sword, and the energy within his body circulated wildly according to the unique path of the Thunder Prison Mad Blade, a violent thunderous intent beginning to gather around him. Thunderclap. Whoosh. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a silver blade of light flashing past at a speed beyond the limits of visual perception. Within the blade of light, there were fine silver arcs of electricity. Boom. The target on the force gauge, representing the initial defensive strength of a 4th-tier character, shattered instantly as if struck by real lightning. The cross-section was charred black, still emitting wisps of white smoke. The energy reading next to it skyrocketed, eventually settling on a value far exceeding that of a normal initial 4th-tier attack. What incredible power! And it even has the paralyzing and destructive properties of lightning. Lin Fan exclaimed with delight at the result of his strike. The Thunder Flash at the Perfect Realm is absolutely a deadly threat to even mid to late stage 4th-tier powerhouses. And this is only the first move. Looks like I need to register my cultivation progress at the Combat Skill Pavilion. Lin Fan packed up and left the villa. According to school regulations, after exchanging for advanced combat skills, students need to report their cultivation progress to the management teachers at the Combat Skill Pavilion regularly. This is partly to ensure students' safety and prevent them from going astray, and partly to record their talent. When Lin Fan arrived at the solemn and dignified Battle Skills Pavilion and found the elderly teacher with gray hair and a profound aura in charge of registration, the teacher adjusted his glasses and glanced at the record of Lin Fan's exchange. Thunder Prison Mad Blade? The old teacher frowned, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Lin Fan, I know you are exceptionally talented. But this sword technique is extremely dangerous and notoriously difficult to master. Many 5th and 6th level instructors have tried it, but ultimately had to give up. You've only been exchanging currency for a few days, so don't be greedy and rush things. Start with the most basic understanding of the artistic conception and take it slowly. Before the old teacher could finish speaking, Lin Fan had already circulated his energy, pointed his fingers like a knife, and gently slashed forward. Laugh. A condensed silver lightning bolt flashed and disappeared from his fingertip. Although it was weak, the pure, sharp, and thunderous intent of the sword made the well-informed old teacher's eyes widen instantly, and all the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. This is the sword intent of Thunderbolt Flash? And, this purity, you've mastered it to a minor level? The old teacher's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Only a few days? Let alone minor level, most people can't even get close to mastering it.
Lin Fan smiled sheepishly and said modestly, "Teacher, I've had some insights by chance, so I guess I could say I've achieved great success." To avoid being too shocking, he concealed his true abilities slightly, only mentioning his great achievements.
Da Chang?
The old teacher's pen fell to the table with a clatter, his mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and he looked at Lin Fan as if he were looking at a monster from outer space.
In just a few days, he mastered a low-grade Earth rank incomplete sword technique?
This goes beyond mere talent. This is monstrous genius.
This is heaven-defying comprehension.
The old teacher took several deep breaths to barely calm his turbulent emotions. With trembling fingers, he wrote Lin Fan, Thunder Prison Mad Blade, First Form, Mastery in the register. Then, watching Lin Fan's departing figure, he murmured to himself.
Qin Wushuang's talent is unparalleled in this era, and this Lin Fan, his comprehension is simply divine. A monster, another monster is about to be born.
This year's global competition is going to be interesting. Lin Fan, on the other hand, went into seclusion once again.
Chapter 107 Breakthrough to the Third Tier.
With his cultivation level stabilized at the early stage of the third tier, and the first move of the Thunder Prison Mad Blade, Thunder Flash, having been mastered, Lin Fan felt that his strength had once again made a qualitative leap. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could easily defeat ordinary late-stage fourth-tier opponents, and even hold his own against perfect fourth-tier opponents. If he were to use the Ancient Wolf King transformation, he would be 70% confident that he could fight a newly entered fifth-tier expert head-on without being defeated. Such strength is probably unmatched among the students of Imperial Capital University, except for the unfathomable Qin Wushuang. The continuous high-intensity training in seclusion had left Lin Fan somewhat mentally exhausted. He decided to take a break and balance work and rest. More importantly, he thought about how while his strength was improving by leaps and bounds, his family members, especially Su Qinghan and his sister Lin Shui, were also making progress, but the gap between them and him was widening.
Qinghan is an S-level Ice Phoenix ability with great potential, but it requires time and resources to accumulate.
My older sister is an A-rank Frost Arrow, her starting point is a bit lower, and she needs more opportunities, Lin Fan thought to himself. I can't just focus on getting stronger myself, I also need to find a way to help them. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered a function that the system had mentioned before.
System.
I remember you said before that the superpowers I've taken away can be used and decomposed by myself, or they can be given to others, right? Lin Fan immediately asked in his mind.
Yes, host.
The superpowers stripped by the system can be granted to a designated target by consuming a certain amount of life essence. The target must have absolute trust in the host, and their mental fluctuations must have a certain degree of compatibility with the superpower attribute, otherwise, there is a risk of failure.
After being granted the ability, it will be removed from the superpower database. Great! Lin Fan was overjoyed.
This was practically a divine skill that gave his loved ones a cheat code. Although it consumes his life essence, obtaining life essence is relatively easy for him, while the safety of his loved ones and the improvement of his strength are priceless.
Can the target immediately master the granted superpower? Are there any side effects?
The granted superpowers will be directly integrated into the target's soul essence, as if they were born with them, and can be freely used at their will without any side effects.
Proficiency and control need to be improved through self-training.
Perfect. Lin Fan clenched his fist excitedly.
This function is too incredible.
This means that he can bestow some powerful superpowers that are suitable for him but which he himself cannot use upon Su Qinghan and Lin Shui, allowing their strength to be greatly enhanced in a short period of time.
There's no time to lose. Let's go find Qinghan first.
Lin Fan immediately left the cultivation room and sent a message to Su Qinghan, asking her to meet him at the lakeside pavilion. As dusk fell and the sun set, the lake shimmered. Su Qinghan, dressed in a white dress, stood gracefully, and a gentle smile appeared on her face when she saw Lin Fan approaching.
Lin Fan, you've come out of seclusion? It seems like you haven't been in seclusion for very long this time? Su Qinghan stepped forward and naturally took Lin Fan's arm.
She could sense that Lin Fan's aura had become more profound and restrained, indicating that his strength had improved again.
I've learned something.
Lin Fan smiled, pulled her to sit down in the pavilion, and his expression became serious.
Qinghan, there's something I want to tell you. It's very important, and very unbelievable. After you hear it, you must keep it a secret. You can't tell anyone, not even your parents.
Seeing Lin Fan's seriousness, Su Qinghan also stopped smiling and nodded earnestly. Okay, I promise you.
What is it?
Lin Fan took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and whispered, I have a special ability. Not a superpower, but another, even more peculiar talent. I can safely bestow certain special powers upon others, allowing the recipient to directly acquire the corresponding abilities, like awakening an additional superpower. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Granted, superpowers? How is this possible? This completely overturned her understanding. Superpowers are innate, and awakening them later in life is extremely difficult, let alone being granted by someone. This is simply a miracle. I know it's hard to believe. Lin Fan understood her shock and squeezed her hand. But it's true. The reason I've been able to improve so quickly is also related to this ability. I haven't even told my parents and sister the secret, I'm only telling you now. Feeling the warmth from Lin Fan's hand and the absolute trust in his eyes, Su Qinghan's shock gradually subsided, replaced by a feeling of being entrusted with her most important secret, filled with emotion and a sense of heaviness. She gripped Lin Fan's hand tightly, her eyes resolute. Lin Fan, don't worry. I swear on my soul, I will take this secret to my grave and never tell a second person. I believe you. Lin Fan smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. The reason he chose to tell Su Qinghan first was not only because she was his lover, but also because Su Qinghan was calm, meticulous, and capable of keeping secrets. Now, I'm going to use this ability on you. Lin Fan looked into Su Qinghan's eyes. I've chosen two abilities that are perfect for you, one that will greatly enhance your speed and agility, and the other that will improve your survivability and support capabilities. Are you willing to accept them? Su Qinghan nodded emphatically without the slightest hesitation. I'm willing. She completely trusted Lin Fan and believed that he would never harm her. Moreover, becoming stronger, being able to stand better by Lin Fan's side, and even potentially help him in the future, is something she has always longed for. Okay. Relax and don't resist. Lin Fan closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into the system. The target chosen is Su Qinghan. Choose the following abilities to grant: rank A Wind Shadow Step Agility based, rank A Ode to Life Healing based. Target trust level 100%. Mental fluctuation compatibility, Wind type high, Life type above average. Imparting requires 2000 points of life essence, 1000 points per rank A ability. Impart? Give it to me. Lin Fan silently recited the words in his heart while tightening his grip on Su Qinghan's hand. Buzz. A pure and gentle energy flowed slowly into Su Qinghan's body through Lin Fan's palm. Su Qinghan felt a slight tremor in her body as two unfamiliar yet seemingly innate streams of information flowed into her mind and soul like a clear spring. The mysterious footwork of how to ride the wind and become a blur. A soothing mantra for guiding life energy and healing wounds. She instantly understood and mastered the methods of using these two abilities and the energy flow routes. It was as if dormant memories had been awakened. The process lasted approximately 1 minute. The energy transfer then ended. Lin Fan released his grip, his face slightly pale. Imparting two A-level abilities at once was quite taxing, but for someone as wealthy and powerful as him, it was entirely manageable. Su Qinghan slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. With a slight thought, her body seemed to lose its weight instantly. With a light touch of her toes, she rose into the air like a willow catkin, leaving afterimages in the pavilion with astonishing speed. It was the Wu Wind Shadow Step. She extended her slender hand, and a soft, vibrant green light emanated from her palm, nourishing the surrounding vegetation and making it even greener. This was the power of the Ode to Life. This is real. I really have two more superpowers. Su Qinghan felt the new power surging within her body, her voice trembling with excitement. A level superpower. And it's an extremely rare and practical movement technique and healing ability. This is enough to drive any superhuman crazy. Chapter 108: Granting Superpowers. If Lin Fan's superpowers could be sold, it would definitely cause a global earthquake. After all, no matter how much money you have, you can't change a person's talent, it's innate. She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Lin Fan, thank you for trusting me so much, telling me such an important secret, and giving me such a precious ability. She knew the value of these two superpowers and understood what it meant for Lin Fan to share this secret with her. This trust and dedication moved her deeply. Lin Fan gently patted her back and laughed. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? I'll feel more at ease when you become stronger. But remember, don't easily reveal these two abilities to outsiders for now, especially the healing ability. Keep it as a trump card. Yes.
I understand.
Su Qinghan nodded vigorously, burying her face in Lin Fan's chest, feeling this unique love and trust. After a brief moment of tenderness, Lin Fan said, Qinghan, familiarize yourself with these two new abilities first. I'm going to see my sister and prepare a gift for her as well. After parting ways with Su Qinghan, Lin Fan returned to his villa. His older sister, Lin Shui, had recently moved into the graduate student dormitory arranged by the university, not far from him. He called Lin Shui and said he needed to talk to her. A little while later, Lin Shui arrived, carrying Xiaobai Howling Moon Wolf, who had turned into a puppy and was dozing off.
Xiao Fan, what's up? Why are you being so mysterious?
Lin Shui asked with a smile. Lin Fan closed the door, set up a simple soundproof barrier, and looked at Lin Shui with a serious expression. Sister, what I'm about to say and what I'm about to show you are very important. You must keep it a secret and not tell anyone, including mom and dad. Seeing her younger brother's seriousness, Lin Shui also stopped smiling and nodded, saying, Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Fan repeated what he had just said to Su Qinghan to Lin Shui, omitting the specific source of the system and the newly acquired superpower, only saying that it was a special talent of his. Lin Shui's reaction was even more exaggerated than Su Qinghan. She almost screamed, but thankfully covered her mouth in time, her eyes wide with shock. Xiao Fan, you're not running a fever, are you?
Granted superpowers?
This. The little white dog in her arms also raised its head, a hint of human-like surprise flashing in its amber vertical pupils. Sister, look. Lin Fan didn't explain further and took action immediately. He chose to bestow upon Lin Shui one of his previously stored A-level defensive abilities, Rock Barrier, and one A-level elemental ability, Exploding Fireball. The older sister's frost arrows are more ranged and focused on crowd control, but her close-range defense and burst damage are weaknesses, which these two special abilities can compensate for. It also consumes 2,000 points of life essence.
The process went smoothly.
When Lin Shui felt the complete information about condensing rock shields and controlling explosive flames that had appeared in her mind, she was completely stunned and stood there speechless for a long time. She reached out her hand, and a thick rock shield instantly materialized in front of her. With another thought, a fireball the size of a fist, radiating intense heat, leaped in her other palm. It's true. Lin Shui murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock, elation, and a hint of worry as she looked at Lin Fan.
Xiao Fan. Your ability is too incredible. What if others find out? Lin Shui's first thought was for her younger brother's safety.
Sister, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This secret is currently only known to you, me, and Qinghan, Lin Fan comforted her.
Giving you these abilities is to give you stronger self-defense capabilities.
I can also feel more at ease when you go out to train in the future. Lin Shui's eyes reddened, and she stepped forward to hug her younger brother tightly, her voice choked with emotion. You brat, you've grown up, you know how to protect your sister now, but you must be careful.
You absolutely cannot be exposed. Do you hear me?
Okay, sis, stop nagging.
Lin Fan felt a warmth in her heart.
Over the next few days, Lin Fan consolidated his early-stage third-tier cultivation and practiced the Thunder Prison Mad Blade, while helping Su Qinghan and Lin Shui familiarize themselves with their newly acquired abilities. The two women's strength increased dramatically in a short period of time, especially their combat ability, which underwent a qualitative leap. Su Qinghan's Wind Shadow Step, combined with the Ice Phoenix Flight, makes her speed unpredictable. Ode to Life made her an indispensable support core in the team. Lin Shui's Rock Barrier greatly enhances her survivability, while Exploding Fireball compensates for the lack of burst damage from Frost Arrow. Seeing the most important person in his life improve his strength, Lin Fan felt a sense of accomplishment and peace of mind. In this dangerous world, only by being strong yourself and those around you can you truly be protected. His cultivation level was stable at the early stage of the third rank, and his various combat skills and abilities were becoming more and more proficient. Lin Fan turned his attention to the S-rank ability that he had never really used before, interdimensional summoning. This ability has boundless potential, but previously, limited by his mental strength, he could only contract summon beasts of the same or slightly higher rank, and he couldn't maintain the presence of high-ranking summoned beasts for long periods. Now, with his mental strength surging along with his cultivation level, he feels he can finally try to summon and contract even more powerful beings.
It's time.
Lin Fan took a deep breath and went to the reinforced training chamber deep underground in the villa. He sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and brought his state to its peak. His consciousness sank into a sea of consciousness, communicating with the rune that represented another world summoning and emitted mysterious spatial fluctuations. In my name, I communicate with all realms.
I summon to descend.
Buzz. Lin Fan's spiritual power surged forth like a tidal wave, pouring into the runes. The runes instantly shone brightly, forming a rotating spatial vortex. His consciousness seemed to be pulled away from his body by a tremendous force, traversing the endless void. The next moment, he saw a bizarre and savage world. The sky was dark red, with 3 purple moons of different sizes hanging in the sky. The land is vast and boundless, with undulating mountains and towering ancient trees. The air is filled with an extremely dense energy and a violent aura. Countless ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes dwell and fight among them. There are thunderbirds with wingspans that blot out the sky, giant apes with bodies as large as mountains, and venomous pythons that lurk in the shadows. Their auras range from weak beings of the 1st and 2nd tiers to terrifying beast kings of the 6th and even 7th tiers that make Lin Fan's soul tremble. This is one of the worlds connected by otherworld summoning, the realm of beasts. Chapter 109 Contract. Lin Fan's consciousness, like that of God, overlooked this land where the strong prey on the weak. He could sense that he possessed a special authority and suppressive power in this world, as if he were a contractor of this world, capable of forcibly summoning and contracting ferocious beasts within his range. However, this suppressive force is not absolute. Against ferocious beasts whose strength far surpasses its own, the effect will be greatly reduced, and it may even backfire. My mental strength, at its current limit, should be able to barely contract a ferocious beast in the early stage of the 5th tier, and the summoning time won't be too long. But that's enough. Lin Fan understood and began to carefully search for a suitable target. He needs a ferocious beast with great potential, formidable combat power, and attributes that are compatible with his own. They don't want those that are too low level, and they can't form contracts with those that are too high level. His consciousness swept across a mountain range engulfed in raging flames, where a group of powerful fire-type beasts dwelled. They then swept across a snowfield that remained frozen year-round, where giant beasts controlled the ice. Finally, his consciousness settled above a black swamp filled with a thick aura of death. In the swamp, a huge creature caught Lin Fan's attention. It resembles a giant crocodile, but its entire body is covered with jet-black scales that shimmer with a metallic sheen. A row of ferocious bone spikes grows along its back, and a long tail is like a steel whip, with a bone hammer covered with sharp spikes at the end. It lay silently lurking in the mud of the swamp, revealing only a pair of cold, cruel, and emotionless dark yellow vertical pupils. He exuded a suffocating aura of ferocity and death, his aura reaching the peak of the early stage of the 5th rank. Shadow Death Crocodile. Lin Fan recognized the ferocious beast. This is an extremely ferocious and cunning beast with powerful defense, terrifying strength, and the talent to manipulate shadows and death energy. It is almost invincible among its peers. Moreover, its attributes lean towards darkness, which subtly resonates with the murderous aura of his blood demon blade and the deathly intent of the Nirvana finger. It's you! A decisive look flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. This Shadow Death Crocodile has great potential, formidable combat power, and its attributes are a perfect match. Without further hesitation, he locked onto his target and unleashed the full power of the Otherworld Summoning contract. In the name of the contract, I summon your true name submission. An invisible, powerful will, imbued with the force of rules, descended upon the depths of the Shadow Death Crocodile's soul like shackles. Roar! The Shadow Death Crocodile suddenly raised its head from the swamp, letting out a deafening roar filled with rage and resistance. It sensed the force attempting to enslave it. As the overlord of this swamp, how could it tolerate it? Terrifying death energy and shadow power erupted from its body, frantically impacting Lin Fan's contract power. The mud churned, and the swamp boiled. Lin Fan groaned, feeling his mental energy violently shaken as if struck by a heavy hammer. The resistance of a 5th-tier ferocious beast was extremely fierce. Humph! You beast! You dared to resist! Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He fully activated his mental power, simultaneously unleashing his powerful aura, a fusion of multiple high-level abilities along with a trace of the primordial energy of the ancient Wolf King transformation, through the power of the contract, and slamming it down on the Shadow Death Crocodile. In this otherworldly summoning space, Lin Fan, as the contractor, possesses the blessing of rules and has a natural suppression of ferocious beasts. In addition, his own powerful will and special aura, which far surpassed those of his peers, immediately weakened the Shadow Death Crocodile's resistance. Sensing the domineering, ferocious, and even purer death and destruction intent contained within Lin Fan's will, a trace of surprise and fear flashed for the first time in the Shadow Death Crocodile's cold vertical pupils. The human who attempted to form a contract with it has such a terrifying soul. As one side gains and the other loses, the shackles of the contract become tighter and tighter. The shadow death crocodile's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Finally, it let out a low growl of resentment, and its massive head slowly lowered, signifying submission. The soul contract is established. Buzz. Lin Fan's consciousness returned to his body. He felt that most of his mental energy had been consumed, and his face was a little pale, but his eyes were full of excitement. He succeeded. He successfully contracted a shadow death crocodile at the peak of the early stage of the 5th tier. He had a sudden thought and tried to summon it. In the center of the cultivation chamber, space distorted, and a huge figure slowly condensed into shape. It was the shadow death crocodile. It had shrunk in size, but it was still nearly 10 meters long, exuding a chilling ferocity and an aura of death. His dark yellow vertical pupils looked at Lin Fan with a hint of awe and subservience. Very good. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He could feel that he had established a close soul connection with this death crocodile, and he could summon it to fight at any time, as well as sense its state and thoughts. Maintaining its existence will continuously deplete his mental energy. At his current level, he can probably sustain a full-force battle for about 10 minutes. But as a trump card in crucial moments, it's enough. From now on, you'll be called Little Black, Lin Fan casually suggested. Shadow Death Crocodile. Thinking to itself, I am the Shadow Death Crocodile, feared by all. And you call me Little Black? But it dared not refute, and could only growl to indicate its acceptance. With this 5th tier summoned beast, Lin Fan has added another trump card. His overall combat strength has skyrocketed. Now, even when facing a true early stage 5th tier powerhouse, he has the confidence to fight and even win. Meanwhile, deep within the Shao family manor in the capital city. In a study with a suffocatingly oppressive atmosphere, Shao Tianxiong, the head of the Shao family early stage of 6th order martial king, sat in the main seat with a somber expression. Below, several core elders of the Shao family sat, including Shao Chen's father, Shao Zhan, a 5th order perfect cultivator, all of whom had grim faces and were filled with worry. Father, we have just received confirmation. That little bastard Lin Fan single-handedly killed a late-stage 4th tier lava giant lizard on the battlefield of Linen. His true combat strength has definitely reached the peak of the 4th rank, and may even have touched the threshold of the 5th rank. Shao Zhan said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and a trace of fear. How long has it been? From 1st tier to 4th tier combat power. This growth rate is terrifying. An elder's voice was hoarse. If this child doesn't die, my Shao family will surely perish, another elder said fiercely. He is our sworn enemy. Once he grows up, the first family he will destroy will be our Shao family. Kill? How do you kill? Shao Tianxiong finally spoke, his voice hoarse and cold. At school, that old bastard Yi Qingtian is watching over us. Outside, he now possesses the combat strength of a perfect 4th tier warrior. Even an ordinary 5th tier warrior might be caught off guard and suffer a crushing defeat. Do you expect me to personally intervene? Everyone fell silent. Shao Tianxiong was the only 6th level martial king in the Shao family, and the pillar of the family. If he were to personally assassinate a student, not to mention the success rate, even if he succeeded, once the matter was exposed, the Shao family would immediately become the target of public criticism and be eliminated by the country and other forces. The cost is too high. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die, waiting for that little beast to ride roughshod over us in the future? Shao Zhan roared unwillingly. The study was deathly silent, filled with an atmosphere of despair. After a long silence, a glint of madness and determination flashed in Shao Tianxiong's eyes. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked at the gloomy sky, and said, word by word, conventional methods are no longer feasible. The only option now is to take a risky gamble. Patriarch, what do you mean? Several elders looked at him. Shao Tianxiong turned around, his eyes filled with a terrifyingly sinister look. Yi Qingtian and the main forces of the government are all constrained by the unusual movements on the border and in various otherworldly battlefields. The capital city appears stable, but it's actually hollow inside. If we could coordinate from within and without, creating a sufficiently large accident, for example, causing a temporary malfunction in some interdimensional portal, letting in a group of guests. Chapter 110: Inside and Outside Cooperation. An inside-outside collaboration? An interdimensional portal? Shao Zhan and the others gasped in shock. This was treason. A catastrophe that would lead to the extermination of their entire clan. Patriarch. This is too risky, an elder said in a trembling voice. Take risks? Not taking risks is just waiting to die. Shao Tianxiong said sternly.
Lin Fan must die. Once he's dead, Yi Qingtian will lose that hope and might not completely break ties with our Shao family for the sake of a dead man. Then we can claim it was an accident, or that the otherworldly demons were too cunning. If handled properly, there might still be a glimmer of hope. He looked at Xiao Zhan. Zhaner, you must immediately and secretly go to the Dark Realm and contact the Black Fiend King. Tell him we can provide him with the weak points in the capital's defenses and the coordinates for a brief passage opening, helping his army launch a surprise attack on the capital. The condition is, take advantage of the chaos and kill Lin Fan at all costs. The Black Fiend Demon King is a notorious 7th-tier demon king in the Dark Realm. He is a mortal enemy of humanity. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by his deep-seated hatred for Lin Fan and the crisis facing his family's survival. He knelt down heavily and said, "Yes. Father. For the Xiao family, your son would die 1,000 deaths. Remember, this matter is top secret. If there is even the slightest leak, my Xiao family will be wiped out in an instant." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Tianxian's eyes. Having successfully contracted the 5th-tier ferocious beast Little Black, Lin Fan's strength surged once again, and his confidence also increased significantly. He was preparing to re-enter the heavenly martial battlefield, using the last bit of time to break through to the mid-stage or even late stage of the 3rd tier, when a message from Principal Yi disrupted his plans. "Lin Fan, come to my office, it's important." Lin Fan didn't dare to delay and immediately went to the principal's office. Principal Yi remained calm and composed, but his eyes held a hint of seriousness. "I just received news that a newly opened ancient secret realm has been discovered deep within the Meteor Mountain range in the northern suburbs of the capital. Preliminary investigations indicate that this secret realm has extremely strong spatial restrictions, allowing only those with supernatural abilities below the 5th rank to enter. The energy inside is abundant, suggesting the presence of ancient ruins and rare natural treasures." A new secret realm? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. A newly opened secret realm means it's undeveloped, with both opportunities and dangers, but the rewards are often the greatest. That's right. Principal Yi nodded. The opening of this secret realm has attracted nationwide attention. Major universities, families with superpowers, and the military will all send elites to enter. Our Imperial Capital University has been allocated 5 slots. He looked at Lin Fan, his tone expectant. "I've secured a spot for you." With only 2 weeks until the global competition, this trip to the secret realm presents a rare opportunity for you, potentially allowing you to achieve another breakthrough in a short period. Do you dare to go? Yes. Of course I'll go. Lin Fan answered without hesitation. How could he miss such an opportunity? He was just worried about not finding a way to improve quickly. Good. Principal Ye's eyes showed appreciation. However, you should be prepared. Those who can enter the secret realm are all top geniuses from all sides. Their cultivation level is at least at the early stage of the 4th rank, most of them are at the middle or late stage of the 4th rank, and there are even some monstrous talents who have reached the perfect 4th rank. Your cultivation level will be very conspicuous inside. Lin Fan smiled, his tone calm yet confident. Don't worry, Principal, cultivation level doesn't equate to combat strength. I'll be careful. Yes, I believe in your abilities. Principal Yi's tone shifted, becoming more serious. Also, you need to pay special attention to the Chen family in Shanghai. Although they've suffered in silence for now because of Chen Nan's death, they will definitely not let it go. Within the secret realm, the rules are chaotic, and life and death are left to fate. It's the perfect opportunity for them to strike. I suspect they might be targeting you from there. The Chen family of Shanghai. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. I understand. If they don't bother me, fine, but if they dare to come, the secret realm will be their burial ground. It's good that you're mentally prepared. Principal Yi handed him a jade slip. This contains some known information and a map about the secret realm. Take a look. Meet at the school gate early tomorrow morning, and someone will take you to the entrance of the secret realm. Yes. Thank you, Principal. As Lin Fan left the principal's office, his heart was filled with anticipation. A new secret realm. Ancient ruins. Rare treasures. This is practically a tailor-made upgrade paradise for him. He returned to the villa and carefully studied the jade slip. The secret realm was called Meteorite Ruins, said to be the remnant of a great battle in ancient times. The space was unstable, heavily restricted, and extremely dangerous. However, the ancient energy remaining inside, the possible inheritance, and the medicinal herbs and precious materials nourished by this energy are of immeasurable value. Only those below the 5th rank can enter. This means that the strongest person inside is only a 4th rank perfected individual. With my current strength, and with Xiaohei's help, as long as we don't encounter a group of 4th rank perfected individuals attacking us, we can easily protect ourselves. Even, they can hunt actively. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The Chen family of Shanghai? They'd better not mess with them. The next morning, at the gate of Beijing University. When Lin Fan arrived, 4 people had already gathered there. 4 powerful auras were made undisguised, all of them clearly possessing the cultivation level of the 4th rank at its peak. 3 men and 1 woman. Lin Fan recognized one of them. It was Su Muyu, the leader of the second group during the last mission in Linen, who had a cool and aloof demeanor. When she saw Lin Fan, a barely perceptible hint of kindness appeared on her cold face as she nodded. The other 3 also possessed extremely powerful auras. One of them was as burly as an iron tower, with bronze skin, carrying an exaggerated giant axe on his back, and with wild eyes. He was named Lei Kuang and was one of the top students in the senior class of the Combat Technology Academy, known for his strength. A handsome man dressed in a cyan robe, with an elegant demeanor, a long sword at his waist, and lively eyes, named Feng Wuwen, was a genius of the wind element at the Elemental Academy, possessing incredible speed. The last one was a young man who looked, well, rather unusual. He wasn't tall, was rather thin, and was wearing faded casual clothes. His hair was messy, and he had a blade of grass in his mouth. He was leaning against the wall, yawning listlessly, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. But Lin Fan's extraordinary perception told him that this seemingly lazy guy's internal energy was no weaker than the other 3, and was even more refined and restrained. His name is Zhao Qian, an eccentric genius in his senior year at the Institute of Supernatural Abilities. He is said to be proficient in various miscellaneous disciplines such as formations, runes, and potions, and his fighting style is unpredictable and bizarre. These 4 are the top elites of the senior year at Imperial University, the true aces. As Lin Fan approached, all 4 of them turned their attention to him. Chapter 111 Chen Xiao. Lei Kuang sized Lin Fan up and down a few times, then spoke in a deep, booming voice. You're Lin Fan? That freshman monster? I heard you have 4th tier combat power? Interesting. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit, as if he really wanted to fight Lin Fan. Feng Wuhan smiled slightly, exuding elegance. Junior brother Lin Fan, I've long admired your name. I hope you'll take good care of me during this trip to the secret realm. He spoke politely, but there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Su Muyu simply nodded slightly, as if to say hello. Meanwhile, the lazy Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. He moved closer to Lin Fan, circled him twice as if he were looking at a rare animal, and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my, you're Lin Fan, Jr. Amazing. Early stage of the 3rd rank, 4th rank combat power. And he's so handsome. How about becoming our brand ambassador at the Superpowers Research Institute? We guarantee you the best resources." Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated by his enthusiasm. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, seniors. I am Lin Fan. I will be relying on your guidance for this trip to the secret realm." No problem, no problem. Zhao Qian put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder, acting very familiar. Don't worry, Junior. Once we're in the secret realm, follow me, Zhao Qian, and I'll make sure you live the high life. I may not be good at much else, but I'm an expert at treasure hunting, mystery exploration, and breaking restrictions. When we find something good, we'll split it 30-70. You get 30%, I get 70%. Everyone. Lei Kuang's lips twitched. Zhao Qian, have some shame. Junior brother Lin Fan is an important figure personally selected by the principal. Don't lead him astray. Feng Wuhan shook his head helplessly. Su Muyu glanced coldly at Zhao Qian, behave yourself. Zhao Qian shrank back, winked at Lin Fan, and whispered, see? These guys are all old-fashioned and boring. You're much more to my liking, Junior. Lin Fan thought the senior Zhao Qian was quite interesting. He had a carefree personality and wasn't pretentious. At this moment, a mentor with a profound aura appeared. He was a senior professor from the school and was responsible for escorting them to the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone's here, let's go. The 5 boarded a special hovercar and sped off toward the meteorite mountains in the northern suburbs. In the car, Zhao Qian fully utilized his talkative nature, constantly explaining to Lin Fan the various precautions to take in the secret realm, the dangers that might be encountered, and where good things might be hidden. Junior brother, let me tell you, once you enter the secret realm, never go to those places marked in red. Those places have many spatial rifts and ancient war spirits wandering around. Even a 4th stage perfect cultivator would be easy prey there. See those glowing little grasses? That's starlight grass. Although it's only a grade B spiritual herb, older ones can fetch a good price. Also, be careful when you run into people from other schools, especially those from Shanghai University and Star Palace. Those bastards love to use dirty tricks. Lin Fan listened attentively. These words of experience were very valuable. Su Muyu would occasionally add a sentence or two of key information, keeping it concise and to the point. Lei Kuang and Feng Wuhan mostly closed their eyes to rest and adjust their state. More than an hour later, a hovercar arrived at a valley deep in the meteorite mountains. The entrance to the valley has been cordoned off by the military, and the energy fluctuations are intense. A distorted, ancient, and desolate spatial vortex is suspended in the center of the valley. This is the entrance to the secret realm. A number of people had already gathered in the valley, standing in several distinct groups. Judging from their attire and aura, they were from the military, the Superpowered Individuals Association, and several top universities. Shanghai University, Jiangnan University, Star Palace each possessed a powerful aura, with the lowest being early stage 4th rank, the majority being mid to late stage 4th rank, and quite a few top-tier geniuses at the peak of 4th rank. The arrival of Lin Fan and his group of 5 immediately attracted everyone's attention. People from Imperial Capital University have arrived. It's Lei Kuan, Feng Wuhan, Su Muyu, and Zhao Qian. The 4 kings of senior students from the capital city have all arrived. Ha! Who's that kid? Early stage of Tier 3? Is there no one else at Imperial University? Why is he bringing a burden along? Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's Lin Fan. This year's freshman champion from the capital. Don't let his 3rd tier status fool you, his combat power is terrifying. It's said he can even go toe-to-toe with a late stage 4th tier opponent. Lin Fan? He's the one who killed Chen Nan from the Chen family in Shanghai. That's him. The Chen family from Shanghai has sent people this time too. See those guys in black over there? The one leading them is Chen Nan's cousin, Chen Xiao. 4th tier perfection. This is going to be quite a show. Whispers arose. Many eyes fell on Lin Fan, some with curiosity, some with scrutiny, some with apprehension, and some with undisguised hostility and killing intent. Lin Fan keenly sensed that several cold gazes, like venomous snakes, had locked onto him. He followed his instincts and looked over, only to see a young man dressed in black, with a sinister face and fierce eyes, staring intently at him from the direction of Shanghai University, a cruel smile curving his lips. He was accompanied by several powerful henchmen, all of whom were eyeing Lin Fan covetously. That's Chen Xiao. Su Muyu's cold voice rang in Lin Fan's ears. The grandson of the Chen family's eldest elder, Chen Nan's cousin, a 4th level perfect cultivator, ruthless and vicious, skilled in dark elemental abilities and poison techniques. You need to be careful. Lin Fan nodded, his expression calm. He had anticipated this long ago. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Besides Qin Xiao, Lin Fan also sensed several other subtle, malicious gazes coming from the direction of Star Palace and Jiangnan University. It seems that the Chen family isn't the only one looking to cause him trouble. Hey, Junior, you've really stirred up some trouble. Zhao Qian nudged Lin Fan with his elbow and chuckled in a low voice, but don't worry, with the seniors around, they won't dare to act openly. As for what happens behind the scenes, who's plotting against whom is still uncertain. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan smiled but didn't say anything. He actually hoped these people would come looking for trouble, as it would be a good opportunity for them to deliver the essence of life to him. Just then, the spatial vortex at the entrance to the secret realm stabilized. The military commander announced loudly, "The meteorite ruined secret realm is officially open. The entrance will remain open for 3 days. Those who enter will be left to their fate. Now, enter in turn." The geniuses from all the major forces instantly transformed into streaks of light, rushing to enter the spatial vortex. "Let's go!" Lei Kuang roared and charged in first. Feng Wuhan and Su Muyu followed closely behind. Zhao Qian grinned at Lin Fan. "Junior, stick close to me. Let's go find some good treasures." After saying that, he rushed in. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened, and took a step forward, his figure disappearing into that ancient and mysterious spatial vortex. The moment he passed through the spatial vortex, Lin Fan felt a slight dizziness, as if his body was being disassembled and reassembled. The next moment, his feet landed on solid ground, and a rich, ancient, and vicissitudes-filled energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him, invigorating him. Suddenly, everything became clear. Chapter 112 Treasure. He found himself in a vast and wondrous world. The sky was dark red, without the sun, but 3 purple moons of different sizes hung high, emitting a cool glow. The earth was in a somber hue, with black mountain ranges stretching into the distance like the back of a giant beast, and strange, fluorescent vegetation nearby. A faint smell of sulfur and decay filled the air, and occasionally the roars of unknown creatures could be heard from afar. Is this the secret realm of the ancient meteorite ruins? Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling the energy several times more concentrated than outside, and was secretly delighted. Cultivating in this environment will allow you to progress at an incredible speed. Junior, over here. Zhao Qian's voice came from overheard. Lin Fan turned his head and saw that the 5-person team from Imperial University was gathered in a relatively safe open space not far away. Lei Kuang, Feng Wuan, and Su Muyu were already cautiously observing their surroundings, while Zhao Qian was squatting on the ground, holding a compass-like object in his hand and muttering incantations. So, Lao Zhao, have you found the direction yet? Lei Kuang asked in a deep voice. Don't rush, don't rush. This place has a chaotic magnetic field and an unstable spatial structure. I need to calculate it carefully. Zhao Qian didn't even look up, his fingers flying across the compass, his brows furrowed. TSK, this place is no simple matter. The remaining spacetime channels are very complex, and there's also strong energy interference. In the northeast direction, the energy fluctuations are unusually active, there might be treasure. But, it also seems to have a dangerous aura. As long as there's treasure, what's there to fear about danger? Lei Kuang's eyes lit up, and he shouldered his giant axe. Let's head to the northeast. Su Qingyu and Feng Wuhan nodded in agreement. They were experienced and knew that in this unknown secret realm, following Zhao Qian, this human treasure hunter, was the right thing to do. Lin Fan naturally had no objections. He knew nothing about the secret realm, so sticking with the team was the best option. The 5-person team immediately sprang into action. Zhao Qian led the way, Lei Kuang cleared the path, Feng Wuhan and Su Qingyu provided support on both sides, while Lin Fan followed in the middle of the team, familiarizing himself with the environment as they traveled, and simultaneously extending his extraordinary perception to its maximum range, remaining vigilant for potential dangers. The terrain within the secret realm was extremely complex, with jagged rocks and crisscrossing ravines. They hadn't gone far when they encountered a swarm of second-tier stinger bees inhabiting a forest of fluorescent mushrooms. These bees are the size of a fist, with venomous stingers that gleam eerily, and they swarm together, buzzing loudly. Be careful, the stinging bee's venom has a paralyzing effect, and too many of them can be troublesome, Feng Wuhan warned, flicking his long sword as several wind blades flew out, accurately slicing down the first few stinging bees. Lei Kuang was even more direct. With a low roar, he swept his giant axe across the ground, creating a violent shockwave that instantly turned a swarm of bees into mincemeat. With a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, Su Qingyu unleashed a chilling aura that froze another swarm of bees into an ice sculpture. Lin Fan wasn't idle either. He drew his blood demon blade, its blade flashing, and cleaned up the stragglers as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. His knife skills are fast, accurate, ruthless, and extremely efficient. Zhao Qian hid in the back, using some kind of instrument to record the habits of the stinging wasps and the energy distribution of the mushroom forest, all the while marveling at it. What great stuff! The venom of these stinging bees is a top-grade ingredient for making paralysis potions. And these fluorescent mushrooms contain a trace of life energy, which can be used to make low-level recovery potions. It's a pity I didn't have time to collect them. The swarm of bees was quickly cleared away. The group continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered several more attacks from ferocious beasts. Among them were 3rd-tier shadow leopards, extremely fast and adept at ambushes. There were rock colossi at the early stage of the 4th tier, with astonishing defense and immense strength. But in front of the top team from Imperial University, these ferocious beasts became nothing more than free experience points. Lin Fan gradually became familiar with teamwork. He discovered that Lei Kuang was the main attacker, with powerful and heavy attacks. Feng Wuhan is agile and responsible for restraint and finishing off enemies. Su Qingyu has extremely strong crowd control ability and her ice-type ability is both offensive and defensive. Although Zhao Qian seems unreliable, he always manages to throw out a small array or sprinkle some medicinal powder at crucial moments, achieving remarkable results. He himself, with his superb perception and explosive power, moved along the edge of the battlefield, filling in gaps and dealing with troublesome or fleeing ferocious beasts.
The battle yielded good results. The crystal cores of the ferocious beasts and the valuable materials on their bodies were all collected. Lin Fan also received several third-tier crystal cores and a core of a fourth-tier rock colossus, which could be exchanged for a considerable number of academic credits.
There's an energy reaction ahead.
It's very pure. After walking for about half a day, Zhao Qian suddenly stopped and pointed to a valley shrouded in a light purple mist.
It looks like star pattern iron ore. And it's a rich mine. Star pattern iron is a grade B forging material.
When incorporated into weapons, it can significantly improve hardness and energy conductivity, making it quite valuable.
Let's go take a look,
Lei Kuang said excitedly. The five of them cautiously entered the valley. Sure enough, there were many black ores scattered throughout the valley, shimmering with starlight.
But at the same time, they also sensed a powerful aura.
Deep in the valley, a huge, pangolin-like beast with sharp bone spurs on its back and metallic scales covering its entire body was sleeping on a pile of star-patterned iron ore. Its aura had clearly reached the mid-stage of the 4th rank.
It's a steel-armored earth dragon. It has extremely strong defense and is good at burrowing and sonic attacks, Su Qingyu whispered.
Mid-stage 4th tier, a bit troublesome, but not a major problem. Lei Kuang licked his lips, his fighting spirit high.
Same as always, I'll lead the attack, you guys provide support. Let us finish this quickly, lest we attract other guys. The battle erupted instantly. Lei roared furiously and charged towards the armored earth dragon like a tank.
The giant axe cleaved down with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks.
Startled awake, the steel-armored earth dragon roared furiously, its sound waves spreading like a tangible force.
Its massive body nimbly spun, and its tail, covered in bone spurs, lashed out at Lei Kuang like a steel whip.
Clang!
The giant axe collided with the tail, sparks flying everywhere. Lei Kuang was knocked back 2 steps, and a white mark appeared on the steel-armored earth dragon's tail.
What a hard shell! Lei Kuang exclaimed.
Feng Wuhan moved like the wind, his sword light like a torrential rain piercing the relatively vulnerable abdomen and joints of the steel-armored earth dragon.
Su Qingyu continuously released ice spikes and cold air to restrict its movements and tried to freeze the ground to prevent it from burrowing underground.
The armored earth dragon, with its thick hide and fierce attacks, was locked in a fierce battle with the 4 of them.
Lin Fan didn't rush forward to fight.
He carefully observed the steel-armored earth dragon's movement patterns, using his extraordinary perception to lock onto its energy flow. Its weakness is the area below its neck that isn't covered by scales, and the area near its excretory opening on its abdomen, where the energy fluctuations are most chaotic. Lin Fan made a judgment instantly. With a swift movement, he activated Wind Shadow Illusion, circling around to the side and rear of the steel-armored earth dragon like a ghost. Just as it raised its tail to attack Lei Kuang once more, Lin Fan moved.
Nirvana Finger.
Swoosh! A condensed, dark purple finger beam, arriving faster than expected, shot with unparalleled precision towards the energy disorder point on the steel-armored earth dragon's abdomen. The armored earth dragon seemed to sense a deadly threat and tried to dodge, but it was slowed down by Su Qingyu's frost and its movements were a beat too slow.
Puff!
The finger-like beams, like red-hot irons piercing butter, easily penetrated the relatively soft abdominal scales and disappeared into the body.
The power of annihilation erupted. Awah!
The armored earth dragon let out an extremely shrill scream, its massive body suddenly stiffening, its movements instantly deformed.
The energy within its body instantly became chaotic. Chapter 113 Ancient Ruins. A great opportunity. Lei Kuang's eyes lit up.
Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, his giant axe burst forth with a dazzling yellow light as he cleaved with all his might toward the steel-armored earth dragon's exposed neck, which was racked with pain.
Crack!
Scales shattered, blood gushed out. The steel-armored earth dragon's head was cleaved in half, it crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent.
Battle over. Beautiful. Junior brother Lin Fan, your finger technique is incredibly tricky.
Lei Kuang put away his giant axe, gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, and sincerely praised him. If it weren't for Lin Fan's precise finger strike that broke through the steel-armored earth dragon's defense and aura, they would have had to put in a lot more effort.
Feng Wuhan and Su Qingyu also cast admiring glances at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's combat awareness and ability to seize opportunities were indeed far superior to those of his peers. Zhao Qian had already scurried over and started dissecting the steel-armored earth dragon's corpse, muttering, "I'm rich.
I'm rich."
A mid-stage 4th-tier steel-armored earth dragon's core, heart blood, back spikes, scales, all good stuff. In the end, the spoils were divided equally. Lin Fan received the most valuable mid-stage 4th tier crystal core and a portion of star pattern iron ore, a very rewarding harvest. After clearing the battlefield, the 5 began collecting star pattern iron ore from the valley. Lin Fan also joined in, using the blood demon blade to chop the ore with great efficiency. Looking at the heavy, sparkling ore in his hand, feeling the tacit understanding of teamwork and the joy of the harvest, Lin Fan felt a sense of fulfillment. Having harvested a large quantity of star pattern iron ore, the Imperial University team's morale soared. Guided by Zhao Qian, they continued to explore deeper into the secret realm. As they ventured deeper, the environment became increasingly treacherous. The energy in the air was more violent, the terrain was more complex, with bottomless cracks, swamps emitting poisonous gas, and even occasional unstable fluctuations in space. The ferocious beasts they encountered became increasingly powerful, with mid-stage 4th tier beasts appearing frequently. On one occasion, they even sensed the terrifying aura of a late-stage 4th tier beast from afar and wisely chose to detour. Everyone be careful, we're getting close to the core area of the secret realm. Zhao Qian abandoned his usual playful demeanor and stared solemnly at the compass in his hand. The energy fluctuations are becoming increasingly chaotic. Ahead, there seems to be a vast ruin. After crossing a hill covered with strange black rocks, the sight before them made everyone gasp. Ahead lay a vast basin, in the center of which stood countless dilapidated megalithic structures. These buildings have a simple and ancient style, full of the vicissitudes of time. Many of them have collapsed and turned into ruins. However, judging from its grand scale and the remaining ruins, this place must have been an extremely magnificent city or temple in the distant past. Even more striking is that several fragments of varying sizes, each emitting different colors of light, float above the ruins, slowly rotating and radiating powerful energy fluctuations. It's an ancient relic. A glint flashed in Feng Wuhan's eyes. Judging by the purity of its energy, it's at least grade B, and might even be grade A. Ancient relics are weapons, magical artifacts, or fragments of inheritance left behind by powerful beings of antiquity. They contain immense power or special laws and are priceless. Not just us. Su Qingyu said coldly, her sharp gaze sweeping across the other directions of the ruins. Several groups of people had already appeared in different locations around the ruins. People from Shanghai University, Jiangnan University, and the Star Palace were among them. They were clearly attracted by the energy fluctuations here. The various groups faced off warily, creating a tense atmosphere. At Shanghai University, the leader was none other than Chen Xiao. His cold gaze immediately locked onto Lin Fan, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth, revealing his undisguised killing intent. Besides the original group of people, there was an old man in a black robe with a sinister aura beside him. The old man's aura was restrained, but he gave Lin Fan an extremely dangerous feeling. He was probably a top expert among the 4th level perfect masters. The old man in black robes next to Chen Xiao is Ghost Hand, an elder of the Chen family. He is at the 4th level of perfection and is skilled in using poison and hidden weapons. He is extremely insidious, Su Qingyu whispered to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, his mind on high alert. It seemed Chen Xiao had made thorough preparations to kill him. Besides these universities, another group of people caught Lin Fan's attention. They were dressed in uniform gray combat suits, exuding a fierce aura and sharp eyes. They didn't look like students, they seemed more like mercenaries or members of some mysterious organization. The leader was a bald, burly man with a scar on his face, whose aura had also reached the peak of the 4th rank. They're from Shadow. Zhao Qian's expression changed slightly. An organization of superhumans that operates in the gray area, neither entirely good nor evil, and they'll do anything for money. They infiltrated too? The situation suddenly became complicated. All 4 factions, each eyeing the ancient artifacts within the ruins, were eyeing each other with predatory intent. What should we do? Just take it by force? Lei Kuang licked his lips, his fighting spirit boiling. Don't rush, Feng Wuhan calmly analyzed. There are residual restrictions around the ruins, it would be dangerous to rush in. Moreover, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, whoever strikes first will inevitably become the target of everyone's criticism. As expected, all parties remained still, on guard against each other, and carefully observed the condition of the ruins. Just then, something unexpected happened. Rumble. At the heart of the ruins, atop a relatively well-preserved pyramid-shaped structure, a blinding white light suddenly erupted. A powerful energy shockwave spread outwards. Several ancient artifacts suspended in the air were drawn in, their light intensifying. The restrictions have weakened. The ruins are about to open, someone shouted.
In an instant, the people from all directions rushed towards the ruins like arrows released from a bow. Attack! Grab that golden fragment!
Chen Xiao shouted, and the students from Shanghai University, with their clear objective, rushed straight for a sword-shaped fragment that emitted a sharp golden light.
Stop them! The people from Jiangnan University were not to be outdone and rushed forward as well.
The people from the Star Palace rushed towards a jade disc that emitted a soft blue light. Meanwhile, the Shadow Organization cunningly split into two groups. One rushed towards an inconspicuous black stone tablet, while the other quietly circled around to the back of the ruins.
Which one should we rob? Lei Kuang asked urgently. Chapter 114 Elder Ghost Hand. Don't be greedy. Grab the one closest to us.
Zhao Qian pointed to a square stone seal floating on the edge of the ruins, emitting an earthy yellow light.
That's a fragment of the thick earth seal. A defensive relic, perfect for you, Lao Lei. All right. Charge! Lei Kuang roared, taking the lead.
The Imperial University squad plunged into the battlefield like a sharp dagger.
A chaotic battle erupted instantly. A dazzling array of supernatural powers shone brightly, accompanied by explosions, roars, and the clash of weapons. Everyone was bloodthirsty in their fight for the relics.
Lin Fan followed closely beside Lei Kuang, wielding the blood demon blade and slashing away a Jiangnan University student who attempted a sneak attack.
His goal was to cover for Lei Kuang in obtaining the thick earth seal. Lei Kuang was incredibly powerful.
His giant axe swept across the ground, unstoppable, and he quickly reached the base of the earth seal.
He reached out and grabbed at the stone seal. Get out of my way! A furious roar rang out.
It was the scarred bald man from the Shadow Organization. He had also set his sights on the thick earth seal, and his fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, slammed towards Lei Kuang's back.
Your opponent is me.
Feng Wuhan's figure flashed, his long sword moving like the wind, pointing at the bald man's wrist and forcing him back. Su Qingyu then unleashed a barrage of ice spikes to block any other small fry that tried to get close. Zhao Qian hid behind, constantly throwing out small array plates, either forming shields or creating illusions to distract the enemy.
Lei Kuang was about to succeed. Mutation and regeneration.
Shen Xiao, who had been observing coldly, had a sneer of triumph in his eyes. He didn't try to snatch the most conspicuous golden sword fragment, but instead gave a wink to Elder Ghost Hand beside him. Elder Ghost Hand chuckled sinisterly, his figure vanishing like a ghost, and the next moment, he appeared behind Lin Fan. A withered hand, resembling a chicken claw and gleaming with an eerie green light, silently slapped towards Lin Fan's back. His speed was unbelievable. He actually abandoned the fight for the relics. His primary objective was to assassinate Lin Fan. And he chose to do it at the most chaotic moment of the battle.
Lin Fan, watch out!
Su Qingyu, who had been distracted by Lin Fan, noticed him immediately and shouted in alarm. She tried to help but was held back by two students from Shanghai. Lei Kuang and Feng Wuhan were also tied up by their opponents and couldn't come to their rescue in time.
A deadly crisis descended in an instant.
Lin Fan's extraordinary perception is giving a crazy warning. He had long been on guard against Chen Zhao's scheme, but he did not expect the other party to be so decisive, sending out the strongest Ghost Hand Elder, and at such a tricky time. There's no escaping it. At the critical moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Without dodging or evading, he activated the indestructible Vajra body to its limit, and a pale golden light instantly covered his entire body. At the same time, he suddenly turned around, and with a backhand slash, he aimed for Elder Ghost Hand's throat. It was a fight where both sides would suffer heavy losses.
Humph! You're courting death!
Elder Ghost Hand sneered disdainfully, his palm still moving forward. He was confident that he could kill Lin Fan with one palm and then easily dodge the blade. However, just as his palm was about to strike Lin Fan in the back of the heart, suddenly, an inconspicuous jade pendant on Lin Fan's chest emitted a soft white light, forming a shield of light.
Boom!
Elder Ghost Hand slammed his palm onto the light shield, causing it to flicker violently and shatter instantly. But Lin Fan also used the impact to lunge forward, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Elder Ghost Hand's palm strike hit his back, causing his blood to surge and a sweet taste in his throat, but the injury was not serious. That jade pendant was a life-saving item given to him by Principal Yi, capable of withstanding a fatal attack from those below the 5th rank. At the same time, Lin Fan's backhand slash arrived. Elder Ghost Hand hadn't expected Lin Fan to have a life-saving item, nor had he expected him to be so fierce. In his haste, he could only turn his head to dodge. Swoosh! The blade flashed, tearing his black robe at the shoulder and leaving a shallow bloodstain.
You little bastard! How dare you hurt me? Elder Ghost Hand was both shocked and furious. He, a dignified 4th level cultivator, had failed in his sneak attack on a 3rd level brat and even got injured. It was an utter disgrace. He roared, and a thick black poisonous mist erupted from his body. His palms transformed into countless palm shadows as he pounced on Lin Fan once more. This time, he was truly enraged and determined to kill Lin Fan with his bare hands. Old dog! Your opponent is me! A furious shout rang out. Lei Kuang finally broke free from his opponent and charged forward like a raging rhinoceros, his giant axe carrying the force of splitting the heavens and earth, fiercely cleaving towards Elder Ghost Hand. Seeing Lin Fan in danger, his eyes widened in horror, and he abandoned the nearby Ho Tuyin to come to his rescue. Lei Kuang! You're courting death! Elder Ghost Hand was forced to turn around and face Lei Kuang. On the other side, Feng Wuhan and Su Qingyu also risked injury to fight off their opponents and rush over to join Lin Fan. Lin Fan, are you alright? Su Qingyu asked with concern, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes coldly fixed on Elder Ghost Hand, who was locked in fierce combat with Lei Kuang, and Chen Xiao, who was grinning sinisterly in the distance. Damn it! Those bastards from the Chen family. They actually resorted to underhanded tactics. Zhao Qian also ran over, panting and cursing. The thick earth seal was snatched away by people from Jiangnan University during the chaos. It seems that from the very beginning, the goal of Shanghai University was not the relics, but Lin Fan. They're here specifically for the junior. Feng Wuhan's face was grim. Just then, the pyramid structure at the center of the ruins burst forth with intense light once again. The entire ruins began to shake violently. Huge cracks appeared in the ground. An even more ancient and terrifying aura emanated from the ground. Oh no! The ruins are about to collapse. Something even more terrifying is about to emerge. Zhao Qian's expression changed drastically as he watched the compass spinning wildly. Rumble! The top of the pyramid exploded. A massive bronze coffin, bound with black chains, slowly rose from the ground. The coffin was covered with eerie runes, exuding a chilling aura of death and evil. That's the demon coffin? Chen Xiao was startled when he saw the coffin, then his eyes lit up with wild joy. The legendary coffin of the demon lord who perished here? There must be an earth-shattering inheritance inside. Not only him, but everyone who saw the coffin revealed a look of greed in their eyes. The demon lord's legacy. Its value far exceeded those fragmented relics. Seize the demon coffin. Chen Xiao immediately changed his target and led his men towards the pyramid. People from Jiangnan University, Star Palace, and the Shadow Organization went berserk, rushing towards the demon coffin without regard for anything else. What do we do? Lei Kuang asked, having forced Elder Ghost Hand back with a single axe stroke. Feng Wuhan frowned as he looked at the ominous coffin. That thing is very strange. It's probably a trap. Lin Fan's extraordinary perception issued a frantic warning. From that demonic coffin, he sensed an extremely evil, chaotic, and powerful will awakening. Far beyond the 4th tier. It might even have reached the 5th tier. Don't go. That's a trap. Lin Fan shouted sternly. However, people blinded by greed simply wouldn't listen. Chapter 115 Little Black. Several groups of people clashed once again in an even more brutal melee over the chance to get closer to the demon coffin. Click. With a crisp sound, the lid of the demon coffin was blasted open by the aftershock of an attack, leaving a crack. A thick, inky black mist surged forth from the cracks like a tidal wave. Wherever the black mist passed, vegetation withered instantly, and rocks were corroded. Several unfortunate souls who were nearby were touched by the black mist and immediately let out shrill screams as their bodies visibly withered, rotted, and turned into bones. Not good. It's death demonic energy. Retreat quickly. Feng Wuhan's expression changed drastically. But it was too late. The lid of the demonic coffin swung open with a bang. A figure dressed in a tattered black robe, with eyes burning with green soul fire, and shriveled like a skeleton, slowly sat up from the coffin. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar, a terrifying soul shockwave sweeping across the entire area. Thump! Thump! Those with cultivation levels below the mid-stage of the 4th rank collapsed like wheat being harvested, bleeding from all 7 orifices, their souls shattered instantly. Even the late-stage and perfect stage 4th rank experts were all pale-faced and dizzy. A 5th tier, undead creature. Su Qingyu's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear. The necromancer's empty eye sockets swept over everyone present, and finally locked onto Lin Fan. It seemed particularly interested in the vigorous life force and unique soul fluctuations emanating from Lin Fan. Roar! The Lich King let out a low roar, transforming into a streak of black light as he lunged directly at Lin Fan. His speed was beyond imagination. Watch out! Lei Kuang, Feng Wuhan, and Su Qingyu all changed color at the same time, trying to stop him, but the undead demon lord casually waved his hand, and the terrifying power directly blasted the three of them away, spitting out blood. The demon lord of the undead's only target is Lin Fan. A deadly crisis has struck again. And it's more than 10 times more terrifying than Elder Ghost Hand's sneak attack. Faced with the overwhelming death aura emanating from the undead demon lord, comparable to a 5th-tier demon, Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. It was a fear stemming from the instinct for survival, like an ant facing a mountain. He knew that with his current strength, there was absolutely no way he could fight back using conventional methods. We have no choice but to fight. At the critical moment of life and death, a hint of madness and determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He held nothing back anymore, and his consciousness instantly sank into the depths of his sea of consciousness, communicating with the soul contract that had just been established and connected to the world of myriad beasts. Little Black. Descend. Buzz. The space in front of Lin Fan twisted violently, as if it had been torn apart by an invisible hand. A terrifying pressure, wild, violent, and filled with a strong aura of death, suddenly descended. Under the dark red sky, an enormous figure materialized from the ethereal and appeared abruptly between Lin Fan and the undead demon lord. It was none other than the shadow death crocodile Little Black, a summoned beast at the peak of the early stage of the 5th tier. At this moment, Little Black has returned to its enormous form, which is nearly 20 meters long. Its jet-black scales gleamed with a metallic sheen under the purple moonlight, its ferocious bone spurs stood upright on its back, and its thick tail lashed the air like a steel whip, making a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing dagger-like, pale fangs, and let out a deafening roar at the undead demon lord. Its dark yellow vertical pupils were filled with disgust for undead creatures and a savage fighting spirit. Boom! Two equally terrifying auras collided violently. The deathly pressure of the Lich King and the savage ferocity of Xiao He were evenly matched, forming a visible shockwave that swept outwards. The ground cracked, and rubble flew everywhere. Lei Kuang, Feng Wuhan, and Su Qingyu, who were preparing to risk their lives to rescue the creature, were blown away by the shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground. They stared in disbelief at the enormous creature that had suddenly appeared, their minds blank. What is that? Lei Kuang's mouth gaped open, big enough to fit a fist. A 5th-tier, ferocious beast? Where did it come from? Feng Wuhan's usually composed face was filled with disbelief. Su Qingyu covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with extreme shock. She looked at Lin Fan, who stood in front of the ferocious beast with a cold expression, and an unbelievable thought surged into her mind. Could it be that Lin Fan summoned it? Not only them, but also others who were engaged in a chaotic battle in the distance or were intimidated by the undead demon lord, including Qin Xiao, Elder Ghost Hand, and Scarface Baldy, all stopped in horror and stared in terror at the terrifying beast that had appeared out of nowhere. A 5th-tier shadow death crocodile? How is this possible? How could such a creature exist in the secret realm? Qin Xiao exclaimed in shock, his face turning deathly pale. A 5th-tier ferocious beast that was a terrifying existence that required even their family's patriarchs to deal with. It's that kid. It was Lin Fan who did this. Elder Ghost Hand's eyes were sharp as he instantly locked onto Lin Fan, whose aura was faintly connected to that of a ferocious beast. His heart was filled with shock. He can actually summon a 5th-tier ferocious beast? What kind of monster is this? The undead demon lord seemed surprised by the sudden appearance of this opponent of the same level. It stopped in its tracks, its soul fire flickering in its empty eye sockets, staring intently at Little Black, letting out a silent roar full of threat. Roar! As the overlord of the beast realm, how could Little Black fear a mere undead? Sensing its master's killing intent, it let out another provocative roar. Its massive body suddenly stood upright, its claws covered in death energy, carrying an aura that could tear everything apart, and slammed down fiercely towards the undead demon lord. The Lich King was not to be outdone, his withered bone claws wreathed in dense deathly demonic energy as he charged forward. Boom! The first collision between the two behemoths was like Mars hitting Earth. A terrifying energy shockwave exploded outwards in a ring. Some unlucky souls who were nearby were so shaken that they coughed up blood and were sent flying backwards. The entire ruins were shaking violently. Lin Fan stood behind Xiao He,
fully activating his indestructible Vajra body, causing the pale golden light shield to flicker violently, barely managing to withstand the aftershocks of the impact. His expression was grave as he focused all his energy on maintaining the summoning channel, his mental power dwindling like a flood. Summoning and sustaining a 5th-tier ferocious beast in battle was an immense burden on him.
We must finish this quickly.
Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he mentally transmitted the command, "Little Black, attack with all your might. Tear it apart." Upon receiving its master's command, Little Black's attack became even more ferocious. Claws, bites, and tail strikes, combined with his innate shadow stealth and death breath, led to a frenzied battle with the undead demon lord. Wherever the two colossal beasts passed, ruins collapsed like paper, the earth cracked, and demonic and deathly energy intertwined, creating a scene resembling the end of the world.
Now's the time. Let's retreat. Feng Wuhan was the first to react.
Despite his injuries, he pulled up the wounded Lei Kuang and Su Qingyu and shouted to Lin Fan,
"Don't fight. Let's go." Zhao Qian scrambled over, his face deathly pale. "Junior. We can't hold on. This place is about to collapse. That demonic coffin is a seal. There might be more than one undead inside." Chapter 116. This place is not safe to stay.
Lin Fan also knew that this place was not a good place to stay for long. He could sense an even more terrifying aura awakening deep underground.
Moreover, maintaining Xiao Hei's combat power was draining his mental energy too quickly. "Little Black, cover our retreat."
Lin Fan gave the order, and at the same time, he retreated rapidly. Little Black roared and unleashed a thick breath of death, temporarily forcing back the undead demon lord, its massive body blocking the entrance to the passage.
Trying to leave? Not so easy.
Chen Zhao's eyes flashed with malice upon seeing this.
Lin Fan must die. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire.
He roared at Elder Ghost Hand, "Elder Ghost!
Stop him. At all costs."
Elder Ghost Hand gritted his teeth, his figure transforming into a wisp of black smoke, avoiding the battlefield between the two giant beasts, and circling towards Lin Fan like a ghost. A poisoned dagger appeared in his hand, which he thrust straight at Lin Fan's back.
"You're courting death."
Lin Fan had been on guard against them all along.
He whirled around, drawing his blood demon blade. Thunder Prison Mad Blade Thunder Flash. Sizzle.
A silver blade of light, condensed to its extreme and as fast as lightning, arrived with a piercing shriek, striking even though it was delayed. Within the blade of light lay a raging power of thunder. Elder Ghost Hand hadn't expected Lin Fan to launch such a fierce counterattack while maintaining his summoned beast. He hastily swung his dagger to block.
Clang. Snap. The dagger snapped in two.
A silver blade flashed across his arm.
Ah!
Elder Ghost Hand screamed in agony as one of his arms was severed at the shoulder. The wound was charred black, and the raging power of lightning caused him excruciating pain.
How is this possible?
His swordsmanship. Elder Ghost Hand was horrified and dared not pursue any further, retreating in a sorry state. Lin Fan didn't even glance at him, and turned to join Feng Wuhan and the others.
Walk!
The five dared not linger and retreated frantically along the route they had come from. After leaving the perilous ruins, Lin Fan and his group of five, led by Zhao Qian, headed towards the relatively well-preserved palace complex that Su Qingyu had sensed. Along the way, everyone became even more cautious. Lin Fan's extraordinary perception was like an invisible radar, always maintaining its maximum range, alert to any disturbance.
The light in the secret realm seemed to remain constant, forever the cool glow of the purple moon, outlining the eerie contours of the broken walls and ruins.
The ancient and weathered atmosphere in the air grew stronger, even carrying a faint but palpable sense of oppression, as if reminding the intruders of the glorious past this place once held. After traveling for about half a day, we passed through a huge stone archway covered with cracks, and the view suddenly opened up before us. A vast palace complex appeared before them. Although most of them are dilapidated, their former grandeur can still be seen. The enormous stone pillars stand tall, carved with long faded star patterns. The broken eaves and brackets are scattered on the ground, telling the story of the ruthlessness of time. Compared to the desolation and chaos of the surrounding areas, this place has a more solemn and dignified feel.
This is it.
Su Qingyu stopped, her icy blue eyes sweeping over the palace complex ahead. Her slender finger pointed to a building that looked like the main hall. The energy fluctuations there are the most peaceful, and there seems to be a remnant of a spirit-gathering formation.
Everyone's spirits lifted.
In this perilous secret realm, finding a relatively safe place with abundant energy to rest was undoubtedly a godsend. Zhao Qian took out his compass, examined it carefully, and nodded, saying, "Senior Sister Su's senses are correct. There are indeed faint array veins beneath that hull. Although they are severely damaged, the core seems to still be operating, and the stellar energy gathered there is several times purer than outside. It's a good place for seclusion. Better safe than sorry, I'll scout ahead first." Lei Kuang lowered his voice, shouldered his giant axe, and took the lead, cautiously approaching the main hall. The main hall's doors had long since decayed and collapsed, revealing a vast interior space. Several large holes had been torn in the dome, allowing purple moonlight to cascade down like a silver waterfall, illuminating the dust and gravel-covered floor. Around the main hall were several side chambers with their stone doors tightly shut. "It seems these are the ancient meditation chambers for cultivation," Feng Wuhan said, observing the simple restriction marks on the stone door. Zhao Qian stepped forward and carefully examined one of the stone doors. He pressed his fingers on several inconspicuous grooves in the doorframe and then took out a few low-grade energy crystals and embedded them in them. With a soft hum, dust fell from the stone gate, revealing a very dim film of light. The barrier's energy is almost depleted, making it easy to open. However, the spirit-gathering array inside should still be usable. Zhao Qian clapped his hands, somewhat smugly. It seems that the Starry Sky Sect's array formation skills were quite extraordinary back then, and even after so many years, a trace of their effect can still remain. Soon, the 5 of them each chose a cultivation room. The stone door opened, revealing a small space inside, just enough for one person to sit cross-legged. The walls were smooth and engraved with simple spirit-gathering and tranquility-enhancing runes. Although incomplete, one could still sense a purer and more peaceful energy environment inside than outside. "This place is not suitable for a long stay. We can only stay here for one day at most to digest what we have gained so far and try to use this environment to cultivate." As the team leader, Feng Wuhan made the arrangements. Lei Kuang, Zhao Qian, and I will take turns on guard duty outside. Lin Fan and Su Xueme, you two go first. Lin Fan and Su Qinghan did not refuse and each entered a quiet room. The stone gate slowly closed behind us, temporarily isolating us from the noise and danger of the outside world. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the cool jade futon, took a deep breath, and felt the rich and peaceful star energy flow into his lungs, invigorating him. The fatigue from the repeated battles and high vigilance began to slowly dissipate. He did not immediately begin his cultivation breakthrough, but instead calmed his mind and carefully reviewed every detail of the previous battle. The head-on clash with the steel-armored Earth Dragon, the maneuvering in the melee, and the thrilling counterattacks against Elder Ghost Hand, every exertion of power, every dodge, the control of strength, and the grasp of timing are all recreated like scenes from a movie. The defensive strength of the indestructible Vajra body seems to show a slight increase under the influence of stellar energy. Lin Fan keenly noticed that the pale golden aura around him became slightly more solid as it absorbed the energy of the stars. Although the effect is minimal, it does indeed exist. The core of the ancient Wolf King transformation is the power of the primordial bloodline, which seems to resonate with the ancient and boundless aura of this star in some way. He carefully sensed the dormant Wolf King bloodline within his body, which seemed to become more active under the influence of the star energy. Then, he took out the fragment of the jade slip he had obtained from the side hall and once again immersed his divine sense into it. This time, with the help of a quiet room and the energy of the stars, he gained a deeper understanding of the rudimentary star chi-inducing method recorded therein. Although this method was not of high rank, it was like opening a window, allowing him to glimpse a trace of the characteristics of the power of stars: ethereal, sharp, and eternally unchanging. Chapter 117 Illusion. He tried to draw upon a trace of the surrounding stellar energy extremely slowly, as described in the jade slip, not to draw it into his dantian, but to guide it to the blood demon blade in his hand. A faint hum emanated from the blood demon blade, and a faint starlight seemed to flash across its dark red blade. Lin Fan could feel that the murderous aura contained in the blade, after coming into contact with this wisp of star power, seemed to have been tempered, becoming less impure and more restrained in its sharpness. The power of stars can actually have a tempering effect? Lin Fan was secretly delighted. He continued to try, infusing a wisp of star power into his mind as he practiced the first move of the Thunder Prison Mad Blade, Thunder Flash. That strike, which originally aimed for ultimate speed and explosiveness, now seemed to possess an ethereal and locked-on quality, emanating from the heavens, making its trajectory even more unpredictable. It really works! Lin Fan was so immersed in this subtle insight and improvement that he forgot about the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, there was a gentle knock on the stone door of the quiet room, and Feng Wuhan's voice came from outside. "Junior brother Lin Fan, it's time for me to take over the watch." Lin Fan awoke from his profound realization, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Although his cultivation level had not improved significantly, his understanding and control of his own power had reached a new level. His initial contact with the power of stars, in particular, opened up a new avenue for his thinking. He opened the stone door and switched places with Feng Wuhan. Entering the main hall, he found Lei Kuang polishing his giant axe, while Su Qingyu stood beneath a broken hole, gazing up at the purple moon, surrounded by a faint mist of cold air, her aura even more refined. Zhao Qian squatted on the ground, grinning foolishly at a formation pattern that had just had a minor missing corner repaired. Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge, Zhao Qian immediately approached, excitedly saying, "Junior, guess what I discovered? The core of the array in this main hall actually has a faint star positioning function. Although it can only cover a very small area of the secret realm right now, if we can find a more advanced array node or core controller, we might be able to draw a partial map of the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart stirred, and he remembered the jade pendant he had obtained from the withered bones. He nodded calmly. "Senior Zhao is amazing. If you can really draw the map, it will be of great help to our subsequent operations." Soon after, Su Qingyu and Lei Kuang also finished their cultivation, clearly having each gained something. Su Qingyu's ice-type ability is purer, while Lei Kuang's earth-type power carries a sense of the weight of the earth. Before entering the meditation room, Zhao Qian, who was on duty last, mysteriously told everyone, "When I was repairing the formation just now, I caught a fragment of information pointing to the center of the ruins. It seems, there's not only the obvious inheritance hall, but there might also be a stargazing platform or altar, which might be the key to controlling part of the restrictions in the entire secret realm." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted once again. This means they might have a greater chance than competing for the publicly known relics. After resting, the team members returned to their peak condition, and even improved slightly. Leaving the ancient cultivation hall that had brought them unexpected surprises, Lin Fan's 5-person team continued their journey toward the core area of the ruins. The further you go in, the more eerie the surrounding scenery becomes. The ruined buildings were no longer just chaotic, instead, they began to exhibit a peculiar regularity. The direction of the broken walls and the arrangement of the huge stone pillars subtly formed a mysterious pattern. "TSK, this place is a bit eerie," Zhao Qian muttered to himself while fiddling with his precious compass. "The magnetic field is a complete mess, and the spatial fluctuations are weird too. Everyone, stay close. I have a feeling we might have stumbled into some remaining formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene ahead began to blur. A pale purple mist rose from nowhere, obstructing his vision and greatly interfering with his senses. "It's a maze." Feng Wuhan's expression changed slightly. He tried to release a whirlwind to disperse the fog, but the fog only rolled once and then quickly gathered again, becoming even denser. Lei Kuang swung his axe, ready to chop forward, but Su Qingyu stopped him in time. "Don't do anything rash. Using force to break the formation might cause even worse changes." Lin Fan pushed his extraordinary perception to its limit, but within this maze, his perception range was compressed to an extremely small area, as if he were stuck in a quagmire. This formation is not simple. Not only can it confuse directions, but it also seems to affect the mind. He frowned, feeling a subtle noise starting to creep into his brain. That's right, it's a complex maze with illusion effects. Zhao Qian's forehead was covered in sweat as his fingers flew across the compass. Damn it, the Starry Sky sect really went all out back then. Even in this state of decay, it still has this power. Everyone, keep your minds clear and don't let the illusions lead you by the nose. The fog thickened, and the surrounding scenery began to distort and shift. One moment it was ruins, the next it might be an abyss or a roaring inferno. Even more troublesome, personal hallucinations began to appear. Lin Fan felt a blur before his eyes, as if he had returned to his home in Binchang, where his parents were smiling and inviting him to dinner. But the next second, the scene shattered, turning into a scene of his parents being surrounded and attacked by men in black, screaming and falling to the ground. Although he was determined and knew it was an illusion, the realistic images and sounds still made his heart clench. "Oomph, a mere trick." Lin Fan sneered, his mental strength as solid as a rock, instantly shattering the illusion. He looked at his teammates. Lei Kuang's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a low roar, as if he were fighting an unseen enemy, swinging his giant axe with tremendous force. Feng Wuhan's figure flickered, his sword flashed sharply, and his brows were furrowed, as if he were avoiding something. Su Qingyu exuded a chilling aura, her face was pale, and her lips were tightly pressed together. Zhao Qian was in the worst shape, crouching on the ground with his head in his hands, muttering to himself as if he were arguing with someone. "We must break through the formation as soon as possible." Lin Fan knew that the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be.
He tried hard to recall the flow of stellar energy he had sensed in that cultivation hall, and at the same time, he subconsciously reached for the jade pendant he had obtained from the withered bones in his bosom. The moment his fingers touched the jade pendant, it suddenly became slightly warm and emitted a very faint pulling sensation, pointing to a direction to the left front. There's hope! Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately shouted to his teammates who were still struggling with the illusion, "Everyone, move closer to me. Follow my direction. Senior Zhao, forget about the illusion, try to break through the energy node in this direction." Chapter 118 Chaos. His voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Feng Wuhan was the first to regain his senses, his sword light dimming as he swiftly moved towards Lin Fan. Su Qingyu also suppressed the influence of the illusion, and the illusory image of the ice phoenix flashed and came to Lin Fan's side. Lei roared in fury, cleaved the illusion in front of him with an axe, and ran over, panting heavily. Startled by Lin Fan's shout, Zhao Qian quickly got up, took out a few small flags, and began to set up a simple barrier-breaking formation in the direction Lin Fan indicated. 3 steps to the left front, then turn right. Lin Fan struggled to discern the direction, relying on the faint guidance of the jade pendant and his own senses. Zhao Qian then continuously cast spells in an attempt to stabilize the chaotic energy around him. The process was extremely difficult, with hallucinations constantly appearing. Sometimes it was the betrayal of close companions, and sometimes it was the vision of their own cultivation going astray, all of which constantly assaulted their minds. Fortunately, the 5 supported each other, and whenever someone was about to succumb, a companion would always be there to wake them up in time. After an unknown amount of time, just when everyone's mental energy was greatly depleted and they were about to give up, the fog in front of them suddenly thinned out, and a faintly glowing exit appeared. "Charge out!" Lin Fan shouted, and the 5 of them used their last bit of strength to rush out of the fog. With a few thuds, the 5 people collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces pale and still shaken. Looking back, the area was still shrouded in thick purple mist, as if nothing had happened. "Oh my god! I almost died in this godforsaken place." Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, groaning weakly, "The starry sky sect's protective maze is too insane." Thanks to junior brother Lin Fan. After a moment of rest, Feng Wuhan's complexion regained some color, and he looked at Lin Fan with gratitude and amazement. "If it weren't for you finding the way in the end, we probably would have been trapped inside to death." Su Qingyu also looked at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and softly said, "Thank you." Lei Kuang patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you're amazing." "I, old Lei, am impressed." Lin Fan smiled and wiped his sweat. Luckily, the energy over there seems a bit more stable. He didn't plan to reveal the jade pendant's existence for the time being. This shared experience of the illusion trial had elevated the trust and teamwork among the team members to a new level. After resting for a while, everyone looked up and couldn't help but hold their breath. They were now standing on a high, precipice platform, the view suddenly opening up before them. The very heart of the ruins lay before them. It was an enormous pyramid-shaped structure, entirely constructed of some kind of black megalith, towering into the clouds and exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Most astonishingly, several fragments or objects of varying sizes, emitting different colored lights, floated above the pyramid. There was a sharp, sword-shaped golden light, a warm, jade-like blue light, and a heavy, stone seal-like yellow light. The powerful energy fluctuations could be clearly felt even from a great distance. Ancient relics. A burning desire shone in their eyes. But at the same time, they also noticed several groups of people confronting each other below the platform, around the pyramid. Chen Xiao and his group from Shanghai University, the joint team from Jiangnan University and Star Palace, and the mysterious shadow organization all arrived. The atmosphere was tense, clearly all there for those relics. It seems the real battle has only just begun. Feng Wuhan took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. The view from the cliff platform was excellent, and Lin Fan and his group of 5 could clearly see the distribution and status of the 3 groups of people below. At Shanghai University, Chen Zhao's group had the largest numbers. Besides Chen Xiao and his followers, there was also an elderly man in a black robe with a chilling, venomous aura, presumably Elder Ghost Hand. They occupied the best positions, closest to the pyramid, and were extremely arrogant. The people from Jiangnan University and Xingshan Palace stood together, and there were quite a few of them. The leaders were a man and a woman, both of whom had a calm aura and were at the peak of the 4th level. They were watching the people from Shanghai University warily. Meanwhile, the shadow organization members were scattered on the flanks. They were few in number, but each of them exuded a fierce aura. The leader, a scarred bald man, had his arms crossed and his eyes gleaming, as if he were looking for an opportunity to strike. TSK, what a lively scene. Zhao Qian clicked his tongue.
Chen Xiao from Shanghai really brought his old ghost with him.
Shameless.
Jiangnan and the Star Palace have temporarily joined forces, but they seem to be wary of each other. Those guys from Shadow are like vultures, waiting to pick up the pieces.
Our target isn't the relics that are on the surface, Feng Wuhan said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the magnificent pyramid.
Based on Zhao Qian's previous discoveries and the layout of this place, there is likely something more important inside or nearby this pyramid, such as a control hub or the true core of inheritance.
If we forcibly seize the relics, we will become the target of everyone's criticism. Su Qingyu nodded, that's right.
Chen Zhao's targets may also include Lin Fan, so we need to be even more careful.
Lei Quang gripped his giant axe tightly, his fighting spirit blazing. What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight. Who's afraid of who?
Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze carefully sweeping over every corner of the pyramid, while his extraordinary perception spread out like mercury. The jade pendant in his arms once again emitted a faint signal, this time pointing to a very hidden corner of the pyramid's base, half hidden by huge boulders.
Something seems off over there, Lin Fan whispered to his teammate, pointing in that direction.
Zhao Qian followed the gaze, squinted, took out his compass and measured it, his face showing excitement. There's a chance. The energy reaction is very subtle, but it's integrated with the energy flow of the entire pyramid. It might be a side door or a ventilation shaft. Just as they were exchanging whispers, the standoff below shifted. It's unclear who struck first, but a sound of colliding energy rang out, followed by a chaotic battle. Shanghai University launched the first attack against the Jiangnan and Star Palace alliance, clearly aiming to eliminate its competitors. The Shadow Organization also took advantage of the chaos, unleashing a barrage of attacks that instantly turned the scene into a frenzy. The sounds of energy explosions, roars, and clashing weapons echoed through the sky. Everyone was bloodthirsty, fighting tooth and nail for the floating relics. They've started fighting. What a great opportunity. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. Let's sneak over while they're fighting like dogs. Feng Wuhan made a decisive decision, go. Proceed according to plan, target the spot Lin Fan discovered.
Move quickly and stealthily.
Like ghosts, the five men stealthily made their way to a hidden corner at the base of the pyramid, using the cliff and ruined buildings as cover. Their movements were incredibly fast, and with the fierce fighting below, no one noticed that the team had strayed from the main battlefield.
Chapter 119 Demon Suppression Tower.
Soon, they arrived at the huge pile of rubble. A closer look reveals the grandeur and imposing presence of the pyramids. Zhao Qian quickly examined the wall behind the pile of rubble, then excitedly lowered his voice. That's right.
There's a hidden door here. The seal is very weak now. Give me some time, I can open it.
He immediately got busy, taking out all sorts of strange tools and carving on the wall. Lin Fan and the others stood guard vigilantly around the area, just in case. The melee below intensified, with screams echoing from time to time. Lin Fan saw that Qin Xiao and the Ghost Hand Elder were exceptionally fierce, having already injured several students from Jiangnan University and Star Palace. The bald man with the scar also seized the opportunity to grab a fragment of a relic that emitted a green light, then quickly broke away from the battle and disappeared into the ruins.
It's open!
Zhao Qian exclaimed. A faint light flickered on the wall, and a narrow opening, just wide enough for one person to pass through, quietly appeared.
It was pitch black inside, exuding a chilling aura. Go in! Feng Wuhan didn't hesitate and was the first to go in.
Su Qingyu, Lin Fan, and Lei Quang followed closely behind, while Zhao Qian entered last and made a simple disguise at the entrance of the cave. After they entered, the opening slowly closed, appearing almost as if it were one with the wall. Shortly after they entered, a strange change occurred at the top of the pyramid below. The floating relics shone brightly, drawing energy from the entire pyramid. An even more ancient and terrifying aura began to emanate from the ground. The people in the midst of the battle involuntarily stopped fighting and looked at the pyramid with surprise and uncertainty. At this moment, Lin Fan and his group of five had already stepped into a dark and mysterious passage leading to the unknown depths. The secret passage was pitch black, the air cold and damp, carrying a strong smell of dust and mildew. Slippery, wet steps stretched downwards, their destination unknown. Feng Wuhan conjured a small, gentle vortex of wind at his fingertips, emitting a faint light that barely illuminated the area a few steps ahead.
Su Qingyu released a faint chill, dispelling the stale air. Lei Quang gripped his giant axe tightly, leading the way as the vanguard.
Lin Fan provided support from the center, his senses fully activated. Zhao Qian brought up the rear, continuously leaving behind tiny warning markers. The walls of the passageway are covered with blurred murals and ancient text. With the help of the dim light, the group could barely make out some of the contents. The murals depict ancient people worshipping the stars, fighting against various ferocious monsters, and building this magnificent pyramid. The script was an ancient seal script that they did not recognize at all. This star sect, it seems to be more than just a cultivation sect, it might also be a very ancient civilization relic, Feng Wuhan muttered as he struggled to make his way through it. Zhao Qian was more interested in the remaining runes on the wall, stopping every now and then to study them, exclaiming in amazement, "Incredible! Incredible! The way these runes are carved and the profound principles of formations they contain are far more sophisticated than the mainstream formations of today." The passage was not smooth sailing, it was filled with traps and mechanisms. There were poison arrows suddenly shot out, pits formed by flipped boards underfoot, and corrosive gases spraying from the walls. However, thanks to Feng Wuhan's keen perception, Zhao Qian's mastery of formations, and Lei Quan's violent demolition, they all managed to get through the ordeal unscathed. Lin Fan's extraordinary perception provided early warnings multiple times, preventing unnecessary trouble. The deeper they went, the stronger the jade pendant in Lin Fan's arms reacted, its warmth guiding their way. After walking for about half an hour, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. The group's spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. As you walk out of the passage, a bright and open space suddenly appears before you. This is a vast underground grotto with a high dome inlaid with self-illuminating pearls that emit a soft glow, illuminating the entire grotto. At the center of the grotto stands a circular altar made of pure white jade. The altar was about 3 zhang square, and it was covered with intricate star patterns. These patterns seemed to be slowly rotating, absorbing the faint star energy seeping down from the dome. In the center of the altar, 2 things are enshrined. An ancient sword, about 4 feet long, was covered in cracks and had lost its luster, as if it might shatter at any moment. However, a gemstone inlaid in the hilt faintly shimmered with starlight. Beside the ancient sword was a palm-sized, warm-colored white jade slip. The star altar. Zhao Qian's voice trembled with excitement. This is definitely the core sacrificial site of the star sect. That sword, although it's broken, it's absolutely extraordinary. That jade slip must be an important inheritance. Even the usually composed Feng Wuhan and the icy Su Qingyu showed excitement in their eyes. Lei Quang's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavier. Lin Fan's jade pendant became scalding hot at this moment, pointing directly at the jade slip. "Be careful, there might be a restriction," Feng Wuhan warned. Zhao Qian quickly stepped forward and carefully examined the area around the altar. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. The altar's defensive restrictions have failed due to energy depletion. However, he pointed to the pattern on the altar. This seems to be a recording and information transmission device, connected to the entire pyramid, and possibly even the outer ceiling core. Lin Fan stepped forward, took a deep breath, and picked up the jade slip. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and he immersed his consciousness into it. A flood of information rushed into his mind in an instant. A moment later, Lin Fan opened his eyes with a solemn expression. "So, what's recorded inside?" everyone asked eagerly. Lin Fan spoke slowly, his voice heavy. "We may have committed a grave error." He paused for a moment, then continued, "This jade slip was left behind by the last guardian elder of the Starry Sky sect. The text states that this pyramid, named the Demon-Suppressing Tower, seals within its core a demon lord of the dead, a being who was relentlessly suppressed by the Star sect's predecessors in ancient times. This demon lord is a remnant soul of an extraterrestrial demon, possessing terrifying power, at least at the 5th tier. Those floating relics outside are not inheritances at all, but energy nodes that maintain the seal's operation. Once the relics are forcibly taken away, or the seal is violently impacted, the balance will be broken, and the Lich King may awaken." As if to confirm Lin Fan's words, the entire underground grotto suddenly trembled violently. Scrap stones rained down from above. A terrifying aura of death, chilling to the bone, surged forth from the depths of the earth like a tidal wave. Oh no! The chaos up there must have broken the seal. Feng Wuhan's expression changed drastically. "Let's go," Su Qingyu said urgently. Lin Fan glanced at the cracked Starry Sky ancient sword on the altar, gritted his teeth, and grabbed it as well. It felt heavy and cold in his hand. This thing might be useful. The 5 disregarded everything else and rushed back the way they came towards the exit at top speed. Behind them, the suffocating aura of death drew ever closer. Chapter 120: The Necromancer. Lin Fan and his group of 5 practically tumbled and crawled out of the underground passage and returned to that hidden corner at the base of the pyramid. The sight outside made them gasp in shock. The core area, which was originally dilapidated but still relatively intact, is now a complete mess. The ground was covered in cracks, countless buildings had completely collapsed, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a nauseating stench of death. The various factions that had fought earlier suffered heavy casualties, and the survivors, all wounded, stared in terror at the top of the pyramid. At the top of the pyramid, the lid of the enormous bronze coffin, covered with runes, had been shaken open, and thick, inky black gas was pouring out from it. Wherever the black mist passed, even rocks were corroded and melted. Several unlucky souls who couldn't dodge in time were touched by the black mist and instantly let out a shrill scream as their flesh and blood melted away, turning into white bones. The Demon Lord is about to emerge. Lin Fan was horrified. Roar! A roar filled with violence and destruction, as if it came from the deepest hell, came from the coffin. The sound was like a tangible sound wave, sweeping across all directions. Those with weaker cultivation were directly shocked, their 7 orifices bleeding, their souls shattered, and they died on the spot. Even Lin Fan felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, buzzing in his blood churning. Su Qingyu, Feng Wuhan, and the others were also pale-faced and barely able to hold on. The coffin lid burst open with a bang. A terrifying figure, dressed in a tattered black robe, with a skeletal frame and eyes burning with a ghastly green soul fire, slowly rose from the coffin. It was enveloped in a tangible aura of death, and its icy wool swept across the entire area, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. 5th rank. Absolutely a terrifying existence at the 5th rank. The Demon Lord of the Dead has awakened. It's over. Zhao Qian's face was ashen, and his legs were trembling. Chen Xiao, Elder Ghost Hand, and the others were terrified and no longer cared about their belongings, they only wanted to escape. But the Lich King seemed to have an intense hatred for living beings. Its empty eye sockets scanned the area, and finally, it locked onto Lin Fan, who had just rushed out of the secret passage and still carried a trace of the pure aura of the star altar. Perhaps it was because Lin Fan took the jade slip and ancient sword from the altar, or perhaps it was the aura of the jade pendant on his body that made the undead demon lord most interested in Lin Fan. Roar! The Lich King let out a low roar, transforming into a streak of black light as he lunged directly at Lin Fan. His speed exceeded everyone's reaction time. Lin Fan, be careful! Su Qingyu was terrified and rushed over to shield Lin Fan without thinking. Feng Wuhan and Lei Kuang were also furious, but they were too far away to come to the rescue. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Lin Fan. That terrifying speed and oppressive aura made it difficult for him to even move a finger. Conventional methods were absolutely ineffective in resisting it. At this critical moment of life and death, a glint of madness and determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. There was no more room for retreat. His consciousness sank into a sea of consciousness, reconnecting with the soul contract that linked the world of beasts, and frantically poured in the remaining spiritual power. Little Black. Arrive! Buzz. The space in front of Lin Fan shattered like glass. A savage, violent, and terrifying aura, no less powerful than that of the undead demon lord, suddenly descended. The enormous figure of the shadow death crocodile Little Black tore through space and appeared fiercely between Lin Fan and the undead demon lord. Roar! Sensing the danger to its master and the provocation of the undead creature before it, Xiao Hei let out a deafening roar. Its massive tail, covered in bone spurs, lashed out with a tearing force as it lunged at the oncoming undead demon lord. Boom! 2 terrifying forces at the 5th level collided violently. The energy shockwave spread outwards like a tsunami. Nearby ruins were instantly reduced to dust. Chen Xiao, Elder Ghost Hand, and the others were thrown away by the shockwave, spitting out blood. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Staring at the terrifying beast that appeared out of nowhere and was fighting the undead demon lord, their minds went blank. That was summoned by Lin Fan? Feng Wuhan supported Su Qingyu, who was almost unsteady on her feet, his voice trembling with utter disbelief. Lei Kuang's mouth gaped open, big enough to fit an egg. Zhao Qian plopped down on the ground, dumbfounded. Chen Xiao looked as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Lin Fan with trembling fingers, unable to utter a single word. Lin Fan's face was as pale as paper. Summoning and maintaining the 5th tier Xiao Hei in battle at once had a huge drain on his mental energy. He forced himself to shout to his teammates, "Don't just stand there. Move. I can't hold on much longer." The battle between Xiao Hei and the Lich King was earth-shattering. Claws clashed with bone claws, death breaths clashed with demonic energy, and every clash shook the earth. The entire secret realm was trembling violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Let's go! Feng Wuhan was the first to react, knowing that they could not stay here for long. He helped up his injured teammate and was about to retreat towards the exit of the secret realm.
Want to leave? Stay here.
Just then, Chen Xiao, having caught his breath, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes and roared at Elder Ghost Hand, "Elder Ghost!
Kill Lin Fan now." The Ghost Hand Elder also knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Lin Fan was obviously focused on controlling the ferocious beast and had no time to spare. His movements were like a ghost, avoiding the battlefield between the two giant beasts, and he silently circled around to Lin Fan's side and rear. His withered palm, covered in deadly poison, struck Lin Fan in the back. Despicable! Su Qingyu shouted angrily, but was stopped by the other surviving students from Shanghai University when she tried to help.
It looks like Lin Fan is about to be poisoned. Get out of my way.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He was indeed using most of his mental energy to maintain Xiaohei, but that didn't mean he was powerless to fight back. He whirled around, drawing his blood demon blade. The annihilation finger technique was concealed within the blade, unleashing a backhand slash. The blade flashed like blood, striking first despite being attacked later. Elder Ghost Hand hadn't expected Lin Fan to be able to counterattack, and hastily changed his palm into a claw, grabbing at the blade.
Sizzle! Put!
The blade swept across, severing Elder Ghost Hand's two fingers cleanly at the root. At the same time, the chilling power of the Nirvana finger penetrated his body, instantly numbing half of his arm. "You little bastard!" Elder Ghost Hand was both shocked and furious, never expecting that his attempt to steal a chicken would backfire. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiaohei and the undead demon lord reached its climax. The necromancer, unable to gain the upper hand after a prolonged battle, grew increasingly frenzied. Suddenly, it opened its maw and spewed out a stream of intensely concentrated, ghastly green soul fire.
This was its signature attack, possessing immense power.
Little Black roared, neither dodging nor avoiding, all the bone spurs on its back bursting with eerie light, and a more intense death breath clashed against it.
Boom! Chapter 121 seized the moment.
Lin Fan mustered his strength and directed Xiaohei and the undead demon lord to exchange blows. Terrifying soul fire and deathly breath exploded above the pyramid, the shockwave spreading out like a tangible ring, ruthlessly plundering the already dilapidated ruins, sending dust billowing into the sky. The result of the two fifth-tier behemoths clashing head-on was that neither gained a significant advantage. Both were knocked back dozens of meters, crushing a pile of broken walls and ruins.
Roar! Little Black shook its slightly dizzy head, its dark yellow vertical pupils locked on the undead demon lord, and let out a threatening roar.
It is, after all, a summoned beast, and its strength is somewhat suppressed in this world.
Moreover, it has just arrived and is not yet adapted to the deathly demonic energy environment here.
The soul fire in the eyes of the undead demon lord flickered violently, clearly also shocked and enraged by the suddenly appearing ferocious beast whose aura was no weaker than its own. It roared and did not pounce again for the time being. Instead, it turned its gaze back to Lin Fan the summoner and the pure aura of the star altar that it both loathed and longed for.
Go! Now! Feng Wuhan seized this precious moment of stalemate and roared.
He and Lei Quan were on either side of Lin Fan, who was pale and swaying due to exhaustion of his mental energy. Su Qingyu and Zhao Qian followed closely behind, and the five of them retreated frantically in the direction they came from.
Chen Xiao.
Imperial University will remember this debt. Feng Wuhan turned around, his icy gaze piercing like a knife towards Chen Xiao and Elder Ghost Hand, who were also struggling to dodge the aftershocks. Chen Zhao's face was ashen. He looked at Lin Fan, who was being helped away, and then at the vengeful undead demon lord and the shadow death crocodile in the distance. His eyes were full of resentment and hatred, but in the end he did not dare to order a pursuit. Elder Ghost Hand, still throbbing from the pain of his severed finger, glanced warily at Little Black and urged in a low voice, "Young master, we shouldn't linger here."
That undead demon lord. I know. Let's go.
Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, glared hatefully at the backs of Lin Fan and the others, and led his remaining men in a hasty escape in another direction. The survivors from Jiangnan University, Star Palace, and the Shadow Organization who were lucky enough to survive no longer cared about their belongings or hatred. They scattered like birds and beasts, wanting only to escape this land of death as soon as possible. Lin Fan was carried a long way until he felt a safe distance before he could barely concentrate. With a thought, he recalled Xiaohei, who was still confronting the undead demon lord, back into his summoning space.
Maintaining Xiaohei's existence places too much strain on one's mental energy.
The moment the summoned beast disappeared, the necromancer in the distance seemed to be stunned for a moment, then let out an angry roar, but did not immediately give chase. It seems to have some special attachment to the pyramid itself, or to this area, and did not immediately leave the core area. The five of them ran wildly for a long time until they could no longer feel the suffocating pressure of death, and then they stopped in a relatively hidden cave half hidden by huge rocks.
Lei Kuang moved several large stones to block the cave entrance, while Feng Wuhan set up several simple small formations for guarding and concealing their presence.
Huff, huff, finally escaped. Zhao Qian collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently, his face deathly pale, looking like he had just survived a disaster. He wasn't far from the epicenter of the explosion, and although he wasn't directly hit, the aftershocks still made his internal organs churn. Su Qingyu leaned against the rock wall, slightly out of breath, her icy blue eyes looking at Lin Fan with worry. "Lin Fan, how are you?" Lin Fan leaned against the cold stone wall and slowly slid down, his forehead covered in cold sweat and his lips turning pale. He waved his hand, his voice weak. "It's nothing, just a bit of mental exhaustion. I'll be fine after a rest." He quickly took out several kinds of mental restoring pills that Principal Yi had given him, Su Qingyu had given him, and that he had collected from the ferocious beasts in the secret realm. He stuffed them all into his mouth and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Feng Wuhan and Lei Kuang also suffered some internal injuries, and each took some medicine to heal themselves. For a moment, only heavy breathing and the sweet fragrance of dissolved medicine remained in the cave. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fan's complexion regained some color, and he opened his eyes. "Although my mental energy is still depleted, I've finally caught my breath." "You little rascal, you've been hiding it well." Lei Kuang was the first to come over, his large, fan-like hand wanting to pat Lin Fan's shoulder, but then he hesitated, afraid of breaking him, and left it hanging in mid-air. Finally, he scratched his bald head, his eyes filled with disbelief and lingering fear. "A fifth-tier ferocious beast? You can actually summon a fifth-tier ferocious beast? My goodness, that's something that can go toe-to-toe with the undead demon lord." Feng Wuhan also looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with shock, but even more so with inquiry and deep thought. "Junior brother Lin Fan, this..." Lin Fan knew that this matter couldn't be hidden any longer, and there was no need to hide it any longer. He smiled wryly and said, "Senior Feng, Senior Lei, Senior Su, Senior Zhao, this is indeed a kind of special summoning ability of mine. However, it has significant limitations. The summoning consumes a huge amount of resources and cannot be sustained. This time, it was only used out of necessity due to the dire situation." "Special summoning abilities," Su Qingyu repeated softly, her beautiful eyes looking deeply at Lin Fan, filled with pride, heartache, and a touch of complexity. She realized that her understanding of Lin Fan seemed far from sufficient. I get it. It's a trump card. Everyone has secrets." Zhao Qian slapped his thigh, his eyes shining. "But Junior, your trump card is too strong. A fifth-tier summoned beast. Who would believe it if I told them? If it weren't for you, the five of us would probably be dead." "Senior Zhao is right." Feng Wuhan nodded, his expression serious. "This matter is of utmost importance. Junior Lin Fan, you must not easily reveal your summoning ability unless it is a matter of life and death. People's hearts are unpredictable, especially outside." Lin Fan nodded solemnly. "I understand, thank you for reminding me, Senior. By the way, Junior, is your summoned beast alright?" Lei Kuang was a little worried, remembering how Xiao He was defeated by the undead demon lord. "That's a lifeline and a deadly weapon, don't break it." "It's fine, it was just forcibly recalled and needs to rest for a while." Lin Fan sensed the summoning space. Little Black seemed a bit weak, but its life force was stable, and it was absorbing spatial energy to recover. This relieved him. If something had really happened to Little Black, the loss would have been huge. That's good. Lei Kuang breathed a sigh of relief, then became excited again. "But speaking of which, Junior, what you did just now was so satisfying. Didn't you see that bastard Chen Zhao's face turn green? And that old dog ghost hand, he deserved to have his finger chopped off." "Ha ha ha." Mentioning Chen Zhao, everyone's faces darkened. "This trip to the secret realm has completely severed ties with the Chen family of Shanghai," Feng Wuhan said in a deep voice. "They not only want to kill you, but they also want to capture us all. We must report this matter truthfully to Principal Yi when we get back. That bastard Chen Zhao, his sneak attack failed and he got slept with instead, and even broke an elder's finger. He must hate us to death." Zhao Qian curled his lip, "But we're not afraid of him. With Principal Yi here, would the Chun family dare to act openly? It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark." Su Qingyu's cold voice rang out, "From now on, we all need to be careful, especially Lin Fan." Chapter 122. A flash of cold light. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. "They'd better not mess with me again. Otherwise..." He didn't finish his sentence, but the coldness in his tone made the temperature inside the cave drop several degrees. Being forced into a desperate situation and having to use his trump card this time has also made him have a deeper desire for strength. If I were strong enough, why would I need to rely on the power of summoned beasts? Why would I need to flee in such a sorry state? Let's not talk about that now. Feng Wuhan changed the subject, looking at Lin Fan, junior brother, the jade slip and ancient sword you got from that altar. With a thought, Lin Fan conjured up the warm, white jade slip and the ancient sword, covered in cracks and dull in color, in his hand. The jade slip was fine, but when the ancient sword appeared, the air in the cave seemed to freeze for a moment, with a faint, extremely weak flow of starlight. Hiss this sword. Zhao Qian leaned closer, staring intently at it, but dared not touch it. Although it's broken, the material, the patterns, it's definitely a good thing. It's a pity that its spiritual essence has almost completely dissipated. Feng Wuhan and Su Qingyu also focused their attention on sensing. Feng Wuhan said, there seems to be a trace of extremely pure and ancient sword intent remaining in the sword, which is of the same origin as the star power of this secret realm. Lin Fan briefly recounted the information in the jade slip, emphasizing the origins of the demon suppression tower and the undead demon lord. Just as I suspected. Feng Wuhan's expression turned grave. This pyramid is indeed a sealed place. Those relics outside are actually the sealing nodes. Chen Xiao and the others fought fiercely to seize the relics, disrupting the balance and causing the demon lord to awaken prematurely. These idiots! They almost killed everyone. Lei roared in fury. It's no use talking about this now, Su Qingyu shook her head. The most urgent thing is how to leave the secret realm safely. Although the necromancer hasn't pursued us yet, the secret realm has already been destabilized by its awakened aura. We must find a way out as soon as possible. A way out. Zhao Qian took out his precious compass and started fiddling with it again, his brows furrowed. The spatial fluctuations are too chaotic, the exit coordinates are unpredictable. Moreover, I feel like this secret realm is shrinking. Contraction? Everyone was startled. Yes, it's like a leaky balloon, Zhao Qian gestured. Energy is leaking out, and space is collapsing. It's probably because the core seal has been broken, and the energy cycle that maintains the stability of the secret realm has malfunctioned. We need to hurry, or we might be trapped here forever, or perish along with the secret realm. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Can we find a relatively stable spatial node? Or, are there any clues about other exits? Lin Fan asked. He recalled the jade pendant's sensations, which seemed to point to more than just the altar. Zhao Qian bit his finger, staring at the erratic pointer on the compass. After a while, his eyes lit up. I've got it. About 30 miles to the southeast, there's an area with relatively calm spatial fluctuations. And the energy reaction there has a slight resonance with this ancient sword and jade slip. He pointed to the ancient sword and jade slip in Lin Fan's hand. Everyone's spirits lifted. At least there was a clue. There's no time to lose, let's set off immediately. Feng Wuhan made a decisive decision. After a short rest to recover some of their strength and injuries, the five of them set off immediately. Although Lin Fan's mental strength has not fully recovered, it is not a problem for him to travel. He carefully put away the ancient sword and jade slip. Although the ancient sword was damaged, its material was extraordinary, and perhaps there would be a chance to repair it in the future. The information in the jade slip is even more valuable. In addition to the secrets about the seal, it seems to also contain some fragments of the star sect's basic cultivation techniques and a partial map of the secret realm, which need to be studied carefully. Following the directions pointed out by Zhao Qian, they trudged forward through the devastated secret realm, where the space was constantly rippling. Along the way, they encountered several waves of low-level star beasts that had been corrupted by demonic energy and gone berserk, but they quickly dealt with them all. The further southeast they went, the purer the stellar energy in the air seemed to become, and the oppressive feeling of death brought by the undead demon lord lessened somewhat. About 2 hours later, they arrived at the edge of a huge canyon. Across the canyon is a solitary peak, with what appears to be a dilapidated palace atop it. But inside the canyon, instead of an abyss, flows a dazzling river composed of countless tiny starlight. A galaxy? Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. That wasn't real water, but rather the concentrated power of stars, so concentrated it had liquefied. The starlight twinkles and flows endlessly, beautiful as a dream, yet radiating a heart-stirring energy. This is it. Zhao Qian excitedly pointed to the palace on the solitary peak opposite. The energy resonance is coming from there. Moreover, the space above this starry river is relatively stable.
If I'm not mistaken, that might be another exit from the secret realm, or an emergency teleportation point left behind by the star sect. Hope is within reach. But how do we cross this galaxy? Although the Milky Way is beautiful, the stellar energy it contains is extremely violent. If you rashly enter, you will probably be torn apart instantly. Moreover, there is a no-flying force above the Milky Way, making flight impossible. Look there. Su Qingyu pointed to one side of the canyon. There, on the cliff near them, was a massive, rusty iron chain, almost completely covered in vines, spanning the canyon and leading to a solitary peak on the opposite bank. It's a suspension bridge. But it looks really old. Lei Kuang stepped forward, grabbed the hanging iron chain, and pulled hard. The iron chains groaned, large patches of rust peeling off, but the overall structure still seemed sturdy. This is our only hope. Feng Wuhan inspected the connection between the iron chain and the rock wall. Although it was rusted, it was deep into the mountain and should be able to bear the weight for the time being. Go through them one by one, be gentle and quick. I'll go first. Lei Kuang volunteered. He was the strongest and had thick skin, so he could handle it if there was a problem with the iron chain. Lei Kuang took a deep breath and carefully stepped onto the iron chain. The chain swayed slightly and made a creaking sound, but it held firm. He steadied himself and slowly made his way to the other side. The suspension bridge is very long, with a dazzling yet deadly starry sky below, making one's heart tremble with fear. Fortunately, all was well and Lei Kuang safely reached the other side, waving in this direction. Next was Su Qingyu, who moved with the lightness of a fairy, and quickly passed by as well. Then came Zhao Qian. Although he was afraid of heights, he was decisive in the crucial moment. With his eyes closed and muttering incantations as if reciting some formation incantation to bolster his courage, he also moved over, trembling. It was Lin Fan's turn. He stepped onto the iron chain, feeling the coldness of the metal beneath his feet and the slight swaying. He steadied himself and took a step forward. Halfway across, a violent spatial ripple suddenly came from the depths of the canyon, causing the entire iron chain to sway violently. "Watch out," the three people on the other side exclaimed. Lin Fan exerted force with his feet, instantly activating the wind shadow illusion technique. His figure moved like a ghost, tapping the iron chain several times to maintain his balance, while simultaneously rushing forward at high speed. After a few leaps, he landed steadily on the opposite bank. Finally, it was Feng Wuhan's turn, and he also passed through easily. Chapter 123, Teleportation Array 123. The five people gathered on the opposite bank and all breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, the ancient iron chain spanning the glittering Milky Way appeared exceptionally lonely and magnificent in the dim light of the day. They didn't delay any longer and quickly climbed the isolated peak. The palace at the summit was much smaller and more dilapidated than the main cultivation hall we had seen before. It was almost half gone. But in the center of the palace, there is a relatively intact complex array platform constructed of some kind of silver metal. The array platform was covered with star patterns, and many parts were damaged, but at the core, several large crystals that emitted a soft starlight were still slowly rotating, maintaining the weak operation of the array. Teleportation array. It really is a teleportation array. Zhao Qian excitedly rushed to the array platform and examined it carefully. Although it's an ancient array, the basic principles are the same. There's hope. We're saved. Can it be started? Where does it lead? Feng Wuhan asked hurriedly. Zhao Qian studied it for a moment, then frowned again. The formation is severely damaged and its energy is almost depleted. It will probably only be activated once before it reaches its limit. As for where it leads, the coordinates are very vague, but the direction is very clear. It should be outside the secret realm. It's hard to say exactly where it will land. It may still be near the meteorite mountains, or it may be far away. I can't worry about that now, as long as we can get out. Lei Kuang said. It needs energy to start, and the disordered coordinates need to be calibrated, otherwise it might be transmitted to some weird place. Zhao Qian started working, taking out various tools and materials, and tapping and tinkering on the array platform. This was his area of expertise, and the others couldn't help, so they could only watch nervously. Time ticked by, and the tremors within the secret realm seemed to grow more frequent. In the distance, the vengeful roar of the undead demon lord could be faintly heard. It appeared to be expanding its territory. Hurry up, Lao Zhao. Lei Kuang wrung his hands anxiously. Don't rush me. This is a crucial moment. Zhao Qian's forehead was covered in sweat as his fingers flew across the array patterns, drawing something.
Finally, he embedded the last spare energy crystal into the core groove of the array. Buzz! The entire array platform lit up with soft starlight, and streaks of silver light flowed within the array patterns.
All right. Get on up here, Zhao Qian shouted.
The 5 people immediately stood in the center of the formation platform. The starlight grew brighter, enveloping the 5 people. A feeling of weightlessness washed over them, and space began to distort. Just as the teleportation was about to begin, Lin Fan seemed to sense something and looked back into the depths of the secret realm. He seemed to see terrifying demonic energy soaring into the sky from the direction of the pyramid, as well as a roar filled with unwillingness. A blur before my eyes, light and shadow shifting. The next moment, the feeling of being grounded came over me, and the long-lost fresh air, carrying the scent of grass and soil, rushed into my nostrils.
They came out.
The light from the teleportation array faded, and the intense spatial distortion disappeared. When Lin Fan and his group of 5 opened their eyes, they found that they had not left the secret realm, but were in a completely unfamiliar place. This was deep within a much grander, more dilapidated palace. Above, a towering dome was inlaid with enormous, long-extinguished starstones, only a few of which emitted a faint glow. The walls are covered with mottled murals depicting the movement of stars, immortals riding swords, and mythical beasts galloping, but most of them are now blurred and indistinct. The air was thick with dust and a musty smell, as well as a trace of purer stellar power, completely different from the outside world.
Where is this?
Lei Kuang stared wide-eyed, looking around.
We didn't get out?
Zhao Qian hurriedly checked his precious compass. The compass needle spun wildly several times before pointing in one direction, emitting a faint glow. We've been teleported to a place deeper within the secret realm. The spatial coordinates here are extremely obscure. Moreover, the concentration of stellar energy here is at least 10 times that outside.
Deeper? 10 times deeper?
Feng Wuhan and Su Qingyu exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. The denser the energy, the greater the danger, but it might also hold a greater opportunity.
Look over there. Su Qingyu pointed to the end of the main hall.
There was a huge, tightly closed bronze door. The door was carved with reliefs of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, and in the center was a complex, recessed star map the size of a bowl.
Export? Lei Kuang's eyes lit up.
Zhao Qian ran over and carefully examined the bronze door and the star map. After a while, he shook his head and then nodded. It is a door, but it is definitely not a door that leads directly to the outside world.
This star map is an extremely sophisticated seal and identification lock.
It requires a specific key or certain conditions to open.
Moreover,
I feel an aura behind the door that makes my heart tremble. Lin Fan stepped forward, his extraordinary perception slowly probing towards the bronze door.
An ancient, heavy, and even somewhat desolate and sorrowful aura faintly emanated from the door.
At the same time, the jade pendant in his arms became warm again, even vibrating slightly, pointing directly at the bronze door.
This jade pendant, is it part of the key?
Lin Fan's heart stirred, and he took out the jade pendant he had obtained from the withered bones. As soon as the jade pendant approached the star map, it immediately emitted a soft white light, echoing a groove in the center of the star map.
Sure enough! Zhao Qian exclaimed excitedly, this jade pendant is the key to opening this door.
However, he carefully compared the shape of the jade pendant with the grooves in the star map. It seems that something is still missing. It doesn't match perfectly.
What's missing? Su Qingyu asked. I don't know. It could be another jade pendant, or it could be some kind of special energy infusion, or it might require a specific bloodline?
Zhao Qian frowned in thought. Don't rush to open the door, Feng Wuhan said in a deep voice, cautiously observing his surroundings. It's too quiet here, eerily quiet. And this main hall. He pointed to the scattered fragments of some huge, seemingly skeletal remains, don't seem safe. As if to confirm his words, from the depths of the hall, within those enormous shadows, suddenly flickered with faint green light. Those were eyes. A rustling sound arose, accompanied by the clicking of bones grinding together. One after another, skeletons, entirely black with eerie green soul flames burning in their eye sockets, wielding broken weapons and of various shapes, slowly rose from the shadows. Their auras were weak, probably only at the first or second tier, but their numbers were dense, almost filling the entire depths of the hall.
Skeleton soldiers? Undead creatures? Lei Kuang gripped his giant axe tighter. Looks like this isn't a good place after all.
Are they guards, or products of demonic corruption? Lin Fan gripped the blood demon blade tightly. Although these skeleton soldiers were not of high rank, their numbers were simply too great. Even ants can kill an elephant.
Prepare for battle. Move towards the bronze gate. Don't get surrounded. Feng Wuhan made the decision immediately.
Before the words were even finished, hundreds and thousands of skeleton soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave. Their movements were stiff, but their speed was not slow. They wielded bone knives and bone swords, emitting silent roars.
Chapter 124 Skeleton Commander. Kill.
Lei Kuang roared and charged forward first, sweeping his giant axe and instantly smashing a group of skeleton soldiers into pieces. Su Qingyu waved her jade hand lightly, and a chill spread, freezing the ground and greatly slowing down the movement speed of the skeleton soldiers. Feng Wuhan moved like the wind, his sword flashing, each strike precisely shattering the soul fire in the skeleton soldiers' eye sockets. Zhao Qian hid behind, constantly throwing out small array plates, or launching fireballs, or creating ground spikes, to clear out any fish that slipped through the net. Lin Fan did not use the ancient Wolf King transformation, nor did he summon Xiao Hei. Instead, he combined the Wind Shadow illusion with the Yi Gale Crushing Fist and Flowing Cloud 9 slashes, his figure weaving through the sea of skeletons. Every time the Blood Demon blade was swung, it brought up a piece of shattered bone. He deliberately controlled his strength, conserving his energy, while observing the skeleton soldiers. The battle wasn't difficult, but the skeleton soldiers seemed endless. As soon as one group was killed, more would emerge from the shadows. Moreover, as the battle continued, some skeleton warriors and skeleton archers with larger bones, stronger soulfire, and auras reaching the third tier began to appear. There were even a few skeleton beasts made of huge animal bones, whose strength was close to the peak of the third tier.
This can't go on.
The energy will run out sooner or later. Feng Wuhan said, frowning as he cleaved the skull of a skeletal beast in two with a single sword strike.
We must find the source. Or open that door.
Zhao Qian shouted, while fighting and studying the bronze door and star map. Lin Fan also realized this. While fighting, he amplified his senses, scanning the entire hall. Finally, his gaze settled on the area beneath a massive, broken stone pillar in the center of the hall. There, an even stronger aura of death emanated from, and all the skeleton soldiers seemed to be pouring out from that direction.
There's something under the pillar.
Lin Fan shouted.
Senior Lei, cover me. I'm going to check.
Lin Fan shouted to Lei Kuang.
All right.
Lei Kuang cleaved the skull in front of him with an axe, clearing a path for Lin Fan. Lin Fan used the Wind Shadow illusion technique, passing through the sea of skeletons like a ghost, and rushed towards the broken pillar. Upon closer inspection, they indeed discovered a hole at the base of the broken pillar, partially obscured by rubble. It was pitch black and deep, from which a dense aura of death was continuously gushing forth.
It's a leak of demonic energy. These skeletons were formed from remains corrupted by demonic energy.
Lin Fan instantly understood.
Without eliminating this source, the skeleton soldiers would be endless. Destroy it.
Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and the crimson blade light on the blood demon blade surged. He unleashed the full power of 9 slashes of flowing clouds wave breaking style, as he cleaved towards the cave entrance.
Boom!
Debris flew everywhere, and the cave entrance widened. However, even more, purer death energy surged out. At the same time, a sharp, piercing screech came from the cave. A dark shadow shot out from the cave like lightning, heading straight for Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan was prepared. He used the blood demon blade to defend, and the blade struck the shadowy figure precisely.
Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out.
Lin Fan felt a tremendous force coming from him, his hands went numb, and he took 2 steps back.
The dark figure was also blasted away and landed not far away.
Only then did everyone realize that it was a small skeleton with crystal clear bones and deep purple soulfire burning in its eye sockets. It wielded a pair of bone blades, and its aura had clearly reached the early stage of the 4th rank.
A 4th-tier skeleton commander. Feng Wuhan's expression changed. Be careful. It's extremely fast.
Lin Fan said in a deep voice. In the previous exchange, he felt that the speed and strength of this skeleton commander were not to be underestimated. The skeleton commander let out a silent roar, and the surrounding skeleton soldiers surged forward even more frantically, as if on command. It itself transformed into a white bone shadow, spinning rapidly around Lin Fan, its bone blades striking him from all sorts of tricky angles like a viper's tongue.
I'll help you.
Su Qingyu shouted, spreading her icy power in an attempt to slow down the skeleton commander. Feng Wuhan also broke free from the entanglement, his sword light forming a net that enveloped the skeleton commander.
However, this skeleton commander was exceptionally cunning.
It didn't engage the two in direct combat at all, but instead used its ghostly speed to weave through the attacks, with its main target still being Lin Fan. It seemed to sense the aura of Star's jade pendant and ancient sword on Lin Fan that it hated, and its attacks became particularly fierce. Lin Fan pushed the Yi Wind Shadow illusion to its limit, combining it with the indestructible body, dodging and weaving amidst the skeleton commander's storm of attacks, occasionally counterattacking, with blade light clashing with bone blades, sparks flying everywhere. The skeleton commander's bones were ridiculously hard. The blood demon blade could only leave white marks when it struck them.
This won't do.
Lin Fan's mind raced. This skeleton commander was fast and had high defense, making close combat very troublesome. His eyes turned cold, and he decided to finish the battle quickly. In a fleeting moment of passing by, Lin Fan deliberately created an opening. The skeleton commander fell for it, its bone blade aimed straight for Lin Fan's ribs.
Now!
A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, he activated the indestructible Vajra body at full power. At the same time, his left index finger struck out with lightning speed.
Nirvana finger. Laugh.
A dark purple finger beam, condensed to its fullest extent, arrived first despite being delayed, ignoring the bone blade's attack and precisely striking the skeleton commander's brow, the spot where the deep purple soul fire resided.
Awah! The skeleton commander let out a shrill, soul-piercing howl.
The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered violently, like a candle burning in the wind. The annihilation power contained in the finger of annihilation has an extremely strong restraining effect on souls.
The skeleton commander froze instantly.
The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered uncertainly, as if it might go out at any moment.
Die!
Lin Fan seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He channeled all his strength into the blood demon blade, transforming it into a streak of crimson light, and slashed fiercely at the neck joint of the skeleton commander.
Crack!
A piercing sound of metal snapping rang out. The skeleton commander's crystal-clear, jade-like head was severed.
The deep purple soul flame flickered a few times before finally going out completely.
The headless skeleton shattered on the ground with a crash. With the skeleton commander dead, the surrounding skeleton soldiers seemed to lose their command, immediately falling into chaos and their attacks becoming disorganized.
Now's the time. Destroy that in trance. Feng Wuhan shouted.
With everyone working together, various attacks were launched at the cave entrance from which demonic energy was constantly gushing out. Lei Kuang's giant axe, Feng Wuhan's sword energy, Su Qingyu's ice spikes, Zhao Qian's fire talisman, Lin Fan's blade energy.
Under the relentless bombardment, the cave entrance finally collapsed and was completely buried by rubble.
With the leakage of demonic energy stopped, the remaining skeleton soldiers lost their source of power, their movements became slower and slower, and the soul fire in their eyes gradually went out, eventually turning into a pile of withered bones scattered on the ground. Silence returned to the main hall, with only the heavy breathing of the 5 people remaining.
Chapter 125 Prohibition. Finally, it's solved.
Zhao Qian plopped down on the ground, wiping away cold sweat. Lin Fan walked to the scattered skeleton of the skeleton commander and picked up the pair of crystalline bone blades. It felt cold and heavy to the touch, made of extraordinary material. This thing should fetch a good price, or I could have it forged into a weapon. The core soul fire crystal of the 4th tier skeleton commander is more valuable. It's a pity it was scattered by your annihilation finger. Feng Wuhan said with some regret, then looked at Lin Fan and exclaimed, "Junior brother Lin Fan, that finger technique just now was truly amazing. It's especially effective against soul bodies." Lin Fan smiled but didn't say much. This battle had made his use of the Nirvana finger even more refined. After resting for a while and regaining some of their strength and abilities, everyone's gaze once again turned to the huge bronze door. "Now, it's time to figure out how to open this door," Feng Wuhan said in a deep voice. With the skeleton crisis resolved, the hall returned to silence. After a brief rest and tending to their minor injuries, the 5 gathered before the massive bronze door. Zhao Qian leaned closer to the star map again, holding Lin Fan's jade pendant and gesturing with his brows furrowed. "The jade pendant is part of the key, that's true. But the shape of the groove, look, here, and here, it's clearly a split structure. I surmise that the complete key must have been composed of several similar jade pendants or tokens. We only have one, so we can't open it. What should we do then? We can't just make this trip for nothing, can we?" Lei Kuang said impatiently. "Wait a minute." Lin Fan stared at the star map and suddenly said, "Senior Zhao, you just said that besides specific tokens, it might also require special energy infusion, or bloodline? Yes, advanced ceiling identification arrays usually have more than one way to activate them, Zhao Qian nodded. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and gently placed his palm on the center of the star map, next to the groove that corresponded to the shape of the jade pendant. He mobilized the energy within his body, attempting to slowly inject a wisp of yuan power, imbued with the insights gained from the star chi guiding technique and carrying a faint stellar attribute, into the star map. Buzz. The star chart lit up slightly, but quickly dimmed and showed no further reaction. The energy properties seem correct, but the amount is insufficient, or something is missing, Zhao Qian observed.
What about bloodlines? Su Qingyu asked softly.
This place used to be an important base of the Starry Sky sect.
Perhaps we need descendants of the Starry Sky sect or related bloodlines? Where are we going to find descendants of the Starry Sky sect? It's been tens of thousands of years. Lei Kuang shook his head.
Lin Fan's heart stirred. He remembered the withered bones and jade pendant he had obtained in that ancient cultivation room.
Could that skeleton belong to a disciple of the Star sect? The jade pendant was a token, but what about those withered bones? Could there be any bloodline residue?
But he had already buried the withered bones long ago. Just when everyone was at a loss, the Starry Sky ancient sword, which Lin Fan had obtained from the altar and was covered in cracks, suddenly trembled slightly and emitted a very faint sword cry that sounded like a mournful wail.
Lin Fan was surprised and took out the ancient sword. The moment the ancient sword was drawn, an unexpected change occurred.
The star map on the bronze door suddenly burst forth with dazzling starlight. At the same time, the Starry Sky ancient sword in Lin Fan's hand, though dim and without light, also floated up on its own, with the tip pointing towards the center of the star map.
It's it. This sword. It's also part of the key.
Zhao Qian shouted excitedly. The Starry Sky ancient sword slowly flew towards the star map, fitting perfectly into another irregular groove in the center of the star map.
A perfect fit.
Click, click. The sound of mechanisms turning came from inside the bronze door. The stars on the star chart began to slowly rotate according to a certain pattern, emitting an increasingly intense light.
Back off! Feng Wuhan shouted, and everyone quickly retreated a few steps, watching the bronze door warily. Rumble!
The heavy bronze door, bathed in starlight, slowly opened a crack inward. An even more ancient and purer stellar power, as if it had been accumulated over thousands of years, surged out from behind the door like a tide. At the same time, it also carries a faint, coming sandalwood scent.
The door opened.
The 5 men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement and wariness.
Behind the door lay a way out, or an even greater crisis.
I'll go first.
Feng Wuhan gripped his longsword and stepped into the light first.
Lin Fan, Su Qingyu, Lei Kuang, and Zhao Qian followed closely behind.
Peering through the crack in the door, a bright and open space suddenly appeared before me.
Behind the door was not the perilous place one might imagine, but rather, a huge circular hall. The palace's dome is extremely high, inlaid with countless dazzling star gems arranged according to the constellations of the heavens. It rotates slowly, casting down soft and bright starlight, illuminating the entire palace as if it were daytime. In the center of the hall, there were no luxurious decorations, only 9 prayer cushions arranged in a circle.
The prayer cushion was empty.
But at the far end of the hall, there was a high platform, and on that platform sat a lifelike skeleton. The skeleton was not just white bones, but rather like carved white jade, crystal clear, with a faint starlight flowing through it. It was draped in a tattered Taoist robe embroidered with the celestial constellations and wore a star crown. Although it had long since lost its vitality, it still exuded a vast, majestic aura that made people want to bow down and worship. Before this aura, even the awakened necromancer seemed insignificant.
This is the remains of a senior from the Starry Sky sect?
Zhao Qian's voice trembled, filled with awe. At least a peerless expert surpassing Martial King 6th rank, possibly even Martial Emperor 7th rank.
Feng Wuhan was also filled with awe. The aura naturally emanating from the remains alone made their souls tremble.
Before the skeleton lay 3 things: a jade box the size of a palm, a token that was neither gold nor wood, and a crystal clear, fist-sized rhomboid stone.
Inheritance? Lei Kuang's eyes lit up.
Be careful, there might be a restriction, Su Qingyu warned. Lin Fan's gaze, however, fell on the ancient bamboo scroll held in the skeleton's hand. The scroll was half unfurled, and there seemed to be writing on it. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and respectfully bowed to the skeleton. Junior Lin Fan entered this place by chance and had no intention of offending you, Senior. If you are watching over me from heaven, please forgive me. After speaking, he cautiously looked at the bamboo scroll. The characters on the scroll were an ancient seal script, but strangely, Lin Fan could understand the general meaning. This was perhaps a method of divine sense inheritance left behind by the Starry Sky sect.
Chapter 126: The Power of Inheritance.
The Bamboo Slips Record.
I am Xingchenzi, the last guardian elder of the Starry Sky sect.
When the extraterrestrial demons invaded and the sect was ravaged by bloodshed, my fellow disciples and I sacrificed ourselves and transformed into the Zhoutian Xingdo Grand Formation to suppress the remnant souls of the demons beneath the tower. However, the remnant soul of the heavenly demon is ferocious, and the formation is bound to have flaws over time.
There is a fear that it may one day break free and wreak havoc on the world.
Those who come after us must be people of excellent character and good fortune. Inside the jade box is the first part of our sect's core inheritance, the Zhoutian Xingchenju, as well as our insights on weapon crafting and formations. I am giving it to those who are destined to receive it, hoping that they can continue our lineage.
The token is called the Star Token, which allows one to sense the remnants or ruins of a sect in specific locations.
The crystal is Star Essence, which can temper the body and condense the soul, thus aiding in cultivation. I will pass away here, using my remaining body as a means to maintain the small heavenly star palace here from collapsing, and also to contribute to suppressing the demons under the tower. However, my power is insufficient. I can only ensure the peace of this palace for 1,000 years. I sense that the demonic energy beneath the tower is growing stronger, and the great formation may be in danger of collapsing. If those who come after me inherit this legacy, I hope they will remember the common people, do their utmost to vanquish the demons, or seek other methods to strengthen the seal. I depart. The handwriting here conveys a deep sense of weariness, regret, and entrustment. After reading it, Lin Fan was filled with awe. This senior Xingchenzi sacrificed himself to suppress the heavenly demon, transforming into an array and passing away here, guarding it for 1,000 years.
What a magnanimous heart and sense of responsibility this is.
He told his teammates the contents of the bamboo slip. After hearing this, everyone fell silent, their gazes towards the white jade skeleton filled with reverence.
Senior's noble character is deeply admired by us juniors. Feng Wuhan led the way, and the 5 of them bowed deeply once again to Xingchenzi's remains.
We are unworthy of this inheritance, Su Qingyu said softly. They had only wandered into this place by mistake and had not done anything. No, the predecessors left behind their legacy in the hope that someone would inherit it, or perhaps it was also to deal with the demon under the tower. Lin Fan shook his head and solemnly said, having received the inheritance, we have also taken on the karma. We have seen with our own eyes that the undead demon lord, once completely freed, will surely cause widespread suffering. For both public and private reasons, we cannot stand idly by.
Lin Fan is right. Lei Kuang clenched his fist. Now that we've taken the goods, we have to do our job. When we're strong enough, we'll come back and give them a piece of our minds. Feng Wuhan and Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. Cultivators value clear and unobstructed thoughts.
Having inherited the legacy of their predecessors, they naturally bear the corresponding responsibilities. In that case, we will take this inheritance. But how to distribute it needs to be discussed. Feng Wuhan, as the team leader, looked at everyone. The final decision was that Lin Fan would keep the upper part of the Zhoutian Xingchenju and the jade slip containing his insights on weapon crafting and formation because he was the first to obtain the jade pendant and the ancient sword, and seemed to have an affinity with the power of the stars, but he would share them with his teammates for comprehension. The star token was temporarily kept by Lin Fan. The most precious star essence would be used by Lin Fan first to help him quickly improve his strength and prepare for potential crises. After all, Lin Fan had the greatest potential, and his improved strength would be of the greatest help to the team. Everyone agreed to this. Lin Fan didn't mince words, he truly needed to improve his strength. He picked up the star essence, its surface warm to the touch, as if a galaxy flowed within, containing extremely pure stellar energy. He sat cross-legged on a futon, and with the protection of his teammates, began to try to absorb the energy from the star marrow. The pure power of the stars flowed into Lin Fan's body like a gentle stream.
This power was gentle yet vast, subtly resonating with the fragment of the star chi guiding technique he cultivated.
It quickly integrated into his limbs and bones, nourishing his body, tempering his meridians, and finally converging into his dantian. His cultivation level began to increase at a visible speed. The bottleneck of the early stage of the 3rd tier began to loosen under the impact of this pure energy. However, just as Lin Fan was immersed in cultivation, another unexpected change occurred. The jade pendant in his arm suddenly flew up on its own, hovering above his head, casting soft starlight that shone in harmony with the light of the star marrow. At the same time, the ancient star sword inserted in the groove of the star map also emitted a clear sword cry, and actually transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into Lin Fan's brow.
Lin Fan! Su Qingyu exclaimed.
Lin Fan felt a jolt in his mind, and fragmented images flooded his brain: the vast starry sky, the majestic immortal palace, the fierce battle, sacrificing oneself to form an array. In the end, all the images condensed into a dazzling sword intent, imprinted deep in his soul. At the same time, information about this ancient star sword also emerged. This sword is named Shattered Star. It was the sword that Xingqianzi wore in his lifetime. It was of extremely high quality, but it was severely damaged in the great battle that year, and its spirituality was almost annihilated, turning it into ordinary iron. Sensing the energy of the star marrow and the aura of the jade pendant, it spontaneously recognized Lin Fan as its master and established a weak connection with him. It needs to devour a large amount of stellar power or special metals to slowly recover. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils sparkling like stars, his gaze subtly sharp. His aura had clearly broken through to the mid-stage of the third rank. Moreover, his foundation was incredibly solid.
Lin Fan, are you alright?
Upon seeing Lin Fan wake up, everyone gathered around and asked with concern.
I'm fine.
Lin Fan shook his head, feeling the surging power within his body and the additional sword intent and information in his mind, and was overjoyed. He briefly explained the matter of the shattered star sword recognizing him as its master, but concealed the memory scenes he had seen. What a blessing in disguise! My cultivation has broken through, and the divine sword has even recognized me as its master. Zhao Qian said enviously.
Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fan. Everyone was happy for him. This place is not safe to stay any longer.
Now that we have received the inheritance, let us leave as soon as possible. Senior Xingqianzi said that this palace can only maintain peace for 1,000 years. Now, who knows how many years have passed, and I fear something may have happened, Feng Wuhan said. Everyone nodded, paid their respects to Xingqianzi's remains once more, and then carefully put away the jade box and token. Lin Fan put away the shattered star sword which could change size at will and the jade pendant, which had been transformed into the size of a ring and wrapped around his finger. Just as they were preparing to find a way to leave, the entire small heavenly star palace suddenly began to shake violently. The star gems on the dome flickered, as if their energy was about to run out.
Oh no!
This main hall is about to collapse.
Or, there's been a major change in the seal outside. Zhao Qian's expression changed drastically. Find an exit quickly, Feng Wuhan urged.
The group searched around and finally found a slowly rotating vortex made of starlight on the wall on one side of the hall.
It's a teleportation array. Let's go.
Without hesitation, the five rushed into the vortex of starlight. Just before stepping into the vortex, Lin Fan turned back for one last look at the white jade skeleton radiating a faint starlight, silently vowing, "Senior, I will remember your kindness in passing on your legacy. If I have the ability in the future, I will certainly live up to your expectations." With a flash of light, the five people disappeared from the main hall. After they left, the hall shook more and more violently, and finally, with a loud bang, it collapsed completely, turning into ruins. Only the vortex of starlight slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, in the main pyramid area outside, the Lich King seemed to sense something, unleashing an even more furious and violent roar, and the power impacting the seal suddenly intensified.
The entire meteorite ruined secret realm began to collapse even more violently.
Chapter 127 Campfire. The feeling brought by the starlight vortex was similar to when I was teleported in through that hidden side door before. The world spun around, my five senses were stripped away, and I felt as if I had been thrown into a washing machine and tossed around 10 times. Tui, tui, tui. Zhao Qian was the first to fall from midair, landing rather ungracefully on a soft, grassy field. He spat out the bits of grass, covered in dust, and looked around blankly. Where am I now? Immediately afterwards, with several thuds, Lin Fan, Feng Wuhan, Su Qingyu, and Lei Kuang also fell to the ground one after another. Fortunately, the teleportation height was not high, and there was grass below, so no one was injured. The five quickly rolled over and stood up, forming a defensive circle back to back, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Before me were no longer the dilapidated and oppressive ruins, nor the collapsing star palace.
Here lay a vibrant valley?
The sky was still dark red, with 3 purple moons hanging high, but the light seemed much brighter and softer.
The valley is not large, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains are covered with lush trees, which, although strangely shaped and faintly fluorescent, are indeed full of vitality.
In the center of the valley, there is a winding stream with clear water that sparkles in the moonlight. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees and a faint dampness. Although the concentration of spiritual energy was not as high as that of the Star Palace, it was still much stronger than that of the outer perimeter of the ruins.
We've been teleported to another area of the secret realm? Su Qingyu asked uncertainly. The environment here was completely different from the previous ruins.
It definitely is. And the space here is relatively stable. Zhao Qian took out his compass. Although the pointer was still swaying slightly, it was not spinning wildly like before. This place is somewhat like a fragment of a secret realm in the records, or some kind of independent small space attached to the main secret realm. With mountains, water, and forests, it looks quite safe, Lei Kuang said casually, sniffing the air and carrying his axe. The previous fierce battles and tense nerves had eased somewhat in this peaceful environment.
Safe? Not necessarily.
Feng Wuhan remained vigilant. He walked to the stream, squatted down, and carefully examined the water. He then picked up a handful of soil and smelled it.
This soil and stream water contain faint stellar energy.
The fact that the plants can grow so well is probably related to this. But the more peaceful a place seems, the more likely danger may lurk.
Be careful, don't stray too far.
Lin Fan slowly expanded his extraordinary perception.
The environment here did indeed relax his tense nerves a little.
He walked up to a plant that looked like an orchid but had silvery white leaves, and could feel the faint starlight emanating from its leaves.
This place looks a bit like a medicinal herb garden? Lin Fan guessed. A medicinal herb garden?
Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and he immediately perked up, looking around curiously.
Silver star grass? Moonlight vine?
Judging by their quality, they're quite old. Although they're only D-grade or C-grade spiritual herbs, there's a large quantity to satisfy our appetites. And growing in this environment, their medicinal properties are probably better than ordinary ones. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far when they discovered a large area of neatly planned ridges separated by low jade railings on a sunny, gentle slope in the valley. Although most of the jade railings are broken and the weeds in the field are overgrown, one can still vaguely see that it was once well maintained. In the field, some plants of various shapes and colors, emitting a faint glow, grow sparsely.
It's a real herb garden. Lei Kuang was also excited.
This was a real resource. Although the grade wasn't high, the quantity was huge. He could exchange it for a lot of credits and resources. The five of them immediately split up and carefully collected the valuable spiritual herbs. Lin Fan didn't know much about herbs. His main role was to help warn and identify those with strong energy reactions. Su Qingyu seemed to have some knowledge of this, as she could name many spiritual herbs and their general effects.
This is the starshine flower, and its petals can be used to refine a tranquilizing pill.
That's moonlight root. The sap from its root is a good material for drawing certain ice-type runes.
Dig carefully, don't damage the roots.
Some spiritual herbs have roots that are more valuable. For a moment, the valley was filled with the joy of harvest and Zhao Qian's shouts.
We've struck gold.
There are at least 50 dewdrop grass plants here.
They're all over 100 years old.
Hey! There's another nest of star-patterned mushrooms here.
Although they're only grade E, they're absolutely delicious in soups and can even slightly boost your physique.
Even the usually aloof Su Qingyu had a faint smile on her lips.
Feng Wuhan and Lei Kuan were also full of energy.
In this relatively safe environment, carrying out this collection work was a rare relaxation and enjoyment for them, who had just experienced a life or death crisis. Lin Fan also picked a few silver star grass and moonlight fruit plants that seemed to have the most abundant energy and carefully put them away. He noticed that some of the spiritual herbs seemed to be particularly close to him when he was wearing the jade pendant, and their leaves would tilt slightly in his direction. It seems this jade pendant will be useful here, Lin Fan thought to himself. After about an hour, the five of them had collected most of the decent and usable medicinal herbs from the dilapidated herb garden. Each of them had a very good harvest, filling their storage bags to the brim. Let's take a break and recover our strength, Feng Wuhan suggested. The battle and teleportation just now had taken a toll, and with all that work, they definitely needed to rest. The group chose a flat spot near the stream with a wide view and started a small campfire using the special fuel Zhao Qian had brought, which was almost smokeless. Although it wasn't cold in the secret realm, the firelight dispelled some of their psychological gloom and brought warmth.
Chapter 128 Handwriting. Lei Kuang even pulled out a small pot, some dried beast meat, and seasonings from his storage equipment. Hee, how can we neglect our stomachs when we're out and about? Today, old Lei will show you a skill, star-pattern mushroom stewed meat soup. It'll be so delicious it'll make your eyebrows fall off. Seeing Lei Quan's practice stance, everyone laughed. Who would have thought that Lei Quan, who was so imposing and known for his violence outside, actually had this skill? Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the small pot. The scent of meat mingled with the unique fragrance of star-shaped mushrooms, spreading over the campfire and making the hungry group involuntarily swallow. Zhao Qian then contributed a few pieces of marching rations that he had made himself, which could quickly restore physical strength. Although they were hard and not tasty, they were filling. Sitting around the campfire, drinking steaming hot and delicious meat soup, and eating dry rations, all 5 of them felt warm all over and their fatigue was mostly gone. Even Su Qingyu, who always pays attention to her demeanor, sipped her soup slowly, her cheeks flushed slightly in the firelight. That feels so good. Lei Quan gulped down a mouthful of soup and sighed contentedly. This is what a human life should be like. It's so much better than fighting and killing in those gloomy ruins. Yes, I never expected there to be such a peaceful place deep within this secret realm, Feng Wuhan remarked. However, why does this place exist? Lin Fan asked. Judging from the layout of that herb garden, it's clearly artificially cultivated. Could this valley have been the secluded residence of some important figure from the Starry Sky sect? Or a secret herb cultivation site of the sect? Possibly. Zhao Qian wiped his mouth. These small, stable spaces that depend on the main secret realm are best suited for cultivating spiritual herbs that have strict environmental requirements. Moreover, the stellar energy here is abundant and gentle, far removed from the chaos and demonic energy of the core area, making it an excellent location for a medicinal garden. Do you think there might be someone watching over the garden here? Lei Quan suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously. These words startled everyone, and they immediately became wary. Indeed, such a large medicinal garden, even if the Starry Sky sect had been destroyed, wouldn't someone or something else be guarding it? As if to confirm Lei Quan's words, just as everyone became alert, they heard a rustling sound coming from the deepest part of the valley, from the densest fluorescent forest, as if something was moving quickly. Something's up. Feng Wuhan shouted. The 5 men sprang up instantly, extinguished the campfire, drew their weapons, and looked warily in the direction from which the voice came. The rustling sound grew closer, and the trees swayed. Then, a small, furry figure suddenly leaped out from behind the bushes and landed on a clearing not far from the group. That was a rabbit? To be precise, it was a creature that looked like a rabbit but was the size of a house cat. Its fur was a beautiful silver blue, its ears were long and pointed, and it had a pair of large, ruby-like eyes that were staring at them warily and curiously. Its 2 front paws were holding a plump moonflower fruit that it had just stolen from the direction of the herb garden. Star-eyed rabbit? Su Qingyu said uncertainly, it's a low-level exotic beast that is very sensitive to stellar energy. It is gentle in nature, feeds on tender leaves and fruits of spiritual herbs, and is not aggressive, but it is extremely fast and difficult to catch. I didn't expect there were still survivors here. The silver-blue rabbit, seeing that it had been discovered, wasn't afraid. Instead, it tilted its head and continued munching on the moonflower fruit in its arms. Its ruby-like eyes swept over the 5 people, and finally, its gaze settled on Lin Fan. To be precise, it was the direction of the jade pendant in Lin Fan's arms. It twitched its nose a few times, suddenly dropped the half-eaten fruit, and with a leap of its hind legs, transformed into a streak of silver-blue light, rushing straight towards Lin Fan. Its speed was astonishing. Watch out. Feng Wuhan thought it was about to attack. Lin Fan subconsciously wanted to dodge or block, but the jade pendant in his arms once again felt warm, and at the same time, he did not sense any malice from the little rabbit. The silver-blue light suddenly stopped at Lin Fan's feet, raised its little head, looked at Lin Fan expectantly, and even stuck out its pink little tongue to lick its lips, looking like an obedient person saying, I'm hungry, give me some food. Lin Fan was a little confused. He tentatively took out a leaf of the silver stargrass from the spiritual herbs he had just collected and handed it over. The little rabbit's eyes lit up, and it quickly snatched the leaf with its tiny paws, stuffed it into its mouth, and chewed it with relish, making satisfied gurgling sounds. After finishing, it even rubbed its fluffy head against Lin Fan's leg, then turned around, wagged its short, ball of fuzz-like tail at Lin Fan, and looked into the depths of the valley, as if gesturing for Lin Fan to follow it. Where is it taking us? Zhao Qian asked in surprise. It seems to be reacting to Lin Fan's jade pendant, Su Qingyu observed carefully. Should we follow them and see? Lei Quan looked at Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan pondered for a moment, then nodded, be careful, follow them and see. This star-eyed rabbit is quite intelligent, it might really know something.
So, the five of them followed the star-eyed rabbit that had suddenly appeared and was particularly affectionate towards Lin Fan, heading towards the densest fluorescent forest deep in the valley. The little rabbit hopped and skipped ahead, occasionally looking back to see if Lin Fan was keeping up, appearing quite intelligent and perceptive. After passing through the woods, a small hill covered with vines and fluorescent moss came into view. Star-eyed rabbit ran down the hillside, squeaked twice at a hole completely hidden by dense vines, then scratched at the vines with its little paws before looking back at Lin Fan expectantly. A cave? Lin Fan stepped forward and carefully parted the vines. The entrance was small, only wide enough for one person to bend over and pass through. It was dark inside, but fresh air was flowing out. Star-eyed rabbit was the first to crawl inside. Lin Fan glanced at his teammates, and Feng Wuhan nodded, signaling him to follow. With Lin Fan leading the way, the five of them entered the cave one after another. The cave was initially narrow, but after walking for about 10 meters, it suddenly opened up. Inside was a small, naturally formed stone chamber. A few faint rays of purple moonlight shone through a crack in the ceiling. In one corner of the chamber, soft, dry grass was laid out, clearly the burrow of the star-eyed rabbit. In the center of the chamber, there was a simple stone table and a stone stool. On the stone table sits a dusty, rustic pottery jar. Beside the earthenware jar lay several dull-colored crystals, and a relatively well-preserved book made of tan hide from an unknown animal. Star-eyed rabbit hopped onto the stone table, gently nudged the animal skin booklet with its little paws, squeaked twice, looked at the booklet, and then at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped forward, carefully picked up the animal skin booklet, and brushed off the dust. On the cover of the booklet, four ancient characters were written in delicate handwriting, illustrated catalog of herbs fragment. He opened the booklet, which contained a large number of illustrations and diagrams of spiritual herbs, fruits, and minerals, along with their characteristics, growing environments, harvesting methods, and preliminary refining and application tips, all written in neat, tiny characters and accompanied by lifelike illustrations. Although it is only an incomplete copy, its content is extremely rich and detailed, far superior to the basic illustrated guides circulating in the market. Much of the content happened to cover the medicinal herbs they collected in the herb garden outside. On the last page of the booklet, there was a line of slightly messy handwriting. Chapter 129 Illustrations. I am a medicine-serving boy under Xingchenzi, with the Taoist named Qinghe. When our sect suffered a calamity, my master transformed himself into the formation, and I was ordered to guard this medicine garden, awaiting a destined person. However, the demonic energy is increasingly corroding it, and my lifespan is nearing its end. I fear I will not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, I leave this illustrated catalog and a few other insignificant items here, so that fellow disciples or righteous individuals may take them if they come here in the future. Please make good use of these spiritual herbs and do not let them gather dust. The jar contains heart-clearing pills and rejuvenating powder that I refined using spiritual herbs from my garden. They may be useful. Sparkling Star is a pet I raised from childhood and possesses considerable intelligence. If a destined person comes along, I hope they will treat it well. Qinghe's final words. The handwriting ends here, conveying a deep sense of longing, regret, and a subtle request. Lin Fan was deeply moved after reading it. Another person who silently dedicated themselves to protecting others until the very end. He read the contents of the booklet aloud to his teammates. Senior Qinghe. Elder Xingchenzi's medicine serving page. Zhao Qian said with deep respect, this booklet is priceless to alchemists and herbalists. And these pills too. Lin Fan carefully opened the earthenware jar. Inside, several small packets were wrapped separately in oiled paper. Each packet contained a dozen or so pale blue pills, Qingxin pills about the size of longhans and emitting a delicate fragrance, as well as a small packet of pale yellow powder, Huiyuan powder. Although countless years had passed, the pills had been properly sealed, and due to the special environment of the place, their medicinal properties did not seem to have been completely lost. This time, the gains have been truly tremendous, Feng Wuhan exclaimed. Not only were there material gains, but also the transmission of knowledge. The star-eyed rabbit named Sparkle seemed to understand that they were talking about its former owner. It was a little downcast and lay on the stone table, looking at the book illustrated compendium of herbs with its ruby-like eyes. Lin Fan put away the catalog and pills, thought for a moment, then took out a few of the freshest and most energized moonlight fruits from his storage bag, placed them in front of Shan Shan, gently stroked its silver blue head, and said softly, Shan Shan, thank you for leading us to find what Senior Qinghe left behind. These fruits are for you to eat. Shan Shan seemed to understand, nuzzling Lin Fan's hand with her head, then picked up a moonflower fruit and ate it in small bites, her mood improving considerably. This rabbit seems to have taken a liking to you, Junior, Lei Kuang laughed. Lin Fan smiled as well. He genuinely liked this intelligent little rabbit. Moreover, Shan Shan seemed particularly fond of his jade pendant, which might make her a good helper in the secret realm.
Let us rest here for the night. Feng Wuhan looked around the stone chamber. It's relatively secluded and safe here.
With Shan Shan around, most wild beasts or low-level starbone beasts shouldn't dare to approach. Everyone should recover properly, and we'll figure out a way to leave the secret realm tomorrow.
Everyone agreed.
This small stone chamber became the safest and most home-like place they had stayed since entering the secret realm. The five found places to meditate and regulate their breathing within the stone chamber. Lin Fan distributed one heart-clearing pill to each of them, just in case. He took one himself and immediately felt a cool sensation penetrate his mind, greatly relieving the mental fatigue brought on by the continuous battles and exertion.
This pill was indeed extraordinary.
Night had fallen, though it always felt like dusk in the secret realm, and only the even breathing and the occasional soft gurgling of the sparkling flame remained in the stone chamber.
The campfire was relit at the cave entrance, bringing warmth and light.
Lin Fan leaned against the stone wall, playing with the warm jade pendant in his hand. He looked at the ring-sized shattered star sword wrapped around his finger, then at his sleeping teammates and Shan Shan curled up at his feet, snoring softly. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. There was the relief of surviving a disaster, the joy of reaping a bountiful harvest, the respect and gratitude for Xing Chenzi and Senior Qinghe, as well as the worries about the road ahead and the desire to become stronger. No matter what lies ahead, I must first recover my strength, and then find a way out. Lin Fan's eyes hardened again. He slowly closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing the pure stellar energy of this place to consolidate his newly broken through mid-stage third-tier cultivation.
A night in the secluded paradise passed slowly in rare tranquility. Chapter 130 Insect Chirping.
That night was probably the most restful sleep the five of them had had since entering the secret realm. There was no roar of the necromancer, no clicking of skeletons, and no enemies that could pounce out of the shadows at any moment. The only sounds were the occasional buzzing of unknown fluorescent insects outside the cave and the even breathing of my companions beside me. When Lin Fan woke up, he felt refreshed. His cultivation at the mid-stage of the third rank was completely stable, and his mental strength had recovered by more than half. The hidden injuries left by the series of battles had been mostly healed under the nourishment of the heart-cleansing pill and the pure energy of this place. He looked down and found that the star-eyed rabbit named Shan Shan had somehow snuggled into his arms, curled up in a silver blue ball, and was sleeping soundly, its little belly rising and falling with its breath. This little guy. Lin Fan smiled, carefully not moving so as not to wake it. The others woke up one after another. Feng Wuhan stood guard at the cave entrance, Su Qingyu washed herself quickly with the condensed water, Lei Kuang was practicing his axe techniques against the stone wall, and Zhao Qian was engrossed in reading the illustrated compendium of herbs fragment, muttering to himself.
Hey, this dewdrop grass can actually be used like this. Brilliant.
Zhao Qian slapped his thigh, causing Shan Shan to twitch her ears in dissatisfaction.
Awake?
Feng Wuhan turned around, saw Lin Fan awake, and nodded.
How are you feeling? Much better.
Lin Fan stretched his limbs and felt better than ever before. He gently carried Shan Shan to the side on the dry grass, and the little guy just murmured and turned over to continue sleeping.
This little thing has become attached to you.
Lei Kuang put away his axe and grinned.
It seems to have a natural affinity for junior brother Lin Fan's jade pendant and the power of the stars, Su Qingyu said softly, her gaze sweeping over the shattered star sword that had turned into a ring on Lin Fan's finger. Lin Fan also noticed that Shan Shan seemed to particularly like being near him. He took out the jade pendant, and sure enough, Shan Shan, who was fast asleep, twitched her nose and groggily nuzzled towards the jade pendant. All right, wake up, little one, it's time to get up and find your way.
Lin Fan put away the jade pendant and gently poked the fluffy head of the shimmering creature. Reluctantly, Sparkling opened its ruby-like eyes, yawned widely, and revealed its pink little tongue. It shook its silvery blue fur, then nimbly jumped onto Lin Fan's shoulder, settled firmly, and adopted a "I'm staying here" attitude.
Well, it seems you really have to keep him.
Zhao Qian chuckled.
Forget about the rabbits for now, let's get down to business.
Feng Wuhan walked over, his expression serious. Although we're safe for now, we're still trapped in the secret realm. We need to find a way out, or at least pinpoint our location.
Zhao Qian, any leads?
Zhao Qian reluctantly closed the catalog, took out his compass, and frowned again. The magnetic field of this godforsaken place is still a mess. However, last night I studied the catalog and found several pages that recorded several special spiritual herbs that can indicate directions in spatial nodes. One of them, the star-pointing flower, seems to grow near the intersection of stellar energy, where the space is relatively fragile. The description is somewhat similar to the small blue flowers that glow in the cracks of rocks that we saw near the rocky beach upstream of the stream yesterday.
Pointing to the starflower? Everyone's spirits lifted.
Yes. If that is true, then following the direction it points to, it's very likely a weak point in the space, or a path leading to other areas.
Zhao Qian affirmed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Lei Kuang couldn't wait.
The five of them packed up their belongings, carefully storing away the relics and elixirs left behind by Senior Qinghe in the stone chamber, leaving only the pottery jar, stone table, and stone benches as a sign of respect for the deceased. Then they left the cave, and led by Shanshan, who seemed to know the place well, they headed upstream towards the stream and rocky beach. The air in the valley was exceptionally fresh in the early morning, if you can call it that, with babbling brooks and birdsong. Oh, there weren't any normal birds, only some small, glowing creatures that looked like butterflies or moths fluttering among the flowers. If you didn't know you were in a dangerous place, it would truly seem like a paradise. Soon, they reached the upper reaches of the stream. Here, the current was gentle, forming a wide, rocky beach where the water washed over colorful pebbles. Sure enough, in the crevices of several larger, half-submerged black rocks, small clusters of tiny blue flowers grew. The flowers, no bigger than a fingernail, were star-shaped, emitting a soft blue fluorescence, and at their centers, a faint silver halo always pointed in the same direction, slanting upwards, towards the rock face on the side of the valley.
It refers to the starflower.
That's right. Zhao Qian said excitedly, carefully comparing the images with the catalogue.
And look at the direction the halo is pointing, over there.
Following the direction indicated by the glowing flower, everyone looked towards a rather steep rock face on one side of the valley, covered with slippery, fluorescent moss and vines, which didn't seem particularly special.
Let's climb up and take a look. Lei Kuang was eager to try. I'll go scout ahead. Feng Wuhan's figure flickered, skimming up the rock face like a gentle breeze.
Stepping on the moss and rock protrusions, he reached the mountainside in a few leaps. He carefully examined the rock face.
Chapter 131: The Gap. There's a gap here. It's very well hidden, completely blocked by vines. Feng Wuhan's voice came from above.
Lin Fan and the others followed suit and climbed up. Sure enough, halfway up the mountain, in a recessed rock face, behind dense vines, lay a narrow crevice, barely wide enough for one person to pass through sideways. The crevice was dark, and a cool breeze blew out from it.
Another cave? Could it lead to some strange place again? Lei Kuang muttered. The wind means it's not a dead end.
It might lead to the other side of the mountain, or another dimension.
Feng Wuhan used his sword to push aside the vines. Shall we go in or not? Go in.
There must be a reason why the starflower is pointing here. The squeak on Lin Fan's shoulder also chirped twice and pointed at the crack with its little paws, seemingly urging him on as well. Same as always, I'll go first, Su Shuemei and Lin Fan in the middle, Zhao Qian and Lei Kuang at the rear, be careful.
Feng Wuhan squeezed in first.
The crack was initially narrow, and the rock walls were slippery and cold. But after walking for about several dozen meters, the passage began to widen, and there were obvious signs of artificial excavation.
There were even some long extinguished lamp recesses on the rock walls.
The passage led downwards, winding and twisting. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a faint light and the sound of flowing water could be heard ahead. After passing through the last narrow passage, the view suddenly opened up. They emerged from the mountain's belly, before them a vast, surging underground river. The river was wide, its water a deep blue, shimmering with starlight, clearly containing abundant stellar energy. On either side were broad riverbeds strewn with pebbles and luminous crystals. Most astonishingly, the river's dome was incredibly high, covered with clusters of luminous crystals of all sizes, like a starry sky, illuminating the entire underground space with a luminous, eerie blue glow, like a dreamlike, inverted galaxy.
My God, this place.
Zhao Qian's mouth dropped open, speechless with shock at the sight before him.
So beautiful. Even Su Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim softly. Lin Fan was also awestruck.
This underground river space was even more magnificent and bizarre than the previous valley. Shan Shan on his shoulder seemed excited as well, its little nose constantly sniffing.
Look over there. Lei Kuang pointed to the distance on the riverbank.
At the bend in the underground river, near the rock wall, there were several small boats with an ancient design, seemingly made of some kind of black wood and metal. The boats were not large, each able to seat 2 or 3 people, and star patterns could be faintly seen carved on their hulls.
A boat? How could there be a boat here? Feng Wuhan walked over cautiously to check.
The ship was relatively well preserved, though covered in dust. Zhao Qian examined it and exclaimed in surprise, "This wood is star ironwood, extremely heavy and hard, and it can automatically absorb stellar energy to sustain itself."
This ship, could it have been used by the star sect for transportation on the underground river? An underground river with a boat means it's connected. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Going downstream might lead us to an exit, or to other important areas of the secret realm. That makes sense.
It's better than being trapped in that little valley.
Lei Kuang agreed.
But, how do you use this boat?
Does it have oars? Su Qingyu asked. It seems it doesn't need oars?
Zhao Qian studied a rudder-like device at the stern and the complex patterns carved on the bottom of the cabin. This ship seems to have a simple propulsion array, which can move forward by absorbing the energy of the surrounding stars or injecting its own energy. However, it has been in disrepair for many years, and I don't know if it can still be used.
Why don't we try and see?
Lei Kuan was the most decisive, jumping directly onto the nearest small boat. The boat rocked a bit, but remained stable. Feng Wuhan, Lin Fan, Su Qingyu, and Zhao Qian each chose a boat.
The small boat could indeed seat 2 or 3 people.
Lin Fan naturally shared a boat with Shan Shan, Feng Wuhan shared a boat with Su Qingyu, and Lei Kuang shared a boat with Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian fiddled with the rudder at the stern for a while, trying to inject a wisp of energy.
Buzz.
The patterns on the bottom of the hull glowed slightly, and the small boat actually began to slowly glide forward.
It works. Ha ha. I knew it.
Zhao Qian said proudly. Be careful, stay close, and watch out for the underwater environment in both sides, Feng Wuhan instructed.
3 small black wooden boats, like 3 light leaves, slowly sailed into the deep blue, starlit underground river, drifting downstream.
The river was not turbulent, and the boats moved smoothly. The banks were rock walls covered with luminous crystals, the light and shadow shifting, creating a magnificent spectacle. Shanshan squatted on the bow of Lin Fan's boat, looking around curiously. Every now and then, she would stretch out her little paws, trying to catch the starlight reflected in the water, but she would be scared back by the cold river water, which amused Lin Fan. This place is like something out of a fairy tale, Zhao Qian murmured to himself, leaning over the edge of the boat and looking at his reflection in the water. There are no undead demons or skeleton soldiers in fairy tales, Lei Kuang said, pouring cold water on the idea.
Can't you have a little bit of a romantic side?
Just as the two were bickering, Lin Fan suddenly frowned. His extraordinary perception detected an unusual fluctuation in the water ahead.
Watch out ahead, he whispered a warning. Everyone immediately went on alert.
The river ahead narrowed, and the current became slightly more swift.
In the center of the narrow channel, several clumps of faintly phosphorescent, translucent jellyfish-like creatures floated on the surface.
Those jellyfish are the size of a wash basin, with almost transparent bodies that reveal slowly flowing blue light spots inside. Countless slender tentacles drift gently in the water, looking harmless and even somewhat dreamlike. It's a starlight jellyfish, a low-level aquatic creature that feeds on stellar energy and microorganisms in the water. It's usually very gentle, and you'll be fine as long as you don't provoke it. Su Qingyu recognized it. She seemed to know quite a bit about the creatures of the secret realm.
Chapter 132 Observatory.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and carefully maneuvered the small boat around the swarm of jellyfish.
The star-sparkling jellyfish showed no reaction to the passing boat and continued to drift on their own. It was a false alarm. Lei Kuang patted his chest.
However, just as the 3 small boats were about to pass completely through this narrow waterway, a sudden change occurred. The blue light spots inside the previously floating star-sparkling jellyfish suddenly began to flash rapidly.
Then, as if receiving some kind of signal, their slender tentacles snapped straight up and aimed at Lei Kuang and Zhao Qian on the last ship.
Swoosh! 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 Countless thin strands of energy, each as fine as a hair yet shimmering with a dangerous blue light, shot out from the jellyfish's tentacles, forming a net that enveloped Lei Kuang and Zhao Qian's small boat.
Damn it! What happened to the gentleness?
Zhao Qian yelled, frantically trying to maneuver the small boat to dodge, but the narrow river limited his space.
Thunder shield.
Lei Kuang reacted extremely quickly, roaring as an earth-yellow light instantly condensed into a thick shield beside him. Hiss! 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 The blue energy threads struck the lightning shield, producing a sound like cold water dripping into hot oil, and were surprisingly corrosive. The lightning shield's light quickly dimmed.
Not good.
These jellyfish are strange. They are very aggressive. Feng Wuhan's expression changed, and he immediately turned the bow of the boat around, drew his long sword, and slashed at the jellyfish with several wind blades. Su Qingyu also waved her jade hand, and a chill spread, attempting to freeze the river surface in jellyfish. Lin Fan didn't hesitate either. With the blood demon blade in hand, he activated Wind Shadow Illusion, tapped the bow of the ship with his foot, and his figure soared up like a rock. His blade light was like a bolt of lightning, slashing at the energy threads attacking Lei Kuang and the others. However, there were simply too many jellyfish. And seemingly enraged, they became even more frenzied. More energy threads, even blue specks of light carrying a faint mental impact, shot out like a torrential rain. The riverbed was instantly filled with flashes of blue light and splashes of energy. Damn it! What's wrong with these jellyfish? Lei Kuang's lightning shield was about to shatter. At this critical moment, Shan Shan, who had been crouching at the bow of Lin Fan's boat, suddenly stood up and let out a sharp squeak with a special rhythm towards the frenzied jellyfish. The sound wasn't loud, but it pierced through the noise of the energy explosion with exceptional clarity. A miraculous thing happened. The starlight jellyfish that had been attacking frantically suddenly trembled upon hearing the flashing cry. The frantically flashing blue light inside them abruptly stopped and then quickly returned to its previous slow, flowing state. The energy threads that had been fired drooped limply into the water, and the attack came to an abrupt halt. All the jellyfish, as if frozen in time, slowly and obediently sank into the deep blue river and disappeared. It was as if the frenzied attack had never happened. The river returned to calm. Only 3 small boats remained, with 5 terrified and dumbfounded people on board. This Zhao Qian pointed to the now empty river surface, then looked at Shan Shan on Lin Fan's shoulder, who was grooming her ear hair with her little paws, and stammered, unable to speak. Sparkling, did you do this? Lin Fan looked at the little rabbit on his shoulder in surprise. He knew Sparkling was highly intelligent, but he didn't expect it to have this ability? To command or soothe the starshine jellyfish? Shiny squeaked and nodded its little head. A hint of pride seemed to flash in its ruby-like eyes. Then it rubbed against Lin Fan's cheek and returned to its well-behaved and cute appearance. My goodness! Lei Kuang put away the nearly shattered lightning shield and wiped away cold sweat. Just what's the background of this little rabbit? Are all of Senior Qingha's pets this powerful? Feng Wuhan and Su Qingyu also flew back, their eyes filled with surprise as they looked at Shanshan. It seems that Senior Qingha left us not only illustrations and elixirs, but also this little fellow. Feng Wuhan said thoughtfully, it seems to have a special affinity or deterrent effect on many creatures in the secret realm? Whatever. We're really grateful to it this time. Zhao Qian said, still shaken. Next time we encounter any strange creatures, let Shan Shan make a sound first. After this harrowing experience, everyone became more cautious, but they also looked at Shan Shan with new respect. This little guy is definitely their trump card support in the secret realm. The small boat continued downstream. The underground river seemed endless, and the scenery on both sides was largely the same. Just as everyone began to wonder where the river led, things changed again ahead. The river widened again, and the current calmed down. On the right side of the river, a huge, man-made dock appeared on the rock face. The dock is made of black rock and extends for more than 10 meters, with several broken stone piles standing on it. Above the dock, a huge arched portal has been carved out of the rock wall. The portal is closed and there seem to be words on it. There's a dock. It must lead to an important place. Everyone perked up and quickly rowed the small boat toward the dock. After securing the small boat to the dilapidated dock using a specially made rope brought by Zhao Qian, the 5 men stepped onto the solid rocky ground. We walked up to the massive arched stone gate. The gate was about 10 meters high, incredibly thick, and covered in dust and spiderweb-like cracks. In the center of the stone gate is a huge, cracked bronze plate, on which several large characters are engraved in ancient seal script. The Star Observatory is a forbidden area. Anyone who enters without authorization will be put to death. The calligraphy, bold and vigorous, exudes an inviolable majesty and a chilling aura. Even after countless years, it still inspires awe. The stargazing platform. Zhao Qian almost jumped up excitedly. It really is. There really is a stargazing platform. Senior Xingchenzi mentioned it in his jade slip. This is definitely one of the core strongholds of the Starry Sky sect. There must be treasures inside. Or, a way to leave the secret realm. Chapter 133 Prohibition. A massive bronze stone gate, inscribed with stargazing platform forbidden area. Anyone who enters without authorization will be put to death, stood like a silent, ancient behemoth before the five people. The cold metallic texture and the chilling aura emanating from the handwriting instantly dampened the excitement I had just felt from discovering a new clue. Stargazing platform Fongwohan looked up at the large characters, his brows furrowing slightly. This place is probably even more important than the Star Palace we encountered before, and its guards may be even stronger. Nonsense, there's a sign at the door saying trespassers will be killed, how could it not be strong? Lei Kuang muttered, but his eyes blazed with even stronger fighting spirit. But we're already here, are we just going to take a look at the door and leave? Of course we can't leave. Zhao Qian rubbed his hands together, circling the stone door and bronze plate, his eyes shining. This is the Star Observatory. The core building of the star sect for observing celestial phenomena, deducing the stars, and possibly even drawing upon the power of the stars. There are definitely good things inside. Maybe there's a teleportation array that can directly control part of the secret realm's formation, or even a way to leave this place. Su Qingyu's gaze fell on the lower right corner of the bronze plate, where there was an inconspicuous, bowl-sized indentation with a peculiar shape, resembling the mark of some kind of token. Non-token holder, it seems a specific token is needed to open this door. What token do we have? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Lin Fan. After all, he was the one who found the jade pendant, the ancient sword Shattered Star had recognized him as its master, and he also had the secret realm's native Shan Shan as his follower. Lin Fan stroked his chin, stepped forward, and carefully examined the dented token. Its shape was unfamiliar, unlike anything he owned. He tried bringing the jade pendant in his pocket closer, but there was no reaction. He then restored the Shattered Star sword, which had transformed into a ring, to its original form and brought it closer, but still no reaction. Finally, he remembered the star token he had obtained from the Star Palace. He took out the token, which was neither gold nor wood, had a warm touch, star patterns engraved on the front, and the character on the back, and carefully pressed it against the indentation. Just as the token was about to make contact with the dent, a sudden change occurred. The words "unauthorized entry will be killed" on the bronze plaque suddenly erupted with a dazzling blood-red light. A cold, sharp, and murderous sword intent burst forth from the characters as if they were tangible, piercing straight towards Lin Fan's brow. This was not a physical attack, but a direct assault of killing intent aimed at his spirit. Lin Fan's face turned pale, and he groaned, feeling as if 1,000 steel needles were piercing his mind, causing him excruciating pain. The intensity of this killing intent far exceeded the illusions in the previous maze, and was even several times more ferocious than the soul shriek of the skeleton commander. He felt as if his mental strength was about to be torn apart by this killing intent. Lin Fan! Su Qingyu exclaimed, trying to step forward, but was forced back by the burst of blood-red light and sharp sword intent. It's a protective barrier. The token is wrong, it triggered a counterattack. Zhao Qian's expression changed drastically. Feng Wuhan and Lei Kuang also tried to get closer, but they were also forced to stop by the terrifying killing intent, feeling their hearts tremble with fear. Just as Lin Fan felt he was about to give up and his consciousness was about to be overwhelmed by the killing intent, the shattered star sword wrapped around his fingers suddenly emitted a clear and melodious sword cry. A sword intent, though faint, was equally ancient, pure, and imbued with the indomitable will of the stars, surging out from the sword and protecting Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Shan Shan, who had been perched on Lin Fan's shoulder and seemed frightened, let out a squeak sound that was both urgent and somewhat reassuring. The sword intent of the shattered star sword and its flashing cry seemed to have an effect. The blood-red killing intent erupting from the bronze plate paused slightly, as if it were trying to identify something. Seizing this moment of respite, Lin Fan endured the excruciating pain and did not immediately retract the star token. Instead, he steeled his heart and frantically poured the yuan power within his body, which had been infused with a trace of star enlightenment, into the star token in his hand. Buzz! The star token suddenly burst forth with soft silver starlight. This starlight formed a stark contrast with the blood-red killing intent on the bronze plate. The silver starlight rippled outwards like water, and began to neutralize and dissolve the blood-red killing intent. It works! Lin Fan was overjoyed and gritted his teeth to persevere. The silver starlight grew brighter and brighter, eventually completely covering the words "trespassers will be killed." The bloodthirsty killing intent receded like a tide. Immediately afterwards, light flowed across the bronze plate, and the ancient seal script seemed to come alive, beginning to rearrange and recombine. Click, click. Chapter 134 Stars. A heavy, seemingly earth-deep creaking sound filled the air. With a muffled rumble, the massive bronze stone door slowly opened a crack inwards. Dust settled in a flurry. The door opened. The light and killing intent on the bronze plate completely vanished, restoring its ancient and worn appearance. Only a faint trace of silver light remained in the dented part of the token. Lin Fan staggered back a step, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, gasping for breath. That mental shock had almost killed him. Su Qingyu quickly supported him and stuffed a heart-clearing pill into his mouth. "Are you all right?" Feng Wuhan asked with concern. It's all right." Lin Fan steadied himself for a moment, feeling the stinging pain in his mind slowly subside. Still shaken, he thought, this protective barrier was terrifying. Luckily, I had the shattered star and the star token, otherwise. It seems that this star token is the key. But it also requires the correct identity or energy to activate, otherwise it will trigger the killing array. Zhao Qian analyzed, looking at Lin Fan with even more curiosity. "Junior brother, your star token and that sword are quite something, even the restrictions of the Star Observatory recognize them." "Just luck," Lin Fan said with a wry smile. He himself couldn't figure out why the sword intent of the shattered star sword and the star token could work. Perhaps it was because they both originated from the star sect, and the shattered star sword was once Xingqianzi's personal sword? The door's open. "Shall we come in?" Lei Quan looked at the dark crack in the door, eager yet somewhat apprehensive. He had felt the murderous intent just now. It was truly terrifying. "We've come this far, there's no reason not to go in." Feng Wuhan took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. "However, we must be even more careful. The stargazing platform is a critical area, and it could be fraught with danger." "Lin Fan, how are you feeling?" "Okay." Lin Fan nodded. The Qingxin pill was very effective, and his mental strength had recovered considerably. "All right, same old rules. I'll go first, with Su Xuemei and Lin Fan providing support in the middle, and Lei Kuang and Zhao Qian bringing up the rear. Shan, it's up to you now. If anything seems amiss, let me know in advance." Feng Wuhan looked at the little rabbit on Lin Fan's shoulder. Shanshan seemed to understand, puffed out its little chest, and made a squeak sound, indicating that it would take care of it. The 5 people carefully stepped through the stone gate. Behind the door, instead of the magnificent, opulent hall one might have imagined, lay a long, spiraling staircase leading upwards. The staircase was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, and the walls on either side were made of some kind of light-absorbing black stone, inlaid with tiny, self-illuminating starstone fragments, like a tunnel leading to the stars. The air was dry, carrying a mixed smell of dust and old books. The stairs spiraled upwards, seemingly without end. After walking for about 15 minutes, a light appeared ahead. At the end of the stairs was a half-open wooden door engraved with star runes. Feng Wuhan gently pushed open the wooden door. A soft, cool light, as if gathered from countless stars, poured out instantly, enveloping the 5 people. They stood at the doorway, utterly stunned by the sight before them, speechless. This is a huge, circular platform, probably over 100 meters in diameter. The platform's surface is paved with a warm, white jade, on which is engraved an incredibly complex, precise, and slowly flowing celestial constellation array. Countless illusory stars flicker and shimmer within the array, moving along mysterious trajectories, vast, mysterious, and awe-inspiring. The platform's dome is transparent. No, it's not just ordinary transparency, it's as if the entire sky of the secret realm outside has been cut off and embedded here. The dark red sky, the 3 purple moons, and the unique, star-studded clouds found in the secret realm are all clearly visible, and seem to be magnified and brought closer by some force, as if you could reach out and touch the stars. This is the true place for stargazing. At the center of the platform, there were no superfluous decorations, only a solitary, enormous armillary sphere cast from a single piece of black star iron. The armillary sphere was incredibly complex, with countless intersecting star orbits, and at its center floated a fist-sized star that emitted a soft white light and slowly rotated. That was not a real star, but a highly condensed core of stellar energy, one of the energy centers for the operation of the entire observatory, and possibly even part of the array formations in the entire secret realm. Beside the celestial globe sat a skeleton, clad in a tattered star-patterned robe. Unlike Xingqianzi's jade-like remains, this skeleton was just an ordinary skeleton, long since devoid of any spirituality. In front of the skeleton lay an open jade box, its interior empty. Beside it, scattered were several broken, dull jade slips. This is the real stargazing platform. Zhao Qian murmured to himself, his voice filled with immense excitement and a pilgrimage-like devotion. This celestial globe, this Zhoutian star array. Heavens, if I could study here for a while, my array formation skills would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Feng Wuhan and Su Qingyu were also awestruck by this magnificent and mysterious sight. Although Lei Quan couldn't understand the complex formations, he still felt that this place had an extraordinary aura, making people dare not make a loud noise.
Chapter 135 Severe Pain.
Lin Fan's gaze was drawn to the skeleton and the empty jade box. He stepped forward, bowed to the skeleton, and then carefully picked up a broken jade slip. The jade slip shattered at the slightest touch, turning into dust, clearly indicating that it had long been completely damaged. He looked at the empty jade box again. There seemed to be a line of small characters on the bottom.
I am Xingyanzi, the guardian of the Star Observatory.
The Great Formation is about to collapse, the demon is about to emerge, and there is no way to save it. I have placed copies of detailed explanation of the Zhoutian star array and essential techniques for star observation in a hidden compartment on the base of the armillary sphere, waiting for someone with the right affinity to read them. He had already carried the star chart from the box with him, intending to make a final push to reinforce the outer seal. If anyone who comes after sees this, leave the secret realm immediately, for this place will cease to exist.
Xingyanzi's final words.
The handwriting was hasty and messy, revealing a deep sense of despair and resolve. Xingyanzi, another predecessor who sacrificed himself for righteousness. Lin Fan felt heavy-hearted and read the words on the jade box to his teammates.
Detailed explanation of the Zhoutian star array? Essential techniques for star observation?
Upon hearing these two names, Zhao Qian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He immediately rushed to the base of the massive armillary sphere and began groping for the hidden compartment. Soon, he found a hidden compartment, about the size of a palm, behind a concealed relief on the base. Opening the hidden compartment, two well-preserved jade slips lay quietly inside, along with a silver bead the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round, radiating a warm, starlight-like glow.
Found it! Really found it!
Zhao Qian was so excited that his hands were trembling as he carefully took out the two jade slips and the bead.
This bead is Feng Wuhan asked. This can't be the legendary star core?
No, the energy isn't that strong. It's a small star core or a starseed. Zhao Qian's voice trembled.
It's a highly concentrated stellar essence.
It's an unparalleled treasure for refining top-tier stellar magic weapons or assisting in cultivating stellar techniques.
Its value is immeasurable. Everyone's breathing quickened.
This observatory truly hides an astonishing treasure. However, before they could even rejoice, the entire observatory suddenly began to shake violently. It wasn't the kind of unstable tremors that we experienced in the secret realm space before, but rather the entire platform, along with the Zhoutian star array beneath our feet, began to tremble. On the dome, the trajectories of those illusory stars became disordered, and their light flickered erratically. In the center of the platform, the huge armillary sphere creaked under the strain, and the light of the slowly rotating star energy core at its center began to flicker rapidly and become extremely unstable.
Not good. It's the seal outside.
The undead demon lord is attacking the seal with all his might.
The core energy has been activated. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically.
The jade pendant in his arms became scalding hot, and the shattered star sword on his finger was also humming and vibrating, as if it was giving a warning.
Quick! Grab the things and leave. Feng Wuhan urged.
Zhao Qian quickly put away the two jade slips and the starseed. However, the moment he put away the starseed, another change occurred. The unstable stellar energy core at the center of the celestial globe, having lost some subtle balancing force from the starseed, perhaps leaving the starseed here also served to stabilize the core, suddenly erupted with blindingly bright light. A violent, chaotic, and destructive stellar energy storm, centered on the celestial globe, burst forth and swept outwards.
Careful!
Where the energy storm passed, the jade ground cracked, and the patterns of the Zhoutian star array broke inch by inch. The terrifying impact instantly sent the 5 people flying.
Put!
The 5 men, like kites with broken strings, coughed up blood and crashed heavily onto the edge of the platform. They felt as if their internal organs had shifted and countless bones were broken. The power of this energy storm far exceeded their expectations. It was probably close to the power of a 5th-tier expert strike. If they hadn't just experienced a series of battles and gains, resulting in an increase in their strength, and hadn't possessed protective techniques, this attack would have taken their lives. Smoke and dust filled the air, and turbulent energy currents raged.
The observatory was in ruins, with cracks appearing in the dome, as if it might collapse at any moment.
Cough cough, quick, get out of here. Feng Wuhan tried to get up, but his injuries were too severe and he fell to the ground again.
Su Qingyu, Lei Kuang, and Zhao Qian were also seriously injured and weak.
Lin Fan's condition was slightly better. The indestructible Vajra body saved his life at a critical moment, but his internal injuries were still quite severe. He struggled to look at the center of the platform, only to see that the celestial globe, after the energy burst, was completely tilted, its core light dimmed, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. And that terrifying energy storm seemed to be showing signs of coalescing again. To make matters worse, the wooden door they had come through was completely twisted and deformed by the energy storm, and was mostly blocked by falling rubble. It seems there's no way out. In this desperate situation, Shan, who was on Lin Fan's shoulder, suddenly broke free from his embrace, jumped to the ground, and anxiously squeaked at an inconspicuous wall on the other side of the platform, near the edge of the dome, where a simple star symbol was engraved, while scratching at the symbol with its little paws. A thought struck Lin Fan, and enduring the excruciating pain, he scrambled forward. The star symbol was faint, but in the chaotic energy environment, it seemed to shimmer with a dim light.
Chapter 135 Exit. This is the exit?
Lin Fan didn't have time to think further. He poured his remaining power into the jade pendant and pressed it against the symbol. A flash of symbolic light, and the wall silently slid open, revealing a small, unstable portal behind it, a portal that could only accommodate 1 or 2 people. The light gate was extremely dim, as if it might dissipate at any moment.
It's an emergency escape route.
Or rather, it's a one-way, short-distance teleportation array left by the observatory's original keeper, directly connecting to the outside world. Because of insufficient energy and severe damage, it's extremely unstable.
There's an exit. Come quick.
Lin Fan shouted hoarsely. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhan and the other 3 were overcome with a will to survive and desperately moved toward this side. Just then, in the center of the platform, a second, even more terrifying energy storm began to gather.
The aura of destruction sent chills down everyone's spines. Quick!
Lin Fan, with one in each hand, first pushed the severely injured and almost immobile Su Qingyu and Zhao Qian into the portal of light. The portal flashed violently for a moment, and the 2 disappeared.
Immediately afterwards, he pushed Lei Kuang in as well. Lin Fan, let's go!
Feng Wuhan shouted to Lin Fan, and he himself struggled to reach the gate of light.
Let's go together!
Lin Fan grabbed Feng Wuhan, and the 2 of them rushed towards the increasingly dim and closing gate of light. Just as their figures disappeared into the portal, a deafening explosion and the rumble of the observatory collapsing completely erupted behind them. A terrifying energy shockwave swept over them from behind. The portal was completely annihilated. The intense spatial pulling and weightlessness were more intense and painful than any previous teleportation. Lin Fan felt as if his body was being torn apart, his consciousness hovering on the edge of darkness. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been just a moment, or it might have been a very long time.
Bang! Bang!
2 muffled thuds as heavy objects fell to the ground. Lin Fan and Feng Wuhan crashed heavily onto the hard, cold ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Intense pain shot through his body, causing him to cough up mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He barely managed to open his blood-stained eyes, his vision blurred.
This seems to be a narrow, dusty cave? The light is extremely dim. Feng Senior Feng?
Lin Fan turned his head with difficulty and saw Feng Wuhan not far away struggling to get up, but his injuries were too severe and he fell to the ground again.
Still alive, Feng Wuhan's voice was hoarse and weak.
Lin Fan forced himself to sit up, grabbed some healing pills haphazardly from his storage bag and stuffed them into his mouth, then fed a few to Feng Wuhan.
Then, he anxiously looked around.
The cave was small, only a few square meters, and there was no one else there except the 2 of them. There was no Su Qingyu, no Lei Kuang, no Zhao Qian, and no Shan either. Senior Su, Senior Lei, Senior Zhao. Lin Fan's heart sank. That emergency teleportation array was extremely unstable. Had they been teleported to different places? Or... Just then, the shattered star sword wrapped around his finger suddenly trembled slightly, its tip pointing towards a corner of the cave. At the same time, the jade pendant in his bosom also emitted a faint, intermittent signal, pointing in the same direction, but it seemed to be very far away, and the signal was very faint. Lin Fan struggled to climb to that corner, where there was only a rough rock wall. He touched it with his hand but found nothing unusual. However, the sensation of the shattered star sword and the vague direction indicated by the jade pendant were indeed here. He took a deep breath, gathered the last bit of spiritual power and yuan energy, and poured it into the shattered star sword. Then, following a mysterious intuition, he gently touched a certain spot on the rock wall with the tip of the sword.
Buzz! The rock face rippled like water, revealing a narrow, dark crevice that stretched downwards, its destination unknown. A faint, hot, sulphurous breath escaped from the crevice.
This gap was clearly not man-made, but formed naturally or opened by some force. The faint sensation from the jade pendant seemed to emanate from deep within this crevice. Lin Fan glanced back at the heavily injured and unconscious Feng Wuhan, then looked at the strange crevice and gritted his teeth. He is currently seriously injured. Feng Wuhan needs immediate medical attention. The fate of Su Qingyu and the others is unknown. The secret realm is on the verge of collapse, and the undead demon lord may completely break free at any moment.
The only way forward seemed to be this one uncertain, ominous crack. Chapter 136: The Power of Wind and Thunder.
Lin Fan leaned against the cold, damp rock wall, breathing heavily. The medicine was slowly repairing his damaged meridians and internal organs, but the burning pain and weakness from the inside out still clung to him like a maggot to his bone. He glanced at Feng Wuhan, who was unconscious and barely breathing, and then at the dark crevice in front of him that smelled of sulfur and emitted faint heat.
Go in?
He didn't know what was inside. It might be a forbidden zone, or it might connect to an even more dangerous area.
Not go in? Feng Wuhan was critically injured and desperately needed a safe place to heal and obtain more effective elixirs. The fates of Su Qingyu, Lei Kuang, and Zhao Qian are unknown, and the faint sensation from the jade pendant may be their only clue. More importantly, the secret realm is collapsing, and the undead demon lord may break free of his final restraints at any moment. They must find a way to survive, or find a way to completely resolve this situation. He had no other choice. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The hot, sulfurous air made his throat itch.
He first laboriously dragged Feng Wuhan to a relatively dry corner of the cave and set up a very simple concealment and protection array. This was something he had just learned from Zhao Qian and was barely effective. He only hoped it could temporarily hide Feng Wuhan's presence. He stuffed most of the healing pills he had on him into Feng Wuhan's arms, keeping only a few for emergencies.
"Senior Feng, hang in there.
Wait for me to come back," Lin Fan whispered, unsure if the unconscious Feng Wuhan could hear him. Then, he turned to face the dark crevice. The shattered star sword trembled slightly in his fingers, pointing towards the depths of the crevice. The faint, persistent connection to the jade pendant in his robes also drew him in. This at least indicated that deep within the crevice lay something related to the star sect, or clues to his companions?
He crouched down and squeezed sideways into the gap.
The crevice was extremely narrow, barely allowing one person to pass through. The rock walls were rough and sharp, covered in slippery moss and scorching hot. The deeper one went, the stronger the smell of sulfur became, the higher the temperature rose, and the air became murky and oppressive. The path was rugged and uneven, sometimes requiring the use of both hands and feet to climb. Darkness was tangible, swallowing all light, with only the shattered star sword emitting a faint, star-like, cold light, barely illuminating the area a foot in front of them. Lin Fan didn't know how long he had been climbing, but he felt his strength rapidly draining away. Sweat mixed with blood soaked through his tattered clothes. Just when he was about to exhaust himself, a faint dark red light appeared ahead, and at the same time, a rumbling, muffled sound, like a gasp from the depths of the earth, became clearer and clearer. He rallied his spirits and gritted his teeth, pressing forward. Finally, the crevice ended, and a bright and open view opened up before him. Lin Fan cautiously peeked out, and the sight before him made him hold his breath instantly.
This is an unimaginably vast underground space. The dome hangs high, filled with enormous, inverted clusters of dark red crystals, resembling solidified magma. Below lies a boiling, crimson lake of lava. The lake surface is not entirely calm. Huge bubbles occasionally rise and burst, spewing out hot gas streams and sulfurous fumes. The edge of the lava lake consists of jagged, scorched black rock platforms and reefs. A wave of heat hit him, almost scorching his eyebrows. The fire energy in the air was so dense it was almost impenetrable, clashing with the stellar power and wind and thunder power within his body, even creating a slight repulsion and a burning sensation. What is most shocking is that in the middle of this huge lava lake stands a dilapidated tower made entirely of dark gold, an unknown metal. The tower appears to have suffered an unimaginable impact, breaking in half. The upper half is tilted and plunges into the lava lake, while the lower half is deeply rooted in a huge black reef in the center of the lake. The tower was covered with strange runes and reliefs. Although dilapidated, it still exuded an ancient, wild, and solemn aura, quite different from the ethereal beauty of the star sect. Traces of chains were faintly visible on the tower, but most were broken and hung into the lava.